We are in the sparring fields and 100 centurions are waiting for today's instructor. These are the Duke's elite, but some are asking if it's true. One of them got beaten by Joshua. The guy just turns around in shame, and the others want to know who called all centurions. All of a sudden, someone calls for attention, and the door opens. A 9-year-old menace walks in, and some soldiers are already shitting their pants. The dude on the left tells them that this young wigga will be the teacher. Everyone's confused, but the little general tells them straight up, "You're supposed to be vanguard commanders, so show me what you've got. All of you come at me." The dudes are all laughing. This 4-feet goblin is trying to act tough, but even the commander is hesitant about letting this happen. No one's taking that seriously, until he grabbed the long, thick, and sturdy and walked forward, put it on someone's face, and asked if they find this funny. Poor centurion was trembling like a homeless person on Christmas. Bro went full Japanese dog as a begging style, put the sturdy standing tall in front of the dude and said that he deserves to suffer like Lloyd and Gort for what they said earlier about his mother. Dude was praying to 5 different gods at that point, but Joshua just told him to get his short and skinny out. Trembling, he grabbed the hilt of his sword and in a flash jumped to cut the neck of the 9-year-old aura farmer. But that's exactly what he wanted. Youngest menace hit bro squarely in the middle of the chest, and the dude went flying away and crashed like trash in the hall. Like a good girlfriend, everyone got on their knees after seeing the skill of lil bro with the thick and long. Everyone aside from his father, who's asking, "Wait, did you really execute a centurion?" Bro just hit him with a "yes sir." Father must be like, "Nah, this kid is devious." See, inside that tiny body is a dead man. In his past life, this was Joshua Sanders, the legendary spear knight. On a continent where every knight swings a sword and spears are treated like farming tools, this man took a spear and became the single strongest human alive. He ended an entire civil war basically by himself. Hitting everyone with the thick and long, he showed the world why size matters. His best friend Kaiser sat on the throne because of him. Joshua asked for nothing. He just wanted to be the Empire's shield, so the Empire thanked him. With a fucking ambush in the middle of a forest. Nice payback. His own master, the strongest mage alive, holding a relic that turned the powers inside Joshua's body against each other. Bra is coughing blood, asking why, and they tell him to his face, "You're too strong, too long, too thick to be allowed to exist." The Emperor can't sleep knowing your spear is out there about to plunge in someone else. Kaiser looks at his dying best friend and says he's sad, he has to watch. Then they all turn their backs and walk away while an explosion circle charges under his body. This is a crazy level of disrespect. The man who built the throne, dying alone in a random forest like a nobody. But Joshua doesn't accept it. With his last breath, he drags his broken body across the circle, screaming at his own limbs to move, and grabs his spear. Lucia, the red spear they called the battlefield's Grim Reaper. The spear lights up. The circle detonates. Boom. Crater where a legend used to be, and a kid wakes up screaming in a pile of hay. He looks at his hands, tiny. Looks at his reflection in the well. A child. Looks around and recognizes the stable. Because before he was a legend, Joshua was this. The illegitimate son of a maid. The Duke forced himself on. But he's back at the very beginning. And bro is not sad about it. He's smiling like a psycho. Because this time he knows exactly how the story goes. And Kaiser von Britain is not surviving the thick and long this time. But first, reality check. Because a legend woke up, but the world doesn't know that yet. 3 centurions come strolling up to the stable. Not random soldiers. The exact guys who spent years using this kid as a stress ball. But today they're not here for the usual beating. Today they've got material. They start talking about his mother. See, the Duchess wants Lucia gone, quietly. And these 3 already know the maid is marked. So hitting her mute son is like freebies. So they let loose. Telling bro that his mom is an incredible lady. I'm capping, of course. They are saying that she's a worthless dirty hoe lelo. Joshua doesn't move. He just closes his eyes. And these idiots think he's scared. Because inside his head there's a mana technique that took him 10 years of blood to master in his past life. The problem is this goblin body. 9 years old, malnourished, and has never channeled mana in its life. One of them gets bored of the silence and swings a stick at his head. Joshua's eyes open, fist coated in mana, straight into the guy's gut, and bro drops with ass to the sky while the other 2 just stare in shock. All of a sudden they draw actual swords. These guys are ready to decapitate the little goblin boy. The first blade comes down. Joshua slides under it like the sword is moving in slow motion and steps inside the man's guard. Uppercut. The second centurion gets launched so clean he might still be up there. Now there's one guy left, but our boy is shaking his hands, fingers, and hands about to collapse from the use of mana. Then for the first time he opens his mouth. He tells the man that anyone who insults his mother dies. Doesn't matter the rank. Doesn't matter the name. The centurion drops everything and runs, screaming that the stable boy is a monster. And our monster? His vision swims. His legs quit, his whole body shuts down at once, and he faceplants straight into the dirt. Back at the mansion, everyone was talking about the stable boy. 3 servants traded rumors that the kid from the stables beat 3 centurions and had only been pretending to be mute. One of them doubted it, saying the protagonist was 5 years younger than Babel. Another mocked him. There was no way an abandoned mute boy beat 3 centurions alone, so the story had to be blown up. That sounded reasonable. But if the rumor was true, it could affect the Duke's heir. Still, the first servant wasn't worried. Joshua could never beat his older brother. The one holding the broom agreed because Babel was already a mana user. To them, Babel was a true prodigy. Duke Agnes became a mana user at 16, but Babel did it at 14. As far as they were concerned, no one could challenge Babel for succession. Then Joshua walked in, and the three men jumped, worried he heard everything. With fire in his eyes, he ordered one of them to fetch the Duke. They were to tell his father that MC von Agnes had arrived. At that same time in the Duke's office, a soldier in broken armor was bowing before him. While signing papers, the Duke asked if his name was Rolls. Once the nervous soldier said yes, the Duke asked what unit he belonged to. Rolls said he was from the 29th Battalion. The Duke asked Chiffin if that battalion served under Griezmann, and Chiffin confirmed it. With a small gesture, the Duke had Rolls bring over the damaged armor. There was a huge hole in it, about the size of a fist. The Duke wanted to confirm that Lukia's son had made that hole. Chiffin warned Rolls that lying to the Duke would bring heavy punishment. Terrified, the soldier insisted he was telling the truth. Interested now, Duke Agnes asked Chiffin what he thought, and Chiffin said it was impossible. The Duke agreed it sounded hard to believe, so he asked the boy's age. Joshua was only 9 years old. The Duke said a child that young could only damage orc leather armor by using mana. Chiffin respectfully rejected that idea. It simply couldn't be true. Even if he were a once-in-history genius, no one on the continent had ever used mana so young. And since even knights below Boo rank couldn't coat their hands in mana, a 9-year-old doing it made no sense. Growing angry, Chiffin accused the three soldiers of making up the story to hide that they bullied the Duke's son. He asked permission to punish the man as a warning to the rest, and Rolls panicked, shouting that he wasn't lying. Chiffin called that outburst disrespectful and ordered him to stop, but Rolls still stuck to his story. Fed up with the supposed lies, Chiffin began to draw his sword. Before he could act, the Duke stopped him, though Chiffin still wanted the rumor spreader punished. The Duke rose from his seat and said they'd know the truth once they saw Joshua. For the first time, Duke Agnes was going to meet Lukia's son. Chiffin was stunned. His master showed less interest in Babel, the Empire's top genius, than in the boy left in the stables. He informed the Duke that the child was waiting downstairs in the first-floor sitting room, so the two men went to see the boy. Everyone was talking about. Elsewhere in the mansion hallway, a young noble was out for a walk. Then something caught the blonde teen off guard. Seeing the concubine's son, he demanded to know why Joshua was here. The protagonist was already furious. Just looking at the portrait of Marcus Van Britten, Avalon's current emperor, made his anger rise. It reminded him of Caesar, the man he swore to kill. The blonde boy lost his patience when Joshua ignored him. MC caught a punch coming at him. He blocked it instantly. The teen was shaken by the pressure coming from a 9-year-old. That made him wonder if the rumors were actually real. Still, the young mana user gathered himself and prepared to fight back. Before it could go further, the Duke arrived, stopped both boys, and demanded to know what they were doing. The blonde son quickly dropped to one knee and greeted his father. When the Duke asked for an explanation, the boy lied and tried to pass the clash off as a friendly greeting. The excuse was weak, but when the Duke looked to Joshua, he backed it up with a nod. Chiffin was alarmed that the boy answered the Grand Duke with only a nod. His hand moved to his sword as he ordered him to greet his master properly and show respect. The Duke stopped him, having noticed the hatred in the protagonist's eyes. Joshua was struggling to control himself after seeing the portrait tied to his enemy. It was a dangerous moment. The Duke never forgave insults, not even from family. Then MC was surprised when his father told him to come closer. Duke Agnes wanted to check for himself whether the rumored boy had really used mana. Babel couldn't believe what he was hearing. Full of anger, he refused to accept that Lukia's son, a stable boy, might use mana. And because his father was the most mana-sensitive of the Empire's 5 masters, Joshua feared his secret would ruin his revenge. In an instant, the Duke grabbed the boy's hand before anyone noticed. He sensed something strange inside the child and was stunned. Grand Duke Agnes was left speechless by what he found. If his mana-sensitive father uncovered something unknown, Joshua's whole plan could change. Then the startled Duke revealed something that shocked everyone. He had no mana at all. Babel smiled the moment he heard that. Chiffin wasn't surprised. The stable boy lacked a mana hole, but that wasn't what the Duke meant. Duke Agnes explained that every human, even commoners and monsters, carries a little mana. Yet his son had none whatsoever. Chiffin compared him to the undead, who move through demonic power because they also lack mana. He guessed the child might have been born that way, like the strange beings from old stories. While the Duke thought it over, Joshua wondered where the sticky, foul energy in his mana hole had gone. But the Duke already seemed to be planning something for the boy. With a greedy smile, he said he'd be keeping a close eye on this wonder child. Chiffin cut in, saying the 3 soldiers' story had to be false since the boy was born without mana, and the liars should be punished. But Duke Agnes said those centurions were part of his power, and wasting them over an unproven rumor made no sense. Chiffin could only apologize. Then the Duke declared that Joshua would live in the castle from now on since there was more than enough room. Babel got upset and tried to object. His father shut him down at once. With no choice left, Babel obeyed. The Duke then told Chiffin to teach the protagonist basic knight training and, if he showed promise, the Crimson Knight mana method. Chiffin thought it was pointless because the boy couldn't use mana, but the Duke insisted. This handicap might not be natural. Duke Agnes said he'd judge the boy again after returning from Akkadi next year. Now Joshua's father expected great things from him. A door opened. Chiffin showed MC his large new room. The boy looked around without a word. That silence irritated the knight, who took it as ingratitude, though he still told him to call if he needed anything. Joshua noticed the knight had changed once the Duke was gone. He didn't care. Right now, he only wanted sleep. Still, his father's words stayed on his mind. The Duke probably knew little about the protagonist's condition, since he spent most of the year at Akadi Castle in the imperial capital. Even so, MC worried his father might know something he didn't. There were too many possibilities, and it was dangerous for him to understand his own body less than the Duke did. But that wasn't his biggest problem right now. To reach his goal, Joshua needed his old strength back. By then, night had fallen. He slipped out through the window in one quick move. A second later, he landed on the ground. Since using a small amount of mana had become easier, the protagonist might recover his former power sooner than he expected. Then sharp pain suddenly hit him. He guessed the agony came from two forces clashing inside him, maybe holy power and demonic power, and from whatever was keeping them apart. That made him realize his greatest weapon might be inside his body, holding those opposite powers back. Just then, one of the guards heard something nearby. After checking and finding nothing, the two guards went back, certain his weapon was the answer. The boy ran off, determined to control the three energies inside him. Then a scream burst out from the stable. Lucia begged the three centurions to release her. Unable to understand why they had taken her, Gort said Joshua had ruined their name, then pulled his sword. Out of nowhere, the maid bit Lloyd's arm. Enraged, Lloyd cursed MC's mother and slammed her to the ground. The blow to her head nearly knocked her out. Lloyd yanked her up by the hair, saying he hadn't planned to hurt her, while Gort told him to hold her still so he could stab her. But Rolls stopped Gort, worried about how the Earl would react. Gort shook him off and yelled that they came to get revenge on the kid, asking if Rolls really thought that was wrong. The other two shouted that they had backing and mocked Rolls for being a coward. Rolls froze, unsure what to do. When Lloyd called him a coward too, Rolls got angry enough to go along with it. Then a loud voice ordered them to stop. Lloyd and Gort were thrilled to hear it and started taunting the newcomer, while Rawls nervously begged them to quit. Lucia's son had arrived, and this wasn't the same stable boy anymore. Bruised and dizzy, the maid recognized her child's voice. Rawls understood right away and urged the others to run before they were killed, but Lloyd and Gort refused. Joshua's burning stare showed he'd noticed something else. He suddenly ordered the hidden watcher to come out, catching the soldiers off guard. Lloyd drew his sword and swore he'd kill him, while Gort demanded the first strike. The protagonist ignored them and repeated his order for the hidden person to show himself. Lloyd thought it was a bluff until the figure on the roof answered and asked how Joshua sensed him. A young blonde knight stepped from the shadows. His name was Kane, and he kept pressing MC for an answer. The crest on Kane's chest marked him as one of the Crimson Knights, one of Duke Agnes's 3 orders, making him wonder if Shiffin had set this up. Terrified, the Centaurians greeted the higher-ranked knight, but Kane ignored them. Instead, he studied the child before him and wondered if he was really Lucia's son. The protagonist, still furious, turned to Kane with a question. He told the Crimson Knight that a woman of House Agnes had been attacked by soldiers. Kane could feel the dark pressure pouring off the child. Then Joshua asked what punishment fit that crime. For some reason, Kane felt he couldn't refuse the boy. It was as if he had no choice but to draw his sword. Kane answered by unsheathing his blade and facing the 3 attackers, ready to punish them. Lloyd was first. In one flash, Kane cut Lloyd down, then turned on Gort. Gort tried to hold his ground, his blade coming within inches of Kane's neck. At the last second, Kane knocked the strike aside at the hilt. Helpless, Gort begged for mercy. With 2 Centaurians down, only Floris remained, trembling and begging to be spared. But just as Kane moved to finish him, the Earl stopped him. The blade halted right at Floris's throat. Floris desperately begged for forgiveness. Kane told him to shut up if he wanted to live, but Joshua stepped in again and ordered the knight to stand down. Kane insisted he was only doing his duty. Kane was part of the duchy's famous 3rd generation of knights, even if he served in the weakest order. He was likely one of the youngest Crimson Knights, since he had been sent to watch a child, but his skill made it clear he was a top C-rank fighter. Before Kane could move again, MC asked who he served. Kane answered without hesitation, Duke Agnes. Joshua then asked who he was standing before. Kane couldn't ignore how much the boy's presence and fierce eyes resembled his father. He ordered him to sheath his sword. Kane obeyed at once. Relieved, Rolls dropped to his knees and thanked the boy he used to bully for sparing them, even swearing loyalty to the young master. Joshua coldly rejected that offer. He swore to kill anyone who touched him or his mother again, but spared Rolls so he could spread the warning. As the man cried in relief, the protagonist made it clear the same crime would never be forgiven again. Still furious, he ordered Rolls out of the stable. Rolls ran for his life without looking back. Lucia slowly began to wake up. Joshua noticed at once. As she stirred, Kane remarked that the young noble had changed, but Mise said Kane didn't know what he was talking about. Even so, Kane was sure this was not the same boy as before. He asked if Kane remembered him as a stable boy, the Duke's mute, unwanted son, who lacked mana. Kane stayed quiet for a moment. Then he answered Joshua directly. He explained that every soldier in the Agnes Duchy serves the Duke, though Lucia didn't see where he was going with this. Kane went on. When a soldier turns 24, he must choose one member of the house to serve, and his own choice would come next year. He saluted the protagonist and said he trusted his heart. He would offer his sword to him. MC, knowing the future, thought Kane should serve Babel instead, and called the young knight strange. Then Lucia called out to her son. Tears filled her eyes as she saw he was safe. Joshua rushed over and hugged her. Holding her close, he silently promised to protect her from now on, deeply grateful this ended without losing her. He was thankful for this second chance to fix his old regrets, and this time he planned to become more than the stable-born son of Agnes. He would become the greatest spirit on the continent. Elsewhere in the Agnes mansion, the Duke asked the Crimson Knight captain whether Count Rebecca had arrived. Shiffin said yes, and that he had already shown him to his room. Shiffin added that the Count had brought someone with him, which caught the Duke's interest. It was Miss Iselin. The Duke understood right away that Count Rebecca wanted to finish what he had started. Count Fonsel Jin Rebecca was an unpleasant surprise, but his influence in the Empire meant Duke Agnes couldn't ignore him. The other guest was the Count's daughter, Iselin Jym Rebecca. She was a magic genius who had reached Class 2 at only 9 years old. Like Babel, she was closely watched, and unlike those born lacking mana, she had been blessed with it. Iselin was one of the rare gifted children, able to connect with mana naturally without being taught. If the Count had brought his prodigy daughter along, he clearly meant to trouble the Duke today. Shiffin pointed out that the blonde young noble was only 3 years from coming of age, but the Duke saw the problem right away. Shiffin knew he meant Babel's promised bride, Lady Cheryl. Duke Agnes couldn't simply cast that girl aside. Lady Cheryl's family, House Fonti, stood among the Empire's 5 great duchies through wealth alone. Shiffin noted that the Fonti alliance mattered more, and even though the Duke agreed, he still hated wasting talent. Agnes was greedy when it came to skill and military strength. Shiffin respected that about his master. He valued ability above all else. Then the Duke suddenly stopped as something came to mind. Curious, Shiffin listened as the Duke asked about his illegitimate son. The knight looked puzzled, not seeing his master's point. Duke Agnes decided the magic prodigy should be engaged to Joshua instead. Shiffin was stunned, since the girl was blessed with mana. Pairing a gifted magic genius with the protagonist, a boy born with a mana defect, sounded unbelievable. Meanwhile, MC was heading to the Mystic Ruins to recover his old strength. He climbed the old cliff north of the duchy's garden. As he reached the top, Joshua remembered how he used to climb there to feel closer to his dead mother before he found the runes in his past life. Then he started searching for the tunnel he had once discovered by accident. That tunnel would lead him back to the place tied to Lucia. He bit the tip of his thumb. When his blood hit the ground, a magic circle appeared. A spatial portal opened from the circle. Joshua stepped inside without hesitation. He emerged somewhere else. Now he stood before the runes that had changed his fate. Looking around, the protagonist realized something was off. The temple was far more ruined than it had been in his first life. At the altar, he found Lucia bound in chains. This time the spear was missing. Only a metal rod remained. Joshua picked up the strange rod. At once it began to shine. The light grew so bright it nearly blinded him. Then it suddenly faded. Joshua opened his eyes, confused by what had just happened. A second later, he realized he was somewhere unknown, a place of endless white. Then someone called out to the stunned noble. Startled, MC asked the metal stick to identify itself. It said he found it in the temple, but it wasn't just a rod. Then came the real shock. It was Lucia, his spear, the divine weapon tied to the demonic god. He couldn't believe it. His greatest weapon had belonged to the demonic god, and he wondered if returning to the past was why it looked different now. Lucia cut off his thoughts and warned that he didn't have much time, making him even more curious. She explained that the 2 energies inside his body would keep poisoning him, and only one method could suppress and control them. To survive, Joshua had to recover his former strength fast and reach stage 4 of magic spearmanship, a demand that stunned him. Magic spearmanship was the old combat art he once mastered, the same one he built around his mana training. Across the continent, knights mocked the spear and treated the sword as the only real weapon. Even so, in his first life, almost no one could stand against him once he reached stage 5 at his peak. By normal standards, only A-rank knights could shape mana into swords, while masters stood far above them. Joshua still became the Empire's strongest knight at stage 5, even though spearmanship went all the way to stage 8. If he wanted stage 4 again, he needed strength close to the top of B-rank fighters. Getting there again should have been possible. The real problem was time. That made him furious, because training mana in a child's body felt impossible. Lucia calmed him down and said that while she stayed with him, he could freely use a limited amount of mana. Joshua struggled to believe something that unbelievable. Lucia urged him to train every day if he wanted to recover his prime and unlock her full power. She added that only when both spear and spearman reached their peak could he fulfill his dream, which only confused him more. Before he could get any closer to answers, the rod flashed with blinding light again. A moment later, 9-year-old the protagonist was holding Lucia in his hand. He was back at the temple altar. The boy stared at the weapon, still trying to understand what had just happened. As he gave it a swing, he remembered Lucia saying he could use a limited amount of mana. Joshua shut his eyes and focused on his mana cultivation method, the one no one else on the continent had. He drew in the mana around him and told himself it didn't matter how little he could absorb. This was still the first stage of magic spearmanship. Then his blue eyes snapped open. MC had reached stage 1 of magic spearmanship. He took his stance to test how much stronger he'd become. Next, he gathered mana into a single point to begin the first form of stage 1. Then he lunged forward, turning it into a piercing blast. The hit was powerful enough to blow apart the hallway wall. Smiling, Joshua knew his battle with the traitor had finally begun, and he meant to destroy his former best friend's life. Meanwhile, in the Agnes Mansion's reception room, the guests were eating while waiting for Duke Agnes. The butler called for attention and announced the head of the house. Duke Agnes saw at once that more people had come than he expected. Cheryl Defont greeted him politely, and he asked why she had come without warning. Count Cox apologized and explained that the young lady had insisted on visiting. The Duke waved it off, saying it wasn't a problem since he rarely saw her despite them living in the same city. Count Cox Ronvagen was an important Font family vassal who managed all of their funds. Seeing a chance, the Duke jokingly tried to recruit Count Cox under him as an apology. In her usual loud, carefree way, Cheryl declared that a duke should act like a duke. Agnes laughed because that blunt behavior suited her far more than her overly proper manners. Cheryl brought up how her promised match had become a C-rank knight, then joked that she should become a genius too, which made Cox panic. He quickly apologized for her childish behavior, but the Duke didn't mind and said it was normal at her age before turning to the others. Then Duke Agnes realized he had neglected the rest of his guests. He apologized to Count Rebrica and his daughter for overlooking them. Little Iselin gave the Duke a polite greeting. At once Cheryl loudly asked why a genius like Iselin was there, while Cox muttered for her to stop. Cheryl then mentioned the rumor that a stable boy had beaten 3 centurions and asked if it was true. Cox hurried to shut down her rude question in front of the Duke. Pouting, she said she was only curious, but he reminded her it was impolite to spread an unconfirmed rumor. Shiffrin stepped in and said the rumor was false, adding that the stable boy was born with a mana deficiency and a weak body. Count Rebrica was startled to hear Joshua had the so-called mana curse. That also caught the interest of the Rebrica family's young prodigy. Duke Agnes used the moment to ask Foncel to examine his son's condition, drawing the glasses-wearing man's interest. Count Rebrica was much more sensitive to mana than the knights, since he was a magician, one of the Empire's rare 5-class mages. Foncel agreed right away, knowing it would earn him Duke Agnes's favor. Shiffrin then cut in and suggested checking the Duke's second son more directly. He said it would be better to confirm both the rumor and the supposed curse before anyone left for Avalon. Interested, the Duke asked how he planned to test Joshua, and Shiffrin proposed matching him against the Crimson Knight. Agnes found it strange to call one of his top soldiers to face his own young son, but Shiffrin insisted that if the rumor was true, only a fighter of the level he had in mind could match the boy. The captain promised the Duke he wouldn't regret watching this spar. The next day, in the Man in Black's office, Shiffrin asked Kane about the clash with Rolse, Lloyd, and Gort from his report. Kane confirmed that he had fought with the 3 bullies. Shiffrin said Kane had acted too quickly in punishing them, even if it was part of his duty. Kane answered that the 3 men had been harming Lady Agnes, which set him off. Furious, Shiffrin assumed he meant Babel's mother. Kane corrected him. It was Joshua's mother. The captain calmed down, sat back, and questioned whether that was worth acting over if it was only a concubine. Kane corrected him again, saying Lucia was the Duke's rightful second wife, and no centurion had the right to harm her. He added that their actions insulted the head of House Agnes, and he was ready to face whatever punishment came. That answer left Shiffrin quiet as he reconsidered what kind of person Kane was. In the end, he chose to overlook the matter and moved on to Kane's next task, which the young knight accepted without hesitation. Kane's new assignment was to spar with the illegitimate child that day. The strange order took him by surprise. Shiffrin said the match would reveal the stable boy's condition, though he was sure it would only prove a mana curse. He believed the Duke's refusal to accept Joshua's handicap would eventually get in Babel's way, so Kane guessed Babel might be pushed aside. Shiffrin slammed his fist on the desk and shut that down at once, raging that the young master was a one-of-a-kind genius. To him, he was just a pebble, nothing that could ever challenge Babel. Kane didn't agree. The protagonist he had seen felt less like a pebble and more like a coming disaster. Then Shiffrin ordered him to secretly inject Joshua with mana to test the supposed curse. Kane was stunned he would go that far, because anyone with a mana deficiency could die within days after a mana injection. Shiffrin told him to head to the sparring field, saying Duke Agnes and Count Rodrigo would join later, so Kane obeyed. At the small training ground, Kane had no desire to hurt MC despite the order. Soon the MC arrived, already remembering his opponent's name. He asked if Kane was the one assigned to spar with him. Kane said yes, he was acting on his father's orders. The match was meant to evaluate him. Joshua felt excited, thinking the Duke was finally starting to notice his potential. That mood vanished when Kane tried to comfort him by saying he'd go easy. The protagonist instantly realized the spar was really just a test. Kane tried to deny it, but MC only smiled and said that even if a knight swore loyalty, the master was free to choose different subordinates. He refused to trust his safety to someone as pathetic as Kane. Embarrassed, Kane said he wouldn't hold back, and Joshua answered that a knight shouldn't. Just then, Duke Agnes arrived with Shiffrin, Babel, and the guests, and asked if the two had introduced themselves. Kane immediately saluted the Duke. Shiffrin looked down on him for not showing proper respect. Then the usually silent boy formally greeted his father, stunning everyone. Duke Agnes praised his manners and asked when he had learned them, while Shiffrin stood behind him in disbelief. Joshua said he had learned simply by watching in silence. The Duke then asked if he understood what was happening. The protagonist answered that the spar was a test. Shiffrin cut in, claiming it wasn't a test but a way to evaluate and remove his son's curse. MC immediately understood Schifrin was backing his older brother, and this whole setup was really an attempt to kill him. Kane said he was waiting for the Duke's command, then asked Joshua if he was ready. The Duke corrected him at once. Kane wasn't his opponent after all. Instead, the protagonist would face his older half-brother Babel, who said he'd give it his all. Wearing a nasty smile, Babel called it brotherly love. MC was not pleased at all to be matched with the brother he hated most. Duke Agnes said both boys would spar with wooden swords. Babel grabbed one right away and smugly said he'd hold back. Joshua could already tell this whole thing was a setup. The captain and Babel were putting on a show before trying to kill him. So he decided to give them a show back and picked up a wooden broom. He stomped down and snapped it off near the brush. That choice caught everyone off guard. Holding up the handle, Joshua said he'd use it as his weapon. The other earls laughed at his strange pick. Meanwhile, Cox tried to keep Cheryl from acting too childish. Schifrin thought the stick was a joke, but before he could complain, Duke Agnes cut him off and asked him if that was really his final choice. The protagonist answered without hesitation, yes. The makeshift weapon actually caught Duke Agnes's interest. Then the Duke told everyone to take their seats. He warned Babel not to use mana. Babel said he wasn't going to waste mana on his little brother anyway. Kane watched with both worry and curiosity, still puzzled by Joshua's weapon choice. Babel sneered that a wooden rod fit a mute stable boy like MC. Duke Agnes gave the signal, and the duel began. Certain of himself, Babel rushed in first. In an instant, Joshua's stick was pointed just inches from his face. Babel barely dodged in time. Irritated, he snapped that cheap tricks wouldn't work on him, and came in again. He judged him quickly, simple moves and only C-rank speed. Then the 9-year-old struck Babel in the side. That blow made Babel furious. He started insulting Joshua as a concubine's son who'd never become a real knight, all while swinging again. Before he could finish, the protagonist drove the stick into his stomach like a spear. Even so, MC looked more interested than shaken. Still burning with rage, Babel stayed upright and grabbed the end of the stick to stop it. Joshua noted the distance between them, but his thought was cut short. Babel suddenly swung with mana in his sword, a dangerous move at this range, and Duke Agnes shouted for him to stop. Their clash set off a burst of mana that blinded everyone. Once it cleared, the Duke checked the result. Babel stared in disbelief at his sword, now broken in half. He had blocked the mana strike with mana of his own. Count Rebecca was stunned to see it. Babel couldn't accept that his lowly brother could use mana. Jealousy and hatred surged up as he remembered his father's growing interest in Joshua. Then Babel pulled out his real sword and yelled that he rejected the protagonist, that he alone was Duke Agnes's true heir. MC knew the Agnes Duchy would fall in the Civil War 10 years later. As Babel charged, he thought the duchy could become a powerful piece in his future plans. Right before they clashed, he decided he would make use of it. Then their father's voice thundered out, ordering both of them to stop. It was so loud even Cheryl flinched. In a hard tone, Duke Agnes warned that if they kept fighting, both sons would be punished. Babel and Joshua immediately backed down. Schifrin could hardly believe what he'd seen. The protagonist used mana at only 9 years old. His thoughts were cut off when the Duke asked if they'd seen enough, and Schifrin said yes. He started to comment on how strange MC's mana was, but Fonsel cut in and confirmed that MC was definitely a mana user. Count Rembrika added that Joshua's mana was unusual and highly concentrated, even if he had less of it than Babel. Both Cheryl and Kane were impressed by how well he used mana. The Duke showed real interest now and praised him as the youngest mana user ever. Schifrin tried to warn him again about that odd mana, but one sharp look from the Duke shut him up, so Schifrin stayed silent and obeyed. Then Duke Agnes told Joshua to come to his room so he could examine this more closely. That sudden invitation shocked both Schifrin and Babel. Babel burned with anger. His father never let anyone into his room, and now this mute brother had somehow changed completely. He could only glare at the protagonist with envy and hate. Joshua Agnes accepted the invitation with a smile. Elsewhere in the guest room, Cheryl bounced on the bed while gushing to Cox about how amazing MC was, and Cox kept trying to calm her down and remind her to act like a lady. She was thrilled to see someone his age use mana for the first time. Even knowing he was a concubine's son, Cheryl had already made up her mind, which left Cox confused. She decided the protagonist would be her new little toy. At the same estate, Schifrin was suddenly slapped hard by a woman. It was Vanessa von Agnes, the Emperor's sister and the Duke's wife, and she angrily ordered him to repeat himself. Trying to stay composed, Schifrin said that her pure-blooded son had lost to his half-blood brother. That only made the Duchess angrier. She slapped the captain again. Vanessa could not believe the concubine's son was a better mana user than her prodigy. When she asked how the Duke reacted, Schifrin told her he planned to take Joshua to Akkadi. He guessed Duke Agnes wanted to study the boy's newly revealed talent. Schifrin warned that this would put them at a disadvantage, and Vanessa blamed him for letting it happen. Still, he assured her he already had a plan. Now interested, the Duchess asked him to explain. Schifrin said her husband would likely make Joshua's strength public, comparing it to C-rank level, though she found that hard to believe. He explained it would be tough to hide anyway, since 2 counts saw the fight, and even if MC hadn't used mana, his father would still make him take the test, which caught Vanessa's attention. Schifrin meant the test for becoming an official C-rank knight. To pass, a fighter has to show mana in battle against a royal knight. At the mention of royal knights, a cruel smile spread across Vanessa's face, and she decided it was time to contact her uncle again. A small hand knocked at the door. It was Joshua, standing outside his father's room, and the Duke allowed him in. He stepped inside, where the head of the house was waiting. He politely went down on one knee and greeted Duke Agnes. The Duke got straight to the point and asked who he really was. Sir Sanders froze for a moment, clearly shaken, but the protagonist met the question calmly and introduced himself as the protagonist, Von Agnes. Duke Agnes pointed out how completely different MC seemed from their last meeting. He said time had changed him. The Duke asked if he hated him, but the protagonist said no. He understood why his father hadn't expected much from a second son tied to the royal house. Then MC rose and asked the powerful noble for a favor. The Duke wondered what it could be, assuming the boy wanted an apology. But Joshua wanted a caddy, not empty words. An apology meant nothing in such a harsh home. Duke Agnes asked why he was so sure he'd be taken to the capital of Avalon. The protagonist gave the first reason. Removing him from the mansion would stop conflict, since his presence threatened Babel's path to becoming Duke. The answer impressed Duke Agnes, who quietly wished he'd paid attention to this son sooner. Joshua then gave the second reason. His father was greedy for talent and wanted to keep him close in case he became even greater. If that happened, MC said, the duchy could rise so high that even the royal house wouldn't matter. Duke Agnes said his son spoke like someone who could someday overpower the emperor's family. He answered that he would not disappoint him. Impressed by the 9-year-old's nerve, the Duke asked if there was a way to reach both goals at once. The protagonist guessed the answer was sending him to the Akkadi Academy. That academy in the capital taught noble children from ages 10 to 15, and skilled students like Babel could even graduate early. It also let the royals keep noble families in check by holding their children close while scouting for talent. Duke Agnes confirmed Joshua would attend the academy, and if things worked out, he might personally teach him swordsmanship. Training under one of the Empire's 5 great masters would normally be a huge chance, so MC said he didn't mind. His calm response surprised the Duke, especially when MC acknowledged his title as Master of Swords. Then he pointed to his spear and said he meant to become a spearman. That choice upset the Duke, who had already grown suspicious when the protagonist used a stick instead of a sword in the duel. Releasing his mana, Duke Agnes demanded to know if the boy truly meant to choose something as absurd as a spear. The pressure was so intense that even Joshua struggled to stay standing. MC pushed back with his own mana, thinking his faith in the spear matched his father's pride in the sword. Then he shouted that his spear would crush anything in his path, even Duke Agnes and the rest of the 9 stars. Hearing that, his father told him to prove what a spear could really do. Once the pressure faded, he understood what the Duke was really aiming at. Duke Agnes chose to test his son. For Joshua, this was a huge chance, one offered by a member of the 9 stars. He agreed, but only with one condition, and that caught the Duke's interest. The protagonist said he would take the test only if his father granted his request after he passed. The Duke agreed. If MC cleared the trial, he could keep using the spear and get what he wanted. But if he failed, he would obey his father without question. Joshua accepted, guessing failure meant taking up the sword and entering the academy, but he had no plan to lose. Elsewhere, a mage cast a spell over a crystal ball. He told the Duchess the spell was ready, and she lowered her hood. Lady Vanessa greeted her uncle and asked how he was. Speaking through the crystal ball, he said he was doing well at the castle and asked how things were in the duchy. With a sly smile, Vanessa said trouble had come up in the duchy and she needed a favor. Joshua stepped out of his father's room. The door shut behind him and he paused for a second. Still trembling, he admitted meeting a master like his father had shaken him. Right then, Babel walked over and said he wanted to talk. The protagonist turned away and said there was nothing to discuss, but Babel refused to let it go. With fierce eyes full of fear, pride, and hunger to win, Babel challenged his half-brother to another duel. Joshua just smiled and asked if he was really sure. At Celtica Palace, the imperial castle of Avalon, someone burst into wild laughter. From the throne, a man asked if the rumors were true. It was Marcus von Britain, Emperor of Avalon, speaking about Joshua, the other gifted child in the Agnes Duchy who might become a star. When the knight confirmed it, Marcus grew curious about his sister hiding the Duke's second son, but the wand on his knee corrected him. Lady Vanessa was not MC's mother. Marcus quickly guessed the truth, and the knight confirmed MC was the son of a maid from the Agnes household. The emperor rose from his throne, clearly intrigued. Marcus admitted he was jealous. Duke Agnes already had Babel, one of the empire's key talents, and now another prodigy had appeared. Some might say the emperor's own sons could change the world one day, but Marcus didn't agree. To him, only a few people were fit to rule as emperor, and his sons didn't have the fighting power for it. Even if they had talent, Marcus looked down on the princes because his standards were so high as a master himself. Maybe that was why he obsessed over talent so much, enough to go too far for it. Marcus figured Duke Agnes must think his second son was close to Babel's level, or he never would have revealed him. Then the knight brought up the rumor that Joshua had beaten Babel, leaving Marcus stunned. He asked if the boy was older than his nephew. The answer was no, he was only 9. That shocked Marcus. A 9-year-old had beaten the continent's top young talent. Laughing, Marcus said everyone would want to see such a prodigy. The knight agreed, then added that Duke Agnes had requested imperial knights be sent, By the knight's report, Joshua was already around C rank. Marcus wondered how Avalon had gotten lucky enough to produce a C rank 9-year-old. The knight asked if the emperor would go judge the boy himself. Marcus said no, even if he wanted to. Too many rivals were waiting for any opening. Still, he had to watch over rising talent, so he ordered one of his sons sent in his place. Back at the Agnes mansion, the brothers clashed, and the protagonist thought that a person has to deal with what's right in front of him. Babel raised his sword and blocked Joshua's mana-covered punch, but the hit still drove him back. The force was so great that Babel's hand started bleeding. He could barely believe how strong MC had become by channeling mana into his fists. He could read that disbelief all over his face. As he pressed forward, Joshua said he'd show Babel the power of the martial arts he always looked down on. Babel swung a mana-filled sword and snapped at him not to ignore him. Before the blade could split his head, the protagonist packed mana into his fists again. Then he unleashed a mana explosion and blasted Babel away. As he bounced across the ground, Babel realized MC had hit him with a burst of compressed mana. Bruised and shaken, Babel struggled to accept that he was much weaker than him. Joshua walked up and asked if his weakness was frustrating him. With a cold stare, he told Babel to remember this feeling, being beaten by someone he always looked down on, and use it to grow stronger. He even called out Babel's urge to tear him apart for insulting him and his mother. But the protagonist had long seen his brother's hunger for power, so this time he let him off with a warning. Wearing a harsh, almost demonic look, Joshua warned that if Babel didn't fix his attitude, he'd make sure he could never use a sword properly again. That threat shook Babel to his core. As he walked away, MC told him never to forget the difference in their eyes. Defeated and powerless, Babel wept over how weak and small he felt before him. The next morning came at the Agnes mansion. The protagonist woke up exhausted after burning through too much mana. Even though his control had improved, he wondered if absorbing the main body of the divine artifact had left him with only a small amount of mana to use. A knock came at the door and Joshua guessed it might be Cain, but when he opened it, he found an unexpected red-haired girl instead. She asked if he was MC von Agnes, leaving him confused. The girl introduced herself as Cheryl, daughter of Duke Fonte. Since she was 12, she acted like she could skip formal manners with a 9-year-old. As she tried to step inside, Cheryl cheerfully pushed him to call her big sister. Joshua immediately blocked her path. He leaned in and bluntly told her to get lost. A second later, she was outside with the door slammed in her face. Cheryl stood there in total shock. Heading back to bed, he wondered what that had even been about. Another knock followed. Thinking Cheryl was back, he decided to ignore it. The non-stop knocking quickly got on his nerves. Annoyed, Joshua yanked the door open, ready to throw the person out. Instead, a confused Cain asked if he should come back later. The protagonist apologized and said he had mistaken him for someone else. Then he asked whether Cain had done what he requested, and the knight said yes. Cain still didn't understand why Joshua wanted those specific things. MC told him he'd find out soon enough, so for now he should just trust his lord and follow orders. Later, the Centurions gathered at Duke Agnes's sparring grounds. Two men approached Rolls and asked if he, Gort, and Lloyd had really lost to the Duke's second son. When Rolls stayed quiet, one mocked how silent he'd become, while the other joked that maybe all that bullying had given him the same sickness he used to have. One of them explained that a Crimson Knight had called them there, and when the other asked why, he guessed training was about to be rough. Then something made the soldiers look over. Cain had arrived, and the Centurions were stunned to see Joshua with him. At the sight of the boy, Rolls froze in fear and wondered why that monster was here. Cain announced that Earl the protagonist would be training them today. MC stepped forward, introduced himself, and declared that he would lead the session. The soldiers were stunned to hear the once-mute boy speaking so clearly and loudly. Joshua said he would sharpen their personal skills, since they were meant to become the future leaders of the vanguard in war. With a hard look, he ordered them all to attack him at once so he could judge their level. The men laughed, unable to believe what they had just heard. Even Cain worried, knowing how strong the Centurions were. The soldiers mocked his confidence, saying he'd only get hurt, and took the order as an insult. Without warning, Joshua snatched his spear from Cain's hand. Then he stepped down toward the Centurions. Pointing the spear at Rolls, the protagonist asked if he also thought the order was some kind of joke. Terrified, Rolls quickly said no. He didn't think it was ridiculous at all. MC coldly accused him of breaking his promise and telling the others, judging by how they reacted. Rolls dropped to his knees at once and begged forgiveness. Joshua slammed the spear into the ground and said that soldier would not. He tore into the soldier for throwing away his second chance. After insulting Lucia, did he want to end up like his two cocky friends? The other Centurions froze when they learned the 9-year-old had really beaten Lloyd and Gort. Even with the man begging at his feet, the protagonist wouldn't forgive him. Still, out of respect for Duke Agnes, he let the soldier keep some dignity. Then the boy told him to draw his weapon. If he could win the duel, he'd be spared. Rolls took the chance, deciding he'd rather go down fighting like a man. He hesitated, but figured he still had a shot. Joshua was only 9, so maybe he could win if he played it smart. A second later, Rolls rushed in, desperate to land the first hit. MC just smiled like he'd been waiting for that. In an instant, Rolls was dropped by his lightning spear. First stage. The blow hit so hard it launched the Centurion straight into the wall. Rolls couldn't move after that hit. He could barely even breathe. One soldier panicked when he realized Joshua was using mana. The protagonist told them a simple truth. Judge an enemy by looks and it could get you killed. Then he challenged anyone else who still doubted him to step forward. One centurion finally approached the spear hero. Even so, the man couldn't bring himself to draw his weapon. Instead, he dropped to one knee and greeted Joshua as the 23rd centurion leader. After that, leaders 35, 42, 13, 65, and the rest all bowed to the young Earl of House Agnes. Cain couldn't hide his smile. MC had done even better than he hoped, and Cain quietly vowed to serve him with everything he had. Elsewhere, in a guest room of the duchy, a young lady let out a long sigh. Cheryl sat on her bed, hugging her plushie and looking miserable. She kept thinking about Joshua telling her to get lost. Then Cox burst in with big news. The Imperial Knights would be arriving at Agnes soon. Cheryl flopped back onto the bed and told him not to annoy her today. Cox grew concerned. She'd been acting strange all morning, so he asked if something had happened. Still irritated, Cheryl told him to quit pestering her, and asked about Duke Fonte's orders. Only then did Count Cox realize he'd completely forgotten them. When Cheryl reminded him why they had come to the duchy, Cox hurried off to carry out his lord's command. As the door slammed shut, Cheryl muttered about how annoying all of this was. In the Duke's office, Duke Agnes said he had read his report and asked if he had really killed Rolls. He confirmed it. The protagonist explained that Rolls had insulted Lucia, and by military law, mocking an aristocrat deserved death. Duke Agnes admitted he might have cut down those bullies too, though he still regretted losing a centurion. MC asked if his father saw this as childish anger. The Duke instead asked why he made that choice. Joshua said he needed more than strength to prove himself, especially since he had only recently been known as an illegitimate stable boy. When the Duke still didn't follow, he made it clearer. He used the soldiers' fear of his power to earn their respect. He did it to defend his and Lucia's honor, and doing it before all the centurions proved he was truly the Duke's son. At that, his father finally understood. Duke Agnes ended the talk and reminded the protagonist to get ready for his mana evaluation later that day. He also asked if MC knew the Imperial Knights had been dispatched. MC said yes and would leave once he was ready. Soon, the Golden Lion crest gleamed in the sun. Armstrong, first captain of the Golden Mane Knights, sounded thrilled. Having both Agnes Earls become C-rank knights so young was amazing, but the captain of the Crimson Knights sneered that one of those geniuses was only the illegitimate son of a concubine. Armstrong got furious when Chiffin hinted his own place could be threatened if Joshua became Duke instead of the first son. Before it got worse, Duke Agnes arrived and scolded them for bickering. When the Imperial Knights were about to show up, both captains saluted at once, though something had already caught Armstrong's eye. He looked him over and thought the second son seemed awfully frail. That thought ended when Joshua calmly announced that the Imperial Knights had arrived. Their grand carriage rolled in, guarded by a large mounted escort on all sides. Even the Crimson Captain was impressed and wondered who could need an escort that heavy. Then someone stepped out of the golden carriage. A young smiling noble emerged and remarked that this was the home of one of the 9 stars. The Duke was stunned. The Emperor had sent Avalon's 4th prince. Joshua burned with rage the moment he saw Caesar von Britain. The man who would one day betray and stab him in the back had appeared far sooner than expected. Elsewhere, a young knight was blasted down by mana. Beaten and shaking, he begged Sir Joker for mercy. Joker looked at him coldly and kept punishing him. This cruel man was Joker, captain of the first army of the Imperial Knights, and he mocked the younger knight for daring to beg. Someone hadn't expected Joker to be here. The newcomer said no one would want to join the Palace Knights if Joker treated every rookie this way. Joker brushed it off, calling them arrogant mana users. Curious, Joker asked why the other knight had come. The answer was simple, a task from the Agnes Duchess, and Joker was expected to carry it out. Back at the Agnes mansion, Joshua stood face to face with the traitor from his past. Joker smiled darkly when he saw the Earl he was supposed to cripple. Prince Caesar guessed the boy before him was the gifted prodigy everyone had mentioned. The protagonist stared at the future emperor with pure anger and revenge in his eyes. The man beside Caesar told the Earl to show proper respect to the prince. Joshua answered with a bitter smile that only the emperor deserves the respect of every knight in the empire as Avalon's ruler. Then he added that the 4th prince had done nothing to earn his respect. At once, the Imperial Knights moved between them, and the red-haired man called MC a crazy brat. Valmon Don Bron, vice-captain of the 9th Order, drew his sword and sneered that the boy was just an illegitimate former stable hand who'd lost his mind in the dung. Armstrong answered by drawing his own sword. Valmon mocked him for defending an illegitimate child instead of Duke Agnes. Armstrong shot back that Joshua was still a true member of House Agnes. The tension snapped when Duke Agnes released his mana and shut both men down, asking if they had a death wish fighting in front of Caesar. Valmon was stunned by the crushing pressure from Aiden Pond Agnes, one of the 9 stars. Aiden blamed his rude words for starting the clash and ordered him to apologize to Caesar. But the 4th prince surprised everyone by saying Joshua was actually right. The blonde knight warned that Caesar represented the empire, but the prince said he had no real authority yet, and acting on pride would only hurt himself. Caesar agreed that only one person deserved a knight's highest praise, just as the protagonist had said. He told the Imperial Knights to stand down and said only his father was worthy of that respect. Then Caesar reminded MC that a knight with no deeds to prove himself has empty words. He knew this trick well. Caesar always twisted things with smooth talk, but this time would not go like his first life. Already thinking about how he'd kill the traitor at his peak, Joshua calmly said he was ready for the test. Joker immediately mocked the Earl for being so bold in front of the prince. Then the first army captain politely asked Caesar to let him handle the protagonist's mana test and see if his skill matched his mouth. Caesar agreed, saying it would be safer for MC to spar with a higher-ranked knight like B-ranked Joker. Joker grinned like a devil and promised to evaluate the boy's mana very thoroughly. Duke Agnes waited for the test with his 2 knight captains nearby. The evaluation would be held in the Agnes training hall. The Imperial group also watched, waiting to see what Joshua would do. When he chose an iron rod, Joker took it as an insult and started ranting about disrespect toward the prince. The protagonist cut him off, saying Joker talked too much, then joked that maybe the Imperial Knights were chosen by how chatty they were. Joker snapped that MC's manners would be corrected and began explaining that the test would be a spar to measure his mana. Before he could finish, Joshua was suddenly right in his face with Lucia. At the last second, Joker managed to block the boy's strike. He was shocked by how dense the mana flowing through the staff was. Joker knocked the spear aside, scoffing that it was only a stick, and claimed he would lose once he got in close. But the protagonist had solved that weakness long ago, through brutal training. He swung from above and forced Joker to stop his dash and block. Joshua began gathering his mana. MC unleashed the first form of lightning slash. Joker met it with his mana blade and blocked the strike. Caesar was shocked that he could trade blows with a B-rank knight, but the red-haired man reminded him Joker was holding himself down to C-rank power. What impressed Valmon even more was Joshua's odd spear style. He couldn't figure out where the boy learned moves like that. Joker started falling behind. Worse, he realized that if he lost, the Duchess might have him killed. With no safe option left, the knight captain took a gamble. The protagonist judged Joker far stronger than his older brother. At the same time, controlling his own mana was getting harder, and the holy power in his body was close to crashing together. He was caught off guard when Joker used his mana sword to answer lightning slash with a counter. At that point, only Duke could stop what Joker was about to do, but the knight had no reason to hesitate. Duke was too far away, so Joker cut at Joshua with mana charge force. The blow made the boy cough up blood. Armstrong noticed Joker's power rise past B rank and realized MC was in real danger. But his father told the knight captain to stay put and keep watching. Joker asked if Joshua had blocked that strike by packing mana into 1 point, then warned it wouldn't save him twice. Driven to the limit, he poured all his mana into his spear. Joker sneered that gathering mana now was useless. The Imperial Vice Captain immediately told Joker to stop this madness. Their powers crashed together and burst out in a huge explosion. Duke watched the result without blinking. Caesar was stunned, and Valmon, who had shielded the young prince from the blast, was just as amazed. The training hall took heavy damage from the clash, and Joker was thrown back. He could barely accept what had happened. As Joker tried to understand it, Lucia, the demon god's artifact, returned to her true form. If this kept going, Joshua would lose to Sir Joker's high B-rank sword aura. While the protagonist gathered what mana he had left, Joker rushed him, mocking the effort as pointless. Joker thought one direct clash between his B-rank sword aura and MC's C-rank mana would tear the boy up from the inside and finish the job. To stay alive, he had only one choice: push his body past its limit. So he called for his strongest weapon, and it formed in his hand. The moment Lucia appeared, the colliding mana exploded through the training ground. The impact cracked the floor. Joshua stood there shaking, the demon god's artifact gripped in his hand. Chiffon was stunned to see the young master holding a magic weapon, while Caesar just kept smiling in amazement. Caesar asked Valmon if he'd seen enough. The vice captain didn't follow, so the prince explained that the protagonist was extraordinary, even without proper combat training. Only then did Valmon understand what the youngest prince meant. Worn out, Joshua asked Joker how the test went, leaving him confused. MC pointed out that he had parried Sir Joker's strike. Joker's temper snapped, and he swore it wasn't over. The Imperial Vice Captain stepped in, thanked Joker, and ended the mana evaluation there. Valmon was deeply impressed that a 9-year-old had blocked a B-rank attack during a C-rank test. He admitted he had wrongly judged the Empire's greatest genius as weaker when they first met. Then Valmon raised his voice and announced the 4th prince's decision for Joshua. He never cared about proving he was C-rank, but he was too tired to argue, so he let it happen. Even exhausted, he stood firm before the Imperial side without shaking. Caesar smiled and applauded the spear prodigy. The protagonist refused to show those traitors any weakness. He would wait and repay them with the same cruelty they gave him in his past life. Then Duke called for his son's attention. Concern in his eyes, Duke asked Joshua if he was hurt. That warmth from his father caught MC off guard. He had never seen it in his previous life. He said he was fine and walked toward the sword. Then he reached for the Imperial blade. That day, by lifting the Imperial sword, Joshua von Agnes became the youngest person on the continent to wield it. Later that night, Duke held a meeting. Aidan von Agnes sat focused as the key figures of the duchy gathered in the conference room. Count Menel, one of Agnes's vassals, asked for a report on the urgent matter. Armstrong explained that the scattered knights had returned to the duchy without warning, making the Count ask if the main order had come back early. The knight captain confirmed it and said a sudden surge of monsters from the forest had forced their return. The real reason they pulled back, though, was that a black ogre had appeared among the horde. Known as the strongest creature in Monsters Haven, it could rip people apart and usually required at least a 4th-class mage or a B-rank fighter with sword aura to match it. The council panicked at the news. They feared the Black Ogre might reach private lands and even wondered whether it could be controlled. Duke calmed them by saying he would handle it himself, which stunned the room. He then told Armstrong to move on to the next issue. Armstrong said the next topic involved the 5 duchies. The moment he heard that, Duke thought of House Fonte and guessed their daughter's visit was not just friendly. He told Armstrong to discuss that matter with him later in private, and Armstrong agreed. When Count Manel asked if anyone else had business to raise, Chiffin lifted his hand. He wanted to talk about the second son. The council started buzzing about Joshua becoming the youngest mana user ever, even surpassing his older brother, until the Count silenced them so Chiffin could speak. The captain of the Crimson Knights said the protagonist had long been ignored by the duchy and had once seemed so weak that people thought he carried the mana curse. He added that MC's jump to C rank was suspicious and too sudden to explain with talent alone, but the Count still didn't see where he was going. So Chiffin accused him of gaining power from demons or monsters, calling that the only logical answer. Armstrong said the claim was dangerous, but reminded him they had both seen something strange. Chiffin brought up the unknown weapon Joshua used, one that changed form like an artifact. He went on to say that an ordinary spear couldn't hold that much mana, and the force that parried Joker had to be demonic. The nobles began whispering that the protagonist might be using forbidden power, and that the Emperor would hate such a scandal, putting Duke at risk too. Duke listened while Count Manel suggested they investigate first, and the others agreed. Then Chiffin quickly proposed throwing the second son out of the duchy and sending him as far away as possible. Right then, the person they were discussing walked into the room. The entire council went quiet as Joshua passed by them. He told Chiffin to duel him directly if he wanted proof of where his power came from. That instantly set Chiffin off. MC said a real duel would show whether his strength came from some forbidden creature or not. Chiffin was trapped. If he dueled the Duke's son, he risked the father's anger, and if Joshua's power truly was his own, the captain of the Crimson Knights would be the one in trouble. He pressed harder, calling him a coward even though he was one of the 4 great pillars of the duchy. That insult got under Chiffin's skin and made his mana flare. Struggling under the pressure, the nobles reminded him to control himself in front of Duke. Duke Agnes ordered both the knight and the child to stop. Dean von Agnes said everyone, even the accuser, had missed one important detail about Joshua's evaluation. Armstrong explained that the Imperial Knights and the chief magician present there would have noticed any forbidden power if the protagonist had used it. With that, Duke cleared his son's name and shut the matter down. Chiffin said nothing when his lord asked whether anyone objected to his judgment. Still, Duke told MC he was not fully cleared yet. There were still many questions the council and he himself wanted answered. He added that the vassals were not the only ones curious about Joshua's growth. Duke Agnes had his own doubts too. To learn the truth about his son's power, he decided to take him with him into the Black Creature's forest. The nobles questioned that choice, worried it would harm his health, and urged him to send the knights instead, since his trip to Akkadi was close. Armstrong agreed, saying that would be safer for his lord. But Adam von Agnes reminded them who he was and where they stood. That left the whole council speechless. Duke then announced that Joshua would attend the Imperial Academy after the Black Creature's forest was cleared. He said that no matter what the council thought, his son was clearly a prodigy and deserved a fair chance under the unshakable rules of House Agnes. Chiffin grew uneasy. The protagonist was already strong, and he feared the boy would come back from the academy even stronger and beyond their control. To remove any threat to the first son's path to succession, Chiffin decided it would be better to kill his half-brother than leave him in the duchy. But Joshua had one request for his father, and it caught Duke's interest. He asked that Lady Lucia be allowed to go with him to Akkadi. Chiffin burst out, arguing that bringing MC's mother along would never happen while the Duchess was watching. He shot back that Chiffin was basically saying Duke needed his wife's permission just to move his mother to the capital. That made Chiffin quickly come to his senses. The Knight Captain quickly realized his comment would sound like he was taking Lady Vanessa's side, and that put him in a bad spot. Chiffin said he was only worried people might think the Duke favored the second wife over the first. Aden understood what he meant. Joshua thanked his father for letting Lucia go with him to Akkadi. Aden smiled at his strange, gifted son. The protagonist stirred something in him for the first time, something Babel never had. The Duke then asked if anyone opposed his ruling. One by one, the council members voiced their support for Duke Agnes's choice. Even Chiffin had no choice but to bow in agreement. Once that was settled, the Duke rose from his seat. He ordered Armstrong to bring the dismissed knight to his room after the Fonte House reports were sorted out. Joshua was told to come as well. Then Babel suddenly stepped in and asked for everyone's attention. Chiffin was stunned to see him there. Babel greeted the Duke at once, and Aden pointed out that he was late to the meeting. Babel said he needed time to collect his thoughts. The Duke liked the new air around his oldest son. Sensing Babel had more to say, Aden told him to speak freely. Babel stood and turned toward his younger brother. Joshua asked if Babel wanted to speak to him. Chiffin suddenly barked at MC, telling him to show proper respect to the Duke's heir in public. He glanced at him and asked if he was answering for Babel, which caught everyone's attention. The Spear Knight said Chiffin's loyalty had always been to his brother, and that his noble standing only existed because his father allowed it. Remembering his limits in the duchy, Chiffin backed off. He didn't want to lose the position he earned, so he brushed his outburst off as a simple comment. Joshua calmly explained that in this duchy, only those with real promise rise, and only those who prove their worth deserve to be heard. That only made Chiffin angrier since the boy was throwing the duchy's own rules back at him. Babel then told the knight there was no issue with speaking openly. The protagonist had a point. The Duke was pleased. The son who had been lost in self-pity was finally starting to look like a real knight. Babel told MC he wouldn't fall behind anymore. Now that he understood what it meant to stand on his own strength, he would go even further. Joshua agreed and noticed his brother's eyes had changed since their last duel. When the Duke gave him permission to continue, Babel refused to accept the title of confirmed next Duke. That shocked everyone, and they wondered if the eldest son was giving up his inheritance. Adedan asked if a talented rival had broken his fighting spirit, but Babel firmly denied it. Instead, Babel said he wanted to follow the family's rules and compete with him on equal ground. The Duke said he would consider the request. Babel thanked his father. With that, the Duke brought the meeting to an end. Eugogmus walked off. A faint smile crossed the noble's face as he felt his duchy changing into something unfamiliar. Still, he was eager to see where it would lead. Meanwhile, in Duchess Vanessa's room, she complained that Joshua would go to Acadie with his mother, and that her own son had stepped away from the heir's position. Chiffin confirmed it. Vanessa exploded in anger and hurled her bottle and glass off the table. She had been holding that rage and ever since the Centurions failed. Saying Babel was her whole world, she listened as the knight captain apologized for failing to keep him in place. But Vanessa said she didn't blame Chiffin. In her eyes, he was powerless here, and her son was just as stubborn as his father. She was sure Joshua could never truly replace Babel as heir, but even so, a tiny doubt crept in. If that ever became real, the Duchess planned to contact a mysterious man and tell him what had happened. Chiffin quickly assured her it would never come to that. Vanessa accepted that for now and asked what the protagonist would do next. Chiffin told her the boy was heading to the Loch territory with his father. Vanessa noted that the barren northern Loch land was a 2-day trip away. When Chiffin mentioned the monsters in the Black Creature's forest and said the Duke would handle it himself, she asked if he would then leave for the capital with his second wife. Chiffin said yes. So the Duchess decided to share a meal with Joshua, what she meant to be their first and last one before he left for the capital. The Imperial Knights began to move out. One Crimson Knight mentioned that the armored guests who came to test the second son were leaving today. Another told him to stop gawking and get back to work, since they were leaving too. That snapped him back and everyone hurried to get ready for departure. Joshua stared at something in his hand. It was the dawn ring on his finger. Aden told his son they would head to the capital after clearing the forest. But before that, MC needed to stop using his real name. The boy was curious. Then the Duke decided to give his second son a gift to help him. He explained that the dawn ring had been given to him by the master of the magic tower, after a favor long ago. Once filled with mana, the ring would form armor around its wearer. And since it came from the tower's master, he had likely made it himself. The Duke told Joshua to pour mana into the ring and learn how to use it. Smiling, he asked if something like this wasn't meant for the Duke's heir. Aden said the protagonist was only borrowing it, so it wouldn't sit unused in storage. But that wasn't his only reason. When MC asked what else he meant, the Duke explained that the ring's magic armor would appear the moment mana was poured into it. Each set of magic armor carried the symbol of a noble house. This ring was meant to fool the parasites around Joshua, because Aden had no intention of letting others steal from him. He told him to pose as a member of some made-up Viscount's house. The protagonist took that to mean his father wanted to protect the family name while also saving him from the hassle of high-ranking nobles. Then his father suddenly pulled him back to the moment. Aden von Agnes asked MC if he hated him. Joshua didn't know how to answer that. In 10 years, the Duke was supposed to die a meaningless sudden death in the war between empires. If he had reason to hate him, it was for neglecting him and his mother, until it led to her death. But in his first life, he barely even saw the Duke, and that resentment slowly faded. The protagonist wondered if healing those old wounds might let him and his father finally grow closer. The fourth prince said MC had just heard good news, then corrected himself and called him Sir him. He asked what the prince wanted. The prince, having heard the protagonist would move to the capital after the Black Creature's forest was cleared, invited him to visit sometime, saying it could help him. That made the young spearman pause. The imperial family could appoint any loyal knight to the Imperial Knights without the yearly exam or the 10 years of required service. Caesar said MC could use the Imperial Knights however he liked and leave whenever he wanted to. With an innocent smile, the fourth prince admitted he was greedy. He wanted Joshua at his side, so he was offering chances like this. Sir Sanders was sickened by the traitor's fake kindness and arrogance. If not for the two men behind him, he would have killed him on the spot with his spear. Still, to recover one of his old weapons from the secret Imperial warehouse that opened once a year, he needed to become a battalion commander in the Imperial Knights. But with the Black Creature's forest still ahead, the protagonist said he had to leave and focus on his duty. Sir Valmon sighed and said that if MC ever dropped his pride, his talent would grow a lot. Caesar just told the vice captain to cheer up and head home, and he agreed. The fourth prince was certain Joshua would be his someday. Just like that, the victim and the traitor parted ways. He swore that in this second life, he would never again let the youngest prince use and torture him like a puppet. A revenge-filled smile spread across his face as he imagined making his former best friend suffer. The expedition set out on white horses. With Aiden von Agnes at the front, the march to the Black Creature's forest was arranged fast. Even with the ruler of the duchy leading it, the group was surprisingly small. It included the only fourth-class wizard under Agnes' rule and a handful of Crimson Knights. There were also 100 fighters and the 2 earls, with Babel giving Joshua a strange look. At the border, an order rang out to salute the Duke properly. The guard greeted him with respect. Near the Black Creature's forest, Aiden calmed his horse outside the castle of the Locked Territory. The Duke greeted Robin. Robin, once a senior knight of the Clover Knights and a loyal servant of House Agnes, bowed politely. Aiden said he felt sorry that the retired knight had to work in such barren land, but Robin answered that serving the Duke while living with his family was honor enough. The Duke could hear the honesty in those words. Then the castle doors opened, and a man with a young girl came out to welcome the Duke. Viscount Vigo, Lord of the Locked Territory, and a relative of the Duchess, said he was thrilled to see the Duke, while his daughter Inna greeted him politely. Seeing that, Aiden wished he had gone straight to the forest instead. Robin apologized for the Viscount's rudeness, saying he should have been told first about Aiden von Agnes's arrival, and adding that retirement had dulled the old man's mind. The retired knight glared at Vigo in silence until the Viscount barked at him to act his age and live up to his skill. Duke Agnes stepped in and dryly said Vigo seemed to be settling in well, here judging by how much bigger he looked each time. Vigo took it as praise, and happily tossed the same comment back at the Duke. That made Joshua wonder, was this man shameless, or did he really miss the insult? Vigo lit up when he saw Babel. Calling him nephew, he said Babel's spirit was shining so brightly even a non-warrior like him could feel it. Then he added that Babel would soon lead the duchy, and asked who the protagonist was. Vigo's interest spiked when Chiffin introduced MC as an Earl of Agnes. He was even more shocked when Chiffin said Joshua was the Duke's youngest son. The Viscount looked him over and quickly guessed the sharp-tongued spearman must also be the Duchess's child. Chiffin leaned in and quietly corrected him. Startled, Vigo asked which noble family his mother came from. Chiffin had to correct him again. The protagonist's mother was a commoner. Vigo studied the youngest Earl more closely. His expression suddenly darkened. In a syrupy voice, he insulted the 9-year-old as an illegitimate child. Joshua met the insult with an icy stare. The air turned tense, so Duke Agnes cut in and asked Vigo if he had something important to handle. Vigo said he had prepared a simple meal for the Duke and his men. Aiden refused, saying the knights had rested enough on the way here. When the Duke asked if anyone needed a break, his knights stood firm. They all turned down the meal at once. With that, the Duke moved to leave. Then Vigo suddenly asked to join the trip into the forest. Though he lacked strength, he insisted that as lord of this land, he and his knights had to take part. His men also eagerly offered their help. Aiden stayed quiet for a moment. Then he asked about Vigo's daughter, pointing out she would be left behind in the castle. Vigo said there was no need to worry. His daughter could help with the mission. The Duke questioned bringing a little girl into such a deadly forest, but Anna insisted on going, and moved to prove what she could do. She focused and began gathering her power. Anna called out to the spirit. A small spirit appeared on her shoulder. Aiden's mage was stunned by the spirit's presence. Vigo proudly said his daughter had recently shown talent for spiritual arts. Sages are born with spiritual arts. They're even rarer than wizards, with fewer than 100 in a whole kingdom, even counting the weak ones. Joshua hadn't expected to see a sage here. Then he noticed Anna blushing at his older brother. He didn't remember any sage named Anna, but something about her felt familiar. Aiden agreed to let Vigo join. His own forces would guard the front, while Vigo's men watched the rear. Everyone else would stay in the middle for the night, and Vigo gratefully accepted. After that, the Duke ordered the group to move out. Aiden was already interested in having the sage Anna close. The girl kept smiling at the oldest Earl. Since she'd be traveling with them, the second son decided to watch her and remember her if she proved useful. The fat noble pulled Joshua out of his thoughts. With a cold stare, Vigo told the second son he'd be keeping an eye on him. Meanwhile, in the imperial castle, the son of Aveline finished hearing a report in the throne room. The emperor was clearly interested. To be sure, he asked if Joshua had really blocked Sir Joker's attack and struck back right after. Evergrande confirmed it, and the emperor asked what he thought of the boy. The court magician said he couldn't judge MC fully, since a knight uses mana very differently from a mage, so the emperor asked instead about the young Agnes's potential and Evergrande's general impression of him. Evergrande said he'd explain it in terms a knight would fit, and the emperor allowed it. He brought up a simple comparison, a fight between himself and Sir Valmond. With a hard look, the magician said the vice-captain could never beat him. The emperor agreed. Even Valmond, one of the empire's brightest talents, who became a battalion commander young, couldn't win. But Evergrande said Joshua was different, making the emperor picture his court magician losing to a 9-year-old. Evergrande denied that for now. He could beat him today, but in less than 10 years, that might change. That answer made the emperor smile. He had one last question. He asked who would win if the two fought head-on. Evergrande searched for the right reply, but nothing came out. The emperor found his silence amusing. He enjoyed it so much he regretted sending the prince to meet Joshua first, and wished he had gone himself. Then the emperor snapped his fingers. A man rose from black mist and asked if his master had called for him. The Emperor ordered Jaqen to make sure the Earl of Agnes spent a few days in the Imperial Palace. Jaqen replied that the youngest prince was already making moves. That surprised the Emperor. Jaqen explained that Caesar had sent a letter recommending Joshua to the Imperial Knights. The Emperor approved of his youngest son's method and said the 11th and 12th battalions full of recommended recruits had been bothering him for a while. He told Jaqen to report any changes involving the recommended Earl. To the son of Aveline, the protagonist was turning out to be very entertaining, and if the boy kept showing promise, the Emperor clearly had plans for him. Meanwhile, a red moon hung over the Black Creature's forest. The woods were crawling with monsters. Joshua was hit from every side by Lupina's Kerbals. For a moment, he thought he was finished. By sunset, the army had made camp. The Duke's men and Vigo's forces set up tents for the night. Duke Agnes met with Chiffon, Roran, and his 2 sons to plan the next step. Vigo rushed over and asked why they had stopped here to camp instead of pushing deeper in. The retired knight could only think that the man still understood nothing beyond his own comfort. Duke Agnes scolded Vigo for not paying attention to how the forest worked. When Vigo still looked lost, the Duke explained he meant the hours when monsters came out. At night, especially under a red moon, monsters pour out fast. Worse, their attacks had been growing more frequent and were frightening the people. There was no reason to enter the forest in the dark with poor vision, when the monsters would come to them on their own. Vigo praised the Duke's sharp thinking and admitted the idea had never crossed his mind. Adin then told him to help set up the tents if he truly understood, and Vigo agreed. The Duke ordered his 2 sons to stay in position, and they obeyed. But Joshua was thinking about something else. He picked up a branch. MC had been assigned to gather firewood with a few others. When the others said they were done, he told them he'd stay a little longer and finish up. The 2 men warned Sir Sanders to return before dark. Then Joshua let the branches fall from his arms. Mana gathered in his hand. The spear hero summoned Lucia into his grip. He would only get one chance, and with that the protagonist slipped into the Black Creature's forest. Vigo watched the boy head into the deadly woods. A cold look settled on the Viscount's face. Ancient mages named the Genesis Stone for its power to boost magic and its link to creation itself. People believed there was one for each element, but only fire, water, ice, wind, and lightning were known, and none had been found yet. The Genesis Stone could raise first circle magic to 3rd circle level, so both knights and mages desperately wanted one. Joshua remembered that one of those stones was hidden in the heart of the Black Creature's forest. The darkness made it hard for him to see. If he got the Genesis Stone, he could handle his huge power far better. After walking for an hour, he felt he was close and wondered if he had finally reached the deepest part. Then the ground shook. The earth trembled under his feet. Joshua was stunned when a black ogre appeared. He quickly hid from the monster. The black ogre stood right in the path to the forest's deepest area. Mimsy knew low-level magic barely worked on it, and normally only someone at B rank or higher could fight one, but there was still a chance. Black ogres hunt alone. If he could pour his different energies into his spear, he might kill it fast. Because the beast could sense anything within 10 meters, Joshua decided on a single jump and one strike to take its head. Then the red moon slipped out from behind the clouds. The black ogre released a savage roar. That crushing roar only made him more determined to finish it in one hit. But the black ogre suddenly attacked the startled second son. Joshua barely dodged to save his life. The punch missed him and smashed the ground apart. The protagonist struggled just to keep up. He slipped away from the beast's stomping foot. With no opening, the spear hero had to fall back. Joshua knew he couldn't fight a black ogre under a red moon and live. He ducked behind a tree. To make the black ogre move on, MC had to hide his presence completely. He had to use a stealth trick the Assassin King once taught him, even though he barely practiced it. He held his breath, shut out everything around him, and spread mana over his body like a cloak instead of aiming it at an enemy. Joshua stayed perfectly still. The black ogre came right up to him. Then the confused monster moved on. The protagonist was relieved the trick worked. After that, he kept pushing toward the forest's center. Even with his mana draining and his body struggling, Joshua forced himself deeper in. Then the branch under him snapped. MC dropped straight down. He hit the ground and wondered how he ended up flat on his back. That fall gave a monster the chance to find him. Joshua thought he was finished, when a pack of kobolds rushed out of the bushes. The kobolds lunged at him at once, but instead of panicking, he thought this might help him test something. The monsters came at him from every side. The protagonist spun his spear. Then he unleashed Gust, the second form of Stage 2 magic spearmanship, and tore through the pack. The blast threw every monster into the air. In one move, Joshua crushed the whole group. The monsters couldn't keep fighting. MC poured everything he had into that attack, but his body was at its limit. At last, the worn-out boy let Gust stop. Joshua wrongly thought he had mastered Stage 2, then figured his young body was the real problem, since he still couldn't use even half of his old strength. Judging by how the monsters were moving, they would reach the night camp soon, so he had to keep going. That made one thing clear. Time was running out if he wanted the Genesis Stone and still make it back to his allies. Meanwhile, under the red moon, the knights kept watch at the camp. One guard heard something in the bushes. A kobold jumped him, and he shouted a warning to the others. As one guard was taken down, another called for everyone to get ready. The battle between Duke Agnes's men and the monsters of the Black Forest had begun. One kobold hid behind a tree. It stayed back, watching the fight and listening to the knights. Outside the camp, kobolds and other monsters were already waiting. A mana-covered blade was about to meet an ordinary one. Babel cut down a kobold with his power. Another tried to rush him from behind, but Babel handled it with ease. Cain was also fighting hard. The Crimson Knight cut through a kobold without trouble. Watching him tear through the enemy, Babel realized Cain had to be at least C rank and was stunned to find someone that strong among the Crimson Knights. Then a loud scream made both Babel and Chiffin look over. More beasts were charging the camp. The next wave shook the warriors. Seeing how many monsters were coming, the knights started to panic, and one even suggested running. Chiffin shut that down at once. Anyone who fled would be punished, and ordered them to form a wall. The captain of the Crimson Knights told everyone to brace for battle. After that, the men steadied themselves and got ready. The beasts rushed the humans, and both sides slammed into each other. Babel cut his way through the horde. Cain kept fighting just as hard. Chiffin stepped in with a mana-charged strike. His blows smashed the ground and took out many enemies at once. Then something caught Chiffin's eye. Looking at the next wave, he realized the enemy force was far bigger than expected. This was because the red moon had come early, instead of rising tomorrow at midnight. Then a black ogre appeared. Its roar behind him put Chiffin on alert. A moment later, he was face to face with the black ogre. The timing couldn't have been worse. He was the only knight there above B rank. With no one else able to handle it, Chiffin had to try. In an instant, the beast's weapon was only inches from him. The black ogre slammed Chiffin into the ground. Babel watched in shock as the captain was beaten so easily. With no other choice, Babel and the rest started falling back. The knights knew they'd die if the monsters caught them. One cursed the endless kobolds, while another wanted to flee to the rear. Still reeling, Chiffin wondered if the red moon had made the black ogre faster. Then a knight in bright armor barked that they must not break formation. Chiffin felt a wave of relief when he saw Duke Agnes step in. Duke Agnes walked toward the enemy as a huge mass of monsters charged him. His eyes stayed calm. He dropped the first monster with a casual slash. Then the Duke got serious. One swing launched all his attackers into the air. His second strike hit even harder. When it was over, only torn-up ground was left. The kobolds froze in fear after seeing that power. Chiffin could only stare as his master erased hundreds of monsters with almost no effort. That was the might of Duke Agnes, one of the 9 stars of the continent. Then a figure started walking through the smoke. After cutting down many kobolds, Joshua pushed on. The boy reached the edge of a huge hole. He had found Bronto. Lightning began rising from the massive pit before him. Joshua had finally found the Genesis Stone. Back at the camp, Duke Agnes had cleared most of the battlefield. Even in the middle of battle, he stayed completely calm. Babel trembled at the sight of his father's overwhelming strength. Babel told him this was his father's power, and as his son, Babel should one day reach it too. He added that it was only natural for someone as young and inexperienced as Babel to be shaken by that much mana in a real battle. Then Babel remembered something important. He stormed up to Chiffin and angrily asked about a certain child, leaving the man in black confused. He meant the son of the second wife. Chiffin said Joshua was nowhere in sight, so Babel guessed the boy ran off in fear and sneered at his low birth. The soldiers started talking too, saying the protagonist was nothing like Babel and a disgrace to Agnes' blood. But the Duke snapped at them for losing focus when the battle wasn't over. His anger alone nearly crushed the knights. Babel poured mana into his sword. Then he charged ahead, trying to win glory for his house. The other knights followed with an attack of their own. Fired up by Babel, they all joined the push. The monsters finally turned and ran. One Crimson Knight cheered, sure they would all die before reaching the forest. Then the fleeing monsters were suddenly blasted into the air. The knights froze in shock. A whole group of black ogres had arrived, stunning Duke Agnes's forces. The giant beasts let out a terrifying roar. At the sight of them, the knights had no choice but to run. The other monsters got fired up by the ogres and attacked again, so the knights were forced back into battle with the kobolds. One swing from a black ogre crushed both monsters and men alike, yet the knights still fought on. Chiffin realized the many black ogres had made the battle far worse. Then a familiar aura made him look up. Joshua was in the air, ready to strike from above. His thunderbolt slammed into a monster's head. The lightning strike killed the black ogre on the spot. Bigo and Chiffin couldn't believe what they saw. Even his father was impressed. Joshua landed on the ground. At last, Sir Sanders had entered the battle. Chiffin was stunned that a 9-year-old had brought down a black ogre in one hit under the red moon. And MC had done it while only being C rank. Bigo refused to accept that, claiming the boy just used a trick and struck at the perfect moment after hiding. He even insisted the one who really killed it was the boy's father. Backing their lord, the knights said a C rank could only have gotten lucky since only a B rank could beat a black ogre, then rushed to support Duke Agnes. The knights charged back into the fight beside Duke Agnes. Joshua was done being looked down on. It hit his pride too hard, so he chose to show his real power even if his young body might break. If things went wrong, he believed his father would save him. The knights were growing desperate as they faced a full horde of the forest's strongest monsters. They were confused when Joshua told them to move aside or get caught in his attack. Lightning began to crackle around his spear. Even with high compatibility with the Genesis Stone, he still didn't know how much his body could handle. He leaped over 2 black ogres. Then the protagonist unleashed Thunderbolt Wind on both of them. Lightning lit up the sky. The blast hurled the 2 giant beasts away. Just like that, Joshua brought down 2 black ogres. But Thunderbolt Wind left him drained. Vigo dropped to his knees in disbelief. The knights were stunned that a C rank had killed beasts normally matched only by B rank sword aura or higher, all in one attack, and they started questioning his elemental mana. Some began to wonder if Joshua was a magic swordsman. Duke Agnes was shocked that his youngest son was still standing, and guessed MC was refusing to look weak in front of everyone. A magician approached the Duke, praising the boy's talent. As to explain it in simple knight terms, Armin struggled to do it. So Wizard Armin called him a monster who would shake the continent, because he had used the rare gift of the gods, double casting 2 spells, something that normally required a third-class master or higher. Before Armin could finish, the Duke suddenly dashed off. The protagonist had spent every last bit of power his small body couldn't handle anymore. As his vision faded, a black ogre raised its arm to crush him. The beast's fist cast a shadow over the collapsing boy. Duke Agnes arrived just in time, caught Joshua before he fell, and destroyed the monster in one blow. He had saved his youngest son. With that, MC finally passed out from pure exhaustion. The Duke erased the beast almost instantly. He rescued his child at the very last second. Joshua felt safe in his father's arms. His eyes started to close and he finally blacked out. When he opened his eyes, people were trapped inside a burning building. It was Duke Agnes's mansion. The sight left him confused. As he watched the chaos, he wondered if this was even real. It felt far too real to be a normal dream. Then a figure with a huge sword stepped out of the flames, and the people thought it was Aiden von Agnes, but it was actually the first Earl. Joshua couldn't understand why he was seeing the fall of the Agnes family, a disaster that should happen about 10 years later. The vision only made him more confused. Then he realized this had to be a precognitive dream caused by the Genesis Stone. If Bronto really caused it, then even the Grand Tower's wizards never truly understood how powerful Genesis Stones are. A strange wind suddenly swept through the air. Babel cried out as something slashed across his chest mid-air. Even in pain, he still managed to land on his feet. Babel faced a woman, and that woman was none other than Ava. Joshua was stunned to see the Viscount's daughter and Wincy Lion in his dream. At first, the protagonist didn't recognize her, but seeing the high-class spirit confirmed it and shocked him that this kind of clash happened with his family. To MC, the sight of the sage meant her teacher had to be there too. What annoyed him most was that he couldn't hear their conversation clearly. It felt like some kind of silence magic was blocking him. Then a person began to take shape inside the magic wind. The unknown man seemed to be speaking to the older Babel. Even though Joshua couldn't see or hear him well, he was sure he knew who it was. A moment later, Babel's image seemed to tell the man to stop talking. The older First Earl declared that his house wouldn't fall to some mixed group. The mysterious man appeared to answer him. Then when Sea Lion rushed the older Babel with its claws, the astral beast tore into the First Earl. Just like that, Ava defeated Babel, and the magic wind around the unknown man started to fade. At last, Ava's teacher's face was revealed. Joshua was furious when he recognized him. Then a bright flash swallowed the dream. He jolted awake, shouting the name Draxia Velgrace. He found himself in a lavish room. Bronto's user was certain he had just seen a precognitive dream. He wondered how long he'd been asleep, but the moment he tried to sit up, pain shot through his body. His young body still couldn't handle that much power. Even so, Joshua had reached the second stage of magic spearmanship. That put him at the peak of C rank, and with the same power he used in the forest, he could even fight the weakest B ranks. The boost came from the Lightning Genesis Stone, which might also be why he saw that future vision. The protagonist knew he needed to learn more about Bronto. Then he noticed his father by the window, quietly watching him with interest. The Duke spoke about the red moon, saying it looked ready to bring disaster, yet its light was strangely beautiful tonight. Joshua agreed. Then the Duke told him that once they returned to the Agnes Duchy, they would head to the academy. Adin reminded him to hide who he really was and act as the only son of the fallen Frederick Viscounty. He was supposed to play the part of a boy desperate to restore his family's old name. Joshua accepted the plan. He decided to fully take on that fake identity, keep attention off himself, and focus on regaining his former strength. But the Duke wasn't done yet. He said MC sometimes seemed strange, then brought up a name that made the boy tense. Adnan von Agnes asked about Draxia Velgrace. He carefully thought over what he should say. Silence filled the room for a moment, but the Duke eventually let it go. Instead, he told Joshua to rest because they would leave for the mansion tomorrow. The protagonist said nothing. Moonlight lay over Lock Castle. Elsewhere, the Viscount asked if the Duchess knew what was hidden in Lock Castle's secret room. Chiffon said Lady Vanessa did, which surprised him since she never moved to protect her son's place as heir. Chiffon explained she never had the chance until recently. The second son was just a stable boy, and no one knew how much talent he had. Vigo didn't buy that. Joshua awakened all that power on his own, especially when compared to his gifted older brother. After all, the Empire's greatest talent earned his rank through brutal training under one of the continent's 9 stars and careful teaching from infancy. MC had none of that, yet he killed a black ogre with power beyond C rank, so Vigo asked if any other C rank could do the same. Chiffon admitted no one at that rank could, which was why the knights suspected he might be a magic swordsman. Vigo rejected that idea and said another answer made more sense, catching Chiffon's attention. He said the easiest way to explain Joshua's sudden power was a pact with a high-ranking demon. Chiffon shut that down at once. His master and the Imperial Knights had accepted the protagonist, and none of them sensed any demonic magic. Vigo cut him off and called him annoying, saying it didn't matter whether MC had really made such a deal, which only confused Chiffin at first. Then Chiffin saw the smile on Vigo's face and finally understood what he planned to do to him. The protagonist had carelessly shown off power his young body couldn't control, and Vigo meant to use that talent against him by proving he was dangerous. When Chiffin asked what came next, Vigo said he would keep watching the young Earl, and luckily Anna would be attending the academy this year too, just like Joshua. Chiffin agreed that would make gathering information easier, and Vigo added that MC had to be watched closely because he could become a threat if he aimed for the Chiffin. Chiffin assured him the problem would be handled before that ever happened. A man in black watched as the Viscount left the room. Chiffin was left thinking about demons. By morning, Lady Cheryl was standing on the balcony of the Agnes mansion. Cox hurried over with urgent news. He told her the second son had finished his mission in the Black Creature's forest and would return home that day, where a grand feast was waiting for him and the others. Cheryl barely reacted. Cox was surprised. He expected her to be thrilled, but Cheryl was confused, because he had never liked Joshua before. Cox admitted that he once saw him as just a concubine's son, but now he saw him as the youngest mana user on the continent, and said Fonty couldn't solve everything with money. Cheryl asked what he was really getting at, so he asked if she knew why they were in the Agnes Duchy. She said it was probably connected to the mercenary king joining with House Cromwell, which was why her father gave her hand to the first Earl Agnes. Bavarian, the mercenary king, was the first commoner swordmaster to reach that level and stood at the very top of axemanship. He united mercenaries with no ties of their own, and was one of the 12 superhumans strong enough to challenge for a place among the 9 stars whenever they wished. The problem was that Bavarian had secretly sided with Count Cromwell, the richest man in Avalon after Fonty, which meant a territorial war was now close. Cheryl said that if the rumor was true, House Fonty could be ruined because they couldn't drag outsiders into the conflict. Cox agreed, saying both merchant houses were highly sensitive to rumors, especially one about territorial war. Any house chasing profit would move in during a quiet, unofficial war like this, and the one that acted fastest would have the upper hand. Cheryl said that explained why Cox called the superhumans people who couldn't be bought and why her father wanted her married to Babel to secure the Duke as an ally. Cox confirmed it. Now that she understood, Cheryl felt uneasy, even though she admired strength. Cox was puzzled because she would normally point out that she was the key piece in that plan. When Cheryl asked if they could ask Duke Agnes for help, Cox said no. The Duke wasn't like the mercenary king. She was still too young to fully understand how sacred a noble's pride was, even if it led to the fall of one of the 5 duchies, so her house chose not to ask for help, unless it became absolutely necessary. When Cheryl asked if he believed that too, Cox admitted he'd choose his house over his pride. She understood. He confessed that he didn't want to see her sacrificed for their Duke, and he knew that no matter how calm she acted, her heart wasn't with the first Earl. Still, as a vassal, he couldn't ignore the family's troubles, so he asked her to be honest with Joshua since she acted differently around him than she did around his older brother. Those words struck Cheryl deeply. Cox apologized, saying he only wanted the protagonist on their side, and asked Cheryl not to mind it. She instead told him to arrange a meal with the protagonist before she left. That made the Count light up, and he gladly agreed to her request. Cox then took his leave, promising to return with good news, and Cheryl thanked him for trying. After he was gone, Cheryl let out a long sigh. She quietly wondered if things would really work out. That night, fireworks lit up the Agnes Duchy. The Crimson Knights had finally returned from the Lochlands, so Agnes Mansion held its first big feast in a long time. As Joshua passed by, knights kept praising what he had done. Cain asked if he could skip the celebration, stressing the word Lord like he fully meant it. After what happened in the Black Forest, Cain made it clear he was serious about serving MC. He reminded him that he still had the right to refuse that loyalty. Cain only grinned and said his future lord would be smart enough to keep a man who might one day reach master rank. Joshua said Cain was bolder than he expected, and Cain took that as praise. Wanting to rest, the protagonist dismissed him and headed for his room. Cain wished him a good rest, and said he truly meant everything he said. He added that MC had much more than great skill to teach, and serving him would be an honor. MC said he'd think about it. With that, Cain stepped away and told him to call if he needed him. In his past life, plenty of people had wanted to serve Sir Sanders, but he turned them all down. Back then, he had sworn to be Caesar's sword, so he refused every follower, afraid Caesar would grow suspicious. He did it all for his friend, and that betrayal still burned in his memory. Joshua then remembered his father asking about Draxia Velgrace, one of the people involved in his murder, along with his oldest friend Hesser. A voice calling to him suddenly pulled him back to the present. An old servant asked if the young master needed a doctor, but the protagonist said no, and told him to continue. The servant explained that a meal had been prepared and everyone was waiting, but MC said he had already refused because he wanted to rest. The old man clarified that this was a separate dinner, arranged by Lady Vanessa, and Lady Lucia would be there. At those words, Joshua's eyes sharpened. The boy quickly opened the door. Inside, Chiffin was waiting with his mother and stepmother. Lucia was delighted to see her son, and he was glad to see her too. Lady Vanessa invited him in and said this would be their first real meeting. Chiffin told Joshua to mind his manners before Lady Vanessa, then suddenly noticed something off. The protagonist was staring with open hatred and anger. That look instantly put the Crimson Knight's captain on edge. Lucia gently told her son to greet the Duchess properly. MC introduced himself as a member of House Agnes. Lady Vanessa clearly didn't like hearing him use the family name so firmly. Still, she kept calm and said she had wanted to meet him properly before he left for the capital. Lucia looked confused, so Vanessa noted that she must not have heard the news yet. Chiffon explained that Joshua, now a C-rank knight, would go to the capital with his father to attend the academy. Lucia was overjoyed by her son's achievement. Vanessa said the dinner was to celebrate his talent. She also apologized for neglecting him and Lucia for so long, hoping they could leave past tension behind. Lucia answered kindly that she held no hatred toward the Duchess. Vanessa acted relieved and told the servants to bring in the meal. Servants soon entered carrying plate after plate. Joshua studied the food from where he stood. In an instant, he understood what the Duchess was planning. Once the table was set, the protagonist took his seat. Lucia told her son to be polite, while Vanessa said all this special treatment might make them uncomfortable. Lucia denied it, easing Vanessa's fake concern. Vanessa said she wanted to build a real bond with Lucia and Joshua. Lucia thanked Babel's mother for preparing such a fine meal. After that, she wished everyone a good meal. Smiling, Lucia cut into her steak. She was just about to eat the Duchess's food. Vanessa smiled darkly as Lucia brought the food closer. Right then, Joshua stood up and asked the Duchess to forgive him. He apologized for not greeting his aunt properly earlier, despite all the kindness she had shown him and his mother. Vanessa said there was no need, and told him to keep eating. MC replied that he could only accept such kindness once, even after this dinner in their honor, leaving his mother confused. He pointed out to Lucia that Vanessa had shown them so much care that most of the dishes had been placed on their side of the table. Lucia finally caught what her son was trying to say. Remembering how often he had faced death, Joshua said they should all enjoy these dishes together before he left for the capital. He had survived poison many times before, so he knew at once the food was tainted. He was sure the poison was ponderosa, a tricky pine-based toxin. He said this should be their first dinner together, shared by everyone. Vanessa tried to dodge it, saying she was on a diet and had only wanted to care for him and his mother. The protagonist answered that his aunt didn't need a strict diet when she was already so beautiful, and she thanked him for the compliment. But inside, Vanessa grew wary. The boy who had hidden his talent for so long might have recognized the poison, and he could one day become far too important. When she still hesitated, Joshua asked with a faint smile if the meal was poisoned. That set Chiffon off, and he shouted at MC for making such a disrespectful joke in front of Lady Vanessa. He met him with cold hatred and said the only insolent one here was Chiffon, for daring to speak that way to the Duke's son. Chiffon recalled the bloodthirsty glare the protagonist had given him from the start, and was stunned that a mere C-rank carried such killing intent. Turning to his father's wife, MC asked if his and his mother's food was truly poisoned, especially since Chiffon's reaction said plenty. Vanessa was furious that he had seen through her plan. Chiffon drew his sword and declared he had to act even if Joshua was the Duke's son. By imperial law, insulting a noble could mean death. Calling out to Lucia, he pointed out the nerve of a knight captain raising a weapon at him. With a fierce stare, he swore he would not forgive the poison in their food. Chiffon realized the protagonist's aura felt closer to B rank than C rank, and that he also carried a magic weapon with spatial power. Since he had already drawn his blade, Chiffon decided he couldn't back down. Joshua had to die before he grew into a true threat. Then a loud voice cut through the room, demanding to know what was happening. Elsewhere, the fourth prince sat by a fountain, quietly reading a book. The court magician appeared before the future traitor, and greeted him politely, and the prince asked why he had come. Evergrate pulled out a letter from House Agnes. Caesar guessed MC had made his choice and asked if the wizard had read it. Evergrate said no. Out of respect, he brought it straight to the prince. As he opened it, Caesar smiled innocently, and asked if the Earl of Agnes had accepted his offer. Evergrate was sure he had. In Avalon, every knight dreamed of becoming a royal knight, so turning it down would be foolish. The fourth prince began reading Joshua's reply. A sudden giggle escaped Caesar. The court magician was shocked to see the youngest prince laughing like a madman. Then Caesar angrily tore the letter apart, stunned by his answer. At last his real nature showed. Back in the dining room, Chiffon feared Joshua's growth more than ever, and wanted to kill him before he became a disaster. But the fight was cut off when the Duke stormed into the room. His heavy presence filled the place as he demanded an explanation. Chiffon froze, too ashamed to answer. Vanessa stepped in and said she had only invited her husband's second son and his mother to dine before they left the duchy. She stressed the word capital, making it clear he would be going with them. Hearing that, the Duke fell silent for a moment. Then he looked toward Lucia and her son. His gaze moved to the poisoned plate meant for them. After that, he asked his subordinate if he planned to keep his sword raised in front of him. Chiffon instantly put his sword away. Joshua also sent his spear away with teleportation. The Duke then told his son to go get some sleep, since they would be leaving early. The protagonist took his mother with him and the two quietly left the dining room. Once they were gone, Lady Vanessa showed how upset she was by her husband's sudden concern for his second son. The Duke asked the Duchess if she hated him. She said yes. He then asked why, and whether it had something to do with his youngest prodigy. At Joshua's name, Lady Vanessa finally snapped in disgust. She accused the Duke of always putting the duchy before her, and said she was done arguing. Vanessa added that she had royal blood and was forced into a marriage without love, so this wouldn't end here. If anything happened to Babel, she warned, the Duke would answer for it. She loved Babel more than anything, just like he loved his duchy. That was when the Duke cut her off and called her the disrespectful one. With his smirk, he said she was the one who crossed the line by doing something so vile. Chiffon and his lover instantly panicked. His cold stare made it clear. He knew about the assassination attempt. That stunned them both, and Chiffon realized his master had known their plot the whole time. Back in his room, Joshua thought his father must be hurting. Licia, still shaken, couldn't understand why her son hadn't warned her about Lady Vanessa. When she asked, MC couldn't find a good answer. Even after being reborn, he was still making Licia worry. Then Cain knocked on the door. Joshua was surprised when the knight brought up his dinner with the Duchess. Cain explained that the butler had told him about the meal with his father's wife. That shocked him, since the butler had also been tied to his murder. It showed just how far Lady Vanessa's power reached inside the duchy. Cain said sending the protagonist to Makati was the right move. The academy would be safer, the protagonist could grow stronger, and Cain could learn more from him too. Then he said he had a request for the spear knight. Dropping to one knee, Cain said he meant everything he'd told him before and asked for the chance to serve him. Joshua asked if he truly understood his goals, because strong followers would be needed for what lay ahead. Following MC meant walking a path full of death and blame, so Cain needed to choose carefully. After that warning, he asked if he still wanted to become his man. Cain answered that a real knight follows his master to the end, no matter how dark or bloody the road gets. So he offered his sword to Joshua, using his one chance to beg the youngest Agnes to accept him as his first subordinate. That brought a real smile to the protagonist's face. He gladly took the sword and accepted Cain as his knight. The next day, Duke Agnes and his son left the duchy with full honors. Worried, the Duke asked MC if he would really be alright, and MC said yes. Even if he looked like a fallen noble, having only one knight would still put him at a disadvantage. Joshua reminded his father that he had once lived as a stable boy, and said Cain was enough for now. That convinced the Duke, and he told his son to come along. But before Armstrong could send them off, Lady Cheryl stopped them. She apologized for interrupting and said it would be improper not to send them off properly before they left for the capital. Since Cheryl hadn't appeared when Count Fonsel and his daughter departed, the Duke had assumed she was sick. She politely apologized for worrying him, and the Duke was stunned by how ladylike she was acting. He admitted he liked the old Cheryl more, especially since he never had a daughter of his own. Count Cox was startled when Cheryl said she could always go back to her old self. The Duke laughed, seeing the real Lady Cheryl again, and invited her to visit the capital where her father was. She refused, saying she had promised to visit Cox's family instead. He told her she didn't have to, but Cheryl insisted she had given Anna Fonte's business partner her word. Then she lifted her skirt and stepped forward. Cheryl said she wanted to speak with Earlham alone, and he wondered what the brat wanted. It turned out she had a gift for him. The girl handed over her family token and asked him to visit House Fonte once he reached the capital. Count Cox panicked at once because he knew exactly what that gift meant. Joshua, though, was confused. So Cheryl explained that he should take it as an invitation to the Fonte duchy. Then the protagonist heard nearby knights whispering that Lady Cheryl had given her family token to the former stable boy, and one even guessed she liked him. They also brought up the rumor that she liked Babel, though they treated it like nothing serious. To them, the token was almost a confession no knight could reject, which put MC in a bad spot. Refusing would ruin his name, and that would make it harder to stay unnoticed while rebuilding his strength. Then he saw Cheryl tearing up, afraid he might shame her when she was only trying to make up for her past behavior. So Joshua accepted it and took the token from her hand. He wanted to leave at once, since the road ahead was long, and the Duke jokingly asked Cheryl if he was invited too. She happily said yes, so he decided to bring a drink from the Heart Kingdom for her father, who loved alcohol. After that, Duke Agnes said goodbye to Lady Cheryl and Count Cox. At last, Armstrong was able to send them off properly. With that, Joshua began his trip to Akadi, where he would join the academy and master his skills again. The Duke figured he didn't understand what it really meant to accept a noble lady's token. Meanwhile, at the royal palace of the Avalon Empire, the Emperor was told that Duke Agnes and the Spear Knight would reach Akadi in 3 days. He was also informed that the protagonist had refused Caesar's letter of recommendation to join the Imperial Knights. That left the Emperor stunned. A young boy had turned down the strongest knight order on the continent. Since Joshua, the Duke's second son and a half-blood noble, had rejected a chance to raise his status, the royals guessed he meant to rise and become Duke Agnes by his own power. But the report said otherwise based on MC's letter. In it, he wrote that he needed no help from Caesar and would obey only the Emperor of Avalon, as the law required. The Emperor burst out laughing, taking it as the protagonist's way of saying he'd challenge them alone. The mad ruler was thrilled to see Joshua trying to stand against the Imperial Knights, Avalon's pride. 4 days later, MC and the others reached the Agnes residence in the capital that the Duke had prepared for them. Lisa was amazed and asked if she and her son would really be staying in such a fine place. Cain said the residence hadn't changed since he was younger. He guessed Cain must have been close to the Duke to know this place, since he wasn't a noble, just a knight with talent. He figured he hadn't heard of Cain in his first life because the man either fell with the Agnes Duchy or never got the chance to shine, and the protagonist decided to repay that loyalty by helping him become a great knight. Cain laughed and said he'd only been there once, when the Duke tested him. The place was hidden well, unlike the other Agnes homes that were closely watched. Joshua liked the idea of training in a place this concealed, but it still wasn't fully safe because it stood apart from the other houses. Most of the people there would be maids serving his mother, and aside from Kane, MC had no one else. Since he wouldn't always be around to protect Licia, Kane alone might not be enough, so he told Kane he was heading out. Kane warned that he could get lost in the capital, but Joshua brushed it off and told him to watch over Licia. Kane agreed, thinking the boy just wanted to look around the city. Soon after, in downtown Akati, he stopped in front of a tavern called Wineglass from White Rolf. He thought the place would probably look the same even 10 years later, and wondered how the people inside would react to a child walking in. Then a man came up behind him, guessed he was lost, and offered to take him home. But the stranger froze when Joshua said he was looking for a red coin buried at the bottom of Lake Rolf. After hearing that code, the man told the protagonist to follow him. The protagonist knew he'd found the right place to meet an informant, someone who could tell him about his past. An informant had to blend in and pull strings without notice, and this ordinary-looking man fit that role perfectly. They entered the tavern, where only one person sat at the tables. The man told Ryan to register the boy for him. Joshua guessed Ryan was curious about a kid being there, but low-level informants followed orders without question. That was part of what made the business so strong. The man moved to a peephole and gave a signal. A second man opened the door for him and their young guest. As soon as it shut, the guide reached down and opened a hidden trapdoor in the floor. Joshua was impressed by how tight their security was. Trust was everything in an informant's trade, so bribing them for secrets wouldn't be easy. The guide warned MC to watch his step, because the stairs were dark. He followed quietly, taking everything in. They reached another door, this one guarded by a man. The guard stood in respect when the informant said the protagonist was a client. Then he opened the way for them. By now, Joshua could tell the guide held a high rank, judging by the respect he was getting. After what felt like too many doors, the man finally said they'd arrived. He told MC to go to room 3 and take a seat. He noticed a hole in the wall and guessed that was how information was passed through. Then the man asked what kind of intel he wanted. Instead of answering, Joshua asked if they were short on informants, since the branch manager himself had greeted him at the door. That startled the man, who asked how a little boy who knew so much about their group had figured out he was the branch manager. The protagonist explained that an intel network survives on secrecy. Its members can't know each other, or the whole group is at risk. He added that the main branch oversees all the others, so regular informants usually don't even know a branch manager exists. Still, the famous Spear Knight said this was mostly a guess, based on how everyone showed the man respect and how he reacted when MC named his role. Meeting him in person, the branch manager realized the rumors about Joshua were real, and that only made him more puzzled. He already knew the boy before him was Von Agnes, the son of Duke Agnes. The protagonist hadn't expected the man to recognize him. But the informant said he couldn't call himself one if he didn't know the Empire's most talked-about person. That meant the branch manager had seen through the Duke's efforts to keep MC hidden, proving skills like his could help or become dangerous if he sold what he knew. Still, Zero assured him that only a few people knew his real identity. Then he asked why Joshua had come. Room 3 clients normally got only rank 3 intel, but Zero chose to bend the rules and offer first-rank information. That left him confused. Why would an informant do this much for a stranger? Zero simply told him to think of it as an investment in the future. The protagonist didn't buy that so easily. He figured Zero would want something just as valuable in return. Then he stunned the man by bringing up rank 0 information. Before Zero could respond, MC cut him off and said their group wasn't supposed to pull intel from its clients. Zero apologized for crossing the line and got straight to business with the gifted boy. Joshua wanted to know where Count Orba's family heirloom had ended up. Since most of the Orba family's possessions had been scattered through the black market, Zero started tracing the whole chain. He asked for the exact date and time, so Zero said they would need a week, then asked if he wanted anything else. The protagonist worried that digging into other people's secrets could expose him, and if anyone found out, he'd be in trouble. But if he played this right, he could throw others off and reach both goals at once. So Joshua repeated what he had said at the tavern door, then added that the moon door would open for whoever found the token. Zero was stunned. Only a few people in the organization knew about that hidden token, yet this child knew it too. MC then offered to find it within 3 years as another investment for Zero. To Zero, the token shouldn't matter anymore, since the moon door's successor had already been chosen last year. Even so, he was shaken that a child planned to recover something lost for years. Before agreeing, Zero asked for the terms. He said no information about him or what he was searching for could ever be shared. His second condition was everything they had on Babel's future killer, Draxia Velgrace. That name shocked Zero again, especially with the mention of the Battle of God. Even so, Joshua decided the deal was worth it for a token that valuable. 2 months passed after that, and the protagonist spent his days trying to recover his primal power. He also did everything he could to move his mother to another Agnes estate. He wanted her somewhere safer than the lonely mansion, but Lady Lycia wished to stay by her son. In the end, Joshua's insistence won her over, and she agreed to move. Both of them felt relieved. Now only a week remained before MC would enter the academy, and he was sharing a meal with Kane at a restaurant run by the Imperial Palace's chef. Even so, he looked distracted. Kane picked up on it and asked what was bothering him. The protagonist was worried because the intel was supposed to arrive in a week, yet 2 months had gone by, putting his academy plans at risk. Then someone walked up to their table and pulled him out of his thoughts. It was Zero at last, and Joshua immediately asked why the report had taken 2 full months. Before answering, Zero glanced at Kane. The knight was staring at him like a threat. MC quickly eased the tension and told Kane that Zero was an acquaintance. Zero said he had found the information Joshua wanted, but it took 2 months instead of 1 week, because the details had to pass through many hands. Once Zero narrowed down the heirloom's last known location, he asked what the service would cost. Zero refused payment, calling it a small favor, since the request was minor and the item meant nothing special to their group. But when he tried asking whether the heirloom had unusual powers, the protagonist shut that down right away. So Zero dropped the subject and said the other request was still being worked on and he would be updated. He added that he'd charge for that one later, since informants get paid when the intel is delivered. Hearing that, Joshua guessed Zero would ask for something major when the time came. With that, the informant took his leave. Afterward, MC opened the information they had brought him. The Orbis magician family, one of Avalon's finest, had once been a strong ally of Rubrica. Long ago, its head became the first battle mage after defeating a knight who was close to becoming a master. The Empire didn't care much, but the magic kingdom of Terra was impressed enough that its king tried to recruit them. That move eventually led to the family's destruction by Avalon's royal house. That made Joshua wonder if the royal family had been purposely wiping out its nobles. Then one name on the page caught his eye. Baron Accent. Kane figured he meant Baron Accent, Provolone, better known as the Knight Merchant. According to Kane, the Baron was the fat noble's stepbrother, and had huge control over the black market, so much that nearly all goods passed through him first. That link between Baron Provolone and Count Vigo caught his attention. But before they could talk more, someone familiar approached their table. It was Count Rubrica and his daughter. By then, it was nighttime. In the capital, nobles usually live closer to the imperial palace the higher their rank is. But one grand mansion stood far from the center, owned by a man of low title and enormous wealth. That man was Baron Provolone, a major power in the underworld. Wearing a stiff smile, the nervous Baron received a visit from Earl Varenchen-Villez. The young Earl had come because the Baron failed to keep their deal on time. That sent the Baron into a panic. He argued that elves were rare and hard to get, so the delay wasn't his fault. Varen didn't care to hear excuses. He had contacted the Baron to avoid exactly this. After the man begged, Varen gave him 1 more week. The relieved Baron promised to deliver the elves by then, but Varen made it clear there would be consequences if he failed. He warned that he could destroy the Baron's rich, comfortable life, and that threat clearly hit home. But the moment his guest left, the Baron's face twisted with hatred. He started cursing the brat until his butler brought him water and urged him to calm down. The worried servant wasn't sure his master could find such rare elves in so little time. The Baron knew it too, but he had no choice. One move from that boy could ruin him. Varen was the sole heir to the villa's marquisate, trusted by the imperial family and backed by serious military influence. This was Varenchen-Villez, a boy fully capable of crushing the Baron. Soon after, inside Varen's carriage, his aide asked if the Baron could really meet the demand in 7 days. Varen said that was basically impossible. That confused the knight, since his master already knew how unreasonable the order was. Varen explained he hadn't extended the deadline out of mercy. Then he asked what mattered most when leading subordinates. His answer was simple: reward and punishment. In his view, a spoiled subordinate only moves when fear pushes him. He said punishment works on rich and poor alike. Once the Baron failed to get the elves, Varen planned to break him completely, then spare him while he was terrified, turning him into a loyal servant. The aide praised the plan as Varen said he wanted something to eat. He decided to stop for a meal on the way, so he ordered the driver to head for a good restaurant. Not long after the carriage arrived. At the same time, back at the palace chef's restaurant, Kane politely greeted Fonsel, who was glad to see both him and Joshua. The kind count apologized in case he had interrupted their meal. The protagonist remembered him as one of the few truly decent nobles. Count Rebecca was gentle, sickly, and always respectful. He treated everyone the same and almost never complained. Sadly, those good traits made him a joke to other nobles. But commoners admired him deeply, and he always put his family first, just like his daughter who recognized Joshua by his hair. MC didn't remember the talented mage as someone who talked much. Her voice even grew quieter when she spoke to the Duke's second son. Then the moment was cut short when Varenchen-Villez barged into the restaurant. His eyes quickly landed on young lady Rebecca. He looked her over from top to bottom and praised her beauty. Varen leaned in and asked what noble house she came from, but the shy girl said nothing. At once his servant stepped in, announced Varenchen-Villez's name, and demanded she show proper respect. Kane recognized the boy's father as one of the most powerful men among the 12 great families, and he wondered why the villa's heir had come to a place like this. Count Fonsel quickly moved between them, apologized for his daughter, and said it was an honor to meet the only son of House Villez. He then introduced himself as Count Fonsel Jin Rebecca. Kane confirmed Fonsel's identity to Joshua. Varen still demanded an apology, saying Count Rebecca had failed to teach his daughter proper manners. Offended, he kept pressuring the girl to apologize. Kane knew the real insult was to Count Rebecca. A spoiled kid was using his family name to act important and bully his daughter over a casual meeting. Then Varen shoved Count Foncel aside and kept barking at the timid girl. When she tried to explain, the young earl cut her off and yelled for her to greet him properly. That was when Joshua stepped in and started mocking the brat. He said Marquise Villas must have a hard time, knowing his only heir was this reckless and childish. That jab made Varen even madder. His knight drew his sword and declared that kind of disrespect deserved death, then demanded Joshua's name. He calmly reminded him that any knight should know what it means to point a sword at someone. His eyes turned sharp as he warned the man would pay for drawing that blade. The knight started to tremble as a terrifying pressure filled the room, and he realized it was all coming from the boy in front of him. Frozen in fear, he could only listen as his master ordered him to punish the loudmouth before them. Then the protagonist Van Agnes gave the false name Asher Van Frederick. Varen tried to remember where he had heard that name, but Asher told him not to bother. Soon enough, he'd never forget it. Later that night, under the moonlit castle, the Count lay unconscious while his daughter met a mysterious man and agreed to speak with Jewing, who had arrived sooner than expected. The masked man said he came as fast as he could after her sudden call and asked why she needed him. The Count's daughter told him a hidden powerhouse had appeared in House Agnes, so Jewing guessed she meant the first son, but Anna meant Joshua, the Duke's second son, the one who easily beat his older brother. Farington was stunned and scolded Anna for not reporting MC sooner through the communication artifact, but she told him to stay calm. Asher Agnes would likely spread the rumor to raise its standing, giving them leverage in this time of so-called peace. Farington agreed, though with every nation eager for war, he wasn't sure this era could be called peaceful. Every country was gathering as much strength as possible, and while commoners might cheer that, their rulers only saw another chance to use that power in war. Anna explained that no nation starts a fight. It knows it will lose, so everything depends on information. Good intel can stop wars before they begin. Jewing finally understood. Joshua's existence could throw off all their plans, and one wrong move might ruin everything they had prepared. But Anna said she already had a plan. She would enter Akkadi's academy. That only confused the masked man more and made him worry about the Agnes Duchy. Annabelle Grace reassured him, swearing on her name that it would work. She had decided to make the prodigy her ally. Back at the restaurant, Varen guessed Asher Van Frederick was some rural noble, since he had never heard of that house. Joshua gave him nothing. Furious at being ignored, Varen decided to punish him for it and ordered Asher to beg for his life if he wanted to be spared. He didn't take him seriously at all. Humiliated, Varen told Muka to crush the insolent boy and restore his honor. Muka, planning to finish it in one strike, obeyed. Even though Joshua's killing intent scared him, he still saw only a child and thought it was a waste for someone so young to die. But the protagonist coated his fist with mana and stopped the sword bare-handed. Both Varen and Muka were left speechless. Then Asher struck back with a punch to the knight's stomach. Muka let out a cry of pain and dropped to his knees, unable to endure it. Varen was horrified. His B-rank knight had been overwhelmed by a bare-handed mana user. Worse, that fighter was just a kid. Joshua looked at Varen and said spoiled brats like him only learn through force. Varen then demanded to know who he really was. MC kept using the name Asher Van Frederick, while Varen rambled that the Fredericks were nobodies, and he was the Earl of House Villas, one of the 12 families. He shut him up with a punch to the face, sending him flying across the room. Varen dropped unconscious on the spot. Joshua grabbed the knocked-out boy by the collar. He was still ready for more and wanted Varen to wake back up, when someone suddenly begged him to stop. It was Muka, pleading for mercy and asking Asher to spare his young master. Terrified, the knight guessed his opponent had to be A-rank to use mana with his bare hands, and wondered if the Frederick house was some hidden power. Joshua only reminded him again what happens when a knight draws his sword carelessly. A killing aura rose from him as he said he never lets people who wrong him go free. That sent Muka into a panic, so the knight bowed low and begged again for Varen's life. He even offered up one of his limbs or his ability to ever fight again, because a knight who fails to protect his lord is a disgrace. Joshua stood there silently, watching that act of loyalty. It reminded him of the people who gave their lives for him in his past life. Even so, Asher refused to let the arrogant brat off completely, and yanked something from Varen's neck, leaving Muka confused. The protagonist said he was staying in Akkad and told the knight to have his master come get the family ring before he sold it on the black market. Kane was impressed by the move, but Joshua told him not to copy his bad habits. Still arguing, the two walked off, leaving Count Foncel deeply impressed. Iselin looked like she wanted to say something. After a polite nod, she excused herself and left her father behind to follow the Earl. Count Rebecca then looked over at the defeated Muka and his unconscious master and kindly offered to take the knight to a doctor. Elsewhere, beneath a statue, two men were in prayer, when a sudden scream cut through the silence. It was Varen, raging after learning that Asher had left his face ruined. He ordered Muka to bring him the boy, but the knight refused. Varen answered by kicking and insulting his loyal servant. He swore Muka would be punished for his failure as soon as they got home. Then he ordered him to return and gather everything he could on House Frederick, because he planned to slaughter Asher's family in front of him. But Muka refused, saying there was no reason for such madness. Varen insisted it was justified. Asher had insulted him, the only son of Marcus Villas, Muka pointed out that no one would believe they had been beaten by a child, and if they did, their house's honor would be destroyed. Varen refused to listen and kept insisting on wiping out House Frederick, until Muka finally raised his voice and shut him up. He said a noble's honor matters as much as the family name, more than the noble's own life. If Marcus Villas learned what they had done, both of them would be punished. But Varen wanted to handle things his usual way and erase all traces before word reached his father. Then he accused Muka of being scared of Count Fonsel Rebecca, but Muka said there was already proof of what happened. Varen was stunned to hear that his family token had been stolen by that boy. Not believing it, he reached for the ring to show Muka, then panicked when he realized his dawn ring was really gone. Muka told him Asher's terms, all while thinking how shameful it was that their family token had been taken by force. He urged Varen to think clearly before acting, because making an enemy of someone like Joshua was dangerous, but Varen thought it was humiliating to go in person and apologize to the one who attacked him. So Muka suggested sending someone else in his place to recover the ring, and that idea caught Varen's interest. Meanwhile, Joshua and Cain talked about how Varen would react to losing the family token. Sure, he was too proud to come himself. MC guessed the boy would send someone he trusted instead. Cain was curious where this was going. He said he had heard a rumor that Varen Shen Villas was the real ruler of the capital's underworld, with Count Problem acting as his puppet. Cain was impressed. He had thought the protagonist punched Varen out of anger, but it had all been part of a plan. At this rate, MC might grow into someone even greater than Cain had imagined. Then someone cut into their talk. It was Lady Iselin, who came to thank Joshua for protecting her. He told her not to bother, he hadn't done it for her. She still thanked him, saying Varen's rage might have fallen on her house too if he hadn't stepped in. The protagonist couldn't help noticing how different the young Iselin was from the cold-blooded killer. She would one day become famous across the continent. In his past life, she was known as the Archmage Iselin, a name that suited the grown woman she became, not this child. Lady Rebecca then promised that she and her father would help Joshua if he ever faced trouble. MC said she didn't need to thank him, just repay him with a favor someday, as a sign of gratitude. That made her brighten up, and Lady Rebecca happily agreed. Then he glanced outside as a grin spread across his face. A flash of light appeared on top of a building. Someone was racing across the rooftops. It was Zero, irritated that Joshua Sanders had noticed him. Zero took pride in never being noticed, but now he had to change course. The report he got about the boy had been right. The protagonist hadn't found their group by accident, and if a Spear Knight already knew about them, Zero could only wonder what his master would do next. The Baron arrived at the restaurant. He paused there, quietly getting ready for the meeting. There, the bald noble ran into Count Fonso Rebecca, who had thrown out his back after taking Baron and his daughter to a doctor. Inside, Joshua waited calmly. He had expected Baron Accent Problem to come as the stand-in. He greeted the young Frederick with perfect manners, though he was surprised to see such a small child. Cain was just as shocked by Baron Problem, since he held far more influence than most nobles with the same rank. After a proper greeting, the bald aristocrat introduced himself as the Villas Earl's representative, and politely asked Joshua Asher to return the family token. MC refused, saying he'd melt the ring unless Baron Shen Villas came in person. The Baron grew irritated and tried to bargain, reminding him the Marquise's son was still unconscious. He agreed to talk, but only with Mucha. He framed it like he was doing the Baron a favor, and told him to pass that along. Problem was stunned when the protagonist brought up the costly rings from the capital. Cain couldn't help thinking his young master was downright ruthless, stealing the Baron's ring without changing his expression. Joshua, though, saw it as simple payment for the favor he had given that bald noble. Even so, Cain still didn't understand why MC wanted those rings. The ring in his hand was actually Elf Tear, the Orbis family heirloom. Long ago, humans began hunting elves out of greed and fear, and the elves came to hate them for it. In response, the elves gathered in the far south of the continent, where they raised a barrier around their forest to hide from mankind. Nearly all of them died doing it, except one. The surviving high elf, called Alubis by humans, became the one all elves followed as their king. Her old friend Exreth Dyke Orbis had vanished with his house long before that, and he was the last person who knew where the forest was. Joshua believes someone secretly killed him while trying to learn the forest location. Since the elves' forest is still hidden even now, Exreth must have stayed loyal to his friend until the end. The Elf King later came to the continent herself to confirm his death. There, she found his last child living as a servant under other nobles. Heartbroken, the Elf King took the girl's hand and wept as the ring on it absorbed her tears. That was how the artifact called Elf Tears was born. Soon after, the last Orbis died from illness. The family's fate was cruel, but people said their heirloom still held secret power. Lost in thought, Joshua returned home with Cain. He stopped and thought things over for a moment, then decided to ask something important of his servant. It would help both of them, because the protagonist wanted strong allies he could trust, not dead weight. He wanted Cain to return to the Agnes Duchy after MC entered the academy. Cain hesitated. If he left, Joshua would be stuck as Lady Leisha's escort, and a country noble with no personal guard would become a joke. Worse, his temper could drag him into trouble. That was why Cain insisted on staying with him. On top of that, Varys Shenvillas would also be attending the academy. The protagonist promised he would stay quiet and avoid trouble. Still, his real request was something else. He wanted Cain to go back to the Agnes Duchy and learn swordsmanship from his father, the Duke. He made clear it wasn't an order, only a request. Kane was stunned to see Joshua bow for something like this, and he realized it must be the Duke's wish as well. He quickly told MC to lift his head. Someone like him should never bow to those beneath him. Kane agreed, but only if he granted him one favor in return. The protagonist asked what he wanted. Kane said he wished to serve only the second son and no one else. Joshua swore on his name and accepted the condition. In return, Kane asked MC to keep him by his side from then on. Between the continent's four great empires stood a massive ivory tower. It was the Magic Tower, the pride of all mages. Inside, an old man called out for void, lightning, and flame. He was Aeon Dun Perry, the Tower Lord, the first 7-class mage, and the head of the 7 mages. He demanded to know why those seats were empty. Marcus, the Earth Mage, replied that Lightning had left 2 days earlier, while the other 2 were cowards who could run off at any time. Annoyed, the old leader began their 27th meeting, focused mainly on the Genesis Stones. Stetta, the Storm Mage, liked how direct the Tower Lord was and got right to the point. Marcus told him to watch his tone, which only irritated Stetta more. Aeon Dun Perry was surprised Stetta had shown up at all, but the Storm Mage said this meeting mattered. Magma had been stolen, and now Marcus was reporting that the Lightning Stone had vanished too. Stetta was stunned by that news. Only the Magic Tower knew about the Genesis Stones, so no one could tell whether the thieves understood what they had taken. Ishia, the Ice Mage, warned that if they did know the stone's power, things could get very bad. The old Tower Lord said they had a lead on Magma's new owner, but the one who took Bronto was still a complete mystery. Stetta guessed the Lightning Mage had simply gotten scared and run. Marcus, however, had intel that might connect to Bronto's disappearance. A rumor said a magic swordsman had been seen near the stone's last known location. That revelation shocked the room. Ishia wondered if this could be the one they had been waiting for. Marcus shut that down at once. The so-called magic swordsman was only a 9-year-old child. Everyone was stunned by his age. Aeon Dun Perry settled them and asked whether the child was in the Avalon Empire. Marcus confirmed it, and that was where Lightning had gone too. Fearing the rumor might be true, the Tower Lord ordered Marcus to handle the Magma case at once. Ishia grew angry and tried to push the topic of the magic swordsman, but Aeon Dun Perry attempted to calm her. She refused to let it go, and Marcus finally added that the child couldn't be the man they sought, because he was the second son of Duke Agnes. Stetta got annoyed that Marcus hadn't said that from the start and had been calmly drinking tea instead. Then a sharp slap on the table cut through the room. The Tower Lord warned them not to jump to reckless guesses when nothing was certain, then ended the meeting and dismissed everyone. Stetta and Ishia looked at him in uneasy silence. Once they were gone, only Aeon Dun Perry remained, wondering whether these sudden shifts would lead to something good or something far worse. Back at the residence, Joshua began casting a powerful spell. He struggled through the chant as he spoke the magic words. Kane stared in amazement. He was using runes, a language known only to top mages, and Kane started wondering if he really was a magic swordsman. When the spell finished, a ring of light wrapped around Elf Tear, then gently dropped into Joshua's hand. Kane rushed over to check on him, but the protagonist was unharmed. He asked about the High Elf whose blessing had let MC learn rune language, but he couldn't explain that. He only said the 7-class High Barrier spell strengthens a link to spiritual arts and shields the user on its own. That was the only part he knew. With a serious look, Kane asked if he could become the ring's new owner, but the artifact couldn't be used by men. It had been made for the last daughter of House Orbis, so Joshua considered giving it to Lady Lycia. Elsewhere, someone reached for a crystal ball. A hand touched the item. It was Zero, calling from a dark room. The branch manager politely greeted his master. She was surprised he contacted her so suddenly and guessed it involved Joshua Sanders. Zero admitted there was a small problem with the boy who knew far more than expected. His master said she already knew the protagonist was unusual, which caught Zero off guard. Then she revealed the Magic Tower was searching for the Duke's second son. Zero was stunned and asked why the Magic Tower wanted him. They had mistaken Joshua Agnes for a descendant of Enslot, a man the 7 mages had searched for years, and one of them had already gone to investigate him. They might even use the Genesis Stones as an excuse to keep tracking the boy, though that wasn't the biggest issue right now. Like Enslot, MC had become the focus of several great powers. Avalon, the Magic Tower, and even their own organization. Zero fell silent. His master wanted to meet the Spear Knight herself, but internal conflict in their group made that impossible. That could change if he recovered the red coin. Zero vowed to bring the token back to the organization. His master accepted and left that dangerous mission to him. Then the call ended. Zero was more determined than ever. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious figure stood in a forest surrounded by lightning, facing a man tied to a dead tree. The prisoner was none other than Viscount Vigo, but the wizard told him to quit muttering and watch closely. A pack of black ubbers rushed them as the mage started casting. Mana flooded the area, and lightning crackled in every direction. Then the spell Lightning Rain was unleashed. Every beast was hit at the same time by bolts that wiped them out with no effort at all. The Viscount was stunned by that terrifying power. Just like that, the whole horde of black aubers was gone. The wizard walked up to Viscount Vigo and asked how his strength compared to Joshua's, but the man still couldn't answer. So the lightning mage removed the seal on his mouth and asked again how he measured up against the protagonist. Instead of answering, Viscount Vigo started yelling that he was a noble of the Avalon Empire and the wizard would pay for this. The mage stepped closer to the trembling aristocrat and said he came precisely because he didn't care about the empire. Then he demanded the same answer again. Compare him to the young magic swordsman. Even a low-level mage like Vigo could tell this lightning mage had far more raw power than Joshua. So the mage decided MC wasn't connected to Enslot, since he used lightning differently. Even so, he chose to meet him, though entering the Agnes Duchy wouldn't be easy. But Viscount Vigo said his captor had the wrong plan. The protagonist should be at the Academy of Akkadi by now. That made things even harder. Sneaking into the Agnes Duchy was bad enough, but the capital was packed with monsters like Duke Agnes. Then the mage was caught off guard when Vigo offered to help. The fat noble hated Joshua so much that he was ready to help kill the Duke's second son. The mage found that funny and doubted this man could do anything useful for him. Still, Vigo noticed the marks under his eyes, guessed he was a 6th class mage, and realized he was one of the 7 mages, the lightning mage. He even called him by name, Jack Stirrups, which made the mage pause. Vigo offered his Avalon connections to help Jack, saying information was power in the empire. Even with little time, the lightning mage refused to team up with some unknown noble. With a cruel smile, Jack said it would be a problem if his identity got out. Vigo instantly understood he was about to die as thunder rolled overhead. He hurried to argue that killing him would bring consequences, but a huge bolt of lightning crashed down and struck him. After that, Jack turned and left, sure no one would care about the Viscount's death. A few years later, Joshua entered the academy along with more than 1,000 other noble children. The school had 6 grades. Students moved up only by passing exams, and graduation worked the same way. If all went well, MC planned to reach stage 5 in magic experimentation during his school years, just like in his past life. While other students had servants helping them, he looked for his room alone. He figured they brought helpers so they wouldn't look like commoners. At last, Joshua found his room. He was surprised by how big it was for just 3 students. The protagonist only hoped his roommates wouldn't be like the villa's earl. He wanted some peace and quiet. Then someone suddenly arrived and caught his attention. It was another first-year student carrying a pile of bags, and he asked MC for help. Once the luggage was put away, the boy let out a breath and thanked Joshua for helping him. With a bright smile, he introduced himself as Agare's Kun Douglas. He was glad to meet someone like that, especially compared to the other kids busy showing off. He introduced himself as Asher Van Frederick. Agares didn't know that house name, but he happily said they should be friends anyway, since they were both freshmen. Their talk was cut short when a third student entered the room. His name was Icarus. Agares clearly wasn't pleased to see Icarus there, while Joshua was too shocked to say anything. He recognized the boy at once, the future genius known as the Heavenly Brain, Icarus. Years later, after the empire was weakened by war, the first and second princes would clash in a civil war after their father vanished. That war would last 10 years, killing thousands and tearing noble families apart. But it would end with the second prince's defeat and the first prince taking all his power. 2 people played the biggest part in that victory. One was Caesar von Britain, who became a hero for ending the war. The other was Icarus, the brilliant tactician who practically handed the first prince the win. Icarus felt awkward when both roommates stared at him in shock. Then Agares rushed over and hugged him, happy to see him again. Icarus looked glad to be sharing a room with Agares too. Agares was already excited to spend the year rooming with his friend. Joshua was surprised they already knew each other, since they were both new students. He wondered where they'd met, especially since he'd never heard of Icarus having a friend. Back in the south of Avalon, in the rural harvest estate, a baron who had no children adopted a young attendant named Icarus. That made him a joke among the nobles. At the academy, Icarus was bullied constantly and treated like a commoner, leaving him alone. But one person showed him real kindness, the oldest prince, Caesar von Britain, who gave him chances to grow stronger. Because of his own miserable childhood, Joshua couldn't ignore that cruel fate, especially knowing Icarus would later die because of the prince he trusted most. So the protagonist introduced himself as Asher von Frederick to the unlucky genius. Icarus introduced himself in return, and MC felt this meeting was fate. He decided then and there to make Icarus his ally, no matter what. Later, back in Agnes, the new owner of the elf tier was happy Joshua had entered the academy. But Lady Lycia was still sad she couldn't attend the entrance ceremony herself. He had stopped her thinking her presence would only cause trouble. Understanding that, his mother thanked Cain for always staying by the protagonist's side. Cain said the honor was his, then dropped the formal tone for a moment to praise her son. Their talk was suddenly cut off when someone entered. It was Duke Aiden himself, asking if Lycia felt comfortable in her new home. She thanked him for his kindness, and as he turned to leave, he told her she could speak to him if anything troubled her. The servant with the Duke also excused himself, and the 2 men walked off together. Lycia and Cain watched them leave. Then the servant spoke to his master. He apologized for overstepping, and asked if bringing Lady Lycia to the capital might provoke the Duke's first wife. Aiden replied that the man knew how great Joshua's talent was, but they also couldn't overlook the first son's ability. So the servant suggested the Duke should finally choose his heir. Aiden knew he was worried about the Agnes bloodline, but Babel was still his legitimate son. If MC were officially given the Agnes name, the whole house could fall into chaos. Still, the Duke started to speak on bloodline and legitimacy, then stopped himself. For now, he wanted to watch both sons a little longer. Even so, the thought clearly weighed on him. It was time for the first class after the entrance ceremony, and Joshua finally understood how his roommates were connected. The two boys were well known at the academy, but not in a good way. Soon, some students started mocking them, calling Agaris illegitimate and Icarus a former commoner. The leader of the bullies was Amaru Bronze Sten. Joshua recognized that family name right away. The boy looked just like Count Arid Bronze Sten, one of Avalon's masters known as the Master of the Sword. Amaru mocked Agaris and Icarus, saying they were too useless to even pass the first year. He noticed their yellow ties marked them as second years, unlike his first-year friends with white ties. What really caught his eye, though, was Amaru's shared history with Agaris. Amaru shamed Agaris for being illegitimate and said he was embarrassed to have once called him a friend. Agaris stepped in to defend Agaris, but Duncan Paul Dunitz cut him off, acting like he had insulted House Sten. He claimed that insulting Amaru Bronze Sten was the same as insulting him. Agaris tried to answer back, but a punch smashed into his face. It was Duncan, calling Icarus livestock as he hit him. He said a commoner speaking to them was insulting enough, then sneered that being adopted by some country noble didn't change what Icarus was. Agaris moved to help, but the third bully kicked him hard in the stomach. Then Amaru noticed Joshua walking toward them. The protagonist was sickened by the way they treated the two boys like animals, and he was ready to break that smug attitude. But Amaru suddenly looked past him and froze in fear. The person behind him was Caesar von Britain, the fourth prince. Everyone rushed to greet the prince, but Caesar only spoke to Joshua. Baron quietly asked Mukit if Asher really knew the fourth prince, and Mukit wasn't sure. That only made MC more suspicious. His house name meant nothing, yet someone from the imperial family cared about him. So the villa's earl ordered Mukit to go to Moon's door and dig up information on the mysterious boy, determined to ruin him and his family. Mukit wanted to refuse, since Asher had only returned the ring after Mukit apologized to Count Fonsel and his daughter for his rude behavior. The servant had also sworn on the villa's name that he would keep his earl from doing anything reckless again, and he accepted that duty. So Mukit stood before his young master and warned that breaking that vow would stain both Marcus' honor and the mark he carried. Baron answered by hurling a glass at Mukit's head, acting like his promise to Joshua meant nothing. Then the earl ordered him again to go to Moon's door and dig up information on the boy. With no way out, Mukit broke his promise and obeyed. Class began, and the students took notes. In the middle of the lesson, Agaris dozed off on top of his book. He had already given up on a quiet school life. Caesar had put everyone's attention on him, and he still wanted Icarus on his side. He remembered the bullies glaring at him while Caesar boldly said he wouldn't stop until the protagonist was his ally. Caesar also invited MC to visit before graduation, but he planned to go there anyway. He had something to take back from the Imperial Vault. His thoughts were cut off when the teacher called on Agaris Kun Douglas, jolting him awake. The whole class laughed except for his two roommates. The teacher warned him to pay attention if he didn't want to get expelled. Then he went back to the lesson, saying the sword was the strongest weapon and that most famous knights used one. Even the emperor fought with a sword, just like Aiden von Agnes, one of the continent's strongest men. The other four masters of the Avalon Empire were swordsmen too. When the teacher asked why the sword was seen as the best weapon, one student eagerly raised his hand. Amaru said every other weapon was useless against a sword, so if two fighters were equal, the swordsman would obviously win. That claim immediately changed Joshua's expression. The teacher pushed back, pointing out that many soldiers used spears, and asked why they didn't all train with swords, if swords were truly best. Amaru replied that he meant real people, not disposable soldiers. That made him openly mock him. He shot back that the sword was the truly useless weapon, especially the weak rapier. The class started whispering, unsure if he was from some great house or just out of his mind. Calling the rapier useless set Amaru off at once. When the teacher tried to calm him, Amaru insisted that insulting the rapier was an insult to him. Joshua mocked that logic when Amaru trashed every other weapon. It was just his opinion. But now suddenly it was a personal insult. Furious, Amaru said he was right and demanded the protagonist prove him wrong in a fight. MC refused because fighting in class broke the rules. Amaru laughed and called him a coward, saying he was hiding behind school rules and hoping the prince would protect him. So Joshua offered to settle it during practical sparring instead, where no rule would be broken. Amaru agreed and reminded everyone that practical sparring was tomorrow. He turned to the teacher and asked for permission, saying he'd calm down if the match was allowed so he could restore his honor. The teacher was already fed up, thinking this year with young Sten would be a nightmare. Seeing he had lost control of the class, he approved the spar, but only with wooden weapons. Amaru liked that idea. A wooden sword was perfect for breaking bones. He fully meant to crush Joshua, no matter how close he was to the prince, and he was just as ready to make that brat choke on his own words. Back in their room, Agaris and Icarus started scolding the protagonist for insulting the rapier right in front of Amaru. They warned him Amaru never let insults slide and would definitely try to hurt him. Joshua had judged Agaris too quickly, thinking he was just a fool. Agaris explained that Amaru could already sense his own mana, came from House Aten, and was seen as one of the Academy's most talented students. MC pointed out that Agaris seemed to know a lot about Amaru Bronze Sten. That was because the two had once been close friends. In the far north, two houses stood between the Empire and the demonic creatures. One was House Douglas, led by Agaras's father. The other was House Sten, led by Amaru's father, commander of the North, whom Agaras's father helped. After nearly dying together in battle, the two families became close, and everyone, even nobles outside the region, knew it. So Agaras and Amaru naturally grew close too, especially since neither was his father's heir. That was why Agaras knew Amaru so well, and why he wanted Joshua to apologize before he got hurt. He only smiled. Agaras was assuming he was weaker than Amaru, and he had no intention of bowing to anyone. Agaras tried to explain that Agaras only wanted to protect him, but the protagonist found that absurd. To MC, those were just weak excuses that crushed a person's potential. If you wanted to fight fate, you had to give it everything, and if you didn't want to live in someone else's shadow, you had to stand by your beliefs and live by them. With that, Joshua walked out of the room and slammed the door behind him. The two boys were left worried. At the same time, at Moon's door, someone came asking Zero for information on him. It was Mukat, still trying to figure out the mysterious boy for both himself and Varen. This time, the branch manager actually had something. Mukat jumped to his feet and said he was ready to pay any price for details on Joshua. Zero reminded him that information from Moon's door was expensive, and before Mukat could respond, the manager cut in and said the protagonist was one of Moon's door's special clients. Mukat was stunned that MC had that kind of status, but he still wanted the information. Then Zero named the price, 1 million gold. He did it for Joshua's sake, knowing a man as powerful as the villa's Earl would ask around elsewhere too. That way Varen would assume he was dangerous and back off from revenge. After all, he was only brave when picking on the weak. Zero wanted the protagonist to search for the red coin in peace, and he planned to support him until he found it. Meanwhile, MC was channeling his mana through Lukia. The academy surprisingly let students go where they wanted after class. That gave Joshua time to visit the Agaras residence and work on getting back to his prime. But staying on his feet was hard for him, because divine power and demonic power inside his body were complete opposites. So he tried to control both using the power of his Genesis Stone. Then a huge bolt of lightning struck the inner court of the Agaras residence. It landed right in front of him, blasting him into a wall and knocking him out. When he finally came to, Joshua realized his wild power had dropped him cold, but he was sure he would master it eventually. If he used the Genesis Stone to control those two opposite powers, he could reach Magic Spearmanship Stage 3 again and recover a certain technique. Then the protagonist noticed his trusted spear was gone. He panicked and searched everywhere until a voice called him an idiot. A mass of black matter appeared in front of him. Joshua recognized it as subspace magic. The voice called him an idiot again for lying helpless and unconscious for 3 straight days. So MC demanded to know who it was. The smug presence introduced itself as Lukia the Spear and said he should be grateful. It had protected him the whole time. Joshua was shocked. The academy had to be furious about him missing 3 days. Then he remembered that when he first reached stage 3 before, Lukia had shown talent with subspace. What he never expected was for his spear to be reborn as a child along with him. Lukia immediately got offended that he thought of her as a kid. That made him realize she could use telekinesis too, and Lukia proudly said she'd had that power since stage 1. Then she told him to focus. Before knowing your enemy, know your weapon, and his current body was flawed. So Lukia finally explained that the true powers of Genesis Stones were not their elements, no matter what humans believed. Their real powers were extinction, harmony, and regeneration. But even that wasn't the most important part. She asked what special power his own Genesis Stone had. Joshua guessed Bronto's hidden trait might be destruction, like lightning, then rejected that idea, thinking destruction fit magma better. Lukia told him to figure it out himself. Solving that riddle was the fastest way to reach his goal. Lukia wanted revenge on Caesar and the other traitors just as much as the protagonist did. The next day, students filed into the classroom. Agares was chatting cheerfully with Icarus, but then he locked eyes with Amaru Bronze Sten. As always, things turned awkward between the former friends. A moment later, one of Amaru's friends smacked Icarus on the back and started mocking them both. He sneered that they should have run off like Joshua, and reminded Agares that running from problems was his specialty. When Agares told them to stop, the bully said MC's sin was theirs too, leaving Agares confused. Then Duncan yanked Icarus by the hair and said the school should get rid of fake nobles so only real aristocrats remained. Right then, the teacher walked in. He reminded them that fighting between students was against school rules and warned Duncan he'd be punished if he kept harassing Icarus, so Duncan finally let go. The teacher knew he should have stopped things before they got this far. Still, he was relieved Asher had vanished before he had to step in. He didn't want a repeat of that day. Then the classroom door opened, and someone came in apologizing for being late. It was Joshua. He also said sorry for missing 3 days and blamed it on personal matters. The teacher froze when he saw him return, already worried something bad would happen. The class started whispering at once, shocked he dared come back when Amaru Sten would probably crush him. The teacher quickly shut them down and told everyone class was about to begin. Then he told Joshua to take his seat so the lesson could start. Still uneasy, the teacher pushed the practical sparring lesson to tomorrow because he didn't know what Amaru might do. As the protagonist headed to his seat, Amaru and his friends stared him down. Amaru looked more irritated than anyone that MC was back. Once he sat down, Agares looked like he wanted to say something. Joshua was caught off guard that Igares knew he had fallen from nobility, and Igares said rumors were spreading through the school, most likely from Amaru. Then Igares explained that keeping his head down had saved him many times, and he told his roommate to do the same. The protagonist refused. He had no plan to betray what he believed. Then he noticed Igares' worried look and instantly understood what was bothering him. But MC knew this wasn't just about two students clashing. Something bigger mattered more. Lucia also wore a deeply hateful expression. Joshua was surprised that his spear already knew about his grudge against the fourth prince. He asked if Lucia had reincarnated with him, then pressed her about the Genesis Stone's real power. Lucia said she couldn't explain everything, but she would drop hints if he met her terms. Making him snap, he shouted for her to tell him everything. But Lucia hated his tone and warned she could just go back to sleep, since he needed her more than she needed him. That made Joshua pause. After a moment, he gave in and asked what she wanted. Lucia told him to rebuild ties with people from his past and learn to value himself more. The protagonist had no idea what she was trying to say. Lucia pushed harder, saying she was getting sleepy. In the end, MC agreed since her demands weren't that hard. A promise to a holy artifact like Lucia meant a lot, so she kept her word, and revealed that Joshua's foresight came from a power separate from Bronto. That stunned him because he had clearly seen his family home being destroyed in the future. Lucia explained that his visions came from his holy power and showed up when he fixated on someone like the person he wanted revenge on. The protagonist was shocked to learn holy power was behind it. High priests usually receive warnings from gods, powers far beyond human understanding. Joshua's future dreams worked in a similar way whenever danger drew close. But to truly grow stronger, he had to control both the demonic and divine power inside him. If he mastered both, no human could stop him. One of the targets of his revenge was the man from his dream. That vision came from one of the sleeping powers inside him, his divine power. He is shaken, but Lucia starts to explain. She says divine power is exactly what it sounds like, power from God. High-level priests sometimes get warnings, through visions before danger comes, and his dream was something like that. Still, she says God's power is far beyond what people think. Then she brings up the second power racing through the protagonist's body. If he fully absorbs both, no human will be able to stand against him. On top of that, she mentions the stone, the primordial stone, Bronto's true power. It holds lightning, the fastest force of all, with huge destructive power, and that power keeps growing. While Joshua thinks about all this, the other boy starts making a scene in class, saying the professor had allowed their duel. That leaves the professor with no way out, so he says the fight can happen as promised. MC answers that he was never going to let this slide. He plans to show him just how useless a rapier is. Soon, in the academy's small training room, everyone gathers to watch the two face off. Icarus once again urges him to apologize to Amaru, but Joshua refuses. Icarus warns that if he beats Amaru, the Sten family will not ignore it. If their son loses and the rapier is disgraced, the protagonist says he'll just defeat all of them too. That answer leaves Icarus stunned. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Joshua proposes a bet. If he defeats Amaru, Bruce Sten, and survives the Sten family after that, he wins. The loser must grant one wish from the winner. But Icarus says his goal is to stop the duel. He also warns MC that he's being reckless. He has no idea what Icarus might ask for if he loses the bet. He brushes it off and says he never even considered losing. Then Icarus's companion tells him to leave the protagonist alone. They cannot delay the duel any longer. Before leaving, Icarus tells MC to value himself more, because he will not change that place by himself. Those words make him pause, and he feels like something must have happened to Icarus. After that, he heads to his match with Amaru. Everyone around them starts cheering for Amaru to win, while Joshua simply closes his eyes and focuses. The crowd finds it strange and says he is just trying to draw attention. The protagonist realizes that even though he has reached the third stage of the magic spear art, he will not need it to crush Amaru. He will beat him with spear mastery alone. But before striking, he thinks about his path with the spear and understands he has not reached the end yet. He also realizes he forgot how important the basics are, and when he charges at Amaru, he feels even more control than he had in his past life. Amaru, already angry at Joshua's attitude, declares he will not overlook this. MC only thanks him, then lands a clean, stylish blow on the boy, dropping him instantly. When everyone sees that, they are all shocked, and Anna says the boy does not move in any normal way. She means Joshua. He moves so fast he is almost impossible to see, leaving his enemies no chance to counterattack. He realizes he finally reached the result he always wanted, and never achieved in his past life, the insight of the 6th stage of the magic spear art, and he got it in a single strike. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, Anna says she did not expect the protagonist to act so openly. She thought he would stay quiet and hidden. Then her father contacts her through a magic sphere call. She asks if something is going on in the kingdom, since he does not usually answer so directly. He says there has been suspicious movement in Trun, but nothing serious yet. Anna asks what happened, and her father says Jack Steropes, the Thunder Seed of the 7 Mages, killed Viscount Big. Since the Viscount was useful to their cover, this caused problems for them. Anna is shocked the magic tower would do something like that. She cannot imagine a selfish group like them acting for no reason, so she guesses they discovered the plan. Her father explains that MC apparently got the valuable item the magic tower has been chasing. Hearing that, Anna says the best move now would be to take MC, since he has something the magic tower will definitely try to seize, but her father says they do not need to. The magic tower cannot use that item anyway, and if attention turns toward them, their whole plan could be destroyed. He adds that many new variables are appearing around him, which is why he called. Anna agrees and says he caused trouble the moment he arrived at the academy. He was challenged to a duel after acting arrogantly toward the Sten family, and then beat their son with a single blow. Once Anna's father hears that, he becomes eager to see Edgar's reaction when he learns what his son has done. He even thinks the title of official heir to the Agnes Duchy could end up going to the protagonist. Anna cannot believe it and says it is unthinkable that an illegitimate child like the protagonist could take the duchy instead of Babel. Her father explains that even if MC is illegitimate, Agnes would probably rather pass the duchy to him than to another man's son. That only confuses Anna more. Meanwhile, the professor calls Joshua in for a talk and says the lord of the Frederick family has been missing for some time. He also says he has never seen spear mastery like his. Then he asks who he really is, but the protagonist keeps up his disguise as Ash Van Frederick. After hearing that, the man knows MC is lying, but says he does not care much. Many high-ranking nobles enroll under fake names. Even so, he says MC's rude behavior is not welcome at the academy. If it had stopped at insults, that would be one thing. But Joshua humiliated Amaru and his swordsmanship in front of all the other students. He replies that he will take full responsibility for what he did. Hearing that, the professor says the protagonist reminds him of another student, Agares Kuhn Douglas, called Simus. As for taking responsibility, he says that alone will not erase MC's mistake. Even if the students share the same rank at the academy, there is still an inner pecking order based on the power of their families, and that order is already set. Amaru is obviously part of it too, so the professor speaks plainly. In that hierarchy, Joshua is one of the weakest, which means the others will almost certainly come after him. He asks whether a teacher really thinks it is right to let blackmail and violence keep happening at school. Then he says he has nothing to learn from a teacher like that. The professor answers that some things in that world cannot be changed, but the protagonist says only cowards think that way. The professor then says that if MC is only there to earn his required graduation, he can send him to the Imperial Knights Order instead, where he can complete that education. Joshua replies that after being awakened by Bronto's power, he cannot waste time on things like that anymore. The professor asks what he thinks of that idea, and he says he truly has no intention of wasting time at that academy. Still, he is not going to run away with his tail between his legs. After saying that, he leaves the room, and the professor is left deep in thought over Joshua's words, especially being called a coward. As the protagonist thinks more about his time at the academy, he decides that before leaving, he needs to destroy whatever stands in the way of his goal. Then Amaru walks up to him and asks to talk about something, but Joshua says there is nothing they need to discuss in private. Amaru steps forward anyway and apologizes to MC. He admits he mocked the spear because he was ignorant, and says he has been thinking hard about what he learned from him. He is surprised. He never thought Amaru was the kind of person who would admit fault after losing. He can see the boy has set aside the Sten family's pride, and noticing his humility, the protagonist accepts the apology. He says he was also at fault, since he looked down on his opponent too. Amaru feels grateful to be forgiven, but Joshua says this is not really something that can simply be forgiven. Then Amaru asks MC to teach him something. In particular, he wants to learn about the extreme speed he used during the fight, because using speed with that much precision is very hard. He says that right before he passed out, he could feel how unpredictable Joshua's attack path was. It was not just a straight line. Instead, Amaru felt like his whole body was being twisted. Hearing that, the protagonist realizes the boy sensed the principle of rotation in that brief moment of consciousness. Looking at the whole exchange, MC sees that Amaru is truly humble. He is not ashamed to ask for martial guidance from someone he believes is stronger. Amaru asks again if he is willing to teach him, and then the protagonist says he will become Amaru's teacher, but on one condition. Before MC can even explain it, the boy gets excited and asks what the condition is. MC says he needs some information from him about the academy circle he belongs to. Amaru also has to tell him more about Sims. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace in Avalon, Joker tells his superior that a letter has arrived from the Swallow Empire. Marcus Van Britten guesses it came from Draxia, and Joker confirms it. Draxia wants to speed up the plan and is asking Marcus Van Britten to move faster and give the support he promised. Marcus Van Britten realizes Thran's resistance has made things worse for Draxia, so the odds of anyone noticing Avalon stepped in are low, so he refuses to send military aid. Instead, he decides to send 2 masters from his empire so Draxia cannot complain. Joker accepts the choice and says he will deliver it as a royal order. Then he adds more news. He entered the academy under a fake identity, just as they expected, and he apparently took down Amaru Brunstein in a single blow. Marcus Van Britten laughs, saying that sounds about right since he also beat Babel, the Empire family's greatest pride. Then Marcus Van Britten gives Joker a job: bring the protagonist into the Order of Knights, no matter what. If needed, he will even write the boy a letter of recommendation. Hearing that, Joker becomes even more determined to bring the protagonist over to their side. Meanwhile, MC thinks about the Araxia Academy Circle. At first, he thought it was just a club for spoiled academy kids, but after hearing Amaru's explanation, he sees it as much bigger than that. He explains that the children of top nobles use the circle to build power for the future, make ties with other noble families, and push around the children of lower-ranking nobles. Anyone outside the circle gets looked down on, and because those kids are so influential, even the teachers ignore it. Joshua knows the teachers are in a tough spot, but says leaving things as they are will solve nothing. Then he adds that the circle's biggest victim has already shown up. If he fixes this mess, it will be easier to bring Icarus to his side, and that will also hurt the Sten family by taking away Icarus's support. Speaking of him, Icarus comes to him and warns that the Sten family will send someone soon. The protagonist tells him not to worry, since he already settled things with the person involved. But Icarus says that making peace with Amaru changes nothing. MC mocked the family's sword style in front of everyone, so the Sten family may step in to protect their name. He also warns that the Academy Circle will probably reach Joshua before the Sten family does. He answers that he already knows how to deal with all of it. He will simply show overwhelming strength once he does. No one will dare challenge him. Then the protagonist reminds Icarus about the bet they made before. As for his wish, Joshua looks straight into Icarus's eyes and asks for him right then. In Icarus's mind, he is screaming yes with all he has, but he asks for time to think. He wants to see whether MC can really pull this off. Meanwhile, Cain keeps training, but Agares sees he is still far too weak to protect his master. So Cain tells himself he has to get stronger. Agares asks why he wants that so badly, and Cain explains that he promised to be his one and only master. He does not want to let him down, and he also said Cain would only ever need to bow his head to him. Agares says he understands Cain's resolve, then throws the boy away. After that, he tells a servant to look after him. In the middle of all this, Baron Hedges comes to Agares and says the Empire is about to move on that matter. Agares asks where the information came from, and Hedges says it came from the Sten family. Then he hands the Duke a letter with the full plan. We also get more background on Swallow. It is a major nation on the Ygranti continent, and both Swallow and the Avalon Empire are known for cavalry arts. Even though it is prosperous, Swallow has one serious problem: the independence of the Principality of Thran. In Swallow's capital, subordinates urge the Emperor to act, warning that if they only keep watching nearby kingdoms, the situation will turn in Thran's favor, even though it is their vassal state. Ultsuman says he is ready to crush any army in their way, even if that means going against Agares or the Divine Knight Jean Sebastian. Hearing that, the Prime Minister says Ultsuman is forgetting that Person and Lucifer are also part of the 9 stars of the rival empire. He adds that this issue cannot be solved just by pushing neighboring nations aside. Even so, Altamont keeps arguing with Gandar. Seeing the debate drag on, Emperor Verona tells them to stop and warns Altamont that if he loses a battle to the enemy, the Swallow Empire will suffer a huge loss. After that, he asks the Prime Minister for his report, and Gandar explains that as long as the Avalon Empire and the Hubalt Empire do not move, the other kingdoms will avoid reckless action. At most, they will show their displeasure, and Swallow can ignore that. Hubalt will likely stay quiet too, since the kingdom is busy choosing the next pope. So Gandar says they can focus only on Thran. Still, the Avalon Empire remains a concern. Verona replies that as long as Thran does not make a direct move, he will not allow any rash action from them. With that, the Emperor ends the meeting, and while speaking with Marcus van Britten, Verona says Thran's goal is that man. Marcus van Britten agrees, saying that even though the man has not shown himself yet, he is still Thran's moral pillar. That person is the Knight of Prominence, Iravis. Meanwhile, Agares Kuhn Douglas warns Joshua that if he goes after the Academy Circle, both he and his family will be in danger. Then he begs the protagonist to listen, just this once. But MC says Agares Kuhn Douglas is only afraid the same thing that happened to his brother will happen to him too. Joshua says he is staying, and if Agares Kuhn Douglas wants to run, he will not judge him. But he asks if the boy really wants to spend his whole life running. Agares Kuhn Douglas keeps insisting, and says the leader of the Araxia Circle is Verum Shanvilis, from one of the 12 families, so they cannot do anything against that boy. Hearing that, he thanks Agares Kuhn Douglas for telling him who leads the group. Meanwhile, at the Araxia Circle, Natasha tells them to get to the main point of the meeting, but Gilwog says there is no need to rush. Natasha shoots back that he takes everything too lightly, which should worry Marquise Crobel. Gilwog is always like this, and she guesses the Marquise is too busy fighting the Difonti family to care about his own son, Cheryl Difonti included. Gilwog says his family matters and his own life are separate. Right now, he just wants to enjoy himself. Shen cuts them off and says the real issue is that Amaru was beaten by a guy named Ashwin Frederick. That instantly makes Natasha curious. If the boy is handsome, she wants to add him to her list of suitors. Seeing her joke around, Shen scolds her and says this same boy attacked him too. Then Natasha suggests recruiting Ash into the circle, and Gilwog likes the idea, but Shen completely rejects it, because he still plans to get revenge for the beating he took. Meanwhile, Joshua is summoned to speak with the head of the academy, who says he has a message from the Emperor. When the protagonist takes the item his father once gave him, he remembers the day Agares gave it to him. Back then, he said he got the ring from the owner of the Magic Tower as a reward for helping them. MC realizes he will need to change his plans a little. Then the man in front of him says he belongs to Black Wind, the intelligence group that answers only to the Emperor. At the name Black Wind, Joshua recognizes it as the elite force that follows every imperial order, even at the cost of their lives. He also remembers an old friend known as the Assassin King was part of the same group. The Emperor's agent then says Marcus Van Britten wants him to join the Imperial Order of Knights. He is even willing to write the protagonist a recommendation letter. But if the protagonist refuses, Marcus Van Britten says he will make trouble for him, get him expelled from the academy, and force him into the order anyway. After delivering the message, the agent suggests MC visit the Imperial Palace as soon as possible. MC then notes that the Emperor really does have a sharp eye for choosing allies. Meanwhile, Gil Ug argues with Icarus, and Agaris tells him to calm down, since they do not plan to interfere with his business anymore. But Gil Ug says they still do not get it. His goal is to destroy both him and Icarus. Agaris asks what they ever did to him, and Gil Ug says Agaris' only mistake was choosing the wrong friend. But the boy says he has not known Frederick long enough to call him a friend. In the middle of the argument, Shane walks over to them. Shane steps in and says he's taking both of them hostage. He orders Agaris to obey, just like his older brother did, bringing up Sims. Hearing that name, Agaris remembers when Shane expelled Sims from the academy and crippled his leg. Shane warns him to behave or he'll end up just like his brother. But Agaris also remembers Joshua asking if he really planned to stay obedient forever, so he decides to act like he would. He charges at Shane to put an end to this, but Garage cuts him off with a direct punch. Then Shane says that if Frederick makes a move against him, all three of their families will pay for it. Igaris calls that cowardly. He says taking hostages is what nobles do when they can't beat someone fairly, and that Shane and the rest have no dignity at all. Offended, Morja snaps that a peasant like Icarus has no right to judge them. Shane then turns to Icarus and hits him with a kick, saying this world runs on the survival of the strongest. That's why he'll use every advantage he has to keep trampling others. As a powerful noble, he says, his role is to hunt the weak. He keeps stomping on Icarus and says this never would have happened if he had just obeyed. Seeing how furious Shane is, Geo-Woog tells him to stop before he kills Icarus. Right in the middle of all that chaos, Joshua shows up and says Shane shouldn't be doing this. They already agreed he would stay out of trouble. Shane answers that what Icarus is getting is still mild compared to the beating Frederick gave him. The protagonist says touching his friends comes with a heavy price, and Shane is about to pay it. Shane fires back that he still has influence and can ruin all of their families. Joshua pauses for a moment, and Shane thinks fear finally made him back down. Natasha murmurs that Frederick really is everything she hoped for, but Geo-Woog says the boy still lacks the power to stand against all the families there, especially since Frederick isn't royal and doesn't belong to one of the 5 ducal houses. Natasha tells Frederick that 3 of the 12 great families are present, so he'd only have any real authority if he were from the Agnes family or Duchess Trembling's house. Shane cuts her off and says Frederick will die here and now, so his family no longer matters. Before finishing things though, Shane asks why Frederick returned his ring when he could have used it to blackmail him. Frederick says he's not as low and pathetic as Shane. That sets Shane off, and he says he's about to teach Frederick a lesson. He pours mana into his ring, gaining a huge boost in power that he believes is enough to beat Frederick. He says it while covered in armor that looks straight out of a Souls-like game. Once the armor is on, Varan starts bragging that family power rules this place, and MC can't change anything with strength alone. He mocks MC's actions as stupid too. One of his friends notices that even though they have the same ring, Varan's always shone brighter, and he even thinks about asking his father for one like it. Natasha says his father would never hand over something that expensive just because he asked. She adds that this whole mess is a waste, because she was really interested in the protagonist, but now that Varan marked him, there may not be much left of him. Varan says she would have gotten bored of him fast anyway, and every time he looks at Agares, he remembers that bastard Sims. Then he tells the boy that soon he'll end up just like his brother. But Joshua simply starts walking toward Varan, and Varan panics, yelling that he already warned him not to move or his family would be destroyed. He calls his bluff and reminds him that he was the one who said family power decides everything in this academy. Then the ring on Joshua's hand begins to glow, and everyone realizes it's one of the rings of dawn. They can't believe someone like him has an item like that. The protagonist says he'll show them the power Varan is so proud of, and a burst of light starts spreading. Everyone begins to panic, asking what's happening. One of them wonders how large the ring's core must be to release that much light. Then Pulsamus steps out from the glow, wearing a shining white and gold cloak. Varan starts freaking out, saying none of this makes sense. He asks how someone like Joshua could be using armor with that design, and then he recognizes the symbol. It belongs to Duke Aiden von Agnes's family, the Knight's Tomb. Some of them say that has to be impossible, since Babel already graduated from the school. Then someone remembers the rumor about the child from Duke Aiden von Agnes's family, who became a mana user at just 9 years old. Joshua, now clearly angry, reminds Varan that he was the one who said family power decides everything here, and Varan starts to get scared. Then he reveals his true name. He von Aiden von Agnes, and asks how high his family stands in this place. Varan starts trembling, and Natasha says this must be a misunderstanding. If they had known who he was, they never would have touched him. The protagonist shuts her down and tells her to stay out of it. He wasn't talking to her. Then he asks if they really think he would forgive people who treat others' lives like trash, and use family power to push someone into despair without a bit of remorse. One of them, already scared, tells him to wait. They're heirs to the 12 families, and surely he doesn't want enemies like that. Joshua answers with a question of his own. Does he really want to make an enemy of Duke Aiden von Agnes's family? The boy starts thinking about how he's already in trouble with the Cheryl de Fonte family, and making an enemy of the Aiden von Agnes family could cost him his place as heir. He knows that house is on a completely different level. MC says he's only going after the ones who touched his friends and gives anyone uninvolved one chance to leave. That makes the young nobles panic, and many of them start making excuses about missions and other urgent business. They just want to get out before they suffer the consequences. Baron starts threatening them, saying they won't be safe after betraying him. Joshua cuts him off and tells him to worry about himself, because today Araxia disappears from the academy. He immediately coats his sword in mana, and Veron begs for mercy, asking to be spared this once. He says he's already given him a chance, then he sends Veron flying with a single swing of his sword. After crashing into the wall behind him, Veron's transformation starts to fade and he collapses unconscious. His friends can only watch in fear. Joshua walks over to one of them and tells him to take Veron and leave. But the boy argues back, saying he heard Babel will be the Agnes family's heir, and no matter how talented the protagonist is, that won't change. Even while scared out of his mind, he tries to act tough and warns that MC will regret this one day. MC barely cares and says he'll be waiting for that day, but then Natasha calls out that they need to get Veron to the infirmary now. So his friends rush over, still confused about the Agnes family situation. Joshua says everyone has secrets just like Agares has his own. Icarus admits he isn't that shocked that he comes from one of those families. He says it never made sense for someone from a fallen house to enter the academy, and it also wouldn't make sense for the imperial family to care about someone from a ruined family. The protagonist suggests he might have come to the academy just to build connections, but Icarus says that's even less believable, because no one there would go near a child from a destroyed house. He adds that if you look closely, the signs were obvious. Joshua was hiding his identity all along. After all, he was the only student said to be from a ruined noble family, and important nobles sometimes enroll while keeping their names secret. MC says he didn't know that, but he thinks to himself that anyone bold enough to speak so openly in front of someone with that status could become a top strategist. He even recalls how, in the future, Icarus would face an army of 1 million with only 10,000 troops. He stares at him with clear admiration, and Icarus asks why he's looking at him like that. Joshua casually says he has really beautiful eyes, which makes him blush all over again. Meanwhile, in the Principality of Thrun, a king who devoted his whole life to its independence has died. He passes away at 72, struck down by a cruel fate from the heavens. After saying their farewell, they call for the princess to step forward, and then the king's body is cast into the sea. After that, the man raises his bow and prepares to act. He remembers the king saying that, after all his hard work, he could finally rest. Then he entrusts his daughter and Thrun to Orabus. The warrior stands there in silence. Now Thrun's fate rests in Orabus's hands. Back in the present, he raises a flaming arrow and declares that he will win Thrun's independence no matter the cost. The king's body is finally cremated, and the princess steps beside him, saying that she will leave Orabus in his care, just as her father wished. He answers that he will devote his life to this land. Then he realizes that, with the king gone, he will have to face more than just the Swallow Empire and Avon. He will also have to deal with the Magic Tower, so somehow he must make the primordial magma stone fully his. Elsewhere, Jack has just arrived at Avalon Academy, and outside the castle, Joshua gets ready to leave the academy. Even though he did not expect to go this soon, he decides to head straight to the Imperial Palace, because he also needs something from the Imperial Secret Storage. The protagonist thinks Kane would be shocked to learn he is leaving, but he knows the boy is training well with his father, when someone sneaks up on him with a sly smile and says to Joshua that they have finally met, because he has been looking for him. When MC asks who he is, the man introduces himself as one of the 7 mages of the Magic Tower, the Thunder Seat, Jack Starobs. He says he came to take back the Bronto MC got in the Forest of Dark Beings, and even offers to spare him if he hands it over quietly. He stares at him seriously and says this is not the place to discuss it, telling him they should move somewhere better. The mage agrees. He follows the protagonist to a remote spot, then asks how much farther they are going, since they have already come quite a long way, and the protagonist even admits he has a point. Then MC says he was far too naive to follow him alone like this. In a one-on-one fight, Joshua is sure he can beat a mage, but when he strikes, the man catches the attack with his bare hands and says he is probably the strongest of his generation. Then he throws the protagonist to the ground, saying he is not part of the boy's generation. Since MC will not hand it over nicely, he says he will start by breaking one arm. Joshua cuts him off, saying he talks too much and will lose if he keeps getting distracted. Then he calls Lucia. The spear slams into Jack's side and sends him flying away. But with his lightning magic, he breaks his body apart, turning into chains of electricity and reforming somewhere else. He starts thinking that was dangerous, since that spear must be the ancient artifact he heard about. Then he wonders if the lightning Joshua used to kill the ogre came from that spear. As he takes hold of Lucia, he asks if he really needs to answer that, trying to look cool, but it is mostly an act. He knows Jack is stronger than expected, though the mage still seems unaware that the protagonist already absorbed the Bronto. Jack says that if MC will not talk, then they will do this the old-fashioned way. Joshua refuses to say a word and says he would rather die than tell him anything. But the mage says he has it wrong. He means mental magic, brain control. Then he vanishes again and appears behind the protagonist. Right after that, he activates his Thunderblade, but MC blocks it with Lukia. Even so, he is shocked that Jack can use a 4th class spell with just a spoken chant. To make things worse, Jack tells him not to worry, he will not kill him since mental magic works better after extreme pain. In other words, he plans to leave the boy nearly dead. Yet even after claiming he will not kill him, he hurls his Thunder Spear straight at Joshua, and our hero thinks the man must be insane. Anyone hit by an attack like that would die, and a moment later the strike lands exactly where he was standing. After the lightning blast, Jack assumes the boy has finally gone quiet, but then he realizes Joshua used a substitution technique. Then the protagonist appears behind Jack, but his attack barely gets a reaction. Jack tells him to do something more interesting. Still, while bragging, he tries to hit MC, and the boy dodges with his spear. As he moves, he thinks he has to stay calm, keep the pressure up, and make every move as simple as possible. When he clips Jack's arm, Jack realizes Joshua's mana control is excellent, and the boy's mana density is very high. He lowers his spear, then snaps it back up with the Thunder Strike. But Jack uses his lightning form again and slips away. When he says the protagonist has good tricks, the boy says he does not want to hear that from a mage like him. As he tries to attack again, the man keeps turning into lightning and escaping Joshua's range, but he still manages to swat MC away with one hit. Even so, the boy lands on his feet, and Jack asks how much longer he thinks he can keep dodging. The chase begins. Jack attacks from the air with his powers while he does nothing but evade. Yet all the while, the boy forces himself to think of some way to close the gap between them. Then Jack stops in front of him and says there is nothing more humiliating for a warrior than losing hand-to-hand to a mage. He says Joshua is about to feel that humiliation for himself, and since there is no way to dodge now, the boy has to meet it head-on. So he uses the first form of the magic spear art, Thunderstrike, while Jack answers with Thunderblade. After a huge flash and a massive explosion, the protagonist is thrown back, and he drives Lukia into the ground to stop himself. The boy is clearly exhausted and cannot take much more. Jack walks over and praises him, saying even B-rank knights would not be fine after taking a 4th class spell. Joshua is still standing even after taking it head-on, but Jack says he will not survive the next one. He gives the boy one last chance to hand over the Bronto, then shamelessly says he feels bad whenever he has to hurt talented children. MC suddenly notices several lightning spheres forming around him and wonders when Jack created them. Jack tells him it would be smart not to move too much, because the moment he closes his hand, those things will fly straight at him. Joshua asks if he really thought he would give up. Jack says there is no helping it, and after closing his hand, all those spheres start rushing toward him. He spins Lukia, then activates the second form of the magic spear art, Raging Gale, creating a huge mana whirlwind in front of Jack. Jack says the boy keeps surprising him with every move and admits he planned to kill him with that attack. Even so, Joshua endured it, and down below, inside the crater left behind, he is badly torn up, still gripping Lukia and struggling just to stay on his feet. But things are still bad, because the spheres are still around him. He notices and is clearly shaken, so Jack explains that the lightning spheres do not disappear until they destroy their target. Then he asks if the boy is ready to beg, lifting his hand and saying he is already a little disappointed, because this was just starting to get fun. He asks the protagonist to show that genius one more time. While down in the crater, the protagonist is almost out of hope. Then he sees that blast of magma coming at him, while Jack keeps celebrating and asks if he is not feeling so confident anymore. Can he really take that attack without dodging? Jack says that even if he cannot, he will not hold back this time, even if MC is disintegrated. Then he simply tells him to deal with it and fires the blazing rune right at him. Joshua stands below in disbelief when Lukia starts talking, asking what he is doing and if he is already giving up. The protagonist then realizes that time has stopped, but not really. It has only slowed down. Then Lukia asks if he is really going to stay this pathetic, because if he gives up now, he will never use his new power. Joshua tells her his opponent is too strong, and he cannot use that power. But Lukia reminds him that he never cared about things like that. No matter what kind of situation he faced, no matter how strong the enemy blocking his path was, he always pushed forward and crushed them. After hearing that, MC remembers the person he used to be in the Heian era. He survived every battlefield, and he even brought down a castle people called impregnable. So it does not matter who the enemy is, he is still Sanders. As he regains himself on the battlefield, Jack happily drops the fireball onto him, but the protagonist starts gathering mana through his whole body. Then he activates the third form of the magic spear art, Path of Asura, and throws his spear straight through the fireball, tearing a hole through it that leads right to Jack. Realizing the danger, he teleports away, but the spear does not stop there and keeps chasing him. And when he finally thinks he is safe, the spear appears beside him, with Joshua clinging to it. Then the boy drives the spear point blank into Jack's chest, leaving him wondering. He wonders how Joshua pulled it off, but it's already too late. A huge blast rips through the area. When the dust clears, MC is still standing. Spear in hand, Jack is twitching on the ground, and in his last moment he realizes he is using both demonic and divine power. The second he understands that, he dies. Joshua starts feeling the backlash from using such an advanced move, After coughing up blood, he realizes he would be the one dead if Jack hadn't let his guard down. At the same time, Lukia starts releasing bolts from Jack's body, and those same rays slam into Joshua. He nearly blacks out, wondering if this is the end, but Lukia snaps him awake again and tells him to hurry and cultivate his mana. If he doesn't, Bronto will eat Jack's mana circle and go completely mad. Even with his mind fading, Joshua understands and does exactly what the spear tells him. By the next day, over at the academy, a new problem blows up around Agnes. His son got in through a fake identity and the students want the truth exposed in public. Some think going against Lukia's family is a bad idea, but others say if they keep hiding special admissions, the academy's reputation will collapse. So they bring the matter to the headmaster, and he thinks this might have ended with a simple complaint, but kids from the 12 families are involved, so it could turn ugly. One teacher even suggests expelling Joshua von Agnes to make an example of him and stop special admissions for good. Professor Kane pushes back, saying expulsion makes no sense. This could be handled with academic punishment. But the stiff professor argues that's exactly the problem. Light punishments let it grow this far. Kane answers that they still don't even know why the protagonist entered through special admission, so they can't throw him out like that. The man fires back that they have plenty of reason, especially since Joshua badly injured Veron Shinvilis, and they can't cover that up. Kane then suggests he's taking bribes, since the Marchioness was going to introduce him to powerful politicians. He asks if everyone there agrees with that, and the other teachers start shrinking back. Seeing how rotten they are, Kane turns to the headmaster and says special admission is not grounds for expulsion anywhere on the continent. He adds that Joshua should be thanked for putting an end to the evil acts of the Araxia Circle, something none of the teachers managed to do in all these years. The stiff professor snaps that Kane should only say what he can prove, but Kane lets everything out, saying the academy ended up like this because the teachers were too afraid. He asks how long they'll stay silent, because while they call themselves teachers, they can't keep acting like this. The argument heats up, and then a voice from the doorway says he agrees with Kane. Everyone turns to look and sees Agnes and Ari Brostain walking into the room. As they enter, Ari says the commotion was too big to ignore. Agnes adds that if his son made a mistake, it makes sense for him to be there as his father. The headmaster asks him not to be so formal, but Agnes says formality fits a meeting at a school shaping the country's future. He also says this is the meeting that will decide whether his son is punished, and the teacher demanding punishment immediately starts backing off. Ari says special admissions are wrong no matter the reason. Then he glares at the teacher and asks his question, but the man can't handle the pressure. Agnes tells Ari to stop, saying he only asked a simple question. Another teacher, who had been watching the whole thing, asks if Agnes came to cover up the special admission. The headmaster quickly tells him to stop before he drags them into trouble, but Agnes calmly says it's true that he's there because of the problems involving Joshua. The teacher argues that since Agnes came in person to a place meant to prepare children for the future, his presence alone will heavily affect the teacher's decision. He says he wouldn't mind if Agnes were there only as a worried father, ready to take full responsibility for the boy's bad behavior, but special admission is not the student's fault alone. The headmaster again begs him not to speak so bluntly, or they could all end up in trouble, but the stiff professor actually agrees with him. He says that with Agnes present, there's only one way to settle this. Ari cuts in, reminding them that they all kept quiet when the Araxia group was harassing his son. But now that Joshua is the one going after Araxia, they're suddenly quick to act. At this point, all they can do is lower their heads and listen. Agnes says they've all misunderstood. He didn't come to pressure the academy over that incident, and the headmaster asks why he came. Agnes says he heard his son spoke disrespectfully about the Sten family, so he came to apologize to Count Ari. Once he learned Ari would also be there, he worried Joshua might pick a fight with the man beside him, so he rushed to the academy. Ari makes his position clear. He has not forgiven that child, and if MC can't back up what he said, things will go badly for him. Agnes assures him he'll be surprised once he meets him in person, and Ari says he's looking forward to it. Agnes then adds that now that he's here, if the special admission is truly a serious problem that could hurt the academy, he agrees the protagonist should be punished, or even expelled. That shocks everyone. And speaking of Joshua, he's been collapsed in the forest until dawn. Finally, he gets up aching all over, and says he never thought he'd use this body to fight someone like that. If he'd met that guy on a battlefield, he would have been even scarier than a master-level fighter. While he's thinking about it, the pain hits him again, and he starts wondering why it hurts so much. Lukia just tells him to stop whining and get up. That's when Joshua notices he's grown a lot. Even his hands are bigger. He connects it to Bronto's growth, just like Lukia mentioned, and she confirms it. Even if this isn't what she expected, the other power of the primordial stone, the power to devour, seems to have sped up. Still, she calms him down, saying the growth won't turn him into an old man anytime soon. Bronto's growth has a limit and only pushes his body until it reaches its ideal form. It's kind of like that Nen deal Gon made where he got that insanely strong body to kill P2, except without the part where everything goes terribly wrong after. Joshua still doesn't get it, so Lukia breaks it down. The stone will help his body grow by 5 years into a perfect state, and from now on he has to be extra careful to balance that perfect body the primordial stone is giving him. Then Lukia says there's one more thing he needs to know. She's worried about Bronto devouring the power its user loses, and she's almost sure his growth is tied to that. Joshua then asks about the stone embedded in Lukia. Lukia explains that it's basically Bronto's final form. After all, it's nearly impossible for a human to fully contain the primordial stone, an object of the gods. Because of that, the human curse that forces people to become masters before unlocking their full power was broken. MC connects that to the divine and demonic power clashing inside him, then asks if Lukia handled that for him. He starts asking who Lukia really is, but the spear answers with a question of its own. Would he regret it if he found out? Joshua doesn't really get what she means, and the spear asks if he truly has the nerve to carry the weight of learning what the spear really is. He says it isn't even about whether he can handle it anymore. If she can't say what she is now, then he won't use the spear again. He can't keep using some strange magic item with unknown goals, because he knows great power always comes with an equal price. The spear snaps back that this is exactly what a human who repays kindness with hostility would say. Then she says if he's that curious, she'll tell him. In a loud, proud voice, she declares that she is the greatest existence of all, the supreme being Lukia, while pouring out a huge wave of magic that leaves Joshua shaken. But right after that grand reveal, the boy says he knew he should have thrown her away. The spear hurriedly tells him to wait and says whether he uses her or not doesn't matter much now because their contract has already been made. The protagonist asks what contract she's talking about. She says he already knows if he hadn't agreed of his own free will, the contract could never have been formed. Joshua wonders when he ever willingly made a contract with her, but the spear says he absolutely did. The moment he returned to the past, the contract between them was sealed. And with that, things get very, very tense. And while arguing with Agaris-kun Douglas, Amaru warns that if MC keeps acting like this, the Circle will go after him even if he belongs to the Agnes family. Because of that, he tells Agaris-kun Douglas to help him, since the boy exposed who he really was just to save him. After hearing that, Agaris-kun Douglas says Amaru understands nothing. That is why his brother suffered brutal bullying at the academy, and it left him feeling powerless. He was facing absolute power and had no way to fight back. Then Amaru admits he has envied him since childhood. He says his older brother was just like the sons of other noble families. But because Amaru showed great talent, that brother always kept him under control to protect the line of succession. Agaris-kun Douglas's brother was the complete opposite. Sims openly cared for him simply because they were brothers, and he left the academy after that abuse because he did not want the story spreading. Amaru says that is why he envies Agaris-kun Douglas. He has a brother anyone could be proud of, so now he needs to watch what he does. He cannot end up shaming his friend Joshua, and Amaru says he is ready to help Agaris-kun Douglas. With that, the boy grabs his hand and runs off. He says he just came up with a great plan. Meanwhile, Aries seems surprised by Agnes, since he does not look worried that the protagonist might be expelled from the academy. So he asks Agnes what he plans to do if his son is really kicked out. Agnes answers that Joshua has another path besides the academy, the Imperial Knight's Order. He even received an imperial decree for it. Then Agnes changes the subject and says his friend should head to the Swallow Empire first. He still has a few things to handle before leaving. Aries says the only reason he delayed the trip was the academy, because a certain boy insulted the swordsmanship of the Stang family. Even so, he says he will let it rest for now since too many major things are happening in Tran. Agnes notes that Swallow reacted quickly to that, and Aries explains that when they learned of the King of Tran's death, Swallow and Altsman marched on Tran with more than 200,000 soldiers, but they still lost badly, and Altsman was seriously wounded. Agnes cannot understand it. Tran only has 50,000 troops and none stronger than Altsman, so he wonders what happened. His friend explains that one man alone rose to the rank of master in Tran. He means Uraz, the Knight of Prominence. Meanwhile, Joshua tries to wake Lukia. She fell asleep while talking to him. She had been explaining that she is a weapon of the demon god, a being above all demon kings, which is why they call him a god. On top of that, the demon god is seen as the strongest in combat skill, making him equal to or even stronger than a dragon lord. Joshua finally gets why she is so powerful. Only a god could explain it. Then he is suddenly startled by a group of students, including his roommates. Agaris-kun Douglas tells MC that he will not run away anymore, and Icarus says they all came together for the same reason. Joshua is confused, so Agaris-kun Douglas explains that they gathered to fight the school's punishment against him. They plan to submit a petition strongly opposing his punishment, and since Araxia does not have the numbers, they are sure to win. Once Joshua understands, he is shocked. They all united for his sake. Seeing him get emotional, his friends tease him, but Icarus even offers to wipe his tears. Something feels off here. It looks suspicious. Meanwhile, Sir Gurdon storms into the principal's office and argues that the protagonist should not stay at the academy. Even if the boys from the Agnes family, there are still 3 children whose continued place there is also at stake. He reminds the principal they were promised very high positions if they handled this matter, and when he brings up support from Villas and Krobel, the principal asks why Krobel is helping them. The teacher explains that the Krobel family and Cheryl DeFonte were fighting over trade rights. He also says the mercenary king recently joined the Krobel family, so the odds are now in their favor. Because of that, Count Cheryl DeFonte sent Lady Cheryl DeFonte directly to the Agnes estate to ask for help. He again tells the principal they must keep the Agnes family in check. He adds that if the principal feels unsure, he can handle everything by himself. During their talk, they are informed that hundreds of students have gathered to protest, and Sir Gurdon assumes they are fighting against the evil called Joshua. But the messenger quickly says it is the exact opposite. The students are demanding punishment for the academic circle Araxia. In the middle of the protest, everyone starts calling for Araxia to be shut down. Gil Wogue asks the teachers how they plan to deal with this chaos, and Sir Gurdon says there is a way to crush the protest. But Professor Kane steps in and says Araxia will end one way or another. He also warns that Sir Gurdon will not escape responsibility for this matter. Even so, Sir Gurdon stands firm and pushes ahead with his plan to keep Araxia alive. Kane says Araxia ruined one student's future, and that only happened because the circle was always treated too lightly. That has to change now, but Sir Gurdon claims Kane has no proof to support that charge. Kane replies that he is a witness. He knew everything happening to Sims, whose future was stolen by Araxia. He also knew which leaders abused him, because Sims came to him for help. In the middle of the argument, Joshua says he will take responsibility for the special admission. But before he leaves, he will clean up all the filth in the academy. Gil Ug says that if MC is expelled, Agnes will treat him like trash. So he tells him to be more careful and not stain his family's honor. But he says this has nothing to do with the Agnes name. His real goal is to make everyone there answer for what they have done. Sigilani starts shaking, but still tries to act tough, saying his family and his friends' families will never let Joshua do that. Then the principal says Professor Kane is right. Araxia should never have been created in that sacred place of learning. Even if they acted too late, he says he will set things right now. Sir Gurdon warns the principal that he could lose his position if he keeps this up. The principal says that does not matter. He would rather do what is right while he still holds the post. But Gil Yuji insists the principal is wrong, because rank is what really matters. He says Joshua may be stronger than Babel, but he is still just an illegitimate son, which means he has no right to become successor of the noble Agnes family. At that point, Agnes walks over and says he is putting the succession issue aside for now. Still, he explains that to reach the top of the Agnes family, all you need is power. And since Gil Yuji himself admits the protagonist has power, then he should understand the message. Agnes adds that this matter between children should be settled by them. So Sten walks up to Gil Yuji and advises him not to act recklessly and bring trouble to his family. Before leaving, he also tells the boy to stay away from Amaru. After seeing that Stain managed to reach an understanding with Gil Yuji, Agnes calls Joshua over to talk as well. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Gondar informs the emperor that Altsman's injuries are not that serious, physically, but he was completely broken mentally. So Veron decides to go comfort him in person. But Altsman says Altsman is nothing more than a defeated general, so he does not deserve comfort. At that, everyone in the room agrees with Altsman and says the emperor should be harsher to stop humiliating defeats like this from happening again. Albert explains that they had every advantage. Their general challenged the enemy general to a duel, and they also had more troops, yet General Altsman still lost and completely destroyed his soldiers' morale. After that, everyone around them calls for Veron to punish Duke Altsman properly. But the emperor says Duke Altsman is not the only one at fault, because the enemy had a master far stronger than Altsman on their side. Veron says they only lost because they did not have accurate enough information about the enemy. That is why he believes the best move now is to prepare a plan of action. Albert suggests sending 2 masters and even more soldiers into battle, but Gandar says that plan will not work. After the failed surprise attack, the whole continent is watching them closely. He suggests staying on watch and waiting for the best chance to act. As for Tran, Gandar says they are doing everything they can to stop other nations from joining Tran, using it as an example of a country that broke the peace treaty first. During the discussion, a subordinate rushes into the room and reports that the Principality of Tran has announced its next king to the entire continent. When they hear that, everyone is stunned. Tran is their vassal state, so it should have informed them first. Then Veron asks who the next king will be, and the man says it will be Ravis, the knight of prominence, who will soon marry the daughter of the former king. Then Joshua explains to his father that he received a royal decree from the emperor, and even though he wanted to stay at the academy, MC knows he can't fight the emperor's decision, and once the boy makes his choice clear, Agnes decides to leave. Before that, Stain asks to speak with the boy, and Joshua recognizes him as a proud knight of Avalon. Seeing how calm he is, Stain is caught off guard. The protagonist says they were bound to meet eventually. Then Ari gets straight to it and asks if the boy really thinks rapiers are trash, and Joshua pauses for a moment before saying he does not. Still, he firmly believes no weapon can surpass the spear, and that shocks both of them. After hearing that, Ari says MC has a lot of nerve, saying it right in front of him. A fierce bloodlust pours off Ari, but Joshua says he can handle any killing intent aimed at him. Then, using his skill, the boy walks straight toward Ari, who is clearly impressed. He is only 10 years old, so Ari remembers that Joshua is known as the greatest user of mana for a reason. Because of that, Ari thinks the boy could grow into something incredibly valuable if he reaches his full potential. Even so, Ari decides to kill him himself, and wonders how the protagonist will react when death is right in front of him. But Agnes stops the clash at once and tells Joshua he will let him leave the academy, since that is what he wants. Still, he asks MC to at least reach the 3rd Battalion if he truly wants to join the Imperial Knights. Hearing that, Joshua wonders why his father wants him in that battalion. Still, he keeps those questions to himself, and simply agrees to follow his father's wishes. Meanwhile, in the Agnes Duchy, Vanessa calls for her son Babel. Then Stefan asks if something is bothering her, and she says her son has been summoned to the Imperial Palace. She also brings up the sudden call to the palace, and says none of this was part of her plans. In her eyes, all of it is his fault. Stefan offers to go to Cade as well, but that only makes her furious. She asks if he really plans to act without Agnes's permission. Stefan says if they do nothing, their plans will fall apart and the Duke will kill him anyway. So he believes going to Cade is still the best choice. At worst, he will just be punished. But Vanessa warns that the palace is dangerous, and he could die there just as easily. Stefan reminds her that he was once part of the Imperial Knights, so she should not worry. He also promises he would do anything for her, even if it cost his life. Hearing that, she asks him to come back to Cade safely. In return, he promises to obey that order. Meanwhile, Joshua keeps training with staff techniques, and during practice he thinks back on his talk with Ari. He realizes Ari is even more unhinged than he expected, since the man actually gave him chills. As for why his father told him to reach at least the 3rd Battalion, the protagonist figures it is because that unit's members are granted noble titles by the Emperor, so he believes his father wants him to gain a new title and leave the Agnes Duchy behind. After all, Babel will already be the duchy's heir, so MC needs to build a family of his own. While thinking about that, the boy senses a strange presence and is suddenly interrupted. He throws his staff toward it and demands that the person show himself, but when no one appears, Joshua assumes he imagined it. Right after that, the person shows up and says he is surprised he noticed him again. As he gets closer, he sees that it is Zero. Zero says he would have been in trouble if the staff had hit him cleanly. After attacking first and asking later, the protagonist wants to know what Zero is doing there. Zero says a problem came up, and he already needed to find MC because of his request. He asks what kind of problem it is, and Zero says he will be leaving Card for a while, so the information Joshua asked for will be delayed. On top of that, he is the only one who can get details about the war god Draxia Belgrace. The protagonist guesses that Draxia Belgrace is the reason Zero is leaving, and Zero is surprised by how much the boy knows. MC says the delay actually helps, since he needed more time to find the red coin. Even though he said he could do it in 3 years, he just received an imperial decree, ordering him into the Night Order, so now he has to move. Zero is surprised and says it sounds like he has even more to deal with now. Then he says that is fine, because it gives the protagonist more time to find the red coin. His organization is already working non-stop on it, so they cannot focus on the protagonist. Going back to the first issue, he says it is time to share the new information the protagonist asked for. After dragging out the reveal a bit, Zero says they found out Draxia Belgrace has some kind of tie to Avalon's imperial family. Joshua goes completely still, because he already knew that. Zero is shocked that MC already knows about Belgrace's link to Avalon's emperor, Marcus, but he doubts it because Marcus was not the one connected to him. The real link was the 4th prince, Kaiser von Britain. That makes the protagonist think something is off, so he asks Zero if Lunar Gate really believes that information is true, and Zero says they consider it highly credible. He assumes that is because of the connection between Draxia Demera Belgrace's parents and the imperial family of the Swallow Empire. Then everything clicks for MC. He says he knew it. Emperor Marcus is trying to interfere in the Swallow Empire. MC figures Marcus wants to remove Swallow's current emperor, Verona Belgrace, and put Draxia on the throne. As for Draxia himself, he is the unbeatable war god, a man whose skill nearly rivals a master. Elsewhere, Ari is talking about the nephew of Swallow's current emperor, Verona Belgrace, and he wonders why he has to do something so annoying for a single family. The soldiers near him tell him to watch his mouth, because he cannot go around insulting Emperor Verona. They say what he just did is unforgivable. Ari does not care at all. He says blood will probably be spilled, but since it will be theirs, he is not too concerned. Then Ari starts taking them down one by one, until the soldiers form up and activate a mana shield. A barrier made from all their power surrounds the group, and Ari only brushes one of the shields. Even so, he admits the technique is interesting. Then he says he will show them an interesting technique too, and tells them to look forward to it. But just as he is about to name the move, someone cuts in and says enjoying the fight is fine, but they do not have time. Ari realizes the other man has finally arrived. The newcomer smashes the shield with ease, and that man is Duke Trembling. He follows with his diving strike and wipes them all out, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Ari starts complaining that dust is bad for the lungs. Still, he quickly praises Duke Trembling, saying his sharp moves always impress him. Even with age, the man is still at his peak. Trembling ignores that and just asks why Ari refuses to take this seriously. He reminds Ari they are at the border, but still deep in enemy land, and asks if he is being too careless. But Ari keeps acting relaxed. He asks why Trembling is so worried, since it is not like they need to sneak into Swallow's palace and bring back the Emperor's head. He says the job they came for will not even need mana. Trembling snaps back that knights must always give their all, and Ari thinks the old man is a pain, with nothing interesting about him except his skill. To Ari, Duke Agnes is far more fun. That feeling only gets stronger when he thinks about Joshua, and that moment when he almost made the boy feel true despair. Then Trembling asks why Ari brought up Draxia Belgrace, and whether he forgot the Emperor ordered him to be careful about what he says. Ari says he only said it because he hates the situation they are in. He also does not get what the Empire has to lose by refusing to play along with Draxia. On top of that, Uri says they probably will not be fooled by any of this. Trembling replies that it does not matter whether they are being fooled or not, they only need to obey His Majesty's orders. But before he can keep talking, Uri cuts him off and says it is fine. What could go wrong with him taking orders from some kid who just wants to become the Emperor of Swallow? Then he tells them to move already, since they are out of time. Trembling then says he understands what Evergrande meant when he warned them to keep an eye on Uri, since no one ever knows where he might run off to. Back at the academy, Joshua thinks he was only going to withdraw, but then he ends up asking Icarus if he is serious. The boy says yes, he wants to become his servant, and asks to go with him. The protagonist asks if he understands what that really means, because even though he was born a peasant, he's clearly a noble now. Even so, MC asks if he really wants to become a servant. Icarus doesn't back down. If he is going to the Imperial Palace, he wants to go too. He starts thinking out loud that it would be nice to watch him grow up close, and that makes Icarus blush hard. The protagonist then tells him to be honest and asks what he really wants by becoming his servant. Icarus says he wants to prove his own worth, while staying by MC's side, but MC still doesn't get it. Then Icarus reminds him that Joshua had asked him to become his servant before. He says that family name aside, he will grow far beyond the Agnes name, and he needs to prove himself if he wants to stand beside someone like that. Once he's shown what he can do, he hopes the protagonist will use him however he thinks is best. MC realizes Icarus is special, and joining forces would be great. Still, he smiles at him and says no. Icarus quickly asks why Joshua thinks he wouldn't be useful as a servant. He says he has nothing to lose, and he isn't asking for a reward, he just wants to prove himself. But the protagonist says it's the opposite, because Icarus is too talented to waste at his side. If he really wants to prove his value, he should stay at the academy. MC left. He can even use his family name if he wants, and instead of becoming a servant, he should remain there. Corrupt or not, that academy still has a lot it can teach him, so that would be better for the boy. Joshua puts a hand on his shoulder and says he doesn't want his comrades becoming servants. Hearing the word comrade, Icarus gives a small smile and says he understands. My young lord. He promises to prove himself at that academy. Somewhere else in a flower field, Hyrona Belgrace calls her father over to see how beautifully the flowers have bloomed. But even while speaking, he still looks worried, and she asks if he's thinking about Uncle Demero again. He admits he is. He thinks that if he had given the throne to his brother Demero, maybe the people of Swallow would have been happier, and maybe relations between Swallow and Trun would be better too. But his daughter says that even with her limited understanding, if her uncle had taken the throne, the people of Swallow would be suffering even more than they are now. She says she still remembers the smiles on the people's faces the first time she left the palace with her father. After praising him a little more, she calls him the son of the Empire and a father she is proud of, and says he'll become even greater. Then she asks him not to punish himself, because neither she nor the people want to see him like this. Even so, he says he can't stop thinking about his brother in moments like this. Looking up, he remembers the days when the Swallow Empire and the Principality of Trun were close, and he hopes no more blood will be spilled on this land. Then a servant approaches with urgent news and reports that the Principality of Trun invaded the Bakia estate and executed about 1,000 border guards. The news shocks them both. At the residence of the first mage of the Imperial Palace, he touches a crystal ball and asks if the Magic Tower Master called for him. When the Master says it's been a while, Evergrande asks if something happened. The Master says that aside from being short on manpower since Evergrande suddenly left, nothing else went wrong. Evergrande can only apologize for vanishing, but the Master says that isn't why he called. He asks whether the Emperor is treating him well. Evergrande says he's very satisfied. The Master says that's good, because even though he accepted the Emperor's offer for his own ambitions, there still isn't much he can do under the orders of Avalon's Emperor, who's basically a dictator. Then he brings up Evergrande supporting the fourth prince, but Evergrande cuts in and asks if he was called here for a lecture. The Master gets to the point and says he thinks Evergrande made the wrong choice, because he doesn't believe the fourth prince will inherit the throne. That clearly shakes Evergrande. The Master adds that if he'd supported the first or second prince, he wouldn't have complained. He says it's still not too late, and Evergrande should think it over. Before speaking, he remembers the first time he met the prince. The moment he heard him, he felt something he couldn't explain. Then the Master says the talk has gone in a strange direction, and reveals the real reason he called. He has a proposal. He explains that the lightning seed of the 7 mages of Exterops has been killed. Evergrande is stunned. Someone at least master level, maybe higher, was killed, and he can hardly believe it. Then the Master offers him that vacant lightning seat. He says accepting it would help Evergrande's ambitions far more than staying beside the fourth prince, whose future is uncertain. Even so, Evergrande says he expected this, but he won't accept the offer. The Master says he figured as much. Besides Evergrande's investment in the fourth prince, there must be another goal that matters to him, and Evergrande asks what goal he means. The Master tells him to stop pretending. He knows about the Imperial Treasure Room, not the fake one, but the real chamber that holds the Jade Stones. Evergrande asks how he knows about it, and the Master says most mages want to prove it exists, no matter what. That's just how mages are. They can never stop chasing the truth. He ends by saying it doesn't matter. The offer will always stand. and a seat will be waiting if Evergrande ever reaches out. But before ending the call, he says he has one more request. He reveals that the last teleportation portal used by the Lightning Seat led to Akkord, the capital of the Avalon Empire. Then the Master asks Evergrande to investigate and find out who killed Jack. Meanwhile, Joshua arrives at a place he hasn't seen in a long time. There, with Duke Agnes, he calls Kane over. The boy steps forward, ending up in a place he doesn't know, full of spirit. But Agnes stops his attack with a simple branch. Kane refuses to accept that humiliation, and says he still isn't done. He keeps attacking, but Agnes blocks everything with that same branch, and says the boy has some interesting moves. Kane gets fired up again, attacking faster and faster, but Agnes says his moves are only quick because they have no weight behind them. While this is going on, Baron Heads approaches Agnes. Even as he keeps sparring with Kane, Agnes asks what's wrong, and Heads says it's about Joshua. He went to the Imperial Palace. Agnes is surprised, but while he's distracted by that news, Kane keeps attacking. He doesn't stop for a second and nearly reaches Agnes's face, but Agnes flicks him away with one motion. Kane crashes down, crushed by the fact that he's being toyed with by just a branch. And Agnes starts talking about how Joshua caused all that trouble and then went to the Imperial Palace without saying a word. Then he asks Kane what he thinks of his master's actions. Scared now, Kane asks if this really is only training, but Agnes tells him not to get confused. This is what his master asked him to do. Kane starts wondering what kind of stupid request his master made to this monster. While Kane just stands there stunned, Agnes says if he won't come, then he'll go to him. So Kane gets up and tries something. Anything, but Agnes says he's too slow and knocks him out with a hit to the ribs. Then the boy drops and passes out on the spot. Red says Kane isn't the right target for Agnes to vent his anger on, and Agnes asks if he should really take it out on the one who caused the mess. Then he asks about the members of the 12 families Joshua beat up. Red says the other two families haven't reacted much, but the Marquise Villas family seems ready to send an official protest over what happened to their heir, who was left in such terrible shape. Red says he wants to know Agnes's opinion on this, because even if the chances of the Marquise family starting a territorial war against the Agnes family are low, they still need a proper response if that protest letter comes. If they don't answer, there's a good chance the Villas family will bring it up at the Grand Conference of Nobles, and Agnes starts thinking it over. Red also thinks that if it reaches the conference, the Duke would have to make excuses himself to settle it, and that would be a huge humiliation for one of the 9 stars. But Agnes says he simply doesn't care. He admits he was never a very attentive father, but he doesn't think it's right to scold his son for doing a good job. So he says he'll handle the Marquise family himself, and if Joshua has any conscience, he'll deal with Red on his own. With that settled, Red says he has more news about the main house. He says Agnes supposedly wants to see how much Babel, the Empire's treasure, has grown, so he's coming to Akkad with the Knight Sifon. Agnes can't believe such a ridiculous story, and on the road to Akkad, Sifon tells Babel they've entered a safe zone under direct Imperial control, so the Imperial Palace is close. The boy says it's his first time here. Sifon tells him not to worry, the Emperor just wants to see how much he's grown and calls him the continent's greatest genius. Babel doesn't believe that and looks down. Sifon notices right away, so he tries to cheer him up, reminding him that many of the family's vassals, including Sifon himself, will always stand by Babel. Babel gives a small nod and thanks him, but Sifon still goes on to ask a truly foolish question. Hypothetically, if Babel weren't Agnes's son, what would he do? The mood instantly turns awful, and the boy asks what he means by that. Sifon quickly makes up a story saying one of his knights is dealing with something like that and he wants advice on how to encourage him. Babel buys it and asks if someone like that really exists among the Crimson Knights. If so, that would be shocking, and he even offers to help. Sifon says there's nothing Babel needs to do. Inside, the fool can't believe he actually asked that. Even so, Babel says that if it were true, not much would really change. He would still keep doing his best, just like always, to make both his real father and the man who raised him proud. To him, that would be the best path for that person's growth. Proud like a real dad, Sifon says, the boy gave the best answer possible. At this point, Agnes really does look like he got cheated on. He betrayed Joshua's mother, and Babel's mother betrayed him with Sifon, the man always at his side. Sifon then says Babel is growing more mature every day. With that, they keep heading toward the palace. Meanwhile, he is still talking to the girl on the other side of the wall. When she hears his name is Sanders, he asks if she's surprised he isn't a noble and doesn't have a middle name. She says no, his name is Beautiful. Then she brings up something she read in a book, a flower that blooms only in the Trivia district on the eastern border of the Sanders continent. It's even more beautiful than a rose in full bloom, but nothing is sadder than learning what that flower means. Joshua suddenly tells her to stop, catching her off guard, and says she's the one with the tragic fate. He starts telling her about Emperor Marcus van Britten, the Blood Sovereign. Before taking the throne, he left behind countless pools of blood. He killed brothers, cousins, and other relatives, anyone who carried even a little imperial blood. That's how Marcus van Britten took the throne. But by then, no male sibling with the Britten name was left. Because of that, the only people who could still be called members of the imperial family were a few close allied relatives. Fearing the pure Britten bloodline would fade, they pushed a shocking special marriage. Later, it was judged as one of the worst decisions the Avalon Empire ever made. the tragedy of the Britons. From that political goal of Emperor Marcus van Britten came the princess meant to fulfill his ambition, the pure-blood princess Sir von Britten. If that wasn't clear, he most likely married his own sister to keep the bloodline as pure as possible. Because of that twisted ambition, Sir Ziren was born blind. The emperor guards her so closely because she has the eye of the mind, an ability that lets her see through those who have reached the master realm. Joshua wonders whether, if he had to face the truth himself, he could have done what she did. Then Sir Ziren touches the wall and realizes the protagonist is crying. Feeling his sadness hits her hard. She asks him to tell her how much he knows. But in the middle of their talk, one of the maids comes over and asks if a splinter got into her finger, since she's crying. Sir Ziren brushes it off, and the girl says it's time for them to leave for the palace. Then she notices Joshua is gone. He thinks to himself that it still isn't time. They'll meet again when the time comes. Back at Emperor Marcus van Britten's palace, he is speaking with the daughter of the god of war, who introduces herself as Annabelle Grace. The emperor asks whether she liked the gift he sent to the Swallow border. She says she is deeply grateful for his majesty's kindness. He then says he heard things aren't going as she hoped. Anna asks what he means, and he replies that people across the continent say that if Avon has Arden and von Agnes, then Swallow has Prince Lucifer. Now that this boy has appeared, even the god of war may have trouble dealing with him. So the emperor asks Anna if they have any kind of plan. She answers honestly, her father still isn't fully sure. The emperor does not like that answer at all. After all, they had assured him the plan could go smoothly. Then he lets out his bloodlust, forcing Anna to her knees in pain. He says that before the plan began, they promised it was absolutely possible. He believed them, showed mercy, and even so, they dared to act as spies inside the Avalon Empire. Anna begs for forgiveness and swears nothing like that will ever happen again. That seems to satisfy the emperor, but he still says he will change the terms. Instead of the ManhwaCapped title he promised, he will grant a duke title. Anna tries to question it, but the emperor says her father, the god of war, should know better than anyone that betting on an unpredictable game is the fastest road to ruin. Anna thinks that if this was his plan all along, there was no reason to slaughter those border guards. She realizes it was all just entertainment for him, and confirms for herself that he really is a blood-crazed lunatic who lives for war. Even though the emperor's offer is a rare chance for them, she still asks whether her father would really accept terms like these. Marcus van Britten says that soon he will be the Avalon Empire itself, and asks who would dare stand in his way. He tells Anna to inform the god of war that there's nothing to worry about, but now that the original plan has failed, a meteor plan must be prepared. So they need a solution as fast as possible. Anna has no choice but to obey. Elsewhere, two mages from the tower are searching for something, and they realize the ground there is completely different from the area around it. One says it isn't even soil. It looks more like ash. His partner tells him to stop joking, but he says he's serious. All he has to do is close his eyes and feel the winds collide. So he does, and realizes there is a mana void there. He explains that a mana void can happen only in two cases. Either it was created supernaturally at the dawn of time, or a class 6 mage or higher took enough damage to the heart to die. When that happens, a massive explosion spreads across a 1-kilometer radius and leaves a void behind. So if that's really what happened, then Axtrop's Lightning's last destination was Card. His partner figures there's a high chance he was killed by someone who holds Bronto. Now they have their answer. They just need to follow Bronto's trail to find the culprit. Back at the palace, Caesarine is stunned because he clearly knew everything. Then she asks her attendant if she has ever heard the name Joshua Sanders. The attendant says she has heard the name MC before. Caesarine asks where, and she says some knights were talking about a new little star in the Empire and his name seems to be him. Caesarine checks with her since the Empire calls people with exceptional talent little stars. The attendant confirms it. He's the same kind of person as young Lord Babel, but according to the knights, most nobles aren't happy about it. With two little stars from the same family, a family already most likely to become one of the new stars in the future, the nobles are deeply suspicious. Caesarine grows suspicious of this, the protagonist, and Ellen confirms why. His full name is the protagonist von Agnes, the second son of the Empire's pride, Ardem von Agnes. The girl's reaction is simple but strong, just a stunned wow. Meanwhile, MC arrives at the Knights platoon and says nothing there has changed because inside they're gambling on a fight and cheering like it's a cockfight. The two knights are taking it seriously, even using mana. One mocks the other, asking if that's really all he's got, and says that's why he gets treated like a mercenary. Langer fires back at Kha'Zix, saying he talks too much for someone from the 12th Battalion. But Kha'Zix says the people above them see the 11th and 12th Battalions the same way, so Langer should stop acting like his battalion is better. His Majesty had a real reason for splitting them into battalions like this. Then he asks if that means challenging the Emperor. With that final strike, he wins the fight and sends the other man flying. He still asks if Kha'Zix finally understands the gap between the battalions, and the crowd starts cheering, saying they believed in him. Losing to the one lower battalion would have been humiliating. Then someone hands him a bag of coins, saying it is his cut, since they made good money today. Another warns that the loser will challenge him again if he lets him live. That reminds him to sign Vasco up, but the other man quickly drops his head to the floor, apologizing and swearing he will live as a servant before ever challenging him again. He keeps begging, and Langer lets it go. Right away, his whole battalion starts mocking the guy, saying he is disgracing the 12th Battalion and asking how he can call himself a knight after that. In the middle of all the noise, someone says this place has not changed either. When they look over, it is just a kid talking. Joshua says this place still feels like a coliseum. It is exactly the same, and he admits he really missed it and is glad to be back. The others have no idea what he means and ask if he is lost, so he says he will get straight to the point and starts pouring mana into his dawn ring. Then he transforms, putting on his armor and says he came to enter the Berkshire blood battle. Everyone is shocked. He is a sword tomb, bears the Agnes family crest and wears magical armor of that class. Then he introduces himself as Joshua von Agnes and says anyone who wants to fight him can step up. Everyone starts recognizing him as Avalon's new little star and as the C-rank boy knight who could use mana at age 10. While they start hyping the kid up, they also ask if he really understands what he just said and whether he knows the full rules of the Berkshire blood battle. The protagonist lays it out clearly. Anyone can challenge a knight for his position, and if that knight loses, he loses his place as an Imperial Knight. He adds that any accidents during the match are the fighter's own responsibility. The result must be accepted, and revenge is strictly forbidden. Any violation counts as treason. Langer asks if he still wants to go through with it, even knowing all that. Joshua gets fed up and says he came to register for the Berkshire blood battle under the Emperor's order, so the 11th and 12th battalions should obey. Even so, they warn that he could get hurt if they fail to hold back. They are even more uneasy because this is not just about winning or losing. Who would want to lay a hand on Arden von Agnes's son, one of the 9 stars? If they did, the family would treat them as enemies. Langer thinks he is not paid for this, and of course this had to happen while the battalion commander was away. He realizes he might have to step in himself, but then glances back and gets an idea when he spots the man he just beat. But that guy instantly starts making excuses, saying his organs still hurt from fighting Langer, so Langer is out of options. Joshua gets angry and asks if they really call themselves knights acting like this. Then he says he will give Eddie a little push, and he starts mocking them, saying the worst battalions never change and the whole thing is pathetic. All they do is fight each other like mercenaries with no skill or support. He says they whine about their miserable pasts but still lack the guts to beat the higher battalions. Then he finishes by calling them alien gangs who do nothing because they are too scared, just staring at each other whenever someone only a little stronger stands in front of them. And when the boy says they will never leave this place because they are cowardly trash, they get furious. Then the same coward who lied about being in pain charges at him, saying he will teach the kid a lesson. A boy lucky enough to be born into a good family has no right to talk about them. So he accepts MC's challenge to the blood battle, and MC says that is more like it. Everyone tells him to teach the kid a lesson and not worry about getting scolded by Duke Agnes. And Catches fires up, saying he will show him right away that stronger people exist. He coats his sword in aura, and Langer warns the protagonist there is still time to back out. Catches is an experienced B-rank knight, and C-rank mana will not beat that aura. The protagonist says someone once told him the same thing, but it is not that simple. Then, as he starts summoning his mana, everyone goes tense. They say it is impossible, because the boy is also summoning aura onto his sword. Striking a pose, he asks who said he was C-rank. Then, everyone starts staring at his gear, the Dawn Ring, a artifact in aura. Catches snaps that Joshua is just a pathetic amateur borrowing his family's power, nothing but looks. He says the boy should be ashamed for stating the name of Caesar Van Britten Agnes. MC says if Catches doubts him that much, he should come test whether the aura is real. Catches asks what he means, but MC says he heard him, and that he is hesitating because he is scared. He really thought MC was only a C-rank knight, and he calls him a coward. That makes the man lose his temper, and he rushes in at full force, but Langer yells for him to stop. Joshua simply spins Lucia, creating a whirl of mana, and as the dust starts settling, Langer curses him for an idiot. He says you never charge before learning your opponent's strength, and it is obvious that power is not normal mana. But when the dust fully clears, they see someone has stepped in front of them. The protagonist says that man is incredible, and asks if a vice captain really has the authority to stop a Berkshire blood battle. Everyone around them recognizes him as Viper Bison. He is standing in front of Catches, and Viper says Joshua is well informed. The boy answers that he has heard a lot about the Crimson Bison of the Imperial Knights. The vice captain asks if that means he also knows the rule tied to Berkshire blood battles. MC hesitates, but the knight explains that for one to be official, at least one vice captain has to be present. He asks if he is going to cancel the fight after all this. Viper says he cannot cancel the will of the great Emperor Marcus Van Britten. His will stands, so instead he says he will be Joshua's opponent, and everyone is stunned. Catches objects at once, saying the duel is between him and the protagonist, but the vice captain tells him to drop it. Then Catches starts getting worked up, but the vice captain tells him to wake up. He has something more important than pride. If he loses the Berkshire blood battle, he loses his place as a knight. Then Viper asks who would take responsibility for his daughter if that happened. Could he carry that burden after falling back into life as a mercenary? He corners him with one question. Is a knight's pride more important than his family? Catches has no answer, so Joshua says it is amazing that Viper would risk himself to protect a comrade. Still, vice captains and above only lose their duties if they are defeated, so it is not such a bad plan. He could still live the rest of his life as an ordinary knight. Viper says MC talks like he already knows he can beat him. MC answers that it is obvious Viper must have felt the gap between them too. Viper looks at his sword nearly split in half, and Langer starts thinking the young lord's mana must be something special. He is sure he has something even stronger than the move he used earlier. Then the whole battalion starts saying they would sacrifice themselves to protect Viper's position. But Viper refuses. He says he never saw them as subordinates. To him they are brothers and comrades. If he can protect his comrades with his own hands, then the vice captain title and his knightly status mean nothing. He even says he could keep walking beside them. Joshua says that resolve is incredible, remembering how Viper always fought beside him at the front and crushed anything that blocked their path. More than that, Viper was more dependable than anyone, the kind of superior officer his men could trust. The protagonist admits one reason he joined the Imperial Knights was to cross the battlefield with Viper again. Viper tells him to remember this. If MC defeats him and takes the vice captain position, the upper battalion knights will have to recognize his skill. He says MC will be acknowledged by the greatest knight order, one far above theirs, since they are only reserves. He replies that even as reserves, they were still looked down on because of the others' huge pride. Then Joshua calls down lightning and says that within 5 years, he will make the 11th and 12th battalions be known as the strongest in the Avalon Empire. Right after he says that, lightning strikes the protagonist. The others can't believe it. They're looking at an aura blade. MC asks Viper what he'll do now and whether he'll join him. Later, at the castle, Babel greets the Emperor, who says it's been a while, then asks how old the boy is. Babel answers that he'll be 15 soon. Marcus Van Britten says that not even Babel's father, the greatest knight in Avalon's history, reached C rank at that age. Babel is already close to B rank, and if he gets there while still a teenager, he'll be the first in history. Well, if Joshua didn't exist, that leaves Babel stunned, and Marcus Van Britten says that won't do because Babel should remain Avalon's treasure forever. Then he calls over a mage assistant and offers a gift, an elixir that boosts mana as it's consumed. He orders Babel to drink it, but Babel thanks him and hesitates because it's so valuable. Marcus Van Britten cuts him off and gives a direct command as Avalon's emperor, drink it. So the boy has no choice but to obey. The moment he drinks it, he collapses unconscious. The emperor walks over to him and says Babel probably won't remember since his memories were erased, but they've met many times before. He's sure the boy hasn't forgotten his promise and says it's time to keep it. He tells him that no matter what happens, he must never lose his place as heir to Joshua. Then he asks if the boy understands his son Babel von Britten. The boy answers, my God. So Babel was never Shivan's son. On top of that, he was born from a forbidden royal bloodline, since Babel's mother is the king's sister. We're then told that another unknown incident tied to Avalon's imperial palace was buried and forgotten, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of a delegation, he says he hopes he isn't late. One of the men orders everyone to show respect to the commander, and they all salute Baron Joshua Sanders, commander of the 11th and 12th battalions. Then we get some context. After he regressed, he found the Y-Grant continent looking peaceful, but new schemes began to rise, threatening that peace. The continent has 3 empires, the 3 superpowers. One is Avalon, ruled by Emperor Marcus Van Britten, who secretly joined forces with Drax and Belgrace, a knight from Swallow, another of those superpowers. Because of that, Marcus Van Britten and Drax ended up creating hostility with Swallow's subordinate nation, the Kingdom of Thran, and their goal was to start a war. But Emperor Verona uncovered their plan. He not only foresaw the war with Thran, but also stopped Avalon from pushing things further. After that, people in Swallow who opposed Emperor Verona's peace policy began to surface, and in Robalt, a power struggle between the Emperor and the Vatican began over the election of a new pope. 5 years later, Joshua becomes a baron and the commander of the 11th and 12th battalions. After that, he heads to the First Prince's palace to celebrate his birthday. As he arrives, a woman watches from afar and says she only has one chance. So her subordinate Cox tells Lady Cheryl Di Fonte to stay calm. At events like this, she needs to keep her composure and protect her family's honor. Hearing that, she tells Cox she has no plan to embarrass herself in front of the Cromwell family. That only fires him up more, and he urges her to use this chance to draw the First Prince's attention. A little later, Doogie spots Cheryl Di Fonte and says he's surprised to see her, but he also takes the chance to mock her, saying she shouldn't be there enjoying herself when her family is on the verge of collapse. Then Natasha asks if she even received an invitation from the palace. Cox is already worried after running into them, and when he sees Lady Maria, he says he's fed up with this mess too. Even so, Cheryl Di Fonte pulls herself together and greets the arrogant nobles politely. Then she moves on, saying she needs to meet someone in the palace. But before that, Juga tells a knight to check who she really is, since his father had ordered tighter castle security that night. The knight asks Cheryl Di Fonte for papers to confirm her identity. That makes Cox lose his temper. He says Cheryl Di Fonte belongs to one of Avalon's 5 ducal families, so a mere imperial knight has no right to meddle in family affairs. Then he tells them to move aside at once, but Jubgi keeps provoking them. He says no one is waiting for a family that's nearly ruined, and suggests Cheryl Di Fonte should leave before she spoils the prince's birthday, an event that happens only once a year. He pushes it even further, saying they must have nowhere else to go since the Cromwell family burned Cheryl Difonte's home to ashes. Gyuji decides they're really there to beg for their lives as a last way to survive. That finally makes Cheryl Difonte snap at Gyuji, but in the middle of the commotion, someone steps in for Cheryl Difonte's family and says they have official permission to be there, so everyone should clear the way. Juki asks who he is, and the man introduces himself as Joshua, commander of the outer battalion. Then he orders everyone back to their posts and says he'll handle it. The knights hesitate to obey since they think they should hear Juki's side too. The protagonist answers with a cold stare, and then the knights obey and leave. Juki stays behind, furious. After that, Joshua offers to escort Cheryl Difonte into the palace, but Juki keeps being a pain and claims MC is trying to bring the Aiden von Agnes family into the palace. He also says he will never beat his mercenary king Barbarian while the brat keeps showing off. Natasha says the protagonist hasn't changed at all, so he'll probably just ignore it. That makes the boy lose it completely, and he swears he'll send MC to hell soon. Meanwhile, Cheryl Difonte recognizes Joshua and says he's very different from before, but he barely reacts and tells her to keep moving from here on out. Before he can leave for good, she asks him to dance with her at the ball, but he refuses because he needs to focus on protecting the castle. After all, he's now part of the Sanders Baron family. With that, he walks off and thinks to himself that Cheryl Difonte needs to get her life in order too. If Barbarian isn't defeated, Duke Cheryl Difonte will lose all his land to the Cromwell family. Even knowing that, Joshua says it still isn't time to step in, because he still has too much to deal with, so he calls for the spy to show herself. She appears with an attitude and asks how he was able to sense true death energy. Joshua simply tells Aisha to give up on killing the first prince. That shocks her because no human should know her name. Then the protagonist unleashes his dragon's fear energy and she immediately drops to her knees before the Master of Great Mana, saying she never thought Joshua was the Black Master. Still, he says he'll forgive her disrespect, but repeats that she must abandon the plan to kill the first prince. Aisha chooses to obey. MC then advises her to leave Acadia, because the Black Wind will hunt her once they learn she failed to kill her target. She tries to argue and stay, but Joshua warns that if she disobeys, he'll punish all dark elves, so Aisha decides to listen. Then he thinks about how naive she is. She really believed he was the Black Dragon. He adds that she'll become the Assassin Queen. In his past life, she failed to kill the first prince, and as a result, she was punished with a scar that could never heal. The protagonist chooses to interfere early, so she won't carry that stain. After that, he says they'll meet again someday, as he leaves. Aisha is still in disbelief that she saw the Black Dragon, and figures even the Black Wind would never suspect she'd find him there. Then she remembers she's basically about to become a fugitive, but decides to make use of her freedom for now. Meanwhile, in the palace, the nobles chat idly, and when one of them notices Cheryl Difonte, he comments that her family is struggling financially. He finds it strange that she's there at all, since rebuilding the Cheryl Difonte family must be incredibly expensive after their fight with the Cromwell family. Then he says no family is likely to support Cheryl Difonte now. In the middle of all that, Prince Kisser von Britain finally appears and thanks everyone for coming. One of the maids checks the guest list and tells Sir Zarin that Joshua Sanders' name isn't on this year's list. The princess notices that even after 5 years, she still can't forget MC, and when the prince notices her with Chichano, Sir Zarin brushes it off. The prince realizes he worried too much, thinking his sister was nervous about the event. Looking around more, Kisser notices Cheryl Difonte in the crowd and says he's happy she came to his party. She greets him formally, but the prince asks her to relax since he's still not used to such stiff greetings. Then he brings up her family's sad situation, and to help her forget it for a while, Kisser asks her to dance with him. Cheryl Difonte finds the whole thing strange, since only the most outstanding ladies are supposed to have the right to dance with the prince. Before taking his hand, she realizes every noble around them will envy her. To her, that's dangerous, because making enemies there would only make her fight against the Cromwell family harder. So Cheryl Difonte turns down the prince's offer to dance. Kisser is confused and asks why she would refuse. Then Joshua steps in and says she already has a dance partner, him. After that, he greets the prince properly. Sir Zarin realizes that young man is him. One noblewoman explains that he's the Empire's rising star. In just 5 years, he transformed the Imperial Battalion, and she adds that the protagonist comes from the Agnes family. Since the Agnes family is close to the Cheryl Difonte family, she figures that's why Cheryl Difonte came, despite her family's crisis. She must be here to ask Joshua for help. Meanwhile, MC calmly tells the prince that he and Cheryl Difonte already agreed to dance together. Kisser asks if she really made plans with him. Trying to escape the awkward moment, she says yes. Right then, George barges in again and accuses the protagonist of being disrespectful to the prince. He apologizes for interrupting, but insists the young baron is acting out of line. MC answers him right away. He says George should follow his own advice and stop being rude. The other noblewomen agree with Joshua. If the prince kept pushing for the dance, he'd be using his rank to take her away. He tells Gyug to drop it, since this is what the prince wants too. He lets the insult slide this time, but warns that if it keeps up, Gyug will go through the same thing as before. Seeing the tension rise, Kisser steps in and reminds everyone the event is meant to be enjoyable. The protagonist apologizes to the prince and says he would never have asked Cheryl DeFonte to dance if he had known Kisser planned to do the same. But Kisser is understanding and says he was the one who nearly acted rudely, since he didn't know they had already arranged it. Then he asks Cheryl DeFonte to give him a chance at the next ball. After that, Joshua leads her onto the dance floor. Cheryl DeFonte says she'll feel indebted to him all day, since he got involved in something that could cause trouble later. MC says he wanted to make it up to her because he forgot the promise they made 5 years ago. Hearing that, Cheryl DeFonte gets flustered. She thought he had forgotten and even wonders if he understands what it means to receive a lady's family symbol. Because of that, she tries to ask for his help, but Joshua cuts her off and says he can't do anything right now because he's part of the Imperial Knights. She quickly changes the subject and says she only meant to comment on how much he has grown. Meanwhile, Kane remembers all the time he spent getting beaten down by his monstrous father. That makes him furious, especially since his master is now enjoying a peaceful ball at the Imperial Palace. So he tries to enter, but a guard stops him, mistaking him for some random outsider. To prove who he is, Kane shows the Agnes family crest and says he's a knight of the Agnes family and from the Sanders barony. And then when the dance ends, everyone applauds and calls them the finest pair in all of Avalon. But the jealous two can barely hide how upset they are. George even swears they won't stay happy for long. Cheryl DeFonte starts thanking Joshua, her face completely red. Then she runs off like a girl in love, and the only thing the protagonist can say is that she's as impatient as ever. Then Sir Zirin approaches Joshua and asks if he's the same boy she met behind the wall 5 years ago. He answers through telepathy, saying he'll visit the Palace of Brilliant Fireflower soon. He also tells her that the medicine to cure her illness is almost ready, and then he starts to walk away. But she asks him to wait and calls out to Baron Sanders, wanting to know what medicine he means. MC thinks to himself that this is his way of repaying a bond from a past life. He tells her to stay well until then. Later, back at the academy, all the students are buzzing with excitement because their leader is about to arrive. Then he finally shows up and everyone lines up at once. That is when Icarus appears. No way you're telling me that's a man. If he is, then he's the man of my life. Everyone stands in formation like a gang making way for its boss, and after a tense pause, they all bow and congratulate Icarus on graduating early. Icarus tells them he asked them not to do this since people might get the wrong idea. But one student says they had to. After all, he's the one who brought huge change to the academy. Icarus gets embarrassed, and the boy asks them to let this be their final tribute to their older brother. Then the boy asks where he's going now. Icarus says he's heading to a place he chose a long time ago. He's going to find another son. Sorry, but that is not a man. No way. Somewhere else. Joshua suddenly sneezes right when Icarus says that. Soon the guards start whispering, asking how someone got in. They warn that outsiders aren't allowed there, but the visitor tells them to move. He knows the battalion commander. The guard tells him to wait in the hall because strangers can't walk in freely. Kane snaps back that he's already waited in hell for 5 years and he's completely on edge. Then he comes over, recognizes him, and says he had planned to visit later, but he's touched that Kane came on his own. The moment he sees him, Kane starts yelling, calling him a lousy master and asking how he can enjoy palace luxury after throwing his most precious servant into the hands of a demon. He says he swung his sword again and again until his hands nearly gave out, all for Joshua. The protagonist can only apologize, but Kane tells him to forget it and says he's just glad MC at least understands. He changes the subject and says that if Kane came to see him, then he must have reached that level. So Kane proudly says the protagonist doesn't need to worry anymore because now he's strong enough to lose to no one except the protagonist. MC starts wondering what happened over those 5 years to change the boy's personality so much, and even thinks about going back to working alone like he planned. While they're talking, another man arrives and tells him someone else has come to see him. The protagonist is shocked that 2 people showed up on the same day, and outside a much kinder-looking griffin waits for him. When Joshua arrives, he's stunned to see that it's Icarus and Kane is too. Icarus asks if MC already forgot his face, saying that would make him sad. Meanwhile, Kane can only think that this beauty is unreal. He starts listing everything he's heard about Icarus, that he graduated from the academy with the highest scores ever, that he's a genius strategist, and that he turned down offers from famous families and even the Imperial Palace. But Kane says he never expected that person to be such a beautiful lady, then immediately asks to follow him. Icarus quickly asks him not to call him a lady. Kane introduces himself as Baron Joshua Sanders' first knight and says Icarus can call him Kane anytime he wants. Icarus's face says exactly what he thinks about that. Then he tells Kane to stop because Icarus is starting to get scared. Icarus asks if Joshua finally remembers him and whether he also remembers their promise. The protagonist told him to prove his worth at the academy, and he kept that promise. Now he says, it's Baron the protagonist's turn to keep his word. Then Icarus asks if he'll accept him. MC just smiles and says of course he remembers. If Icarus hadn't shown up, he was planning to find him himself, because he can't leave the strategist spot empty any longer. He also says that only Icarus can fill it, and the two bump fists. Icarus tells him that as always, he says the most embarrassing things like it's nothing. But Kane asks how long they're going to stay in their own little world while leaving him out, then places his hand on top of theirs and says he'll be under the care of the great strategist. Icarus admits great strategist isn't a bad title. Then Joshua calls them over so they can talk about the plan. He says he'll keep it short. First he wants to see His Majesty, then head to Reinhardt. But the two of them will need to go to the Cheryl DeFonte family in his place, and both of them are left speechless, wondering why they have to go straight to the Cheryl DeFonte family. Then, in the Grand Imperial Palace, the Emperor looks deeply displeased. He says he's at a loss for words because not a single person wants to enter the Master Battle of Avalon in an empire known as the Empire of Knights. He tells them to imagine what a joke they'd become to the other nations that fear them. Marcus Van Britten says he cannot allow that, no matter what, because Avalon alone must remain the absolute nation of this continent. Then he asks what Aiden thinks, and Aiden asks how far Avalon's standing will fall if they give up the chance to prove who the greatest absolute power is in the Master Battle of Reinhardt. Before Aiden can continue, someone shouts that he will make the majesty of the Avalon Empire known. Everyone turns to see who it is, and Joshua walks into the hall, declaring that he will join the Master Battle. Then Marcus Van Britten begins praising the boy's position as commander of the Outer Battalion. Then the protagonist gives the Emperor a formal salute. He asks if he heard that right, but Joshua confirms it. He'll fight for Avalon in the Master Battle. The Emperor says the Master Battle in Herodent is no ordinary tournament. Then he asks MC's age, and the boy says he's 15. The Emperor points out that reaching the Master Battle at 15 is rare. Still, he is no ordinary case. So in front of everyone, he has to prove he belongs there. Hisoka 2.0 starts biting his lip. He says he'd love to test Joshua's growth himself, thinking this might be his chance. But then he notices something. Arden is already staring right at him, so he can only back down like a coward, wondering why Arden is protecting Joshua when he was the one who cast him out of the family. But the protagonist says he has one condition before showing his strength. They'll enter the Master Battle if the Emperor agrees to it. Even the Emperor is caught off guard. Everyone around them calls it insolence. They say he's far too bold to make demands of His Majesty and tell him to learn some humility. Then the Emperor orders silence, and the whole room obeys at once. Marcus Van Britten tells Joshua to speak. As long as it's not about leaving the Imperial Knights, he'll grant it. MC quickly realizes the man guessed exactly what he wanted. The Emperor asks if he plans to leave the Imperial Knights, then reminds him that he belongs to him and can't just walk away. He argues that anyone who joined through the bloody Battle of Berthia can leave whenever they want, but Marcus cuts him off and declares that in Avalon he is the law. The two lock eyes, and then the Emperor backs off a little and says he has a condition of his own. Joshua immediately asks what it is, but before answering, the Emperor tells him to keep this in mind, and suddenly attacks. A massive blast tears through the hall, sending debris everywhere and wrecking the place. When the people there raise their heads, they see Joshua and the Emperor clashing with mana-forged weapons. Seeing that the protagonist blocked his strike, the Emperor pulls back and tells Arden he's never envied him before. But for the first time, he thinks envy is real. He says he only wanted to check whether Joshua had reached the Aura Blade, but he's already touched the mind of the sword. That means he's entered the realm of a master. The Emperor sits down and says he can't keep acting like a child after seeing that. Then he tells MC to do as he likes. If he comes back with good results, he swears on his name to hear his request. MC says he'll go beyond those expectations. Later, someone knocks on Cheryl DeFonte's door, interrupting her work. She's told she has visitors, and she allows them in. Kane and Icarus enter and greet her as politely as they can. Icarus introduces himself as a member of Havertz, one of the states of the sun, just like Cheryl DeFonte. She asks if that's really true, then wonders why the person called the smartest on the continent is here. Staying humble, Cheryl DeFonte says she should be the honored one. She's always wanted to meet him, but while speaking she notices the crest of Duke Agnes, and starts saying she understands now. It must mean the Duke sent him because he knew her situation. Kane corrects her at once, saying that's not it. They came to help in the name of Baron Joshua, who ordered them to assist her. They're here only because their lord wished it. Cheryl DeFonte is left completely stunned by what she's hearing. Meanwhile, he is trying to leave the palace without drawing too much attention. Agnes stops him and says Joshua hasn't visited in 5 years, yet now he's trying to leave without speaking to anyone. Then he asks if the protagonist resents him for choosing Babel as successor instead of him. MC says yes, he does, but not because of the succession. In fact, he says it was the right choice. Someone like him, who threw away the Agnes family name without hesitation, could never become its heir. So he says he can't hate his father over that. Agnes asks what the resentment is really about. Joshua reveals it's because Agnes had the power to act, yet treated him and his mother like they didn't exist. Agnes starts to say it was for the family, but when he sees his face, the protagonist says he no longer holds on to that anger. It's been a long time since he last saw his mother look so happy. He bows and sincerely thanks Agnes for teaching his knight and taking care of his mother. Agnes says he should be the one giving thanks, but in the middle of this father and son moment, soldiers rush over asking if their commander is really leaving and why he's trying to go. The second Agnes sees the knights coming, he quietly slips away. Then everyone crowds around Joshua, asking why he was leaving without a word and whether he's abandoning the 11th and 12th battalions. MC tells them they've got it wrong. He never thought of them as subordinates. That shocks them at first, but he adds that if they asked whether they were his people, he'd answer without hesitation. He's always seen them as precious comrades. That gets a laugh since he has a habit of startling people. Joshua says he's leaving for personal reasons and asks everyone to head back, Even so, Bison steps forward and asks if he plans to stop them from coming along to help. He says that after watching the protagonist for the last 5 years, he realized there's a reason he has to leave, a reason that could put all of them in danger. So Bison says that must be why MC wants to go alone, but he simply thanks him. That's enough for them to understand, and they tell him they'll always be there, not as subordinates but as his comrades. So they won't say goodbye, they'll wait as long as it takes, and they ask him to come back and let them shine once again. Then they all raise their swords in respect to their commander. Joshua walks through them, thinking he finished almost every goal he had in the Imperial Palace except one. He became a battalion commander and got into the secret vault that commanders can only enter once a year. There, he recovered the obsidian earrings, the weapon he loved most in his past life. Along the way, he also gained the Sanders name. He found the Assassin Queen too, and stopped her wound back in the past. He even built his own force with people in the palace he could truly call his own. But the most important issue is Kaiser von Britain. Joshua had planned to destroy everything Kaiser built during his time in the palace, but he failed. Still, he discovered a third power protecting Kaiser, something the protagonist never knew in his past life. After all, it never made sense for the weak fourth prince to become emperor through willpower alone. MC gets angry thinking about how exposed he was in enemy territory before, and says that since the Lunar Gate is in Reinhardt, he needs to learn every new piece of changed information as fast as possible. After all, an unknown threat could be hiding in the shadows. Then at the Cathedral of the Hubalt Empire, Christian is praying when he is interrupted. His master approaches and says he heard the boy will be leaving soon. Christian confirms that he is, so his master tells him to be careful. Still, he says he doubts anyone among the 9 stars or the 12 superhumans could even scratch him. The boy thanks him for his teachings, saying that's exactly why he has that kind of protection. Even so, his master warns him to be careful if he meets the Knight of Providence, Ravisp. The boy asks if he means the current king of the Thrawn Principality, and Jean says yes. He has a special power, and the magic tower is watching him closely. But the boy tells his master not to worry. He has no intention of getting mixed up in the conflict between the Swallow Empire and the Thrawn Principality. His master says that's good to hear, and brings up the magic battle in Reinhardt. He offers to prepare a carriage for the boy, but he says that won't be needed because he wants to visit the border before going to Reinhardt. His master asks if he means the border of Avalon's territory, and the boy says yes. He knows it's dangerous, but he has to go. There are rumors that a lich appeared there, and even if the magic battle matters, it's his duty as a knight serving God to confirm it. His master is shocked to hear about a lich. We're told that when high-ranking mages grow old and their bodies decay, some still can't abandon their research. Even in death, they offer up their souls, use dark magic, and become undead liches. Liches and dark mages are treated as enemies of the whole continent, no matter their nation. The boy says this information came from none other than Archbishop Harold, so he believes it's highly reliable. Then Jean asks where it is, and the boy says it's already at Avalon's eastern border, the Trifer district. While the cavalry gets ready, Icarus tries to help Cain with his work, but the knight refuses, saying he can handle it himself. Then he calls Icarus Miss. Icarus quickly corrects him and explains that he isn't a girl, but Cain still doesn't believe him. So Icarus figures he must be possessed by a demon of lust. Right in the middle of that talk, Lady Cheryl Difonte interrupts them. She reports that the Cromwell family has arrived at the magic tower. Worse, the transport portal is unusable, so Cheryl Difonte's family will have to cross the mountain on foot. Meanwhile, at the portal, one of the staff explains the portal to him. There's no route from Reinhardt to Akkad, but he can send him to Castle Ibri, the closest point. While talking, he notices the man keeps staring at his face, so he asks what's wrong. The man says the protagonist reminds him of a gifted young mage, which makes him want to hear more. He explains that mage was a genius in one field of magic, but something terrible happened to him. To find clues, the magic tower plans to join the Battle of Masters in Reinhardt. After saying that, the man realizes he's said too much, so he stops there and sends Joshua on his way. Before activating the portal, he warns MC that the long jump to Castle Ibri may make him feel sick. Then he finally teleports him there. After arriving, he falls into thought. He realizes the magic tower is still searching for Jack Starups. That makes sense, since Bronto vanished along with Jack. A moment later, the protagonist is startled by Count Ibri. The Count says he was ordered to greet MC in person. The king issued an imperial order, telling every noble house to welcome him warmly. Since MC is considered one of the Empire's greatest prides, that makes him feel like every move he makes is being watched and judged, which is bad news for him. Ibri invites him into the castle, but the protagonist politely refuses, saying he has something urgent to do first. Ibri insists this comes straight from the Emperor, so Joshua should follow him. MC repeats that he has to leave right away, though he'll try to visit another time, so Ibri asks where he's going. He says he's heading to the Mercenary Guild. Meanwhile, the Emperor's subordinate offers a prayer, but another man interrupts him. Surprised that he returned to Marcus Van Britten after his plan in Swallow failed. He figures the man must have made a major deal with Marcus to get back into the Emperor's service. Then he guesses the plan is to destroy the Agnes family by using Babel itself. If Agnes falls, Emperor Marcus Van Britten can push forward and strike Swallow without anyone left to oppose the war. The man even offers his help if it's needed, but Marcus's subordinate refuses. He says he won't become that man's servant. He still has some pride left, even after abandoning his own country. The other man answers that he doesn't want a servant, but an ally. Marcus's subordinate turns away and reminds him that his father is close to death. The man coldly says he doesn't see his birth father as family at all, just a madman hungry for slaughter and war. Then he repeats his offer to Draxia Belgrace. Draxia remarks that the boy is truly something else, and the person before him is revealed to be Kaiser von Britain. So begins the meeting between the two people who caused the protagonist's death in his past life. At the Rebate Mercenary Guild, the protagonist argues for a silver plate, but Aiden von Agnes says he first needs a bronze plate and at least 100 two-star missions. MC points out there's a faster way to earn a silver plate. Aiden von Agnes says he can't hand it over so easily when he doesn't know what he plans to do with it. The protagonist says that makes no sense, then pulls rank by boasting about his amazing talent as a prodigy. Even so, Aiden von Agnes says he still doesn't trust him yet. Joshua explains that he only wants to offer his help as a mercenary to anyone who needs it. Hearing that, Aiden von Agnes can tell the boy means well. So he offers MC a mission to earn the plate. It's a 5-star job, escort medical supplies from one place to another. He is surprised such a simple task is rated 5 stars, but he accepts. Aiden von Agnes tells him the destination is Trifia. Before the protagonist leaves, he says he expects a proper reward when he returns. If it's really a 5-star mission, the pay should match. Later that same dawn, Coxie notices Cheryl Difonte looks worried. She explains that a letter from her father said he collapsed. Coxie immediately grows very concerned. Icarus suggests breaking camp there and leaving at once so they can fill Duke Cheryl Difonte's place as soon as possible. Kane notices they're being told to move again right after stopping, but jokes that at least his body won't get rusty. Coxie argues that even if it's urgent, Cheryl Difonte is too exhausted to keep going. He adds that her estate is just beyond the river, so there's no need to rush. Cheryl Difonte lightly touches his shoulder and thanks him for worrying, but says she isn't tired. Coxie reminds her they've been traveling non-stop since leaving Akadi, yet Cheryl Difonte says she doesn't want to burden anyone. Kane tells her she's not a burden at all. He's only there to follow Joshua's orders. Icarus pushes them to hurry again, but the bird he was using to gather information is suddenly shot down and Kane is tied up and yanked into the air. Seeing that, Cheryl Difonte loses focus for a moment. A ninja slips behind her and orders her to come with him, but Icarus ruins the ambush by hitting the attacker with a stone. Right after that, he grabs Cheryl Difonte by the arm and pulls her away, but the ninja recovers and tells his men to kill the others and capture Lady Cheryl Difonte. Kane, however, breaks free from the ropes and rushes to protect them. The ninja admits the knight is stronger than expected, but says wild mana alone won't be enough to beat them. Kane reveals that burst of mana was actually a signal to alert his allies nearby. The ninja realizes Kane is both clever and dangerous, so he orders his men to switch to blitz tactics. Kill the knight first. Meanwhile, Joshua starts work through the guild and soon gets yelled at by one of the adventurers, who tells him to carry the supply box faster. MC instantly regrets joining a group mission. Another adventurer tells the bear not to be so harsh on the rookie, since the kid might be able to use aura. The bear scoffs, saying aura isn't easy to use, so there's no way that boy can handle it. Even so, he tells the rookie to stay close because the mission may be too hard for him, even if it's only 2 stars. That leaves Joshua confused, because he was told it was a 5-star mission. Then they're suddenly attacked by a group of undead. Aiden von Agnes quickly realizes this is worse than expected, because among them is a Dullahan, a high-rank undead monster. The moment Joshua sees it, he remembers this monster appeared around the same time in his past life, and he gets excited and charges in. But a mage steps in front of them and wipes out the whole pack. She does it with ice magic, and then the bear says that spell was 4th-class magic. Joshua starts thinking that Avalon is a knight empire that often looks down on mages. Anyone above the 2nd circle is extremely rare there, so only one mage in Trifia should be able to cast 4th-class magic. He recognizes her as the ice archmage, Iselingray Krayek, and after she casts another freezing spell, all the monsters are locked in ice. But the Dullahan starts moving again, so the mercenary leader tells her to fall back. Then he uses his knuckle weapon and lands a punch strong enough to bring the monster down. Everyone erupts, saying they knew manager Aiden von Agnes would pull it off. Joshua thinks he'd heard rumors about Aiden's strength, but seeing it in person is far more impressive. He also recognizes the artifact, Abdem's knuckle weapon, enchanted with invisibility magic. Even in his past life, it was Axel the Rock's favorite tool, the longtime second-in-command of the Million Mercenaries, and a highly valuable weapon. That makes him wonder about the other treasured artifact, Lifon, and whether it already exists in this era. Just then, Isling starts staring past them and another man comes running up shouting that they're in serious trouble. An even bigger horde is coming and they need to leave now. When they look, they see several Dullahans charging toward them. Everyone panics. They've never seen so many monsters gathered in one place. Worse, no one there besides manager Aiden von Agnes can fight them. They can't believe this was called a 2-star mission. Call it a death trap and start backing away. Aiden von Agnes tries to call them back, but Joshua asks if he really thinks they'll return. Then the protagonist says he'll earn his share, but Aiden better make sure the payment is worth it. With that, the boy summons Lucia and the mercenaries realize MC is charging into danger again and start saying the kid must have a death wish, but his spear is already giving off lightning, and he looks totally sure of himself as every monster rushes straight at him. He swings the spear and activates the fourth form of his magic spear art, Annihilation. A massive bolt tears toward the monsters, wiping all of them out in front of Joshua, leaving everyone stunned. Every Dullahan is gone, and only the boy is left standing. They have never seen a skill like that before, so they wonder if it is a unique ability and what great family he comes from. Aiden von Agnes says that among the Agnes family's techniques, he has never seen anything that destructive, especially one that hits such a wide area. On top of that, he has never heard of a spear technique like it. Joshua gives his usual answer. Aiden von Agnes should not think too hard or he will just hurt himself. Later, inside the tent, he asks what kind of supply mission this really is. Aiden von Agnes admits he labeled it as an escort job only because the client asked, and him realizes someone wanted the difficulty lowered. He asks what would have happened if someone had died when the Dullahan appeared. Aiden von Agnes says the Dullahan honestly caught him off guard. He thought he could handle normal monsters and finish fast, so he lowered the rating. The protagonist thinks that kind of thing is common in the mercenary world, then asks what the final monster they need to kill is. Aiden von Agnes says that in Reb, the small town where Castle Rebrica stands, they need to kill a lich that showed up there, and when Joshua hears about the lich in Reb, he connects it to Isling, and pauses for a moment before starting to smile. He says it looks like he will get one more thing he wants once this mission is over. Now excited, MC says they should go kill it right away and asks why they are still camped here. Aiden von Agnes explains that Reb is off limits right now, and getting permission to enter will take time. Joshua asks why they are going this far over one lich, but Aiden von Agnes says it is not about the lich. A territorial war is happening in the Rebrica state, so the Imperial family is controlling entry and checking identities. That information catches him off guard. Then Isling suddenly walks in and says this is not a territorial war. As he runs into the forest, the two keep sprinting after him. Icarus tells her not to get captured and orders Cheryl DeFonte to focus on escaping. She hesitates and says that up ahead there is a dock. If they cross the river, they can reach the Cheryl DeFonte estate, so they need to hurry. But Coxie is not happy with what he sees and asks where the boat is. He tells her the dock has been destroyed. One of the ninjas says there is only one way. All four of them are leaving by dying. Then he attacks and strikes someone. When the ninja gets ready to attack Cheryl DeFonte, he is suddenly hit by an arrow. Coxie asks where that shot came from. Count Troy appears and says they would have been in serious trouble if he had arrived 1 second later. Then he offers to escort them from there. After that, they continue the trip. When they arrive, Troya notices people are missing. A man explains that everyone was called away by Baron Arna. Hearing that, Troy is surprised and decides to meet the Baron to learn what is going on. The man also notices Cheryl DeFonte is there and says he is glad she and Coxie made it back safely. Even so, she is worried about the friends they left behind. Icarus calms her down and says she does not need to worry about Cain because he is Baron Joshua's first knight, which makes him very hard to kill. Meanwhile, Troy says he is heading to the meeting room and asks Cheryl DeFonte to stay there, but she says she will go too. He asks if she is sure and tells her not to push herself so hard. Cheryl DeFonte says she cannot afford to rest. Her country is falling apart, so she has to take his place as Lord. Meanwhile, one of the men in the meeting tells Arna they should give up their posts, and Arna explains they cannot hold every position. His partner suggests they at least keep the production base protected. Then Troy suddenly enters the meeting and asks if Marquise Cromwell has started moving again. Cheryl DeFonte says she will join the meeting too, and asks them to report every detail to her. Arna says they are in the middle of a military meeting, so he can report later. He also says it is too soon for her to join them, but Cheryl DeFonte insists and says he can give his report right now. The man beside him explains that the Cromwell family has started attacking their caravans and even their clients. Worse, they also blocked the supply route leading to their estate. Because of that, he fears the whole population could starve. Once she hears everything, Cheryl DeFonte realizes the crisis is even worse than she thought. At this rate, they will lose everything. She says fighting back is the only answer, but they cannot do that yet, so she asks for advice that can help fix this. Then Icarus asks if it would be possible to produce food inside their own estate. And before anyone answers, Arna asks who he is. Count Troy steps in and says this boy helped Miss Cheryl DeFonte escape Akkadi and reach Alice safely. Even so, Arna thinks it is rude for an outsider to speak in their meeting. But Cheryl DeFonte says Icarus graduated first in his class at the academy, and he also offered to help the Cheryl DeFonte house through this crisis. Arna still does not get it. He sees nothing special in someone who just finished the academy, and says the boy is only a stranger, so he is not comfortable sharing family information with an unknown person. Then Arna says they cannot waste time on trivial matters while the Lord is bedridden, and tells Cheryl DeFonte and Icarus to leave the meeting. Hearing that, Cox gets angry with Arna and says Cheryl DeFonte has spent all this time searching for allies willing to help the Cheryl DeFonte house. But Arna does not change his mind, saying that kind of effort will not help at all since she only brought back a boy who barely looks old enough to know war. Cox argues that what matters now is finding as many allies as possible, but Arna still sees Icarus as a waste of time because their family is on the edge of collapse. So he says they cannot keep arguing with people who will not help, and reminds Cheryl DeFonte that she has never even attended a meeting before. To him, her being there only makes things more chaotic. With that, he refuses to take orders from her because he sees her as incompetent. In the middle of that tension, Icarus decides to win Arna over by proving himself. He tells the Baron he understands how he feels because useless effort really is a waste of time. Still, Icarus says war is different. If they lose everything. Arna notices the boy at least has a logical way of thinking. Then Icarus says Cheryl Defonte deserves praise because she managed to recruit an excellent ally himself. That makes Arna take back his praise and say Icarus is acting like a normal child again. Even so, the boy says the estate can produce enough food to feed 70% of the population. Icarus adds that if they ignore the people and only defend the estate while saving military supplies for the soldiers, they still will not last long. Hearing that, Cheryl Defonte starts to understand him better. Then Icarus figures the Cromwell family does not want this war to drag on, since that would only cost them money. So he suggests they are using a plan meant to leave them unable to hold out. Because of that, Icarus believes the enemy will push for one final battle to end everything quickly. Arna does not buy the theory. He says if the Cromwell family does that, they cannot be sure of victory, because the outcome would be risky and could cause major losses for them too. But almost as soon as he says that, a soldier proves him wrong by rushing into the meeting to report that the forces of House Cromwell are outside and ready for battle. Troy says Icarus had been right all along, and the boy explains that if they accept the battle, House Cromwell will have the edge because they have the power to wipe them out. If they refuse, they will still have to gather their troops there anyway. Then Troy asks what the enemy gains by making them gather there, since Eden Canyon is a natural fortress and the best place for them to focus their plans. But Icarus says the enemy has another plan, and that plan involves the Danes River. Right now, House Cromwell is using this battle as a distraction. Hearing Icarus's theory, Troy realizes it makes a lot of sense, and says they still have a chance if that is really what the enemy is planning. Then he asks the boy how he figured it out. But the man beside him cuts in and says they should focus only on preparing the troops. So Troy goes back to his platoon to handle the preparations, while Arna agrees to follow Cheryl Defonte's orders from now on. Then Count Troy tells everyone to gather there once the preparations are done. When she is alone with Icarus, she praises him for shutting the nobles up and taking control of the meeting. That makes her more confident, and she says things will work out now. With all that praise, Icarus says she should thank his master too. After that, he brings up a rumor that both sides were evenly matched at the start and asks if that's true. Cheryl Defonte says yes. That changed after the king and the mercenary joined House Cromwell. From then on, House Cheryl Defonte kept losing every battle the mercenary entered, mostly because he always took the best position on the battlefield. Thinking it over, Icarus remembers that House Cheryl Defonte actually has the edge in military strength and money, so he says they should be defending in this fight. In a battle where defenders already have the advantage, it makes no sense for one superhuman alone to change everything that much. What worries him most is that the head of the family is bedridden after eating poisoned food. Icarus says that could only happen if the enemy had help from someone inside. Meanwhile, Easley tells Joshua about the war, and says Heavy got excited over the one-sided war declaration against the Cromwell family, while his father simply vanished. Aidan von Agnes explains that the Cromwell family completely wiped out the Regressor family, and now they want to start a war against House Cheryl Defonte. He adds that Marquise Cromwell has been acting recklessly and hurting the whole nation. Joshua figures Emperor Marcus Van Britain might be working behind the Marquise, and Aidan von Agnes says that idea makes even more sense right now. Then Aidan von Agnes tells the protagonist he's saying all this to help him, because if House Cheryl Defonte falls, the Agnes family will be next. He also says he trusts MC, so he isn't an enemy. Still, he only shared this because he wants to ask a favor. He wants the boy to protect Miss Easley. Meanwhile, the paladin Christian heads to the ruined area and says Hobalt sent him to investigate, but one of the guards tells him to leave, because the area is already under the Yahello Empire's control. Christian leaves, still suspicious. The royal mages in the magic tower working together is way too strange. He also starts wondering how the lead who appeared is connected to the Yahello Empire, so he keeps moving and enters Heba Castle. Right after that, a variant ghoul attacks him and knocks him down to the floor below. Looking around, he finds himself surrounded by more monsters in the dark, and all he can think is that he's completely screwed. After dropping into that nightmare, he starts cutting down the undead and activates his lightning spear, blasting many of them away. Then he spots one zombie giving off mana, and right after that, several more rush Christian, so he starts calling on his holy sword Durlandana, asking it to answer him. A wave of holy energy rises, and he declares that in the name of Lord Hermes, he will judge them. Then he drives the sword into the ground and activates the holy cross, and every zombie around him is struck by the holy light. Christian wonders how strongly the variants are drawn to radiant holy power. He says he wanted to handle this quietly, but that clearly won't happen. So he starts using his magic arts again, saying that even if this draws too much attention, he has to end it fast. He prays to Lord Hermes to awaken what is holy and find the source of evil. Then his magic scans the whole place until it hits a being that stares back at him, and he demands to know what that person is doing there. A portal opens and strips of mana burst out, binding Christian. Then something starts rising in front of him, and he asks if this person is trying to start a continental war, saying they even created a death knight. A moment later, the knight appears right in front of him. Meanwhile, Aiden von Agnes is handing a letter to a mage, while the other mages take care of a seal. Aiden von Agnes says he'll make a quick trip to Hebe Castle and come right back. He adds that now that he reported the Order of the Dead to the Avalon Guild, they'll probably move soon. The man says that even so, a Hobalt follower who infiltrated Hebe Castle has been missing for 3 days, so Hobalt will surely act soon too. He tells Aiden to make sure he does everything he needs to and return before things get messy. Aiden von Agnes says he knows people are about to take this country, so he'll be careful not to cause trouble. To himself, he thinks he needs to leave soon. The mercenary guild is already more than enough to deal with. Then his caravan sets off, and inside one of the carriages, Iselin points out that Joshua said nothing, and he answers that there was nothing to say. She asks if that's really true, because she still has questions. First, why did he ask for an artifact that's still being developed as payment for protecting her? He doesn't answer, and she says Cromwell put a huge bounty on her head, so dangerous people are after her. For what she's asking, she says his price isn't that high. Joshua replies that after spending some time with Captain Aiden von Agnes, having it just seemed useful, nothing more. She is impressed that he calls it simply convenient, then laughs and says he's funny. She tells him they can just give him one if he gives her time, and promises he'll get everything once this is over. Then he asks her something. How did Count Rebecca disappear? Her expression drops. He apologizes for asking so suddenly and says she doesn't have to answer if it's too hard. Then she starts telling him what happened. It was sudden, the family estate caught fire and everyone, including the knights and servants, was close to dying. She remembers 5 years earlier when someone shouted to grab everyone and kill them all. Her father said he'd hold them back and ordered them to run. She protested, saying she couldn't leave him alone, but Count Rebecca yelled at her to go now, and she finally understood. One of the servants pulled her away, saying they would all die. Then she accepted it and left in tears, saying goodbye to her father. The men chasing them were caught by his trap. He gave his life to buy them time to escape. All that remained was the ruined estate. As time passed, people began to forget. She says she came there to help a survivor, and that was when rumors spread through Have about a lich appearing. She had to see for herself what that lich really was. Joshua goes quiet for a moment and says he can't claim to understand everything, but he has to tell her something. Something she probably isn't expecting. Just as he is about to speak about the lich, he senses a presence and gets shaken. He jumps out of the carriage and thinks he's sure he felt that presence. The cursed hound of Kaiser Velvel. Joshua loses it, smashes through the place, and Aiden von Agnes starts asking why he's going alone. He only says he needs to confirm something, and will find him again later. He runs off, and after covering a long distance, he lands on a magic circle, and realizes that symbol was made recently. He tells himself he's sure he sensed Velvel's presence. He can also see signs that someone with a much stronger aura fought there. That bothers him, because aside from the lich's rune, everything feels far too normal. Then his earrings detect something, and he notices an anti-magic field. He shatters what looks like a glass wall made of mana, and finds Christian hanging there. The only thing the boy can do is groan in pain. The protagonist says he knew it was an illusion spell, and asks if the boy owns that rune, but Christian can barely speak. The protagonist keeps demanding to know what the hell is going on, and the boy tells him to look behind him. Before MC can react, the undead knight is already there, nearly landing a hit, but because he kept asking stupid questions, he gets struck and thrown away. Even so, he gets back up without much trouble, and is shocked he never felt that man's presence behind him. Then he starts drawing on his mana and says he's never seen a death knight like that. When he summons Lucia, he hears her say that he belongs to her. Lucia starts messing with his mind, filling him with pain. The knight doesn't waste the chance and charges him while he's vulnerable, but Joshua's eyes turn red and he blocks the attack with no real trouble. Christian is stunned, wondering what the hell he is. He can't understand how he's feeling both divine and demonic power from him at the same time. But when he looks back at the protagonist, the boy has a totally unhinged expression, and he tells the knight that it belongs to him, and it looks like he won't stop. It's not really Joshua in control anymore, and he starts shouting that this prey is his. Then he lands a hit on the undead and tears off one of its arms. The Death Knight screams in pain, while Lucia, speaking through MC, mocks him. Of course he understands. He'll never win, so he should stop resisting and just die. But the knight roars back, telling Joshua not to toy with him. That only excites Lucia even more, and the knight counters by summoning an aura blade. Lucia is clearly impressed, recognizing it as the Fang Wolf's blade. Wolf howl. Elsewhere, in the Imperial Palace of Swallow, a massacre is underway. Prince Lucifer says Emperor Verona is too weak and has no right to rule, when all he can do is promise peace. He adds that even the people know it's pointless to stay trapped in such a tiny country. He goes on, saying the people want the nation to expand, but Verona asks if he really thinks that war would help the country. Then he says the moment war begins, fathers and mothers will lose their children. He asks Lucifer if he truly wants to watch the world burn to ash. Lucifer says he knew they would never agree. Then he claims Demero Belgrace, the emperor's brother, should be on the throne, because he would have agreed with him. Hearing that, Verona falls silent. Then he asks how long Lucifer has been planning this coup. Was it since Duke Altsman was sent away to the countryside? He warns that if the news spreads, war will break out, and Lucifer won't get what he wants. Lucifer tells him not to worry. Prime Minister Gandar will handle everything, and Duke Altsman will never hear a thing. After all, he's already in Amor. Verona's eyes widen at that, and Lucifer praises Gandar as a wise man who understood how events would unfold. Even after the Emperor dies, Gandar will stay Prime Minister. Then Lucifer says it's time for Verona to go. Verona warns that he won't get away with this, but Lucifer ignores him, draws his sword, and soon heads start rolling. Back to Joshua and Lucia. The knight lies on the ground with Lucia thrust into him. As he slowly regains his senses, he asks what happened to him. He says he doesn't know how he ended up as a Death Knight, but he is sure of one thing. Human souls, especially those of masters beyond ordinary people, can't be forced into this path, so he likely chose it himself. The protagonist says he doesn't know what regrets drove him or why he made that choice, but asks if it's alright for him to join him now. Then Joshua begins speaking the Death Knight's true name. At that moment, a memory appears. Robbers is defeating a knight, and after losing, the man says he was stripped of his rank as a master and forced to move to the countryside. Only now does he realize it was all an excuse to keep him as far from Emperor Verona as possible. That also made him a perfect sacrifice for this plan, carried out by Emperor Verona's brother, the first monarch he ever served. Demiro Belger stands over him asking if he wants power that badly. If so, he could have taken strength that day, and as one of the 9 stars he surely had the talent to do it. But the knight says he was never arrogant enough to want the throne. Still, the world has become unbearably dull, and now Lucifer will take Verona's place. Then he starts remembering Archduke Lucifer and hates himself for being a fool. He should have done everything he could to stay by Emperor Verona's side. Frustrated, he wonders if this is really how he'll die. Then Demiro speaks with Evergrande, saying he plans to create a demonic beast, and a soul filled with rage and regret should be easy to control. Evergrande says Demiro will be the first to know when it's done, and promises it'll be interesting. Back in the present, Joshua looks at him and explains that a Death Knight needs the body and soul of a top warrior. It's also a demonic beast that can't be made without a pact. He says they only gave this man the means to make that pact, the Wild King, Duke Altsman. Duke Altsman then begs to be killed because he chose wrong. If he isn't released now, he'll be forced to obey their orders. To stop disgracing himself any further, he asks MC to kill him, but MC says he has a better offer. He'll take control instead of the ones who did this. In return, he asks the Duke to lend him his strength. Only then will he support his reason for becoming a Death Knight. Joshua says that's his proposal, and it's how he'll honor the Wild King Altsman, who once ruled these lands. The monster starts laughing and says he knew he was interesting, just like they said. Anyone can see these terms only benefit him, so there's no reason to choose otherwise. He adds that serving the protagonist would be far better than being some black mage's slave. It would be an honor to walk beside one of the continent's greatest geniuses. So he tells the protagonist, the continent's finest spearman, to do as he wishes. MC asks if he accepts the offer, then says he'll transfer control now. Next, he calls for Lucia and begins to pour mana into that body. Outside, Aiden von Agnes warns the soldiers to stay alert. There may be more demons here besides the Lich. He reminds them why they came and orders them to do everything they can to rescue the mercenary Ash. They answer that they understand, but Aiden wonders what's going on. Not long after Baron he entered, he felt an unbelievable surge of energy. All he can do is hope he is alright. But then people from Hobart start arriving and order them to stop. They say these men were not sent by Hebe Castle and demand that they disperse at once. Aiden von Agnes asks who they are, and they introduce themselves as the knights and clerics recently sent by the Hobart Empire. They say they'll be taking control of the castle now, so Aden's group should return where they came from. But Aiden von Agnes tells Mondrian that his companion is still inside, and they can't just leave him behind. Inwardly, he wonders how Hobart's troops got there so fast. Yet Mondrian says he doesn't seem to understand the damage done at Hebe Castle. The more victims remain inside, the more demons they'll have to face. Stopping them is his duty, and he hopes they can settle this peacefully. Aiden von Agnes fires back, asking if he's threatening the Avalon Mercenary Guild on Avalon land. He calls it a direct military provocation. But Damien says words won't solve this. Forget a war between continents, the whole world could be in danger. Then they all start to feel a violent wave of mana from inside. Even without knowing what it is, they can tell something dangerous is there. So Damien tells everyone to get ready for battle and prepare to kill every demon that comes out. The energy keeps growing, and when someone finally steps outside, Damien says that power is far from normal. This can't be an ordinary lich. He even wonders if it might be a demon king. But Joshua walks out calmly and asks if Aiden von Agnes was still waiting for him. Everyone is stunned that this is really Baron the protagonist, and asks what happened inside. He simply says he handled it, then asks if those are Hobart clerics and why they're inside Avalon territory. One of the clerics panics and shouts that they can't let that demon escape. Then he charges at MC, but Aiden von Agnes steps in to protect him, saying that is Baron Joshua, a noble of the Avalon Empire, not a demon. He tells the man to lower his sword, but Damien asks if Aiden can't feel the demonic energy coming from him. There's no way that thing is human, and he even asks if Aiden von Agnes is on his side. The protagonist thinks he had a bad feeling. This would happen especially after Lucia told him to be careful with the demonic energy. Lucia talks to him again, asking if he thinks it's easy after just absorbing a Death Knight. Then Lucia suggests showing them what a Death Knight can do. The protagonist asks if he's insane and whether he can handle the fallout. But before anything happens, someone tells the cleric to wait. The girl standing among them removes her cloak and asks if something feels wrong. They turn to the saint and ask what she means. She says that with this much demonic energy, they all should have already been wiped out. If he really is Baron the 1100th, fighting here will only spark conflict between nations. But the man still argues that if that demon leaves, there's no telling what he might do. So he has to be stopped no matter what. She tells them to leave that choice to the goddess. Using the sacred artifact from the Temple of Hermes, the Tear of God, they can learn whether this person is truly a demon or Baron Joshua Sanders. Then she asks him what he thinks and whether he'll accept the judgment of the Tear of God, the goddess, but she speaks to him in his mind, telling him to stay calm. She says fooling something like the Tear of God is easy for her, and she'll help him get out safely. The protagonist asks why she's helping and what she wants. She says he doesn't owe her anything. Then, with a very suspicious look, admits it's because he's handsome and exactly her type. So yeah, this saint is completely unholy. Lucia gets excited, saying he's never seen a saint this shameless, and warns that if Joshua doesn't do something, he will. MC says he doesn't need her help. Then he puts Christian on the ground and everyone freaks out. But the boy starts releasing a huge wave of holy power, and the saint can't understand how that demonic energy suddenly turned holy. While she wonders who Joshua really is, the Tear of God starts reacting to him and leaves the saint's hand, flying straight into his. He says people who forgot their duty and sank into greed don't deserve to use it. She quickly asks for the artifact back, saying it isn't something he should handle. The protagonist says if she doubts him, he'll prove it right now. He pours holy power into the stone, and its light becomes so bright everyone can barely see. After Joshua shatters the stone, he says if she still doesn't believe him, he'll prove it right here and now. Everyone is shocked to see him break it, and since they already think he's a demon, they demand to know how he dared defile a sacred object. But then wings appear on MC's back. Everyone is stunned and asks how he could do that, because he isn't a paladin of Robalt or even a follower. So how did the wings of Mikal, God's archangel, appear on his back? Joshua tells them he's not a demon or a beast, he's just Joshua Sanders, so they need to stop talking nonsense. The paladin still argues, saying he knows exactly what the protagonist did. He damaged a sacred artifact, and they can't just ignore that. MC fires back with a question. If someone who isn't a follower of Robalt or a paladin can destroy a sacred artifact, then maybe it isn't all that sacred. That leaves him speechless, and the fake saint starts thinking maybe the Tear of God was never meant to be used like that. Joshua says this isn't the time to argue. The longer they stand around, the worse their companion's condition will get. Then he sets Christiana on the ground, and they realize the demonic energy is flowing out of the paladin's body. But even though it's the same kind of energy, it feels completely different from before. The saint rushes to the paladin and says there's no time to waste. Demonic energy is a deadly poison to people like Sir Christian, who use divine power, and if treatment is delayed even a little, his life could be in danger. She says they need to move him now, because if he dies, how will they face Chrysler and High Priest Heralds? That makes everyone realize how serious this is. So they all get ready to help, and the saint says Mordrian should come with them. He starts to protest, saying he still needs to learn what happened here. She asks if he still doesn't get it after seeing Mikhail's wings on Joshua's back, one of the 7 archangels and the god of battle. He says he saw it with his own eyes, but he still has doubts. The saint says this has to be God's will, and trying anything here would be a grave sin. So he puts away his sword and says he'll fall back for now. Joshua is really glad to hear that. Then the saint speaks to him again through telepathy. She says she doesn't know how he did all this, but she's sure their paths will cross again. Until then, she hopes he stays safe, and gives him a charming little look. Lucia starts complaining that his master is unbelievable. He took all that divine energy and even got a Death Knight as a servant, and this is how he repays him? He covers his ears to stop the spear's whining. Lucia says they should have just finished that Death Knight off right away, but he reminds him the world isn't that simple. Still, the protagonist says Duke Ultima helped him learn he can control demonic energy, suppress it as much as possible, and even use divine power too. Aiden asks what really happened inside and what those wings were. He also wants to know if it truly was God's will, like those people said. Joshua says he'll explain everything once they return. After all, he still needs to get paid for his work. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower, Elisha complains about sending their mages to the Avalon Empire's tower. There were reports of undead in the area. Rubel was already on edge, and if something had gone wrong, their tower could have been dragged into it. Marcus Van Britten agrees and complains that he's being forced to take part in the War of the Masters as the Magic Tower's representative. He says he has plenty of questions about everything that is happening, but he can guarantee the contestants were chosen only for skill. He adds that she shouldn't look down on Theta or what they can do. He says that if they're talking pure potential, the child has already gone beyond Elisha's limits. Elisha replies that he must have a lot of faith in that child to say something like that. Marcus says he chose to send people to Avalon because of Evergrunt's request. That makes her furious, since he's talking about that traitor. She says she can't understand why he would grant that request, and she's sure a master like him should think clearly before letting emotions take over. He asks if she remembers what Evergrunt said before he left. She says she isn't sure, and then he reminds her that Evergrunt said he would follow the trail of the one who set the limit for battle mages. That shocks her. Marcus Van Britten says that should be impossible, because that man vanished at 20, and the leaders of every nation searched for him without finding even a trace. But when it comes to Evergrunt, he refuses to suffer another disappointment like that. Then he opens a coffin and says he'll make sure this dead man rises into the world once more. Even if he was reborn as a lich, Marcus says it may not be as bad as he thinks. Then he calls out Zerath Dick Orvis. After saying the name, he says he'll give him a new one worthy of someone who held to his faith more than anyone else. He names him one of the Shining Darkness, a soul now given to the demon for the sake of faith, Berber. The corpse opens its eyes. Sometime later, Aiden says that thanks to MC, they uncovered the truth about the lich. As a sign of gratitude, he gives him a silver seal. MC thanks him but says something feels off. He asks why Selin is putting her things on his horse, and she asks if he forgot. He said he wanted a life on his payment, and since she couldn't get the materials there, she needs to go to Reinhardt. On top of that, he still has the job of protecting her from Scrumble. He tries to play dumb and says he thinks he forgot. Then Aiden calls for them to get moving, but Joshua asks if the captain is coming too. Aiden says now he can prove something as well. Then he activates his Lifon and light starts shining from it. The protagonist realizes this is one of Lifon's abilities, changing appearance. He thinks he's finally about to see the captain's real form, which had been hidden by the power of the mighty Axelair. Then the captain suddenly gets huge and muscular. He tells MC to take a good look and asks if he doesn't deserve a place in the War of the Masters held in Hearted. He even says he's already reached the master level. Elsewhere, several people talk about Duke Cheryl de Fonte, asking if he's really been incapacitated. One of them says they shouldn't be the ones deciding that while the family head is down. He asks how the family is still holding things together like this, and another says he's sure Cheryl de Fonte needs urgent medical care. But for some reason, rumors say the heavenly brain Icarus is helping the Cheryl de Fonte family, and that seems to keep them one step ahead, especially because of the distraction plan. Since their intentions were exposed, they failed to cross the Danes River. On top of that, the water is too high and the current is too strong, so they can't cross into the Aiden Gorge. The only thing left is cutting supply lines, but before he can finish, someone slams the table, tells him to shut up, and says planning around problems is his job. Then he asks how all of them together can't outthink a child. It makes no sense, and one of them starts considering another plan, calling the mercenary king. He says the longer they wait, the bigger the enemy's advantage gets, and they'll keep taking pointless losses. But the meeting leader says the Pontier family head is gone. He asks if they know how much people will laugh if they go begging for help and how much the mercenary king will take from them, since he's already demanding more than half of the Pontier land they stole. He says that is not the only problem. Knowing Emperor Marcus Van Britten, he will not ignore the mercenary king's success, and will likely try to bring him into the empire. If that happens, even the mercenary king could turn against them, so they cannot rely on him. So he orders them to keep looking for a way into the Aiden von Agnes Gorge. Until then, they should use any inside information they have and cut off enemy supplies. He says the enemy will have to come out for more supplies eventually, but then someone rushes in with an urgent report. The soldiers sent to block Pontier's supply lines were wiped out. Everyone is stunned, and he cannot believe they lost to simple workers. At the scene, a familiar person has been spying on them. When they move in on the workers, they start using magic. A fireball shoots straight at the Pontier's side, but someone steps in front of it and slices the fireball apart without even using mana. They are left wondering where someone that strong came from. He tells them not to panic, he is there to protect everyone. Then he introduces himself as Cain, the Gorge Reaper, first knight of Baron Joshua Sanders, and says he only follows his master's orders. Back at the castle, Icarus starts saying that they are behind schedule, and then one of the officials comes over and says the enemy is starting to catch up. Seeing the supplies are delayed, he suggests the enemy may have found their routes and started cutting them off. Before he can finish, Icarus cuts him off. He says he already knows and only he and the man with glasses knew the supply routes. That means there is only one way the enemy could have found out. The man immediately gets angry and asks if Icarus is calling him a spy. He talks down to the boy, saying a mere commoner would never understand. Nobles would rather die than stain their honor, and they all swore loyalty to the Cheryl de Fonte family. Then he asks if Icarus really thinks they would disgrace themselves like that. Icarus says nothing. He just stares at him with a cold, serious look. That is enough to make him nervous, but a shout suddenly interrupts them. Open the gates, the supplies have arrived. They head out to check, though the man with glasses warns Icarus to be careful. A lot of people in that castle are watching everything he does. Icarus clearly does not like that. Then Cheryl de Fonte starts giving orders, telling them to move the wounded and hand out medicine and blankets to everyone who needs them. She helps support an injured soldier and leads him inside, and Icarus runs up, asking what happened and why there are so many wounded. Cheryl de Fonte explains that they were attacked by the Cromwells, leaving him shocked. It looks like the enemy knew exactly where they would be, and he says it is a miracle they made it back alive after an attack like that. But Cain steps in proudly and says he is the reason that miracle happened. He claims he crushed all the Cromwell troops and escorted both the soldiers and supplies back safely, then starts bragging. Everyone is glad he made it back alive because they had all been worried about him. Then the man with glasses walks up and asks whether Kane can be trusted. Cheryl DeFonte says this is the man she mentioned before. He recognizes Kane as Baron Joshua Sanders' subordinate and says it is good to see he arrived safely. Sensing the tension, Kane asks why the man is so stiff. Icarus explains that he is Baron Arna, commander of the Cheryl DeFonte family's knights, and just as he is about to have them greet each other, they hear a strange noise, and someone comes running in shouting that the Dennis River has frozen. He warns them that the enemy has started advancing across the ice. Everyone goes on alert. At the river, the mercenary king orders his dogs to charge and take everything from the Cheryl DeFonte family. His men begin storming the Cheryl DeFonte estate. Meanwhile, in Hermes, they examine Christian and say they managed to remove all the demonic energy from him. But that energy mixed with the sacred power in his body seems to have damaged his brain, and they are not sure what problems may remain. The high priest says it will be hard to expect a full recovery, which is very worrying. He can only hope Christian wakes up without lasting issues. Mordrum says they may even need to consider giving up on the Master War Group selection, and he apologizes for bringing such bad news. Harold replies that even if the Master War is important, Christian's recovery comes first. Then he changes the subject and says he heard something from Saint Saren. Apparently they witnessed the wings of the Archangel Michael. He confirms it, saying he also felt an overwhelming amount of sacred power from him, but he still cannot believe it. Why would this happen to a mere knight from another nation instead of a follower of Hubalt or one of his paladins? On top of that, he was giving off demonic energy on the level of a real demon. Harold says that should be impossible. Demonic energy and sacred power cannot exist in the same vessel. Christian is proof of that, lying right in front of them. Still, if he really can control both demonic energy and sacred power in one body, then he is beyond human understanding. Mordrum asks if Harold is saying Baron he has reached a divine level, but Harold says of course not. That is exactly why he thinks Baron the protagonist is not the source of that demonic energy. So the question is, what was that energy they felt? Harold says he is not sure, but if those truly were Mikhail's wings, it would be a huge matter for the Order. Then it is explained that there are 8 great demon kings tied to 8 evil thoughts, while heaven has 7 archangels with sacred weapons. Among them, Mikhail is seen as the god of war, with the greatest battle feats of all the archangels. That is why he feels this makes no sense. The world is changing too fast, and the real concern is no longer just the Master War. This could become a problem for the whole continent. When the two finally arrive in Reinhardt, Aiden von Agnes asks Isolin if the place is not amazing, but she answers with no energy at all. He asks what is wrong and wonders if she is upset, because Baron Joshua had to leave for urgent business. She says that is not it, but keeps complaining that he promised to escort her in exchange for a life, then left her like this anyway. She starts saying she thought they had grown closer than when they first met, but now she feels like she was the only one who believed that. Aiden von Agnes quickly realizes she is definitely bothered by it. As they walk, people recognize him everywhere, and she points out that he is pretty famous. But Uravis also passes by them, and he is even more famous because he is the presidency's knight and a prince as well. He walks straight up to Aiden von Agnes and says he is even more monstrous than expected, calling him the second mercenary. Just as Aiden is about to answer, the prince simply keeps walking. Then Aiden von Agnes seems to understand and asks him to forgive everything. He adds that it is an honor to meet him. He says that seeing him in person, he exceeds all expectations. Uravis replies that he looks forward to the day they can cross blades. At the Henrod Master War Group Assignment Hall, everyone is busy talking and gossiping about the people there. They announce that the groups for the Master War will be formed in 30 minutes, and if any representative does not arrive by then, they should prepare a replacement as fast as possible. Then Princess Sony and her mercenary start picking a fight with a few side characters. The argument even heats up, and at one point they notice that Avalon's representative still has not arrived. They assume the infamous Lord Joshua Sanders will not make it, and say Avalon sent Lord Babel to replace his brother. Babel clearly does not like that and walks straight toward them, asking who said they were brothers. The men freeze up and quickly apologize for the misunderstanding. All 3 of them think the same thing. His stare looks like it could kill someone. Then the representative of the TRA Duchy, Urvafis, arrives alongside the representative of the 10 million mercenaries, Axelar the Giant. Everyone starts praising them, talking about Axelar's massive size and Urvafis's overwhelming presence. Even so, the 2 twin side characters start saying neither of them is even from the Empire, and one says it is a shame they are only representing smaller nations, depending on public opinion. But the knight with him warns that, even so, Axelar the Giant is not someone he should talk badly about. One of them says he refuses to acknowledge anyone until he crosses swords with them himself, including Uravis and Joshua. He asks if anyone there can even prove the stories about those 2 are true, because to him it all sounds like a fake hero tale made to impress people. Then he asks Babel if he thinks it is all made up too, and another claims Avalon only let him into the event because of that lie. Babel just laughs and says he hopes so, but then something happens that no one expected. They announce representative number 1 of the Avalon Empire, Lord MC Sanders, and everyone turns to the same spot. When Joshua walks into the castle, everyone around him can tell right away that even though he looks young, he still carries the presence of someone incredibly strong. One girl even puts him on the same level as Orivis and Axular, while he locks eyes with Babel, who stares right back. Then Joshua simply walks past him as if they do not know each other, and when he arrives, even Aiden von Agnes says the protagonist is late. But Joshua pushes back, saying he came in right behind Aiden von Agnes. Then one of the staff calls for everyone's attention. He says he'll explain the event rules before drawing the groups. A young woman walks up carrying a box and the staff member continues. Inside are 21 glass balls, each marked with a different number for that year's Master War. He explains that each person's place will be decided by the number they draw. The matches will follow a tournament bracket. Number 1 faces number 2, and so on. But since there are 21 fighters, one person will be left without an opponent and get removed from the tournament. After that, he adds that the master title will not be based only on match results. A fighter earns that title only if at least 6 masters agree. To keep things fair, 3 masters from the Empire and 3 from outside it will watch the fights. Then he asks if anyone has questions. Aiden von Agnes asks if the prizes for winning matches are the same as last time. The staff member says yes, and then moves on to the grand prize. The tournament winner will earn the right to challenge one of the 12 superhumans and 9 stars. That shocks Babel, but the explanation keeps going. He says, this year's Master War winner will also receive the Nagazine hammer. Everyone is stunned, saying that reward makes the tournament far more exciting, because it means the winner will become the owner of Reinhardt. We get more context on the neutral city, Reinhardt. It belongs to no nation, yet it has enough wealth to toy with them all. Its location is also a huge advantage, which makes Reinhardt a prize every military power wants. Robert says that if he takes control of Reinhardt, the Swallow Empire will not be able to bother him anymore, so the odds are finally turning his way. With the rules covered, the staff member starts the drawing. Everyone is told to take a ball from the box and show their number. The final matchups will be announced once all the balls are drawn. After that, the staff member points to the board listing every participant and their opponent. When they check Group B, the fighters realize that match will be rough. It is Aiden von Agnes against Ravs, a fierce matchup. Still, one girl points out that Group A is also wild. It is a duel between 2 sorcerers, the 4th sorcerer of the Terra Kingdom and the 7th sorcerer of the Magic Tower. Teta says he was only aiming for Code 0, so fighting another sorcerer was not part of the plan. As for Joshua, he is matched against the Steel Knight Babylon. The brothers say MC has no chance against the Steel Knight, a famous and highly skilled warrior. One of them adds that it would be shameful if Avalon's representative lost to a mere commoner. A girl immediately shuts that down, saying they need to see the fight before deciding a winner. But the brother argues that sometimes you do not need to watch the whole battle to know the result. One of the boys compares it to an apple. You can tell it is ripe just by looking. Then Aphrodite walks over and scolds them. She says nothing is decided yet, because people are trapped by social ideas and the way their world has taught them to see things. The boys ask if judging what they see is really wrong. She explains that green and red apples ripen at different times, unlike the brothers who only put limits on themselves. Then she says they are not strong enough to beat anyone there. After that brief argument, the staff member tells the participants the draw is over, and the first fight will happen in 2 days. He asks them to share the results with the other nations, while the brothers decide to leave. Aiden von Agnes remarks to Joshua that he somehow gained 2 allies without barely saying a word. Then Babel walks by again, and in his thoughts he admits he still cannot surpass him. Even so, his real goal is to make Joshua dance in the palm of his hand like a puppet. Then the day of the event arrives, and the opening ceremony of the Master War finally begins. The announcer calls up the representative of the Heart Kingdom, the Steel Knight, Lord Babylon. Next, he introduces the representative of the Avalon Empire, the protagonist. The crowd goes wild the moment they see him. Windmill notices that Joshua is truly loved by the people, but he wonders how the boy will make up for the age gap, since Babylon is twice his age. Hasek says Babylon will win without question, because the gap in ability is far too big. Yaharden agrees that even if MC is talented for his age, he is still just a child next to his opponent. Still, Yaharden feels Joshua may be hiding something, since fighters who use a spear like his are very unusual. Meanwhile, Stan is almost crazed with excitement to fight him himself. As the announcer starts the first match, Babylon then notices that the protagonist seems to be using the spear just to impress the crowd, so he offers to help by missing his first strike on purpose. He says that will be the first and last hit Joshua ever lands because Babylon will beat him right after. MC fires off his attack the instant Babylon finishes speaking. Babylon is left shocked by the sheer power and wonders if that strength can really belong to a 15-year-old. Joshua sees him struggling and says he only extended his arm, so Babylon has not seen anything yet. He even mocks him by calling him an old man. That sets Babylon off and he rushes in, saying he should not get cocky so soon. The protagonist thrusts with his spear again, but Babylon dodges it and feels insulted that the same move was used on him twice. So Babylon charges to attack, but Joshua manages to counter in time, shifting the spear even while it is still mid-strike. With that, the knight realizes MC is far beyond what he can handle. Joshua then sets himself a challenge. He will end the fight in 10 moves, counting the ones already used. That should be enough to prove how great the spear really is. Hearing that, Babylon admits he is the strongest enemy he has ever faced, but says he will not be used as his toy. Then Babylon launches his Aura Blade attack. The announcer tells the crowd that the knight has poured a massive amount of mana into the tip of his sword, so he is clearly trying to finish the fight fast. In that short moment before the attack lands, Joshua remembers the titles he once carried. One of them was the unbeatable Spear Knight, yet the spear itself never gained respect. Its bad name only kept growing. The protagonist says that will change now. He is determined to prove the spear is the greatest weapon of all. But when their attacks clash, Babylon manages to knock the spear away. He then starts charging straight at Joshua. Babylon feels sure he has already won, but MC quickly draws his spear again and strikes once more. With that, a huge blast of mana floods the arena. The announcer wonders who came out on top after that huge impact. He cannot even tell who landed the hit, because it happened too fast. Then the dust clears, and only Joshua is still standing, while Babylon lies on the ground defeated by his opponent. He asks if he still wants to keep fighting. Babylon admits defeat, giving the win to Joshua Sanders, the representative of the Avalon Empire. Right away, everyone starts cheering and shouting his name. The tournament announcer then asks the masters if the protagonist is worthy of becoming one too. Windmill says the fight made MC's power obvious, so he agrees that MC should become a master. Hasek agrees as well, while Stain gets even more fired up. He has waited 5 years to see him at his peak, so he wants to rush him right now, especially since Aidan von Agnes and Marcus von Britten are not there to stop him. Before that though, he also supports giving him the master title. That makes the crowd praise the protagonist even more, shouting that the rumors were not exaggerated. Then Lucia starts teasing him too, telling the old man to look at himself because he is getting way too happy over this. MC shoots back that he is supposed to enjoy it. This is a festival after all. But Lucia gets annoyed, saying all Joshua really did was swing him around while the spear's greatness did the rest, and that humans are too easy to fool. Then everyone starts praising the spear for making Babylon kneel, saying it is amazing, and that they want one too. The mood shifts when the spear gets full of itself, proudly saying that humans have finally recognized its greatness. It releases an aura that makes everyone kneel, leaving him confused as he tells it to stop. Just then, someone comes over to congratulate the protagonist, and it turns out to be Eselen. She says it is nice seeing this side of him, and figures he must be in a great mood after winning. The spear starts bragging that heroes are always surrounded by women, but MC shuts that down at once. He puts it away and reminds her to stop calling him Lord, since he is no longer part of the Aidan von Agnes family. She then suggests calling him Baron Sanders, but he tells her to just call him him. That makes her draw back a little, but he places a hand on her shoulder and says everything is fine, they are friends after all. And that is enough to push the mood even further. Then Joshua asks why she is alone, since she came with Axel. Iselen explains that he barely slept because his first opponent is Prince Urevs, so he left early that morning. The protagonist thinks that makes sense. Even before his reincarnation, Uravis became one of the 12 superhumans and also one of the 9 stars. Axel may not know the future, but anyone would be nervous around that kind of presence. She reveals that he holds the primordial stone of magma, and says the sleeping power inside him started reacting wildly the moment he saw Uravis. It was the first time that it ever happened, but she is sure the same thing will happen again when he faces Uravis another time. Then Eselen gets MC's attention and asks if she can ask him something. She wants to know about the connection between Axel and Barbiantse, the mercenary king. Right then, Axel himself shows up. He is surprised Joshua already won his round, then jokes that the boy looks very relaxed for someone who might have to fight him later. He fires back that Axel is the one acting too confident, especially when he is about to face Uravis. Even Uravis would get annoyed hearing that kind of talk, but Aden says nobody goes into a fight already believing they will lose. If you want to win, you have to believe you can. Then he asks what they were talking about and wonders if it was the Lifon. The protagonist remembers it and asks if it is ready. She says yes, but they need to test something first. Axel immediately gets smug, saying that she probably did not tell him because a custom artifact has to be tested on its user first. According to him, all that is left now is checking Joshua's whole body. That makes Eselen turn bright red and call him a pervert. MC stays completely calm and says that if that is how it works, they can go to his room tonight because he will be waiting. First though, he plans to rest. The two left behind just stare, thinking he is way too casual about that. Later in the senior master's hall, they start talking about him. For someone to be this gifted at only 15, in 5 years there may be no one in the world who can rival him. One of them says a talent like that would have to come from the Avalon Empire. Even if Avalon had not done much against Robold and Swallow before, Joshua's existence changes everything. That mad emperor Marcus van Britten now holds the strongest chess piece, and sooner or later he will want to strike. When that happens, the balance between Avalon, Robold, and Swallow will break. Another agrees, saying there are always people who want to watch the world burn. The scariest ones are those who actually act on it. If anyone tries to destroy the balance of the 3 strong, 7 middle, and 2 weak powers of this era, they must be stopped, no matter what. And if the protagonist is where it all begins, maybe it would be better to remove him now. While MC has no idea people are talking about him like that, Eselen comes to his room and he says she arrived sooner than expected. The two head inside, and Joshua tells her to hang her coat anywhere and make herself at home, but she gets flustered, saying it feels strange and exciting since she never imagined being alone with him like this. He completely kills the mood by saying he wants to continue their earlier talk. She remembers they were discussing Axel and the mercenary king, Barbiance. The protagonist says that is right and admits he cannot understand why she ended up with a mercenary like Axel. He explains that most people think mercenaries are free and lawless, but their hierarchy is actually very strict. Just looking at their emblem proves it. If it only showed someone was a mercenary, there would be no need for silver and gold ranks. That system exists to divide them by skill and status. Barbiance stands at the top of all mercenaries, basically a king. But Axel acted against that king, and he did it by helping Iselin, one of the last survivors of the Regressor bloodline after the Cromwells, who are allied with the mercenary king to wipe out her family. Joshua says he does not know what kind of bond she has with Axel, but if Axel were truly close to the mercenary king, he never would have helped her. She says that is true. Axel despises the mercenary king and even believes he is corrupting the rest of the mercenaries. She also mentions the rumors spreading across the continent that the mercenary king is protecting Marquis Cromwell. The Marquis is known as the crown's loyal hound, and there are also rumors that the mercenary king has some tie to the emperor. She adds that covering all of this up as just a request is far too suspicious, and MC can see her point. He says mercenaries are supposed to stay neutral for profit, but the mercenary king's actions could be taken as the will of the whole guild. Axel clearly hated that. Joshua then gets straight to it and asks how he can help her. She looks confused, and he reminds her that she was the one who brought this up. He says he will help her because they are friends. That makes her blush again, and she reveals Axel's plan: win the War of Masters and officially challenge the mercenary king, since he is one of the 12 superhumans. But after seeing Axel so shaken, she finds it hard to believe he can win, so he guesses she wants him to win instead, and challenge the mercenary king in Axel's place. But she says no, it is the opposite. Even if Axel loses and Joshua wins, she wants him to stay away from the mercenary king. She tells him she cannot bear losing more people around her. She just wants to forget all of it and move on. The protagonist answers by pulling her into a hug and says she must have been really scared. He also says he will remember her honest warning, and he will make sure he does not lose to anyone else. At that, she starts crying in his arms and stays there for quite a while, until Joshua finally asks if she can let him go. Now, she quickly pulls back red-faced and says that is a promise. MC tells her that promise can wait until after he wins the War of Masters. Then he says he wants to get back to the main issue, and when he says that, he starts taking off his clothes. She panics and asks what he is doing and why he is undressing all of a sudden. Joshua looks confused and says she was the one who said she needed his measurements for the life-on, so he thought he had to remove his clothes. She yells that he does not need to do anything because she will handle the rest, and he simply goes along with it. After that, the first day of the War of Masters ends, and the first mage battle is up next. The announcer says a match like this belongs on a continent-wide magic battlefield. Two great sorcerers are about to clash in Reinhardt. Teta enters the Colosseum already complaining that this is boring. He suggests that the other mage just compare their strength and settle things quickly. The other man hates that idea and immediately starts casting all his spells, asking if Teta has no honor or shame. He even tells him to give up now before embarrassing himself. Teta realizes things might actually get serious, because that man can use 4 kinds of magic, which could make this dangerous, so he calls out to the owner of the Golden Blade. The entity appears before Joshua, and asks what is going on. The protagonist makes it clear that he needs a favor, so the undead agrees to hear him out, since it swore complete loyalty to MC. Then he gets right to the point. He says he already sent his soldiers to the Pontelhiri estate in Canyon Wyden, but they still have not arrived, so he asks the Death Knight to go there and help them. Back at the tournament, Teta activates his Stonewall skill to defend himself, but Estello attacks fiercely, like he is trying to kill him. Realizing that, Teta reminds him this is only a competition, so there is no reason to take it that far. Estello tells him to be quiet. He has already seen people forced to return to their homeland just because they let their guard down, and to Estello, he cannot afford to lose like that. With that said, he attacks with blazing fire. Teta answers that he did not even choose to be in this fight. Everything he is doing is for Code Zero. Then their attacks collide. The announcer gets fired up and tells everyone that Lord Estello has covered the whole arena with an incredible spell. Now the question is whether Theta can survive it. Part of the crowd cheers for Theta and wants him to show what the magic tower can do. Others back the Earth Kingdom's magic, saying it's the strongest. Estello admits both of them are amazing mages, far stronger than she is. Seeing her down, Joshua comforts her and says she can definitely surpass them one day. She asks about the things the protagonist was supposed to handle. He says it's all taken care of, then shifts back to the match, saying the mages really were incredible. That gets explained by what happened after the prince's civil war. To calm the nobles, the Kaiser ordered every trace of the Earth Magic Kingdom destroyed. Since everyone believed Kaiser wanted to unite the whole continent, they obeyed and burned everything tied to that kingdom. That's why the records of the great mage Estello vanished from history, while Estello notes that Theta's mana is still unstable. Theta says he has even more reason to try now, since Estello is going all out. Estello can't believe Theta is still standing after that hit, and Theta explains he blocked it with a new spell, Wind Wall. Estello still doesn't get it. A basic wind spell shouldn't be enough to deflect his attack. Theta agrees that wind magic usually isn't used for defense, but that's exactly what he trained for, so he can use wind in ways others can't. Estello readies another attack and says Theta won't block all of them like that. Watching from afar, Joshua finally recognizes the wind wall one of the mages is using. Remembering who that man is, MC explains that once Theta enters battle, he becomes one with the wind and goes on to create legends across the continent. In the end, he became the first third-generation Class 8 Great Mage known as the Traitor of the Magic Tower. Back in the fight, the Tarpian lands a direct hit that throws his opponent out of the arena. Estello is defeated. Right after that, 4 judges cast their votes and grant the Tarpian the title of Magic Master. He then repeats that he's only there because of Code Zero, while Aselin is stunned that Estello's great magic did nothing. She says there really may be no limit to how strong they can become. Joshua agrees. He notes that if he hadn't been assassinated, Aselin would have become the 3rd person to reach Class 8. She tells him to be careful, because these opponents are truly powerful. But the boy says he'll be fine. He's already used to fighting a Class 6 master. And besides, Joshua says he's excited to face the Tarpian because it would give him valuable battle experience. Meanwhile, the announcer calls the next fighters and starts with Rives, the Knight of Prominence. Then he calls Lord Exceller, also known as the Giant. Seeing the matchup, the crowd splits its support. Iseling just asks Axeler to stay calm, and Joshua assures her that the Axeler he knows would never go down without a fight. Even so, the protagonist already knows how this match ended in the past, and wonders whether this new timeline will change anything. Axeler charges in, and Rives quickly notices his opponent is stronger than expected. Still, he says there's a limit to what Axeler can do with just his hands. But a moment later, he's shocked when Axeler breaks through his sword aura, and before he can react, he gets hit with a clean punch right to the face. After taking that hit, Rives starts to understand what's happening. He says Axeler uses far more tricks than he expected, and that starts to rattle him. Axeler asks what's wrong with using tricks. Knights would never get it. Mercenaries don't live for pride, they live for pay. Then Axeler says he won't stand still for this, and drives his sword into the ground, calling on the Lord of Flames, Valfos. The arena floor turns into a sea of magma, and Rives tells Axeler to try surviving that, while hurling even more magma at him. A huge explosion follows, and the announcer loses it, shouting that the hell created by Prince Rives is filling the arena with unbearable heat. He wonders if Axeler can really survive. Lucia speaks to MC about that heat-generating power, and MC says it really must be the same ability from the battle vision between King Beast Altissima and Prince Rives. He explains that while control of the Death Knight was being transferred, he saw Duke Altissima's memories. Being trapped in magma with no way out is terrifying, and Lucia starts talking to him again. Lucia asks why he sent that Death Knight away to protect his friends. Even if it can sustain itself with demonic energy, it grows stronger the farther it is from its master. Lucia says he knows that and keeps calling him an idiot for making such a choice. The protagonist finally tells him to shut up, but he says it out loud. Cheryl thinks he meant her and says it really must be getting cold. She used ice magic because she thought the arena would get too hot. MC gets embarrassed for blurting that out. Lucia keeps nagging, asking what is wrong with them. People are fighting for their lives, and they're acting like this. MC just tells the spear to get lost, then awkwardly says he got tense from the heat and apologizes, while Axeler keeps battling through the magma and refuses to fall. Rives says he's nowhere near done and asks how much longer Axeler can last. Then he stops playing around and unleashes his Earthquake Groundbreaker, sending most of the arena upward. Even shaken, the prince asks if Axeler really thought that could stop him, but Axeler reveals he only wanted to open a path to reach him. While they clash, the announcer is having a terrible time trying to narrate from the middle of all that magma. Then Axeler fills his hand with mana and asks when they're going to stop this pointless war of attrition and fight face to face like men. Rives barely manages to catch the punch with his sword. Axel then pulls out a capoeira move and whips a spinning kick at the prince, smashing the back of his neck and slamming his head into the ground. That one clearly hurts, and when Axel moves in with his hand fully charged with mana, he declares that this is the end. As he throws the blow, a massive shockwave tears through the arena, but the prince blocks it with his sword and an arm half covered in magma. Then he asks if that was supposed to be the finishing move. Disappointed, he hurls his sword at Axel, who blocks it with his arm. Axel thinks he landed all 3 hits and at least one should have been stronger than an A-class knight's aura blade, so how the hell is Rives still standing? But the man is completely burned up and his heart has already turned into magma. In the stands, Iselin says that as a mage she can't tell who will win this fight. She asks Joshua what he thinks is another competitor, and he suddenly feels pain. She asks if he's okay, but he says it's nothing. Still, he thinks to himself that Bronto is out of control. Lucia just asks if it has started, and he asks what he means. Lucia says the protagonist already knows the man he calls Prince is hiding his real power. The protagonist agrees because Rives' flames aren't ordinary fire, they're hellfire that can burn anything. This time Bronto reacted hard, and the protagonist says it's a demonic flame that even Duke Altissima, who stood at master level, couldn't approach. Lucia confirms it. That power comes from the primordial magma stone, which carries the trait of extinction. He adds that the man has a primordial stone, and he also noticed the protagonist has one too. That leaves the protagonist shocked, but the battle below keeps going. Rives stares at him directly, and Lucia says more exactly. It looks like the magma sensed Bronto's energy. Joshua asks if the stones are reacting to each other, and why. Lucia says the primordial stones, once believed to be pieces of God, might actually have been one whole thing. That revelation stuns MC, while a torrent of magma floods the arena. Axelar starts wondering if this is really power a mere human could create, and says it feels like he's facing a god who rules over the mightiest volcano of all. Rives leaps forward in fury, determined to bury him in magma. He orders his flames to burn everything he can see to ash and unleashes Inferno of Extinction straight at Axel. Axelar says he'll take it head-on, then gathers mana in his hand and receives that massive attack with both palms. From below, Islan starts shouting for the old man not to lose. Then everything erupts in a massive blast and a ball of magma flies toward the stands. Everyone thinks they are safe, since a barrier made by the continent's top mages should not break that easily. But the moment the magma hits it, the barrier starts melting and the crowd runs for their lives. Axelar, already on the ground, says that for a beloved prince, Rivas really went as far as dragging the audience into this. Rivas tells him to calm down. He held back so the damage should not be too bad. That leaves Axelar stunned. He cannot believe Rivas is still holding back and asks how strong he really is. Rivas admits he is not even sure himself. The giant says the prince is impressive, sure to earn the title of master, and likely aiming to win the War of the Masters. Rives says that is obvious, he has to win for the sake of newborn Troon, and also because of something else. Then he looks over at Joshua and says that he has his eye on the boy. He says Evergrande will soon kill the current head of the Magic Tower, Yingdong Perry, and take that seat for himself. Thida clearly does not buy it. He tells the protagonist to shut up, then asks if he really thought he could distract him during the tournament. He strikes MC, but MC does not even move. He takes the hit head-on and stays unharmed. Theta mocks the idea that the continent's first 7th class mage could be killed by some palace mage who looks after children. He says his sources told him Theta was chasing clues about the Seat of Thunder and Bronto, and that trail led straight to him. Theta admits he is right, he killed the old man himself. After that he tried hunting him, but once he became an Imperial Knight, there was not much he could do. His only chance was to catch him alone outside Avalon, like now. He asks what that has to do with their talk, then explains that for 5 years he has watched Evergrande and learned he is planning a coup to seize control of the Magic Tower. He also knows who is helping him. The protagonist thinks back to how the first time around he only heard from Caesar that Evergrande had become the tower's leader. Theta asks where MC got all that, especially such a huge story about a traitor inside the Magic Tower. Still, he does not believe a word of it. He tells MC to leave, forget the tower, and worry about himself. His crimes will be exposed when the time comes. He says believing it is Theta's choice, but if his warning turns out to be true, then he has a proposal for Theta Parian. That gets his attention. Joshua says he will stop Evergrande, and in return he wants help becoming emperor. Later with Ravis, a servant arrives with news. Ravis asks if he found anything on the protagonist, and the man says yes, though he is not sure it is what Ravis wanted. He reports that Theta, one of the 7 mages, has withdrawn from the semifinals. Because of that, the head of the Magic Tower is furious, demanding to know how Theta could quit in the semifinals, especially before facing Code Zero. He starts asking about Bronto too, what Theta was thinking, and why he failed to get a confession from Joshua. But Theta ignores the outburst and tells him to listen first. Then he explains that Bronto became part of Baron the 1100th 5 years ago. When the old man from the Seat of Thunder tried to take Bronto by force, Baron the 1100th fought back, which led to everything happening now. In the end, Theta says it was just self-defense. But the Tower Master does not take that seriously. 5 years ago he was only 10, so he is basically being asked to believe the Seat of Thunder fought a child and lost. Theta asks what he is supposed to do if that is the truth. Honestly, even he has trouble believing it, and he thinks about how the old man from the Seat of Earth had warned him about Evergrande and the Magic Tower. That was why he felt something was wrong, and now he thinks going back to Avalon and checking the facts matters more than the War of the Masters. The Tower Master gives in because Theta never listens anyway, and tells him to at least do him one favor. He wants Theta to return to the Magic Tower since he is trying to gather all 7 mages, but Theta flatly refuses, saying he wants to leave and see the world, so that can wait. The Tower Master yells at him and says he should come when called. Then he reveals he plans to choose a new assistant to the Tower Leader. Theta pushes back right away, asking if he really wants to do that while the Seat of Thunder is still empty, and demands to know who he has in mind. The Tower Master says he is considering Evergrande because he wants to give him a chance, which shocks the Tarpeon. Later at the Moongate, the Master congratulates Joshua on reaching the finals. He admits he is surprised since being called personally by the Master of the Moongate is unheard of. She says they should have met much sooner and apologizes for the delay. Then she says she will get straight to the point and answer all his questions. She brings up the Cheryl DeFonte family, the Imperial family of Avalon, and the whole situation across the continent that he needs to know. He is impressed that she already gathered all that for him, but she says before that he should pay for her services. She reminds him of the promise from 5 years ago and tells him to reveal where the Crimson Coin is. Joshua says that even if he tells her the location, the Moongate still will not be able to do anything about it. Then he asks if the coin is really still that important, calling her the silver-eyed sword demon, Lilith Aphrodite. That catches her completely off guard. She says she had wondered why the whole continent praised him so much, but now she finally understands. Then she says things have changed, and the coin matters far more than before. Then we get a quick explanation. The crimson coin is a symbol of the god Hermes. To the people of Hobald who follow Hermes, it is treated like the holy grail of artifacts. Inside the Hobald Empire, people are split between the Emperor's faction and the Pope's faction, and both sides fight over the Moongate because it controls information across the whole continent. Aphrodite says that after a long conflict, the Pope's side won, which is why she now holds this position. But one relic of the Order God's Tear vanished, or more accurately, she says it was destroyed, and the main suspect is Joshua. He remembers that little orb he smashed to get a pair of wings. Aphrodite explains that the Pope has been searching for a sacred artifact like the Holy Grail to replace it, then tells the protagonist to stop stalling and say where it is. MC says that right now, it is being kept by the imperial family of Avalon. That surprises her, but he tells her to relax because he has already been thinking of a way to get it back. Aphrodite says she has no choice but to trust him for now. Joshua then tells her to stop circling around it and say what he came to hear. She says she can, but makes one thing clear. The information about the Holy Grail covers the 2 debts he owed her. What comes next will be a brand new deal between them. He gets the message and agrees to pay for the information, but she says she does not want his money. She wants something more valuable. He perks up right away and says that if it is something he can do, he is willing. Then she simply asks him to marry her. That is her condition. What a twist. A little later though, she looks completely down. She says Joshua failed to give her a clear answer, and wonders if her charm was not enough to win him over. After the protagonist leaves, Zero approaches her. She asks if he found out what happened with the Cheryl de Fonte family. He says yes, the Cheryl de Fonte forces are moving toward the Aiden von Agnes Canyon. He also reports that the Cromwell family froze the entire river, and the mercenary king is leading the troops straight toward the canyon's core. What shocks him most is how they froze the Denny's River. They apparently used a magic scroll containing Blizzard, a spell considered 7th class. The master asks how a 7th class magic scroll could even exist. Then she asks whether the caster of a spell does not need to be at least 1 class above the magic they used. If so, that person would have to be at least class 8. And since the highest rank in the Empire is class 7, held by the master of the magic tower, this could be one of the last scrolls left behind by ancient mages. She is stunned that Marquis Cromwell would use something that valuable so casually. Zero says that only proves they are desperate for an easy win over the Cheryl Del Fonte family, and now it is only a matter of time. But the master seems to know something and asks if it really is only a matter of time. One quick note, if you think the story skipped parts or jumped over something, or maybe you missed a video, know that really happened. They skipped most of the fights, so we are already at the finals and the match is already underway. Then the story talks about Prince Aravis, the rightful king of Thrawn, one of the 9 stars, a martial arts prodigy, and especially famous for his special weapon that lets him channel the power of the primordial stone, magma. It's a sword made of linked sections connected by wire. In the East, people call it a composite sword or a snake sword, but most people know it as a whip sword. And right now Joshua is getting overwhelmed. Aravis says MC isn't the only one with range. His attacks can cover the whole arena. He realizes this wasn't in Duke Aldecima's memories. Aravis is using a hidden weapon he never knew about, and he's going all out from the start. Just as he thinks that's almost respectful, he gets hit. The blows keep landing. After taking more pressure, Joshua figures out Ruvis uses that strange sword to make wild, hard-to-read slashes that throw off his target. On top of that, he's skilled enough to trouble even a master swordsman, so this won't be easy. In the stands, Axeler cheers for the protagonist because he bet everything on him. Iselin is shocked he really went that far, but he explains why. Betting on Prince Aruvis paid 2-1, while MC paid 12-1. The second she hears that, Iselin stands up and when asked where she's going, says nobody here has any sense. Then she declares she's betting everything on Joshua too. While fighting, he thinks this Aravis should be much weaker than the one from his past life, yet he's still having trouble. The prince mocks him, asking if this is all he can do, and telling him to entertain him like the rumors said. Then Aravis says he's disappointed and that this is the end for the protagonist. He immediately unleashes Extinction Inferno. As Aravis boasts that the magma will melt everything, even Joshua's spear, MC stops the flames. Aravis can't believe it. He deflected fire hot enough to evaporate mana. He tries to make sense of it, unless he also has a primordial stone. That thought suddenly makes everything clearer to him. He finally understands that strange feeling from earlier. He thought it was because he'd found a worthy rival, but that wasn't it. Now he gets the truth. The protagonist is like him. The stone in the protagonist's chest starts to glow, and Aravis says the magma in his own chest is reacting to the protagonist's primordial stone. He says he's never fought someone with the same kind of power, and there's no way he'll let this chance slip by. He's always wanted to see the true limit of magma against another primordial stone user. Then he turns the arena into a living hell, shouting that he'll go past his limits and awaken the magma. MC, he says, has no idea why primordial power is called the power of a god, but now he'll find out. Even the narrator can tell things are getting out of hand, so he throws on flameproof gear. Then, out of the middle of the fire, Aravis appears like a god of flames, already sprouting horns. Now fully transformed, he steps out as a demonic figure with the magma mark on his chest and warns Joshua to be careful. He still can't fully control this power. He calls him cocky and flashy, then says he'd better keep up. He reminds Erebus that he just claimed the protagonist didn't understand the power of a god, and tells the prince to watch closely because he isn't the only one. Unlike Erebus's huge transformation, Joshua just starts glowing. Yeah, that transformation is lazy and pretty ugly. Still, MC warns the prince to be careful too, because he can't fully control his own power either. Then he charges in, saying fights get even better when he's fired up. Erebus notices he got faster, but says speed alone won't be enough to beat him. As he declares that in the end, the winner will be him, the protagonist suddenly appears above his head and calls him out for letting his pride get way too big. Then Joshua hurls his spear and says playtime is over. Now he'll show who's stronger. That attack starts pushing Erebus back, so he uses Flame Lord Volphos, Walls of Fire. Hidden behind the flames, he says MC's attacks won't break through that barrier, and he keeps attacking from inside it. Joshua tries to break through the prince's defenses. The narrator calls it a clash of gods, a brutal battle of fire and lightning happening right in front of him. Then Erebus starts speaking to the magma inside him, urging it to crush him and take his stone so he can grow even stronger. The protagonist reveals he feels the same pull. His own power is urging him to seize the magma too, so he makes an offer. The loser has to hand over their primordial stone and serve the winner forever. Erebus accepts without hesitation and says that once he beats MC and takes his stone, it'll only be a matter of time before Thran becomes a true kingdom. He also says he trusts MC to keep his word, and then he launches Erebus's first form, Breath of the Flame Lord. He struggles to stop it. He thinks people compare Erebus to the sun for a reason. Anyone who gets close is cut down and burned to ash. He'd rather never face a sky god like this again. But he also knows his spear once pierced Erebus before, using the spear art that made him the unmatched knight. So he activates the 5th stage of his spear technique, 4th form. He presents it as the final evolution of the first form's lightning strike, speed, focus, and crushing force combined. Then hits Erebus with true lightning strike. Erebus is left thinking he saw nothing at all. All he caught was an afterimage. It reminds him of a presence soaked in blood and death, and of a blade as fast as one of the 9 great stars, the heavenly blood Archduke Lucifer. He says that kind of blade cuts first and lets the sound follow after. By the time Joshua has been standing behind Erebus for a while, the force of the strike finally explodes, sending Erebus flying into the wall. Everyone can only watch without even understanding what just happened. The narrator says that with one sudden strike, Prince Erebus was blown out of the arena. And with that, the winner of this year's War of Masters is Avalon Empire's representative, Lord Joshua Sanders. After that crushing loss, Erebus wonders where he is. He only remembers being in the middle of the fight. Then he realizes he blacked out and admits he lost. He says that during the protagonist's final attack, he knew it was beyond anything he could endure. At last, he accepts defeat, but then someone says they're disappointed in him, and the voice catches him off guard. The magma begins pounding in his chest, and he's shocked that it activated without his command. He says he can stop it. It's like it's draining all of his power, and then the magma seems to rip itself out of his chest. As he stares at it in confusion, the stone tells him primordial stones do not accept defeat. Since he admitted he lost, he gave up the right to wield it. Realizing the magma itself is speaking, he asks what it means, but then someone else says they'll take the magma for themselves. A giant mouth appears and bites down on both of them. Erebus wakes up patched up and terrified, asking if that was a dream. It felt far too real, and he can't feel the magma anymore. Then he notices something by the bedside, and sees it's a letter from MC. As promised, MC says he's taking the primordial stone magma. He adds that making Erebus his servant would be too much, so one favor will be enough instead. He wishes him a smooth recovery and signs it. MC Sanders of Avalon. Erebus gets furious reading it, then starts laughing, calling him a little thief. Back in Reinhardt's, the coronation ceremony begins. They announce that a new story and a new king leading a new path has arrived, Joshua Sanders. Then everyone kneels, praising the winner of the War of Masters and the new king of Reinhardt's. They prepare to begin the traditional coronation, but the protagonist apologizes and says he's busy, asking them to skip the extra steps and do only what's necessary. The crowd doesn't like that at all, but the former king backs him up, saying the full ceremony would bore him. He stands and tries to hurry things along, saying that if the king is busy, they should finish quickly. But Kangai too objects, saying they're already under enough pressure from outsiders claiming Reinhardt's has a king in name only. If they skip such an important coronation, people will laugh at them, but Joshua says he's disappointed. Since when does Reinhardt's care what others think? This is a place where anyone can become king if they're strong enough. He believed they had endless pride and lived by Nagazine's will. He earned this place by defeating the strongest of his time. But if the reward is resentment and fear of public opinion, then he'll refuse the crown. Kangai Ho asks him to wait and questions whether he's really willing to turn down the throne. Then he asks Joshua to come back, saying he swore his honor to Nagazine's will, and that his life's only purpose is to carry out the king's will. He apologizes if he offended him, and asks MC to reconsider. He says even if he sits on the throne, he can't do it all alone. That's why he needs him by his side. If they're going to worry about what others think, then he can't trust them to truly stand by the people. If all they need is someone to wear the crown, then anyone could take his place. The servant realizes Joshua means every word. He truly wants to make Reinhardt better, and he regrets almost insulting a hero who cares that deeply about the country. He drops to his knees and begs his king for forgiveness. Then he asks to help rebuild Reinhardt. The protagonist tells him he doesn't need to cling so hard to old traditions, and the servant agrees. He promises to do his best to ignore the people's judgment. MC says that's enough and asks him to keep his side of the promise. In return, he will become the new king of that land. Joshua Sanders. The whole crowd erupts in cheers. Now they finally believe something can change. The Lion King is amazed. He never thought he could win over such stubborn people. To him, this feels like the start of a new legend. After that, he says he wants to skip the rest of the formalities and get straight to the point. Then he asks the protagonist something. By tradition, there's one thing everyone wants to know after the War of the Masters, and the protagonist says he has no idea what he'll ask, or whether he'll like the answer. Still, the Lion King says MC already knows. As the winner of the War of the Masters, he earned the right to challenge one of the Great Nine Stars or one of the 12 superhumans. So the Lion King tells him to choose, but the protagonist says he's sure everyone was hoping for better news. Still, he apologizes and says the one he's choosing is one of the 12 superhumans, the leader of 1,000,000 mercenaries, the mercenary king, Barbariante. The moment they hear that, someone is terrified by what was just announced. Meanwhile, with Barbariante, he's in a great mood. He never expected an ordinary knight like that to be so skilled. Standing before him, Cain is in rough shape. Barbiante asks his name and he answers that he is the proud Cain, a noble of the Sanders family. Then Barbiante recognizes the name and says he'll remember the boy. Then he lifts his axe and says he acknowledges him, and he'll remember him even after he passes into the next life. But when the axe comes down on him, Cain realizes he always knew he couldn't stop one of the 12 superhumans alone. He wonders if this is really the end, but a burst of mana explodes before the strike lands. Right after Barbariante swings, Cain sees someone has come to save him. The Death Knight appears and blocks the mercenary king's attack. Barbariante asks who he is, but the knight says very little, only that he's taking the child with him. Then he casts Dark Wall and leaves the king behind. Barbariante says he never thought he'd meet two interesting people in one day, and he's shocked. The Cheryl Dagfonte family was hiding talent like that. Once he sees they escaped, he gets excited. He says they can run if they want. That only makes things more fun. Since the Cheryl Dagfonte family is going to fall anyway, he might as well enjoy himself first, and then someone suddenly arrives. Barbariante gets annoyed that someone rang the retreat bell without his order. But then Negazin's hammer appears on a banner and he learns an envoy from Reinhardt has arrived. The messenger speaks directly to Barbariante of the 12 superhumans and asks him to accept the duel request from the winner of the War of the Masters. Barbariante is stunned that someone challenged him, especially the War of the Masters winner. He guesses it's Axel, thinking he finally found the courage to challenge him, and says he'll use this chance to kill him. Meanwhile, Icarus is growing impatient because Cain should have returned by now. He wonders why no new report has come in, and starts thinking the information may have leaked again. If that's true, this time he'll know who did it. Cheryl Dagfonte tries to calm him down. She says he looks exhausted and tells him to rest after the meeting. Even so, he wants to keep working, but she says she's worried about him. If he collapses, no one else will be able to endure it. Icarus understands and she begins the 11th meeting. Then they start discussing long-distance communication gear and Cox is proud that she managed to recover it. He says her father would be proud too. Then another member brings different news. It seems the mercenary king has gone into hiding. That surprises her, because after showing up at her door, it makes no sense for him to hide unless he's planning something. Then they report that the winner of the War of the Masters invited the mercenary to a battle between superhumans, which is why he suddenly vanished. She asks who did that, who worked that miracle for them. Then they reveal the winner was the well-known Baron Joshua Sanders of the Agnes family. That leaves her completely smitten, because MC just created a perfect chance for them. Icarus thinks to himself that he's surprised. He figured he had forgotten about them. He swears that until he arrives, he'll protect everyone there. Then he asks him to handle everything that must be done, and right then Arna storms into the meeting and insults Icarus, saying this time he ruined everything for them. They ask why he's making such a scene, and he responds by throwing a shattered sword from a cloth onto the floor. He says that thanks to Icarus's useless plan, Cain seems to have fallen. Cheryl Dagfonte is shocked. She asks where Cain is and why his sword is in that condition, and Arna starts saying she needs to know because he was sure he hadn't acted without reason. But Icarus sent Cain into the middle of enemy forces. He says there's only one reason for that. Icarus is trying to sabotage the strategy from the inside, and he starts accusing Icarus of being a spy working for Scramble. Then he says they need to get rid of the boy now. But Icarus stays calm while someone tries to stop Arna, and one of them says Cain was not sent into the middle of enemy forces. He was sent to the third secret supply route to recover supplies. Arna snaps back that they're wrong, because Icarus told him he sent a team to the second supply route. Then they start finding it strange, since Icarus told each of them something different. Icarus says they're both right. They ask what he means, and he explains that he gave everyone different information about the route Cain would take, and Cheryl Dagfonte quickly asks why he did that. Arna starts barking again, saying Icarus is a spy who only wanted their trust so he could wait for a chance to destroy them. And Icarus reminds Cheryl Difonte of what he told her before: she should trust only herself. He says a series of events made him certain there was a spy among them, so he set several traps. Then he reveals Kane was actually sent along the 5th secret supply route. If Kane disappeared, there can be only one reason. The person he told about Kane's route is the spy. At that, Cox starts moving toward the door, and Icarus tells him to stop right there. He suggests that he take off his mask already, calling him the Empire's gold monster, Count Cox Lovagen. Cox then tries to turn it around, saying Icarus also knew the supply route, and on top of that, he's even more suspicious. Then he asks if Icarus sold Kane out to the enemy. Icarus answers with a question, saying there were reports that Cox went somewhere during the night, and asks where he went. Cox says he couldn't sleep last night, so he took a walk, and someone must have seen him. Then he mocks the boy for suspecting him over something so small, but Icarus asks when he ever said it was last night. Cox's face gives him away, and Icarus reveals the reports were fake. Then he asks if Cox is really sure he only went out for a walk. Arna starts yelling that Icarus is just taking advantage of the chaos to cause even more trouble for them. He says everyone knows how much Cox has done for the family. A commoner like Icarus could never understand that Count Cox would never do something like this. Then Cheryl Difonte starts to break down, asking why it had to be him. She says he has no reason to betray them because since childhood he never left her side and always protected her. He was her only friend and greatest teacher, so she starts refusing to accept his betrayal. But he finally speaks, saying he had hoped he could keep being the good man the princess believed he was. Then he says that won't be easy anymore, and he's too tired to keep pretending. He admits Icarus was right. He is a spy for the Cromwell family. He also confesses that he tried to poison Duke Cheryl Difonte and leaked information to the Cromwells. Once again, Cheryl Difonte denies it and asks him one simple thing: why? Cox answers with another question, asking if she forgot his nickname, Gold Monster. He says the monster was starving because he didn't have enough gold. Does he need any other reason? But Icarus says that's not the whole story, because Cox always talked about the Cromwell family like he had a real connection to them. He says he's curious how much power the person controlling Cox from the shadows really has. Then he asks him to be honest. Is it Marquise Cromwell? He only looks out the window and says the Cheryl Difonte family is the result of his youth, his time, and all his effort. This place matters deeply to him. Then he asks why he dragged the Cheryl Difonte family into this, calling him shameless and a disgrace. Cox shoots back at Baron Arna. Honor, loyalty, even disgrace mean nothing, as long as he survives. To him, the Avalon Empire belongs to the winners. He declares that today is the end of the Cheryl Difonte family, and with them, honor and loyalty will vanish too. They demand to know what Count Cox has done and ask if he really thinks he can get away with it. Cheryl Difonte suddenly tells everyone to look out the window. A massive explosion goes off. It erupts inside the Cheryl Difonte estate. At the same time, Joshua receives the crown and officially becomes the king of Reinhardt. He promises to do everything he can to help Reinhardt thrive, and the Lion King says he believes the protagonist will give it his all, but he still sounds disappointed. He truly wanted to fight the protagonist and never expected him to pick the mercenary king. MC asks why he would need to choose him for the battle of the superhumans. If needed, they can always arrange it later, so there is no reason to be that upset. The Lion King is impressed by that answer and says he likes that spirit because Joshua reminds him of his younger self. Then he gives him a special gift. He asks what it is, but the Lion King just tells him to take it. It is nothing bad. When the protagonist accepts it, he finds an emblem of a lion holding a sword. The Lion King says he has only ever had one loss and one draw in his life. Of those two, the draw came from an opponent he fought for 2 days and 2 nights without a result. That man was not one of the 9 stars or a superhuman, but a master from Avalon. With that warning, he tells MC one thing: there is always more than what they can see. He should watch out not only for those above him, but also for those around him. Sometimes it is worth paying attention to the people nearby, and he should not push himself too hard. Joshua thinks about those words and looks at the emblem, then says it seems he forgot about his allies. He decides to head out for a bit, and even if he does not fully understand what the Lion King meant, he still thanks him for the warning. Before he leaves, the Lion King adds one more thing: do not forget to carve your name onto Nagazine's tombstone. He warns that the royal grave stands on Reinhardt's border, and it is hard to miss. Elsewhere, 3 Avalon masters wait for Joshua and ask if he will arrive soon. One says this is their last chance to deal with him, so everyone needs to stay sharp. But another points out that even if the protagonist dies, they still have to deal with the Sualo Empire. The others ask what he means, and he explains that after Emperor Verona suddenly collapsed, Archduke Lucifer took the Sualo throne. Now too many warmongers are in power, and everyone expects a continental war to break out soon. One of them gets irritated, saying things only keep getting worse. In times like this, they need to settle matters quickly. Then he suddenly reacts to someone arriving, and Eric says he will not allow this. They ask why he is there and where MC is. One of them guesses Avalon found out, so they press him again for MC's location, but Eric ignores the question completely. He says he has waited a long time for this just to have fun, and makes it clear that his idea of fun is spending time alone with him. Meanwhile, Iselin says she is disappointed in the protagonist. She told him not to do this, so why did he challenge the mercenary king? Exceller tries to calm her down, saying MC must have had his reasons. Iselin insists he only called him out to buy time for the Poncha family. To her, that is ridiculous, because the mercenary king is a monster beyond belief. She cannot stand the fact that her friend is risking his life while she can do nothing to help. Exceller says neither of them can do anything, so she should stop worrying and enjoy the moment. Then he asks if she is not happy. Things worked out for Joshua, and adds that he knew betting on him would pay off. If he had known it would go this well, he would have put in all his savings. He says he won a total of 36,000 gold coins and can barely believe it is all his. He even starts saying he might retire from mercenary work for now, while he keeps celebrating. Then Aphrodite shows up, says it has been a while, and congratulates him on becoming a master. He asks why the greatest swordswoman on the continent is here, and she throws the question back at him. There is no special reason, she only came to collect her winnings. Axeller is shocked. He never thought someone as religious as her would gamble, so clearly he was wrong about her. But she says faith has nothing to do with cheering for her boyfriend like this. It makes things more exciting. He immediately asks who this boyfriend is. Then both of them realize at once. She means Joshua. Iselin does not like that at all. She demands to know who Aphrodite thinks she is for calling the protagonist her boyfriend and asks if she even knows him that well. Aphrodite fires right back. On this continent, no one knows MC better than she does. So who is this girl supposed to be? Iselin says she is his most precious friend. Aphrodite mocks that, saying she is only a friend, and if he never even mentioned her name, she cannot be that important. Iselin snaps back that this only proves how little Aphrodite talks with him. The protagonist has always stayed close to protect her, and she has always supported him too, more than anyone else. Aphrodite does not like hearing that and asks if Iselin really thinks she supports him more than she does. Then she shows a silver card proving she bet at least 10,000 on MC. Axeller loses it and asks if she seriously wagered that much on the guy, and Aphrodite says she actually put down 50,000. Who else would Joshua date besides someone bold like her? She did it because she trusted him more than anyone. But Iselin laughs and asks if she is underestimating her. Then Iselin pulls out a gold ticket from her robe, the legendary one you only get after betting over 100,000. She says she wagered 500,000, a small amount for a precious friend. Aphrodite goes quiet because the gold ticket is real. She had never seen one before. Now Aphrodite says she is curious about this girl. She never imagined Iselin had 500,000 gold, and Iselin says that even if she is curious, she cannot tell her. In her head though, she admits it was borrowed money she got by taking an advance on her family inheritance. She says that even when the Rule family still had treasures left, she refused to give up the Blue Wing. It is the final invention made by the Empire's greatest battle mage, Sharak Dick Orvis. Once activated, it clears the user's mind, sharpens focus, and speeds up spellcasting to unbelievable levels. She says if she had not been sure Joshua would win, she never would have used the Blue Wing. Then she starts smiling because her confidence earned her 6 million. With that money, she can get the Blue Wing back, build a home on the old land, and end up marrying him. Axeller cuts in and asks where he fits into all of this. She is leaving him out, and he is a precious friend too. Aphrodite says that is interesting. She thought she had spent plenty of time understanding Joshua, but it seems there is still a lot she does not know about him. Now she wants to know him better, and Axeller wonders why. Then Aphrodite speaks to Axeller through telepathy and says she has been thinking about restarting the deal they put on hold. She already prepared terms that will benefit him, so he does not need to worry. That makes him curious, and she explains that he is not the kind of person desperate for a title. Even if Barbariante gave up the Mercenary King title, she is sure he would pass it to someone else, and she cannot let that happen. So once Joshua defeats Barbariante, she wants Axeller to reclaim the title of Mercenary King. If he does, she will accept his offer. Back with the three who were waiting for the protagonist, they are in terrible shape, and Eric is thrilled because Joshua finally arrived. He tells the other two to skip the formalities and asks if they cannot just enjoy some time together. He wants MC to give him a real show and entertain him enough to make this worth it. He only stares coldly at that psychopath. Seeing the scene, the protagonist realizes Eric took down 3 master-level fighters. With power like that, he is clearly at the level of a superhuman. The protagonist never expected the Candiari to be this strong, so Eric tells him to stop thinking and enjoy the moment instead. He begs MC not to ruin this beautiful moment for him. Then he attacks the boy, saying there is no proper successor for the Agnes family. Most likely Emperor Marcus Van Britten and Duke Agnes are behind this, but only Duke Agnes knows the whole truth. Joshua wonders why he did nothing for so long. It has already been 20 years. Is it because Emperor Marcus Van Britten is finally a real ruler now, or because the Duke has been planning something all along? Looking at his face, Eric says that is an interesting expression, then shares a fact: there are 3 people in the Empire stronger than him. Even if Duke Agnes is excluded, there are still 2 more. Right in the middle of their talk, Reinhardt's troops arrive and order everyone to protect the king. Then Ares says his time is up, so he'll tell the protagonist the rest about his family another day. Before leaving, he tells him to remember one thing: Joshua needs to watch his father. The Black God of Avalon, Duke Agnes, is even more dangerous than the current emperor. Then he adds that he already dealt with the other masters, so MC shouldn't worry about them. At that, he tries to stop him, but Eri just says he'll see him next time. The protagonist is left thinking about those words. What exactly is going on between Agnes and the Emperor? He starts wondering if the Continental War is really coming soon, and if it is, it's far too early. The story is changing too fast. Only now does he realize that something is wrong, and he considers that maybe fate changed when he went back to the past. If that's true, then he might not be able to control what happens next. Then his troops arrive and the king's first knight introduces himself as Arsion Dimitri. Just as he is about to ask what happened, that short guy rushes in, asking if Joshua is okay and whether he got hurt anywhere. Then the drama starts. He says it was all his fault because he let his guard down, and he asks his king for forgiveness. So everyone is stunned. Of all people, they never expected him to worry about the king of Hades before the kingdom itself. They report signs of a battle at master level nearby, and the man says MC surely knows that changes everything, since masters stand for their nations. He asks if they shouldn't quickly figure out who they were. But Kangai too gets angry and asks if he didn't hear what the king said. Then he starts talking about how people see this country, the laughingstock of the continent, useless clowns, bats that do nothing, outsiders with no real home. That's how they talk about the people of Hades. He asks how much longer they have to keep hearing that and says Joshua is the one who lit that fire again, so Hades can become a full independent nation. Now it's their turn to answer that call. He says if they keep worrying about other nations, nothing will ever change for them. So they have to change. They have to step forward, and for the sake of the kingdom of Hades, they will take that step today. Not as Kangai too, but in his true form, the Knight Wilhelm of Leodgrans. Then the soldier beside him says that for the first time Lord Kangai too showed his real self, and the king must have reached his heart. Leodgrans asks him if he will allow them to walk beside him, and he simply says yes, if they want to. Then everyone bursts into action, getting ready to follow their king, and in the name of Leodgrans they say Nagazins will be with Wilhelm forever. Then they all begin praising the protagonist, saying they will protect him in whatever direction their king chooses to go. Then we cut back to Kane, who says that as a child, he heard a story about a knight who made a pact with a demon. He was known as the Unforgettable Sword, the one closest to death, an immortal being who could heal even if all his limbs were torn off. But he couldn't remain in a human body, the legendary Death Knight, and now he's standing right in front of him. Kane thanks him for saving his life but asks why, and the knight says he's only following Lord MC's orders. Kane can't believe MC sent him there, and he's even more shocked that he made a demon pact to save them. Kane starts yelling that he heard those pacts cost your soul, but the knight tells him to shut up. There was a huge blast near Canyon Widen, and he can't hear anything with Kane still talking. So Kane asks if he can tell what's happening over there. The knight explains that with mana and physical training there are ways to read the flow of the air, but it's hard even for masters to sense something that far away. If he noticed it now, then the explosion must have been massive. Kane says he hopes Miss Cheryl DeFonte and Icarus are safe and adds that they have Avalon's heavenly brain with them, so Icarus should handle things. But the real problem is the mercenary king. They still can't stop him yet. Even so, Kane asks the knight something. Can he teach him how to read the flow of the air? Then a few days later, Icarus starts thinking about Baron Arna, and then asks him a question despite the mess they're in. He wants to know if Arna is sure the men found Kane's sword. But Arna brushes him off, and Icarus says it matters a lot. The battle was chaotic, so there was no way they should have found those supply carts, since only Cox and he knew about them. On top of that, finding pieces of Kane's sword in that situation is suspicious. Arna starts shouting again, asking if Icarus is accusing him. He says if the boy keeps wasting time instead of escaping, he'll slit his throat. Then Icarus tells him to answer because something is clearly wrong. Even if Count Cox could speak with the head of Cheryl DeFonte's family, how did no one find anything suspicious if he was planning all this? And if this was obviously a failure by the escort team, then why would the captain of the Knights be above suspicion despite all the evidence? Arna starts saying the boy has a death wish, but one of the others cuts in and says this isn't the time, they need to escape first. Icarus disagrees, no one is chasing them. So they ask what he means, and Icarus asks if it doesn't seem strange that they made it all the way to Canyon Widen without losing a single person. And Arna says that's only because he knows the land perfectly, and took routes the enemy would never find. But Cheryl says she understands Icarus's point. It's been far too quiet for too long, and that's not normal. Even Cromwell's assassins never appeared, even though they had many chances to attack. Arna keeps insisting they used a path no one else could find, and tells her to stop worrying about pointless things, and just follow him. Icarus starts to think he knew Baron Arna was lying. Still, he sees no way out. His guess is that Arna is only buying time, and they'll probably need a miracle. So Icarus calls out to the people hiding behind the rocks, and tells them to come out. There's no escaping now, so he wants to see who they're up against. Then Arna gets nervous and says this commoner keeps ruining his plans. People ask what he means, but he tells them to forget it. He says he was hoping to see Cheryl's terrified face after all his work, then orders the hidden men to come out and show them the last faces they'll ever see. The tension spikes right away as more soldiers appear. They're from the 3rd and 4th Night Orders of Pontia, along with Baron Glente, and one of them asks if they've gone insane, betraying their family for personal gain. He asks if they feel no shame as knights, but Arna says Cox was right. Why go down with a ruined family? He even offers him a place on their side, saying the Cromwell family promised titles and money if they switched over, but he refuses and says that even if they die, they'll choose the honorable path. They declare they'll fight to the end for the young lady, and Arna decides to attack, saying he's already done enough as their superior. If that's the path they want, then they'll die with the Ponte family. But Cheryl Di Fonte tells everyone to stop. She says she'd rather grant his demand than see blood spilled, and asks him to let the others go. She believes only she and her father are enough. Arna says he doesn't leave loose ends. He won't be satisfied until he cuts Icarus's throat. But Cheryl Di Fonte says that if he promises not to hurt anyone, she'll accept the Cromwell family's terms, and Icarus grows tense while his men ask to fight for her to the death. They say they won't let her be taken without a battle, but she says it's all right. They all know this is the end. She thanks them for everything they've done for her family, and says it would be her honor to protect them this time. Then she asks them again to stop. Arna is moved and says he'll respect her choice, but she says she needs his word that they'll be safe. He promises, says it's good to have her back, and holds out his hand for her to come with him. But just as she is about to take it, someone shouts for her not to touch that hand. Arna asks who that is, and the most flashy guy in the whole story makes his entrance with the answer. Icarus is happy to see him, and Cain declares that the Knight of Honor has arrived to save the ladies. Seeing him, Arna asks how he knew they were there, and whether Barbarianty lost, but Cain doesn't bother answering. He just attacks and drives his sword into the ground, telling Cheryl Di Fonte he'll make sure to save her from that idiot. Then she starts tearing up, because she had been wondering how she would apologize to him in the afterlife. Cheryl Di Fonte says he has now saved her twice. Cain tells her not to cry, a lady shouldn't shed tears. For now, he says he'll wipe out the evil at its source. Arna mocks him, saying Cain really thinks he can do something here. Then he vows to kill all of them right in front of the family head. Icarus asks if he'll really be okay since there are at least 3 high-ranked knights there. Cain asks if he doubts him, but Icarus tells him to quit joking around. Cain reminds him he never said he'd fight alone. Then something starts coming out of the air, and Cain says he brought backup from the good side. Then the Death Knight appears. During the fight, Arna asks if they really think they can escape with everyone alive. Cain fires back, asking who said they were running, then charges both enemies. He says they are going to beat them instead of fleeing. Then he sends Arna flying, and Arna says he is just some knight from the north, someone the Empire threw away. He tells Cain to stop acting so mighty, but Cain starts gathering aura, and Arna says he'll show him the mana training method his Imperial Master taught him. He boasts that Cain's training is nothing compared to his elite education. Cain finds that odd and asks if something is wrong with him, because his mana shot up fast. Then he asks what kind of mana training Arna learned. Just then, the Black Knight finishes off the men nearby, and tells Cain to wrap it up already. Arna is shaken, asking who that man is, and how he took down all those knights by himself. Cain says that's Joshua Sanders' second knight, the Black Knight of the Dennis River. Then Cain rushes in, excited, and when their swords clash, Arna tells him to shut up. He says it doesn't matter who Cain is, he'll kill him soon and both of them will die by his hand. Cain warns Arna that if he knows where Cain came from, then he should have done his homework. He forgot one thing, the master who taught Cain the sword. And when Arna learns who that is, he'll be shocked. Then Cain summons his own aura blade, and Arna recognizes it right away, stunned. But Cain doesn't wait and uses the great sword strike Agnes. With that, he defeats Arna with ease. Arna drops to the ground, and right after that, the boy starts bragging that now he's sure which one of them is stronger. Everyone is stunned. They never expected both of them to be such powerful swordsmen. But Icarus reminds them this is no time to rest. They need to leave fast because more enemies could still be after them. Cheryl Di Fonte says they can head to the nearest fortress, Castle Peril, and adds that the land belongs to her uncle, so she's sure he'll let them in. Meanwhile, Joshua and his knights keep moving down the road, and the Lion King notices the protagonist is only running, yet he's still faster than riders on horseback. It even looks like he's slowing down for their sake. He finds it ironic that the protagonist is trying to be considerate, and says the more he learns about him, the more impressed he gets. Then King Kai Tuo asks why he's even there instead of resting in Henrad's, but the Lion King tells him not to talk like that. They've known each other too long for him to be so cold. He also asks if they have any way to enter Avon territory, since unlike Joshua, they're just outsiders. King Kai Tuo says of course not. They're simply following the king without a plan. The Lion King is left speechless by that dumb answer, and then they stop at the border and are met by several knights. They say they're there to greet Avon's proud lord, and that the emperor sent them to escort him back and provide anything he needs. But the man adds that he didn't know MC would have company, especially people of this level, so he orders all unknown guests to turn back. King Gai Tuo says he expected that. It's unfortunate, but they would need a diplomatic unit before entering another territory. He says he'd rather stay with the king, but they have no choice. As they're about to leave, Joshua says they are his knights and asks if that's a problem. The man answers that if they are his knights, then there's no issue. King Gai Tuo gets emotional, saying he can already feel the weight of the protagonist's words even from that short exchange. He says MC truly is the king they had been waiting for all this time. At the Axelar Mercenary Guild headquarters, Axelar arrives asking about the rumor that the Mercenary King issued a summons. They confirm it, and say the meeting point is in the south of the Avalon Empire near the Pontier family. They also say 1,000 mercenaries have already gone. One of them tells Darmian to calm down, since they haven't even asked what Axeller thinks yet, and he fires back asking why. If Darmian knew, he didn't say anything. Before he can go on, Darmian cuts him off and says no one can predict what Barbariante will do. The Avalon Empire already promised him a title and land, and he's trying to use that to build a family. But Barbariante doesn't have knights to support that plan, so he's using mercenaries to build his fame. He says if you can prove yourself to Barbariante and earn a place in his domain, you might even get a noble title from the Empire. He says that's just reality. Anyone with common sense would follow the mercenary king's orders. It's a shame, but not every mercenary is like Axeller. Axeller says they already got their answer and says they need to step in and stop the mercenary king, Barbariante. After that, they'll head to Cheryl Difonte's family. Back at Cromwell Castle, the family head is furious because they lost the young lady, and he starts beating Arna, saying he trusted him and he still couldn't finish even one job. Arna starts apologizing, saying that if he's given one more chance, he'll make sure the mission is done. Cromwell doesn't like hearing that, but Arna says the young lady should already be at Castle Peril by now. She may think it's safe there, but she'll really be trapped. He says that if he's given one last chance, he'll bring both the family head and the young lady to Cromwell. Cromwell still refuses. Arna already failed and now he's begging again. Cromwell says his son Gil Ug is heading to the castle, so Arna is no longer needed. Seriously, if those two had just died earlier, none of this would have happened. Gil Ug could have been taken out back at the academy, and this guy should have been finished off when he lost before. Instead, they kept him alive. He spilled the plan, and now he wants another shot. Then someone asks why they don't just let him, and he says the guild issued a summons, but it'll still take time for the mercenaries to arrive. Cromwell says Gil Ug and the knights are more than enough to storm Castle Peril, but the mercenary king says he's underestimating them. He asks if Cromwell forgot who's with them. They have Cheryl Difonte's fox, Icarus, along with suspicious knights, who seem at least rank A, and if they run into the Black Knight of the Dennis River, they can't expect an easy win. Cromwell says that even if they're scared of a rank A knight, that doesn't mean Arna deserves another chance. But the mercenary king says Arna may seem foolish and useless, yet he's still a rank A knight, a valuable asset. Cromwell is startled by that, and Arna starts thinking he hid that well, yet the man still figured it out just by looking at him. He realizes superhumans really are on another level and live in a totally different world from his. The mercenary says that with a rank A knight and 3 knight armies, if they join forces with the mercenaries, Castle Peril won't last a single night. All they need to do is buy time until the mercenaries arrive, so he'll use Arna as bait. Cromwell says it looks like he'll have to prepare for the worst, and then the invasion begins, with Gil Ug in command, saying he doesn't need to share the glory of destroying such a small castle. He says he'll finish everything before reinforcements arrive. Then during the attack, Cheryl Difonte orders them to cut the ropes, activating her ballista and firing into the middle of the enemy. Even so, they keep pushing forward and order the castle wall destroyed. They shout that Ariadne must be stopped before reaching the front gates, and Cheryl Difonte says to leave that to Icarus and Cain, they need to focus on defending the walls. But the enemy keeps yelling to break down the gates, and inside Icarus and Cain grow uneasy. Icarus says he doesn't see the Black Knight of the Dennis River and asks what happened to him, but Cain says he vanished without a word, so he doesn't know either. Icarus gets nervous, asking how he could just disappear like that. Then while they're talking, the gate is smashed open and everyone rushes at them, shouting for Pontia to be destroyed. Then Icarus orders them to release the traps and a spiked ceiling drops down on top of them, killing many soldiers. Cain is impressed. The trap really stopped them, and getting past it won't be easy. But Icarus says it's only buying time because they need to strengthen their defense before the next wave. Then some ropes are cut and an intruder comes flying right into the middle of them, making a huge mess. Cain feels the aura blade and gets scared, and after a blast, chunks of rubble fly straight at him. He knocks them away with his sword. Then the man who did it says they made plenty of fun toys for him to play with, but this place will still become their grave. He orders them to give up the castle and become slaves of the Cromwell family. This is the left twin, and the right twin adds that they will be spared if they obey, otherwise only death waits for them. Cain snaps back that this is no joke, they will never surrender. Then they charge and the right twin tells his side to move in too, and a rough clash breaks out. Soon the right twin goes straight for Cain to cross swords with him, saying he wants to see if the stories about him are true. At the same time, Gil Ug boasts that ending this will be easy. Then a soldier rushes over and reports that the 3rd Division asked for reinforcements after fighting 100 knights of unknown origin, and Gil Ug is stunned. The 3rd Division has over 1,000 men, yet they need help against just 100? He calls them useless and orders everyone to ignore them and leave them to die. Even in the middle of that battle, everyone keeps protecting their ladies. But the left twin says their skills cannot stop him, and once again tells Cheryl Difonte to run and hide where the Duke is. She refuses, saying hiding is pointless, she has to fight with them. The left twin agrees in a cruel way, saying she has nowhere left to hide while he keeps cutting down soldier after soldier. Then he starts calling her over to fight him directly. When he fires an aura blast at her, her knight pulls her out of the way and takes the full hit alone. After it ends, with her left alone, the left twin says it is far too early for her to grieve. Young Master Gilras specifically ordered her brought back alive as a prize for him, and hearing that makes her lower her head. But Icarus tells her to get up while firing arrows at the knight. He says they have not lost yet, they just need to hold on because Joshua will be here soon. Then the left twin calls him an idiot, saying it will not matter who shows up, and tells Icarus to shut up and die. Cheryl Difonte cuts him off, saying they will do whatever it takes to live and they will win. She says it while slashing him across the ribs. That throws off his strike and his blade misses Icarus completely. He growls that even after being spared, she still dared to fight back, then smacks her away and sends her flying. He says he just had a good idea, but then the god of thunder appears in the sky. The left twin says that if she dies by accident, that is fine, and adds that she attacked him after his warning, so her death is her own fault. He gathers aura into his sword, saying everything that happens now is on her. But just as he is about to strike, a massive bolt crashes down right in front of him, stopping him cold. He stares, wondering what is happening. Then Joshua lands in front of Cheryl Difonte to protect her, and she starts crying when she sees him. The left twin demands to know where he came from and keeps attacking, shouting that he will kill anyone who stands in his way. Instead, he gets hit by a brutal punch that leaves a huge mark across his face. Joshua clearly is not happy at all. After feeling completely hopeless, everyone brightens when he arrives, and he praises them for holding out and says he will be back soon. Then he turns into lightning and takes off. Meanwhile, Cain is still fighting the right twin, and the enemy says more reinforcements are coming, so there is no way they can stop them all. Cain thinks they have nowhere left to retreat, and if this keeps up, they will die. But Joshua suddenly appears and asks how long Cain plans to take with that guy, telling him to just finish him already. Then he walks right past both of them, saying he will wait for Cain. But the right twin loses it, saying he does not know where that brat came from, but he will kill him anyway. Cain gets mad and tells him not to speak that trash in front of his lord. He says no matter how hard the right twin tries, he will never reach Joshua's level, and then he brings his sword down on him. The right twin is shocked by the power of that strike and wonders how Cain still had so much strength left. Elsewhere, an explosion goes off and the soldiers start asking what is happening and whether it is some kind of trap. Joshua gives them a choice and says that if they feel any regret over the slaughter the Cromwells started, they should leave now. He will let them live. But the soldiers ask who he is, and ignore him, charging forward and shouting for the destruction of the castle in the name of the Cromwells. So the protagonist says they made their choice. He raises Lucia and activates Magma, and says that even if no one can match him now that he reached stage 5 of the magic spear art, his skills will dull if he does not train. Then he adds that since the primordial stones were one, if he can combine Magma's destructive power with Bronto's growth power, he can create something incredible. He unleashes a slash so fast everything seems frozen. The attack cuts through multiple buildings, and he says he will use the fire from Magma and the lightning from Bronto to reach a higher level. Then he declares this is stage 5 of the magic spear art, the harmony of lightning and fire. He activates the deep lightning charge by the great sky, and giant electric blasts begin striking every soldier in front of him. By himself, he wipes out the entire Scrumble army. Gilgamesh cannot believe simple lightning erased his whole vanguard. He thought Cheryl Difonte might have a hidden card, but they still have plenty of troops, so he orders everyone to advance. But one soldier asks him to look at something coming their way. Gilgamesh asks what it could be since that area was sealed off, but then he remembers the 3rd Division asking for reinforcements after fighting only 100 men. Then he looks and sees Wilhelm's proud knights, fully fired up to clear out every enemy blocking their king, and they crash into the battlefield like a storm. Kengaito, meanwhile, uses his aura blade to bring down one of the enemy towers, and seeing all this, Gilgamesh finally starts to panic. Icarus realizes the knights came to help, but he still cannot believe so few of them are handling everything. Cheryl says she is jealous, it must be nice to have so many dependable knights. But Cain freaks out, saying he is the only one who stands beside his lord, and he will not let some strangers take his place. The lunatic charges straight into the mess while Icarus yells for him to regroup first and calls the idiot back. Meanwhile, Gheorghe keeps ordering everyone to kill them all, but his soldiers protest, saying he cannot do that, because their own men are still there and will die with the enemy. Gheorghe says they need to cut down enemy numbers, and as for their own troops, they can always get more. He even threatens to slit the soldier's throat for disobeying. Then Joshua arrives and says he is still the same as ever. He adds that Veron Shenvalis was just like him, and it looks like this boy will meet the same end. Another child of the 12 families is about to fall by MC's hand. Glocker cannot believe it. He should not be here. But in Reinhardt, he starts shaking, and the protagonist says Glocker and his family crossed a line they never should have, which is why he came to set things right. Trembling, Glocker begs him to wait, saying he did nothing except be a son of the Cromwell family. Then he asks whether the protagonist can handle the backlash if he kills him, and even dares to say the boy is not from Quayanos. But Joshua has other plans. He says he does not want to kill him, because the Cromwell family has more than enough money, so he will let him live and take everything else. Gheorghe gets nervous and asks if MC really thinks he can defeat everyone there by himself. Then Cain comes running up, asking who said he was alone. Cain is always by his side. He says he will do everything he can to kill anyone who stands in his lord's way. And it seems Cain's name is getting famous, because every enemy soldier knows who he is. But Gheorghe ignores every warning and orders his men to attack. Joshua's knights immediately start wiping out his whole army, and fear keeps growing in him as he says it makes no sense. His 5,000 men died that easily. He even asks if this is a dream. The protagonist tells him it is not a dream, just reality, and says he should accept it. From now on, everything that happens to him will be his worst nightmare. Then MC puts the spear to the spoiled brat's neck and says the battle is over and he is now his prisoner. Joshua tells him to enjoy the rest of his life without a title, because where he is going, the power of the Cromwell family means nothing. And while all this chaos unfolds, deep in the forest of dark beings, humans have forgotten something from the days when they knelt before true power. And so a dragon wakes up and says humans forgot the promise they were never supposed to break. Then a black dragon suddenly appears in this world. Some readers said the dragon came out of nowhere, but dragons have been mentioned many times before, even back when the Assassin Queen first showed up. So this moment was set up, and it will matter later. If you missed it, go back and you'll notice the hints. On another day, things finally start falling into place. Icarus tells Cheryl to leave things there to them because for now, she needs to take care of Duke Cheryl. She says it's fine for now. Her uncle is watching over her father, and she has more urgent things to handle here. Then word comes in that the knights have arrived. Joshua leads them in, looking proud at the front of the group. They put on a full procession before the gathered knights as they make their way to Cheryl, and he tells her he couldn't greet her earlier because of everything going on. He says it's been a while, then congratulates her for all she's done. At that moment, a soldier draws his sword and throws it into the air, calling him the god of battle. Then everyone starts praising Joshua as the god of war, the greatest master of Avalon. They welcome him to Peril Castle. From a distance, the Lion King says he knew he had a good eye for people, and that he can't see anyone but him taking his place. Back at the Imperial Palace of Avalon, they report that Cromwell attacked Peril Castle with 5,000 men but suffered a crushing defeat. 1,500 soldiers from 2 knight orders died, while the eldest son of the Cromwell family, Gurugdun Cromwell, was captured and locked in Peril's underground prison. They also say the right and left hands, nobles and ranked imperial knights were killed in battle. Marcus Van Britten asks if the Cheryl family still had that kind of military power and wonders what is going on with them. One of them explains that the Cheryl family brought in Baron Joshua and the Knights of Wilhelm, which is how they crushed Cromwell's 5,000 troops. Then Talon argues that using knights from another nation to kill imperial troops is a direct challenge to the emperor's rule, and he demands punishment for Baron the protagonist. Marcus Van Britten clearly doesn't like where this is going, and asks Arden what he thinks. He says MC, his son, attacked Avalon, killed valuable talent that belonged to the Empire, and threatened the balance of imperial power. Marcus Van Britten then asks what should be done with that anomaly. Agnes doesn't look comfortable talking about it, so Prylos says Joshua should be punished under imperial law, but first they need to summon him to the palace and confirm the truth of what happened. Marcus Van Britten considers that and says that as everyone suggested, he did break imperial law, so punishment would make sense. But he admits he doesn't entirely hate these circumstances, and that's the problem. He says he has already favored the Cromwell family enough. He's sure Cheryl now has every reason to complain, and he asks if they don't agree. On top of that, Joachim made it all the way to Reinhardt and spread Avalon's name and influence across the continent. Because of that, Marcus had planned to grant him the title of Marquis when he returned. He also wanted to give him the vast empty territory of Seoul. Talon immediately protests, shouting that this reward is far too much. He says Joshua deserves something, but other families do too, and begs the emperor to rethink it. Marcus Van Britten shuts everyone down and asks if Talon is claiming there's something wrong with his decision. Then he declares the meeting over, and from now on, if anyone interferes in the territorial war between the Cromwell and Cheryl families, he'll punish them himself for ruining his entertainment. No one there likes hearing that, but the emperor asks Arden to stay behind because he thinks they need an honest talk. Meanwhile, back in the Cheryl territory, the Lion King keeps eating, and one of the family servants treats him very well, thinking he's helping Baron Sanders. The servant even calls him the hero of their family and says he'll make sure Lord hears about it. But Joshua says he got the wrong idea. He isn't helping anyone. He's just enjoying himself and the good food. Then the protagonist asks if it isn't time for him to do some work, since he hates people wasting his money like this. The Lion King cuts in and asks if that money actually belongs to Count Kairos or Lady Cheryl. So MC changes tactics and says he should at least pay an entrance fee to Peril Castle. Without him, he never would have gotten in. The Lion King realizes he is very used to squeezing money out of people and asks how much it costs. He says money won't do, but the Lion King still insists on paying and tells him to just take it already. The protagonist then reveals why he really came. He wants the Lion King to be his guarantor. The Lion King has no idea what he means. MC explains that he invited the Barbariande mercenary king there to hold a superhuman duel. The fighters are ready, the stage can be moved, but they still need the most important thing, an audience, especially people rich enough to pay to watch. He adds that if both the mercenary king and the Lion King are there, they'll draw more than enough attention. The Lion King understands and says he agrees on 2 conditions. He asks what they are. First, Joshua must grant him a favor in the future, though he can refuse if it's too much. Second, he wants the protagonist to become his successor. If the protagonist agrees, he'll act as guarantor. Back with the Cromwell family, the head of the house talks about giving up control. The mercenary king says 2,000 mercenaries will arrive soon, but the truth is he's helping the Cromwell family spread its reach across the nation. Losing this territorial war would hurt him badly. It would stain his record and cause bigger problems later. He tells him not to worry because he'll do everything he can to help, which is exactly why control of the war should be handed over to him. Cromwell clearly hates that idea. The mercenary king asks if there's anything he can do, and even wonders if Cromwell maybe doesn't care what happens to his son. Cromwell says he truly doesn't care what happens to that idiot. What bothers him is how things are going, and more than anything he wishes he could turn it around with his own hands. That thought leaves him furious. Still, he comes up with another plan and agrees to hand over command of the troops in the territorial war. On top of that, he'll stay by the mercenary side as support. But there's one condition: they must win. And he especially wants Joshua Sanders' body hanging at his door. The king agrees and says he'll make sure Cromwell learns what despair looks like. He'll drag them into hell with his own hands. Later, with Icarus, he says it looks like MC took his warning and found a guarantor. Curious, he asks what MC's final goal really is. Joshua simply says he plans to become emperor. Both of them are stunned, and he explains that he wants to tie up every loose end and protect the people he loves. Then Karim starts shouting, asking if he means he's going to take control of Avalon. He warns that if anyone hears this, they'll all be branded traitors. But Icarus cuts straight to the point. There's no way to take the throne without being part of the Britain bloodline. He asks if the protagonist means to protect his people by taking other lives, and says he'd be disappointed if that were his true goal. MC tells him not to be so strict about the Britain name, and Icarus seems to catch on to the plan, saying he has a new dream now. He no longer wants to be just one family's officer. He wants to serve the great imperial hall. But Karim keeps asking what's wrong with him, what the guarantor is for, and how Joshua plans to reach the throne. He says they'll talk about that later, and tells Icarus to take the money and use it wherever it's needed. Icarus asks where he got so much money, while Karim is stunned because it's a continental check, and he's never seen that much money in one place. He says that since betting is allowed in Reinhardt, he placed a few wagers, and since the Cheryl family doesn't seem to be in great shape, he says he's willing to talk with Cheryl and help her. But Icarus asks what he's talking about. Why would they use their money as someone else's war fund? He says this while pulling the money into his arms, adding that the Cheryl family already has plenty of money. Besides, they'll need these funds to support their own family after the war ends, because they might become the great Sanders family, the biggest in the empire. Joshua tries to argue, but he shuts that down right away, and asks how long the protagonist plans to stay a baron. Their house might be the only family in the empire without any land, so he says they're going to build a huge home, and they'll need people, decorations, and property too. MC imagines that giant plan and clearly hates it. Icarus asks if he even knows how much money it would take. If Joshua still wants to spend it, he has to write a full report explaining why and where every bit of it will go. After checking it himself, Icarus will decide whether the money gets used at all. He asks why it's so strict when it has nearly 100 clauses. While they talk, Kane reinforces the window and says he figured out a way the protagonist could become emperor without being born into the Breton line. His answer is simple: a political marriage. But before they can keep joking about it, the whole place starts shaking. Soldiers rush in with urgent news. The enemy has begun the attack. The troops are ready, but after the losses from the last battle, one of them suggests giving up the Cheryl de Fonte castle. Cheryl de Fonte shuts that down and tells everyone to stay calm. They are not letting the castle fall. Then people start shouting that Joshua opened the gates and rode out alone to the battlefield, and Icarus warns that the power gap is far too big. If MC leaves the castle like this, their army could lose its nerve. He disagrees. Hiding behind walls will not win the war. He wants to face them head on. If he breaks the enemy's spirit, their side will fight harder again. Icarus argues that a move like that only works when you already have the upper hand. This enemy vanguard is not like the force they fought before. Joshua says that is exactly why he is doing it, because they do have the advantage. Icarus has no idea what he means. Then a war horn sounds, and the soldiers of the Marquis announce that by his order they are to surround the castle. Kane asks if they are really safe, because that banner belongs to an order made to fight superhumans. Even someone else admits Kane may be right and says they should fall back to the castle. But the protagonist speaks into Kane's mind and says that among those who rise high enough, there comes a stage of mana control that can rival an aura blade. He tells Kane to watch closely. He is about to show him. Then Joshua turns into lightning and launches forward, flying out once again. But it does not go the way expected. He does not crash down on anyone. Instead, he lands and tears open a clear path through the middle of the knights. They waste no time and rush Joshua at once, but he blocks every strike with his spear. Then they shift into a formation, attacking him from every side. MC calls up Magma and shuts down the whole assault. He admits they deserve to be called the Marquise's vanguard, but says it still is not enough to stop him. Now he will show them his real strength, and he draws on the power of aura. As he speaks of a single spear sweeping the battlefield, he makes it real. One swing rips a huge line through the field, and he declares to his allies that for those who follow this spear, it will be more dependable than any other. For those who stand against it, it will be more deadly than the gods of death, and he wipes them out. Even from far away, they hear Joshua's voice booming across the battlefield. Their lord is projecting it to everyone, calling it a war song. After his attack, a deep ravine splits the ground, and he says this is the tale of a lone warrior who fought with a spear, but the enemy soldiers keep shouting for each other not to panic. They call it a scare tactic and keep charging, but Joshua erases them again with one more swing. Cain says, just hearing his lord's voice is firing him up. He wonders if he is sending mana through his speech and is amazed he did not think mana could be used like that. He even asks if his lord has reached the level of the gods. Aiden says, that is his king. Cain instantly gets competitive, saying he served the protagonist first, while the two bicker like children. The soldiers keep moving forward, and Cain asks Icarus if he is sure they should leave the castle wall before their main force arrives. Icarus says Cheryl Fonte can handle things. There is nothing there to worry about, but Cheryl Fonte surprises them and orders their side to advance too. That decision makes Icarus furious. Meanwhile, Cromwell rides with his group saying they found no magical traps on the way. He is sure Peril Castle will fall soon. The mercenary king declares that today marks the end of Cheryl Fonte and Joshua Sanders and tells his men to enjoy it. Then a messenger arrives with shocking news. The entire vanguard was wiped out by Baron the 1100th Sanders. Worse, his side is using that opening to push toward them. Before the message can settle, the protagonist drops in with lightning and says it is good to finally meet the barbarian mercenary king. The mercenary king answers that this must be Joshua Sanders, the unmatched spearman from the rumors. Both the mercenary king and Cromwell are stunned by what they are seeing. MC simply says it is a pleasure to meet him. The mercenary king mocks his nerve for showing up like this and asks if he came to beg for negotiations. He skips all of that and demands a battle between superhumans right here, right now. But the mercenary king refuses, saying he is busy and will visit Joshua after he finishes his work. Then the Lion King appears, saying it has been a while since he last saw the mercenary king. He charges onto the battlefield and everyone recognizes him at once. The mercenary king says he understands now. He heard Wilhelm's knights are under Baron the protagonist's command, so he asks if the Lion King has been helping Cheryl Fonte in secret too. Since he showed up like this, he must be speaking for the Free Knights Alliance. The Free Knights Alliance is a group of knights who travel the continent without belonging to any nation. Because of that, the only law they follow is the original code of chivalry. Some Free Knights are so talented that countries try to recruit them. Their leader is Reinhardt's former king, Ryan Gigar, the Lion King, but he tells them not to get the wrong idea. He is not here to join the fight. He is here to serve as the notary for the battle of superhumans. The mercenary king asks if he really came just for that, and how anyone is supposed to believe him. The Lion King warns him to watch his mouth. He is talking lightly about the battle of superhumans, after ignoring the challenge of the winner of the War of Masters. If he wants to keep his place among the 12 superhumans, he should respect tradition. That warning makes the mercenary king back down fast, and he asks why the Lion King would interfere when there is nothing in it for him. So under pressure, he agrees to the battle of superhumans on the spot. He adds one condition: the result will decide the war itself, and the winner will become governor over both the Cheryl Fonte lands and the Cromwell lands. Cromwell protests, asking who gave him the right to decide that. The mercenary king shoots back, asking if Cromwell did not hand him control of the war, and says that if they beat the Cheryl Fonte family's strongest weapon, MC, then victory is basically certain. It is the fastest way to end this. But Cromwell asks who said MC can decide anything for Cheryl Fonte. He answers that he has permission as well, and shows the Cheryl Fonte family mark. The knights immediately focus on the first prince, remembering how Cheryl Fonte refused to dance with him at his birthday because of the protagonist, and the mercenary king says that if Joshua truly has that authority, then this works perfectly. He orders every communication orb to spread news of the battle of superhumans. This is where the boring war ends and both sides form a circle around the two fighters. Cain finally understands what MC and Icarus were planning. If he defeats the mercenary king, the war ends immediately. The Lion King announces the start of the battle and explains the rules. Whatever happens during the fight is for the fighters to handle, and if one side gives up or can no longer continue, the battle is over. Both men accept. The mercenary king even laughs at the rules before the Lion King orders the battle to begin. At once both fighters release their aura. Cain is blown away that his master can pour out so much power right from the start, and the mercenary king now understands why his vanguard lost. He admits Joshua's aura is strong, but says it still will not be enough to beat him. He says the protagonist should know that mana traits are decided at birth, and aura follows those same traits. From what he can tell, the protagonist's aura is not built to crush enemies. It is meant to support allies. His own aura is the opposite, a brutal reinforcement type made to overpower opponents head-on. It pushes his aura to the limit, stacking power on top of power. Then he starts layering his aura and declares that MC's support type aura will never hold up against this strength. Cain says his master's aura is getting crushed. Even Icarus has been hurting since the fight began, so Cain wonders how Joshua can possibly win. The mercenary king asks how many blows he can block, then raises his axe. The protagonist moves to strike too, and the king decides there's no point dodging. When their attacks meet, a huge shockwave bursts across the field, nearly blowing Icarus away. Everyone rushes to shield Marquis Cromwell from the flying debris. Then the king's axe is sent flying, split cleanly in half. To everyone's shock, the mercenary king is already kneeling there without his head. His severed head lies in front of him, and then his body finally falls. Cheryl Fonte is almost in tears from relief, while Cromwell is stunned by what he just saw. People start shouting that the mercenary king was beaten in one hit and the war is finally over. But in the middle of the celebration, someone calls for silence, and Marquis Cromwell asks if they really thought that duel would end the war. He says the territorial war had nothing to do with the battle of superhumans, and Joshua is clearly fed up as Cromwell keeps talking. He claims this war is between the Ponteria family and the Cromwell family of the Avalon Empire. Since MC never had the right to decide anything, Cromwell calls the whole thing a violation of imperial law. Then he orders everyone to ready their men, but they're terrified of facing a monster like Joshua. The mercenaries notice Cromwell's troops are still preparing to fight, and ask if they have to join in. Some say there's no point now that the mercenary king is dead, and Cromwell quickly says the reward promised to the mercenary king still stands. If they help him, he'll give that reward to them. He starts feeding their greed, asking if they don't want to rise above being commoners and live in luxury with titles. That fires them up and they charge at him. Cain can't believe they're still attacking, and Kangaidu tells everyone to get ready to support their king. Meanwhile, Joshua says he can't believe Cromwell would go this far. He feels bad for Axelar, but the mercenaries are about to pay the price. Suddenly, a giant spear of ice crashes down in front of the mercenaries, and Axelar appears. As the new mercenary commander, he orders them to stop and declares that every contract between the mercenary king and the Cromwell family is now void. He orders all mercenaries to fall back. Then Axelar raises the mercenary medallion and announces that the age of the barbarian mercenary king is over. By guild law, as the only other holder of a diamond medallion, Master Axelar will now lead the mercenaries. He says he'll restore order and bring back the old traditions. For now, they are leaving this war and returning to the mercenary guild. But Cromwell snaps at him to shut up and asks who he thinks he is to cancel a contract. He warns that breaking it should cost 10 times the original payment, but Axelar says that rule is not part of the mercenary guild's charter. If Cromwell wants to complain, he can take it up with the dead mercenary king. Cromwell loses his temper and orders his knights to attack Axelar at once and make sure he never meddles again. But Iselin steps in and tells everyone to stop, saying the war is over. There's no need for them to keep pointing swords at each other. Cromwell mocks her and asks what part of Axelar is so great. He says Axelar doesn't look impressive hiding behind some nameless mage, and he'd love to see him try leading the mercenaries like that. That sets Iselin off. Even after ruining her life, he still doesn't recognize her. He even put out a bounty that forced her into hiding, and she vows to kill him with her own hands. Before she can act, Joshua steps in front of her and thanks her for stopping the mercenaries, but says he'll handle the rest himself. He tells the Marquis to surrender, but the man keeps barking that even without the mercenary king, his side is still stronger. Joshua challenges that, asking if he really believes it. Then he pours mana into his voice and says everyone here knows they have no chance against him. One look at the soldiers' faces says enough, and he asks the Marquis not to throw away innocent lives just to protect his pride. And just like that, all the soldiers drop their swords. The Marquis demands to know what they're doing, orders them to pick them back up, and threatens anyone who disobeys with martial law. The protagonist cuts him off, saying that since he can't let go of his pride, he'll make him an offer. If Cromwell releases his son, they'll make a deal. Wouldn't it be better to end the territorial war and keep his pride intact? Cromwell asks if Joshua really thought he'd agree. No matter what happens, he says his family's pride will remain. MC looks him dead in the eye and asks if that's really better than dying. Does he want to end up where the barbarian went? That finally makes Cromwell afraid, and he asks what he wants. First, Joshua demands the land stolen from Cheryl de Fonte before the war began. Then, as compensation, Cromwell must pay 1 million gold coins. To make sure he keeps his word, the protagonist also demands a noble's oath in front of the emperor. Cromwell thinks that asking for 1 million is basically the same as making him a slave, but if he wants to live, he has no choice. So he gives the oath in the name of the honored Emperor Marcus van Britain and promises in full that he will keep his word. Then he orders a retreat, and when they hear the sound, everyone knows it's the Cromwell horn calling for withdrawal. The crowd celebrates, saying the war is finally over and they won at last. But stubborn fool that he is, Cromwell starts plotting right away. He tells Joshua to wait and says there is no way he ever meant to keep that oath. With his power and influence, he can make it all disappear, and he swears MC will regret letting him go. He's already thinking about how to burn everything down, but he calls him back and asks him to wait a moment. Cromwell asks what he wants and whether there's another condition, but he says that's not it. He just forgot to mention that everything was broadcast to the imperial family. Since all the noble houses are watching, Joshua suggests he make the smart choice. Cromwell is left stunned by the boy's cunning, while the emperor and many others watch the whole thing unfold. The emperor says he knew the protagonist would not disappoint him, and Marcus van Britain adds that he will reward him well when he returns. Back at the Cheryl de Fonte house, everyone is overjoyed. Selin starts playing with her magic, putting on a show for everyone. People talk about how she's a fourth circle sorcerer, and now they understand how she stopped all those mercenaries. They call her amazing, powerful, and beautiful too, like she has everything. Then Cheryl de Fonte goes over to Selin and says it's good to see her like this again. Selin politely thanks her for inviting her to the castle. Meanwhile, Cain keeps bragging about his master, saying one day he will make a war song just as great as Joshua's and spread his name across the whole continent. But Kangaidu starts teasing him, saying that kind of ambition actually suits him. Kane replies that he was the first to serve his lord, and he's proud of it. He even says MC's father accepted him as a genius. That shocks everyone, because he's talking about the king's father, Avalon's black god, Duke Agnes. If even he acknowledged Kane's talent, then he really does deserve praise. That ends up bringing the two of them closer. Then Joshua walks into their celebration and says he needs them to do something. He orders Kane to go to the Cheryl DeFonte castle in Canyon Wyden at noon, and Kane wonders why. Then Icarus explains that he plans to get rid of the traitors, starting with Cogs. He says they must have pretended to die in the fire, and that place is the best spot to hide a body. As for Renhad's knights, the protagonist tells them all to head back there. He asks why, and Icarus says Renhad is in danger. News that the knights are in Avalon will spread across the empire soon, and other powers may see that as the perfect chance to strike Renhad. He connects the dots and says the emperor has been ignoring their presence for a reason. He asks if the one behind the mercenary king and King Scrumble is really the emperor, and Icarus says yes. It is very likely that Emperor Marcus Van Britten plans to use this chance to take control of Renhad. Since the winner of the War of Masters also came from his empire, Marcus Van Britten knows this is the perfect opening. The knight starts blaming himself. If anything happens to Renhad, he feels it will be his fault for making such a mistake. But Icarus tells him to calm down because soon they won't have to worry anymore. Depending on what their lord decides, the tide could turn across the whole continent, and a huge wave of change will start with them at the center of it. He says the continent's fate is now in MC's hands, so he wants to know what choice MC will make. He says he will reveal the fate he has chosen. But when he finally says it, the audience still doesn't get to hear it, and everyone is left shocked. After the protagonist made that mysterious choice, Kane immediately asked why his lord would do it. Icarus says the reason does not matter right now, he will follow him either way. First, they need to handle the job in front of them. Cheryl DeFonte lets them in. She asks what was so urgent that they had to come see her. Icarus thanks her for making time to talk. Kane skips the formalities and says Joshua ordered him to deal with Cox and the other traitors today. But since this involves the Cheryl DeFonte family, they wanted her opinion first. She pauses for a moment. Then she says they do not need to spare them. People like that deserve no mercy, especially after all the harm they caused. She says this is also for the sake of the new Cheryl DeFonte family that is being rebuilt. Even though she feels she has no right, she bows her head and asks for their help. They agree at once. Then Kane remembers something and asks her about the medal she gave Joshua when they were kids. He wants to know if she really meant it as a promise of marriage. Icarus starts to call it a rude question, but Kane says he is probably curious too. Cheryl DeFonte laughs and says the two of them really are alike. She explains that the medal was just her way of getting MC to notice her, since he never paid attention to her back then. Now she is not even sure what she feels. Maybe she wants his attention, maybe she likes him, or maybe she only respects him. Then, despite looking like she already knows the answer, she asks if they would understand if she said he sometimes feels almost divine. Kane quickly says there is a reason his lord is called the God of Battle. Icarus tells him to watch his place. Cheryl DeFonte adds that even aside from that, this is not the right time for love or marriage. She is about to be very busy. So she tells them to go deal with the traitors, and Icarus asks if she is coming too. She says yes. She wants to see them meet their end with her own eyes. At Barbariante's tomb, Lucia tells him to begin. So he starts gathering mana. He calls on the fallen king of knights, then begins a chant. Lucia commands the demon god of armament to send him forth and ease his regrets. At the same time, Barbariante's body starts rising from the ground. She says she will grant him the authority to walk the earth again, and orders him to come and obey, while pouring black mana into him. At last she calls the being Lord Doloran, and Joshua is shocked, asking if that really is Lord Doloran. A headless knight appears before him. The creature asks if he is the one demanding his obedience, the one who means to make him kneel and stand above him. He meanwhile is stunned by the demonic power pouring off it. Lucia brags that of all her creations, Doloran is a legend in the demon realm. The protagonist is amazed she made something like that from one of those so-called superhuman bodies. But unlike the Death Knight, who still keeps hatred for the one who killed him, Doloran is not supposed to resent the protagonist. But the monster suddenly charges straight at MC and asks if that is really true. Then it declares that if he wants his obedience, he must prove himself. Lucia says Doloran's pride is massive, and he will never follow anyone weaker than him. Joshua realizes that should be easy enough to fix. He thrusts his spear at Doloran, but it only leaves a tiny scratch on the armor. So the protagonist says he will get serious now, and wonders whether to use aura power or sacred energy. Lucia calls him an idiot, and says he cannot use sacred energy or the primordial stones. He can only fight Doloran with demonic energy, because Doloran only recognizes someone whose demonic power surpasses his, something close to total purity. Doloran says he will never obey the weak, and that only death awaits anyone beneath him. Joshua starts asking why Lucia is only saying all this now. As he speaks, their attacks clash. Lucia laughs and says that around 300 years ago, even the Demon King with the strongest authority could not defeat Doloran. Still, since MC is using the legendary Lord Lucia, he should be fine. He says that does not help at all, then asks what Lucia expects him to do by telling him to use more demonic energy when he is clearly losing. The boy tells him to shut up and asks if he has any idea how hard it is to use demonic energy without even a trace of sacred or human energy. Then black power starts pouring from his body as he says he is trying his best, and a huge amount begins building in his heart. Lucia asks what is happening. Joshua grows 2 horns. Lucia stares in shock and says that should be impossible. It should have taken thousands of years. So how is this happening? Then the protagonist's eyes begin to change. A burst of demonic energy explodes out. Dalaran starts to panic as he sees the true form. Joshua is releasing. He immediately kneels. He says he will serve him, and MC simply accepts his loyalty. Then Lucia activates the seal of obedience, and after the whole process, he says the original power of control that once belonged to the demon god now belongs to him. He has no idea what is going on. Lucia says the mark on his chest shows the crimson moon, symbol of the demon realm, but it is not the protagonist's own form moving through that seal. The protagonist asks who it is, and Lucia explains. He was once an angel, an archangel with 6 pairs of wings. He fell from the heavenly realm, was accepted into the demon realm by the demon god, then stole the power of control. He was the only being branded a traitor by both heaven and the demon realm, but he was too powerful to ignore. He could fight off 2 demon kings. And now his symbol, the seal of control, has appeared in MC2. MC asks what his name was. As that new form keeps pouring out of him, Lucia reveals the name of the one who stole the light, Lucifer. And with that, we are shown Lucia's second awakening. My friend, the spear in the way only Priula can. On another day, Cheryl Di Fonte heads out with her escort to Canyon Castle. Aiden von Agnes. Everyone inside quickly realizes it is an enemy attack, orders the gates shut, and tells the archers to get ready. Arna gets angry because he thought no one would ever find them there. But deep down, he knew this was coming. The Marquis Cromwell had lost the war. Coxie says they should have run, asking why Arna stayed. Arna snaps back, asking if he is joking. The Black Knight of the River Denny blocked every escape route, so they are trapped. Coxie threatens him, saying that if he knows that, then he should start thinking of a way to survive this. Arna is clearly not happy about that. Then Kane says, it looks like the traitors have no plan to leave the castle. Icarus replies that defenders always have the advantage in a siege, then tells Kane to return to position. Once the siege tower is ready, they will move in. But Kane says there is no need. He tells Icarus to rest and watch because he wants to show how much he has improved. Then he says that while it is nothing compared to his lord, he has come up with something worth noticing, a different way to use aura. Then he activates aura over aura. Everyone starts raining fire down on him. As Kane pushes forward, he thinks about what he discovered. If you can hold aura and sound and affect your enemy's senses, then you can layer aura over aura and wrap it around your body. He calls it aura protection. It forms a shield, and with it, he keeps advancing while every arrow is stopped. Arnor is stunned that Kane shaped aura into a barrier. Kane shouts for them to stop hiding behind the castle. Then he hurls Agnes's greatsword at them, orders them all out, and smashes down the gate. He commands his forces to charge in and retake the castle, killing the traitors. By late afternoon, Arnor and Cox are tied to a post. Cheryl asks what their last words are. Arnor still has the nerve to say he cannot believe she is doing this to him. He claims he is a noble of the great Avalon Empire and insists she has no right to bind him like this. He even orders someone to remove his mana-restraining shackles and show some respect. If they do, he says he will forgive her mistake, then demands they do it now. But her expression is cold. She turns to Cox and asks what he has to say, but he says a traitor like him has nothing worth saying to her. His only regret is that he failed to finish what he started. She asks if that is truly all, then turns and thanks Cox for everything. While Arnor keeps barking, she orders them executed. It is said that even though he raised her like his own daughter, she killed him without hesitation. Later, this became the first reason people started calling Cheryl Di Fonte the Iron Lady. With that, the land war between Marquis Cromwell and Duke Cheryl Di Fonte officially ended. Still, some remaining Cromwell forces refused to accept the result, so Joshua chose to stay on the Cheryl Di Fonte estate. Then Kangai-to begins to pull off. They start crying when it is time to return to Reinhardt, and because the Lion King's condition became one of serving as his witness, he agreed to become his successor as leader of the Free Knights Alliance. Meanwhile, Axelar, the new head of the Mercenary Guild, admitted the secret deals between the guild and the Cromwell family. The statement said the Mercenary Guild had been hired by Marquis Cromwell, and from now on it would remove all guild-affiliated mercenary forces from the Avalon Empire. On top of that, for the next 2 years, any requests accepted by the guild would be charged at half commission, and he also personally sent apology letters to major groups hurt by the recent events. To make up for abandoning their original cause, they all agreed to cut commission fees in half for 2 years. That left the guild barely any room to profit. Because of that, the guild's mood changed, and now everyone keeps calling their master over to work with them, saying he has not done much lately. It is said that thanks to his quick choice, Axelar's public image was at its peak, and his popularity with the guild's mercenaries was through the roof. Still, even with the war over, things were not truly calm, and in one of Trifia's villages, a dragon flies overhead and suddenly blows up a mountain. Imagine just minding your own business growing corn, and a giant fire-breathing lizard shows up. Back at Peril Castle, Kane clings to his master, asking why he is leaving his people again. Joshua tells him to let go, but Kane says he would rather be beaten to death than release him. He asks why the protagonist wants to go to Trifia and whether he plans to fight the rumored dragon. The protagonist says it has nothing to do with the dragon. He has personal business there. He just tells Kane to let go and look after Cheryl Difonte. But the other two girls cut in saying Miss Cheryl Difonte is not his lord. Icarus adds that the Cromwell family could come back for revenge, and even if MC calls it personal, a dragon was still seen in that area. She warns that it is far too dangerous, and says he should put off his private business. Even Weasley agrees with her. Then Kane leans in and says he has wanted to ask this for a while. Why are all the women around him so beautiful? He asks if he really does not remember, and Kane keeps asking what he means. The protagonist thinks there is no way he forgot. When they first met Weasley, she was just a child, so there is no need to explain her case. He says she is only by his side because he promised to protect her, and she replies that if she is joining them, then he better keep that promise. Hearing that, Icarus starts asking what kind of relationship they have for him to protect her like that. While she is still going on, Joshua cuts in and says, dragon or not, he is going to Trifia. He cannot delay this anymore. Talian asks if he is not underestimating dragons, they can bring down an empire with a single breath. Trifia has already been evacuated, and no one can enter without permission from the imperial family. Isellen adds that dragons do not appear without a reason. They are seen as guardians of the middle realm, and if they start getting involved, the balance between the middle realms could collapse. She thinks this dragon appeared to warn humans not to enter the Forest of Shadow Beings, which is its territory. She says it will probably leave after giving that warning, so it would be better to wait. MC says he is not that interested in dragons, but asks if this really is just a warning. Isellen asks if he has another reason in mind, and he says there is a being they will have to worry about later. Instead of a warning, this may be a sign, the beginning of the evil dragon crevasse. Meanwhile, in Avalon at the Palace of the Shining Flower, people begin asking how Sir Zyrene is doing, but she looks terrible. One of the doctors says they cannot cure the princess's illness with their current skills. Since no one knows how long she can hold on, he says they should prepare for the worst. The maids start wondering what kind of curse is affecting the princess, while she softly calls for Joshua and remembers when he said her medicine was almost ready. He told her to accept it as a gift in honor of the bond they shared in a past life. Then a commotion starts outside with the guards, but the person causing it orders them to move out of the way, then opens the door and asks how Sir Zyrene is. The maids begin the usual formalities, but he cuts them off and asks about her condition. One of them says no medicine is working, and she only gets worse with time. If this keeps up, the princess may not survive. She recognizes her brother and tries to sit up, but a maid asks her not to, because she needs rest. Her brother is shaken and saddened that this is happening after she spent so long being used by their father, but she denies it, saying that if it helps the country, that is all she wants. He tells her to be honest. She never asked for a cursed power like the Eye of Truth. He says that if it were him, he would have run away from this place. After confirming she does not have much time left, he picks her up and says he is going to make full use of her Eye of Truth until then. Sir Zaran asks what he is talking about and tells him to put her down, but he keeps carrying her by force. The maids step in and ask what he thinks he is doing, begging him to release the princess, but his knights block them and warn that if they value their lives, they should move aside. Terrified, they back off and let him pass. Then in Trifia, deep in a forest, a small boy is playing near a cabin when he hears a noise, and Joshua walks up saying he knew Ash would be there. The boy is shocked to see a human there and asks who he is. He introduces himself as the protagonist. Sanders says he came to save him and adds that it is good to see Ash again. But the boy says he has no idea how MC got there and he must have the wrong place because he is not Ash. Joshua says he is. That is the name he gave him in a past life and he liked it a lot. The boy is completely confused and tells him to leave at once, but he gets straight to the point and tells him to find a Sanders flower. Then he activates an anti-magic field, breaking the location spell that was there. The barrier falls and several orcs appear behind the boy. Joshua says that child is the last surviving high elf, the fifth Olympus. He says he wants to speak with him, but the boy gets angry, calls the human greedy and asks how he dares talk to him. As he says it, two tiny ears are revealed, and he realizes the protagonist came there knowing this would happen. Still, he refuses to talk and sends the orcs after MC, saying he should not expect to leave alive. But Joshua says he may be rude, yet he came to save him and free him from the black dragon crevasse. The boy is stunned that he knows that, and the protagonist asks if he is really willing to throw away his title of Olympus and serve crevasse as a slave forever. Feeling the pressure pouring off MC, all the orcs panic, and so does the elf himself, who recognizes it as dragon fear. The moment he releases that energy, all the orcs run away. The elf yells for them to come back, and Joshua calmly asks if they can have that talk now. Ash asks how a mere human can use the black dragon's fear, since the only black dragon still awake is crevasse. The protagonist asks if he never considered it could be copied with magic, but the elf calls him an idiot. He says he knows the difference between fake and real, and that was true black dragon fear, something no human should be able to copy. So Joshua says that if he wants the answer, he will tell him, but on one condition. The boy starts asking who MC thinks he is, but MC tells him to at least listen. He brings up the elf's only friend and says someone knows where Zareth de Corvus is. That name shocks the elf. He says Zerat de Corvus was an old friend of the elves who sacrificed himself to save him, and he wonders if he could really still be alive. He says he never even got the chance to thank him. Then Ash asks what he wants, and he says he is sure Ash can handle it easily. He explains that a child was born with the eye of the mind, and as Ash knows, those born with it are doomed to live short lives. He flatters the boy, saying that since he is a genius alchemist, he figured Ash might be able to make an antidote for that curse. The boy says they would need the Sanders flower that grows there to make it, so he agrees to help, but the protagonist must tell him how he used the dragon's fear. With that, the deal is made, but he says they need a mana oath first, since trust matters most in a situation like this. Ash says he can make the potion, but MC has to bring the ingredients first. MC agrees right away, and they seal the deal. Ash thinks he is out of his mind. A child with the mind's eye is born once every 1,000 years, and making a cure would be anything but easy. Just finding the ingredients could take forever, so he wonders how he will react. Then he makes the mana oath. In exchange for creating the antidote for the mind's eye curse, the protagonist will give him information about Zareth Dick, Arvis, and the truth behind the dragon's fear. Right after that, Ash completely changes his tone. He starts listing the ingredients and tells MC to go get them, though it will take a while, so MC might as well explain the truth about the dragon's fear now. He tells him to calm down. Other than the Sanders flower, he already has everything else. Ash, who had been acting totally relaxed, is shocked to hear that Joshua already gathered the rest. He blurts out that it is impossible. Maybe the protagonist got most of them, but some ingredients should be far beyond any normal human. MC asks if he means fragments of a dragon heart, then takes off his earring and says that this answers the second condition. Ash immediately realizes it is not an ordinary earring. It is a black dragon earring. With something like that, using dragon fear makes sense, but this item is packed with curses, just like the mind's eye. Worst of all, it carries a draconic curse. Since it was made from a dragon's heart, if anyone weaker than a dragon uses it, they go mad from the demonic energy it gives off. Unless the wearer is a demon or a demon king, no one should survive it. That leads Ash to a terrifying thought, and he says that even with the dragon earring, it still should not be enough to break Lord Kravaz's barrier. He can barely even ask if Joshua is really human. He gives a small smile and asks if he still has not figured it out. Does he really look human to him? Ash only gets more frightened. Then the protagonist tells him he is a god, and with that, Ash completely blacks out and drops to the floor. Seeing him passed out, Joshua jokes that messing with Ash and the Assassin King is always fun. Still, this works out well. Now he has the perfect excuse to take Ash with him, and that is how MC got his first pet. Meanwhile, at the Kachika Palace in Avalon, word spreads that the dark god Arden von Agnes agreed to carry out the Emperor's order, and that he will lead the vanguard in the coming Continental War. Marcus Van Britten says that is only natural. Arden has no choice but to obey. Jaqen replies that this may sound bold, but Marcus Van Britten already destroyed Duke Agnes's source of money, the Cheryl de Fonte family, and also took away his key strategists, the Rebecca family. That is exactly why Duke Agnes giving in so easily feels suspicious. Marcus Van Britten says Arden von Agnes cannot betray him, and Jaqen should know that too. After all, Agnes's son recently caused a massive incident. He not only brought a foreign nation's knight into their territory, but also killed many of their men, including Marcus's personal favorite, Count Cox. So Agnes knows his son's life is on the line, and that is why he accepted this deal in exchange for those events being overlooked. Marcus says every condition has now been met. Reinhardt, the center of the continent and one of its strongest superhumans, him are in the palm of his hand. Then he orders Jaqen to gather the central nobles for a meeting and summon him to the palace at once. Then at the ivory tower of the mages, the second prince says he sent Sir Zyrim to the palace. It seems the emperor has not even noticed, but he is curious. When asked before, the man acted like he would not help. So why step in now after all this time? The man answers that because of the empire's current state, His Majesty wants to start a war in the name of continental unity. He could not care less about anything else happening right now. He adds that now that the dark god Doki Agnes is leading his troops toward the Seoul Empire or the war, the whole thing will likely end quickly. Evergrande says that once the war is over, he is sure the second prince will inherit the throne. He believes the prince will take control fast and settle the country's chaos. The prince asks if he really believes that he, not his older brother, the first prince, will take the throne. He wonders if Evergrande still thinks so, when everyone calls him a tyrant, just like his father. He says that if this is just flattery, they can end the conversation there. He sees no point in it otherwise. But Evergrande asks the second prince to wait, because honestly, he wants to become the leader of the Magic Tower. That irritates the prince, who asks if he really just said that. Is he seriously willing to betray him just to join one of them? Evergrande says that is not all. More than anything, he wants to keep his place as chief imperial mage. His final goal in life is to become both Avalon's strongest mage and the master of a magic tower. The prince says he cannot believe what he is hearing, and tells him to be grateful. He still gets to live with the rank he has now. Evergrande clearly dislikes that answer, but the prince admits he is impressed. A proud mage like him is willing to go this far for greed. Evergrande calls it realism, and the prince actually likes that. Then he tells him to explain what he needs in order to claim the throne. Evergrande says he will. He explains that he is currently making a secret potion that hides the symptoms of any illness, and lets the user act perfectly fine for one day. It draws out the user's full potential one last time, and they say they can give this potion to Sir Zyriran, pretend her illness was cured, and use her sight to help them for a single day. But once the potion wears off, the user will die. Before he can keep going, the prince says Sir Zyriran would probably love that idea. She is already doomed anyway, and if she could use her power for one more day, then surely she would gladly die for his cause. He tells Evergrande to continue, because now he wants to know how they plan to use her power. Evergrande is pleased that he approves, and they return to the discussion. In the end, the prince says he understands the plan and will leave it all to Evergrande. After wishing them both good luck, he leaves the room, says everything seems to have gone well, and asks what he thinks. Then the fourth prince appears, saying, "This is very interesting," and asks whether he thinks his brother will act the way they predicted. He says the second prince is the smartest among the brothers, so he will not be easy to handle. Evergrande says people willing to do anything for their goals may become a Brutus, but they will never become a Cairo. Then the story turns to the roots of the Avalon Empire, the kingdom of Argard, and its first king Brutus. He did whatever was needed to seize the throne, but in the end he met the same fate as the ruler before him. On the other hand, Cairo led his people with vision and leadership and became one of the greatest kings in the history of the kingdom of Asgard, claiming more than half the continent. Even so, Evergrande says that still is not enough to earn the second prince's trust. But the prince also does not have many useful pieces on his side. The first prince, Kaiser, has the backing of the Trembling family, a house that rivals the Agnes family in power. In his current state, the second prince cannot win a fight for control. But Evergrande thinks everything changes if Zareth Dekchorvi gets involved. He says that if they keep helping the second prince like they are now, he will have no choice but to start depending on them. Then they will use the second prince to pressure the first, and that way they can use the second prince as bait, defeat him and win the first prince's trust. Kaiser says that is his plan too, but only if no major problem appears. He asks what major problem, and the prince brings up Joshua. The old kingdom of Reinhardt used to ignore the old Lion King, but now they have started moving to protect the protagonist. On top of that, his skills are far too high for someone his age, so he must be hiding something. He says they need to stop MC before he gets rid of them. Then he asks one more favor. Both the second prince and MC must be turned into possible threats to the Avalon Empire, and if that happens, they will no longer be able to use their power inside the Empire. The prince says he will leave everything to Evergrande, because he trusts him more than anyone else, and is sure he will handle it. Before he leaves, Evergrande asks which one he resembles more, Brutus or Icarus. He says he never thought about it before, but if he had to choose, he would be Heimdall. Later, in the region of Trifia, they finally reach the Sanders Flower, also called the Flower of Forgetting. They say getting it should not be hard, but Ash asks if Joshua is sure. It is still not too late to turn back. Entering this area with the Black Dragon earring is dangerous, and using something like that as medicine is a waste, but he tells him to shut up and asks if he forgot who he is. Does he want to face punishment if he keeps talking like that? Ash is obviously terrified, but he still tries to act tough, asking if the protagonist thinks he will keep believing him even while shaking all over. Ash says he's only helping because he wants to see an old friend, then asks if Joshua knows the side effects of the Sandus flower. MC says he does, and thinks it over. The flower can restore her eyes and save her life, but it will erase her memories. He doesn't know how much she'll lose yet. He feels that may be better. Her past gave her nothing worth keeping. Then a huge roar shakes the area, and Ash starts panicking. He says they're done for, that both of them are going to die because Crevasse is back. The dragon storms in, furious that a human entered its territory, and warns he will pay. He answers by summoning Lucia. He blocks the dragon's swipe without even using mana. When the dragon attacks again, the protagonist dodges and slams its face with his spear, but the dragon isn't careless. It smacks Joshua and drives him into the wall. After getting launched into the mountain like a bug, MC admits the creature is stronger than he expected. He already knew black dragons were on another level. The dragon then asks who he is. Joshua thinks about answering, but if he says he's a god, the dragon will probably see it as blasphemy and go berserk. So he decides to make something up, but Ash cuts in, calling him incredibly suspicious. The dragon asks what he means, and Ash blurts out that the protagonist claims to be a god even though he's human. He adds that if the dragon checks his ear, he'll find a dragon earring, but before he can finish, he tries to point it out. MC snaps at him to shut up, and the elf nearly has a heart attack. The dragon asks if Joshua is really human. He attacks with demonic energy, yet heals with holy power. What kind of being can use both? He realizes the dragon is still listening to Ash, not just raging blindly, and thinks he might be able to end this by talking. Instead, the dragon declares it will punish those who invaded its land and forms a massive energy sphere in front of the protagonist. The protagonist says his identity doesn't matter. Then the dragon fires it at him. Joshua mutters that he expected too much. He stops that blast with his spear. Lucia speaks up, asking if they shouldn't teach that giant lizard a lesson with MC's real power. MC starts turning demonic and says that was already the plan. This is the perfect test, because if he can beat a black dragon in one strike, no one on Earth will be able to challenge him. Then he calls on the power he never reached in his past life. Magic Spear Art, Stage 6. A whirl of fire forms, but in the middle of the attack he suddenly starts floating like a spirit, and wonders where he is. A moment ago he was blocking Crevass's breath, then he sees countless demons rushing toward him. Joshua thinks he may be in the demon realm, and when he realizes how many there are, panic starts to spread. But the demons run right past him and charge at a six-winged angel standing ahead. Then the angel starts fighting the demons and the world around Joshua changes again. Someone says he holds no grudge against that angel now lying defeated. But betrayal still has a price. He will take his wings. He calls the angel Michael, and he is shocked. That's when he realizes he's seeing the past. These are Lukia's memories. The figure tells Michael not to hate him, tears off the archangel's wings, and the scene shifts again into a red moon. When Joshua looks back, the moon begins to change, and something rushes toward him. Then he's pulled back to the present, where the dragon is taking his attack. Ash thinks that idiot couldn't endure Crevass's breath, and just as he starts deciding the protagonist was never really a god, the boy steps out of the flames unharmed, his spear in second stage and his armor fully formed. Then Ash notices his appearance changing. Joshua thinks he still doesn't know what that vision meant, but it wasn't useless. If more of Lukia's memories are revealed with each stage, then he can learn more every time. He activates wings on his back and thinks that once he reaches stage 8 of Magic Spear Art, the power of God, he'll finally learn the truth. Then he launches into the air with angel wings while dressed like a demon. The dragon tells him it doesn't know whether he's evil or good, but if he can threaten its middle realm, it will do everything possible to destroy him. Joshua doesn't back away from the dragon's breath and uses Celestial Dance of Destruction. That lets him create a shield that slowly melts the dragon's breath away. MC keeps pushing through the blast, and the dragon is stunned that he broke through its strongest breath. Joshua destroys one of its wings, and Ash can't believe a human pierced a black dragon's body, something even high-ranking demons can't do. The dragon crashes hard to the ground, and once it's down, he lands beside it. The dragon starts asking how that happened and who he really is. Joshua says his identity doesn't matter. What matters is that he knows the dragon's anger isn't really about a human entering its territory. He's sure it's because of what happened on the border of Trifia. He brings up the Rebecca Castle incident, and the dragon turns toward him and says he clearly knows about it. Crevasse says humans crossed a line they never should have crossed, because using demonic power to turn their own kind into ghouls is unforgivable. The emperor of this land will pay for it. Joshua gives a faint smile, saying he finally understands how this all began. He had been thinking about it even before regressing, and now he sees this was the start of the conflict between Crevasse and the Avalon Empire, and how they later made a deal with the Guardian Black Dragon. If Evergrande is behind it all, then the protagonist can already see where this leads. So he apologizes to the dragon, but says he'll be taking that agreement for himself. Meanwhile, at the Pointer residence, Cain keeps swinging his sword. Icarus walks over and says he's been training for 4 straight days, then tells him to rest. Cain refuses, saying he can't serve his lord unless he becomes stronger than an A-rank knight, and he asks why Icarus came. Icarus says a decree from the emperor just arrived for the lord, and Cain wonders how he knows that without opening it. Icarus says he can't read it since only Joshua can open it, but it has to be about this. They got involved in the territorial war between the Pointers and the Cromwells without the emperor's order, and foreign knights appeared on their land, so a response was obvious. Cain says it's a solid guess, but they won't know for sure until it's opened. The two agree they need to check it. Seeing they're thinking the same thing, Icarus moves to open it, but Cain grabs his hand and says only the Lord should do that. Since they don't know what could happen, he'll take responsibility himself. Icarus says the same risk applies to him, but Cain answers that his duty as a knight is to protect his lady. Icarus gets flustered at being called that, but Cain asks how long he plans to keep pretending to be a man, since most people already know Icarus is a woman. He says he'll take the blame for whatever happens, so she should just accept it. Icarus asks if everyone really knows she's a woman, but Cain says they can talk about that later. They have something more important in their hands. Icarus asks if he's really sure about taking that responsibility, and Cain says there's no other choice. The letter orders Joshua to return with Wilhelm's knights by February 25th, year 457 of the Breton calendar, and on that date they must appear at the palace with Duke Arden von Egnes, who has also been summoned. If they disobey, the group will be severely punished. Cain says he can't believe their nerve. Icarus asks what the letter says exactly, and Cain explains that they want the Lord at the palace within 5 days. The only problem is that Joshua is in the Trifia region right now. There's no portal there, and by the time someone reaches him and delivers the message, he won't make it to the palace even in 2 weeks. Cain adds that even if MC left Peril Castle right now, reaching Avalon Castle in 5 days would still be hard. But Icarus tells him not to worry. He's sure their lord has already finished dealing with his personal business and is on his way back. Cain can hardly believe it, but Icarus tells him to head to the palace and get ready for tomorrow morning. Before that, he still has to handle what the lord asked for. Cain says they still can't leave the Poncha family alone in Peril Castle, but Icarus tells him not to worry because he already asked someone for help. All Cain needs to do is rest and get ready to leave. Meanwhile, Axel gathers a legion of mercenaries and heads for the castle. One of them asks if accepting this request was really smart. Axel says of course it was, because the most common way to fix a mistake is to correct it first. A request goes out to protect Cheryl DeFonte's family, and the client is Icarus of the Sanders family. Meanwhile, with Joshua, the elf finally finishes the medicine and asks him something. He wants to know why he plans to take him along. After all, he already got what he wanted, so why not just leave him there? That makes them recall Joshua's deal with the dragon. When it asked what the boy wanted, the protagonist said he wanted ash first, plus a fully bloomed Sanders flower. He also asked for one more favor to be used later. Back in the present, MC says he can't stay behind. He's a full knight, but he still doesn't have a personal servant, so he wants Ash to fill that role for the next 10 years. Ash immediately freaks out, saying 10 years is way too long. He insists he comes from the High Elves, a sacred race, so there's no way he'll serve him. The protagonist fires back. Ash was willing to serve that dragon, but not him, even after trying to kill him. Then he starts using that against the boy. He says that attitude is unbelievable, and now he wants Ash to serve for 15 years instead. Ash quickly tries to bargain, saying he can sense Joshua is using the primordial stones, so he can tell him where the others are. He says he just got his freedom back and can't spend his whole life as a servant again. If MC refuses, he begs to cut it down to 3 or 5 years. He agrees to 5, then asks about the primordial stones. Ash lights up, happy the protagonist kept his word, and gets straight to it by asking what kind they are. Then he explains one of them is Tempest, a fragment of a god that holds the power of wind and storms. Right then, the dragon appears again and says it has recovered, so they need to leave now. Joshua answers that he expects it to keep its side of the deal. At the palace, Black Wind tells Marcus Van Britten that everyone from the central nobility has arrived except Duke Agnes. Marcus is surprised Arden still hasn't shown up and says both father and son are talented at getting on his nerves. Fine, he'll play their game. If Arden or Joshua fail to arrive on time, he'll kill one of their people for every 10 minutes they're late. He thinks of the families backing MC and decides they'll pay for this. Reinhardt and the Wilhelm Knights are on his side, so he'll spare them. But in the middle of those greedy thoughts, he feels a presence that scares him, and people start shouting that a dragon has appeared. They call for every unit to take position as the dragon flies over the capital. Rod orders the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions to focus on protecting the main palace. While they get into place, the 11th and 12th battalions arrive. Since Commander Joshua isn't there, Rod says the 11th and 12th should stay in the rear as backup. They agree, but the other knights start mocking them, saying they're nothing without Commander him. In the middle of that childish arguing, someone notices something coming down from the dragon. The order goes out for the Imperial mages to ready a shield spell and act the second it's needed. While the knights wonder what they can even do against a black dragon, one of them finally sees what's descending from it. They realize it's their commander Joshua falling with Ash beside him, and they start wondering where he came from, like he didn't just jump off a dragon. A little earlier, while they were still on the dragon, Ash panics and says there's no way he's jumping. He begs the protagonist to just kill him instead. Joshua reminds him the lord who took care of his old master let him ride on his back, so now he needs to jump. Ash refuses, saying he's terrified of heights and already scared enough as it is. MC says that's exactly why they need to jump and tells him to treat it like training, but of course Ash rejects that and asks what he's even talking about. He says he needs to train and beat his inner fears because one day he'll have to climb Yggdrasil. The boy asks how the protagonist knows that, and MC says he doesn't know everything, but he does know one thing. You never find the answer by running from the problem. He tells Ash to face it, not avoid it, and that means jumping. All he has to do is face his fear and take the first step. That speech completely pulls Ash in, but the dragon is already annoyed and says this is getting irritating, so it just turns away and tells them to get off already. Ash starts screaming as they free fall, while Joshua drops like he's striking a pose. Inside the castle, Ari starts asking where that mage went, but Trembling tells him to calm down, because the Emperor's safety matters most right now. Ari argues that the Emperor is one of Avalon's most capable people and has a much better chance to survive than the two of them. He says he's angry because the chief Imperial mage vanished the moment the dragon showed up. Then they notice Agnes is already there. At the same time, Evergrande approaches the Emperor and says that even if it happened early, this is exactly what he expected. He says all they need to do is offer the dragon something it could never refuse. Marcus Van Britten asks if he's sure, because if they're even a little wrong, they're the ones who die. Evergrande tells him not to worry. He's sure he knows what the Black Dragon wants. He explains that while the dragon first appeared because humans entered its territory, the real issue is even bigger. People have been experimenting with the undead and even creating ghouls. That should have caught the Black Dragon's attention once it smelled demonic energy. Even though it stayed hidden for a long time, it likely came to inspect that energy itself. Evergrande is convinced the dragon didn't want to miss a chance to study living demons and satisfy its own curiosity. This might be its only chance to witness a living demon, so instead of acting like a protector of the Middle Realm, it's just a giant lizard chasing its own goals. That's why Evergrande says winning over the Black Dragon should be easy. He plans to do it with concentrated demonic energy, the source of demons, a horn from a demon. He adds that it belongs to a mid-class demon, which should easily satisfy the dragon's greed. He's about to say where the horn came from, and says that with that information to grab the dragon's interest, they should be able to control it however they want. Marcus Van Britten asks if that means he already got a mid-class demon horn strong enough to satisfy the dragon, and Evergrande says yes, of course. But just as he's about to say more, he stops. Realizing he almost broke his contract with the demon, Marcus Van Britten asks why he stopped talking, and Evergrande starts stammering. Then someone shouts that the dragon is pulling back. Evergrande starts to panic. The dragon is leaving, and his whole plan is falling apart. He apologizes to His Highness and says he needs to leave right now to carry out his orders. Marcus Van Britten gives him a hard look, and Evergrande can feel things turning bad. Still, the Emperor allows him to go, so he leaves at once. But Marcus Van Britten tells Blackwind to follow him, and says that if that mage is plotting anything, he can kill him on the spot. Soon all the nobles hear the dragon is retreating, and they can't understand why it would leave so soon after arriving. Talon wonders if a dragon's breath alone could wipe out a city. If that's true, they need to stay alert as long as that thing is alive. One noble even suggests making a backup plan for the next time it shows up. Talon says they won't need that, they just have to sacrifice the reason it came here. Then he looks at the person responsible for dragging armed forces into Trifia, a region known as the Dragon's Territory. Cromba asks if he means him, and Talon says Cromba was the one pressuring him to end the war early. Then he drops that and asks if it isn't suspicious that on the very day of this major meeting, Baron he appears at the exact same time as the dragon. He says he must be behind all the recent chaos, and while Cromba is still barking about him, the man himself arrives, just not in a normal way. Ash kicks the door open and calls them trash. Everyone just stares at the scene in shock. Ash asks if he got all their attention, but Joshua says that definitely wasn't the plan. Still, since it already happened, he lets it stand. The nobles complain that Baron the protagonist's entrance was outrageously rude. They say it's unbelievable. He'd make such a scene after causing so many problems, and even claim he lost all his manners the moment he got the mere title of master. Then Talon starts running his mouth at MC, while Ash leans in and whispers that if he wants, he can shut these humans up. He has the perfect spell for that. But while that bickering is going on, Marcus Van Britten arrives. Everyone bows to him, and Joshua makes Ash copy what he does, though Ash still grumbles that he's a king too, or maybe a queen, he's not sure. As Marcus Van Britten walks past Ash, he looks straight into the boy's eyes. He says that even after living for thousands of years, he has never met a human with such a bloody aura. Then he wonders just how blood crazy this guy is. Marcus Van Britten says he is surprised. Joshua made it to the castle so quickly, since he had heard he was down in Cheryl Defonte's lands at the far south. The protagonist calmly answers that he hurried back as ordered, and came as fast as he could to carry out those important commands. Then he asks what commands MC means. He says it is just as Marquis Bruley reported. He was ordered to fulfill his duty as an imperial knight. Since the Emperor surely saw the enraged dragon flying over Akkard, the one who caused that chaos must answer for it. According to the protagonist, that person is Marquis Gerharden Cromwell, who used the border war as an excuse to enter the Forbidden Lands in the Black Dragon's territory and provoke its rage. He adds that if the order is given, he will arrest him right away and make sure he pays for it. Marcus Van Britten is stunned that this arrogant boy really thinks something good will come from that. Still, he accepts it and says the game is over now. Thanks to Joshua, his father is already under his control, and that is enough for him. So Marcus Van Britten tells MC to do as he wishes, and with that, everyone realizes the Emperor has just cut ties with them and Cromwell. Cromwell starts panicking, shouting that the boy is lying. He says that yes, they entered the Trifia region, but they did so strictly under the Emperor's orders. Marcus Van Britten clearly does not like hearing that, and asks if they truly acted on his command. Then he asks Aiden what he would do in his place, since they claim he is behind all of this. That alone makes Cromwell start shaking. Agari says he only follows His Majesty's orders. The Emperor replies that answer was painfully dull, and Joshua steps up to the Marquis and says it is time to take him to his cell. After the traitor is captured, he enters the Imperial Hall, and meanwhile Lucia is practically trembling with excitement when she sees him. The protagonist walks up to the Emperor and says that he has returned safely after carrying out his orders. Marcus tells him he always manages to surprise him. Seeing Joshua almost makes him uneasy, and he says that is the only fun he gets on this peaceful continent. Then he says MC still must be punished for letting Wilhelm's knights, a foreign military force, set foot on Imperial land. But he does not want to lose him, so he decides not to punish him for the invasion. Instead, he wants the protagonist to become his sword, and to make that happen, he will give him his daughter Princess Cerzarine. The protagonist's face hardens at once, and one noble cuts in to say, Cerzarine is in poor health. Marcus answers that this is exactly why she is more useful. He will not have to worry about a princess dying while still protecting his position. He goes on to say this would give Joshua the right to challenge for the throne no matter his title. Marcus calls it a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become emperor, something even MC's father failed to do, and asks if that is not what he wants. For a neglected child like him, becoming the greatest emperor on the continent should be a dream. All Marcus asks in return is his oath as a sword. Seeing his expression, Marcus asks why he is hesitating, and he starts thinking that Marcus's attitude towards Cerzarine is exactly the same as in his past life. He says he has no intention of using her like that to become emperor, apologizes, and refuses the order. The nobles are shocked that he would turn down marriage to the princess and say he is throwing away an enormous chance. Marcus asks with a cold look if Joshua is rejecting his offer. He reminds him that the matter with the Wilhelm Knights could still count as treason, and asks if he understands his position. Then he says the protagonist will get one last chance, and this time it is not an offer, but an order. The two lock eyes without backing down. MC speaks first. He apologizes for comparing himself to an object like a sword, then points out that, as the Emperor knows, an object's price depends on its value. Marcus asks if he is trying to bargain with him, and says Joshua seems confused, because Avalon will belong to him, the land and everything in it. But he explains that he is not complete yet. If he is given more time, he can become an unmatched sword, one no one can rival. He says that once he turns 18, he will finally choose whom to serve, and asks the Emperor to wait until then. Marcus says he forgot the protagonist is still not 18 and admits it may not be a bad idea to follow tradition and wait until he is of age. Then he gets straight to the point and asks the boy what he wants. MC does not understand at first, but Marcus tells him there is no need to act surprised. After all, everyone is trying to gain an edge in the fight for his support, and Joshua says that if that is the case, he would like to create a new Knight Order under his command, made from the 11th and 12th battalions. At once, the nobles start barking that the Emperor cannot agree to that. Letting another Knight Order take over the castle makes no sense, and some even suspect he has hidden motives against them. The Emperor immediately orders them to be silent. Then he says their reaction makes it obvious this request is hard to grant, and asks why, of all things, Joshua wants a new Knight Order. The protagonist answers that, as Marcus knows, he faced prejudice his whole life for being an illegitimate son, and his mother suffered because of it. That is why he understands how the 11th and 12th battalions feel. Every one of those men dreams of becoming the Empire's greatest knight, and MC wants to help them by building the strongest Knight Order in the Empire. Marcus Van Britten says, that sounds like true loyalty, and he likes it. If he wants to build the mightiest Knight Order in the Empire, why should he deny the request? So Marcus Van Britten approves it, and asks if he wants anything else. Joshua says that is enough. Marcus Van Britten declares that permission is granted, and the Wilhelm Knights are forgiven. From this moment on, he appoints the protagonist as a Count of the Empire. On top of that, all lands belonging to the traitor Marquis Cromwell will be handed over to Count MC. He says that settles the meeting of the central nobles, and tells him to think of a middle name in his spare time. He ends by saying he looks forward to their next meeting. Adden speaks up too, saying he will be waiting to hear whatever news Joshua brings next time, since it looks like he is getting closer to the center of power. After that, the Kanto nobles start running their mouths, complaining that the empire is falling apart, and whining that the protagonist is gaining too much power. Then Ash walks over, cursing all of them out. He says they all heard the Emperor clearly. He is taking MC for himself. Then he says, noble. Sanders has given all these old men a chance. They start protesting, but Ash tells them to just listen. Joshua will give special benefits to the first ones who join them. That leaves them wondering what those benefits could be. Ash says latecomers will get nothing, so if they want an easy life, they should hurry up and join first. They all glance at each other and soon start fighting over who will get there first. Meanwhile, the lettuce-haired guy realizes how bad this is. Joshua will not just use the Knight Order to influence the Empire, many noble families will start backing him too, and his influence may soon surpass even Emperor Marcus Van Britten. Then Cain Vergranto says they ruined everything because Crevasse did not take the bait, and asks what they should do now. The other person in the room tells him to relax because nothing has changed. They were always going to face Crevasse anyway. He admits Heimdall was right. The protagonist is a problem. He does not know how the protagonist got Crevasse on his side, but they cannot let him wreck their plans. He says MC will have to be left to the other contractor. As he says this, someone is pinned to the wall and seems to be bleeding. Vergrante says now is not the time for that. Emperor Marcus Van Britten is watching him, and they still need time for Duke Agarez's family. They have to wait until Second Prince Kaisen's forces grow strong enough. Even so, Vergrante says it would be better to eliminate Emperor Marcus Van Britten and the Magic Tower now. The other person asks if everything is ready, and Vergrante says yes. Heimdall leaked the information about Asura Van Britten, and he is sure the news will soon reach the Emperor through Black Wind. The other person says that is perfect. They will start by eliminating targets one step at a time, and even after that Tyrant Emperor dies, he hopes Vergrante will keep feeding his greed. That being says he wants the Emperor's Death Knight, then asks if that would not be amazing while striking at empty air. Yet from that emptiness he manages to grab something. Vergrante is shocked because there was a shadow hidden in the wall's subspace, and he immediately connects that shadow to Black Wind. When it reveals itself, he asks how that person knew. She keeps a hand on his neck and pulls out a knife. Black Wind says even superhumans would struggle to sense him, yet this being still found him. The creature says his shock makes sense. Ordinary humans could never understand. It is the high-ranking demon, rank 32, Asmodeus. Back at headquarters, everyone congratulates Joshua on his win. They admit they were shocked. None of them expected him to say that in front of so many nobles. They are also amazed they managed to form their own Knight Order, and they are sure the other battalions are jealous. Since he is there, they ask what kind of order he plans to build. He says he cannot share everything yet, but if he had to give a hint, he would point to an old legend, the first flying knights of Avalon, meant to surpass even the Wyvern Riders. That leaves everyone stunned, and Joshua goes on. He brings up the Black Dragon, the terror of the frozen lands, Crevasse. They start picturing the protagonist riding it, and ask if they will all get dragons too, saying that would go down in history. Ash just laughs and tells them to keep dreaming. Not everyone can ride Lord Crevasse, and he adds that their leader is an idiot. Then someone interrupts the feast, saying a guest has arrived with urgent news. Armstrong shows up and apologizes for barging in like this. A little later, the two speak in private. Joshua thanks him for coming and asks what this is about. Armstrong says the Duke Agnes has called for him. MC is surprised and asks why now. Armstrong explains that since no one has had more success than him, he is being invited home to celebrate. He adds that Lady Lucia is especially waiting for him too. Joshua says he wants to see his mother as soon as possible, but he still has work to finish in Akkard. He will go after that. Armstrong says that would be fine, but there is one problem. He asks what work the protagonist still needs to finish, since he has to give the Duke an answer. MC says it is nothing major, he just wants to visit the Palace of the Bright Flower. Armstrong asks if he means to see Princess Zirin there, but MC says this has nothing to do with the Emperor's order. That disappoints Armstrong. He had hoped to witness the spear skills of a master like him. The protagonist acts like he has no idea what he means, so Armstrong realizes he has not heard the news. He explains that the Emperor is using the bloody Battle of Bastia to choose a husband for Princess Zirin. The protagonist clearly hates that, and Armstrong adds that any citizen of the Avalon Empire can join. He says that is unbelievable, anyone gets a chance. Then he credits Chief Imperial Mage Evergrande, saying he made medicine for the princess. But before he can finish, Joshua crushes the wooden table. Armstrong instantly notices the mood has turned bad. MC asks if Evergrande really made medicine for her and if the princess is with him right now. He is furious, and Armstrong says yes. Meanwhile, our trio reaches a teleport gate, but they get nervous because the fee must be huge. Kane says speed matters most. They need to reach Akkard fast. Icarus agrees but points out they do not have enough money. Iselin solves that by stepping forward and saying 3 people will be using the gate, including the 2 behind her. The old man looks them over and starts sizing them up. He notes that Icarus is clearly a young girl, guesses Kane is a runaway knight, and assumes Iselin is a mage. Then he figures he can squeeze a lot of money out of them and asks for their identification. Kane immediately gets a bad feeling about this. Icarus says that makes sense. If criminals could use the portals freely, no one would be able to catch them. That only makes Kane angrier, since they are not criminals. While that is going on, Iselin pulls something shiny from her sleeve. She raises a medallion and its glare blinds everyone. The old man recognizes it at once, a gold medal tied to the rumored mercenary mage, almost as rare as a spirit user. She confirms it, introducing herself as the mercenary mage Celan, and asks if that will do. She never thought something from her days running from the Cromwells would help like this. The old man just laughs and says that is pathetic. He mocks her for becoming a mercenary at such a young age, says he can tell how weak she is, and asks if the other 2 are mercenaries too. Icarus gets mad and calls that rude. He says they belong to the Sanders family and serve Lord Joshua Sanders, so that should be enough. Then he tells the man to stop messing with them, but the old man says he is not joking. He is only following procedure. After that, he says their identity hardly matters anyway, and since they want to go to Akkard, the price is 1,000 gold coins each. The 2 of them lose it, saying that amount could fund a trip across the whole continent. They ask who this old man thinks he is. Kane snaps and tells him to stop scamming people, calling him a fraud. The old man gets angry. He says a famous family should not associate with mercenaries, refuses to take them, orders them out, and warns that if they cause more trouble, he will report it to the Empire. Kane does not back down. He asks if the old man is trying to start something and moves in. But Icarus grabs him and says that is enough. They can leave and he does not need to fight here. Then Maceu explodes in anger, shouting for him to step up because he will burn him to ashes. He summons a massive fireball. Icarus recognizes it as a runic flame, a 4th-class spell, and wonders why a 4th-class mage is managing a portal in the middle of nowhere. Then Iselin steps between them and asks if he said 3,000 coins and simply tells him to take them. Seeing that she actually has money, he changes the price. Since they wasted his precious time, it is now 1,500 each for a total of 4,500 gold coins. He even says the extra charge covers the damage to his pride. Kane refuses to let that slide and gets ready to teach him a lesson. But then his sword starts freezing, and Iselin casts ice magic across the whole area, turning it into a frozen field and trapping even the old man in his spell in ice. He is stunned by her ability to use 5th-class magic. She tells him he must have looked down on her because she is a mercenary. Then she says she deserves payment, in the form of an apology. If he refuses, she will report this to the Magic Tower under the name Selin, Vice Master of the Mercenary Guild. The moment he learns who she is, he realizes he picked the worst possible person to mess with. He says the Tower Master is already favoring Avalon nobles after bringing Evergrande back as Chief Imperial Mage. The Magic Tower is taking heat for failing to stay neutral, and if the Vice Master of the Mercenary Guild files an official report, things will get ugly. The Tower Master would probably throw him out, so he lowers his head and begs their forgiveness. But she asks if that is all. What about the payment she asked for? The 2 behind her are thrilled to hear that. The old man asks how much they want. Iselin says she wants 100 gold coins per person, plus free use of the portal. It is said that on that day, Kane and Icarus thought they were looking at Joshua himself, while Iselin squeezed the old man for money. And speaking of him, he is finally face to face with Kaizen in Vomberton. The prince says it is an honor to meet the famous count, the protagonist, and asks what he needs. Joshua thinks to himself that his actions have already started changing the future. Little by little, because of that, new unknown factors have begun to appear. Even so, his goal has not changed. This time, he will take control of his own life. Back in the present, the prince asks why MC came to see him, and he says he came to see Princess Zairian. He also asks to meet her alone. The guards immediately call him arrogant and ask if he knows who he is speaking to, but the prince tells them to calm down. There is no need for them to interfere. Then he asks why he should let the protagonist see the princess, adding that the protagonist does not even have the right to be there. But Umsup says he does. As the prince already knows, the princess's husband will be chosen through the bloody Battle of Berkshire, and he says he plans to win it anyway. But if her condition keeps getting worse, all of that effort will be pointless. So should they not check on her first? One guard is still furious and asks if he really dares enter the second palace without permission over that. Then the prince asks if Joshua is saying he can defeat all the Imperial Knights by himself, and even Captain Roge. He answers that it is not impossible. So the prince says he likes him and wants to encourage that thinking. He accepts the protagonist's proposal and offers a bet if the protagonist can win the bloody Battle of Berkshire without any help. He will not interfere when MC goes to take Xiron from the second palace. But if MC loses, he must swear loyalty to him. Then he orders the boy to swear in his own name that he will serve Lord Kaizen. He thinks this is going exactly the way he expected. The protagonist takes the deal, but only if he can see Princess Zairian right away. He makes one thing clear. He's going in alone. No one stays in the room, not even the prince. That sets off the prince's knights. They mock him and tell him to remember his place, since he's only a reserve commander. Joshua snaps and asks how long they plan to keep calling him that. Then his killing intent bursts out and both men drop to their knees. They can hardly believe it. His aura alone forced them down. In their minds, Joshua passed normal human limits long ago. He's already a superhuman. MC warns that if they interrupt him and the prince again, he'll cut them down. That shuts them up fast. The prince says this is exactly why he told them to calm down, then gives him permission to visit Ser Ziaram alone. He adds that the protagonist makes the bloody Battle of Bastia a lot more interesting, and wonders whether he'll beat the Imperial Knights or end up becoming his sworn sword. For now, the prince just tells them both to keep their promises. Elsewhere, the first prince is troubled that Ser Ziaram still hasn't fully recovered. He can't understand why their father wants to choose her husband while she's still in this condition. Then the prince hears that the first challenger in the bloody Battle of Bastia is the reserve commander, Joshua Sanders, and asks if that will be a problem. Rod says he must have missed the news. MC is no longer a reserve commander, and he's not Rod's subordinate anymore. The prince calls that perfect and says it would help him if Rod dealt with MC himself, even calling Rod uncle. Rod thinks the first prince has been on edge, especially since he arrived at the palace. After all, the first prince had always been the most powerful person in Avalon, besides Emperor Marcus van Britten. He held more influence than anyone else, even if the other factions including the second prince joined forces. But if the protagonist Sanders marries Princess Sura Ziaram, he'll gain the right to challenge for the throne and become the biggest threat of all. Rod decides it would be smarter to make the protagonist an ally instead of an enemy, and asks what the first prince thinks about bringing MC to their side. The prince goes quiet, remembering the smile on her face when she was with him, and while jealousy eats at him, he says that plan would never work. Rod says that if that's the case, they have no choice. At least there is another knight who can stop Count Joshua. The first prince is stunned and asks if there's really another superhuman knight besides Rod. Rod says yes. Galahad has returned. He says Galahad would give huge support to the first prince's cause, and he's sure Galahad will win the bloody Battle of Versha. Meanwhile, back at the second prince's palace, the protagonist quietly recites an incantation while pouring a large amount of healing magic into it. Then he activates Sacred Resistance. Joshua admits he was nervous, since this holy spell is normally used only by bishops and high-ranking officials, but it worked. At least now she should feel some relief. The girl visibly relaxes, and MC gently asks if she's awake and can hear him. She recognizes the voice and asks if it's really Lord Him. He confirms it and asks if she remembers their promise, that he would find a cure for her illness. He says he finally found it and thanks her for holding on this long, but she says Mr. Evergrande had already made one. Still, Joshua insists that medicine was only used to make her condition worse. He asks her to trust him and take his remedy because it will cure her completely, but there's a price. She may lose part of her memory and might even forget him. The protagonist says he had this medicine before, but he couldn't bring himself to give it to Ser Ziaram. He had no right to take away her memories, but after seeing her die, regret overwhelmed him. Even now, he still hesitates, because even if she's cured, her family may only use her as a tool for power. She asks why he's hesitating and tells him not to carry everything alone. If he's doing this for her, how does he think that makes her feel? Then she says if he's worried about the future, he can just come back to her again and asks for a pinky promise like a dear friend. Joshua promises he will return. Then she asks if he remembers their first meeting, when she said his name was the same as a flower she liked. He remembers her saying that made her even sadder, just like the meaning of the Sandris flower. She asks if he knows what that flower means, and he says of course. Even so, he begs her not to forget him. She answers that she won't, especially not him. Then she asks one last favor. She wants him to place the medicine in her mouth himself, and he agrees without hesitation. He thinks about how much she helped him in his past life. The princess thanks him, but he says he's the one who should be grateful. He vows that in this life, he'll make sure to protect her no matter what. At last, Kane's group reaches Akkord and arrives at the magic tower in the capital of the Avalon Empire. Kane says it feels like only yesterday they had to run from this place, and now they've finally returned. More than anything, they want to see their lord again. But Iselin says she'll join them later and explains that she has personal business to settle with the magic tower first. Once that's done, she'll meet up with them. Icarus says it's a shame, but says goodbye to her anyway. She tells them she'll be there soon, so they shouldn't look so down. Then Kane says he has something to do as well, so he's heading out. Icarus immediately grabs him and asks where he thinks he's going. Kane says he just has business to handle and that Icarus is overreacting. Icarus asks if Kane wants to see what real overreacting looks like. Kane quickly explains that's not it. Duke Agnes said the knights are here too, and he only wanted to see an old friend. Icarus asks why. Kane says he's the knight commander of Joshua Sanders' county now, so he needs to start recruiting talented knights. A knightly order founded by his lord would be amazing, and he says it will be known as the Golden Spirit Knights. At that, Icarus points out that Wilhelm's knights already exist, so calling them his family's knights is a bit much. Still, he says they really are starting to grow into a noble house. Then Icarus gives in and says he's looking forward to seeing these Golden Spirit Knights Kane keeps talking about. Kane says he'll live up to the hype, and the two split up. Meanwhile, with Iselin, a letter is being read. A teenage girl from Cheryl Difonte's territory, at least a 5th-class mercenary sorcerer named Iselin, will soon arrive in Akkord. It asks them not to trouble her with anything that could negatively affect the magic tower. One of the lords is shocked that she's already 5th class while still a teenager, and Erpa is even more stunned that a child is at that level. Then someone rushes in shouting for the branch leader to come downstairs at once. Someone has arrived at the magic tower to register as a 5th-class sorcerer, and she says she's a mercenary sorcerer named Selmy. Erpa heads down right away and asks if he's late, and she says not at all. In fact, he came faster than she expected. She didn't think they'd come down so soon, and he says that while this process usually takes several more steps, a case like hers is rare, so he wanted to greet her in person. She understands, and he says he heard she wants to register as a 5th-class sorcerer. But before they begin, since she's part of the mercenary guild, she can't become a member of the magic tower, so he's considering canceling something. But she says having her rank officially recognized is enough, even if she doesn't become part of the magic tower. Still, he is amazed, because she reached 5th class without any help from the magic tower, studying completely on her own. He asks what she thinks about becoming an official member and receiving the tower's support. He says it will be almost impossible to rise beyond 5th class without that, and a young gifted sorcerer like her would gain many benefits, but she keeps refusing. She's not seeking recognition, just because she needs the magic tower's knowledge. Instead, she says she is someone who needs the magic tower as a whole right now, and she has no plan to change that. Erpa asks what she means, and she reminds him that the magic tower leader officially announced the death of one of the 7 sorcerers some time ago, the Thunder Seat, Jack Starbs. She heard a new Thunder Seat will be chosen from sorcerers whose rank has been officially recognized, and before she can finish, Erpa cuts her off and apologizes. No matter how talented she is, he says, it's hard to see a mere 5th-class sorcerer as a real candidate. So she says she understands that 5th class alone isn't enough, and he agrees, adding that to gain a higher rank she needs knowledge from the tower. Then she asks if that alone is enough and immediately unleashes a shocking spell that stuns everyone there. Erpa recognizes it as wordless defensive magic, along with spells of several different attributes. At this level, she must be a 6th-class quadruple sorcerer, and Iselin just gives a small, confident smile. He realizes she's at least talented enough to contend for the storm seat among the 7 sorcerers. He can only stare at that fearless smile and think she may truly be worthy of one of the 7. Meanwhile, Kane thinks about what his friends told him. To win the princess for his lord, he'll have to fight not just the Imperial Knight Order, but every knight in the Avalon Empire. Kane thinks this is insane. Their family just became a county, and now it could already be wiped out. He starts wondering why his lord caused something this huge when his men would be the ones paying for it. Nearby, some men pity the battalion commander. He has to face the Imperial Knights, the strongest order in the Empire. One of them adds that Galahad used to guard the 3rd prince, so with him involved, they stand no chance. Galahad says he only came to make Joshua kneel, not steal anyone else's chance. If they want, they can go first. Hearing them talk about making his lord kneel, Kane starts getting angry. Then someone grabs his shoulder and tells him to stop. That presence is so terrifying it makes Kane tremble. He says he never even sensed this person until the hand touched him. With all the Empire's knights gathered here, he wonders who could have power like that. But when he turns around, it is his own lord. Kane blurts out that of course it had to be this lunatic, then begs him to make some noise next time before he gives him a heart attack. Joshua tells him not to cause trouble and asks if he forgot where they are. Kane fires back that he cannot just let those idiots mock his lord and walk away. MC says that sadly Kane cannot beat those 3 with his current skill. He adds that Galahad was chosen by the commander of the Imperial Knights as his successor. Galahad walks over and says he is exactly like the rumors. He recognized him right away. Meeting him in person is an honor, and the thought of crossing swords in the bloody Battle of Bastia excites him. Joshua calls that ridiculous and asks whether he should not be protecting the third prince right now. Then he asks why Galahad is here. Galahad does not like that tone and says he left the Imperial Knights to build his own order. The protagonist probably should not talk like that. Still, he is surprised. The protagonist has been away from Akard for a long time, yet still recognized him. Galahad says he still has a lot to prepare, so he will leave after this greeting. He asks MC to understand and says he will be waiting in the bloody battle. Cain is furious at how casually Galahad acted after being so arrogant, and he asks if he knows him. But when he looks at his lord's face, he sees Joshua wearing a cold, deadly expression. Of course he knows him. Galahad is one of the snakes who betrayed and killed him in his past life. Then we see an older, the protagonist at the moment he was betrayed. MC thinks the timing is perfect. This is exactly what he wanted. He swears he will tear Galahad apart in the ring, and with that he will finally get his first revenge. While he is lost in that thought, Cain calls out that it will start soon and tells him to come on. He asks if Cain is joining too. Cain says of course he is. He will make sure no one lays a finger on his lord, because he plans to handle all of them himself. The protagonist says that will make things easier, then tells him to come. Cain gets fired up by his lord's attitude. Soon they arrive at the Grand Imperial Colosseum. Marcus Van Britten addresses the Knights of Avalon. He, the ruler of the Avalon Empire, is giving them a chance to become the princess's husband, and the rules are simple. The Battle of Berthia is a fight to the death. They keep fighting until only one person remains standing, and when that happens, the battle ends. He says it does not matter how many days or nights it takes, then orders the bloody battle to begin. One fighter draws his sword first, introducing himself as Spar, second son of the Helms family and a member of the 4th Battalion. He says he wants to be the first to face the great Count Joshua. After that, more fighters also ask for a chance to fight him, but MC cuts them off and tells them all to come at once. There is no rule in the bloody battle against that. He tells them to drop their useless pride and fight him together. He has no time to waste on each of them, one by one. They agree and decide to grant his wish. At once they rush him with different aura blades. Joshua activates the 6th stage of the magic spear arts, Earth Chapter Great Mountain Pressure. His kingly force erupts and everyone drops right in front of him. With them all already on the ground, he looks at Galahad and says he is next. Galahad just laughs, saying the Count already reduced his competition. Thanking him, he draws his sword and says it was a smart move. Then we are introduced to Balmung Don Brown. He was born into a family famous for swordsmanship, and like the rest of them, he was gifted with the blade. By age 20, he had already become vice-captain of the 9th Battalion of the Imperial Knights. But after that, his family's eyes changed. His name became an obsession. His father mocked him at the dinner table, asking if one achievement was the only reason he deserved a seat there. Then he compared him to Agnes Babel's son, who had already shown amazing talent at just 14, and kept saying Balmung needed to show even more than that. In his father's eyes, he always had to be the best. In the end, Balmung got tired of everything around him. He stopped trying and turned lazy, saying no one here would complain if he skipped training. Then the captain appears behind him and asks if he is slacking off again. Rod says that if Balmung fixed that lazy attitude, he could become unbeatable. It is a waste to have such amazing talent and let it rot. Balmung starts apologizing but asks why Rod came. He doubts the captain showed up just to scold him. Rod says the emperor gave an imperial order. Balmung wonders why he would get one, and Rod says it is the perfect order for someone as lazy as him. He tells the boy to go to the Duchy of Agnes and take a mana identification test. That was when his life started to change. It all began after he met Joshua. Balmung says the protagonist was the son of a concubine, yet revealed himself to the world at only 9 years old. Seeing him made Balmung's dead heart beat again. He had once been a bright star carrying everyone's hopes, and MC made him want to shine again. From then on, he started trying again, believing that if he trained hard enough, he could surpass anyone. But on the battlefield, he proved that was not true. Balmung realizes that was just his own arrogance. He had misjudged everything. He was not someone he could surpass with hard work alone. He was a giant, a complete monster. While Balmung sinks into that despair, Joshua calls out that Galahad is next, and Galahad says the protagonist already cut down his competition. From the stands, Marcus Van Britten notices MC's aura control and is shocked. MC filled his voice with mana and crushed his opponents in a single move. Marcus did not even know that was possible, which makes MC even more interesting to him. Even so, Marcus Van Britten says it is ridiculous that the newly named Count he can destroy Avalon's Imperial Knights by himself. For a land proud to be a nation of knights, this is embarrassing. If other countries saw it, they would laugh at Avalon. He asks Rod if he agrees, and Rod is clearly put on the spot when someone suddenly shouts, begging for a chance. It is Balmung, declaring that he wants to fight the great Count Joshua. He asks the other two to let him go first. The protagonist only looks at him and says that at his current level, he will never beat him. He tells the boy to accept defeat and move aside. At the same time, MC fills his mind with terror. Balmung starts shaking hard as he thinks the pressure is unbelievable, and he nearly blacks out. Then he forces himself to focus and wraps his whole body in mana to guard against Joshua's killing intent. After that, he realizes he needs to release his mana all at once, and manages to break free from his pressure. He asks if the protagonist really thinks he will admit defeat without even trading blows. Balmain says he will use everything he has to measure the gap between them. He tells MC not to look down on his knightly pride. He answers by telling him to show him the distance between them. Then he fires a blast of mana at Balmain. Balmain barely blocks it. He realizes he cannot deflect Joshua's aura sword directly, because he still cannot form an aura blade himself. So his only option is to strike over the aura and make it bounce away. He starts gathering as much mana as he can while the protagonist's mana shifts. His plan is to control each piece carefully, change its flow, make mana collide with mana, and then use that to coat his own aura. It works. He deflects MC's attack and sends it upward. He realizes Balmain just awakened aura overlap on his own, even though he had never seen it before. The boy is more gifted than most so-called geniuses. But Joshua notices Balmain is not done yet, because the mana fragments he sent into the air are starting to change. The protagonist realizes he has seen this before in his past life. It is the Brown family's Deep Justice. Balmain calls out the technique activating Deep Justice, Swift Star. A storm of blades rushes straight at MC, but he answers with stage 4 of the magic spear art. Then he fires Annihilate. The strike blows through the incoming blades, and Balmain can't believe it. He is stunned by how easily Joshua stopped it. Then pain hits. His body still can't handle aura overlap. The protagonist walks up and tells him that for a moment he used power beyond his level. With talent like that, Balmain can rise much higher. Even so, the boy says this is probably his limit and admits defeat. Joshua tells him that if he wants to go past his limits, he needs a goal, and becoming one of the Imperial Knights commanders is worth aiming for. He says Balmain absolutely has the ability to reach that spot. Then the man who got pushed aside cuts in, saying that is not pleasant to hear. To him, putting someone lazy like Balmain in a post that should inspire the Imperial Knights would obviously be a mistake. MC looks at the shy boy and thinks for a moment. In his past life, Balmain had genius-level talent, but never grew that far. Not because of his nature, but because of Galahad. So he calls Galahad selfish, narrow-minded, and cold-hearted. Just like always, Galahad snaps back, asking if him means him. He says the protagonist does not even know him, so how can he talk like that? Before he can keep going, the protagonist cuts him off and says he is scared of Balmain's talent. Sooner or later, Balmain will surpass him, and Galahad will end up in his shadow. MC adds that a lot has changed, but he is almost glad Galahad of Lancelot stayed the same. Then he says it to Galahad's face. He will never surpass Balmain. That sends Galahad into a rage. The two jump straight into a fight. Rod quickly tells everyone to get back. This is a clash between superhumans, and anyone nearby could get caught in it. As the two start trading blows, the knights freeze in shock, barely believing what they are watching. Balmain says they are moving so fast that it is hard to follow them with his eyes. Rod thinks Joshua uses mana in unusual ways, but in pure combat, Galahad has the edge. In fights between superhumans, the winner often comes down to how mana is used, and Galahad's specialty is the God of Thunder Advance. Rod explains that it is a secret move that makes every muscle in Galahad's body explode with force at once, tearing enemies apart. With mana reinforcing him, his body is tougher than steel and almost impossible to scratch, but the scariest part is his speed. Galahad charges at him, and Rod thinks that even he will be in trouble if he cannot figure out Galahad's hidden technique. But before he can finish the thought, Joshua turns into lightning, appears behind Galahad, and drives his spear through him. Stabbed through the back, Galahad begs the protagonist to wait, but the protagonist does not stop. He tears away Galahad's entire side. After striking him down, MC begins a battle hymn, saying, "The war is already over. Blood and flesh have become nothing more than a filthy pile." He tells the dead not to resent their early deaths or grieve being forgotten, because for their sake, those who shone brighter than anyone still protect this land. He says those noble sacrifices must be remembered, and he urges them to cast off their hatred through his spear. As the chant goes on, everyone stares in shock. Joshua calls to the sacred spirits of the dead who cannot rest in the deep earth, then unleashes the unarmed magic spear art hymn of the dead, and he looks like someone finally got his revenge. Everyone around them is stunned. He just killed their lord. They start asking if this was not supposed to be only a test, and whether he has gone insane. As I remember it, the Emperor made it clear from the start that this was a fight to the death, so dying was always possible. Then Rod steps in and demands to know how Joshua dared wound a knight of Avalon's great royal family. He says he let a lot of the boy's antics slide, but not this time. In the name of his position, Rod declares that he will execute him right there. The protagonist did not expect Captain Rod to be this furious over Galahad's death. He quickly realizes Rod will not listen in this state and thinks he needs to calm him first, so the two clash head-on. MC ends up getting overwhelmed, and Rod sends him flying. The Emperor asks if Agnes is nervous, since the former highest-ranked of the 12 superhumans may really have hurt his son. Still, the Emperor says there is something funny about it. If that old man, the strongest sword of Avalon's royal family who fixed Agnes's personality, the Lord of Knights, ends up crushing his son, maybe the boy will finally respect the Knight Order in Avalon a little. Then Rod is shocked that Joshua is still alive. He tells him to stop for a second and let him explain. But Rod says the protagonist killed an Imperial Knight in front of everyone like it meant nothing. Does he really think he is getting away with that? Rod says MC will pay for that crime right there, and when they clash again, Rod forces past the spear and closes in. Joshua barely avoids Rod's blade. He thinks he needs something dangerous enough to stop Rod, but still safe enough to protect himself. So he activates level 6 Magic Spear Art Earthfield Strike. A massive bolt crashes down into the arena. After taking the hit, Rod thinks this is absurd, but even so, he has to admit the boy is truly strong. Now he says he has no choice. He will use the hidden skills he saved for fighting the 9 stars. As Rod begins gathering aura, Joshua says that Galahad murdered the third prince. That shakes Rod. He asks if the protagonist is telling the truth, and if he really expects anyone to believe that. MC says yes, that is why he executed Galahad under Imperial order. Rod fires back that this is just nonsense meant to save himself. He says he clearly does not understand what kind of person the third prince was. The prince was extraordinary, gifted with the sword from a young age, and called by the same title he has, Little Star. If that is true, then the third prince's skill should have far surpassed Galahad's by now. So he figures Galahad could not have done it alone unless someone helped him. But Rod insists the third prince was never greedy for power, and no one would gain anything by harming him. Joshua tells Rod to think about what would happen if the third prince had a reason to claim the throne. If someone already blessed with great sword talent also gained political power, the people around him would never leave him alone. He would have everything, talent and influence. Rod says the protagonist is jumping to conclusions. MC asks if he really believes that. Then where is the third prince? If Rod said he returned with Galahad, Galahad was his guard, so is his absence not enough to raise doubts? Rod says suspicion is not enough. He needs hard proof. And even if it were true, how would he know any of this? The protagonist says he simply overheard too much. Rod concludes that MC caused all this chaos without solid evidence. Then everyone gathers around MC saying Galahad gave his whole life to the Empire, and they demand that the boy admit his crime. But Cain arrives and asks how they dare threaten his lord. When they ask who he is, he introduces himself with his greatsword as Cain de Harry, first sword of Count Sanders, and knight of the great Sanders family. Then he drops in front of him. Everyone is stunned that he can use an aura blade. The protagonist is not even 20 yet, and he already has a personal knight at that level. Joshua thanks Cain for coming on his own into such danger, but Cain asks if he forgot his mission. He is supposed to protect his lord with all his strength. Then more voices join in, saying they cannot stay out either, and ordering everyone to protect Captain MC with everything they have. The entire 11th and 12th battalions come running over. Cain recognizes them and asks if they are not his old battalion, but he says they are his knights now, the Kravis Knight Order. Rod gets furious and tells Kate Slanger and Bison to move out of the way, or he will cut them in half. He warns them not to think he will go easy just because they serve the same knight order. But Joshua says Rod is forgetting something important. While they waste time here, Galahad's allies are probably destroying all the evidence, so they need to move fast. He says neither the people backing Galahad nor Galahad himself could have expected him to die today. They must search everywhere he went, not just his room but the servants' quarters and the house of Marquis Lancelot too, if needed, even Galahad's body. Joshua says Rod can doubt him if he wants, but every second he stalls gives Galahad's allies more time to erase the proof. Then the protagonist asks if Rod is scared of the truth, scared to learn that the man he trusted most was really a traitor to the Diabolo Empire and the one who hurt the third prince. MC presses harder. If Galahad's corpse has no proof like he claims, then MC will take the blame for everything, and he swears to it, so he orders the doctors to examine Galahad's body right away. But before they can, someone appears and kills the doctors, then steals Galahad's corpse. Joshua orders everyone to stop the thief, and the chase begins. Once they realize the body is being taken, they shout for nobody to let that person leave Akkard. Even so, the thief quickly pulls far ahead. Joshua thinks to himself that he expected this person too. He was always at Galahad's side, even on the day he died. He moves to chase him, but Rod stops him. He says they will hunt that man down, but he is still under suspicion, so he has to stay and answer questions. Marcus cuts in and tells Rod to let him go. They need to confirm who that mysterious man is, and what just happened gives the boy's words more weight, so the protagonist gets another chance. Rod still refuses. He says they can't be sure because Count MC might run the moment they let him go. Marcus answers that it's fine if he runs, they can make his father answer for the boy's crimes. He adds that a son's mistakes are the father's fault for failing to raise him properly. And Aiden von Agnes, with his rotten new attitude, simply obeys the Emperor's order. So Marcus tells Joshua to go after the mysterious man now. They'll settle the rest later. He looks his father in the face, then shoots off like lightning. Poor Cain chases after him on foot since he can't move like that. Meanwhile, Evergrande meets with the fourth prince and asks why he was called in such a rush. Did something happen? The prince says yes, something huge, then asks how long it will take to take over the magic tower. Evergrande says Ian, the master of the magic tower, has more followers than expected, so it may take time. Still, many of Evergrande's mages are high level, so it should not be too hard. The prince says that's good, because by the next time they meet, Evergrande will already be the tower master. Evergrande thanks him, then asks what happened. The prince explains that Galahad's aide leaked information to Count Joshua. Because of that, the boy killed Galahad and is now investigating him. Evergrande says that can't be right. He insists the aide could not have leaked anything, because the man is devoted to Heimdall just like they are. He is also tied to the Black Monarch, one of the 9 stars, and is likely wiping out the evidence right now. Evergrande suggests they wait and watch a little longer, but the prince thinks something is off. There is no way the protagonist could move this freely without that traitor, unless he had another trick ready. And if the protagonist finds proof of the third prince's murder, all their plans could collapse before the war even starts. So he decides to act on his own. He tells Evergrande to return as soon as the matter with the magic tower is finished. Evergrande agrees and tells the prince to stay safe. The prince is furious. In the forest, Galahad's aide carries his body through the trees until he looks up and sees a massive bolt of lightning. He keeps running, but it strikes right behind him. When Joshua lands, Cain asks if he's really going in, because this is obviously a trap. MC says there is something he has to do. Then he keeps walking forward, and Cain has no choice but to follow his reckless master. He complains that Joshua makes everything way too hard, and says he trained with his life on the line, yet still hasn't even had the chance to use his sword. He asks why he worked so hard with a sword. Was it really for him, or for some other reason? Cain admits that at first he did it to succeed as a knight, but after serving the protagonist, that changed. What MC showed him went beyond admiration. It looked like perfection. So Cain wanted his own sword to resemble MC's style as much as possible. Right now, he says, he uses this sword only for him. He says that's not what he wants to hear. He tells Cain to walk his own path. Joshua says he used to be just like him. He wanted to truly be useful to someone, because he feared nothing as long as he held his spear. But the thing that truly terrified him was something he never even imagined. In the flashback, the 4th prince, now the emperor, says he recognizes the protagonist's great achievements. Then he grants him the title of Archduke. After becoming Archduke MC Sanders, Joshua vows to carry that honor and stay by his side until the end of his days. At that same ceremony, Galahad also offers warm congratulations, saying his great feats in the magic nation Terra will be remembered forever in the history of the Diablo Empire, and that he is very proud of him. He even has the nerve to say he wants to be the protagonist's friend. MC answers that they have known each other for over 20 years, so aren't they already best friends? But after all that fake praise, he ends up in the worst moment of his life, shouting at Caesar von Britain not to think this is how it will end, while all the traitors stand before him. In the back, Galahad looks down on him, wondering what happened to the unbeatable spear knight. Now Joshua is falling in such a pathetic way, and then Galahad says goodbye as the explosion from the start of the manhwa goes off. The protagonist says living for others cannot last forever. He tells Cain not to say things like, "I'll become your sword." Instead, he should live as Cain de Harry, not as the sword of MC Sanders. MC warns him to do that if he doesn't want regrets later. Cain still says he won't regret the path he chose. The day he met him was the brightest day of his life. He says that's fine. Maybe Joshua just doesn't understand yet, but he hopes he can feel his sincerity. And while he's saying that, an arrow flies at his head. The protagonist stops it before it can hit him. Then he tells Cain to get ready. They are not facing an ordinary man, and if they show even a little weakness, they will die instantly. Cain gets the message. Meanwhile, the assassin starts circling them. MC says there are nearly 100 of them now, but none are attacking. He wonders if they are stalling for time. Then he says he understands. This is exactly the kind of strategy he expected. He can read it clearly as he prepares his spear. He plans to kill every last one of them, because even if the Dark Monarch is watching, he will crush anyone who stands in the way of his revenge. So he hurls Lucia at the one carrying the body and declares that this place will be her grave. She clearly does not like what is coming at her, and barely avoids the strike. Joshua reveals her identity, Evangeline Krepot, Galahad's lover, and knocks her from the tree. Then he sends out a command ordering them to bring him his prey and kill anyone who gets in the way, summoning both Danes, the Knight of the Lake, and the Dullahan. As the enemies retreat, they say Krepot is finished. So they need a new plan and must protect Galahad's corpse. But when they try to run, Dullahan tells them they cannot escape his grasp and activates a barrier in front of them. The way out is sealed, and then everything changes. They are teleported to the 8th demon realm, Infinite Hell, and from there countless Dullahans appear. Faced with that army, they are completely terrified. This is a full battalion of Dullahans. Joshua notes that this is the power of their lord, and he truly lives up to his name as a one-man army. Cain asks if he really summoned all those undead knights by himself. He asks if Cain understands now why he told him to live his own life. If his goal were to revive the Demon King and turn the whole land into a sea of blood, then what would Cain do? The question shakes him. But the men fleeing from Joshua activate the Dark Death formation, and once they take position, they unleash the Black Dragon's thorns. The attack shatters the ground, but they did not know the earth beneath them held poison. It starts pouring out, and Joshua quickly warns Cain not to breathe the air. Right after that, the other men moving through the poison activate the War Dragon's claws and rush the protagonist, trying to tear him apart with aura-coated claws. They aim to kill the summoner fast, but MC activates his level 5 magic spear art and calls on the commander of the sun, creating a fire sphere that burns them all. That leaves only Cain and Joshua standing there, and when they look over, Dullahan is approaching with that woman in his arms. He sets her at his feet, and she immediately asks what he is, calling him a monster. The protagonist tells her the real monster is her. He asks if she has ever imagined dying alone in the middle of a forest without even knowing why. Then he tells her she's about to find out. Lucia wakes up and asks why he's talking so much, telling him to just kill her already. Joshua then speaks to the spear, saying he thought it had vanished after being gone for so long. Lucia says it only needed time to get its memories back, then appears beside him and says they should focus on his revenge for now. After all, he's finally about to get a piece of that revenge after all these years. MC says Lucia sometimes seems more like a demon than an actual demon. Lucia tells him to raise the spear and drive it straight into her heart. It promises her soul will twist in pain forever. He lifts the spear with full resolve, ready to stab her. But right before he can do it, someone steps in. Cain jumps in front of him and blocks the strike with his own body. But he can tell the blow is far too heavy for him to stop on his own. Then the assassin queen shows up and knocks Joshua's spear off course. He stares at her and asks why. Why would Aisha come here? Aisha immediately kneels before him, greets him properly, and explains that this woman has important information. If he kills her now, that information is gone. Joshua says he doesn't care, and warns them that if they get in his way again, he'll kill them too. Cain answers that if the protagonist insists, then he'll have to pierce him first. MC asks if this is the life Cain chose. Cain says yes. He may not understand everything happening, but he can still tell right from wrong, and that means he has to stop this slaughter. He tells him their bond ends here. Cain refuses that. He says he'll stay by Joshua's side no matter what, even if the protagonist becomes a demon king and loses his memories. MC asks why. Cain says the answer is obvious. From the very start, he was the first and last lord he would ever serve, and stopping him from making the wrong choice is part of that duty, so he begs him to stop killing. Aisha agrees with the knight. Joshua must not kill Evangeline, because she's the only one who knows where the third prince's body is. At the second prince's palace, he says he got suspicious when Evergrande suddenly came to offer an alliance. Now he wants to know what he's planning, since he's clearly not the only one in the royal palace hiding dark intentions. He's speaking with his younger brother, and the boy says he already knows what he wants. The second prince says of course he does, then asks if that's why he needs her. He tells the boy he can take her, since the two of them fit well together anyway. He doesn't know how the boy plans to use her power, but he's sure he'll use it better than the other man could. Caesar gives a wicked smile and says he'll make sure to return the favor. While they're busy trading barbs, Joshua starts shouting from outside, ordering the fourth prince to come out and accept his punishment. He declares that the fourth prince, Caesar von Britain, harmed the royal family. The prince immediately recognizes that voice. The protagonist calls out again, naming Caesar von Britain as the murderer of the third prince Calicion, and orders him to come out and face the great judgment of the sun with him. At Agnes's castle, his mother looks uneasy. Agnes asks why she keeps sighing, then wonders if this is about Joshua. He says he doesn't know what she's been hearing, but tells her not to even think about leaving the mansion without permission. The time still isn't right, so he asks her to endure it a little longer. She still hesitates, but he reminds her to act according to her position. Privately, he thinks he can't watch over Lucia while Blackwind is keeping an eye on him. He can only protect her inside this mansion, especially now that Jakin has disappeared without warning, and Emperor Marcus van Britain may be plotting something. That means he has to be even more careful. Then one of his knights rushes in with urgent news. The Emperor has ordered an emergency summons. Apparently the Great Judgment of the Sun will be held for the first time in 2 decades. They explain that the Great Judgment of the Sun is a trial for royalty, and it has only happened a few times in the history of the Avalon Empire. Aside from treason, royals usually aren't held accountable for their crimes, and even in cases beyond treason, only the Empire's son, the Emperor, can punish a member of the royal family. So every citizen is expected to report any suspicion that a royal has committed treason to the imperial palace. Joshua now stands before Marcus van Britain. Robert looks like he wants to beat the kid senseless. MC points out that he isn't the criminal here and asks why Rod is acting so hostile. Marcus van Britain tells him to ignore Rod, get to the point, and stop wasting his time. He says Joshua is accusing the fourth prince, Caesar van Britain, of plotting the murder of the third prince Calicion, and asks if he has any proof. He says he does. He captured one of the people who helped Galahad, and she should know where the third prince's body is and where the evidence can be found. Then it shows the protagonist in the forest, asking with terrifying kindness where the third prince's body is. He adds that she should at least do this for Edvin, the child she had with Galahad. She's shocked and asks how he knows about Edvin. In her mind, she decides Silk at least has to protect her son. So she tells the Emperor that the fourth prince hired them to kill the third prince, and then turn him into one of the undead. She adds that they revived the body in a secret room under the royal palace, and says they'll find the undead third prince there if they go. Marcus von Britain looks at his son and says that if this is true, killing his own brother and turning him undead would be the worst kind of crime. Even so, he still can't believe Caesar would do such a thing. He says that if they ask the prince directly, he'll probably deny it. That leaves only one option: search the secret room beneath his palace. But so far, no trace of demonic energy has been felt anywhere inside the royal palace. That means either the secret basement doesn't exist, or the prince has someone skilled enough to hide that demonic energy. In that case, they'd need Hermes worshippers to detect it, specialists in this kind of thing. In other words, they would need to summon priests from the Holy Hobold Empire to investigate. But Marcus Van Britten says he won't trust the word of dishonest sinners or allow such fanatics into his palace. Joshua tells him not to worry. There's another way to solve this without help from other nations. The Imperial Archives hold the key to cracking the case, so they just need to use them. Marcus Van Britten asks how MC even knows that, since not even he knew. He also remembers MC already went in there once with a battalion commander, so he asks if the boy is requesting special permission to enter again. Then the first prince stands and urges him not to give him that permission. He argues that even if such an item exists in the royal archives, letting the protagonist inside would be the same as helping him, and that would ruin the purpose of the trial where everyone is supposed to be equal. That's why he believes MC should find the secret room in the Imperial Palace, the place where the undead was created on his own. MC starts getting angry as everyone sides with the prince, and Marcus Van Britten says the whole room is against him, so he cannot grant access to the Imperial Archives. Marcus asks what he plans to do now. He wonders if Caesar has always been close to Caesar or if he's only helping him as a brother. Either way, the odds are against him, so he decides he'll have to take a risk. Marcus asks why he isn't answering and whether that was his only way to prove the accusation. He even asks if the protagonist should be judged guilty of falsely accusing the royal family. But MC agrees to the terms, saying he'll find the basement room himself. As he gathers mana in his hand, he asks for permission to search the fourth prince's palace. Rod immediately notices that Joshua is using aura right in front of his majesty. Before he can keep talking, he cuts himself and proves he's also skilled with divine power. He says that means detecting demonic energy won't be a problem and he can find the secret room without help from Hobold priests. He adds that if they still refuse to give permission, he'll have to do whatever he can to protect himself. Rod asks if Joshua is saying he'll raise his spear against the emperor, calling that open treason. The protagonist says he understands that what he just did was rude, but adds that swords cut both ways. In his mind, he realizes the fight is now out in the open. Marcus Van Britten thinks he can't stand seeing this brat go any further, but he also knows that if he loses MC here, he'll have no more way to manipulate Arden. So he decides he has no choice but to give up on the undead army and choose Arden instead. He tells him to do whatever he can, because once things turn around, he'll cast him aside. Then he grants permission and says that if Caesar is implicated, he wants him to investigate and clear his own name. He appoints him as the investigator of the fourth prince's palace. He gives him 2 days to find the proof, and if he fails, he'll pay the price. Meanwhile, Caesar just keeps smiling. Later, during a meeting with his brothers, the first prince asks the second if he wants to form an alliance with him. He says the alliance is only temporary, just until they take Count the protagonist down for good. The protagonist has become a real problem, and the sooner he's gone, the better. The first prince says he never planned to win Joshua over anyway. He was actually waiting for this chance, and the second prince is glad to help him fight back. Caesar realizes the first prince never meant to accept MC. That means the information about Cheryl Dafonte is probably true. But before they join forces, the first prince says they need to clear one thing up. He asks Caesar directly if he really killed Caecilian and turned him into an undead. Caesar admits it and says Caecilian is now in the Imperial Palace basement. Then he adds that Caesar couldn't have done all this alone. Someone had to be covering for him, so who is backing him? They guess right away, it was his father. The second prince asks if the emperor told him to kill his own brother and take the throne, and Caesar still went through with it. Caesar says his father may have supported him, but only as a bystander. Unlike his brothers, he has no real power and no one to protect him. As the fourth prince, he's more desperate than anyone and ready to use any method. He says he's only doing what his father taught him. He doesn't want to become emperor, he just wants to be number 2, someone no one can look down on. Too much greed only ends with a noose around your neck. The second prince says that still doesn't add up. A man like Caesar wouldn't take the huge risk of killing Caecilian unless he believed that if he or his brother failed to become emperor, they'd end up just like the third prince. The first prince says that really does sound like their father's lesson. If he were last in line like Caesar, he might have done the same. Still, if Joshua finds the secret room, the fourth prince's position is finished. So is this alliance even needed? Caesar tells him not to worry, he won't find it. The mage who hid that chamber was, as far as he knows, the best in history at that kind of magic. He won't sense any demonic energy or even detect the barrier. But the next day proves him wrong. The secret room in the fourth prince's basement is found. Caesar starts panicking. A knight's mana and a mage's mana circle are completely different, so how did the protagonist find a barrier made by a mage? He says it was a 6th class barrier spell that no mage should have been able to detect. But Joshua isn't impressed. He says this is nothing. He hasn't even started yet. Then he orders the knights to make sure the fourth prince goes nowhere. Robert looks at the fourth prince and demands to know what this is. The prince decides there's only one option left. Kill them all. He gives the order to Burrow. Meanwhile, in the neutral city of Reinhardt, Zero reports to his master that the Blue Moon group watching Avalon sent a message. Duke Arden von Agnes's troops are moving. She says they must be trying to start a continental war. Moving troops like this during peacetime, with no excuse, makes it painfully obvious. Avalon Empire is clearly preparing for a large-scale war. Zero agrees. He says the lich that appeared at Hebe Castle also seems to be part of Emperor Marcus Van Britten's plan to create an armed undead for war. At this rate, if that undead army joins them, they may need to find the Holy Grail as fast as possible to stop it. She asks if Joshua didn't tell him the Holy Grail is in the royal archives, so there is nothing they can do right now. Zero says they still can't just sit and wait for Count MC. He apparently triggered the great trial of the sun against the royal family, and if he loses, they'll be even farther from the Holy Grail. But she says Zero still doesn't understand what kind of person MC is. He never loses. That is some serious faith from a wife and her husband. Then in front of the gate, they start feeling a pull dragging them inward, like even their souls are being ripped from their bodies. Rod says that's not it. They're being pulled into the underground hall. They could get separated, so everyone needs to stay alert. Before they can react, they're sucked in. The fourth prince says Arrow will love this, so much material for more undead. Then he orders Joshua to come back like an obedient dog. Inside, he wonders where he is. Lucia tells him to focus. There's an evil presence nearby, though the protagonist doesn't get it at first. Then elite ghouls appear, and MC realizes Caesar had a huge undead army hidden beneath them the whole time. They move in to attack, but Lucia says those aren't the real threat. He senses an even bigger undead presence on another floor, at least 10,000 of them. He wonders how massive this place is. Lucia says that doesn't matter, because this giant undead army is about to become theirs. Joshua asks what he means, and the spear says they're about to steal a feast, someone carefully prepared for himself. He says that person could never use all of them anyway, so they'll just take everything. What better revenge is there? For now, the protagonist just needs to stay still and trust him. Then he commands the undead to worship him, to bow before him, because the one they serve now is nothing compared to him. Their new master is Lucia. At once Joshua's crest appears on their bodies, and they all kneel before him under Lucia's control. Lucia says now they'll move on and take over the undead on the other floors. Elsewhere, someone asks who that being is. The mage seems to know Rod well, calling him one of the 12 superhumans and saying he'll soon become his subordinate. Rod answers that if the mage knows him that well, then he should know Rod doesn't put up with this kind of trash. He charges straight at the monster and swings his sword, but it does nothing. The undead appears again while absorbing the slash, then shows up behind them and sends the same attack back. He says the Lord of Knights might survive a hit like that, but asks if the others will. Rod senses the energy too late and realizes he can't block it in time, but Baemong reacts fast, shouting that he won't let that happen. He attacks the mage, but the mage blocks with a magic circle. Rod instantly says he'll cut the mage's head off in one strike, so Baemong doesn't get caught in the crossfire. Instead, the mage blasts them all away. Baemong can't believe it. How did that monster block Captain Rod's sword from that far away? What kind of magic makes someone that strong? Rod tells him not to be fooled, then admits he's impressed the kid can already wield an aura blade. The moment almost turns sweet, but Zeroth mocks them, saying if this is all knights can do now, they've made no progress at all. Rod was famous in his time, and now look at him. He says the others are probably even worse, and not worth a glance. Back then, even Rod was nothing more than a lump of meat to him. Rod quickly remembers the only battle mage on the continent who was unbeatable in close combat, Zareth de Orbs. He asks why Zareth is here when he vanished decades ago, and was even rumored dead. Zareth says he has wasted enough time on a man who is about to die. He orders Rod to perish, then corrects himself, saying Rod will be reborn as his loyal servant. With that, he sends the knight behind him after the two of them. They quickly form a plan, pushing their aura and regression powers as far as they can. They just need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Then the knight rushes in and activates an aura so bright it blinds them. Right after that, he strikes with flaming swordsmanship and Rod barely manages to block. He can't understand it. His enemy is using the sun sword style, a technique only the Britain bloodline can learn. Rod demands to know what they did to the third prince, Caecilian. Zareth says he'll find out soon enough and then attacks them from behind. One by one, they start to fall. Now Zareth says he's taking Rod with him and begins taking over his body. He orders Rod to beg for power as he dies, saying Rod's rage and hatred will become his new purpose. His unfinished victories will become chains he carries forever after death. As Rod is almost transformed, Balman thinks in despair that he's completely useless. He can't let the captain die like this. Then he sees the gate opening again and someone steps out. It's Joshua in Lucia mode, saying they're lucky. If they go a little farther, they might even get another master from a lesser demon realm as a new subordinate. Zareth asks what he means, and Lucia realizes he can hear his voice. The mage is shocked. Why does MC have demonic energy? Is he a demon? And how did that gate open? He excitedly tells him he finally found him. He plans to take both Zareth and the Death Knight he made. Then the protagonist starts releasing an insane amount of demonic energy. Balman is stunned, wondering what just happened and where Joshua came from to turn everything around. When MC summons the 8th demonic hell, Hot is freed from Zareth's control. Zareth says he gets it. Now that spear must be a Balma. He has no idea what that means, so Zareth explains that demons who lose most of their power get sealed into a medium called a Bongma. Many demons of the demon realm trap defeated enemies inside weapons to make themselves stronger. In cases like this, the sealed demon keeps part of its power, and the weapon's user can borrow some of it. He adds that even when it is not for power, many use sealed demons as trophies of victory. So the demon inside Joshua's weapon must have been deeply shamed. turned into proof of its own defeat. Zareth also says that demon seems to have space-related powers, which is how the gate was opened. Since space control is more of a support skill than a battle skill, that is probably why it became a bangma. But the protagonist says Zareth got it wrong. The endless hell is not one of the spear's abilities. Furious, Lucia tells him to just shut up and take a proper beating. Zareth says the introductions took long enough and tells them to stop wasting time. Then he asks what they are going to do. Joshua's Death Knight speaks up. If no one minds, he wants to handle the other Death Knight. He has always wanted to face Avalon's Sunsword technique in person. MC thinks it over. If that thing can use a skill only Avalon royalty can learn, then could it be the Death Knight made from the third prince, Kazilian? The other knight turns toward him, and Zareth calls the Night King ungrateful. He says he brought him back to life and let him rise higher than ever, yet he still betrayed him. Zareth vows to finish him today, and says he will prove why he is called the continent's greatest battle mage. He answers that in that case he will show him why he is known as the greatest spearman in the world. With that, the four-way fight begins. Zareth immediately sends a wave of shadows at Joshua. The protagonist keeps blocking them with his spear until the shadows form chains and pin Lucia to the ground. Then Zareth takes the chance to reveal his own creation, spatial dark magic, the black hole. Joshua lets go of the spear and says he does not even need to look to know what that is. He asks if Zareth really thinks sealing the spear is enough to win. Then the boy rushes in and punches the spell in Zareth's hand, creating a huge sphere of power. Zareth calls him an arrogant knight and asks if he thinks he can stop magic with his bare hands. He says he will crush MC's spirit and erase him forever, but Joshua says the one disappearing will be him. Then he activates level 6 magic spear art, unarmed. Using spear art without a spear should not make sense, but it works. Zareth's spell turns into a vortex, and he starts panicking. What is happening to his black hole? It is reversing, and now he is the one getting pulled in. He follows with the annihilating black sphere. Zareth is dragged into the portal. The protagonist watches, thinking that was pathetic. He cannot believe the so-called greatest on the continent lost to his own spell. Then he tells him to stay sealed forever. Meanwhile, Joshua's Death Knight seems to be losing, and the third prince charges at him without holding back. The prince strikes his shoulder, but the Death Knight asks why he is using such obvious moves. Then he asks if the prince is trying to let him win easily, and slices the prince in half. The prince drops to the ground, reeking of decay. Then the Death Knight asks what this is and why he is still not showing his real skill. The fallen prince says he learned martial arts for himself. He never wanted the throne or cared about building his own faction. He left the royal family, but when his mother suddenly vanished under suspicious circumstances, he came back to find her. Joshua realizes that really is Kazilian, the third prince. Lucia urges him to move fast. They need to bring the prince to their side before he disappears. MC hesitates, but Lucia cuts him off. Do not start with excuses, just because he is a prince. Lucia reminds him that the third prince became a Death Knight by his own choice. If he really cares, he should not let him fade away like this. The protagonist rethinks it and starts saying he cannot promise everything the prince wants. Finding the truth is not as simple as beating someone up to fix it. But if he makes a contract with him, Joshua can promise one thing. He will do everything he can to help. Then he asks if the undead prince will make a contract with him. MC knows words carry different weight depending on who says them, and the prince answers that if it is MC, he can believe the impossible might become real. So he agrees and asks the boy's name. He's Sanders. In that case, they will make the contract right now. And with that, the prince begins to appear again, saying that now he serves the protagonist as his new master. Then a voice echoes out saying the protagonist has really been getting in the way. It calls that wonderful, because whether this turns out for better or worse, one thing is certain. Why are the brightest stars of the heavenly and demonic realms gathered in a middle realm like this? And why around a mere weapon with a sealed demon inside? MC asks what is going on. He trapped him in the annihilating black sphere, so how is he still speaking? Then he realizes that voice is not Barubero's at all. It belongs to the one behind everything. The being who made a contract with Zareth Dickoffs and created the Lich Barubero. That being is Asmodeus, ranked 32nd among the great demons. It is said that Asmodeus is now only a rank 32 demon, but he was once one of the 7 demon kings with terrifying power. Long ago, his evil influence spread through the demon realm and even reached the rulers of the middle realms where humans, elves, and other races lived. It grew so wide that he seemed like the ruler of the whole world. But even that was not enough for him. Asmodeus eventually set his sights on the heavenly realm, only to be stopped by one of the 7 archangels, Raphael. In that battle, both landed deadly blows on each other. After many years, Asmodeus has finally chosen to appear again, so Joshua tells him to come out already. But the demon tells the boy to be patient. He cannot do that right now. Still, he says he and the protagonist will meet again someday. Before leaving, Asmodeus throws Terite toward him and says it is a gift to celebrate the day they met. After that, he says he looks forward to their next meeting. Joshua tells the demon to wait, but he leaves anyway. Right after that, a huge burst of divine energy starts breaking the wall of hell. Then MC and the others meet Masters Gestalt and Stan, who use a device to shatter the hell barrier. He asks what the two of them are doing there and where Captain Hodge and the other troops are. Gestalt tells him not to worry, the medics already took care of that. Then he tells Joshua to pay attention to the object in his hands. Remembering that Kazara sent them to the Royal Archives, they found the key to solving this whole mess. and Geishel explains that he found the Holy Grail of the Hobblte Empire hidden in Avalon's royal archives. From what he has heard, the Grail reacts at once to demonic energy. Joshua notes how amazing the Holy Grail's power really is. Even though Geishel has no experience with divine power, he still used it. He is also impressed by the device they brought. It destroyed the Lord Dullahan's endless hell and even blocked the summon for a while. Then Stan steps toward the boy and explains that dark magic and demonic energy are forbidden across the continent, and both are reacting to the protagonist. When MC senses a clash is coming, he moves first and attacks him. Stan says this time they will have a proper fight, and during the battle, Stan is surprised to see that Joshua truly means to kill him with the spear. That only excites him more, but the fight is stopped by Geishel, who tells him to simply obey the imperial order he was given. Seeing him there, the protagonist remembers more about Duke Geishel, and tells us he reached the highest star rank through swordsmanship alone. Then the story explains the stars, they go beyond normal human limits, and the gap in power between them is massive. Joshua realizes Geishel is not someone to challenge right now, because even though he and Stan are both famous across the continent, Geishel alone is called the Sword King. So MC decides to leave. Then Stan looks quietly upset, still wanting to keep fighting. At the Tetrium Magic Tower, Tetrium can't feel his mana anymore, and asks Evergrande what he did. Evergrande says using magic there, especially as a weak mage, is basically poisoning yourself. That shocks Tetrium, since Evergrande can still cast magic freely in that place. To do that, he must have reached the highest level of magic use, the 8th class. Evergrande then decides to send Tetrium back by force, and pin everything that happened at the tower on him. Tetarpian fires back that even after being named Tower Master by his grandfather, Evergrande still betrayed him. Evergrande says none of that will ever come out. He adds that he learned how to betray people from Tetarpian's own grandfather. Just then, Isalin appears. He blocks Evergrande's way out. Then he tells Tetarpian to follow at once. A moment later, Tetarpian is forcefully teleported away. Evergrande tries to go back, but one of his men tells him a letter arrived from Prince Khazar. When they connect, Khazar asks about the magic tower situation. Evergrande says they'll retake it within a day and announce a new tower master the next day. Khazar tells him to stay at the tower. He explains communication may get harder because his hideout was found. The Holy Grail was discovered in Avalon's royal archives, and Marcus van Britten leaked that information to him. Because of that, Khazar expects a civil war there. Since the Holy Grail is what gives him authority, the Emperor and the Pope will search everywhere for it. He warns that if Marcus van Britten gets the item, war could break out across the continent. And once the Emperor opens the Great Judgment of the Sun for Prince Khazilian, Marcus van Britten will take charge, leaving Khazar unable to act until the war ends. So Khazar reveals he plans to leave Avalon to move more freely. Hearing that, Evergrande asks how he plans to keep Joshua under control. Geishel says the first and second princes will watch the boy for him. Then he tells Evergrande to keep moving forward with the Handel plan since he'll handle getting permission himself. Meanwhile, Joshua goes to Kane and finds several knights down. Kane explains the royal knights tried to stop him from following him, so this is how it ended. After hearing that, the protagonist just tells them to leave quickly. Kane assumes his master beat Duke Tranglo and Kondiari, but MC says he actually escaped. Their appearance had been a trap to capture him. Even though he got out safely, Joshua knows they can't keep running forever. He also points out that hurting people who are only following the Emperor's orders could turn them into serious criminals. Then he remembers what Asmodus told him. Since he still doesn't know Lucia's true identity, he decides their best move is to keep fleeing. Kane figures the brat behind the setup was Caesar, since that kid never stops pestering him. But as they move on, they're suddenly met by thousands of soldiers, who tell Joshua he must stay there by order of Emperor Marcus van Britten. Seeing that, the protagonist realizes exposing the royal family's secrets really did enrage Marcus van Britten. Then Geishel steps forward and tells MC to surrender to the Emperor's command or die by his sword. When he tries to strike the boy, Joshua dodges. Geishel takes that as him choosing death and offers early condolences to Duke Aiden von Agnes, saying he'll lose his son today. But before the fight begins, Aiden von Agnes appears and stops Geishel. Geishel is surprised that Aiden von Agnes cares this much about his family. He says he's acting under royal orders, so if Aiden von Agnes interferes, he'll be defying the Emperor himself. Even so, Aiden von Agnes says he's only protecting his son. The soldiers beg him to rethink this, saying he's their idol, and this fight has nothing to do with him. Geishel agrees and tells Aiden von Agnes the soldiers are right. But Aiden von Agnes refuses to back down and tells Geishel to lower his sword. Seeing his father stand up for him, Joshua realizes this is the first time it's ever happened, not even in his past life. He figures his father's instincts finally woke up after watching him grow. Then Stan steps up to the protagonist and Aiden von Agnes. He says there's no need to hold back anymore. They've already made their choice, so now duty comes first. The traitors must be punished. With that, he charges at Aiden von Agnes while Geishel goes after Joshua. But MC blasts him away with a sudden explosion and makes it clear he didn't run last time because he feared him. He says if Geishel wants to face Aiden von Agnes, he'll have to get through him first. Still, Joshua chooses to leave. He doesn't want anyone else hurting the Duke's family. As he tries to escape, Geishel reminds him to submit to Emperor Marcus van Britten's command or fall to his blade, and he rushes in again. Aiden von Agnes steps in front to shield his son. Gashet reminds him the Emperor's orders are absolute, so disobedience isn't allowed. At the same time, the soldiers rush Joshua to stop his escape. Cain cuts in and starts fighting the knights, but there are too many, and these soldiers are more skilled than expected, so he tells the protagonist to give up on escaping through the main gate. Joshua says that would make him look like a sinner running away, so he unleashes the power of his aura to boost himself. Seeing that, Stan grows interested in MC's skill and attacks him. After the two trade several blows, Joshua lets a chance to cut off Stan's head pass. Stan asks why he hesitated. He says it isn't right to kill everyone, so he only cut off Stan's arm. Then he tells him not to follow anymore. Stan actually stops, because he knows he can't stop Joshua now. Meanwhile, in the royal infirmary, Captain Hodge is too ashamed to meet Prince Keezer's eyes. This whole mess happened inside the royal palace, the very place he was supposed to protect. He blames himself for missing something so disgraceful right in front of him. Seeing that, Keezer tells his friend not to be so hard on himself. No one could have predicted what would happen with the third prince, so Hodge should focus on resting. Avalon still needs him. As Keezer gets ready to leave, Balmung asks what will happen to Joshua now. Keezer explains that after defying the crown, the protagonist lost his royal status and is now just a fugitive with a huge bounty on his head. Once they're alone with Balmung, the captain says the whole thing is strange. A boy under 20 is shaking all of Avalon, the greatest knight empire on the continent. Hodge admits he didn't believe MC had beaten the mercenary king alone at first, but he saw Joshua get past him with ease and survive attacks from trembling and disdain. He even left through the front gate just to show he still had his pride. From that, Hodge concludes the protagonist will be the first to reach star rank before turning 20. Smiling with excitement, the captain says the Empire is lucky to have talents like MC. Balmung reminds him MC is a wanted man now, so Hodge says he'll take full responsibility for the chaos and step down as leader. He believes that's the best thing he can do for the Empire's young talents. Then he asks Balmung to become the next leader. Remembering what Joshua said about motivation being tied to purpose, Balmung decides to accept the captain's offer. Meanwhile, Marcus tells Agnes he caused a huge problem this time. Agnes answers that the one who crossed the line was the Emperor himself. Marcus says Agnes ignored too much for too long, but Agnes fires back that Marcus ignored the fourth prince's actions and did nothing while the third prince became one of the undead. Trembling reminds Agnes that he stands before the Emperor and should show respect. Agnes says Gestalt is no different. Like Marcus, he didn't care about demons or demonic energy. He also condemns them for using the undead as bait to drag the Hubble Empire into battle, and secretly joining forces with the Swallow Empire just to crush their neighbors. To make things worse, Hubble was already strongly opposing both the Emperor's and the Pope's factions, and then the Holy Grail appeared in the middle of all this. Agnes returns to Joshua and says the boy is a wild card. He could be either a blessing or a curse. But Marcus chose to destroy him without hesitation, just to satisfy his own selfish goals. After hearing all that, Marcus says Agnes has gone too far, and can't simply abandon the Empire. Realizing force alone won't settle this, Marcus says he doesn't intend to harm Joshua, but he needs a guarantee that his plans can continue without trouble. Marcus adds that he shines when things go bad. If he pulls off another big feat outside Avalon, Marcus will personally bring him back. Hearing that, Agnes warns that his son could still become the blade that threatens Avalon. Meanwhile, Ash keeps traveling, annoyed that he was thrown out of the palace without even being told why. During the trip, the driver suddenly stops and bolts away, shouting for help. Ash steps out to check and is shocked to find Crevasse standing right there. In human form, Crevasse asks if he knows who Joshua is chasing now. Then he says the protagonist is after Asmodeus' contractor, Zareth Dick Orbs, calling him a traitor for bringing the elves there. Ash disagrees. To him, Zareth gave his life to protect their secret, but Crevasse shuts that down and reveals the truth. Zareth took his core and stole the seed of the World Tree. He tells Ash to stop looking for Zareth and seek justice instead. So Ash asks where Zareth is, and Crevasse explains that he's in the Great Plains at a place called the Magic Tower, built by humans after they stole something that once belonged to Ash. At the same time, Islam and Tetarpion try to run, but they're quickly stopped by the absolute order of the tower's new master. Back at the Palace of the Shining Flower, a maid says she still can't believe it. The princess not only survived, but got her sight back too. She says it feels like a blessing, a real miracle, and adds that if the princess could remember what happened, there'd be nothing left to ask. The maid notes that her memories still haven't returned, and the princess says she remembers nothing after age 10. Even so, her heart still aches whenever she hears his name in the royal family. Joshua Sanders. Then she asks Ellen to confirm that the second captain of the Imperial Knights was named MC, clearly curious about the mystery around him. That night, Knights patrol the area and say there's a good chance he is nearby. Since the target is Joshua, they decide to call for backup with signal flares and warn everyone not to act alone. Meanwhile, Icarus thinks this is even worse than he expected, and he needs to find his lord fast. As he runs, someone spots him. The protagonist remarks that Marcus Van Britten clearly didn't want the Britons losing power, since he chased them all the way here. Kane says MC's rise in the royal family has turned into something poisonous. He adds that it'll probably get even worse when Icarus bursts through the door and asks if they've both lost their minds. How could a short stay in Akkad make him guilty of treason? On top of that, there's now a huge bounty on both his head and Kane's. He starts scolding Kane too, saying that as Joshua's subordinate, he should have kept him from going this far. Then he asks how Kane ended up dragged into this mess with him. After that, Icarus asks what he plans to do, and he says they need to leave Akkad first. Kane suggests going to Reinhardt tomorrow morning, saying they'd be welcome there like kings, but Icarus says almost any country would work, just not Reinhardt. Kane asks why. Icarus explains that Emperor Marcus van Britten likely planned for Reinhardt from the start. If Joshua turns the kings of Reinhardt and Avalon against each other, the Emperor gets the excuse he needs to invade and strike Reinhardt directly. The protagonist realizes he's right. They can't let Reinhardt get dragged into this. If news about demonic energy spreads across the continent, Reinhardt's name will be stained the moment he arrives. Icarus adds that the political situation is bad too. Troops have been piling up along national borders, especially the closest ones. It looks like war could break out at any moment. Kane asks if that means the whole continent is getting ready for war, and Icarus says yes, that's probably exactly what's happening. He adds that besides the three great empires, other nations are making worrying moves too. Kane asks which ones, and Icarus mentions the Principality of Tron under King Aravis, and the other must be Terra. Kane asks if he means the Magic Kingdom and why. Joshua then mutters to himself that when the moment changes, fate changes too. Kane doesn't get it, but MC says they finally know where to go. Before anything else, they need to remove one obstacle, the Magic Tower in the Great Plains of Icus. Just then someone opens the door to the room he's in. Kane immediately tenses up, worried they've been found, but Joshua tells him to put his sword away and says it's fine. This is one of the few comrades he still has. Then he greets Katsis, who came to find him. The knight apologizes over and over, saying the 11th and 12th battalions want to follow Joshua, but they can't leave Avalon and abandon their families, so he asks for forgiveness. He says there's nothing to forgive. He understands and tells him to stop worrying and stand up. Katsis thanks his captain and says he has a message for him. That man called the King of Assassins came to their unit and said he'll prepare Reinhardt first, so Joshua should handle what he needs to. The protagonist realizes he's been helped once again and asks if this letter is from the King of Assassins too, but Katsis says no, the princess sent it. MC is shocked to get a letter from Urziarum. Kane starts teasing him, saying that even in times like this, the princess still sent him a love letter. He jokes that maybe she's planning to run away with him, and Icarus gets annoyed, telling Kane to please read the room. He says they've probably already wasted too much time, so it's time to leave Avalon. Joshua agrees and says they'll leave right away. Then he tells Katsis that even if they can't stay together, may God's glorious blessing fall on him and every battalion member forever. Katsis salutes his captain and tells him to come back safely. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower, Evergrande says he's truly surprised, even if it wasn't the main body, for the life source of the vital vessel to be shaken like that. He asks what in the world happened in the secret chamber under the prince's palace. Barbero says he didn't expect it either, since Joshua's spear is a weapon of the demon god. Evergrande is stunned to hear such a weapon exists, and asks how something like that could still be on Earth. Barubero tells him not to overreact. Only the outer shell is a demon god weapon. The demon sealed inside won't be a major issue. He says he'll deal with that demon himself, then asks the more important question, have they detected the movements of the dragon Neo Crevasse? Evergrande says yes, it's heading toward the Magic Tower with an elf. Barubero quickly asks if he is a Lumbus, and says too many variables are appearing now that the army is nearly ready. That's bad. Evergrande tells him not to worry. They found a lead on the primordial stone in the place of storm winds, and that clue alone is enough for Barubero. He orders them not to waste any more time. Once the Magic Tower coronation ends, Evergrande is to create the elite force and lead the armies with the undead. Evergrande accepts the order and says there's one more thing he needs to report. The information they spread about Asher von Britten is now circulating through the royal family, and soon bloody winds will blow over Ducato Agnes and the Britten royal house. Barabaro asks if Heimdall hadn't already seen this coming. Then he says he's very curious because he wants to see the Emperor's face when he learns that Avalon's princess, the one he thought was dead, is in Ducato Agnes's house. Then Joshua's mother is revealed. Sometime in the past, Lucia rides in a carriage saying she hates this living as a tool in a marriage she never wanted, like she was being sold. She says she'd rather die than accept it, when suddenly blood sprays everywhere and someone with a huge, very familiar sword starts cutting down the people nearby. The moment they see the slaughter, everyone realizes they're under attack and rushes the man while shouting for the princess to be protected. But he starts swinging the reinforced Montana through everyone in his way, and then a man opens the carriage calling Lucia princess and saying they need to flee at once. But before he can pull her out, he's split in half. Lucia is overcome with fear, and then the swordsman cleaves her carriage in two and stops in front of her, staring with a crazed, bloodthirsty look. She wakes up in the present, saying she had that same dream again. No matter how many times it repeats, she still can't get used to the nightmare. She asks what it could possibly mean. Nils. She looks up at the moon when someone knocks on her door. She wonders who could be visiting this late and briefly thinks it might be Joshua. She calls his name as she opens the door, but it's actually Chiffon. She asks why he's there, and he says Duchess Vanessa wants to meet Lucia, or rather he should call her by her real name, Princess Ashir von Britten. At the Magic Tower, everyone congratulates Evergrande on being crowned the new master of the tower, and he says he truly thanks everyone for welcoming him back after being away from the magic tower so long. Then he says he'll wipe out Ian Dunperry's rotten old ways and turn this whole continent into a world ruled by mages. Rising into the air, he announces the birth of a magic empire for the entire continent. In the name of Evergrande, the new non-star. The crowd bows and cheers for the hero of the magic tower. Evergrande laughs to himself, thinking that all that's left is picking which mage will become the lich leading the undead army. Once that's done, the strongest undead force ever will be complete. But then he's told that Teta and the mercenary mage escaped. Zephyrus of the Seat of Prominence and Scorpion of the Seat of the Void step in and ask to handle it. If Evergrande allows it, out on the Great Plains of Aya, guards stop the three of them, asking why they came and demanding identification. Kane starts fumbling around awkwardly, asking where he's even supposed to put that thing. Icarus is already getting annoyed. The mage tells them that if they're heading to the magic tower, knights aren't allowed in, so Kane should leave peacefully. Kane says it's his first time hearing that. The mage replies, "Those are the orders for now," and asks him to understand. But Icarus snaps and tells the guy to get off his high horse. The mage starts arguing back, demanding their IDs right now or they're not getting in. Then Joshua says, honestly, he's here to become a mage. The mage doesn't buy it at all. Someone built like him becoming a mage sounds ridiculous to him. So Joshua says he'll prove it if they refuse to believe him. And then he activates a wall of fire in front of them. The mages are stunned, saying that kind of power could burn down the whole forest. Kane jokes that at this rate, the protagonist turning into a fake, while Icarus says he always had talent for this. The protagonist stumbles over the name of the spell and awkwardly calls it a firewall. The mages explain that firewall is a 4th class fire spell, and casting it with words alone means MC is above 5th class. But another mage warns them not to be fooled. Knights refine their mana through their family's training, and that can sometimes create special traits. He reminds them there's already a famous case like that, the Archduke Knight Rabus, who has fire traits. Joshua sighs that they still don't believe him, so he says he'll prove it with another attribute. He starts to call out Lightning Wave, but before he can show it, an announcement rings out that Tetarpian's hideout has been found. All mages must gather at the Tower of Trials immediately and destroy Tetarpian along with the mercenary mage. Joshua quickly realizes the mercenary mage they mean must be Iselin. The mages tell him this is actually good luck. If he wants to join the magic tower, he should help kill the traitors. The tower won't just accept him, they'll reward him too. He tells them to shut up. If they don't open the portal now, he'll force his way in. Then he shifts into Bronto and slips through the portal with his vanishing movement, reappearing somewhere else. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Trials, Zephyrus orders everyone to kill the traitor Teta and his allies. Mages rush in, but the moment they pass through the portal, they come face to face with monsters covered in eyes. Zephyrus tells them not to stop attacking, saying this is the Tower of Trials, a training ground for mages, so these must just be illusions. But they aren't illusions at all. One of the creatures crushes a mage right in front of them and everyone realizes they're real. Zephyrus figures that even if this is the Tower of Trials, it was built with ancient runes, which lets Teta reshape it however he wants. That only excites him more. He thinks catching Teta is just a matter of time. Then he casts Firewall, destroying a huge chunk of those creatures. Iselin wakes up asking where she is, and Tetarpian tells her they're on the 17th floor of the Tower of Trials. She asks what happened, and he asks if she really doesn't remember. They were chased nonstop for 4 straight days, ran out of mana, and ended up inside the Tower of Trials. Then she notices his eye. He says the eye is fine, the real problem is his broken circle. He's fixing it little by little, but he doesn't know when he'll be able to use it again. He tells her to focus on recovering first because the magic tower mages may set up a magic blocking barrier. If that happens, she won't be able to teleport or contact the outside world, which means they're basically trapped. So she says all they really have to do is hold out until help arrives. Tetarpian tells her not to worry. Climbing this tower isn't easy, and it's not called the Tower of Trials for nothing. He explains that it was built with ancient magic circles that no longer exist, and mages use it for training. As long as the tower is active, every floor has a new trial waiting. The higher someone climbs, the stronger the dark beings and traps become. So all they need to do is wait while the magic tower mages struggle upward, floor by floor. But Iselin says she heard the trials here are all illusions. Tetarpian answers that they were, until he made them real. She asks how he pulled that off, how he managed to interfere with ancient magic circles. Tetarpian says he used to supervise this place, so he learned a lot while working here. Still, he says it's a pain because once the tower activates, things stop being fully under his control. And just as he keeps talking, the whole place starts shaking. It sounds like someone is following them from the floor below. Tetarpian says that's about what he expected from the 7 sorcerers on his level. They're moving faster than he thought, so they need to move too. Their only real hope is the backup she mentioned, and he hopes it's an army strong enough to stand against the magic tower. But she says the help coming isn't a whole squad. It's just one man. Tetarpian asks who in the world could fight all those mages alone. She says Joshua can because he's the best on the entire continent. Tetarpian starts wondering if she joined the protagonist fan club all the women made, and then immediately thinks he might actually die in here. Back inside the tower, the mages are feeling confident. With this many sorcerers, even real dark creatures can't hold them back, and at this pace they'll catch the traitors. They say the magic tower's dream will soon come true, and with the 7 sorcerers in Evergrande, a true magic empire will rise. They hurry to the next floor, mocking Teta by saying that even after reaching 7th class, all he knows are cheap tricks, but a huge explosion suddenly goes off. They panic, asking what happened, then realize it's the cursed Spear Knight of Avalon and start shouting for everyone to run. While the 2 chief sorcerers are still wondering who it could be, Joshua appears beside them and says they must be the commanders. He gives them one chance to fall back and leave alive. All they have to do is stop chasing Teta and Iselin. Instead, the 2 boast and tell him to stay out of Magic Tower business. Now that he's here, they want revenge for Jack, and one of them fires a blast of flames straight at MC. Joshua easily blocks it with his spear. The mage stares in shock, wondering if that spear is some upgraded artifact. He's never seen anything like it with fire. Maybe it's even an ancient artifact. Then other mages arrive and order the Great Synchronized Magic Circle to be activated. They say they'll lock down every movement that Cursed Knight makes. The Burning Mage tells Scorpion they'll chant too, and together they'll finish him with one final strike. After they complete the chant and summon a massive rune, Joshua suddenly appears and mocks them, saying mages are never ready for battles like this. He asks what kind of idiot would just wait around for a mage to finish casting. They panic, asking when he got there and still try to act tough as if he's wrong to think mages are weak in close combat. That goes badly for them, and Joshua unleashes level 6 magic spear art Disarmed Wind of the Martial God, creating a whirlwind that lifts all of them into the air. On the floor above, Tetarpian asks what in the world they're doing to make the whole tower shake. Selin realizes they'll probably be caught soon, and admits she's not sure they can hold out until the protagonist reaches them. But Tetarpian says they can. The other mages only care about improving their circles, so none of them ever got close to mastering the Tower of Trials. They won't clear it that easily. She says she gets it, thinking maybe like her, they can't easily sense old magic. But Tetarpian says she's wrong. The tower wasn't made by humans. It was built by dragons, and they also set rules for towers. The Tower of Trials gives special rewards for each floor you clear. She says the tower gave them nothing, but he explains that happens because she came in with him. The tower recognizes its vessel. She points out that the tower does not give the same reward twice to someone who already cleared a floor. He says his best run reached floor 37, so the lower floors will not reward him again. She asks what reward waits for someone who clears the most floors, since it must be something amazing. He says he does not know either, but according to the Tower Master, the highest floor holds every truth, including the tower's secrets. She wonders what that truth could be, and he says he does not really believe it, but the story has been passed down for ages. Then he says floor 30 is next, and the difficulty will jump hard, so they should hurry. When they arrive, the place is a wasteland. When they shut the door, it starts to vanish, and she says this place feels like hell. It is terrifying. He says something is wrong, because floor 30 was not like this before. He never changed the system in any way that could affect the floors, so what is going on? Then someone shouts for Zerath and demands to know if he did this to wipe out the elves. Ash orders Zerath to answer. Zerath says the truth would change nothing, then tells the boy to leave before he kills him. It is explained that a century ago, humans and elves lived together, but over time, elves slowly lost their place in human society. To protect their homes and people, they hid from human eyes and fled as far as they could into the continent, to a place known only to elves. That place was the source of their life, where all life began, the home of the World Tree, Yggdrasil. They raised a barrier so humans could never find it. There, they desperately tried to rebuild their race. But one day, someone stole the source of life from the World Tree and ran. After that, Yggdrasil began to wither. As he says, the primordial stone tempest was preserving Yggdrasil's life force, and when even that was not enough, he accepted a condition. By borrowing the power of the evil dragon Kravas, he served as his subordinate for a long time to keep the World Tree alive, all because of that cursed Charitic Horus. Then Ash wonders who could have known he was the thief who stole the World Tree's source of life. He never expected that. Then Ash demands to know why he took it and where Yggdrasil's source of life is now. Charitic asks what fun there would be in just telling him. Ash is furious that he can joke about this when countless elves died because of him and swears he will kill him no matter what. But Charitic crushes him with raw mana. He tells Elembus that even if he has reached what humans call a 7th circle mage, he is still no match for him and says he should have run when he had the chance. Now he will die. With the last elf Ray Elembus dead, the elves will lose their leader again. Then he tells him not to worry. He will enter the World Tree, kill the remaining elves and turn them into undead. The army of dead elves will have a new leader. He says goodbye and calls it a pleasure to meet an old friend again. But an ice spear appears and drops right onto Charitic, and Ash wonders if there are more people inside the Tower of Trials. He tells the boy to run and she urges him to hurry because they will buy him time. But Teta says they should worry about themselves too. The Lich's mana changed. Charitic gets furious at Evergrande for not finishing off those weaklings. He calls Evergrande pathetic for leaving his mess behind, and says that is fine because now he can show them the power of the Monarch of Death, the strongest creature in the Middle Realm. Then he starts a summoning and calls forth the legendary undead bone dragon. Teta is stunned, asking who this guy is and how he summoned something like that, while Iselin reminds them that if they get caught they are done, so they need to run. Even as she says that, the dragon charges at them. It comes straight for them, and Teta stops, saying there is no way to escape something this dark. He says he will lure it away, so the others need to get out and go as far as possible. Then he casts twin cyclones, but the spell barely affects the dragon. It flies right through it. Teta realizes even a 7th class spell could not stop it. Just as the creature closes in, he raises a wind wall, and a blast-like aura erupts. Then the story cuts to Joshua finishing off Scorpiano. He tells him to go back to the magic tower and tell Evergrande to stay there and wait. He is coming for him. Scorpiano says he admits MC is skilled, but still tells him to wait, because one day he will repay all this humiliation. Then he warns him not to think he is the only special person in the world. His turn to kneel will come too. He orders everyone to raise the magic-blocking barrier and return to the magic tower. Joshua answers that it is not his turn to fall, it is Scorpiano's. Then a door opens behind him, and he realizes it leads to the next floor. He says he will find a Celine soon. When he reaches the next floor, he sees that the trial is to fight himself. He says that thing is a doppelganger. Then he asks if he knows what that means, and Lukia explains it is a perfect copy made by God himself, a monster known as a legendary ranked creature thought extinct for thousands of years. He says Joshua may not sense it, but Lukia can. At that level of power, it stands in the kingdom rank. In other words, it is the doppelganger king. The protagonist says a doppelganger was already crazy enough, but a king sounds interesting. Lukia says that is exactly why he needs to be careful. A dark being on this level does not belong in a place like this. Then the protagonist asks why a monster like that is here, even wondering if it was kept alive to preserve the species. But while he is still thinking, the doppelganger takes its stance and activates Magic Spear Art First Formation. Joshua cannot believe it. Then the monster launches Flash Strike and MC barely blocks it. He says he cannot believe it copied even his Magic Spear Arts. Lukia says it did not reach kingdom rank for nothing. He adds that 2,000 years ago this thing destroyed some foolish lizard. Joshua figures that means a dragon and says he cannot believe it beat one. Lukia says that is its level. The doppelganger has almost endless stamina, and it does not stop activating Magic Spear Art. Second stage, second formation. Gale. Lukia explains that this creature copies the opponent's abilities exactly as they are at the moment. He asks when it copied him, and Lukia says it was probably the instant he entered this floor. The monster then uses the power of Bronto, turning into lightning, and unleashes Bronto Ira Shigaraki. Then a huge sphere of thunder crashes down on Joshua, but he says that no matter how much it copies him, it will never beat him. He calls it a worthless fake. Then he uses magma power to stop Bronto's lightning, and while defending himself, he starts chanting, "The body shapes the earth." Then he combines two powers and the soul shapes the sky. Magic Spear Art, Stage 6, Split Tree. Even so, the doppelganger still lands a hit on Joshua. But he says one tip of this spear points to heaven, and the other points to earth. Then he activates Magic Spear Art, Stage 7, Creation of Heaven and Earth. At the same time with the Black Dragon still attacking, Ash uses Stone Rain, while SLN raises an ice wall, and together they do everything they can to stop the dragon, but it keeps pushing forward. Teta says they still have one chance and starts telling everyone to burn it down, but Zerath appears behind him and says Teta is too slow. He blasts him with magic, and inside that sea of fire the dragon turns toward Iselin and Ash. It nearly strikes with its claws, and Ash realizes his spell is not working. At the same time, one of Zerath's spells catches him, and Zerath says that thanks to Ash, the trip will not be so lonely after all, since he brought more people. He looks ready to send Ash to the afterlife, grabbing the boy by the throat. But Iselin appears and summons her new freezing spell, casting it onto the mage. He is frozen by her magic, and she throws an ice spear, but a black shield rises around Zerath. He says her spell is far too weak and congratulates her for making it this far with only that much power. Then he shatters all her ice and overwhelms her with magic, crushing Iselin's body. Even so, she stays alive and starts another spell, this time with a much longer chant. Zerath says it is impressive how long she endured his attacks, and tells her he has a special place for her at his side as a freezing undead hungry for power even in death. Then Ash begs him to stop and tells the mage to let them live because this is only between the two of them. He says Zerath has already done enough, but before he can finish, the dragon crushes the boy. Zerath says Ash should know this better than anyone. Without power, all you can do is submit. After all this time, he should have learned that by now. So if he wants to achieve anything, he must gain strength by any means necessary, even if it means selling his soul to the devil. But while he kept talking nonsense, he suddenly felt a terrifying presence. Then the ground split open and magma burst out. They instantly understood why. It was the Spear Knight, and Tatum muttered that the more you see that guy, the more insane he gets. He even wondered how many floors Joshua blasted through at once. The dragon the protagonist had sent flying came crashing back down, but before it hit, it struck him and launched him hard into the ground. When he landed, he looked completely unconscious. Izzy immediately asked what the hell happened to him. Serac couldn't believe Joshua had come here. After running from the Avalon Empire, did he really chase the reward of the Tower of Trials too? Still, that didn't matter now. MC was in this state because he got greedy and tried to climb too fast. Serac called him pathetic and said he was honestly disappointed. But he asked who exactly was pathetic, then struck Serat and snatched Ash away. He said the Barubaro he saw in the fourth prince's secret basement really was a fake. Izzy froze. There were two Joshua Sanders standing there, and he had no idea what was going on. Surratt said this worked out perfectly. Now he could get rid of every troublemaker at once. Then he activated his dark cannon. The protagonist didn't dodge. Instead, he used Magic Spear Art Stage 7, Creation of Heaven and Earth. Surratt mocked him, saying Dark Cannon was top-tier dark magic, far beyond anything MC could beat. Did he really think a contract with a sealed demon could block all demonic energy? But Surratt never expected to be hit head-on. His strongest dark magic simply vanished. He even noticed the ceiling had been torn open. But then the whole area changed. Surratt realized the ceiling wasn't broken at all. Joshua had changed the space around them. He wondered if this was the power of the gods, and said it was impossible. Then he summoned an army of undead, led by a Dullahan, and called on him to fight with everything he had. Joshua answered that if that was what he wanted, then he'd show him his own army. He summoned 3 top-rank undead, the Dullahan Lord, the Third Prince, and the Knight of the Denny's River. Surratt hated the sight of that and ordered his forces to charge with the Black Dragon leading them. The Dullahan answered with the same command, and total chaos broke out. Then the Third Prince stepped forward, ordering everyone to kneel before his lord, Joshua Sanders. Surratt responded by calling for the Bone Dragon and ordering it to unleash its dragon breath. Joshua faced it head-on with Magic Spear Art Stage 6, Bifurcated Tree. He not only stopped the blast, he ripped a chunk off the dragon too, then said that first of all it needed to sit before him. The dragon slammed to the ground right in the middle of everyone. Isling couldn't believe it. The protagonist had just knocked out that bone dragon. Ashy added that this was the same guy whose punch tore through the crevasse. But Teta said if people on the continent saw this, it would cause an uproar. Dark magic and raising undead were banned everywhere. And this wasn't just a few undead. It was a full army, led by the man praised as the greatest spear knight on the continent. Teta said people would be horrified, feel betrayed by Joshua's power, and the whole continent would turn on him in public. Isling told him not to worry about something so simple. Once people saw all this, they'd understand. Teta asked, understand what? She said they'd realize what a great person MC is, and then everyone would fall for him. Teta told her to stop making it so obvious she was one of his crazy fans. SE cut them off and told them to focus. He said he didn't know what kind of magic this was, but his master kept landing solid hits on Surratt. Yet the man kept healing like some cursed immortal. Ash said Surratt wasn't any different from the undead army. Meanwhile, the Third Prince stopped before the Death Knights and asked if they weren't the same as him, since their revival was far greater than his and they didn't show even a hint of fatigue. Then the knights formed ranks and all charged at the prince. Their attacks were coordinated and tore through a huge part of Joshua's army. The prince realized undead usually rushed in mindlessly, but these were moving in formation. Someone had to be controlling them, and it didn't seem like him. It had to be another lich. He knew that if this kept up, he'd lose. But then a wall from the protagonist appeared in front of him. Tauko explained that a lich's real weakness was its life source, the vital vessel. Obviously, Surratt had hidden it somewhere only he knew. Unless they destroyed that vessel, the lich in his army would keep reviving forever. Izumi said that would make them an immortal army that never got hurt or died, but with Joshua there, they couldn't hurt his side either. Still, Teta knew MC's mana, demonic energy and stamina weren't endless. Sooner or later, he'd run dry. They had to find the lich's vital vessel first. Surratt told him that he might have divine power, but his body was still human, even as he held the boy's spear. As his mana and demonic energy slowly wore down, an opening would appear. The protagonist replied that Surratt had the wrong idea. Did the mage really think he didn't know where the vital vessel was hidden? MC said that back at the Fourth Prince's secret gate, he only tried sealing him with the Black Sphere of Annihilation because he didn't know where Surratt was hiding. But Surratt was dumb enough to send all his forces out, and MC found out. Now the mage finally started to panic, and asked if he had kept attacking even while knowing all that. The protagonist said yes, he had been buying time to locate the vital vessel, more exactly the lich guarding it over there. Surratt shouted for Zelen to run, and the moment Ash heard that name, he reacted. MC's Black Knight said they really thought they could hide him behind that veil, but this was the end. Zelen realized he'd been found and said he'd cut them all down at once, but Surratt jumped in front of him, furious that anyone would dare point a damn sword at him. He activated his magic and said they were the ones who would disappear. Then Joshua arrived again, using Magic Spear Arts Level 5 4th Form True Lightning Strike. Before it landed, Surratt started teleporting and tried to flee, but he said it was already too late and the attack pierced his core. All Surratt could do was collapse and start breaking apart. Even on the ground, he kept muttering that it couldn't be true. He had power enough to destroy the Empire in his hands, and still he lost. Joshua then said trees are merciful to humans because people cut them down and burn forests for their own gain, yet trees still give fruit, shade, and clean air, even to those who hurt them. Berdubrier asked what nonsense he was saying, and the protagonist explained that's what Berdubrier meant to him. That huge undead army he worked so hard to build, the protagonist would take it all. Then he called Surratt an unconditionally generous tree. While MC mocked Surratt, Ash called out and asked why he had gone this far. Zealand was his only daughter, so why would he do this to her, even turning her into a lich? Surratt remembered the past when he spoke with Zealand. Then he said he was an old friend of her father, and that he was sorry for everything that had happened because of him. Ash asked what kind of monster does this to his own daughter. It wasn't enough that she died once, he made her die a second time. But Sharat told him not to be so naive because he and Ash were the same. Alf asked what he meant. Sharat said that just as humans drove out the elven race with their filthy desires, he too was betrayed and ruined by humans. Why did they have to suffer such pain and despair when they'd done nothing wrong? Was it because they lacked strength? No talent? No status? No power? Nothing. So he longed for absolute power, the kind no one would dare oppose. He dreamed of an army strong enough to wipe out the entire empire. An army loyal only to him, not to humans. And he said Zealand understood that. She wanted to be part of that family too. Then Ash realized that was why Sharat needed Yggdrasil's life source. He had planned to use it to build an immortal army, and Sharat said that was exactly right. It was the easiest way to gain massive power, a contract with the highest supreme demon, the one with the most evil power of all. Even offering his soul as a mage and a genius wasn't enough to guarantee a high-level demon would answer, so he needed a sacrifice the demons would want. As he finally understood, Sharat had been blinded by revenge, betrayed the people who cared about him most, and even made his own daughter suffer. He asks if Sharat really thinks this is right, but Sharat reminds him that he once dreamed of uniting the elven race and asks, does the boy truly think that can happen while humans still exist? Joshua says it is not impossible. Some people do see their mistakes and try to restore the forests. Sharat pushes back, saying humans never change. They are ruled by greed and destroy everything they want. That is why so many share his resolve, and if it is that man in particular, then he would never. Before he can finish, Sharat turns to dust and vanishes. Bikuda's long life is finally over. But instead of feeling satisfied, he is left uneasy. During the aftermath, Teta starts saying he cannot keep going, but easily tells him not to stop. They have to hold on. Teta asks if enduring is really enough. The bone dragon has been reborn, and unless that cursed lich's life vessel is destroyed, they have no chance. Then Joshua tells everyone to stop. He says the lich army is under his command now. He orders them to obey, stamps his crest onto them, and commands them all to kneel. They do. Next, the boy calls for the bone dragon and orders it to come to him. The dragon actually descends, leaving Teta stunned. Joshua really subdued the bone dragon right in front of him. The dragon stops beside him like a pet waiting for affection, while the whole army bows to the protagonist, and he pulls them all in, leaving Teta speechless because he absorbed the entire army. It is like he became a walking undead empire. Then a voice reacts in surprise, saying no one would have thought Shiraz would end so meaninglessly. It adds that losing such a loyal subordinate was a waste. Easily notices someone is using a magic message, and asks if anyone is there, and Joshua says it is Asmodeus, leaving Tetches in disbelief, since he is the high-level demon that Lighty made a contract with. Asmodeus speaks again, saying it is still good to see MC. Teta recognizes him at once, and is shocked that he appeared out of nowhere in the Middle Realm, wondering why he came. The demon explains that ever since the demon god suddenly vanished, the 8 demon kings tied to sin have fought endlessly for the throne. He says he has been desperately waiting for someone to break the balance they created, though it would take someone with power at least equal to theirs. Deep down, he hoped that person would be himself, so he could reclaim his lost glory. That is why he came down to the Middle Realm despite the risk. But then he appeared like a miracle. Asmodeus says that he knows has the power to shatter the balance in the demon realm and spark a new uprising. Too bad he will not be the one to do it himself. Then Ash realizes his master stands on the same level as the 8 demon kings. He asks if a human can even have that kind of power, saying maybe only a reincarnated archangel could. The protagonist cuts straight to the point and asks why he came. Is it really to restore his old glory? He says this is Asmodeus, the greedy demon of ambition, so why not admit his real reason for being here? Asmodeus gets excited and says that if MC wants answers, he should come find him. He will be waiting on the hill where the black moon rises, and calls it the light that once shone brighter than any other, and the most unique darkness in all existence. As Alan latches onto that line about the light and the most unique darkness, the demon says this is his final gift, and that he is looking forward to their next meeting. Then a summoning circle appears, called the Seal of Conventions. Teta asks if that is not what demons use to make contracts with humans. He wonders what Asmodeus is planning. Does he want to assign the Spear Knight to another demon? Ash admits he is not sure either, but says nothing good comes from signing a contract with a demon. Joshua starts walking forward and they ask what he is doing, saying there is no way to know which demon might answer the contract. They tell him to come back because it is too dangerous. He says he does not care. Whatever appears will be the prey, not him. Even if one of the 8 demon kings shows up, he will still accept the contract. Then a violent burst of demonic energy erupts and they warn that if a demon king really appears, the whole middle realm could turn into hell. They tell Joshua to stop, but the boy is shocked when he sees what comes out of all that demonic energy. Teta starts getting scared because the place is overflowing with demonic power. He wonders what kind of demon appeared and hopes it is not one of the demon kings. But Ash says that is absolutely possible with this much energy. At the very least, it should be on Asmodeus's level. Instead, what appears is a tiny, adorable pink baby dragon saying kill. Everyone just stares at the thing with easily completely losing it over how cute it is. Teta says he is not surprised people say the emptiest ones make the most noise because this is not funny. then easily falls even harder because she cannot believe there are two Joshuas now. She knows one is just a doppelganger, not the real one, but it is still too much for her heart. Teta, meanwhile, thinks he had no idea a legendary creature like a doppelganger was inside the Tower of Trials. He also tells Ash to get off his back because he is bothering him, and the elf asks if he does not think it is strange that this creature keeps going around saying kill kill. He says he can clearly tell it is not a normal demon, and Teta says they will figure out what it is soon enough, but first they need to do their job. So he starts thinking about how to deal with Abergrant. Then he tells the protagonist they no longer need to silence the Tower of Trials and asks them to leave. The protagonist agrees but says he is curious about the reward at the top of the tower. Just then someone appears and asks if this is really the time to climb the tower. So calmly, and when they look, it is none other than Crevasse. He says no one is allowed to reach the final floor yet, and calls MC the master of the deepest darkness. Meanwhile, Teta asks how long Crevasse was standing there, because he never sensed him at all. Ash tells him to be careful. If he does not want trouble, he should show some respect, because that is the black dragon, Crevasse, and Teta is completely shaken. First a high-level demon, and now a black dragon. What is even happening in the middle realm? Joshua questions this claim that no one is allowed through, and asks who decided that, and the dragon says this is not the time to argue. Soon the whole continent will be soaked in blood. Even the elven forest and the city where they were born and raised will not be spared, and he says that now he knows the boy is the master of the deepest darkness. They have a lot to discuss. But if he ignores his warning and keeps climbing the tower, their relationship will be hard to maintain. So he tells the boy to choose keep climbing, or go back and preserve his tie with the dragon. He falls silent, thinking it over, and then somewhere else Vanessa says that even though they lived in the same city, even in the same house, they never met. She says that makes sense, of course. They have different mothers, and back then she was not living in the palace. Even so, she says it is nice to see her like this, wanting to get along with her sister Lucia. Then she adds that she should use her real name, Ash Van Britten, and asks if they can be close. Meanwhile, Lucia is clearly not comfortable with any of this. So Lucia says she has no idea what Vanessa is talking about. She is only a servant. Vanessa answers that she knows everything, so there is no need to pretend. She understands why Lucia acted as if she lost her memory. She was worried something might happen to her son. That is why Vanessa says she will help. All Lucia has to do is convince Duke Aiden von Agnes to officially name Babel as his heir. Then she will ask Emperor Marcus Van Britten to forgive Joshua's crimes and says Lucia cannot keep living without seeing her only son. Just then, someone knocks on the door and tells Vanessa there is a major problem, asking to come in, so she allows it. She asks what is wrong, and Stefan says Emperor Marcus Van Britten has just made a declaration about the 5 great ducal families, and 3 of them will be cut, which already puts Vanessa on edge. He says it is even worse because Duke Aiden von Agnes will be one of those removed. That makes her nearly lose it as she demands to know what he is talking about, and she asks what Arden is going to do about this situation. Stefan says he heard it from the royal palace. Maybe Duke Auden von Agnes was crushed after the young master was exiled from the empire, because people say he shut himself away. Because of that, no one knows where he is. But while he is talking, 3 people enter the palace, saying they have no interest in the inferior knight, and they say they came for Princess Asher Van Britten, and order her to come with them. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's palace, Aiden von Agnes has his shackles removed, and at last he's free. The Emperor says he's truly disappointed. A father is paying for raising a bad son. He calls it a huge stain on the honor and name of Avalon's pride, the dark god, and says that in the end, father and son are the same. While Aiden von Agnes glares up at him, Marcus Van Britten tells him not to worry. He's still a knight praised by everyone, so he'll be given one chance to beg for forgiveness and prove his honor. As a bonus, Marcus says he'll also forgive what he did to his sister, Ashur. That's when Aiden von Agnes realizes Marcus knows everything, and Marcus says kidnapping royalty and making her bear his child is nearly unforgivable. No one knows better than Aiden von Agnes what happens to those who harm the royal family. Marcus says Aiden von Agnes had to know, especially after spending so long protecting his student. So he says this little rebellion is over and orders Aiden von Agnes to prove his loyalty. Only then will the Duke's house stay safe, and he asks if he shouldn't at least do that to protect his ancestors' honor. Then the story jumps back 40 years when someone tells a young woman he's never seen her before. That woman is Marion Perserosi, and the prince asks what family she belongs to. She introduces herself as Marion, second daughter of Baron Perserosi's family, and greets Crown Prince Douglas von Britten. He recognizes her family as one from the western border and says he never expected someone that beautiful from such an unimportant place. Then he asks how she'd like to become his wife and live comfortably in the palace. He adds that above all, he'll make sure she gets whatever she wants, and the girl starts to get scared. Soon people whisper that she must love getting the Crown Prince's attention. They even joke about how many wives he already has, saying she'd be the 4th. The girl meanwhile feels trapped. If she accepts or refuses, her future is ruined either way. Even if she marries him, once he loses interest, the other wives will make her life miserable. But if she refuses, he'll surely hurt her family. She wonders how to get out of this when someone steps in, apologizes to the Crown Prince, and says she's already promised to him. His name is Tobin von Adin von Agnes. The prince asks if she's really engaged to him, and Tobin says yes. Marion grew up with him, and no one understands her better. He didn't want to lose her, so he asked for her hand first, and now they're engaged. Then he politely asks the prince to withdraw his offer. The girl blushes as she looks at him, but the prince clearly doesn't like it. A long time passes, and during a warm spring, their first son is born. Tobin says he's deeply grateful to her because their child was born perfectly healthy. She says the baby looks just like Tobin and will surely be handsome when he grows up. Then he asks if she has a name in mind. She says yes, a person who doesn't get swayed by others and stays firm in what he believes. She hopes his heart will hold both godlike strength and human warmth. A name that fits someone like that is the ancient word for God, Arden. She says she wants the child to be called Arden. So 3 years later at Avalon's Royal Academy, the prince says he never thought he'd cross swords with Arden. The boy answers Marius that it's a great honor to compete with the prince. Marius says Arden should learn a lesson from this, while Arden remembers his father telling him to hold back and lose afterward. Winning against the prince was never supposed to happen, so Arden brushes off his father's warning and Marius attacks the moment he notices Arden is distracted. But Arden counters right away. The prince gets mad, calls him a brat, and demands to know how someone beneath him dared use that move. Arden instantly snaps and asks what he just said. Marius doubles down, calling him lowborn, and saying his mother was just a filthy slave who offered her body to the head of a great family for her own sake. So when that lowborn woman forgot her place, she even dared reject His Majesty the Emperor's offer. He keeps insulting Arden's mother as a filthy ingrate, but Arden breaks the prince's arm. The prince starts screaming while Arden asks how he dared insult his mother, and vows he won't get away with it. One of the nearby knights yells at Arden, asking if he's crazy, and ordering him to stop right now. But Arden keeps trying to strike the prince. Then, while that little psychopath goes in for another attack, someone blocks his sword. Marcus Van Britten says he's pretty entertaining, but asks if he's sure he can handle what comes next. Things never end well for people who hurt the royal family. Marcus says it's not too late to kneel and beg for forgiveness. He tells the boy to use all that courage for something else, and sometime later Arden's father is on his knees, saying he truly is a disgrace. He asks the emperor to punish him for raising his son the wrong way. Then the emperor asks if he isn't thinking too highly of himself. Even if Prince Marius's words were insulting, Arden still broke his son's arm. The boy may only be a prince, but he's still part of the imperial family, and intentionally harming royalty is serious enough to count as treason. So he asks if Tobin still thinks his own life is enough to settle this. But Emperor Douglas says Tobin is still one of Avalon's pillars, so instead of killing the father who raised the boy wrong, he wants him to suffer the consequences. After everything Tobin has done for the empire, Douglas says he'll take the boy's mother instead, marry him as a servant in the royal palace. Later, Arden apologizes to his father, but says he can't accept his mother being punished in his place. Even if his father objects, he'll bring her back somehow. His father asks what he can possibly do because they have no power to fight this. Those words burn into Arden's mind. Determined to grow stronger and enter the royal palace where his mother is being held, he comes of age, reaches the rank of master, a title most knights only dream of, and becomes the youngest master on the whole continent. But Arden only escaped the royal family and returned after his mother died. Then Armstrong comes to him and says, just as expected, Emperor Douglas's health is getting worse. He adds that a bloody civil war is about to break out as the princes fight for the throne. That coming chaos may be Arden's best chance, so Arden agrees it's time for revenge. He vows to destroy every one of those filthy Britons himself. Before his mother Miriam's grave, Arden swears revenge on them all, with Princess Asher Van Britten as his first target. Then we return to the moment he split her carriage in half. But that was the Lucia we know. He finds her and takes the girl away. Sometime later, 2 knights arrive and say that even though everything was burned, sharp sword cuts are still visible. This wasn't done by just anyone. One of them says he can't believe someone else is after the princess. They decide they have to find her no matter what, and at the house of Duke Asher she wakes up screaming for help and asks where she is. Then Adam von Agnes says she really is unusual. At first he didn't recognize her because her blue hair doesn't make her look like a Briton, but that doesn't change the blood in her veins. She asks what he means by Briton and where she is, but while trying to remember what happened, she recalls the massacre Arden caused, and starts shaking in fear as she looks at him, then assumes he was the one who saved her from that monster. Arden hesitates, then calls for the doctor, who says she suffered severe mental shock. It seems she witnessed her first killing and lost her memory from the trauma. Arden is troubled that she doesn't even know who she is, but says it doesn't matter. She still has Briton blood, so she'll have to pay. He orders his man to return to the palace and watch the situation. Prince Marius must have failed, and now he'll likely try to grow his power after not getting the army he was promised once the arranged marriage fell through. So they'll wait and see how the princes fight it out. Armstrong follows his master's order and leaves. But those 2 knights spot him and secretly trail him back. That night, Asher says she can't remember anything, not even her own name. Then someone starts opening the door and she panics, asking who it is. The man is surprised to find her there since he's been searching for her for so long. He tells her not to worry because he's taking her home. She begs him not to come closer, but he gently says it's okay. He's here to help. Asher suddenly remembers the massacre and screams that she doesn't want to die. The man rushes to her side to shut her up, saying nothing good will happen if she wakes everyone. Then he pulls a knife and tries to press it to the girl's throat, telling her to do everyone a favor and vanish right there. But just as he is about to drive the blade into her eye, Arden grabs his hand and stops him. He asks if the prince sent him, guessing he was the first one to act. The man asks why someone so well-known would do this, and whether Arden is trying to slip into the prince's power struggle. Then the second intruder attacks, saying every other prince wants her dead because she was cast aside. Arden answers that they picked the wrong prince to back if they're protecting the first prince. Then he lets loose on them. The first intruder tries to strike back, but it goes badly for him. Arden tears through most of the house and kills him. After that, he says he doesn't sense anyone else after her besides those two. It looks like the other princes joined forces to get rid of Marius, the first prince. Arden didn't expect that if Marius dies, his relatives will keep sending killers after Princess Asura, who was born to rule like him. He says he can't keep this danger near him forever, and since the first prince will soon be gone, it would be better to deal with the others now. As he says that, he raises his sword to Ashura's neck. Just when Arden is about to finish Lucia off, she begs not to die. She wants to live. That brings back a memory from his past. When he told his mother he wanted to become an amazing knight who protects the weak, she said she was happy to hear that and that he would grow into a great knight with unshakable values. Because of that, Arden can't kill Asura. He says he'll never become that kind of knight, and asks his mother for forgiveness. Not long after, the first prince, Marius, is murdered, just as Arden predicted by the one guarding him, the last in line. That man is Emperor Marcus van Britten, and that is when his bloody rule truly begins. After that, Marcus van Britten wipes out every rival and all their relatives. He hunts down everyone with Britten blood, and once none of his siblings with the Britten name remain, he is finally crowned emperor. Meanwhile, Asura van Britten's whereabouts are forgotten, and she keeps living as Lucia in Duke Agnes's house. Sometime later, the Duke returns home, after earning the title of youngest superhuman, and everyone celebrates him. He goes to his father and asks if he has been well, but his father says not really. Though he is grateful, Arden came back. Because of him, House Agnes has grown far more respected and shines brighter than ever. But while saying that, his father collapses, and they explain he had been holding on just to see Arden return. It is a hard shock, but Arden needs to prepare himself. Then his father gives him a letter from the royal family. It says a coronation for the new emperor will be held soon, and they also want to arrange a marriage with House Agnes. His father knows what Arden is thinking, but says his path must follow the family's survival. Even though the war between the royal bloodlines weakened them, House Agnes still isn't strong enough to beat them. Tobin fully understood that Arden was planning revenge against the royal family. Even if the prince's conflict had weakened the emperor, Duke Agnes was still nowhere near powerful enough to challenge the throne. Arden knew it too, so he worked without rest to gain more power. His martial skill was great enough to earn him the unofficial title of superhuman. Still, Marcus van Britten's strength was beyond anything Arden had imagined, so it was far too soon to think this was his chance for revenge. His father says now is the time to build the family's strength and influence. He tells his son to gather people who can help him achieve even more, and to become someone the people honor like a hero, like the great old king of Avalon from the kingdom of Asgard. Then his father dies and Arden breaks down in tears. We are told that Emperor Marcus van Britten knew very well that House Agnes was always looking for a chance to rebel. He could have wiped out the entire house, but as time passed, Arden's achievements made him a model for all knights. People began to honor him like a hero, and with royal authority already unstable, killing the empire's hero would have stirred up public hatred. So Marcus van Britten chose the safer move, and proposed a marriage so he could bring House Agnes under control. Arden had no real way to oppose Emperor Marcus van Britten, so he accepted the arranged marriage until the day he could destroy the Britten royal family for good. Time passed and a child was born from Arden's marriage to Vanessa van Britten, but the boy clearly was not Arden's. At the celebration, everyone says they knew from the first time they saw him that he would become a brave knight just like Duke Agnes, the master of Avalon. They say the future of House Agnes looks incredibly bright. Vanessa agrees, saying that when her son Babel takes over House Agnes after Arden, the royal family will value them even more than they do now. Arden stays quiet through Vanessa's words even though he is furious inside. Vanessa uses Emperor Marcus van Britten's authority to fill House Agnes with Empire loyalists. As a result, Arden loses more and more allies inside his own house. Then Lucia brings him tea and he asks why she is still doing this. He reminds her that he told her she was free to leave, and asks why she remains. She says she can't leave behind the man who saved her twice and run away alone. Now she says it's her turn to save him. She also says her favorite part is that she loves when he calls her Lucia, and he admits he thought she wouldn't like that name. Then he says the tea smells nice. A warm mood grows between them and we learn that the only person who could comfort Arden was the blue-haired Britten girl, even though no one saw Lucia as part of the Britten royal line. That is how Lucia became his support in that lonely fight against the Britten crown. But sadly, what Arden felt was not love, it was loneliness and unrest, and that led them to sleep together. Sometime later, Armstrong tells the Duke they have a serious problem. The Princess Lucia is pregnant. He says he was very careful about her protection, but has no idea who did it. Arden von Agnes simply says the child is his, but Armstrong completely loses it, because he and Lucia are siblings. He asks Arden what he just said, and Arden confirms that Lucia is carrying his child. Then he shifts to what matters most and asks whether he has heard from House Rebreca or Cheryl DeFonte. Armstrong says yes. They answered positively for now, but he is not sure both families will cooperate in the end. Arden says that is enough. They may not trust each other now, but when the time comes, they will work together like never before. He says he will break free from Marcus Van Britten's grip and turn everything around. He thinks that if they endure this pain just a little longer, he can finally give freedom to Lucia and their child, who will soon be born. He also says he will avenge his mother and protect his father's family. They just need to hold on a bit more. But in the present, Marcus Van Britten pressures Arden and orders him to choose, pay for his crimes against Sir Van Britten or submit to him. Arden chooses to obey Emperor Marcus Van Britten's will, and Marcus then demands proof. He will give Arden 200,000 men and orders him to lead them, capture Reinhard, which is ruled by his son, and present it to him. Only then will he believe Arden. Arden says he will obey and lay Reinhard at the Emperor's feet. But the Emperor thinks to himself that this excuse for a man grows more pathetic with age. Even so, he decides Arden's only job is to lead the army and march on Reinhard. He adds that while Arden is busy there, Duke Trembling will lead the army against the land of magic, the Kingdom of Terra. Once both kingdoms are conquered as planned, he says, all the Empire's forces will be united as one. The meeting point will be the Great Plains of Kraden, the border between the two nations, and he orders Arden to go there as soon as Reinhard is fully occupied. Back at his home, Arden realizes Marcus only let him leave because he took Lucia hostage, so if he refuses to march on Reinhard, Lucia will be in danger. But if he does march, attacking neutral land will start a continental war. Arden sees this as one of Marcus Van Britten's cruel tricks. Then Armstrong arrives, saying that as soon as he heard the news, he learned the Order of Knights had been ambushed, and when he reaches the scene, he realizes this place was hit too. Arden says someone must have leaked news about Lucia, and she was taken because of it. Armstrong argues that everyone who knew should be dead except them, but Arden says there's no time to dig into it. Their long-prepared plan starts now. The knight asks if it's too soon, yet Arden says that's exactly why the timing is perfect. He orders their allies to gather at the Great Plains of Kraden. Then someone arrives and says he should stop here, and Sir Ziaram warns Agnes that this revolt will fail. Arden asks how much her mind's eye can really see, and she says she can't fully answer that. But one thing is certain, in the future she saw, if he goes to the Great Plains of Kraden, he will die. So she says the only thing she asks is that he keep the protagonist safe a little longer, until the protagonist gets all his memories back. To do that, she says, he should end the revolt. But he tells her she may not understand Emperor Marcus Van Britten. There's no turning back now, not for Arden and not for the Emperor. This is the only way any of them survive. Elsewhere, Marcus Van Britten orders Trembling to visit the Magic Tower before attacking Terra and cut down the traitor Evergrande. He says Evergrande betrayed the Empire and hid in the tower. Marcus even let him run undead experiments, and he still stabbed him in the back and killed Jakin. He wants a clear example made of him. Trembling apologizes, but says Evergrande is now a rank 8 mage, so taking the Magic Tower could cost too much time and planning, maybe even more than taking Terra. That could delay his meeting with Duke Agnes on the Plains of Kraden. But Marcus tells him not to worry. The Plains of Kraden are only bait to draw Arden in, and he says he already gave Arden every chance to stop hesitating. The moment Arden gathers all his forces at Kraden, Marcus says a huge surprise will be waiting for him. Trembling still doesn't understand, so Marcus explains that even in politics, old foxes often fail to do what they should. Trembling must know the story, the retreat of Vigveda. He says Arden is trying to copy that retreat. Before the current Avalon Empire was founded, the kingdom with the greatest power in history was Asgard, and its last king was Kunir. His longtime friend Vigveda was known as the strongest swordsman of that age. Like Arden, he was feared by enemies and praised as a hero by allies. But then Vigveda suddenly stepped away from his path of glory and destroyed Asgard with his own hands, killed King Kunir, and built the Avalon Empire that exists today. That retreat ended in a successful coup. Marcus says Arden is terrifying. He carried his mother's revenge in his heart for decades. If he wins through revolution, people will praise him as a hero, and he could even become emperor, just like Vigveda did. But Marcus says history won't repeat itself. Those days are over, and by morning he'll prove the name Agnes will never rise above Britain. Then at the Magic Tower, Evergrande says the door to a new world is finally open, a world where the Magic Tower rules the whole continent. Then a mage appears and tells the Tower Master to wait. Evergrande asks what happened, and the mage says they failed to get rid of Theta, because Avalon's Spear Knight showed up out of nowhere. Evergrande is shocked that Joshua came there, and the mage asks for one more chance to lead the mages again. Evergrande says there's no need. Mtimi beat one of the 7 sorcerers when he was only 10, so this man clearly can't handle him. He adds that they have someone reliable in the Tower of Trials, so that should be taken care of. Right now, they have bigger things to do. Open the portal. He says he found the Forest of the Elves, and the 3,000 mages gathered here will go with him to seize the primordial stone, Stormwind, the one supporting the World Tree Yggdrasil. They'll stay behind in case the mages are hurt and need healing. He also notes that what they call the storm is actually that primordial stone. The gates open and they move to conquer the legendary land of the World Tree Yggdrasil, receive Mana's blessing, and begin a new age of magic. Then everyone crosses over. Back in the elf forest, the storm starts shaking everything hard until word comes that they have a problem. A strange portal has opened in the sky, and they realize it's an invasion. They order every elf armed at once, just in case. Then the mages start pouring from the sky like rain, smashing the barriers around the area, and the elves rush people away to protect their village. But the attack keeps coming. Evergrande declares himself commander of the Magic Tower's mages, and orders them to destroy the whole forest ahead. Not even a single leaf should remain. Meanwhile, Kane is flying overhead, saying he can't believe he's riding a black dragon. He says it feels like he joined some legendary order of dragon knights. Iselin points out that dragon knight may not fit, and suggests dragon mage instead. Kane shrugs, so long as it sounds cool, he's fine with it. But Icarus says he sounds a little disappointed for someone claiming that, and adds that his lord can't exactly be called a normal knight. Kane agrees. His master uses dark magic like it's nothing, so maybe they need a different name for him. Meanwhile, Lucia comes to Joshua while he reads a letter from the princess using the mind's eye. He says that explains why she knows so much about his birth, and the boy says he finally understands what Kondiari told him in the canyons of Reinhard. That madman warned him to watch out for his father, the Black God of Avalon, because he's far more dangerous than the current emperor. He can't believe something like this happened between his father and Marcus van Britten. Lucia says that at this rate, his father will be the one in danger. She asks if he's really going to let that happen, but he says it was always bound to happen, just much sooner this time. Then Theta asks why he's so serious. He says the protagonist usually isn't like this. MC asks if Theta has something to say, and Theta brings up the offer from earlier. He would stop Evergrande in exchange for MC helping him become emperor. Theta says he wants to change the deal, and asks the boy to hand Evergrande over to him. He admits his grudge runs deep, and he wants to end it with his own hands. He agrees right away, but says he has one condition. Theta must join the Knight Order, the protagonist's subordinate created. He even offers a salary. Theta says that's unexpected, but he accepts. There's no promise that killing Evergrande will restore the Magic Tower to what it was, so having another job lined up is fine. With that, the deal is set. MC calls Kane over and says this is now the newest member of the Golden Spirit Knights. He tells Kane as the senior to take good care of him, and Kane happily agrees. Niels Crevasse cuts in and asks if they're done talking because it's time to get ready. They're almost at their destination, the sacred forest of the High Elves. As they arrive at Yggdrasil, Ash asks how they can already see the tree, and the dragon says someone broke the High Elves' protective barrier ahead of time. He adds that human magic has reached an impressive level, and Ash thinks about how he always believed elves were better with magic. Now he has to admit how lazy he's been if humans who stole elven knowledge surpassed them. He blames himself and thinks he doesn't deserve to be Elumus. Joshua places a hand on his shoulder and tells him it isn't his fault. He asks Ashi not to be so hard on himself, and says there's something he wants to ask before they arrive. He asks Crevasse what the final reward is for clearing the Tower of Trials. Crevasse says he is impatient and curious, acting like he doesn't really want to know. The dragon is impressed by his curiosity and gives him a hint. The doppelganger is one reward from the tower's highest floor, though it was already chosen by him. In other words, the final reward of the Tower of Trials is something close to that, like Rhino, the truth of the world, something beyond human limits. Then he's asked what beyond human limits means, and the dragon says it's impossible for ordinary mortals, though the protagonist might be an exception. He starts acting strange and says others don't have permission, but the protagonist does. So the boy realizes that after all that talk, the dragon still can't answer clearly, which probably means he's not allowed to say more. MC says fine, he'll just climb the tower himself later, when he's alone. Then he suddenly jumps off the dragon saying he'll go on ahead, and everyone starts yelling after him. Kane asks if he is really trying to leave his subordinate behind again, and says there's no way that's happening. Icarus tells him to stop and remember how high up they are, but the others all follow the protagonist's lead, throwing themselves down after him. As everyone falls, the dragon asks if Icarus is coming too, but he says he's just an ordinary person, so no. Below them, the place is already in chaos, with fire spreading everywhere. The mages demand the elves tell them where Tempest is, saying they might spare their lives if they talk. Then they summon a huge fireball over the elves and warn them to hurry up. They're not very patient. Just then an elf shows up and asks what they think they're doing. She says she won't stand by while they threaten Yggdrasil. The mages laugh at what one elf can do, then try to burn her down with the endless power of the sun. They rain solar meteors on her, but she dodges them with ease. A few nearly hit the other elves, but her guards step in, and she takes down two mages from behind. She keeps pressing the attack from their blind side. The mages tell the others not to panic. They still have the sun's power. Then they go all out and call down the flame meteor. Knowing she can't escape, the elf faces it head-on and activates Dark Aparka. A swirl of magic forms at the tip of her arrow, putting the mages on guard since elves can strike back with spells too. She mixes that vortex with fire and shoots it into their spell, tearing through it and wiping it out. The elves cheer once the first threat is gone. But then Evergrande appears and says he has to admit it. By human standards, beating 4th and 5th class mages that easily means she's above master rank. Still, he says that won't be enough to drive them out. He gives her one last chance, give up and quietly hand over Tempest. The elf mocks the idea of master rank, calling humans pathetic as always. She can't believe they sort themselves into ranks just to look down on others. She adds that if ranks really show skill, then they're at least useful for crushing an enemy's spirit. By their standards, her power should be at the superhuman level, so they should leave now, if they don't want to be wiped out. Evergrande says he thought elves were all kind and naive, but clearly not. Then he asks if she knows who broke the elves' blessing, and suddenly tries to trap them with magic. The elf slips away and appears behind Evergrande, but he says a body-strengthening spell makes that useless. He catches her kick with his bare hands and throws her away. She activates Cartaren and fires an arrow that nearly hits Evergrande. He dodges, but the arrow curves and starts chasing him. He raises a barrier and remarks that rune-based magic is always interesting, but her arrow starts cracking the barrier and nearly hits his hand. That shocks him, though he says it was only a basic shield spell. Still, it proves she wasn't bluffing about being superhuman. She says his relaxed attitude ends now and rushes in with multiple wind clones. Yet he stops every arrow right in front of him while casting magic at his fingertips, shattering them all. The elf can't believe it. Evergrande says 8th class magic goes beyond the claws of reality, and that's the gap between a superhuman and someone at his level. Then he slams her into the ground and tells her to obediently reveal where Tempest is. She tells him to kill her already. She won't talk. He says he will, but only after tearing through her mind with mind control. In her condition, she can't resist, and she starts to give in. He sees where the primordial windstone is and realizes it's very close. As he rises into the air, he says that once he gets Brave Wind, he'll finally break past the 8th class and reach the 9th. Even if that power only works with wind, it will still be enough to surpass even dragons. Then a bolt of lightning strikes nearby, and Joshua lands in front of him, saying it's a shame for Evergrande because Brave Wind doesn't belong to him. It's said that above the 9 stars shines one massive star, the Giant Star, a title no one has ever claimed. Evergrande believes Brave Wind could finally earn him that title, but he asks MC why. What grudge does he have that makes him keep getting in his way? Joshua calmly blocks his attack and says it's nice to see him so worked up. Evergrande snaps back, asking if this is funny. Isn't he doing all this for glory and wealth? He says he's right. He doesn't care about any of that, and he remembers the past. Back then, Evergrande said some people are a threat to the world just by existing, and the protagonist was one of them. Now MC says there's something he wants to make clear to Evergrande. He accepts that he's one of those people. The mage has no idea what he means, and Joshua explains, if he wanted money, fame, or anything else, he could take it any time, because he has the power. But none of that matters to him. The only thing precious to him was his friends, or rather the trash he once thought were his friends. Now he says he'll show Evergrande with the one weapon he truly fears, this unbeatable spear that crushed every enemy of the Empire will kill him for good. Evergrande says he is suddenly spouting nonsense and adds that he should have killed him the first time he heard about him. Then he orders the tower mages to activate the spell they memorized and seal all the mana inside Yggdrasil. They obey at once and begin a massive joint spell. Evergrande says that even the mighty Spear Knight can do nothing in a place without mana. But as the spell starts, the ground begins to crack and the mages ask what the hell is happening. Cain answers, it's not just something, it's the first night, Cain. The mages tell him to stay out of this. Evergrande starts to panic when he realizes the mana isn't being sealed, and Joshua says that's because his army of mages is getting wiped out. Then Teta shows up, alive and well, aiming magic at the traitor. He unleashes Blizzard Gale. Evergrande stops his own spell and says he thought Teta would have joined his dead master by now, then asks if he came back just to die. Teta answers by demanding to know what he did to the Tower Master. Evergrande replies with a question of his own. Why would he keep alive someone who could become a problem? If Tape Me misses his master that much, he'll send him to him right now. But Tape Me pushes straight through Evergrande's spell and rams into him, sending the mage flying. He tries to say he'll kill Evergrande for the Tower Master, but Evergrande says that only worked because he let his guard down. Tape Me shouldn't think he can pull that off again with his level of skill. He also asks if that's why the protagonist brought the Spear Knight into this fight, but the protagonist tells him not to worry. He promised Teta he wouldn't interfere. Evergrande asks if he's serious and says MC will regret that, but he answers that could change depending on what happens. Teta, furious, tells them that if they're done talking, they should finish this now, because he wants to kill Evergrande with his own hands. Evergrande tells him not to be arrogant. How does a weak 7th class mage think he can do anything? Teta admits his current power may not be enough to reach the 8th class, but if he forces all his mana into the mana heart and expands his circle, even for a moment, he might cast a spell strong enough to match that damn traitor. He starts pouring mana into his circle and blood begins to spill as he does it, but he still manages to activate Triple Twin Cyclone. Evergrande faces the attack head-on, calling him foolish and naive. With Teta's skill, he can't understand 8th class power. Then he says Teta probably doesn't even know why the 8th class is called the Miracle Stage. He activates a magic seal, locking Teta's spell inside a polygon. Evergrande gives him some credit. This time, his magic really did hurt him. But now it's Teta's turn to suffer. He sends the spell back and says he's returning the favor. The magic slams into Teta's face, crushing him with his own attack. Outside, Ash notices Yggdrasil shaking, and Tempest starts trembling too. They ask about Freya, but the elf says contact with the group below is completely gone, and the number of soldiers guarding this place is dropping fast. Then the ground splits open and Evergrande finally grabs Tempest, saying that now he holds the power of the gods in his hand. Joshua says he'll be cursed for wrecking someone's home like this. Evergrande says the protagonist is still as calm as ever. Then he adds that even a monster like him should wonder whether he can handle a god's power. He says he'll show him right now, let his weak human body feel it. MC just says sorry, because he has 2 of those. Evergrande calls that a complete lie. 1 primordial stone is enough to drain a human's life fast. If Joshua had 2, he wouldn't even be standing there. He tells him to test that for himself, and Evergrande admits the protagonist really is built different. At the very least, he's got guts. He rushes MC and their power crashes together, but Evergrande starts losing. MC asks if he still thinks he was bluffing, and Evergrande can only wonder who he really is. MC reminds him he already said it. His very existence is a threat to the world. Then Joshua unleashes level 6 of the magic spear art. Commander of the Wind, true thunderbolt, slicing Evergrande in half. He can't believe it. He really was holding a god's power and still lost. He tears through space again, leaving a huge scar in the land of the elves. Evergrande wonders how everything ended for nothing, then breaks down, saying the pain is unbearable and won't stop. He asks what the protagonist did to him, because even a month after being split in half, his body is still alive. Joshua explains that the primordial stones have powers beyond their main traits. Bronto is tied to growth, magma to destruction, and wind to symbiosis. Because of that symbiosis, both he and Yggdrasil can use wind without limits. Evergrande snaps at him to stop rambling and answer the question. What did he do to him? MC just smiles. He says he's thought about Evergrande for a long time, and that he was never the kind of man to live like someone else's dog. Like Zareth of Corvus, he'd do anything to reach his goal. Evergrande proved that when he started serving the 4th prince. If that boy became emperor, Evergrande could chase his dream of uniting the continent and building a new magic empire. Joshua adds that if those plans had worked, Caesar would have died by Evergrande's hand, which only makes him angrier. He says Emperor Marcus Van Britten knew Evergrande was plotting and planned to use Caesar for his own ends. But the emperor didn't care, because he never saw Evergrande as a real threat. He meant to use him and throw him away when the time came. Both of them thought they had the other under control, but Marcus Van Britten was wrong, and that mistake would lead to his death. After that, Caesar would take the throne. The protagonist says this whole outcome was helped by a third force. Neither Evergrande nor the emperor fully understood. A long-hidden power in the royal family that used the 8th-class mage like a pawn. Then he corrects himself. Not a power but one man. Heimdall. MC says his identity will soon be exposed and all his plans will fall apart. Evergrande mocks that and starts laughing. He says all Joshua got was a name. In the end, that's disappointing. Heimdall is just a human. Same as him. Evergrande says he can run, but he can't escape. He can't even pretend to be more than a tiny part in this world's fate. And on top of that, he's just an unplanned replacement. Then he asks if he is upset about his imperial bloodline. Evergrande notices the protagonist already knows about that. The protagonist says he might never have learned it without Sir Zarin. But Evergrande warns that the imperial family's ties are far more tangled than he thinks. Even with a huge wildcard like the protagonist appearing, the fate of Avalon's imperial family won't change, and MC will never reach Caesar Van Britten's level. MC clearly hates hearing that. Evergrande tells him if he's done, then kill him already. Nothing MC does will get more information out of him. He calls that ridiculous and asks if he's giving up that easily. He tells him to pray to the Maldeus like Zareth did, but Evergrande says he has him wrong. He respects his theories and passion for magic, yet their values are different, and he'll never become an undead thing like Zareth. The protagonist says that's interesting. They both serve the Modius, yet they're still different in that way. Then he says, enough talk. He has something special for Evergrande. He says he always wondered what kind of death would suit him, and admits he deeply regretted not making Zareth one of his men. Lucia cuts in, saying there was no choice. Zareth reeked too much of the Modius, and eating something rotten only gives you a stomachache. Then Evergrande starts hearing the spear's voice. Lucia sounds impressed that he can hear him at all. Just like he thought, Evergrande has a great eye for people, and his soul will definitely work. Evergrande asks what he means. If they want him dead, then stop dragging it out and finish it. A crowd of dead soldiers appears behind him. They grab him, and Evergrande demands to know what trick this is, and orders them to let go. Joshua tells him that even if his body disappears, his spirit will remain undead. This is a subspace made for soul sacrifice. He adds that Evergrande should know it well. The power of Asmodal's force contract, memory of the soul. With that power, Evergrande created elite Death Knights whenever he wanted, without asking their permission. MC says he may have similar abilities. Evergrande starts screaming, begging him to just kill him. But Joshua says he'll see him later, then drives the spear into him. Evergrande starts writhing as a huge wave of demonic energy pours out of him, and soon the flood appears. Lucia is shocked. This is the soul of an 8th-class mage. He says a sacrifice on this level means the summon won't be ordinary either, then congratulates him because he just gained an elite king. Outside, the land of the elves is still split in two. When Iselin picks up her communication orb, she starts to panic, as he is heartbroken that the world tree was cut in half. Everyone feels his pain. Then the elves arrive calling out to Columbus, glad he has returned. They tell him they've always been grateful for his sacrifice and for enduring decades of misery for them. They add that the mage who was there explained everything and even offered reinforcements to stop the invaders. Now that Columbus is back, they can rebuild this place together and protect what they've managed to save. Columbus grows sad, but Crevasse returns and says it pains him to watch Columbus and his old friends suffer. Still, maybe this is for the best. He says it's time to leave the World Tree's shadow and face the light, then tells them to choose. As he wonders what choice that even means and whether a right answer exists when he can't protect his whole race without their home, the World Tree. Then the dragon changes form and comes down with Icarus. All the elves bow before him, and the dragon says, Ashi is right. Without the World Tree and Grassil, protecting everyone will be impossible. But if they do nothing, the elves will never escape this place. He says they've lived without freedom for decades. Even if this hurts now, they need to be free and leave. So he tells Ash to fulfill the dream of uniting the entire elven race and not waste the chance given to them by the human who stopped their race from being destroyed. Joshua appears and says Crevasse is right. The chains that bound them are broken now. Then he asks if they want to become his first members. He says anyone who harms the elven race will answer to him. They've done well for all this time, and now they can go wherever they want because they're free. Ash is moved to tears. The elven leader realizes the protagonist was the one who saved them from that hurricane spell and stopped the invading mages, calling him a hero. Cain feels proud of his lord. It seems not even the strongest mage in the world could beat him. Now they can take back the magic tower and set things right. Then he asks what's wrong with Arzellin, because she looks deeply troubled. She says things have gone out of control. Today, in the year 725 of the Continental Calendar, the Continental War has begun. Elsewhere, many knights charge at Agares, who stand still ready to crush a bunch of nobodies. This is what everyone feared, the Continental War. Emperor Marcus van Britain was supposed to be the spark, but against all expectations it was the civil war in the Holy Hobold Empire that lit the fire. In front of the great temple of Hermes, two armies face each other. One of the priests tells Aphrodite not to worry, everything will be fine. Then Chrysler warns Jector to keep his troops where they are. If they take one more step, blood will spill on both sides. He adds that His Holiness the Pope wants peace too. Jector asks what kind of peace he means when he's just hiding under a rock. He says that during the 3 years Chrysler was gone, he stayed busy protecting the status quo while other nations stole their national treasures and did nothing. So now he needs to move aside because Jector is going to Avalon alone to reclaim the Holy Grail. Chrysler warns that if he does, war will break out. But Jector says Avalon has gone too far. They're turning people into undead. There's no way Chrysler doesn't know what's happening. So he asks what Christian is doing. He remembers that Christian was attacked by a lich at Heavy Castle in the Avalon Empire, and now his life is hanging by a thread. Starting a war between the empires over this would bring terrible losses. Chrysler keeps arguing, but both sides ready for combat and soon clash with each other. As more soldiers get hurt, the priests rush in to heal them. But Jector says divine power only threatens the undead against living people. It just helps them stand back up, and Christian is only trying to drag them into a long war. He says that will not matter against his new aura. Then he launches a plain-looking attack, but it turns out to be incredibly effective. One priest is shocked, asking what kind of power that is. He is too strong, and at this rate they will be wiped out. Chrysler tells him not to panic and to keep pushing forward because he will share God's blessing with everyone. He heals his allies and they charge Jector again. Jector says the way they keep getting back up looks a lot like the undead, then orders his troops to attack. Aphrodite stops a blade with her bare hands and shows amazing control over her aura, throwing the soldiers into the air. But as her army moved forward, a huge tiger made of aura slammed down on all of them. Chrysler says Jector is using an aura he has never seen before and asks if this is the result of his training. Jector says it is. While Chrysler was training the younger fighters, he reached a stage beyond ordinary aura, an aura above aura, and activates his true aura against Chrysler, who is left helpless before that power. Their side is nearly wiped out, and Aphrodite admits she never thought things would get this bad. She should have stopped those two stars. Even so, the battle keeps going. Chrysler asks if Jector cannot see what is happening. If they do not stop now, they will only cause more destruction. Jector answers that great leaps need great sacrifice, and for the rebirth of the Hobold Empire, he will keep going. Chrysler fires back that an empire built with blood will be destroyed by blood and tells Jector to drop this fake sense of justice. Jector calls them all hypocrites, shouting about peace in God's name. He asks who they think they are to stand in his way and preach justice, and the pointless war goes on. Aphrodite warns that if no one stops them, the city will vanish from the map. But the cardinal says they will not stop until one of them falls. He tells Lilith she has to return to Reinhardt. She asks if he wants her to run away alone, but he says that if anything goes wrong, she must escape. He adds that she also has something important to do there. They have to beat the kingdoms attacking the empire from outside, and only the leader of the Moongate can handle that. She gets emotional, but soldiers start chasing her. Her father urges her to run alone, fast. She begs him to come too, but he says he does not have the strength. He will hold them back with what power he has left, because if they catch her, it will mean the end of the Pope of the Moongate and everyone else. Sad. She keeps running and leaves. Meanwhile, Marcus van Britain watches the chaos unfold. Reports from Hobold reach him. The Emperor's faction won the civil war and the Hobald army will likely invade the Avalon Empire soon. He thought the civil war would last longer because of the rivalry between the God Knight and the Martial Battle King, but he was wrong. That means the Pope's faction lost and the Moon Gate was defeated too. Then he orders them to release the information right away. All Avalon Empire forces led by the Black God are gathering at the Great Plains of Kraden. Meanwhile, at the border between the Swallow Empire and the Tran Duchy, Lucifer speaks to Amir, saying he will make use of his freedom. He tells Amir to stay in position and wait for further orders. At Baron Fortress, a soldier starts shouting an emergency warning that the Swallow Empire is gathering at the border. But while they are speaking to a man, they notice something behind him, and it starts slaughtering the people there. Then he walks into the fortress without any trouble and kills everyone inside. At the same time, Rabaz is warned that the massive Swallow army, more than 300,000 soldiers strong, is marching straight toward him. In the continental calendar March of year 725, the pro-Emperor faction won the civil war in Hobald. Not long after, the Swallow Empire learned the secret news that the Avalon Empire was preparing for a continental war. Lucifer saw it as the perfect chance to deal with the Tran Duchy, which had long been a thorn in his side. So within just 1 month of the Swallow Empire's siege, the Tran Duchy was defeated. And only a few months later, the Black God Dukiagnus led Avalon Empire's huge army to invade Reinhardt and took it over. With Reinhardt the center of the continent, Avalon gained the upper hand in the Continental War thanks to its position. But after learning Avalon Empire's top secret, the Swallow and Hobald empires secretly formed an alliance, and when Dukiagnus occupied Reinhardt, both empires marched their armies to the Great Plains of Kraden. Icarus tells Joshua that he should return to Reinhardt and show everyone who the real heir to the throne is. Even if they cannot take Reinhardt back, they may still gain allies, because more than anything, they need loyal people at their side. Theta says if that is the case, going to the Magic Tower would be better. Not every mage there followed Evergrande, and with him out of the way, now is the perfect time to claim the tower's forces. Besides, getting involved with all 3 empires is too risky. Theta says there are 5 of the 9 stars there, and if they end up facing a Rankmeister or a superhuman, how many on Joshua's side would survive besides him? Even if they are lucky enough to have Dukiagnus with them, he asks what is wrong with a black dragon getting involved in his father's affairs. That makes MC remember when his father gave him the Ring of Kinetic, which was passed down to the heir of Dukia. After that, he makes up his mind, choosing to head for Reinhardt. He says he will not force anyone, because he is asking them to risk their lives and it is fine if they do not come. But everyone decides to go anyway, and the Black Dragon says he will not, because he cannot interfere in the affairs of the Middle Realm. Still, since Joshua is the only Dark Master, if they ever need advice, they can come to the Tower of Trials. He says he will. At that moment, the Continental War Marcus had wanted for so long finally began, and near Reinhardt, on the Great Plains of Kraden, the fierce battle that would decide the fate of the 3 empires was underway. It became known as a legendary battle in history, with hundreds of thousands dead. Agnes fights fiercely, and in that place, a total of 3 stars joined forces against Duke Agnes. As a result, the continent was shaken. The Black God of Avalon, a man of great fame, died in the war, and Emperor Marcus's plan seemed to work. By his design, the people close to the Duke should have been slaughtered too. But nothing went as planned, because of the supreme being who appeared late, the true king of Reinhardt, Joshua Sanders. The 2 allied empires failed to invade Reinhardt, even with just 1 person against them. The protagonist brought the Continental War to an end, and became a hero beyond heroes to the people of the continent that day, earning the new title of Hero King. But the protagonist did not look happy about it. At the same time, Emperor Marcus vanished for unknown reasons, leaving Avalon's throne empty, and naturally, in the struggle to become the next emperor, the first war between the princes began, involving the first and second princes. Their fight for the crown slowly weakened the empire's power. Once again, the Hobald Empire went to war with the Avalon Empire, and the Swallow Empire did not sit back either. It broke its alliance with Hobald and invaded their land. The crisis people thought had died out opened the prologue to another continental war. 3 years later, Reinhardt was renamed after falling under Swallow's control. Then the black market was established, and people say that if the Hero King were there, this never would have happened. Cain grows worried and asks where his lord is. As they walk, they see elves being sold. The sellers brag that they are beautiful and skilled in basic and spirit arts, and Cain gets furious because he remembers his master saying that anyone who messed with the elves would answer to him. So Cain quickly decides to charge in, because he has to free those elves. And Christian says every time he sees elves, he feels like jumping into the fight too. So the 2 of them go handle it together. After freeing the elves, Cain stays behind to hold off the soldiers. At Reinhardt Castle, King Leogran's advisor is there when they receive word about the knights who appeared. And Lucifer, who is also there, says this cannot be a coincidence. 2 knights connected to him showed up out of nowhere. Then they start talking about the Hero King, who appeared on the battlefield 3 years ago and completely destroyed 100,000 soldiers. Lucifer says that even though Swallow and Hobald now hold all the power in their hands, they still keep watch for him. Amir says that even if he appeared now, he could not do anything. But Lucifer answers that they will only know once they face him directly. Then he orders them to capture the 2 free knights who are arrogantly causing trouble, and find out where Joshua is. At an auction, a spear is put up for sale, and the host says spears are not seen as useless anymore in this age, because the Hero King proved just how much can be done with one. Then the bidding begins. The bids for the spears start pouring in. In the crowd, Zero and Icarus stay hidden while she has now fully taken on a female form and personality. Then he slips her a note, saying the information is very accurate. She asks if he isn't taking her there himself, but he says no, he has somewhere else to go. He warns her not to wander around. Even if things seem calm now, that won't last. Still, she says she learned that from her lord. He never hid and always moved with confidence, no matter how strong the enemy was. He tells her Joshua was ridiculously overpowered, and asks if she really plans to copy that. She answers that even though he never hid, he still vanished, so feeling sorry for him won't help. Then she bids 100,000 gold coins for the spear and says her lord's birthday is coming soon. As his soldier, she wants to prepare the perfect gift. Meanwhile, Cain keeps running from the people chasing him and hides in an alley. He wonders who has been after him for so long and realizes going to miss Icarus now would only cause more trouble. Then she appears behind him, saying trouble just keeps finding them. He's happy to see her, but she suddenly pulls him in and tells him to hug her. So the two pretend to be a couple while the search continues nearby. After the pursuers pass, Cain starts asking her to let go, but she says she hasn't seen him in a long time. He's changed a lot since then, so she asks how he's been. He says he's glad to see her too and jokes that she's gotten much taller. But before they can talk more, a block of ice drops behind them. And once both of them hit the ground, the mage says he heard the Blessed Knight was here, but asks who the person behind him is. Then seeing the small frame and sky-colored hair, he recognizes her as Icarus, the heavenly brain. His sister says that with so many people tied to the Hero King gathered in one place, this must be another one of their schemes. He throws another ice block at Cain, and Cain realizes that if he dodges, Icarus will get hit, so he has to block it. Even though he stops the ice with his sword, he still takes a heavy hit. Then the story reflects on how the Continental War 3 years ago created many heroes and made the Swallow Empire and the Hobold Empire the strongest on the continent, the one who united the kingdoms. Those empires crushed, the mysterious king appeared. That was Joshua Sanders, the Hero King, the peak of countless heroes. His path was full of glory and victory, yet it all ended in a dull way. Even so, many died, and many heroes became known across the world. After taking the hit, someone tells Cain to look up, and a light starts shining above him. Amar thinks he should have known a paladin would be nearby, otherwise taking both of them down at once would be a pain. Cain charges him, and Amar thinks raw strength alone won't be enough to beat him. But that isn't all he has, so he turns his aura into ice and freezes Cain. Cain says he's changed how he uses his power, but Amar explains that in the Swallow Empire, light goes by another name, True Aura, also called Aura Materialization. The name is different, but the idea is the same, because it's a miracle-like technique. It doesn't just change aura, it gives it physical form, however the user wants. But then Cain tells him not to act so proud over that, because he isn't the only one who can use it. And then Christian appears, activating his immunity and turning his attack itself into True Aura. That way, he completely breaks free from Amar's aura. Amar can't believe True Aura is being used like this, and realizes fighting two monsters at once is too much even for him. So he starts saying Lucifer is there too, and can help him. Then Cain and Christian both get nervous. If they had known he was there, they never would have gone into the city. While they talk, a killing intent starts spreading, and Amar assumes it's Lucifer. Icarus starts getting caught in it, but when the aura comes closer, it takes the shape of a lion. He says he wants to see how his emperor would react, and then Amar gets struck by the Lion King. He tells Christian to leave because he'll handle Amar himself. Time isn't on their side, so they need to do what they came there for. At first they resist, wanting to beat Amar before leaving with him, but the Lion King reminds them that, as they already said, if the prince shows up, they won't be able to do anything. Then Amar appears again, saying no one is leaving. He summons a dragon with his aura, but the Lion King answers by summoning a manticore, and the two auras crash against each other. While the battle goes on, the Lion King speaks telepathically to Cain, saying they aren't here just to gather information. This time, they may really find Joshua. So Cain grabs Icarus and leaves, saying he can come back later. Then he says he'll find his lord first, and return to help the Lion King after that. The Lion King says he'll be waiting and lets the boy go. Meanwhile, Amar still tries to chase them, but the Lion King keeps blocking his path. Soon they reach a shack and find a hidden passage there. When they enter the underground area, they find a maze that should lead them to the Moon Gate, which ought to still be active. Then Cain asks what exactly she heard about the Moon Gate, but Icarus says she couldn't catch every detail because their communication lines might have been tapped. Still, what she knows for sure is that they found the most recent clues about Joshua. Icarus also asks if it's really okay to leave the Lion King behind. He can handle Amar, but if the Blood Monarch shows up, that's a different story. Cain says it's fine because he and Christian traveled the continent learning swordsmanship from the Lion King. So they know exactly what kind of teacher he is and what he's capable of. He won't lose that easily. Christian adds that the Lion King was the one who taught both of them, aura materialization. Icarus asks if Cain can use it too, but he says no. Even so, he'll make it happen, and thinks he'll master a true aura strong enough to crush even aura materialization. He'll break past his limits with his own strength, and gain power absolute enough to protect his lord. As they keep moving, they find a tear in space. Then Lukia asks how much longer he plans to keep sleeping. The world has changed too much, and he can't keep waiting. She asks if MC still doesn't have the courage to face reality, and tells him to wake up. He hasn't forgotten the promise he made to Lukia, and he can't waste the centuries of effort she put in. MC says he knows, he just needed time to sort out the chaos in his head. Then he remembers the moment Agares was confronted, calls it a stained campaign, and says that the moment he leaves that place, he'll destroy everything. When they reach that dimensional crack, they start suspecting a trap, but Lily steps out, leaving them shocked and asking what she's doing there. She says they don't have much time, so she'll only share the most important details. They found traces of Joshua in the Tower of Trials. They explain that long ago they placed a warp mark inside the Tower of Trials, and if they use the rune she prepared, they'll be teleported there right away. Christian tells her to wait, saying that if that were true, she could have simply called them into the Tower of Trials. But she explains she can't leave that place, and if the information had leaked, they wouldn't have been able to get anywhere near the tower. That's why they called them there to search for Joshua. Soon, the Swallow and Hobald empires will start moving toward this place again, and she has to keep watch on what both sides are planning. Icarus says that's why Emperor Lucifer is here, but Lily says there was a falling out between the two sides. Even so, that doesn't mean much, since there's a high chance they'll form an alliance again. No matter what happens, the continent will stay in danger. So they need to find Joshua before the bloodbath begins. They also say the Diavolo Empire will use this as a chance to end the civil war between the princes. Then they explain that the Diavolo Empire is close to collapse because of the war that's dragged on for 3 years. So there is no point wasting time there instead of heading straight to the Tower of Trials. Before they leave, Lily tells them the missing fourth prince has reappeared in the Diavolo Empire and someone powerful is backing him. They say they understand the situation and will focus only on the task in front of them. Then they set off with Christian, since he wants to wake Joshua too. Lily tells them they'll be teleported in the blink of an eye, and wishes them luck. Back on the battlefield, the Lion King manages to defeat Armin, but Lucifer steps in. He realizes his own subordinate was used against him, and thinks that if those men reach this place safely, then someone in Reinhardt must be helping them. His mind goes straight to the Moon Gate. He says he thought he had already wiped out that organization, but they were hiding like rats. This time, he'll destroy them completely. At the Tower of Trials, Icarus says the place is completely different from what he heard. He thought it would be full of monsters. As they keep moving, Cain hears someone say he's nearby and immediately runs off, thinking of the Lion King. He was right, they really might find their lord this time. But when they reach Joshua, his eyes are empty, and Cain lights up at first, asking what happened over the last 3 years, while Christian starts wondering if this is really the lord he knows, and Icarus says no, because the lord she remembers never looked so blank and lifeless. Cain refuses to accept it. He says his lord knew they were coming and begs for an answer, but Joshua says nothing. The boy is crushed, and then Lukia explains this is a monster called a doppelganger, much simpler than they thought. Then the spear appears behind them, saying it had hoped for more since they were his master's first subordinates, and the group is shaken by its demonic energy. Still, Cain recognizes his lord's spear and says its name must be Lukia, and they think Joshua left them a message. But Lukia tells them not to get their hopes up. He is not here. She only came to carry out his request and teach them a few lessons. Then she says they must go through the same trials their lord faced in the past, and without warning, the spear swallows Cain. She says he has to endure the same trials Joshua did, and the rules are simple. Do whatever it takes to survive. They explain that over those 3 years, the Avalon Empire finally collapsed. Unlike the Civil War in the Hobalt Empire, Avalon's fall came from many problems, especially the death of Duke Agnes, one of the 9 stars, and the sudden disappearance of Emperor Marcus van Britten. On top of that, one of Avalon's so-called Great Mountains, along with Duke Agnes, the Sword Emperor, Duke Trembling, also vanished. That pushed Avalon to shut its borders while its internal power struggle spiraled out of control. So things are only getting worse, and Ari says they must kill at least as many people as before, or else take out the second prince too. But the prince says he cannot just start killing people like that. Ari fires back that this is exactly what he must do to take the throne, but he cuts her off. He called her there for another reason. He says they have another guest, and then the fourth prince arrives. Despite showing up without warning, he says he truly appreciates being given some of their time. The first prince asks why he suddenly came out now, after hiding like a rat for 3 years. He also points out that he brought Drax and Belgrace with him, the man once called the God of War. Then the fourth prince says he expected a warmer welcome and asks if he is being doubted, adding that it annoys him a little. The first prince says of course he doubts him. Drax abandoned his own nation, and Caesar van Britten made an undead being that enraged the whole continent. So why should he trust him? The fourth prince asks what it would take to earn that trust, and whether offering him the head of Babel von Agnes would be enough. Babel von Agnes is the hardline commander of the second prince, Kaizen's vanguard in the Second Empire. So the fourth prince starts laying out his scheme, ready to stab his second brother in the back, since no one would ever trust him anyway. The first prince still struggles to believe him, but the fourth says that is fine. He does not trust people either. He just reads the board and makes the next move, and he says he has another plan for him, one that will absolutely catch his brother off guard. The plan is to make a peace offer to Kaizen. Then the first prince tells him to leave. But the fourth prince ignores that and asks if everything will really be fine, because he received news that the Hobalt and Swallow empires are joining forces again. The first prince says that makes no sense. Swallow betrayed Hobalt, so why would they ally again? And the younger prince explains that to be exact, it is less an alliance and more an agreement between the Blood Monarch and the Martial Combat King. They will likely gather their armies and pretend they are fighting for Hanhai, but they will keep crushing the allied nations until the whole continent falls under their rule. Avalon can either stay an annoying neighbor or disappear from the board because it has grown too weak. At that, Ari starts laughing at Avalon's situation, saying they might not even be worth worrying about. But the fourth prince says even that will soon be old news. Then he says he brought someone important, and calls for Duke Trembling to enter. They ask what happened to make him stay hidden so long, and he says he is ashamed. He has been searching for Emperor Marcus Van Britten, who disappeared, but he never came close to finding him. The fourth prince then gives more advice, saying it has already been 3 years since Emperor Marcus Van Britten vanished. Because of that, the royal family should officially declare him dead and gather all the empire's nobles along with Kaizen. He adds that even during a civil war, it would still be proper to hold a funeral for their father. It would look like a calm national event, but the first prince refuses to accept the death of his father. The fourth prince says that may have been true before Duke Trembling appeared, but now the situation has changed. The sooner the prince's war ends, the more strength they can gather for the continental war ahead. He says the first prince must take the throne and lead Avalon back to greatness. The first prince thinks the fourth is obviously lying. He wants to become emperor himself, but since he has no idea how many hidden cards his brother still holds, he cannot act carelessly. The fourth then asks him to hold the bloody battle of Bershka, since it would be a perfect chance to gather all the royal family's knights, and none of them really knows how strong the others are, so this would let them understand each other clearly. At that, the first prince still is not convinced, and the fourth says it seems he needs time to think. As he leaves, he says he hopes for peace until then. Meanwhile, Kaizen finds himself in Joshua's place on the day his father died, and he thinks beating all those knights will be easy. But when another wave shows up, he realizes this might not be so easy after all. Outside, Icarus asks what kind of trial this is, and Lucia says nothing in this world is free. She asks if he has never heard of equivalent exchange. Then she says if he wants information, he has to pay the right price. Icarus says he will give anything, then begs her to return his lord. Lucar just laughs. She says she thought Icarus was a scholar, but she cannot believe how naive he is. Then she says it is almost funny that he thinks she sold Joshua off somewhere. Still, she offers him a deal, telling him not to forget that he said he would give anything. First, she says they do not need to worry about their lord. Even with his mind stable and his power greatly reduced, no one in the middle realm can harm him. The real issue is that the protagonist's time stopped for 3 years. Icarus does not understand, and asks her to explain it in simpler terms. So she says Joshua already knew they would come to the Tower of Trials, looking for him, and he also knew about the endless continental war. She adds that the faster Kane clears this trial, the sooner they can reach MC. Lucia says she will guide them there herself. Icarus asks if the spear knows where he is, and she says yes. She has no reason to hide it. When he asks where their destination is, Lucia tells him to listen carefully. The place where he sleeps is what they now call the Fallen Empire, and Avalon is where their lord is headed. While the protagonist is off on that wild journey, Kane is suffering through his place. Christian asks if he is okay and tells him to wake up, saying he will step in right now. Then Icarus demands to know what happened to leave him like this. Kane asks the spear if it is true. Did his lord really go through this? And Lucia starts acting strangely, asking who knows and whether he really thinks so. But Kane snaps that he is not joking, and tells her to answer him. She says that is unfortunate. If she still had all her power, she could make him experience everything that happened that day. Still, she says he should be glad. He made it back alive and sane. Kane just stares at her, and Icarus says this may be hard, but he has to tell them everything. What exactly happened to their lord? Then Kane asks if she remembers how things were 3 years ago before they went to Reinhardt. He says Joshua suddenly left that day, saying he would stop the future he had seen. Icarus says she remembers. He acted like he already knew everything that would happen, and that is why she did not try to stop him, even though it seemed reckless. Kane says that even so, MC failed to stop anything, not even the death of the monstrous Duke Agnes. Icarus asks if that was because it had all been part of Marcus Van Britten's plan from the Divolo Empire to eliminate Duke Agnes. She says their lord may have known the broad events but not the hidden details, and besides it would have been impossible for him to stop everything alone. Kane says that is exactly what anyone would think, but what he experienced was completely different. Duke Agnes was not the one who held back the United Nations forces of the Hubalt Empire and the Swallow Empire, and everyone is stunned. Kane says that is right. The two empires, the Martial Combat King, the Blood Monarch, and even the Shadow Monarch they hired. Duke Agnes was never the real target. The true target of that joint attack by the 3 stars was him. And he says he earned the title of Hero King because the soldiers of those 2 allied nations praised him. Christian says it finally makes sense. The protagonist must have survived a deadly hit while fighting 3 of the 9 stars and stayed hidden until now. Then Lucia laughs and says that Paladin still needs to get rid of the demonic energy. He snaps back asking what she knows about it and if she has any idea what he suffered because of that thing. Lucia says she knows very well. 3 years ago, MC had already gone beyond normal humans and now he is even stronger. Even against 3 of the strongest humans alive, they still could not land a fatal blow. In fact, the ones who chased Joshua were the ones burned to ashes. Since he vanished afterward, all kinds of rumors spread. Icarus then asks why he hid, and Lucia says it happened because he went to the demon realm. Everyone is stunned, and Cain asks why he stayed there for 3 whole years. Lucia explains that 3 years in the middle realm is more than a century in the demon realm. Time flows completely differently there. Icarus asks if that means her lord never went to Edis because he was trapped in the demon realm the entire time. Lucia says unavoidable things happened, and the protagonist ran into variables he could not predict. That is why he climbed the Tower of Trials to understand those unknown factors. Lucia explains that each floor gives rewards when cleared. The doppelganger was one of them, but there was another prize they really wanted. Christian guesses it was the top reward from the highest floor, the one people call the absolute truth of the world. Lucia says that is just a title. The true reward at the top floor is something else. It is a mirror called the full moon mirror, and it can show the user the past, present, or future of anything they choose, but anyone who uses it has to pay a price, no matter what form that price takes. Joshua used it and learned that Emperor Marcus Van Britten was assassinated. He did not disappear, he was killed. Icarus realizes that was a huge variable, and guesses her lord fell into the demon realm as the price for using the mirror. Lucia confirms it. That is how MC ended up there. He returned to the middle realm after stepping away from the job he was doing in that world, but no one knows when he will have to go back, and that scares Icarus. He spent far longer alone in the demon realm than they ever did. Icarus thinks that is too cruel a price, then wonders why he tried to carry all of it by himself. Meanwhile, at the castle of the 4th Prince, Caesar Van Britten, someone asks why they were called to such a filthy place. Hydraxia complains that the way he treats guests is terrible. The prince answers that he did not say much during his last visit, then adds that if Hydraxia had killed Lucia Agnes first, he would not have needed to come. He orders Hydraxia to get rid of him at once, and Hydraxia asks if the boy is really giving him orders now. The prince asks if he forgot Heimdall's command. His mission is to combine his forces with those of the 1st Prince, Caesar Van Britten, and that is Heimdall's will, so he should not resist it. Hydraxia lowers his ears and says he will wipe out Lucia's family right away. Tremblay wonders who Heimdall really is if even the god of war gets tense just hearing that name. Then the prince calls for him. He asks if Tremblay will join the bloody battle at Bastion during Emperor Marcus Van Britten's funeral, but Tremblay says people may complain if he takes part. The prince says he is not asking Tremblay to fight at his side. He knows Tremblay distrusts him just as much as he distrusts Tremblay. Still, the prince believes that while threats from the imperial family remain, Tremblay's forces should be removed from the imperial palace. Tremblay asks how he plans to remove His Majesty's knights, since once he inherits that power, those knights will belong to him too. He adds that news of his captain's death and Joshua's has already spread across the whole continent. The prince cuts in and asks if Tremblay actually saw him die. He says he does not know what Tremblay is thinking, but he can tell he is hiding something. Then he asks him to remember one thing. Neither Kees nor Kaizen is the rightful heir to the Empire of Avalon. Before he vanished, the emperor had already chosen his successor, and it was none other than the 4th Prince Khazar von Breton. As proof, he rewarded him with the symbol of the Empire of Avalon, the Emperor's Ring. He also says he is the only person in the world who knows where the Emperor is. The prince claims he has already planned everything, and tells Tremblay to simply obey his orders. Tremblay says there is no doubt the ring is the imperial symbol Marcus Van Britten always wore. Even so, the Emperor he knew would never hand it over so easily, not even to his own son. He starts to wonder if Joshua was right. That makes him remember the day his home was infiltrated. He called out the intruder, saying no one using concealment could slip by him, and ordered the person to show himself. He stepped out and apologized for arriving that way, leaving Tremblay shocked to see him there. The protagonist says he came to share something that could help both of them. While pretending to assist Khazar, he discovered something important. He offers the information Tremblay wants, but Tremblay cuts him off and tells him to shut up. He says he has nothing to hear from a traitor to the Empire of Avalon and that Joshua should surrender now. MC apologizes again and says there is no time for that. Tremblay clearly disagrees and charges at him, saying that is not his problem. Before he can get close, he releases his aura and freezes Tremblay in place. Tremblay is stunned, asking what that power is. It feels like nobody is standing where the protagonist is. He cannot sense anything at all. Joshua is right there in the same space, yet it feels like they exist in different flows of time. Tremblay realizes he is seeing the perfect form of nothingness, as if a black hole is right in front of him. He calls it the domain of the supreme god, a wall his current self cannot cross. Even so, he draws his sword and says he swore loyalty to the imperial family, so he has nothing to offer MC. He tells him to leave. He says he only came to give a warning. Khazar has a backer, even Emperor Marcus Van Britten did not know about, and his name is Heimdall. If Tremblay has doubts about what is going on, then he should investigate this man called Heimdall. Back in the present, Tremblay remembers those words while the prince orders him to obey. He asks if he understands. Tremblay answers that he will follow your highness's commands and do his best to keep his loyalty to the imperial family. But inside, he decides to use this chance to learn the truth about Emperor Marcus Van Britten. Meanwhile, Icarus feels like she is finally piecing together what happened to Joshua, but the more she learns, the angrier she gets. She cannot understand why he did not trust them even a little. Then they use teleportation, and the mage guarding the area demands to know who they are and how they activated the warp gate without being tower mages. Lucia mocks him for panicking just because that weak spell was broken, then reminds Icarus that he brought her here, so she better not forget their deal. She says she knows and will pay him later. Now that they have arrived, they will do what they came for. Kane says they are going to crush everything in Akkad. Later that night, at Duke Agul's estate, Chiffon orders everyone to hold their positions and stay together. Meanwhile, the dragon of the wind spirit Cillian attacks them, and it starts cutting down one person after another, using its power to slice straight through the soldiers. Chiffon says that is enough and charges the dragon, but it dodges his attack at once and strikes him from behind. Lying badly wounded on the ground, Chiffon calls it a monster. Annabelle Grace says it has been a while since she last heard that nickname. She used to hear it all the time when she was younger, but now there is someone even worse than her in the Swallow Empire. Chiffon says that is impossible, and asks if she is Anna. He heard she disappeared with Viscount Berg, and he cannot understand how she could do this to the god of war. She says she had to hide who she was back then. Even so, she admits she feels a little sad about it too, but Draxia tells her to stop wasting time. She apologizes to her father and says she made a mistake. Hearing her call him father, Chiffon is shocked to learn she is really Draxia's daughter. Draxia says something more important is happening and asks what happened to Princess Maz. Anna tells him not to worry because she hired a specialist for the job. He is surprised anyone accepted it and asks if they know this is a kidnapping, not an assassination. She says of course they do, and they agreed right away. Money is all that matters to the king of assassins. She tells her father not to worry about Ash von Britten or Lucia. She paid a huge amount to hire him, but she is sure it will be worth it. Besides, that is one of the Empire's few top duckle hunts and she wants it for herself. Then she uses her magic on Chiffon. She grabs his head and he realizes he can't breathe. She says that if they loot the whole place, they'll have enough money to cover the final costs. But just as she was about to finish Chiffon off, they hear someone shouting for everyone to charge. The order is clear: punish the invaders. Then Babel shows up in grand style at the front of an army, declaring that as the head of the great house of Duke Agnes, he'll wipe them all out. Draxia says he's even later than expected, and Anna calmly tells her father to leave this to her again. At the same time, in the Black Wind's secret mansion, the Queen of Assassins is there, looking over the request letter. The men tell her the job is simple: kidnap Princess Asher and move her to a chosen location. They add that Avalon is unstable right now, so the area is heavily guarded. But before the man can finish, she cuts in and says they've got it all wrong. Her mission isn't to kidnap anyone, it's to rescue Miss Lucia from that place. And she reveals that her client is the Hero King. The men are stunned and demand to know how she dares betray her own group, cursing her on the spot. They don't get far though, because she starts slaughtering them immediately. The survivors try to run, saying they need to tell the Dark Monarch that the King of Assassins betrayed him. So they use dark magic to escape the room, but Asher wonders if they really think they can get away from her. She attacks both sides at once, aiming for the two men trying to flee. Meanwhile, Lucia wonders how many years have passed. It reminds her of the last time assassins tried to take her, when it was actually Black Wind trying to capture her. Back in the present, she hears noises inside her home, and her guards realize it's an assassin's energy, ordering everyone to find them at once. She grows more and more desperate, wondering if Joshua is okay. Meanwhile, the Queen of Assassins catches every last one of the men, and they warn her that the Dark Monarch will come for her, and no matter how far she runs, it'll be useless. But Asher says she won't be the prey and kills them both. Meanwhile, at the house, Aiden von Agnes Babel is getting completely beaten down. Anna tells him to give up already and look around at reality because this is the day House Aiden von Agnes ends. Still, he refuses to accept it, saying they've survived crises like this before, and that the Avalon Empire and House Aegil will rise again. She tells him he clearly has no idea what's happening in the world. The coming alliance between the Sawalo and Ribalto empires will crush all of Avalon. Draxia adds that men like Babel can't stop what's coming. Nissa tells Draxia to shut his mouth and asks if he really thinks the name of Agnes would kneel to trash like him. But Draxia fires back that it's insane hearing that from someone who doesn't even carry Agnes' blood, then orders Anna to finish it. The lion leaps at Babel and tears an X across his chest. He admits it's true, he always had a vague feeling he wasn't really part of the Agnes family. But he couldn't inherit the name Britten either, and that only made him want his parents' approval more. Now they're gone, and in the end he couldn't even make it to the finish line. He wonders if things would have turned out differently if Joshua had been in his place. But Nissa himself arrives using holy magic to heal his brother. Everyone is shocked by that. He apologizes for being late. Draxia is stunned, the boy is alive, then asks why he'd show up there unless he wants to die too. Joshua says no, in fact it's the opposite. He tells Draxia he came for his head. Draxia says he heard the boy was hurt, but from the look of it, the only thing he took was a blow to the head. Anna greets the protagonist, saying he's still as handsome as ever, and asks if they should get a taste of this so-called hero king, adding that this time she wants the first taste herself. But her father stops her, apologizes, and says he'll fight Joshua himself. He wants to show the boy how much the world changed during the 3 years he was gone. He also wants to show him the new power that broke the old 9-star system, true aura. Then he starts summoning a Susanoo, and Babel is stunned by the sheer aura, thinking it's a level he never could have imagined reaching, not even in his wildest dreams. He wonders if this is what the continent's stars are really like. Draxia says MC must have heard of the man who conquered a whole continent with his bare body, the god of war and conquest, Herodias. He brings forth that giant and tells him to feel the power of the new world. Babel urges him to run, saying this isn't someone they can fight head-on. But the protagonist ignores what Anna is saying, notes that the healing seems finished, and tells Babel to take some of the Agnes family and escape. Babel can only ask what he's talking about. Then the giant slams the ground, shattering everything. Anna says it's been a long time since her father showed his true form, adding that it's a shame she might not get a chance to fight. But then she stops when she sees Joshua completely unharmed. He just keeps walking. Draxia asks how he dodged, calling it unbelievable, and Anna's lion warns her to be careful because that MC isn't human. She asks Cillian what he means, and the lion tells her to run while she still can. It bolts at once and she yells after it, asking where it's going when their contract time isn't even over. Draxia says Joshua won't dodge this time and orders him to turn to ash beside Duke Agnes. Then he makes his Susanoo attack again, unleashing a rapid chain of blows and ending by smashing the entire ground apart. Draxia starts to tire out, but fear hits him too. Joshua is still calmly walking toward him. He demands to know how he avoided it, saying that even if he dodged, there's no way he should still be fine after the shockwaves. That power can split the earth itself, and Anna starts wondering if he really isn't human. Draxia hears his daughter say that the protagonist isn't a being from this world, and that if this keeps up, fighting him will get her father killed. Then she runs while he calls after her. Joshua says war destroys many things, but it also creates new ones. True aura, the manifested form of aura, is just another trick born from war. At best, he says, the history of true aura only began during the 3 years he was gone. But compared to the real true aura he's refined for hundreds of years, it's nothing. Then he summons Lucia in aura form, filling Draxia with terror. MC asks if Draxia is acting this arrogant just because he made a pathetic spear out of aura. Draxia snaps back, telling the boy not to lecture him about some ancient aura older than true aura. Then he attacks again, but he doesn't even blink under the assault. The giant strikes at Joshua again, and Draxia starts to grin, thinking he finally landed something this time. But when he looks ahead, the protagonist's spear has stopped the giant's weapon right above his head. MC explains that a spear isn't just a weapon with extra reach. Depending on where he places the power along the spear, the force the enemy feels changes. That means a small amount of force can handle a much greater one. Draxia demands to know what he means by that, calling him a cursed monster as he rushes in. Joshua adds there's one more thing. If the enemy tries to close the gap, then with a slight shift of his hand he can counter faster than they can react. Then he lands a direct hit on Draxia, driving his spear into his abdomen. Joshua asks if he understands now. No matter the aura, the strength behind it changes with the person using it, just like the spear people always look down on. Draxia curses him in his mind, unable to believe he deliberately spread his mana. He realizes his aura is becoming unstable, and his Susanoo starts falling apart. He wonders if this is really how it ends. The protagonist says that even after using another person's power to reclaim the throne he lost to Lucifer, Draxia is still headed for his fate, the miserable emperor who lost his life in a foreign land. He adds that people will forget Draxia Belgrace. Draxia demands to know if they'll really forget him that easily, when he's the god of war who leads every battle to victory. He says he stands on a different level from people like MC, whose last 3 years were nothing but rumors. MC replies that even if he falls, the hero's countless deeds will be remembered forever. But will someone who grabs evil power just to take back a throne be remembered? Even now, instead of following the true ruler of Swallow, the Empire's people are more likely to follow Lucifer. Draxia calls it ridiculous for Joshua to brag after beating him only once. He mocks this talk about evil power, saying he has no idea what evil really is, and in the end he'll beg for that same power just like Draxia did. He asks if he means Heimdall, and why Draxia thinks he still knows nothing about it. Draxia realizes the boy understands more than expected, and is shocked that the protagonist still chose to stand in his way. He says Joshua will learn one day and regret ever getting in his way. Then he declares that Heimdall is the only one who can stop Lucifer. Draxia charges again and MC calmly says goodbye. He splits him in two and brings up the traitors who caused his death in his past life. As he died, he remembered every one of them. Now Draxia is cut clean in half. Joshua thinks this may finally be the end of his revenge. Even Galahad, captain of the Royal Knights in his past life, died by his hand. He says his lover Evangeline went mad from the shock, and Evergrande, a mage from the Imperial family, became undead and now lives forever as a servant. The dark mage Barubaro was wiped out so completely he could not even enter hell. Now only one person is left, and in his mind he warns Caesar that he is coming. Meanwhile, he thanks everyone for gathering there, He says this is the day they finally end the long struggle over the imperial princes of Avalon, and they answer that they will choose the next emperor of Avalon right there. At that moment, after they announce they will decide the next emperor, Caesar laughs and tells them to stop pretending. He says they are really here to hear Duke Trembling first, because his support will decide who becomes emperor. At that, Trembling grows uneasy, and the second prince says he wondered why the Duke came back. It looks like Caesar bribed Trembling, but even so, one Duke's support is not enough to win over the people and all the nobles there. So he says everyone is loyal in their own way. Because of that, they cannot all be united under one goal, and that is why the conclaves stay balanced, stable, and strong. Caesar starts laughing, and his brother asks what is so funny. Caesar says that balance is already gone. By now, Duke Agnes's house has likely vanished without a trace. Things have changed, and they will all unite for one reason only: survival. Because of that, the second prince asks what kind of cheap trick he pulled. As he accuses his brother of using their majesty's funeral as an excuse to gather them there, someone rushes in with urgent news, and that makes the second prince suspect Caesar even more, asking what he did to the Agnes family. Caesar then asks if his brother finally understands and says the world is changing. The first prince tells the man to explain the news in detail, but before he can speak, someone arrives and says he will deliver it himself. He is there with a message from Lord Joshua. Icarus says her lord will see them at the bloody Battle of Berkshire in 1 week, so they should delay choosing the emperor until then. With that, all three are shocked, but Caesar looks openly excited by it. The first prince says he is in no position to make demands. On top of that, rumors say he is closely tied to dark magic and is a public enemy of the continent. If they come in his name, they could be treated as accomplices. Still, out of respect for their past achievements, he will let it slide this once. He tells them to warn him never to interfere in Avalon's affairs again. Christian says they went through a lot to get there, yet the princes are still too stubborn and clearly not ready to talk. Icarus says the first prince is right. Demonic power is forbidden across the whole continent no matter who uses it. Even so, she knows of someone else who broke that taboo and even summoned a demon. She asks if the first prince plans to ignore that just because the man is royal. She is talking about the fourth prince, Kaisar. He starts laughing, and she warns that abusing royal privilege and looking away from this will stain Avalon's name even more. If she is wrong, he should prove his innocence officially. She adds that her lord will prove his own innocence in person at the bloody Battle of Bastia. Kaisar smiles again, but Trembling says they should agree. Given the state of the empire, this is a good chance. If they choose the next emperor and end the civil conflict now, the Hoba Empire, the Swallow Empire, and the other kingdoms will not sit back and watch. They will crush Avalon the moment it starts to rise again, so they need a strong ally like the Hero King. He sincerely asked them to give the Hero King a chance to prove he is innocent. Caesar thinks the old man is sly. He had wondered what Trembling was hiding, and now he knows it has something to do with Joshua. Caesar realizes he planned to end this today, but now he has no choice except to delay it. The second prince agrees with the Duke and says they should postpone the decision for the next emperor and give the protagonist a chance to explain himself. He offers his brothers a truce until then and says he will see them on the day of the bloody Battle of Berkshire. But in his mind, he thinks MC saved him and that he owes him one. Then he thinks about Caesar, saying now it is Caesar's turn to struggle for air. After that, the boy says he will leave as well. He tells Duke Trembling the day was very entertaining and says he is curious about the deal he made with Joshua. Still, he reminds the Duke not to forget who holds the Emperor's symbol, and says that symbol makes Caesar the rightful heir. Trembling has no answer. That is exactly why it feels even more unbelievable to him, and he remembers that night with him again, when he said he swore loyalty to the imperial family and would never give Caesar what he wanted. The protagonist then warned him that someone stands behind Caesar, someone even Emperor Marcus could not identify. He says that man is Handel, and that he knows the last place their majesty was seen. Trembling starts to wonder if that man harmed the emperor, and MC says nothing more and turns to leave. Then Trembling asks him to wait, saying that is not enough to earn his help and that he has no proof he can be trusted. The protagonist says he will show him something. Kaisar surely has one like it, but his is fake. Joshua's is the true imperial symbol. Then he shows Trembling the ring. Trembling wonders how MC has it. He says that before the day he meets his ally again, he will visit him. He adds that if the current situation seems suspicious, Trembling should investigate Handel. In the end, Trembling found nothing on Handel, but depending on who holds the true emperor's symbol, he will know where to point his sword. Elsewhere at the secret base of Black Wind, the place is in terrible shape. They wonder what happened there, then notice a broken mask and say there are signs of a fierce battle everywhere. They ask if that is not the kind of mask Black Wind members wear. One of them says he heard Black Wind vanished along with Emperor Marcus, and asks what they were doing there. Agar suddenly appears and says it looks like they held someone prisoner there, and kept watch over him. One of the men is shocked the Marcus is there and asks why he came. Agadars fires back, asking why they are not at the imperial palace. He says they may serve whoever becomes master, but this is still careless. He even asks if they are already looking for a new lord to take them in, and that makes Khajiit bristle. He says they only found the place during patrol, and came to check it out. Then he says something else matters more. Why is Agar at these ruins? The Marquis tells them not to get the wrong idea. He only came because he sensed the presence of a powerful assassin, and by the time he arrived the place already looked like this. He says he was searching for signs of anyone escaping. While speaking, he senses an energy that catches his attention and wonders what it is. Could it really be that? Agadars vanishes at once, and they wonder where he went. Khajiit tells his friend to call in every soldier from the battalion, because they are going after him too. The man asks why, since they cannot even tell where he went, but Khajiit snaps back, asking if he wants to hear all that complaining again. While they argue, a voice speaks in Viper's mind, telling him to go that way. He says someone is calling him and he knows that voice. So he runs off and tells the others to just follow him. On the way, they keep asking where he is going, and he says they are almost there. Then he reaches the Death Knight and asks if he is the one who called him there. The knight simply says Lord Joshua Sanders will arrive soon, and asks if they will follow him. They are stunned to hear their captain is coming back. Meanwhile, the Queen of Assassins is bandaging herself beside Joshua's mother. When she hears a sound, she steps out of the cabin and finds the protagonist there, greeting her and saying he also owes her a lot in this life. She returns the greeting and mentions the great people of the forest. MC asks if she did not get his letter. He says he is sure she knows he is not a dragon, and apologizes for not telling her sooner. She says it's fine. He helped her too. He asks what she means, then she thanks him for saving the elves. Joshua realizes that's what she meant, and says he should be the one thanking her for saving his mother. A few days later, the Colosseum in Akkard is roaring with excitement. The announcer welcomes the people of the Avalon Empire and says the bloody Bersia battle everyone came to see will begin soon. Before it starts, he reminds them this match used to be private but is now open to the public thanks to the princes, so everyone should thank their highnesses. He calls for cheers for Prince Kaiser, and for Prince Kaiser speaking in the name of the next emperor. Thuan can't help wondering how Emperor Marcus van Britten's funeral turned into a celebration, and Kaiser says it's because people are excited. The annoying internal conflict is finally over. He adds that opening this battle to the public was meant to respect their feelings. When he asks who will fight in the first round, Thuan says they gave the guilty ones a chance. Kaiser asks what he means by the guilty. Thuan means Kaiser and Joshua. Since this is the first time the bloody Bersia battle has been public, interest is at its peak, so he decided to give the people what they want most. He says both the protagonist and Prince Kaiser want to prove they're innocent, which will make the match even more exciting for the whole crowd. Kaiser says that even after all this time, despite MC's titles as hero and king, hardly anyone has truly seen his skills. This is the perfect chance to show them. He wonders if giving MC a match is too much, but Thune says Joshua may be the star of this show, but he still has to prove himself in front of everyone without demonic energy and clear up the misunderstanding. If he fails to prove even one of those things, this arena will become his public execution site. Kaiser says that may be what they want, but there's something more important. Who's the protagonist's opponent? There can't be many people strong enough to face the hero king. Thune explains that the matches will follow a tournament format, and MC's first opponents are the current head of the Night Order, Captain Rod and Marquis Air Brostain. Kaiser falls quiet for a moment, but then Tremblin arrives and says that if even they lose, he plans to step in himself. That leaves everyone stunned that Tremblin wants to fight personally. The announcer declares that the bloody battle is about to begin. Christian starts wondering if the hero king is really coming. He asks Icarus if that demon god weapon was sure it would happen today, because at this rate things are going to end badly. Icarus admits he's confused too, but says that weapon had its job and now they need to do theirs. Then it suddenly vanishes. The spear complains she shouldn't keep dumping things on it just because it's convenient, and that it's a burden. Icarus says it even dropped the gift they got from their lord's auction. The two of them are shocked that the spear disappeared out of nowhere and ask what they're supposed to do now. Icarus says there's no other option. They'll have to run. And just as this brilliant plan comes from the greatest strategist's mind, the announcer says the first match will feature the greatest hero on the continent, the one everyone has been waiting for. Seeing things are getting tight, Kane says there's no time and tells her to hand over the spear. Icarus asks if he's really planning to go, and he says that for now, someone has to buy time until their lord arrives, someone other than him, so he hands the spear to Christian. Christian asks why, and Kane says he's the only one with a body similar to their lord's. But Christian says he doesn't know how to use a spear and asks if he's supposed to act like the hero king. When the moment the spear gets near him, he realizes it was made by the craftswoman Urtonia, especially from how it reacts to his master's weapon. While they keep fooling around, the announcer declares that the youngest master on the continent, the man called the peak of countless heroes of this age, the Hero King, is here. All three of them are stunned. Joshua appears in the middle of the arena and faces his opponent. The second prince says he thought he would run, but that shameless man actually showed up. He notes how wildly the crowd reacted, and Kaiser says a hero is a necessary part of victory. Avalon needs a hero now more than ever, so this reaction is only natural now that the hero of their time has appeared. Then he says the show he wanted is finally happening. He tells Joshua to show him what he's got. He's already excited to see what he prepared. Rod says he can hardly believe his eyes and asks if this is really the protagonist he knows because he's changed so much he's almost unrecognizable. He says he heard MC retired and gave his position to Battalion Commander Bawamong, but apparently that wasn't true. Bawamong said he wouldn't accept the post until Joshua returned. Because of that, Rod kept waiting for this day, never stopped training, and finally pulled himself back together. While they talk, Ares arrives, asking if the greetings are over. He says he still has a lot to pay back, especially that arm the protagonist owes him for. He can barely control his excitement at meeting him again. Ars admits the kid probably can't beat him, but he still can't stop himself from wanting another fight, so he charges straight at MC. Rod cuts in and tells him to wait his turn, striking Ari instead. A huge explosion follows, and Ari snaps at Rod to stay out of his way, calling him an old bastard. He warns Rod not to push it unless he wants his retirement ceremony to happen today. Then he rushes Rod and attacks, but Rod tells him to stay in bounds, and says he's done letting this slide. That only makes Ari even angrier. He calls Rod nothing but a guard dog, and tells him to stand there barking until he gets crushed. But mid-attack, Ari notices something strange, and gets hit by True Aura. Annoyed, he says he can't believe Rod knows how to use True Aura too. Then he gets thrown back by Rod, who turns to Joshua and tells him to look well. This is the new power he mastered. The gap between their first duel and now is like heaven and earth. He says that this time he'll beat the kid for real, and charges in. Then Kane appears behind him, calling out to Joshua and saying, "Your spear is here," as he throws it to him. He catches it in midair and activates its power. He jokes that Kane threw it a little too hard and asks if he has no feelings for him. But Kane says the protagonist should have thought of that earlier and treated him better. Then he admits he missed his master a lot. Joshua says he missed them too, Icarus and Kane, and thanks them for waiting for him. Ari cuts in saying he waited longer than anyone. He tells MC to try the new menu and the two move in on the kid, but MC says that's not why he came. Everyone starts wondering what's going on, and he says he came to achieve the goal he swore to his companions. The whole crowd watches and hangs on his words. Joshua tells them all to listen carefully, because there's a reason he came here. Then he declares that he came to become the Emperor of Avalon. At that, all the princes are shocked by what they just heard, just like the rest of the crowd. People wonder if he came to declare a coup instead of clearing up the issue of demonic energy. Ari says Joshua really hasn't changed at all, and that makes this fun. The whole thing gives him chills. He admits there's probably no one in Avalon who could stop the protagonist to begin with. Then he says he's leaving and that it was good seeing the kid again, and just walks off. Rod asks what he thinks he's doing because MC's declaration was treason. If Ari knows that, is he really just gonna let it slide? Ari simply tells Rod to go arrest the kid himself, though he adds Rod probably can't make it happen with skills that weak at making shields. Rod immediately locks in, and Joshua says he hasn't forgotten Marquis, Ari's advice to remember the person closest to him. Ari only smiles, saying he hopes Joshua made the right choice, and leaves. As he goes, Kane is completely overjoyed that his lord is back. He says he came back by turning the whole situation upside down and using the kind of bold methods that give him chills. To him, this is exactly the lord he remembers. Then the second prince demands to know what the royal knights are doing. Are they really going to stand there while this traitor declares treason in front of thousands of imperial citizens? He orders them to arrest Joshua at once. But the boy uses his aura and says the prince is wrong. This, he says, is the place where the death of Emperor Marcus Van Britten will be acknowledged, and where the next Emperor of Avalon will be decided for the sake of the Empire's stability. So what's wrong with that? The second prince fires back that Joshua is just a criminal, not royalty. How does a black magic user, branded an enemy by the whole continent, dare commit imperial treason when he should be begging for forgiveness? But the protagonist steps forward and orders Meteor to come out. MC steps up to the second prince and says he has a real claim to the throne. His mother's true name is Ash Van Britten. That means he carries Britain royal blood. He adds that when Emperor Marcus Van Britten vanished, his mother was kidnapped and imprisoned with help from dark magic. Then he asks Sisser if he's really going to pretend he knows nothing. The first prince stays seated. The second prince mocks it as a joke, saying Joshua just made up a lie that will soon fall apart, then orders the guards to bring him in. But Trembling stops them and asks Sisser if his claim is true. The second prince snaps that it doesn't matter right now. Their duty is to protect the royal family, and they should be the ones to judge the truth. Then the first prince speaks. He says he didn't know what happened to his aunt and only learned about it after his father disappeared. As a member of the royal family, he says he's sorry. The protagonist glares at him, furious, but Caesar cuts in. So what? Even if the protagonist really can claim the throne, that changes nothing. He says the fight between those useless brothers was pointless from the start because Emperor Marcus Van Britten had already chosen his successor before he vanished, and that successor, he says, is him. Then he reveals the imperial seal ring of Avalon. His brothers are stunned and ask how he got that ring. If he already had the seal, they say none of this should have happened. Caesar agrees and orders everyone to stop at once. He calls on the citizens to look closely, saying Emperor Marcus Van Britten left a will naming his successor before his death, and the throne was passed to him. Now, he declares, he is the Emperor of Avalon, the father of the empire. He tells them to greet their new ruler and celebrate, because the civil war between the princes is over. The crowd starts wondering if the missing Emperor Marcus Van Britten really died after all, and if Prince Caesar is now the new emperor. Others say it doesn't matter who takes the throne if the civil war is finally ending, and they begin to celebrate. Before long, the whole crowd is cheering the new emperor and thanking him for a new dawn in Avalon. Joshua watches it all. Caesar asks if he sees it now. The people don't want a hero. They want someone who can give them what they want. He says that power is in his hands now, but MC just lets out a small laugh and asks what they have there. Then he says he has one too. Another imperial seal. Caesar freezes. He can't believe it. Joshua says Caesar is right. People want someone who can give them everything. But what happens if that person isn't just anyone, but a hero? Then he addresses the crowd and says Emperor Marcus van Britain declared in his will that the true heir to the throne is none other than the protagonist Sanders. The crowd is thrown into confusion. Why are there two imperial seals? Still, many quickly feel the hero's seal is the real one. And they start thinking the hero king is the next emperor of Avalon. Caesar is left wondering what is going on and how MC could also have an imperial seal. He thinks MC might have predicted his move and prepared ahead of time, but that should have been impossible. Then the second prince starts mocking Caesar, saying he acted so confident, and look where that got him. He laughs in his face and says Caesar thought he had a hidden trump card, but he had him played the whole time. He adds that with two imperial seals, nobody can tell which one is real, so both of their claims lose weight, and they can't choose an emperor by taking a vote from the crowd either. Then he asks if the protagonist plans to kill everyone there and take the throne by force. He says that might be one way, but it's not the only one. Then he brings up the magic tower. Since it created the imperial seal, it should be able to tell which one is real and which is fake. But that would take at least 3 days, and news like this leaking out could make things even worse. Even so, he says it may be their best option. Then the first prince tells him to stop. Whoever becomes emperor here will have to deal with everything that follows. Then he turns to Joshua and repeats, 3 days? He says they'll meet again. After that, he leaves. The second prince thinks Kisser is backing off, but seeing Duke Trembling stand so firm and let MC's actions pass for now makes it clear they don't have many choices. He says buying time is the smart move, then warns Caesar to be ready in 3 days, or disappear like they did 3 years ago. That leaves Caesar furious. He thinks about how Heimdall gave him that ring and wonders if he planned to betray him. Then he rejects the idea. If that were true, he should have noticed. His eyes shift back to Joshua. Unless everything Heimdall said back then was a lie, something is wrong. Then he remembers a moment from the past, Heimdall saying 3 years is long enough. Caesar had asked what he meant, and Heimdall answered that it meant he had made his choice. He told Caesar to spread one message in a few days, order the destruction of House Agnes. That memory leaves Caesar uneasy. Heimdall had said waiting any longer was just greed. To weaken the prince's side, House Agnes had to be wiped out, even if it supported him. To the nobles, that would mean far more than the fall of one chaotic house. Once it collapsed, the whole court would shake. Caesar was supposed to use that victory to gain the first prince's trust, then drive in the final nail with the imperial ring. Back then, Caesar had asked if that really was Avalon's imperial seal, and how Heimdall got it. Heimdall replied by asking if a dead man's belongings could belong to anyone else. Caesar understood right away. That meant the one who killed the emperor was Duke Agnes. After all the chaos Joshua caused, the Battle of Bastia keeps going, and Cain points out that even with no clear answer on who will become emperor, everything is moving forward as usual. Trembling explains that since the princes came to an agreement, that afternoon's night tournament will continue, unless something unusual happens. Cain asks what agreement he means. Trembling says they originally planned to decide the next emperor based on the tournament's results. Since Prince Caesar von Britain was believed to be aligned with Kisser and was effectively removed, it became a ranking match between Kisser von Britain and Kaizen von Britain. But then Joshua and the fourth prince suddenly got involved. Cain says that means they should join the bloody battle too, but Trembling asks if they really think he'll just sit there and watch. He reminds them he isn't the only one barred from joining. His lord lost that right as well, after being stripped of his count title and his command of the Knight Order for treason. Icarus says it would be best to restore the protagonist's status before the Battle of Bastia ends, and Cain agrees that's a good idea. But Trembling says MC first needs to give a clear explanation about Emperor Marcus van Britain's death, and how another imperial seal ended up in his hands. Cain asks if Trembling thinks his lord killed Emperor Marcus van Britain and stole the seal. Trembling says he can't rule that out. Joshua answers that he will explain the emperor's death and everything that happened 3 years ago. But right then, Duke Selger enters the room, and Trembling asks why he's there. Selger says he came to escort him on behalf of the Imperial Command and asks for a moment of their time. Cain pushes back. There is no emperor in the Empire, so what command is he even talking about? Elsewhere, the second prince asks the first why he suddenly left and why he wants to call the protagonist in for a talk. The first prince says the protagonist is their brother and shares the same blood, so he has every right to speak with them. The second prince refuses to accept that. MC showed up out of nowhere claiming imperial blood, and the nobles are still on their side. As long as they stay united, he says, they can drive MC out of Avalon. The first prince asks what that would change. He says he may be called a genius, an unmatched king, and a hero, but he only just came of age. If they can't handle one young man, how could either of them hold the throne? That leaves the second prince speechless. Then he says he can't accept that excuse and wants the truth. Why can't they throw the protagonist out right now? The first prince says they received new information and the situation is bad. The Swallow Empire has handed over Orion, once known as Reinhardt, to the Hobold Empire, and now they're building up troops near the border. He says the force numbers 200,000. It's led by Swallow's blood monarch Lucifer. The first prince says what they feared is finally happening. Then he asks if Kaizen plans to play king after losing the whole country. The second prince has no answer and falls silent. Just then Joshua arrives and asks if that's why they called for him. They wanted him to stop the Blood Monarch. The first prince says yes, and MC is caught off guard. He asks Joshua to help for the sake of the Empire. The second prince is stunned by that. Then the first prince asks again for him to stop the Blood Monarch. Not for him, but for Avalon. He laughs and says people call the younger brother just as wise as the older one. Then he asks if Kainzan will just stand there while his brother begs like this. Kainzan starts snapping back, asking how he dares. The first prince cuts in, saying that if Avalon falls, they fall with it. So Kaizan swallows his pride and says he is counting on the protagonist too. But the protagonist teases him, saying he still can't hear him. Maybe the Colosseum is too loud and his voice got drowned out. That only makes Kaizan even angrier. Still, he lowers his head and tells MC to stop it. To stop the Blood Monarch for them. Joshua agrees to go to the border and stop the Blood Monarch, but he has one condition. Kaizan explodes, saying he already bowed his head, so what else could he want? The first prince stops him and says he'll agree to anything he can. Then he asks what he wants. The protagonist says that before leaving for the border, he wants to inspect Marcus von Britten's room. And if he comes back after stopping the Blood Monarch, he wants to make the announcement himself, with Kaizan declaring that he accepts MC as part of the Britain imperial family. The first prince is surprised, and the second immediately objects, saying that recognizing him as royalty is basically giving him a claim to the throne. He asks if the second prince still doesn't get it. Didn't he hear him before? If there's no country left, there won't be an emperor either. Kaizan fires back that this only matters if the protagonist actually stops the Blood Monarch, and he also has to stop an army of 200,000. Joshua says if he thought it was impossible, he would have refused. The second prince says that's easy for him to say, but the first prince says he has no reason to doubt MC and accepts the condition. He adds that if he really does stop them, he will officially proclaim him part of the royal family. Then the protagonist says they have a deal. He tells them he'll see them later. But Kaizan asks if he's leaving already. Joshua says not yet. They shouldn't celebrate too soon. First he'll gather his allies and deal with the problem that matters most to them before he leaves. They wonder what problem he means. In Akkad, Aislinn teleports to the warp gate. When they arrive, Kaizar welcomes the two of them, and they ask who he is. He introduces himself as Kaizar, the Empire's fourth prince. Tatgarbion says he never expected a prince to greet them in person, then introduces himself as the current master of the tower. Kaizar says it's an honor to meet someone so famous across the continent, and he offers to have his people guide them to the reception room, but Aislinn asks him to wait. She wants to inspect the imperial seal he asked to have checked, because she was told there isn't just one seal, but Kaizar apologizes and asks who she is. Tatgarbion explains that she's the one in charge of judging the seal, and says no one is better than her at this. She apologizes for introducing herself late and says her name is Iselin Jean Rebecca. They recognize her as the last survivor of the Condal family. They say the rumors were true that the fallen Condal family's young lady really became the cold-blooded assassin, and they can't believe she also became one of the 7 sorcerers. In times like this, Avalon's talent has returned. Kaizan says that's good news. Even for an inspection, handing a national seal to a stranger is hard. But if it's her, the Empire's pride, then he feels safe trusting her with it. Unlike all that flattery, Aislinn asks not to be tied to Avalon. She is here as a member of the Magic Tower, not as someone from any nation. She says she will judge what is real and what is fake with no personal feelings involved. Then she asks how he got that seal. As far as she knows, the real seal has always been with a close friend of hers. Kaizan is shocked and starts wondering if there's another seal besides his and Joshua's. When she sees him hesitate, she activates her magic. The guards demand to know what she's doing, calling it an insult, and order all the knights to escort the prince away at once, while telling her to drop her magic immediately. Even Tatgarbion tells her to stop. He says the fourth prince came to welcome them in person and that she's being far too rude. Then Kaizar says he's the one who has doubts here. He says she acts fair, objective, and neutral. But after all that, she claims a seal meant only for Avalon's emperor is with her close friend. He asks if she really came here to inspect the seal. She says yes, the real seal has always been with her friend, and if he can't trust her, she can make a mana oath. He asks what happens if her friend has a fake seal, and who this friend is that she trusts so much. Then Joshua appears and says he's that friend. Sometime earlier, his men welcomed back their captain. They say they thought he had abandoned them, because after he disappeared, his knights were scattered through the 11th and 12th battalions. He says that was painful to hear. MC apologizes to all of them and says he never forgot a single one of them, not even for a second. They say they worked hard to hold everything together, afraid the battalions would be disbanded, and ask him to become their commander again. Tatgarbion asks if the title of captain of the Night Order would really be enough for him, especially when he could become emperor if he returns alive from war. But he says that could all change if he goes off alone to fight another massive army and leaves them waiting for years again. The protagonist says that won't happen anymore. Now that the two empires are aiming at different targets, it will be much easier to deal with them separately. Kane asks if he's serious. Does he want to strike in different places? The others say he probably does. The Swallow Empire is moving toward Avalon, while the Hobold Empire will likely go after the Allied forces. And even though both sides are barely holding on under the king, If the weakly united allied forces get ambushed by the Hobold Empire, they'll collapse like dominoes. Tetarbian says at least they found the Lord of Flames, and getting him to join would improve things a little. MC asks who the Flame Emperor is, and Tetarbian says MC probably doesn't know him. He explains that in the past he was known as the Knight of Prominence, the last king of the Duchy of Trant Ravis. He says he heard Ravis vanished along with the Kingdom of Tran, and asks if he's still alive. Tetarbian says he thought he was dead too, but if the allied forces can bring the Flame Emperor to their side, it would be a huge help. Icarus says they also need to move fast, because they don't know when Hobald or Swallow might launch a preemptive attack. Then she excuses herself and says she'll leave first because she needs to visit the Panchisha Trading Company. The protagonist asks if she's going to see Cheryl, then says it looks like he's prepared a lot in the protagonist's absence as a military leader, adding that he's counting on Eros. Meanwhile, MC says he has a task for Kane and tells him to head to the border quickly. Kane asks if MC is abandoning him again. Tetarbian says he should leave now too because if this is about the Imperial Seal, he should leave everything to Iselin. He says it's not about the seal, there's still unfinished business to handle. At that moment, Kizar starts remembering the protagonist saying he's Iselin's friend. The protagonist tells him to wait quietly until the Imperial Seal's authenticity is confirmed. Kizar gets furious, asking what he means by wait quietly. He calls Imasi an insolent brat and demands to know how he dares insult him. He starts wondering why Heimdall is doing this to him. Then the second prince appears and says Kizar seems tense. He heard Kizar met with someone from the Magic Tower. So did it not go well? Kizar apologizes but says now isn't a good time to talk and tells his brother to leave. But the second prince says that's rude, since he came to make him an offer. He says, as Kizar knows, war is getting close, and he is heading to the border to try to stop it. But if he alone can't stop the enemy advance, then they won't have any future either. And if Kizar declares the protagonist a prince after he returns in victory, no one will be able to stop him then either. So whether they prevent the war or not, the risk they face is huge. Kizar asks what his point is. The second prince asks if Kizar has that item, the only 8th class magic book left behind by Evergrande. He says that if Kizar gives it to him, he'll lend him his strength. Kizar asks how he knows about that. The second prince asks if he thinks he just wanders around blindly. He says he has a pretty solid information network too, and he heard that to a mage, an 8th class magic book or higher is such a treasure that they'd sell even their family or soul to get one. He says he'll use that magic book to bring the current Tower Master to his side. Then whether Kizar's Imperial Seal is real or fake, it won't matter. So Caesar asks if he doubts him too. He says it is fine, honestly if he had that magic book he would be careful too. Still, since his brother says he can do it, he will show him the book. At the same time, the first prince says he will take him there because he gave his word, but asks MC if this is really the right time. MC tells him not to worry. He already sent his trusted men to the border. Right now he wants answers first. Tremblin asks what answers he means. He says it is about where Emperor Marcus van Britten is. Kizar immediately asks if he knows where their father is. Joshua says yes. It may sound hard to believe, but when someone reaches the top floor of the Tower of Trials, they get a reward. 3 years ago, part of his reward was a short vision showing the Emperor's location. That vision pointed right to this room. The protagonist starts using magic, and the first prince protests that it is impossible. They searched this place from top to bottom before looking elsewhere and found nothing. MC says he is about to learn why. Seeing the past in the Tower of Trials was not the only thing he got there. He earned another reward too, the Primordial Stone Gaia. It is also called the Memorial Stone, and it lets him see memories left in the land. Then they begin to see a memory of the Emperor standing there. He asks who is in front of him. The first prince thinks the Emperor is talking to them, but Tremblin says he probably is not, so he tells him to look closer. Then they notice a shadow spreading through the whole room, and the Emperor asks if that is a subspace. He asks if the person does not know he mastered the Sword of Mind, then slices the subspace apart, but it seals back up right in front of Marcus van Britten. Tremblin is shocked that Marcus's sword left no mark at all. He says only one person on this continent could do that, unless it was a high-ranking demon. Then the person behind Marcus says his skills have grown rusty. He tells Marcus he got too used to a long peace, and that figure is the Dark Monarch. Marcus van Britten asks if this is what it finally came to. Everyone is stunned by that presence. Then Duke Agnes asks if he had not already seen this coming. Tremblin cannot believe Agnes is there, especially with the Dark Monarch. He says Agnes was supposed to have died to the 3 stars, the Dark Monarch, the Blood Monarch, and the Martial King on the Krata Plains 3 years ago. Then he realizes it was all Duke Agnes's plan. Tremblin asks how that is possible, and Joshua says he likely made some kind of deal through the Dark Monarch with the Blood Monarch and the Martial King. He does not know the exact terms, but they got most of the Avalon Empire's soldiers gathered on the Krata Plains, and at the same time Duke Tremblin had also left Avalon to invade another country. So Duke Agnes used the fact that the army was away and the Empire's defenses were weak to seize the Emperor. Marcus. Joshua says Agnes was never the one being misled, it was Emperor Marcus. In the memory, Marcus smiles and asks if this is really revenge for his mother. Agnes answers that a simple word like that cannot explain all of it. From the start he says he was never meant to live under the same sky as the Britten family. Then he rushes Marcus with his sword and their powers crash together. He asks if Marcus knows it well. The moment those troops turned to strike the heart of their own nation and finally built the Empire of Avalon, after the first Emperor Britain Hegeta withdrew. Joshua starts recalling that statue and Marcus asks if he came all this way just to tell that story. Then he throws Arden back. At that moment, the Dark Monarch uses the Souls of Darkness to trap Marcus's feet. Marcus says he cannot move, and Arden begins gathering aura into his sword, while talking about the last king of Asgard, who lost his life to Hegeta Kunur, the ancestor of the Agnes family. He charges in, swinging his sword straight at Marcus. Tremblin sees the sword aura from Duke Agnes covering the sky, and says the power is unbelievable. This must be the true strength of the Black God. Still, he thinks Emperor Marcus had already gone beyond the limits of solar swordsmanship. With skill like that, Tremblin cannot understand how he could have died. Marcus asks if Agnes is saying the deeds of their ancestors, finally circled back to him, then cuts through Agnes's power. Even so, he says, it changes nothing. He strikes back and says the story of Agnes's ancestors was forgotten long ago. No one remembers what happened to his mother, and even if they did, they would look away. Avalon is his world now. It exists for the Breton family. He tells Arden he will not give him excuses. Then he summons a sun in front of him, saying a victory without reason gives him nothing. Everything lies beneath him, just as all people live under the sun. Arden answers that beneath the sun there is only ash, and that is exactly why Marcus must disappear. He attacks again, but Marcus stays in the sky with his sun circling his body. Marcus asks if killing him will really make Arden emperor. Then he counters again. After taking that hit, Arden admits Marcus is as hard to handle as expected. Then his real plan to corner the emperor begins, and the Dark Monarch unleashes his power, calling on darkness to pierce his enemy's heart. Soon, countless fangs fly toward Marcus. His barrier protects him at first, but they finally start breaking through. Marcus asks why the Dark Monarch is helping Arden and what he hopes to gain. Did Arden promise him a place if he becomes emperor? Then Marcus sends the Dark Monarch's attack back at him, burning him with the flames of the sun. Arden says he never wanted to become emperor, then charges at Marcus again. When he lands a blow, the Dark Monarch starts urging him to finish the emperor once and for all. Arden pushes harder with his sword and breaks through the shield to finally get close to Marcus. Then he says Marcus was never worthy of becoming emperor. Smiling as they lock blades, he says there are many ways to rule a country without becoming emperor. Just like he used Babel, he planned to use his son as a puppet and control the nation. But now he does not need that. He never thought he would know the joy of raising a child, yet he remembers Georgia fondly. Marcus laughs, doubting he ever grew real fatherly love for his son. Then Arden's sword starts cracking under Marcus's blade. Marcus says those words do not suit the Black God, and with that he throws Arden back. A black hole opens there, and Marcus is clearly shaken. Then it is said that the Black God is gone. As he vanished from this world, he finally reclaimed true light, and asks why he should keep living in the shadows. Arden takes on a new color, and declares that he is Heimdall, the White God, taking on a towering new form. Marcus asks what that form is and what power he gained. Heimdall says this is a god's power, one that surpasses the sun. He says he should test that power by killing Marcus. He raises his sword and says he will show Marcus what death feels like. Marcus tells him to stop talking nonsense. There are no gods in this world. Their swords clash again, but Marcus's aura blade shatters the moment it hits Heimdall's sword. Then Heimdall cuts the Emperor in half, and at that horrifying sight, two of the three watching can barely keep looking. When the memory ends, Kisser asks if that is really the truth. Joshua answers that the truth is always cruel. The first prince snaps back, asking what is supposed to be cruel here. Can he not grasp how serious this is? Killing his majesty is a crime so great it means death for an entire family. He says they do not know what happened after that, so he should not jump to the conclusion that Duke Agnes killed the emperor. The prince argues they just saw Agnes's actions with their own eyes, and he asks if Avalon ended up like this because of the duke, and even after seeing the truth, will he still defend his father? He then asks how the protagonist dares claim royal blood, and how he could ever be the same as them when the other half of his blood comes from Kunir, the Breton family's mortal enemy. He says this country was ruined because of the protagonist's family. He calls MC nothing but a mutt, a mixed blood stray that will never belong anywhere. That finally makes MC furious. He releases his aura, crushing the prince under the pressure, and asks who really has the right to be angry. He says the prince is only seeing what he wants to believe. Tremblin tells him to stop, saying he will not allow anyone to threaten the first prince. He demands to know how he dared hurt him, and asks if he means to become a traitor to the Avalon Empire. No way that weak little sword will do anything. The protagonist finally shuts Trembling down and asks if he still doesn't get it. MC says he could wipe out the whole country right now, but he chose not to. He gave them a chance instead, and they ask what kind of chance he means. He says they still can't see it. Thinking back on everything that happened before between those two families, he says the karma of their ancestors is still dragging on today, and all the cruelty built up over so many years can't be repaid with just one death. Trembling is clearly shaken by that, but someone suddenly cuts in, warning that they have a huge problem. He calls it betrayal and urges his majesty to run at once. With Trembling saying it's an emergency, everyone turns to him. He says they're under attack and need to hide. Then he reports that the fourth prince has committed treason. The prince is stunned, while the fourth prince orders everyone there to be killed, making sure no one gets out alive. His men start slaughtering everyone in sight. One man tries to flee but gets caught right away. The second prince then yells at Caesar to stop and asks what he thinks he's doing. He demands to know if Caesar really thinks killing everyone will make him emperor, but Caesar says this is the only way he survives. To do that, he has to get rid of his second brother, and the others helping him. But the prince tells him he's too late. Even after all this, Caesar still won't be accepted, and he'll be cast aside anyway. Caesar answers that then he'll just kill all of the others too. He draws his sword and charges straight at his own brother, but then Babel shows up. He swings his sword and blasts Caesar back along with everyone behind him, throwing the whole place into chaos. Babel asks if the second prince is alright. The prince says he heard Agnes had fallen apart, so he's glad to see Babel safe. Then Caesar steps in front of them saying Joshua is behind this again. Seeing Babel alive, he asks if Drax was beaten by him. Fed up with having his plans ruined, Caesar summons his fire spirit, and Babel is shocked that he can use aura too. Caesar starts threatening him with that Susanoo-like power, asking if they really thought he had no talent for fighting. He says the 6th Asura sword technique comes from the Eastern continent, and Lord Randall himself taught it to him for years. Since he learned it from that lord, he'll use it here. But Babel has no idea who Randall even is. Caesar rushes them, trying to kill them both. Babel quickly blocks the strike with his own sword, but he starts getting pushed back little by little. Still, he manages to knock the spirit blade aside and avoid the hit. Caesar says it was a good try, but Babel isn't worthy of facing him and should give up. Then he sends those blades flying at him, but Babel remembers the second life his brother gave him and vows to repay that debt, even if it costs his own life. He starts deflecting every strike, but one still cuts into the side of his shoulder. The attacks are too fast and he can't tell where they're coming from. Caesar grows more unhinged, saying Babel really did deserve the title of Avalon's little star. But times have changed, and there's no place left for relics from the old age like him. Then he carves an X across Babel's chest, completely overpowering him. The second prince cries out as Babel crashes to the ground. Caesar tells him not to be sad, this is all his fault. Then he says, honestly, the second prince was always the weakest of his group. The prince tries to argue, bringing up his aura sword, but Caesar says those fools pretending to be masters can't hurt anyone here. Everyone in this fight is beyond human. Then Joshua arrives and asks Caesar if he really thought that useless bunch was enough to handle them. He says he expected Caesar to be smarter and change tactics, but instead he chose destruction. He admits he truly underestimated him as he picks up his spear. Caesar asks if the protagonist isn't tired of this and how much longer he'll keep getting in the way, as he summons his Susanoo again. Joshua simply says this is his end. Caesar calls those MC's last words and attacks. He swings his spear once, slicing both Caesar and his spirit form into pieces. Caesar can only take the hit. The masked men behind him are terrified. Even with incomplete aura, the idea that he could lose that easily is hard to believe, and they wonder if the protagonist is that man's son. More knights rush in behind MC, all focused on protecting the prince. Kaizen asks why they took so long, then orders them to hurry and kill everyone, saying those bastards are trying to assassinate Avalon's prince. The knights agree and charge the masked men, but the masked side charges too, saying they'll take them all on. Then he uses the dance of Sora, cutting through several knights in one straight line. Kaizen realizes he just wiped out the Imperial battalion with ease. Then the attacker turns and rushes Joshua, making the worst choice of his life. He says that even if he shares his bloodline, if he keeps standing in the way, he'll have no choice but to kill him. The protagonist is done listening. One swing later, the man's head is gone. As the body drops, Joshua orders everyone to get out of his way. He tells them not to stand there, just move. One of them wonders if MC has broken past his limits like Lord Heimdall, then makes the only smart choice and faces him. He orders the others to fall back and leaves Kaizen to handle the rest. Kaizen is stunned that they're running after causing all this, leaving him behind in bad shape, but the hooded man tells him to think clearly. This happened because of his bad judgment, and he has to take responsibility. Kaizen asks if this is really his fault, saying he only did what he was told. The man cuts him off and says all of this happened because Kaizen ignored Lord Heimdall's orders. Those orders were to stay in the shadows, support the first prince, and wait for his place in the empire as the fourth prince. Instead, he ignored them and tried to seize the throne himself. That makes him remember the lie he used when he declared himself crown prince. The hooded man says this is all because he went against Lord Heimdall's authority, and the boy is left furious. Then they all leave, saying this is the end for Caesar. Joshua asks Caesar how it feels to be abandoned by his own allies, and Caesar has no answer. Then Caesar asks what he thinks, saying this is all the protagonist's fault, and asking why he had to keep ruining his plans. If MC had shown up 1 year later, he would have achieved his dreams. Joshua asks what dreams he's talking about, mocking him for even having any. Caesar says if he had none, he wouldn't have done any of this. But then he decides none of it matters, and summons a magic circle under himself, saying he'll destroy everything with his death. He recognizes it as Estello's explosive magic circle, and asks if this is really what he wants. Does Caesar think he'll just let it happen? But Caesar asks if the great warrior king is actually feeling sorry for him. Smirking, he says he'll share one secret before dragging the protagonist to hell with him. He starts talking about Emperor Marcus Van Britten and Joshua's father, but then he's struck, leaving a hole in his chest. Blood sprays everywhere and he collapses into the magic circle. Joshua says he had a feeling someone was watching him. Looks like hiding isn't the only thing they're good at, and then he looks over and spots the sniper in the distance. He says that whenever someone handles subspace this well, 9 times out of 10 it's the Dark Monarch. He killed Caesar through that portal by stabbing through it. MC attacks from afar, sending his strike straight to him and splitting him in half. The enemy is shocked, asking what that was. Everything else is untouched. So how did Joshua target only him? He endures the hit and says his skills are just as sharp as they were 3 years ago, so dealing with him will be trouble. Still, he already stopped Caesar from talking, so it's better to withdraw. The protagonist says he won't let him go and chases after him, but the Dark Monarch warns that if Joshua doesn't want his mother Lucia hurt, he should stop pursuing him. MC answers that this only gives him one more reason to kill him. But then that idiot Caesar keeps forcing the magic explosion to activate. He says he'll see them on the other side. When the blast goes off, he and the other two are caught in it too. The first prince, still underground, feels the tremor from the explosion. A huge beam of light shoots into the sky above that place, and everyone stares at it in shock because of that light and power. But Joshua comes through it unharmed, carrying his brother in his arms. They ask if Caesar is dead, but the protagonist looks back at Caesar, and the prince says his brother was a fool who brought this on himself through rebellion. Then he asks if it's finally over. Joshua says he's wondering the same thing. He still doesn't know, but Caesar ended up like this because the past changed completely. He simply drops Kaiser's corpse on the ground and says goodbye. Elsewhere, a crystal ball is being used. The martial king Jacter sits on a broken throne. Lucifer asks if he's been well, and Jacter says not really, thanks to a certain someone. Lucifer brushes that off, says he already gave him Era, and tells him not to be so gloomy. He only called to confirm one thing. Jacter says Lucifer's goal is obvious. He wants him to stay out of the way while Avalon is taken. But why should he trust him if Hubold could be next? He also points out that nobody knows whether the Black God will stay idle during the attack. Lucifer mocks him and asks if he's scared of the Black God. That sets Jacter off. He tells Lucifer to stop the pointless baiting. Unlike him, he still believes in good faith, and he's sure Lucifer hasn't forgotten their promise. Lucifer says the promise still stands. That's why he helped carry out the plan that led to Adon von Agnes's death. Still, he says the Dark Monarch wants his group to step out of the shadows. The plan was to break the 3 great powers, Sawala, Hubold, and Avalon. Once Avalon fell and the empires weakened, they would take control of the continent. But that promise is close to falling apart now that the Sword Monarch and the Warrior King have appeared in Avalon. Lucifer says that if he and the Black God want the same thing, and if continental unification is still the goal, then now is the best time to act. He asks whether Jacter agrees they should make sure their alliance is stronger than ever to keep the Black God in check. He says that if the Awakened can trust each other and keep working together, they still have a shot at staying on top, even if the Warrior King and the Black God join forces. Then he gets even greedier, saying they should seize Avalon and the smaller nations first. He asks if it wouldn't be better for their 2 nations to fight for control of the whole continent. Jacter replies that none of that matters if Lucifer plans to betray him before then. Lucifer asks if giving him control of ABN, the center of the continent, isn't enough to prove his sincerity. That finally makes Jacter understand. He says that if that's the deal, he'll handle the Warrior King himself, since this mess falls on him. Once it's over, he'll name the terms he needs. Lucifer tells him to go ahead, taking that as acceptance of his offer. Jacter warns him not to underestimate the Warrior King. 3 years ago, he wiped out an army of 1 million without a single scratch. With that, he cuts the connection. Lucifer walks away smiling and says there's no need to worry, things have changed since then. Even if the heavens start paying attention to him, he still orders his men to advance. They all agree and relay the command. Torches are lit, the forces of Swalon are checked, and the massive army starts marching to bring down Castle Einberg on Avalon's border. They'll break their chains and take to the skies. Soon, many monsters move with them. Soldiers ride through the air on wyverns. They keep moving, charging straight at the Solon Empire. There's wolf cavalry and other terrifying monsters too. At the Avalon border, inside the iron fortress of Castle Einberg, they realize they're under attack. Orders go out for everyone to take position. Then the gate, which should have been closing, suddenly opens instead. A man demands to know what they're doing in the middle of an attack. Who would dare open the castle gates? A man answers that he gave the order. Then they recognize him as Count Theorotand and ask why. Theorotand says he did it for his country. The man accuses him of treason and says that count or not, he won't allow it. But Theorotus says he served the empire for 20 years and got nothing but doubt in return. He refuses to lose his family and his life because of those foolish princes. He says surrender is the only way to survive. The man in front of him wants none of it and tells the cowardly traitor to shut up. But when he looks back, he sees how bad things are. Dragons are already there, so he orders the anti-air weapons loaded and aimed at the sky. He also tells the mages to activate the barriers, but from above, Soul of Ice says they're far too late to stop him and unleashes an icy breath. He declares that Einberg will be his. Down below, after that frozen blast hits, thousands of ice shards tear through the area. The walls start collapsing. and they're told to focus on the dragon because the wyverns are already closing in. The wolves are coming too, so they rush to defend the gates. Theroda hangs his head while his men keep begging for orders and for help. Back in the Grand Imperial Palace of Avalon, they argue that only 500 soldiers were sent to reinforce that key border stronghold. One man says they shouldn't act like that was a big contribution, since the troop count was tiny. The answer is that they're still recovering from the Civil War, but the other side fires back. Do they think they're the only ones suffering? Everyone is short on soldiers and money. He asks what more they expect under these conditions. The reply is sharp. Are they really saying their private wealth matters more than stopping the Sioulan Empire's advance? They deny it, saying they just can't offer more. The first prince tells everyone to stop. He'll let each house decide how many reinforcements to send, but they must provide as many supplies as possible to support their troops. The second prince objects, saying they won't have enough soldiers that way, and asks if they shouldn't set a minimum number each family must send. The first prince refuses. Too many families can't meet that demand, and besides, the two of them helped cause this crisis, so they'll bear responsibility for what they've done. The second prince clearly hates hearing that, but then another issue is raised: who will command the army? The first prince says they still need a suitable candidate, and Algae Head says that in his personal opinion, he recommends Marquis de Demia. Others disagree right away. Commander Zigar is still alive, so why put someone else in charge? They add that letting another man control their troops is asking for trouble. Algae Head asks if they're trying to stir up division. Commander Zagar was badly wounded during the fourth prince's coup attempt, and he says he's only suggesting a candidate the public would accept. Then another noble says that if that's the case, why not honor the Sword Emperor? He asks whether Duke Trembling wouldn't be a better commander, since his personality makes him hard to sway, and that would avoid the problems tied to Marquis de Broly. Algae Head, probably scheming something, says that would be great for the Empire if the Duke accepted, but he sounds uneasy and points out that Duke Trembling recently vanished and hasn't been seen since. The prince answers that Duke Trembling is on his way to embark, and that's exactly why they need to organize reinforcements and support him. Then someone suggests the Night King as commander, but Algae Head rejects that too. He says the man is young and lacks battlefield experience. No matter how gifted he is as a knight, he still has to prove himself as a commander. He also says that lately there have been rumors that Joshua Sanders may be descended from the Kunir dynasty. Everyone knows that dynasty founded Asgard, the predecessor of the Avalon Empire. He asks if the rumor is true because if MC is given command, no one knows what might happen. Kane gets furious and says things are getting suspicious. He asks if they're really just going to stand there, but he's told that unless the nobles change their minds, the nation can't be saved like this, so for now they need to stay quiet. Kane argues that staying silent won't fix anything. Then someone else arrives and says she also believes the mercenary king, Joshua Sanders, would be a proper commander. Cheryl Di introduces herself as the representative of House Pontier. The first prince says he's glad she came. He's heard of her recent achievements and thanks her for helping strengthen Avalon. She thanks him for receiving her, then asks forgiveness for speaking boldly and requests permission to ask something. He allows it, and she asks about the imperial family's request. If each house is sending reinforcements, then they should also have the right to choose the commander leading those troops. The prince says yes. To be clear, command of the full army and command of each battalion are separate roles. She thanks him for clarifying and says that in that case, the Pontier family will provide 20,000 troops, 5 knight orders, 2 million gold, and more military supplies. They will also keep the entire army supplied with food for as long as the battle lasts, and everyone is stunned. They ask how House Pontier can send so much, guessing it's because they stayed out of the faction wars. She then says the commander of her forces will be none other than her good friend, Joshua Sanders. He's pleased to hear that. He says that settles it. Staying here any longer would just waste time, so he'll start heading to embark. Then they demand to know how he can cause a scene in front of the princes, calling it disrespectful. But the cabbage head stops him and asks how he dares move the Pontier troops without permission. The protagonist is not the commander, so he should stop acting like he runs things. He goes on saying an army works as one body, and that is basic warfare. If Joshua messes with the chain of command, the whole war could fall apart. MC asks if that is really how they feel. If they want him out of it, then fine. He just wants them to be clear. The boy says if they truly object, he will leave it all to them. They can do whatever they want while losing to the Swallow Empire. The annoying guy starts up again, saying he first pointed a sword at the prince and now plans to run away. He tells him to think whatever he wants. He does not need to do anything for people like him. He says he is only trying to keep a promise he made to those two princes. The two fools just sit there doing nothing. Then the first prince apologizes to Joshua for their rude behavior. That even catches the protagonist off guard. The prince says everyone is on edge, and with the imperial family at its weakest, trust has fallen too. In a time like this, it is hard for them to follow an unknown commander. If they could have satisfied everyone from the start and chosen a proven skilled leader earlier, this argument never would have happened. He says the blame is his. That is why he made this request to protect the borderlands, and that has not changed. Even if Joshua is a descendant of the Kenville dynasty, they still need him. So he asks MC to help them protect their land one more time. He thinks the first prince is more mature than he expected. Even after everything Emperor Marcus Van Britten did, the prince is still holding himself together. More than that, he is doing all this to stop the Swallow Empire and protect the nation. The protagonist says he does not know the prince's real motives, but the prince seems sure he will keep his promise. So the protagonist leaves, saying if that is the case, they will meet again very soon. Then he heads over to the mercenary king, saying it has been a long time since they last met and he is glad to see him again. Kane learns they managed to gather 20,000 men. Still, right now they only see enough knights to match a single battalion. Icarus says that is obvious, they cannot send 10,000 people through a warp gate all at once. That is why they only brought the minimum force they needed first. He adds that the rest will arrive in 2 weeks, and their total force will reach 70,000 once the mercenaries join too, though that part may take a little longer. Kane is shocked. 70,000 is 3 times what they expected, and he says that should be enough to stop the Swallow Empire. Then the paladin asks if waiting 2 weeks will make them too late. In that time, the whole east of Avalon could fall to Swallow. Even if they stop the invasion later, Avalon will suffer for years, but they tell him not to worry, because Theta will handle that problem, which leaves him stunned. Jorashore says of course he trusts Theta can bring all the troops here in a single day. Theta asks if that is how they plan to use him, then says fine, just remember to pay him later. The paladin tells him to wait. He knows Theta has cast many movement spells, but asks if even a 7th circle mage can move 70,000 troops at once. If he burns through all his mana or the spell goes wrong, the people he moves could fuse together, or they might appear in the sky or in the wrong place. In other words, everyone could die. Jorashore thinks that is not so bad, he might be able to use that later. But Theta tells him not to worry, because he is not the same as before. The paladin asks what he means. Theta says he is no longer a 7th circle mage. Now he is closer to a miracle-working 8th circle mage. That shocks everyone. Theta asks if the army is inside Pontier territory, then says they are going there. He tells them they will head to the border now and warns them to stay sharp, because they are going straight into a battlefield. Then he activates mass teleportation and instantly takes everyone away, while Jorah and Castella embark, which is completely ruined, order the prisoners to be freed. But someone asks Commander Amar what they will do if those prisoners attack in revenge. He answers that they already gave their word. Does he want him to become a liar? The man quickly says of course not, and tells them to release them at once. Amar says that means he has kept his promise to Count Theorodeo, and the Count says he is grateful for that. But Amar tells Lady Nestor he has been looking for talent like his, and asks why the old man does not start working for him instead of staying in a failing country. That leaves him unsure how to respond. Then a soldier rushes in and tells Amar they have a report from the scouting team. Amar asks if Avalon reinforcements are coming and how many were sent, but the soldier says only 1 person came. Amar is confused by that answer. Up in the mountains, soldiers start dropping one by one as Trembling cuts through them with ease, slitting throats all over the place. Amar is shocked that one man took down 2 night orders by himself. He did not think Avalon still had someone that talented, and wonders if it could be the Hero King. But the soldier beside him says that against someone skilled in guerrilla tactics, the blonde knights would make a good counter, and asks if he should prepare them. Amar says no. Instead, he tells them to call Count Theorodeo, since he should know more about this man than they do. They can use this to see how far the Count is willing to go for them. But while Amar is busy making plans, lightning shoots from the ground to the sky and they realize the attacker has launched himself upward. Trembling unleashes a huge electric blast, tearing through everything before landing near them. Amar is surprised he would attack them directly. He calls him reckless, but also wonders if the man is simply underestimating them. Then Trembling charges straight at him and their swords clash. Amar says he expected someone impressive, since very few people on the continent can challenge whole armies. Still, it seems the Sword Emperor has not lost his edge. Trembling, furious, asks for permission to say one thing: get out of Avalon. Then he blasts Amar away. But Trembling quickly sees the attack did not work. Amar says it is pointless. There is no future where they leave this place. He summons his ice dragon and says Trembling is the one who should give up on this nation and leave. Soon, he says the whole continent will belong to Swallow. Then he sends that monster at Trembling. Trembling dodges fast and recognizes him from the ice powers. A Swallow commander who uses ice, this must be Amar. Trembling says he will cut his throat and end the war right here. Then he steps through the air and rockets forward on his lightning. He reaches Amar on the dragon's head, but Amar sends the beast flying higher and says Trembling should be the one hearing that. Trembling keeps chasing, but Amar bids farewell to the Sword Emperor and unleashes a freezing breath attack. Trembling dodges again, bouncing through the air so fast it is like he is walking across the sky. Meanwhile, Amar starts to worry. Then Trembling strikes from behind. Amar blocks the first hit, but Trembling swings again and again, landing blows on both the dragon and Amar's leg. That sends Amar down. He admits the old man is fast, but now that he is on the ground, there is not much he can do. Amar says he thought the old man's sword would be rusty, but it seems he kept improving. Still, his judgment has gotten worse. Riding an ice dragon into this fight was a stupid move. Then he freezes Trembling's legs. He tells him this is the end, and fires an icy slash at point-blank range. From below, after seeing that explosion, everyone starts shouting that Commander Amar defeated the Sword Emperor. They cheer that Amar is the true Sword Emperor, and he declares that Avalon's borders now belong to the Swallow Empire. If they keep pushing forward, victory is theirs. But then they notice something opening in the sky, a portal tearing through it. Luki arrives and realizes they finally made it. He orders everyone to get ready to face Avalon's main force. At his command, they all take position, and that teleportation throws them out across the castle grounds. Then both the Brave and the Little Storm show up there. Joshua ends up face to face with the castle and says it is fine, but then the paladin starts vomiting from the teleportation, and so does everyone else. Theta asks what is wrong. Is this their first mass teleport? Can they really not handle even this? The paladin says he did not think anything would happen, but now his stomach feels wrecked. He asks what Theta was thinking by dropping them into the middle of a battlefield. Does he want them dead? Then Amar appears in the sky on his ice dragon and says this is perfect. Thinking they came here to die, Amar calls this his lucky day. Then Trembling appears behind him and asks if he's in such a rush. Did Amar really think he was dead? He strikes Amar with ease. Icarus can't believe that Ice Bastard is still alive, especially after Master Gygar was killed. He remembers Gygar staying behind so they could escape and find Joshua. Back then, Gygar said he would handle Amar. Icarus thinks that if he had stayed with his master, they might have beaten him. Joshua tells him to prove it, and he asks what that means. MC tells him to draw the blade he's been honing all this time. A perfect enemy is right here. He just tells Imar not to die yet. Now he gets it and pulls his sword, saying he'll show what he's gained. Then the Wyvern Knights arrive to defend the castle, all for Lucifer's victory. They charge straight at the invaders. Icarus notices that even with the advantage, they chose to guard the castle first. He expected them to get cocky and attack, but they're calmer than he thought, so they watch as the dragons circle the entrance. Tetnisa tells Joshua not to worry about the sky. He and Izzy plan for this. Breaking through the castle wall with those troops would be the hard part. He says they don't need to do that. He learned something interesting from Christian, and before anyone can ask, dark energy starts gathering around him. He says he found out you can summon humans in the sky, but this time it won't be humans. A black hole opens above the Wyvern Knights, and they panic at another warp portal. Then a huge number of undead drop out of it, and they land right on top of the Wyvern Knights, grabbing them and dragging them to the ground. Everyone is stunned that Joshua is making allies rain from the sky like this. The falling undead keep killing people on impact, and the soldiers wonder if these people are insane. Icarus leans in and quietly tells the protagonist he should stop using the undead. If people keep seeing this side of him, public opinion could turn against him. MC tells her not to worry, he has a plan. Then a massive dragon comes out. Everyone stares in shock at the bone dragon as it crashes right inside the castle. The soldiers there start to panic while it unleashes black fire over the whole place. Teta says the rumors after this battle are what scare him most, and asks Joshua if he's really ready for the fallout. He just smiles and says he is. The paladin asks if this is really happening. A bone dragon and undead are slaughtering his people. Kane tells him not to focus on that. They only need to worry about one person, the one riding that ice dragon up there. He shouts for everyone to get away from the bone dragon because it's about to attack. But Trembling appears behind Amar in the sky again, asking if he forgot who his real opponent was. He tells Amar to take the hit, but Amar fires another freezing breath into Trembling's attack, fed up and yelling, asking why he won't just die. The blast hits Trembling again, but he barely escapes, taking only a shower of shards. Amar keeps pressing him with that freezing fire. Trembling says those attacks are pointless, they'll never hurt him, and he keeps knocking them away. Then he realizes the real danger is the fragments. He can't believe a trick like that almost worked. Maybe he really is getting old. If he keeps falling for stuff like this, he'll lose, so he needs to get closer, all to create one opening. Amar sees that the old man's stamina is fading, and figures he'll try to end this fast. Since Trembling couldn't handle his aura blade up close, Amar is sure he'll rush in looking for another way to win. Thinking it through, he decides Trembling has no choice but to close the distance, and that's where he's wrong. Amar breathes ice again, convinced he can read every move. Trembling keeps stepping through the air, dodging everything. Then facing the breath head-on, he uses the Sword of Mind, making his blade shine, then stacks his aura to form a second edge. With one X-shaped slash, he cuts through the breath and sends the strike at Amar. Amar is stunned. His dragon's breath gets split apart and he's completely blasted away. Trembling charges again, saying this is the end for Amar. But before it's too late, Amar calls out to the ice spirit, forms and orders it to reveal itself. The spirit appears beside him. Trembling stares in surprise at the little ice fairy right in front of him. She throws up a huge wall of ice to protect Amar, and he asks if Trembling thought he was the only one hiding his true power. Amar says Trembling has already seen what a mid-rank dragon can do. Now he'll show him the strength of a high-rank spirit. Forms. He's ending this fight with everything he's got, and says even Trembling's speed means nothing against a blizzard like this. As it rushes toward him, Trembling starts running, but Amar tells him to run as much as he wants. Trembling's arm starts freezing, and he feels his strength and even his aura slipping away. Amar rushes him on the dragon, saying he'll pierce his heart, but Kane suddenly shows up on a ladder out of nowhere and tells him to stop. He demands to know what Amar did to Master Giger. Kane attacks and Amar blocks the sword strike, but as they clash, Amar feels the wound Trembling left in his leg. He thinks he doesn't have time to deal with this idiot. He needs to hurry and freeze him too. Kane's sword starts freezing in front of him, but Kane pushes even harder and says tricks like that won't work on him. Then he knocks Amar away, leaving him shocked. Omer realizes this is Hermes' cursed paladin and remembers that he has an ability that can seal true aura. He really does remember the paladin from their last fight. Looking at Kane, he recalls that floating in the air is one of his skills. Annoyed, Amar realizes he can't fight all three of them and needs to escape, but as he turns, a chain wraps around his body. The paladin asks why he doesn't come chat with them down below, then drags him to the ground. Amar tries to resist, but gets slammed into the rocks. He tells all three of them they won't get out of this unharmed. Still tied up in the middle of the chaos, Amar swears he won't let them get away with this. He'll make them regret what they're doing to him. Then the ice dragon rises again, and the paladin tells Kane he should probably help over there. Amar tells them to try stopping that dragon. It blasts freezing breath at the paladin, but he uses the holy sword to make a barrier in front of himself, calling on the protection of the god Hermes. But the dragon keeps pouring ice into it with a massive explosion, and the paladin realizes the breath is too strong. His aura barrier is about to break. While he's struggling with that, his chains slip off Amar and free him. Amar notices the annoying paladin's true aura is weakening, and thinks if he can handle him, the other two will back off. But Kane comes right back, saying he's Amar's opponent, and rushes him with his sword in pure rage. He brings it down on the dragon from above, crushing the creature's head along with Amar. Down below, the paladin, who was barely surviving, realizes he's been saved. Amar calls Kane an arrogant bastard and asks if he really thought someone like him could win. They clash swords again, and Kane says there's no reason he can't. Amar says that's interesting because he's the one who killed Master Hygiga, and asks if Kane really thinks he can do anything against him. That makes Kane furious. The moment Kane loses control, Amar throws him away and asks how he plans to beat one of the 9 stars. Then Trembling comes in from behind. He tells Amar not to drown in his own pride, even stars can die. He attacks again with a burst of energy. The strike shatters the dragon and sends Amar flying. Trembling says new stars are born to replace the old ones. That's just how the world works, and attacks again. Amar answers that the one being replaced will be Trembling, then summons forms again to stop him. The little fairy raises her giant barrier once more and blocks Trembling's attack. Trembling says that even for an advanced spirit, there's no way she should block his strike that easily. He thinks this never would have happened if he were 10 years younger. Then Amar orders Forms to finish him with her blizzard. When she sends it at Trembling, he slashes diagonally to stop it, but Forms rushes him and gets right in close. She hits him with an ice prism, forcing Trembling to guard with his sword. Amar asks what he thinks of it, saying he invented this way of using true aura by coating his spirits in a thin layer of it. He can raise their power to a whole new level. With that, Forms becomes a high-level spirit that can both attack and defend. She clashes with Trembling and keeps him busy. He tries to land a hit, but she's fast enough to dodge at point-blank range. Trembling stays on her, while she keeps making chunks of ice to strike back and stop his advances. During the fight, Iron thinks this proves what he expected. He can battle on the level of one of the 9 stars. If he improves even more, the Continental unit will be within reach, but Kane ruins the opening by charging in loudly, yelling that this is revenge for his master Gagar as he attacks. Iron turns on him at once, asking if he's still here and saying he'll teach him a lesson. Kane activates his aura blade and attacks Iron. Iron tells the boy to struggle as much as he wants as he slips under the blade and strikes Kane right where it hurts most. He says that no matter what Kane does, he still can't beat him. Even with a deep cut across his abdomen, Kane stays on his feet and says he'll show what he can do. He'll prove right now that he can surpass him. But once again, while Kane charges in shouting like a shonen hero, Iron simply summons an ice cube under him. It slams upward between his legs, and Kane coughs up blood from the pain. Iron says Kane must have overrated himself after spending so long with the Hero King, then rushes the boy. To him, all that hatred means nothing. Kane is just a pawn. He tells him to die and swings at Kane, driving his sword across the boy's chest in a brutal slash. The blow sends Kane flying from above. Iron thinks only one enemy is left, and turns his eyes to Trembling, who is still fighting his spirit. Kane then thinks of his lord and remembers Joshua telling him as a child that he needed someone he could trust at his back. He didn't need a weakling who would die on the battlefield first, so Kane forces himself back up, searching for strength from deep inside, asking what a knight without a sword can even do. But Kane says it isn't over. He takes a two-handed sword stance even with empty hands and says that even with a broken blade, he can still fight. He remembers Joshua saying that once he moved past ranking and gained full control of his mana, he would awaken an absolute power, one strong enough to rival an aura blade. The protagonist showed him that power then, telling him to watch closely, and Kane now remembers. By pouring aura into his will, he can create a blade from it too. He recalls a battle against King Gagar when his sword was shattered. After noticing the broken blade, Gagar told him it happened because he relied only on brute force. A blade's strength depends on his mindset and how much faith he puts in it, so he should remember that. Kane holds on to those words now, saying he'll place his faith in his aura, forming a sword made entirely of it to prove he deserves to stand by his lord's side. He returns to the fight, and Iron is surprised that Kane managed to manifest a mental sword. Even so, he says the boy still needs work and asks if he's not tired enough to give up already. Cain answers that he still has to show his lord how much he has grown. Raising his sword and readying another attack, he says he won't lose to someone like Iron. Iron says that for someone on the edge of death, Cain sure talks a lot, then slides toward him. But Cain remembers another lesson, that just because reality is fast and messy, doesn't mean that's better. He remembers Aiden von Agnes saying that sometimes one strike is all you need. When that single strike is perfected, that's when you become one of the most respected and most feared. Aiden told Cain not to rest until he reached that point, and the boy thinks that no matter how long it takes, no matter whether he throws 1,000 strikes, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands, he must not rest until that attack is perfected. And now he finally uses that perfected move, creating a sword at least 5 meters long. The attack rushes toward Eren, and seeing it come, he thinks Cain was on the verge of death, but had been hiding his true strength the whole time. Even so, he says he can still block it. But then he feels something wrong in his body and realizes he can't move, wondering if all the damage from the earlier attacks is finally crushing his body as everything he has been through flashes through his mind. He realizes he won't be able to dodge this. So he needs forms, but at that exact moment, trembling cuts her in half. He realizes even she has been defeated. Now he has to gather every bit of strength he has left. But even then, he still can't stop it. And in that instant, the paladin wins the battle. Eren thinks an attack like that should be nothing, but Cain still manages to split him in half with that sword. After taking that hit, there isn't much left of him, and Cain starts wondering if his master would have approved of his skills. Decades earlier, there was a time when the attacks seemed endless. The invaders kept slaughtering people, children, and women along the way. Soldiers looted villages to refill their supplies, and the boy who was struck last wondered if this was how he would die. Then a voice asked him if he wanted to live, and its owner stepped over the fallen soldiers and stopped in front of the boy, saying that if he wanted to survive, he would be given the power to do it, all while killing the soldiers around him and blowing them apart right in front of the boy. That man told the boy to become his disciple, because together they would rule the world. In that horrible rain of blood, the boy begged for his help, saying he would do anything if that man gave him power. The man thought it was perfect. Using a memory tied to his rebirth, he said he would give the boy a new body and a new name. Then he renamed him and declared that from now on, the boy would be called Lucifer. And in the present, Lucifer remembers all of that. Looking at the bone dragon, he sees the knights fighting it and hears that Dokuyama has fallen, with everyone being warned to stay careful as he takes in the whole situation. He says that bone dragon defeated 200,000 soldiers by itself, calling it absurd, then congratulates Joshua Sanders, saying it looks like a huge victory with no losses. But the winged knights focus on the dragon and attack from every side, and then the wolf knights charge in too. But suddenly a bright glow appears behind them, and they are shocked by that light. Then the third prince, maybe fourth, who even knows, appears and says that if they give up and retreat now, he will let them live. He arrives with Dullahan and his army, urging them to accept his final offer, and Kazalian clearly isn't joking. The wolf knights answer by asking if he really thought they would beg for their lives against a bunch of undead, saying they'll send them back to hell. Then they attack them all, hurling fireballs at Kazalian and Lord Dullahan, but he quickly knocks those fireballs away with his swords, and even when the mages see it isn't working, they shout for the attacks not to stop. The mages keep casting fireballs, but the flames suddenly vanish from their hands, and they realize they can't gather mana anymore. Then another of Arthur's reinforcements appears behind them, saying he is the one who sealed all their mana. They wonder who he is, and it turns out to be the elite king. He says there's no need to explain anything to an inferior being, and tells them to experience firsthand the gap between them. Then he easily wipes them out. But in the middle of that, a man arrives in an explosion that blows the bodies away and speaks to Joshua, saying it's obvious he broke the taboo and joined forces with demons. He asks what kind of contract MC made to receive support like this. The elite king looks at him and asks how long he has been there, while the man demands an answer from him, saying power like this shouldn't be possible even at the cost of his life, and asks what price he paid. Then the cocky little dragon says he's got it wrong. They're doing this of their own free will, but that man doesn't seem ready to believe it. He tells them to speak the truth, saying he doesn't know what Joshua put on the line, but he'll raise the stakes. The little dragon says words won't work on him and rushes the man. He responds that even low-ranking demons are looking down on him and tells the dragon to listen, but the dragon says he isn't a low-ranking demon, then transforms into a girl. The cute little dragon literally turns into a girl, into the succubus queen. She says that even without all her power back yet, dealing with him will be easy, and charges him with everything she has. She slams the man's face into the ground and says that if he wants the truth, he should just wait. Soon he'll understand the great plan her master has in motion. Meanwhile, the bone dragon keeps crushing its victims, stomping over everyone on the battlefield, and Dullahan's army doesn't stop, cutting them down with ease. Then, while one of them is nearly down, he gets back up and cuts down the man attacking him, who thought he had already won. The soldiers keep panicking because the undead won't stay down and their forces are being wiped out. One of them orders all troops to abandon the castle and retreat, passing the message along. They call him weak and warn that anyone who tries to run from the battlefield will be punished by him personally. Then a crushing killing intent slams down on everyone, and they start wondering who's behind it. Lucifer appears right in the middle of them, burning with hatred for Joshua. He can't believe a bunch of corpses nearly beat him, and says the game is over. A bright glow bursts from him as his power spikes. Dullahan goes to strike one of the soldiers in front of him, but to Lucifer they all seem to be moving in slow motion. He cuts through them all in one rush, leaving a trail of bodies behind. Then he faces the third prince, the one leading them all. Lucifer points his sword at the prince's neck and says he'll deal with him first, but Joshua's first undead knight jumps in and shields the boy. Lucifer is genuinely shocked that he can keep up. He admits the man is at least somewhat capable, then vows to take his head only for the knight's blade to graze Lucifer's face. Even if it's just a scratch, Lucifer understands right away. It's that sword. Remembering its owner, he asks if the man was so desperate to live that he sided with the hero king, mocking the title of King of the Jungle and recognizing him as Duke Altsman. The Duke cuts him off and says this is all Lucifer's fault. He swears to end everything here. Lucifer sneers that he's nothing but a walking corpse, and in the past or now he never had a chance. He says he'll tear apart what's left of his soul. Then the Lich appears behind him and warns Lucifer not to be eaten alive by his own pride, because with his current power he can't defeat any of them. He says he'll teach Lucifer some humility himself. With pressure alone he forces Lucifer down, nearly pinning his feet into the ground. Lucifer still refuses to bend and asks who this guy thinks he is. Then he asks if they really can't tell where his power comes from. The dragon girl shows up again and says that doesn't matter. She's sure they're all weaker than her master. She tells him to shut up and stay down, pressing his head hard into the ground. But then she realizes something is wrong. Blood splashes out and her leg is suddenly lying beside Lucifer's head. He says it's been a long time since he showed his true power. Then he splits the Lich King in half too, leaving her stunned. All four stand together while she reattaches her leg, then asks where he got this power. Lucifer says he received it directly from the Absolute. He really is absurdly overpowered. First Joshua's father, then another Absolute, before that a demon. This story keeps scaling higher and higher. As that happens, Lucifer remembers the moment he was given that power, when the Absolute named him the exiled Archangel of Heaven, inside a grim magic circle where strips of flesh joined with the boy's body. The Absolute keeps working his ritual while the boy is rebuilt completely, screaming in pain. Once it's done, he names him again and says he now has the right to use that name from this point on. He was reborn, and back on the battlefield he releases a horrible aura that terrifies everyone. The succubus queen asks if he made a contract with Lucifer, saying that should be impossible because Lucifer was supposed to be dead. Lucifer says he returned from death and entrusted his power to him. With new armor on, he tells them to get ready to learn what real fear is. With one step, time itself seems to slow for him, and he starts seeing every weak point in front of him. Then he strikes each one using the monarch's blood, an instant death attack. He blows past them, sending them into the air, and they're all torn apart. Even Theta is shocked that the bone dragon was killed, saying it should have been immune even to 7th class magic. Then the dragon falls apart right in front of Joshua. The protagonist tells Theta and Aesilin to protect that area. He looks more tense now and rushes straight at Lucifer. When he gets there, he asks if that was the bone dragon's power. Lucifer asks if Joshua knows about the being that is basically his other self, and then their attacks collide. Steel and power crash together, and MC says, of course he knows him. The only being called a traitor by both heaven and the demon realm. He calls Lucifer a fool who never looks around, only charging ahead. Lucifer hates hearing that and says everything he knows is a lie. He says the truth is that the hypocrites in heaven struck first. According to Lucifer, he was the one betrayed by Michael, the strongest warrior in the heavenly realm. Lucifer says that even though he was an angel, Michael cut off his wings just because demon blood ran through his veins. As he fell, he was cast into the depths of the demon realm. Lucifer says that after losing his wings while he was drowning in despair, the first one to approach him was none other than the ruler of the demon realm, the demon god. He says the demon god wouldn't let a chance like that slip away, and even though Lucifer had lost his power with his wings, he promised Lucifer would regain it and play a huge role in the next war between heaven and the demon realm. Lucifer says the demon god was right. Soon his severed wings regained their power, but more than that, the demon blood inside him changed him completely during his time in the demon realm. He even grew massive horns. With angel wings and demon horns, he became a transcendent being. Not long after, the war between heaven and the demon realm began, and he finally faced Michael, the one who betrayed him. By then, Lucifer had already become a terrifying existence. He says he cut off Michael's wings and got his revenge. But then the fear that shook the gods in heaven spread to the demon god too. In the end, the demon god betrayed him as well, piercing him with his spear. Lucifer says he managed to escape with Vita, but ended up here in the intermediate realm. Now he plans to rule this place. He says he'll build an army to burn both heaven and hell, and to do that he'll destroy anything in his way. Now he tells Joshua to die as a glow appears in his chest. The same light shows up in all his allies too, and that glow means instant death. Lucifer says his power has finally awakened. He'll go beyond the speed of sound and reach the speed of light. Then he attacks with everything he has. He says no one can defend against his blade at light speed. But Joshua counters with level 6 magic spear arts. Using branching tree he strikes back and everyone feels the impact. Theta immediately tells Aesilin to raise a magic barrier to block the shockwave. They move at once, protecting everyone nearby, and he's shocked that the clash created such a huge blast. He says this is on a whole different level, beyond what humans should be able to do, while the two keep trading power head-on. Lucifer wonders how Joshua can withstand it with a human body, especially against a blade fused with the power of unpredictability. The protagonist says Lucifer is getting one thing wrong. This isn't Lucifer's true power. That only makes Lucifer angrier. He tells MC to shut up, demands to know who he thinks he is, and finally finds an opening to attack. But he throws up a barrier in front of himself. He knows Lucifer is dangerous. Drop your guard for even a second and you lose your head. Fighting from this distance won't be easy. So Joshua decides to keep control and give him no opening, pressing him non-stop with his spear until Lucifer slips up and he can finish it. In the middle of those monstrous attacks, Lucifer realizes the protagonist didn't just block his blade and kill the bone dragon. He's pushed him onto the defensive. Every thrust of that spear feels like it's tearing space apart, and Lucifer can't understand what kind of power this is. Then MC turns the fear back on him, saying Lucifer made one huge mistake. He hated everything Michael stood for, including Michael's trusted weapon, the sword. Because of that, Joshua knocks the sword out of Lucifer's hand and leaves him disarmed. He says that first of all, Lucifer's true weapon is the same as his, a spear. But more importantly, Lucifer didn't make a contract with him. It was another fallen angel, Azaldal. Lucifer rejects that immediately, asking if he really thinks he'd fall for such stories. Mind games won't work on him. Joshua doesn't care and just charges straight through, using level 7 magic spear arts to rip open space-time with his heaven and earth creation attack. That lets him relax for a second, but another attack suddenly comes from behind him. The protagonist quickly uses level 6 magic spear arts to block it with branching tree, but the strike is so strong it shatters his barrier anyway. On top of that, Lucifer lands a hit on Joshua and makes him bleed badly. MC realizes this is bad. He didn't expect Lucifer to reach the second stage of awakening so soon. Now Lucifer has horns and a wing, and MC crashes down hard, thinking Lucifer may finally be stronger than him. During his attack, it's explained that the moment anything touches his aura, it breaks down to the atomic level, letting him rebuild it however he wants. And if he purposely skips the rebuilding step, that means total destruction at the atomic level for any living being. The second Lucifer realized he was about to be torn apart, he became desperate to live. Deep down, he was terrified of dying. His survival instincts took over and pushed him to call the name he had always refused to accept, so he screams for Zaldal. Anyone bound to a demon can awaken if the right conditions are met, and for Lucifer, the second step was simple. He had to beg Zaldal for power and ask not to die there. All he needed to do was call his contractor's true name and admit Zaldal was his real contractor. The change gave him a horn and a massive sword. In a way, Joshua helped cause this. If he had never mentioned Zaldal, Lucifer would have turned to dust instead of unlocking this new form. The protagonist never knew that could happen. That was information about Zaldal from before his regression. Then MC crashes down hard. Icarus orders everyone to attack and protect the Hero King, but Lucifer lashes out and warns them to stay out of it. Teta rushes in front and raises a wind barrier. Even so, it barely holds. The shockwaves still blast everyone back, and even Icarus gets thrown away. Teta is stunned. That much power came from a single strike. If Lucifer wanted, he could wipe out the whole army. So why let them live? Was he just playing with them? Lucifer tells him to wait his turn. Once the Hero King is dead, the rest are next. But Joshua gets back up and apologizes, saying things won't go Lucifer's way. Lucifer asks if he still has hope after seeing the gap between them. He says Lucifer was never going to win this fight. That's just how it is. Lucifer snaps back, asking why he's still talking nonsense when death is already waiting for him. The protagonist realizes he's right about one thing. The wounds he got during that century in the demon realm still haven't fully healed. Leading the troops pushed his body even further, and now he's close to his physical limit. He decides the only way to win is to hold Lucifer down and bet everything on what Lucifer is about to become. He needs to awaken Azazel, and he believes his spear can endure that power through heaven and earth creation. So Joshua charges again and tells Lucifer to find out for himself whether he's bluffing. Lucifer thinks the boy better not disappoint him. Then he attacks again, moving at the speed of light. But Joshua still dodges and realizes Lucifer isn't that much faster than before. He can still keep up. Their weapons clash once more. MC is the one getting pushed back, barely stopping the sword before it reaches his face. Lucifer grows more annoyed because even one hit from his spear cracked the blade. He knows heaven and earth creation is affecting it, and the weapon won't last much longer. Lucifer starts laughing. He knew the protagonist was bluffing, and says he'll take his title as Hero King. But Joshua quickly forms his spear again and lands an upward strike on Lucifer. That only makes Lucifer even angrier. He can't understand why MC keeps enduring, so he fires off another lightspeed attack. It tears past while Joshua blocks. Lucifer says the game is over and rushes in again, but he keeps twisting and dodging, making the attack miss. Lucifer keeps trying to hit him and still can't, while the protagonist spins his spear and slams it into Lucifer again, actually managing to hurt him. Lucifer rises into the air and kicks Joshua in the chest, sending him crashing down again. As MC falls, Lucifer Rain's energy slashes down on him, but Joshua slips through all of them and closes the distance. Then the two trade blows again. He tries once more to strip the sword from Lucifer's hand. Lucifer sees it coming and says that won't happen again. So the protagonist uses the oldest trick in a fight, a headbutt right to the face. Lucifer can't believe it. He should be the stronger one, so how is MC still able to hurt him? Joshua asks if he really wants to know why he's losing, because Lucifer probably thinks power alone makes him the strongest. But real strength comes from effort and experience. Lucifer still lacks that, so even with new power, losing is only natural. Lucifer yells at him to shut up and says a few lucky hits don't mean victory. He releases even more aura and claims overwhelming power can crush experience. Then he says he'll show him what overwhelming power really looks like. His body bulks up instantly, and he prepares to kill Joshua with a single strike, now towering over him. The protagonist answers by pulling magma, storm wind, and thunder from his chest, combining all three to stop the charge. Their powers collide, and MC starts glowing brightly. He thinks this is his chance. Lucifer realizes his current strength still isn't enough. If he wants to win, he needs enough power to end it in one blow. So he calls to Zazil and says that if he truly wants to unify the continent, then he must give him all his power. He charges another attack, saying this one will kill that cursed hero king in a single hit. Joshua rushes in. Knowing this is the moment, Lucifer thinks the boy is charging straight toward death, but he has a plan. He slips behind him and says Lucifer has become too obsessed with power. Then the protagonist says it's time to awaken Azazel and aims for Lucifer's back through his spear. Lucifer tries to turn and counter, but Joshua tells him it's too late and lands the hit. Blood spills from Lucifer's mouth as the blow drives him to the ground. Even from the ground, everyone feels the impact and wonders if it's over, but they soon notice someone is still there with wings spread, even while kneeling. He keeps calling for Zaziel, but the one kneeling there is no longer Lucifer. He bows before Joshua. MC says the angelic traits he remembered are gone, and that it's good to see Zaziel like this. He did spend hundreds of years fighting in the demon realm, got stronger, came back hurt, and now he's taking a beating. But I won't lie, this is getting confusing. If you understand what's happening, explain it in the comments. How did he call Zaziel, and why is Zaziel bowing to him? I really don't know. He does have angelic and divine power, so maybe he really is Lucifer, but I've already been lost for a while. If you can explain what's going on, I'll read it. After being slammed into the ground, Lucifer wakes up inside a dreamlike dark void, confused about where he is since he was just fighting Joshua. Then a voice tells him he failed. He realizes at last that the voice belongs to Zaziel and asks where he is and what happened. Zaziel says this place exists inside their joined consciousness. The two of them are connected there. Zaziel says this marks the end of their bond, but Lucifer cuts him off and tells him to stop talking and let him go. Finish off the hero king. Zaziel tells him that's impossible. Lucifer demands to know why, and Zaziel explains that the hero king he keeps talking about is actually the archangel Lucifer. The false Lucifer is shaken, and Zaziel says that in human terms, Joshua is his king. He's fated to obey every order from him. Lucifer, now panicking, says that's not his problem and has nothing to do with him, but Zaziel says he still doesn't understand. Then Lucifer's hand starts turning black, like something is swallowing him, and he asks what's happening. Zaziel tells him he'll slowly disappear forever. Lucifer begs him to stop, insisting he can still beat the hero king. Zaziel asks if he really still doesn't get it. This was an unwritten law, something bound to happen. Lucifer begs him to wait, but vanishes anyway. Back outside, in front of Joshua, Zaziel says he heard what happened and that the protagonist even met the Moldeus, adding that the life of an archduke must be strange. He's also surprised MC was betrayed again even after reincarnating in that middle realm, and says that must show how cruel the demon god's curse is. Still, he promises to stay by his side and protect him from now on, then asks if they should head to the demon realm. Just like 3 years ago, the day the protagonist chose to disappear from the middle realm. But the protagonist shows no emotion. Iselin starts wondering what's happening since the demon is bowing, and the others begin to realize the two seem to know each other. I really hope these are Joshua's harem members because even if it has nothing to do with this scene, those three don't fit with anyone else except the main character. Not that anyone else here has much personality anyway. Icarus grows more worried, and MC says he can't go back yet. Azazel asks why, and Joshua explains that parts of the demon god are still scattered across the middle realm. Azazel is shocked and asks if he knows where any of them are now. He says he learned in the demon realm that one part of the demon god was inside Lucia, but he also says he has a few ideas, because it wasn't a coincidence that Lucia was at Agaris's estate. Heimdall is probably tied to all of this, and once they find Heimdall, they should get some answers. Before that, though, they need to understand the situation better. The protagonist says, Azalsal says MC can ask anything. MC tells him to become the perfect demon for him. That catches Azalsal off guard. Nearby, the soldiers wonder why Lord Lucifer suddenly took a demon form. They're shocked that someone as proud as him would bow to the hero king. They panic, saying Commander Aimer is down, there are too many demons, and they might all die here. Fear spreads fast. Azalsal realizes Joshua is talking about the Swallow Empire soldiers, and is hiding who he really is, since demons and demonic power are forbidden here. He admits he doesn't like being used like this, but since he asked, he'll do it. He says if everyone doesn't die here, rumors about the Black Mage who can summon the undead will spread across the whole continent. So he needs to play the hero and defeat the undead army. That way no one will tie him to them. Azal agrees and shouts to his followers, ordering them to protect him and come closer to bring down the Hero King. The soldiers are confused by this talk about followers and wonder if Lucifer means them. But then they see the undead army moving. Now they're even more confused. How is Lord Lucifer commanding the undead? As they all follow Lucifer's order, Tieta wonders if Joshua wasn't the one controlling them before. Azal says he was, which makes her ask why they're obeying this demon now. Then Icarus realizes this was the protagonist's plan from the start, and before explaining anything she orders everyone to move and protect the Hero King from the undead. Still, all three of them are totally lost and beg her to explain the plan first. No one understands why the undead summoned by Swallow were attacking them instead of Joshua's side. Then Cain comes running and asks what the soldiers are staring at. He reminds them their orders are to charge, so everyone follows him to protect the Hero King from his own forces. Then they start fighting Joshua's demons, and that shameless guy tells them to defeat the demon on this land. He says they did well pulling his army back, then puts on a big holy light show and wipes out the demons. Everyone buys the act and joins in, attacking them. Lucifer wonders what they think they're doing. He calls them cursed traitors and asks if they'll just stand there while their emperor is in danger. Then they notice a thick miasma and they can't move. Azal says he expected this, which is why he planned to turn them all into part of his undead army. The soldiers panic and call it a lie. They say the emperor would never do that. But Azal says if they don't have minds of their own, then they should become part of his undead army. He declares he'll turn every human on this continent into soldiers under him and attack the heavenly realm. Then he says his plan would have worked if not for the Hero King. Right then Joshua rushes in, punches him, and slams him back to the ground. Azal can only think that punch could have been a little softer. MC then calls out to the Swallow soldiers and tells them to raise their swords. The Emperor Lucifer they serve as a demon, and he was going to use them to build another undead army. He says he's on their side and orders them to fight the demons. They hear him out and accept that Lucifer really was a demon, so they begin siding with the protagonist. A few still hesitate, but they say the Hero King doesn't seem to be plotting anything or lying to them. It's obvious now this isn't a war between them and the Avalon Empire, it's a war between humans and demons. That speech sounds pretty convincing, even coming from the succubus queen. Then the third prince, who was also planted there, says that no matter what happens, he refuses to become undead. He wants to live proudly as a human, and says demons and demonic power should be driven out of this land first. He charges in with Altsman, who had been posing as a knight, and they rally everyone by saying they won't let the land of their descendants be corrupted. That gets everyone focused, and they rush forward with swords raised. Kilva tells MC they stirred up the enemy just like he ordered. MC thinks they did well and says they can rest now. Sometime later, Heimdall hears that Emperor Lucifer has been defeated. More exactly, they say the demon who made a contract with Emperor Lucifer was beaten by him and Swallow's 200,000 soldiers. Heimdall asks what happened to the Swallow Empire, and he's told that with Emperor Lucifer now treated as Swallow's enemy, the former Grace royal family is moving to take power back. It looks like they'll return to the throne soon. Heimdall is pleased, because Joshua pulled off something huge for them. He tells them to inform the other apostles while he stands before what seems to be the demon god. He says they'll need to act fast, and they must bring Emperor Marcus Van Britten to him at once. Marcus Van Britten is still alive but imprisoned, and Heimdall says he has something to discuss with him. While all this chaos spreads through the world, Ravis is playing with some orphans, making toy swords for them. Then the kids get excited and ask if he can make a spear too, and another child asks for one as well. They start arguing about who asked first, but Ravis calms them down. He says there will be enough for everyone, so they shouldn't fight over something like that and should just have fun. Then someone tells him a young lady is here looking for Ravis. Lily arrives and says it's been a long time. She asks if he remembers her, saying they met during the Masters' duels 3 years ago in Henrod. He says she's probably mistaken and must have him confused with someone else. When he stands up, Lily notices something is wrong with his leg. The children ask who she is, and he plays dumb, saying he doesn't know her. She asks him to wait because she has something important to say. Then she tells him Lucifer is dead. He's shocked, and she adds that the Hero King defeated the Swallow Empire in war. The balance of the continent has changed. She asks them to join up and help end the war, saying they can finally restore the land of Thran like he always wanted. She asks for help from King Ravis, and he clearly doesn't know how to respond. Then a man is forging a sword and says he gave that blade special care to finish it. He asks the man beside him to take a look. The man says it's easy to see the blade is sharp and well balanced. Leo de Grans calls it an excellent weapon. Then the blacksmith asks if the rumors are true, the one saying the leader who defeated the Swallow Empire was the former king of Reinhardt, the Hero King. Leo says it's true. Their king, the real ruler of Reinhardt, Lord Joshua Sanders, defeated the Swallow Empire, and now they'll take Reinhardt back under their control. Then someone asks what he's doing there, and tells Leo de Grans he shouldn't be wandering around like this. The man says Leo should go back to his allies and get them working. He's the Knight Master of Hobart Villa. Leo de Grans says if this is about the tasks he was given, he's already finished them all. The man asks what order he gave. Leo de Grans reminds him he put them in charge of the stable, but the man says that was when they were under the Swallow Empire. Now that they're back under the Hobart Empire, Leo will be given a new role that fits Hobart's rule. He says he'll take him to the others and tells him to follow his orders. Then he reveals Leo's new assignment. The Wilhelm Knights will now work in the arena as gladiators. He assumes Leo de Grands knows what will happen if he refuses, so Leo has little choice but to go with him. Then he asks if they've learned where Lily's went, and his subordinate says they tracked her after she left Elwyn. Jector thinks she's good at slipping past trackers, and says that's fine, they can deal with it during a cleanup before the Emperor returns. He asks if there's any news from the royal family, and they're told the Emperor will arrive in half a day as planned. Other than that, nothing urgent has come up. But they also got word from a scout that the Hero King's army is camped near Erin. Jector is shocked by that and asks how it's possible. It should have taken weeks to get there from Avalon. Is he really saying they already set up camp there only a day after the battle with the Swallow Empire? The subordinate guesses the leaders of the magic towers are helping him along with the 7 sorcerers, and says that with their help it would be completely possible. He then cautiously suggests that maybe they should stop the arena training, and only open it after they figure out what the Hero King plans to do next. But Jector says he can't do that. They only took back control of Erin less than a week ago, and to prove Erin is under Rubal's control, they need to wipe this land clean and erase its past, and the arena is the best way to do it. It will also raise the troops' morale. He orders them to keep watching the Hero King's army and send more soldiers if needed. As planned, he says he'll kill Wilhelm himself. If anything happens, they must report to him at once, and the subordinate agrees. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the crowd is cheering for the slaughter, while Leo de Grands' men keep complaining about the gear they were given. It's rusty and awful. This isn't even a real fight. It's an execution. One of them says they'll all die here, just as the man who imprisoned Leo de Grands shows up. He mocks them, saying it's a shame only they get to hear all this whining. Then he keeps talking down to everyone there, acting tough, until Joshua arrives. They panic and ask how he got in, but he answers with a thunder strike that freezes them all in place. From inside, Leo de Grands is stunned to see the Hero King himself. Then he simply apologizes for being late, and everyone drops into position and apologizes to Joshua at once. He doesn't get it, so Leo de Grands explains they tried to hold on to the will spirit and freedom he taught them, but they failed and were defeated. While fighting for Ellerheim, the protagonist tells him it's fine, they're not too late yet. He says he's already cleared the way. Once they get out, his men will be waiting, and Leo de Grands needs to get ready to take control of the city gate. Leo de Grands asks if MC won't be coming with them, but outside he starts calling for Jacker, then steps into the middle of the arena to wait for him, and his opponent really does appear. Everyone realizes it's the Hero King standing face to face with him, and Jacker thinks this is surprising. He didn't expect to meet Joshua like this, but says it's even better. Now he doesn't have to hunt him down. The protagonist says Jacker should be thanking him instead, because by gathering all of Hobart's army in one place, he's made it easy to wipe them all out without much effort. Jacker starts asking if MC is ready to die, because he definitely will. Joshua raises his spear right at the Martial King's face. Jacker smacks it aside and says he talks big for someone standing in enemy land. He says coming here alone was a mistake, and pulls back a punch to hit the boy, but the protagonist stops it with ease. MC then says that now that he thinks about it, Jacker is the worst criminal of them all. Jacker asks what that's supposed to mean, and Joshua says that unlike Lucifer, who was cursed by birth, Jacker started out as a noble, so Jacker asks what that has to do with anything. He says life has always been unfair, but as he attacks, he activates Bronto and uses the magic spear art's 4th form, True Lightning. He breaks Jacker's attack with no trouble at all, and Jacker asks if Joshua really dares to close the distance. From the look of it, he's pretty confident in close combat. He gathers ki again to fire a blast at the protagonist, saying he accepts the challenge. Their clash is so huge that the arena barrier starts to crack. The spectators panic, afraid they'll get caught in it, and some think about running. But then they realize the Hero King is the one fighting, and they can't look away. It's crazy that he's matching the martial combat king with just a spear. The beating keeps going, and even Joshua starts getting pressured as Jacker rushes him and slams a punch into the ground, thinking he caught the boy. But MC uses that opening to strike one of Jacker's arms, cutting it. Jacker realizes Joshua pierced his true aura and wounded him. Now he finally believes the boy really did defeat Lucifer, but he says he was never talking about equality. Jacker came from the kind of place everyone wishes they could reach, yet even with every advantage, his pride consumed him. He crushed anyone who challenged his authority, stole their chances, and destroyed all their progress. Worst of all, he stood with the Emperor to kill the Pope, his own father, and still smiles about it. The protagonist says he did all that just to earn the Emperor's trust and become king of this land, the former Reinhardt. Jacker just grins and calls him an idiot. He says power rules the world, and it's only natural for the strong to crush the weak. Then he asks if Joshua is really any different. He's only here because of his own power too. If they were weak, no one would listen to them, and even if they told the truth, all they get was a blade at their throat. MC says someone with that mindset will never reach true strength. Jacker tells him to stop wasting time. Even if the Emperor and the people call him the Hero King, that only makes him a bigger problem. He insists he's still better, but the protagonist cuts in, saying titles and noble rank mean nothing on the battlefield. He's sure Jacker can feel his subordinates' eyes on him. Those looks are full of doubt, and Joshua asks if Jacker can feel it too. Around them, people keep talking about the Hero King's feats. They bring up the rumor that the great Emperor Lucifer was killed by the Hero King, and wonder if the Martial King can really beat him. The last time a battle like this happened, half the city was left in ruins. Now they say that if they stay and watch, they might be destroyed along with the whole city. So everyone starts to panic and run. Jacker watches them leave and calls them traitors, asking if they still dare call themselves knights. Joshua tells them not to blame themselves for not trusting him. A man reaps what he sows. Who would risk their life for someone like that? MC says that's also why Lucifer never made him commander-in-chief. That truth sets Jacker off. He snaps back, asking if he isn't alone too. Even if those fools lost their nerve, that doesn't mean he won't fight, and asks if the protagonist really thinks he can beat him and all of Hobart's forces alone. He says the protagonist won't even get past him. Joshua says he isn't alone. Unlike Jacker, he has the Knights of Val backing him, and they'll open the castle gates for him. Once that happens, he'll take this land in an instant. Jacker charges again, mocking him for believing those commoners who shovel horse manure can still be called knights. He says MC left his only allies in the mud, then attacks again. But he vanishes with Bronto's power and appears behind him, saying that even after being gone for 3 years, they still didn't hesitate to help him. The Knights of Val will follow his orders even if it costs them their lives. That's what real trust looks like. A leader like Jacker who has lost all his people's trust has no future. Then Joshua blasts Jacker with a massive surge of power. The guy tries to block it with his bare hands, but realizes he's being pushed back and gets dragged away by that huge shockwave. With that, the martial combat king is defeated, and the soldiers wonder if the Hero King is about to kill them all. Jacker tells them to calm down. He says anything in his way must be removed now, and orders them to bring him the heads of the damned Knights of Vilval at the castle gates. As for the Hero King, he'll finish things himself. He really thinks this will work, and says that last attack was amazing. It even surprised him. He planned to keep this secret until he got the chance to fight the moon that wounded the Dark God. But now it's time to use the awakening of his true aura. Joshua just brushes it off, saying he's sure it's only some useless trick. Outside, Leo de Grands does manage to hold off the soldiers rushing him, but then the man who had imprisoned them demands to know how they dared break free and side with the Hero King. He's still shaken from the huge shock the protagonist hit him with. He says Leo de Grands and his men are guilty too, so they'll be executed here with no mercy. But Kane says no one should bother dealing with idiots like them. He asks to take command and tells the others to cover his back, but Leo de Grands asks to handle it himself, because he has a personal score to settle with that man. And so, a totally pointless fight against a nobody begins. Leo de Grands steps up against him ready to strike, and says the man shouldn't make the mistake of thinking their mana core training is the same. He learned how to store mana permanently in his core. As long as he doesn't use what he's saved, he can keep building more mana inside his body. And while there is a limit based on what his body can handle, there are many ways to raise that mana core limit. Of those methods, placing restrictions on himself worked best. He remembers his heavier past and says he's been storing mana for the last 3 years, so this is on a whole different level. Then he says he'll never betray his lord as he lifts his enemy's sword. He gets ready to strike again, saying he has only ever been loyal to one person, the one who will bring Reinhardt back to glory. His opponent quickly tells him to wait. Too late, he charges in and lands a crushing hit. The blow tears through the battlefield. Everyone is stunned. They thought he was just a knight in title, but he can even smash castle walls. One of them says both fighters should be masters, but the gap between them is way too big. His ally snaps that this is no time to lose focus. They clearly cannot stop what is coming. Seeing that, he realizes he probably will not need to step in. He thinks it is fine to leave this to Icarus, and his subordinate starts asking about him, but there is no time. An attack comes from behind as a warp gate opens just outside the castle walls. The portal starts twisting reality itself, and the soldiers order the archers to get ready and defend the broken walls. Then Icarus's hand reaches out from the portal, and he calls to the soldiers in Joshua Sanders' name. They are to take back control of Reinhardt and attack together. Everyone charges out like a hero team assembling. All in MC's name, they rush straight at their enemies. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the Martial King says he wanted to keep this secret until he could fight Lucifer and the Dark God, but now he unveils the awakening of his true aura. He starts glowing like a bargain Super Saiyan right in front of Joshua, who looks seriously annoyed as the man pulls out every bit of power he has. At last, his full armor appears, and honestly, it is pretty underwhelming, just decent armor at best. Joshua wonders what is supposed to be so special about it, and thrusts with his spear, but a blast of energy erupts on impact. The Martial King tells him not to get the wrong idea, and he is caught off guard. He explains that forming the armor is not the impressive part. The real issue is what it is made of. The protagonist's spear cannot pierce it at all. The king says it is made from something not found in this world, and even someone as gifted as the protagonist cannot scratch it. Then he counters. With a knee to Joshua's arm, he actually breaks it. MC is shocked, and honestly, so is everyone else. The Martial King asks if he is confused, saying this is only the beginning. Things get even more serious when he hurls him away. As Joshua flies back, the king rushes after him, saying the rumors were false. He claims the protagonist was never as great as people said. Getting more fired up, he keeps pressing the attack. MC notices he healed his broken bones easily, but knows he cannot let that hit land again. The Martial King still charges in and throws a punch that kicks up a cloud of dust. But through the dust his spear shoots past and nearly clips his nose. The Martial King barely twists away. Even from that awkward position he still fires off a kick at Joshua, forcing the boy to block it with his spear. The fight keeps going, both of them trying to land the next hit. Still, the Martial King holds the edge. He says the protagonist moves well, but left his back open, circles behind him, and goes for a rear attack, saying defeat is all that waits here. He even says it was fun while it lasted. But just as those claws close in, Joshua turns and faces the attack head-on. It is a dragon breath, basically a point-blank energy blast fired right at him. At that range, with the giant dragon blast right in his face, MC is in serious trouble, blocking most of it with his spear. The Martial King grins and tells him to turn to dust and vanish. Instead, Joshua uses the sixth form of the magic spear arts to push it back, and the Martial King starts to feel that something is wrong. A huge red explosion bursts out and tears through the attack. Then he uses the dance of heavenly destruction and charges straight at the Martial King. The king cannot understand it. His dragon breath is being shattered like glass, and he realizes things have gone very bad. This attack should have been tearing apart space itself as it came in. He cannot believe it, but the protagonist reaches him and pierces his armor. Then Joshua notices something strange. He did not go all the way through, though he broke a large part of it. The Martial King admits that is impressive, but says that is as far as MC will get. He says that armor cannot be pierced by some minor spear, then pulls back for another punch. He tells him to give up already, but he vanishes, using Bronto's power. The shockwave from the punch does not even touch him. Then the protagonist appears above the Martial King. He comments on how stubborn the protagonist is, stunned by the move. Bronto says his next strike will shatter that armor to pieces, then activates the eighth form of the magic spear arts. Lightning Spear, extreme speed. He dives in and unleashes the first strike, cutting clean through the middle of the Martial King's body. The king can only wonder how that is possible. It was so fast he did not even register it as an attack, and he thinks it may be faster than Lucifer's speed of sound. Then he wonders why he did not aim for his neck. With him now behind him, he realizes he may have been playing with him the whole time. The protagonist uses Lightning Spear extreme speed again, the 10th strike. He tears into the Martial King from every angle, then keeps going until the 100th hit, and he pushes all the way to the 200th, making sure the Martial King never forgets the gap between them. By the end, with his armor almost completely shattered, the Martial King can do nothing but burst apart into a pool of blood. A second before the final impact, the Martial King thinks this must be his punishment. In the middle of that chaos, he remembers the past. He had once bragged that he defeated the Knights of God and told the Pope to spread the news himself. Standing there in prayer, the Pope listened as the Martial King ordered him to tell the Emperor, in the name of the true God Hermes, that the Emperor's word is God's word, and if he obeyed, his life would be spared. He was speaking to his own father. His father asked what his son wanted, and he snapped back, asking if what he had just said was really that hard to understand. He said he would spell it out. His father needed to give up all his rights as Pope and everything that came with them. But his father told him to stop this nonsense. Anyone could see that even if he backed the Emperor now, he would betray him soon enough too. And when that happened, he would obviously try to seize the whole continent. His father asked how much blood he planned to spill to get what he wanted. As his father, that was not the future he wanted for his son. He begged him to stop while he still could, and said he would do everything in his power to stop him. Instead, the Martial King grabbed his own father by the throat and lifted him up. He asked if that was really how it would be, and whether his father truly wanted him to kill him. The Pope said it was not too late and begged Jector to stop, warning that everything he had done would return to Laponia, and God himself would punish him. But he killed his own father with his bare hands. Then he said that would only happen if God really existed, and according to him there was no God at all. Back in the present, it really feels like he is facing something beyond him. Maybe not God, but close enough, maybe a fallen angel. Meanwhile, Icarus is still ordering everyone to invade and retake Reinhardt. The troops pour into the city, and one soldier says they cannot break through those cursed Hobald troops. Then the leader of the mercenary guild says he finally feels alive again, and charges right at them. He says the last 2 days have made him sick, and asks why not warm up a little. Axelair barrels through everyone, trampling the line with his huge formation. The enemy panics, calling him a superhuman as they try to reform their defensive line and raise the barrier. They know they cannot let him get through, but then chains burst from the ground. They panic, wondering what is happening as they are dragged down below. They realize the formation is broken and the barrier has fallen. In that opening, a voice orders them to surrender. It says Heinrich will be captured sooner or later, so they should stop this pointless battle. Christian says they do not want any more useless sacrifices. They do not want to kill them or their former allies. As the new superhuman, he swears in his master's name that if they surrender, he will keep everyone safe. He tells them to drop their swords, and everyone is moved by the sight of those chains coming from his arm. Even so, they start laying down their weapons. They call it incredible and wonder if it is like MC's aura force, saying they see him differently now. Christian admits he did not expect it to drain so much energy, and says he does not understand how MC can keep it up for so long. Tetraporn says he is simply a monster beyond understanding, while Azelin says all they need to do is wait for him. Then someone shouts that the castle entrance has been taken, and orders the gates opened. The gates begin to rise and everyone welcomes Icarus as he enters. Now Joshua's new lieutenant, with Sherrick beside her. Tetraporn says the troops are more fired up than ever and asks if Icarus should say something to push them even more. She shuts that down. They only opened the gates, not won the battle. Then Isolin says she will handle the prisoners and asks if Icarus is heading to the central plaza. Icarus says yes. Taking the throne comes first. Axelar suddenly notices something and puts his ear to the ground. The earth starts shaking. Isolin asks what is wrong and he says it is unbelievable. There is a huge cavalry force coming. Not just 100,000, more like 200,000 soldiers. Soon everyone feels the tremor. Then they spot the enemy closing in and realize it is Hobald's army. The whole force arrives. In the name of the church, as always, they bring a massive army aimed right at the castle. They say this is Hobald's elite army, and the Emperor of Lekalsburg orders them to open fire. One soldier commands them to fill the siege tanks with holy power, tells the first and second squads to get ready, and declares that in the name of Lord Hermes, they will be given strength. All that holy energy is poured into the cannon. Then the cannon fires at the castle, but Cain steps in front of one of the beams of light. He remembers the strike used on Ama, and says he can cut it in half, and he actually does. He protects the whole castle from one of the blasts, while there is not much they can do about the other one, and it hits near Agares. Icarus says she expected Hobald's enforcer to come, but not with this many troops. If they stay on defense, they will only lose more soldiers. So she tells Isolin to strengthen the castle walls, while Axelar gathers the mercenaries and stops the siege tanks. At once they all move to do their jobs, saying it is time to get to work. As they rush out, Joshua's army is clearly much smaller than the enemy force, and that starts eating at Christian. He cannot stand back and watch, so he charges in with Axelar. Cain calls out, ordering Christian not to move without permission and telling him to come back. But Christian refuses. He says he has to save his allies. They were dragged into a war they never chose, and if this keeps going, they will waste all their holy power and die. He will not let his people be treated like tools of war. Everyone is already suffering, their energy being drained by those cannons that keep firing at Joshua's side. But Axelar charges the blast, saying it is nothing to him, and drives straight into it. He throws a punch at the wall of fire but feels his aura getting crushed. His blow cannot break it, so he realizes he has to deflect it no matter what. He puts his whole body in front of the attack, knowing that if it keeps going, his men will get caught in the fallout. Tetraporn tells him this looks rough, and Axelar snaps back that he should help instead of just standing there. Tetraporn says that is exactly why he is here. He summons his magic into a beam of light and fires it into the attack. With that, he pierces the spell and sends his own strike at the enemy army. They are ordered to raise a barrier in Lord Ems's name to block it. A holy barrier rises and stops Tetraporn's attack. Tetraporn notes they mixed aura with holy energy, making it surprisingly strong. Still, he figures it will break once the priests and knights run out of power. The enemy wonders why a magic tower leader is in Aram, and says that as long as he is there, the bombardment will not work. Then their emperor orders Ketro to lead the vanguard and stop the mercenaries from advancing. Ketro says he will deal with the magic tower leader and raises his sword. Using true aura, he transforms his horse into a Pegasus. This is the Pegasus of true aura. He orders the entire cavalry to follow him, and from the ground, Ketro commands the vanguard to charge. They all rush straight at Tetraporn. Tetraporn admits he did not expect such a reckless charge. Then he apologizes and says this is the end, lifting many of them with wind magic alone until their bodies go limp. With one wave of his hand, he blasts them away in a single burst, and the man on the Pegasus says he thought they were supposed to stay neutral, asking why they are part of a war across the continent. He says he will use this chance to beat Tetraporn and take one of his 9 stars titles. But when he attacks, Tetraporn raises a wind barrier and blocks the Emperor's strike. He says everything is going just as Icarus predicted. They knew the Martial King would not report to the Emperor, and it seems the Emperor has no idea why Tetraporn is even here. Tetraporn says trust between them must have broken, then fires a blast of flame at the Pegasus, which barely escapes. The Emperor asks if he means Icarus, Avalon's heavenly brain, and says he thought Avalon had taken over the Aloe Empire a week ago. He asks if Icarus threw away his own country by mistake, then attacks again. Tetraporn keeps defending with ease, while Axel orders the mercenaries to keep pushing. Then Ketro appears beside him and tells him to stay still. Ketro suddenly cuts in at his side and warns him not to move. He activates True Aura, first released form, second form, and starts merging with his horse through that power. Then he becomes a centaur. Axelar still faces him head-on. When the centaur swings his sword, Axelar meets it bare-handed and punches the blade. Axelar says he never thought True Aura could transform someone like that. He is honestly impressed, but the fight quickly turns brutal, and Axelar barely slips past the centaur's attacks. Meanwhile, his soldiers start losing ground. They are stuck on foot, and everyone knows they cannot beat cavalry on an open plain. If this keeps up, they will die. Then Christian shouts for them not to hesitate and starts healing them. They feel holy energy rushing through their bodies. He tells them to keep moving. The blessing of Hermes is with them. They soon realize it is not just healing. They feel stronger too, and Christian orders them to get up and keep charging. One enemy soldier mocks them, saying if they wanted to see hell, they came to the right place. A mercenary fires back that they will fight their way out of that hell. The soldier says death is the only escape, then drives his sword into the boy's aura armor. The armor cracks, but so does the soldier's blade, and he realizes that armor is insanely tough. Christian realizes his master managed to manifest sacred armor through true aura. It is not as strong as Joshua's and he cannot cover the whole army with it, but if they can stop fatal blows, they still have a chance to strike back. And that is exactly what one soldier does. He kills the enemy in front of him. Christian says he can place the armor on at least 10 people, and if he keeps healing everyone with holy power, they might reach the siege tanks. But Ketro flies into a rage, ordering the cannons to fire and target the mercenaries, even while facing Axelar. His own army hears the command, but the soldiers are crying as their holy energy is drained away. Then new orders come, shift the bombardment to the rear left flank and force the cavalry into one area. At the same time, Aselin keeps casting. As the fire is launched, she raises her wall of ice. Everyone screams that the cannon fire is hitting the rear flank as a giant fireball chases the soldiers. Then they see Aselin lifting a mountain of ice and are told to hide behind it. The blast slams into the ice mountain, but it holds. They realize she stopped an attack that even the mercenary king might not have blocked, and they cheer for Aselin. Then chunks of the ice mountain start crashing onto the cavalry, badly hurting them as horses tumble from the impact. Ketro yells not to stop the bombardment and orders them to keep firing. Meanwhile, while he is up on the ice, Aselin throws him into the air and Axelar laughs, saying it looks like he owes the magic tower leader one, thanking Aselin. But she feels she used too much mana and is exhausted. She says she will leave the rest to Axelar and Christian. Then she finally collapses up there. At the same time, one enemy woman is whipping the others and yelling at them to keep feeding holy energy into the siege tanks. She even lashes her own servants when they say they have no strength left, ordering them to use every last drop or die. Then Christian arrives and stops her whipping. He grabs her and slams her face first into the ground. The others yell for the priest to be freed from his chains, and then Christian asks if they can stand. He tells them to take their allies and get somewhere safe. But Ketro comes riding through the mercenaries, shouting Christian's name and saying he should have struck first. Christian asks if this was really what Ketro wanted, to sacrifice his own people and spread bloodshed across the continent. The two begin to fight, but Christian is sent flying by a single blow. Ketro asks if he does not understand that his people's future depends on his nation's success, and says today's sacrifice is for tomorrow's good. He also calls Christian a hypocrite, since he was always preaching the need for sacrifice in the name of his god. He says Christian is the one who stopped the Empire's rise, then keeps attacking so hard that Christian can only defend himself. Christian calls on Hermes' blessing for protection. The others call it betrayal when priests who supported Ketro start helping him instead. While holding the line, he tells Axel to bring down the siege tanks. Axel wonders how Christian came up with that plan. As Christian holds the cannon back with sacred power, Ketro starts wondering what he's about to do with all that energy. Then Axel slams the cannon so hard it nearly bends in half. The cannon tips sideways but keeps firing, now turning toward Ketro and his men. With the siege cannons falling, the soldiers panic and shout for everyone to get away. Even Ketro has to run before it hits him. But he doesn't make it in time. The fallen cannon fires before he can react. The blast wipes out another cannon and a huge part of the army. That collapse becomes the moment right before the fall of Hobald's imperial elite forces. Emperor Aniclimax sees his troops along with the siege tanks going down and demands to know where all the clerics are. From above on his Pegasus, he can hardly believe it. At the same time, Axel rushes over and asks if Christian is okay, as he pulls him out from under the wreckage. Christian says he's alive, though he probably cracked a few ribs. Still, Ketro refuses to stop. He charges Axel again, swearing he won't let him get away with this. He tries to catch Axel off guard, but Christian strikes the Duke and tells him to stop. The war is over, and he needs to face that. The Emperor snaps back, calls Christian a traitor, and charges in. Riding his Pegasus, he vows to make everyone opposing him, including the magic towers, pay for this. He unleashes his power at them, and Duke Krichos can do little but run. Christian tells everyone he'll stop the attack and orders them to take cover. Then Thuroporion shows up to help. The Emperor demands to know why he's doing this, shocked that he joined that fool Jactor's side. The Tarpeian brushes it off and says the Emperor is just another target he'll deal with after this. Then he fires a barrage of magic beams at the Emperor. Even so, the Emperor barely escapes again on his Pegasus. He admits the Tarpeian broke through his sword aura and says he really does deserve the title of one of the 9 stars. But then he realizes that sword aura is far bigger than his own. He barely has time to think before it almost hits him, and he insists it won't even scratch him. He swings his sword against the aura, but it still overwhelms him and blasts him out of the sky, sending both him and the horse crashing down. From below, they cheer that they finally hit him and thank Theta for creating that opening. As the Emperor falls, Ketros panics and screams for everyone to protect him. But Christian stops him from escaping by binding him with chains. He says the Duke is the last thing standing in the way of ending this war. Christian asks if he really thinks that can stop him. Axel answers that he only needs one opening and says this is the end. Then he lands a punch that drives Christian's face first into the ground. With the Duke down, no one is left to stop those monsters or the new stars. The enemy starts calling for the Martial King to save them. The Emperor is stunned that his imperial troops were beaten by mere mercenaries and mages. Then Icarus arrives and tells him not to be so shocked. They spent years sharpening their blades and training for this day. Only then does he realize Icarus set all of this up. She steps forward with Theta, Cain, and Iselin, introduces herself to the Emperor, and suggests he surrender before they suffer even more losses. The Emperor tells her to shut up. He'd rather die fighting, and whatever her real goal is, he refuses to hand it over. Icarus says their goal is simple, to take back what is rightfully theirs, the rule of the Hobalt Empire. That makes the Emperor curse at her, and threaten to cut out her tongue. Icarus says even that won't stop them. When he hesitates, she explains that while he came here, the Allied forces already advanced into Hobalt. At the same time, Livia is pushing into the castle and taking control. Icarus adds that without him, his elite army, or even the Martial King, his remaining forces can't stop the Allies, especially with Gravis crushing everything and taking ground by force. Icarus says that soon the Hobalt Empire will be back under their control. The Emperor asks if that was really her whole plan and what she would have done if he had chosen not to come to Oenrai. She says all of this was possible because cracks had already formed under his rule. First, he killed the Pope for refusing to obey him, and then he betrayed the Hobalt Empire by trying to make a deal with the Martial King. Once trust between them started breaking, people began to doubt him. She asks if that isn't why he brought an elite army there to warn the Martial King. He has no real answer. Icarus says that even if she had been wrong, it was only a matter of time. No matter how things ended, his strongest asset had already ordered them to put the Emperor on trial as a war criminal. He asks who this strongest asset is, then sees the answer in the sky above. A bolt of light crashes down among them, and at its center is Joshua, holding the Martial King in his hands. They first think it's an ambush and move to protect the Emperor, but the protagonist apologizes for startling them and says there's no need to be on guard. If they accept his terms, no more blood has to be spilled. With one exception, he throws down the Martial King and says the man is still alive, but he'll never walk again or control his aura. That proves MC really defeated Jagter. At that point, everyone realizes it's over. The Hobalt Empire is completely doomed. Joshua says he won't waste time. They should surrender now, and if they do, he'll allow them to return home. The Emperor and the Martial King, though, will belong to him. As prisoners of war, they'll be kept alive, but only given the bare minimum. The Emperor realizes this boy must be the hero king from the rumors the man called him, and even if he'd rather die than surrender, he knows he doesn't really have a choice. So he says he understands, adding that it's amazing how the Black God used his own son like that. He thought they were still hiding in the shadows, but after 3 years, it seems only the Black God remains. Then he asks the Hero King if he can kill his own father, just like the Martial King could. Joshua has no answer to that. Seeing his silence, the Emperor says he'll surrender and only asks the protagonist to keep his word. Then Axelar starts laughing because the Emperor has finally surrendered, and he tells everyone to shout as loud as they want. He calls for raised voices and victory drums. Everyone celebrates as Reinhard rises again, but sometime later, Cain asks MC if it isn't a little sad. They've finally returned to the kingdom, and yet all that's left is a broken piece of it. Labsadgrants calls that blasphemy, saying the will of Nagazine is the will of Reinhard. Even if Reinhard's symbol was destroyed, Nagazine's will still remains. Cain says that isn't what he meant, and quickly apologizes if it sounded that way. Then Joshua apologizes to everyone, leaving them confused. He says if he had not disappeared, none of this would have happened. They can't go back in time, but they can restore the glory they lost. Holding the primordial stone, he summons a hologram and orders it to restore Gaia's memory and return things to their original form. Then the hammer starts to rebuild itself, and everyone is amazed. They watch the broken throne pieces come together and return to their old shape. Once the throne is restored, they're stunned, and Leodgrans can barely hide his pride. Joshua says everything is finally returning to where it belongs, as he sits on the throne and asks if they remember what he said at the banquet after the battle between Cromwell and Fonte. Icarus and Cain say of course they remember, and Leodgrans says the time has finally come. In that moment, he had said he would tell them the fate he chose. Now Joshua says they have waited long enough. The destined moment is here, the day they will unite that continent. Sometime later, while everyone is heading back, Cain wonders during the caravan ride if leaving things in radio like this was really the right choice. Christian asks who would dare disturb the Hero King's land, tells him not to worry, and says he should take time to enjoy himself because their Lord finally created an age of peace. Cain is happy to hear that and tells Christian they'd better join the others before it's too late. This might be their last chance. Meanwhile, all three of them are riding with Joshua in the carriage, but the one who was supposed to be the main wife clearly doesn't like that at all, and asks. Lokia asks, is Selin why she's there? Embarrassed, Selin stays close to him, and Cheryl wonders if she shouldn't be with the magic leader instead. Selin can barely answer. She says she just wants to stay by Joshua's side and help whenever he needs it. As she looks at him, her hand brushes against his. That immediately annoys the other two. Cheryl snaps, asking what Selin could possibly do and whether magic would help at all. She says the protagonist alone would be more than enough, then moves between them and adds that if the war is really over, they may not need magic anymore. Selin accepts that, but fires back. Then what exactly is Cheryl doing here, and how is she supposed to help him? Cheryl proudly says she has a lot of money. Honestly, she has a point. Money solves a lot. Then she adds one more thing. As a fellow lord of the Diavolo Empire, she takes Joshua's hand and links her fingers with his. Then Icarus steps in. Both Icarus and Ishelin are clearly upset. Cheryl says she's sure she'll be more useful than Ishelin. That's when Icarus says enough is enough. She pulls their hands apart, wedges herself in beside Joshua, and says she's glad to hear their thoughts. Still, there's no need to worry. She believes she's more than capable of taking care of her lord. And if anything important comes up, they can report it to her first. She'll pass it on to MC herself, since that's her duty as the only envoy of Lord MC's domain. Cheryl stares at Icarus and says she never expected this side of her. Icarus answers that she isn't being shy at all. She's just protecting her lord. Cheryl asks what she's protecting him from, and Icarus says danger. Iselin tries to calm them down, saying this is getting awkward and they should go back to their seats, but Cheryl cuts her off and says if Iselin is uncomfortable, then maybe she should leave. The tension rises fast and he notices. He thanks all of them for caring so much about him. But then he says he's not the one who needs protection. He's the one who will protect them. That one line nearly makes all three of their hearts leap out of their chests. Then a voice calls out to Joshua. They've arrived in Holbit, and the scene shifts. People begin praising the Hero King's return and order the barricades opened. Cain looks around in shock, asking what the hell happened. The castle wall has melted like wax, and he wonders if Emperor Arabas of the Flames did it. But Christian tells him, look ahead. When Cain does, he sees a huge crowd gathered to welcome them. He says he never expected a reception like this, and little by little, he starts to understand what Joshua has achieved. The people thank him for bringing peace back to the continent and cheer for the protagonist and the three women beside him. They may not officially be his wives, but everyone knows where this is headed. None of them say it outright, though. As the carriages roll into the nation, the praise keeps pouring in. Elsewhere, the former emperor asks whether Jector can hear that. Those fools are cheering while their emperor sits captured in prison, and he says that shows exactly what they really think of him. Everything he did for that country was for nothing, and he asks if Jector agrees. But Jector is consumed by rage and too broken to do anything. Meanwhile, Lilith starts praying. She kneels before Joshua inside the ruined temple. MC says he can't believe Holbot's symbol ended up like this. Lilith replies that they just need to rebuild the Grand Temple. Before that, she says she owes him her thanks and sincerely thanks him for all he's done. He answers that none of it would have happened without his allies and says they should pray for those they lost along the way. Christian asks if Lilith is alone since he heard the king would be here, but Icarus cuts in and asks if he still hasn't figured it out. The king is Lilith? Christian and Cain are both stunned. They had no idea, and Christian thought she was only a secret agent. Lilith explains that she kept it hidden because she couldn't let her real identity become public. Thanks to that, she was able to carry out her dying father's wishes. She remembers him telling her that when times are dark, she must do what is right. That's why she needs alliances with other kingdoms to stand against the Empire, and as the guardian of the Moon Gate, she's the only one who can do it. Joshua asks what she plans to do now. With the Pope's seat empty, rebuilding any real order will be difficult. On top of that, even with Emperor Carlsberg removed, there are still groups supporting the Empire. Lilith says she knows that well. But if they start killing people like the Martial King did, those pro-Empire groups will rebel. Chaos will return, and it could lead straight to civil war. That would only give those factions another chance to rise again. Still, she tells Christian not to worry, as he knows the power of religion is enormous, and that faith will become the turning point that unites the Holbit Empire, especially with someone as important as the Pope to stand for it. Then Chrysler appears, leaving Christian completely stunned. Chrysler comments that the boy looks thinner than the last time he saw him, and Ravens arrives with him. Chrysler tells Christian he did well and says he should rest now and leave the rest to him. The boy drops to his knees and greets the Knight of God, apologizing for being a useless student and causing his master so much trouble. Chrysler tells him that's all in the past, says to stop worrying about it, and tells him to stand. Lilith says they were lucky. After the Martial King killed the Pope, people's trust in them started to crumble. But before it got worse, Emperor Carlsberg ordered his men to keep Chrysler alive. He used him as leverage to force the clergy to support his campaign. Raven says that even in the Holy Empire, religion is still just one part of politics. Lilith says that irony will now bring down the pro-Empire groups. With Chrysler at the center, the Holbit Empire can unite. If that happens, those loyal to the Emperor will lose all their power, and all she has to do then is place Emperor Fantastico on the throne. Joshua notes that she already has everything planned out and says he'll wait for good news. But Lilith says that first he should keep his promise. The protagonist asks what promise, and she wonders if he really forgot. Cain and Icarus are both shocked watching this. Lilith leans in and reminds MC of his promise to marry her. Even with the mood turning serious, Ravens has to speak up. He says if Joshua doesn't answer in a moment like this, that makes him a cruel man and Lilith deserves better. And honestly, he's right. But this idiot of a protagonist says there are more important things right now, then asks the big question whether Ravens plans to stay in Holbit. Seriously, the romance here is ridiculous. He is hopeless. Raven says that even though Thran and the others were defeated, he still has many people to care for, and they need a new home. The protagonist replies that place isn't truly home for Ravens or for those people. Ravens asks if he means taking control of the Swallow Empire. MC says violence isn't always the answer and tells him to try talking first. Ravens thinks that over, then Cain comes over and says they're ready to leave. Ravens asks if Joshua is already heading out, saying that by the next time they meet, he might have already reached his goal and become Emperor of Avalon. But he says the throne doesn't matter that much to him, it's only a tool to reach what he really wants. Ravens asks what kind of goal could be bigger than ruling a nation. The protagonist says too many people were hurt while he was gone, and to stop that from happening again, he plans to change everything. Raven says that if that's true, then MC shouldn't go to Avalon because it would give the princes a chance to seize the advantage. MC answers that even while traveling across the world, he can still deal with Avalon's two princes, and says he'll see Ravens again soon. Then, in the capital of the Avalon Empire, at the Acard Colosseum, Prince Kisser prepares a gallows. He asks the man about to be hanged if he has any last words. Theorenisode says he's already been branded a traitor to the Empire, so anything he says will just sound like an excuse. He tells Kisser to get it over with. Kisser orders them to proceed as planned. The executioner puts the noose around his neck, and when he pulls the lever, the hanging begins in front of the crowd. Watching from above, Talon tells Kaizen he's pleased they captured Count Theorente. He says this should mark the end of the rebel forces, but Kaizen wonders if they're really that easy to deal with. Once Joshua returns, things will only get worse. Talon asks if that isn't actually better. Since he isn't using a teleportation portal, they should still have some time as long as he's traveling the continent the normal way. Kaizen says that knowing the protagonist, he must have a reason for taking the harder route. Then Trembling shows up saying he heard the news. To him, it looks like everything is falling into place for MC, and Kaizen asks what he means. Trembling explains that people across the continent are praising Joshua like a god of war. They're even offering palm flowers, a sign of victory and conquest. Kaizen laughs at that title for his brother, and jokes that people might start thinking he came to unite the whole continent. Then he tells everyone to drop it for now. They can talk about it later in the meeting. With that, Kaizen leaves with Talon, who reminds Trembling not to be late. At the Imperial Palace, Kaizen begins by announcing the agreement between the Swallow Empire and the Holbut Empire. He says both empires will work to repair the damage from the war and swear not to cross into other nations' lands for the next 50 years. As for Reinhardt, both sides agreed to give up control of it for good. Zegar then declares that the land will be handed to Joshua Sanders, the great hero who ended the Continental War. Trembling is pleased to hear it. Talon, though, can't believe it. He demands to know why they would hand Reinhardt to the protagonist, when the protagonist is clearly part of the Avalon Empire, insisting the territory belongs to them and the imperial family should have been consulted. He argues they need proper order, and asks what happens if MC changes his mind. Others agree, reminding everyone that MC comes from a bloodline they still can't openly speak about. Kisser cuts them off and says that's enough. He argues that since he won Reinhardt, giving it up is the only fair choice. Then he asks what would have happened if he hadn't been there, and they had lost the Swallow Empire too. If they let greed rule them and move against the protagonist, Kisser warns the whole empire could erupt in revolt. He asks how much longer the people and the nation are supposed to suffer. One noble responds that if public opinion matters so much, then they should use this chance to give MC a proper reward. Talon asks if they really want to give him even more. The man with glasses agrees and says the public would understand it. In his view, he should be granted the title of Duke. Talon hates the idea. He says that goes too far and sarcastically asks why they don't just hand the protagonist the whole nation while they're at it. Kaizen says that may not be such a bad idea, but Talon reminds everyone that, as Zegar said, the people still need to be convinced. Since they must make up for what was done to the Swallow Empire, he says Duke Joshua Sanders would satisfy both needs. Talon praises Kaizen's moves, saying it would keep MC focused on other matters instead of the imperial family, and others call the plan wise. Kaizen agrees. Just like his father did with Duke Agnes, they can bury him in imperial duties, send him away from Avalon, and keep him far from the throne. With that settled, he says they should proceed as planned. Then he asks permission to reveal the real reason he called everyone together. It concerns the throne of the Emperor of Avalon. After a long discussion between him and Kisser, they reached a decision. For the next 10 years, his brother Kisser will take the throne and stabilize the nation. After that, Kaizen will take over the throne. Everyone is shocked they discussed something so important on their own. Some say there may be precedent, but these arrangements never end well, and 10 years is nothing if the two brothers betray each other. While they argue, Joshua arrives and says he doesn't believe a single one of them. They're stunned to see him there in person. The protagonist says they're treating the throne like something trivial, like picking the captain of a sports team. He asks if they really think the Empire's throne should be decided this way. To him, it's obvious they rushed this so they could each get what they wanted. That's how they ended up with such a foolish answer for a throne this unstable. Kaizen is shocked. MC returned so soon. He says that if MC had used the teleportation gate, they would have known and prepared a grand welcome. He replies that this way is better. Showing up like this makes a stronger point. Kaizen tries to speak, but the protagonist cuts in. The people may not know better, he says, but how dare they decide the throne's future? The moment the danger passed without hearing anyone else out, he accuses them of caring only about preserving their power, honor, principles, and wealth. Kisser says it's all a misunderstanding and insists they truly are grateful for everything Joshua did to protect the nation. Kaizen quickly backs him up, adding that they even prepared a reward. They were planning to make MC a duke. He scoffs and asks if they really think their titles mean anything to him. He calls them two foolish princes who nearly drove Avalon to ruin, and says neither of them is worthy of offering him anything. Kaizen snaps back that no matter what the protagonist has achieved, he has no right to speak that way there. MC answers by unleashing his aura and bloodlust, declaring that this is the Emperor's place. Talon buckles under the pressure and shouts for the Imperial Knights to stop Joshua at once, warning that the second prince is in danger. He says he'll make himself perfectly clear, forcing everyone to the floor. He says he wants only one thing, the throne of the Avalon Empire. Talon yells for the protagonist to stop and orders the others to protect the princes. Trembling steps forward and says he'll handle it. Talon desperately begs them to deal with the traitor at once. Full of confidence, Trembling stands in front of Joshua, but one look from MC is enough. Trembling suddenly hands his sword to the fifth prince, him leaving everyone stunned. The protagonist admits he didn't expect that. Trembling says it took him a long time, but he finally made his choice. The others rush in, shouting for the princes to be protected, and demanding to know why the guards were so slow, while calling for Joshua to be stopped. Trembling, however, slashes a line across the floor and warns them not to come any closer. One more step, he says, and he'll cut them all down. They can't understand why Trembling is doing this. MC asks if he truly means to become his sword, or if he has some hidden motive. Trembling answers that this choice comes from everything he has learned over the years. During the last 3 years after Emperor Marcus and the Agnes family vanished, Joshua had to keep proving himself through endless trials. But that was enough to convince Trembling, and he says he will support him. He tells him that he has proven his worth and earned his blade. Talon demands to know what he's saying. Is he really betraying the Empire? What could make him throw away the honor he built through the Britain royal family? Trembling answers that his loyalty was always to this nation, the Avalon Empire, not to the royal family. That's why he cannot let the country he serves fall into the hands of ignorant rulers like these princes. Furious, they ask how he dares say that. They call him just another traitor, say his title will be stripped away, and order the Imperial Knights to drag both men out of Avalon. But then a shout rises from outside, calling for an advance on the castle to restore peace. Soldiers inside struggle to hold them back and keep them from breaking in. Kisser asks if the protagonist brought an army and wonders if he had been planning a coup all along. The protagonist says this wasn't his plan. They're simply reacting fast, and Kisser can barely believe it. Outside, the people are already shouting that the useless Kisser and Kaizen should step down. They demand an end to the people's suffering, call for the Empire's old glory to return, and insist Prince the 1100th be placed on the throne. The soldiers try to hold the crowd back no matter what. He says the Avalon Empire is about to change, along with its policies, so they need to make the right choice. Kaizen has almost no moves left. Joshua then politely asks whether he should kill them now or if they intend to obey. Kaizen has little choice but to bow his head and back down. But Talon, despite having no real power, still steps up and demands to know who the protagonist thinks he is to force them like this. Others join in, saying that in the worst case they could arrest everyone and execute them. If this keeps up, they warn, they won't cooperate. Talon tells MC that even if he claims he can kill everyone there, he really can't. Doing that would only start another civil war. So Talon makes an offer, guarantee the safety of all current nobles, and in return they'll do their best to cooperate. Kaizen asks Talon what he thinks he's doing. Is he planning to side with Joshua? Talon says it's only a negotiation, then asks him for his answer. Unless he plans to rebuild the nation alone, this is the best deal he'll get. The protagonist seems to think it over, a dark look in his eyes, then says maybe he has no choice after all. He'll just have to kill them all. Talon is still trying to process what he just heard when Trembling moves first, cutting him down from head to toe and killing him on the spot. That leaves both princes stunned. The other nobles start to panic. Once they realize he really was cut down, they understand MC was not bluffing. MC also sees Trembling meant what he said. Then he tells the princes one thing. Card is not the only place where people are protesting. That is why he came here now. At this point, all of Avalon is on his side. Everyone is backing the hero king who ended an age of war, and the princes start to feel trapped. Trembling then notices how quiet it has gotten outside and wonders if the crowd left. He tells him not to worry, he already planned for this. Trembling admits he does not know what he did, but he wants to know why everyone suddenly went silent. The protagonist says he simply gave them the future they want for Avalon, a future where the people have a voice. So Kaiser asks what he plans to do next, and MC says he will not explain everything. Instead, he will give them one last chance. More exactly, the people will. In 1 week, the people of the Avalon Empire will choose which of the three should become the new emperor. Now it is their turn. Do they accept his terms? Kaiser stays silent, and he presses them. He asks if they are really still hesitating after everything that happened, like he cannot believe it. Kissia quickly agrees and says they will let the people decide. She immediately pushes her brother to agree too, and fast, so Kissia is left with no real move. He asks if he even has another choice if he wants to avoid Talon's fate, then reluctantly agrees. Joshua answers with a small smile. He says good, and they can handle the speech to the nobles. He will do his best to spare them a cruel end, and hopes to see them again in a week with smiles on their faces. After the protagonist leaves, an announcement from the imperial family is read in the square. It says that in continental year 728, with peace spreading across the continent, the imperial family has declared the recent civil war over. The crowd is happy to hear it, but they are told to stay quiet because there is still more to read. The notice says that to restore the nation's lost power and choose a new ruler, every citizen of the Avalon Empire will receive the right to vote for a new emperor. In 1 week, they will choose between 3 princes, and the people themselves will decide the next ruler of the Avalon Empire. Some can hardly believe it. They really get to choose the next emperor. Then they start to wonder about one part: why 3 princes? Since the 4th prince, Agarez, is dead, there should only be 2. That is when they realize MC is one of the choices. They remember the rumors saying the hero king has royal blood, and start asking if he is truly part of the royal family. If so, Lord MC must be the 3rd prince. That makes them happy because if that is true, they want to vote for him. He is the pride of the empire, and having him as emperor sounds like the best outcome. The protagonist men think the whole thing is amazing. Their captain has already shaken the nation, and Bison says he knew MC would never change. The others ask what he means. Has Joshua not changed? Then they realize what this could mean. They might become the emperor's personal knights. Cassius gets excited and says he finally made it. Even later, Cassius is still acting the same way, telling everyone to move because the emperor is coming through. He demands respect for him and warns that anyone who approaches without permission will regret it. The protagonist points out that they are the only ones there and that Cassius is overdoing it. But Cassius argues that even a marquis always has 3 escort knights, so that is the bare minimum for a future emperor. More than that, it is about protecting MC's honor. Joshua says he gets it, and then adds from now on he can take care of himself, so Cassius can stop following him around. But Cassius keeps going, saying he heard the news and went to the Palace of the Shining Flower to check on the princess. As a knight, he calls that true love. The others tell Cassius to cut it out and say the captain will be back soon. Still, before leaving, Cassius lowers his voice and says there is one more thing he wants to say to Joshua. If he had ordered them to take the throne by force, he would have risked his life to carry it out. He is sure the entire 11th and 12th battalions would have done the same. The protagonist says he may not show it much, but he is always thankful for their support, and for still having people he can call friends after being away so long. He truly means it. That hits everyone hard. Katie says that gave him chills, and the others admit it was a lot for them too. Joshua tells them to get going because they still have work to do. They all agree, and then inside the princess's room, MC walks up to her and asks why this is happening. He thought she would be better by now, so did the medicine not work? She tells him not to blame himself, because she is sure this is simply her fate. That clearly shakes Joshua. But she explains that because of this curse, she was able to travel far through time, both past and future, and see his twisted fate, along with the pain he has no choice but to accept. Then for the first time, she opens her eyes for him. Joshua asks if she can still see through time and what else she saw, but she only asks him to take care of himself. She says he does not need to worry about her anymore and asks if he is not running out of time. Her maid tells the princess that even if that is true, it is rude to send him away like that. He says it is fine and that he is just glad to see she is doing well. He also says he has something for her. A banquet will be held soon, and if he had known her legs were still recovering, he would not have invited her like this. Then he hands her a letter. He tells her he will see her soon. After he leaves, the maid says it is a shame to let him go so easily since she thought they had a lot to talk about, but then she notices the princess is crying. She remembers that the next time they meet, he will be full of regret. As Joshua walks away, she tells him in her heart that she loved him. Elsewhere, the first prince is told that the protagonist will definitely try to destroy the noble's control over the throne. If that is true, he needs to make sure the Duke stay on his side. He is told the North and South will surely vote for Prince Keezer, but even if they lose Duke Trembling in the East, they can still gather many votes, especially because of the influence of Cheryl Difonte's family. If they can win support from the Cheryl Difonte merchant group and the nobles tied to them, that could change everything. Then Katie are shocked to see Cheryl Difonte herself and asks what she is doing there. He says the timing is perfect because he wanted to speak with her. She introduces herself as the acting matriarch of the Cheryl Difonte family and says it is her pleasure to greet the first prince, Keezer. He tells his attendant they can talk later and asks to be left alone with her for now. Once they are alone, the prince says it has been a while since he last saw Cheryl Difonte like this. He thanks her for providing troops to the nation. She says there is no need to thank her. She is only doing her duty. He reflects on that answer, then asks if she could support him again like she did during the Civil War. If she does, he says he would be deeply grateful. But she steps back and apologizes, saying she cannot support him this time. He is surprised, then assumes she will support MC instead. He says he would probably do the same, since they live in MC's world now. He has already taken everything. She understands what he means, and says that while she is grateful for all he did for her, the protagonist helped her when she needed it most. Even if everyone else turned their backs on him, she would still choose Joshua. That is why she asked the prince to stop looking at her with so much feeling. Hearing that leaves him crushed. She politely ends the talk and walks away, leaving him behind. Meanwhile, Kaizen is furious in his brother's room. He searches for Evergrande's magic tome, saying its owner was an 8th circle mage. He believes the tome must contain something that can turn things around. It has to be there somewhere. He refuses to be driven from the palace because of MC. He is going to survive this. Then a demon suddenly laughs nearby. Kaizen hears the voice ask how much lower he plans to sink, and he demands to know who is there. In the next instant, the demon slams his face to the floor with crushing force, making him lick the ground while asking how he dares raise his voice. Kaizen feels like his whole body is being crushed by that killing intent, yet something about it seems strangely familiar. Then the demonic being tears open a rift in the middle of the room and asks if Kaizen has already forgotten that voice. It says Kaizen has wasted everything he built, the empire he created. That is when Kaizen starts to realize it is his father. Stepping out of the rift with an even more monstrous presence, he orders Kaizen to summon every noble house and tell them he has returned. This is starting to feel like Dragon Ball. People keep coming back from the dead. Wasn't this guy already deep in hell? In a scene from the past, Agnes picks up a crystal ball, and Lucia asks why he's hesitating. She says he's close to getting everything he ever wanted and asks if he's really backing out now. Then she asks what happened to all that desperation. That word sticks with him, and he remembers the day Agnes was welcomed before the Emperor. They praised him as the Empire's rising star as he introduced himself to Emperor Marcus van Britten. Marcus says he's thankful, adding that Avalon keeps gaining fame because of him, but enemies still threaten the Empire. That's why he needs Agnes to serve him one more time. He says he hates giving him orders too, but claims there's no one else he can trust. So Agnes has no choice but to obey the Great Sun. With that creepy smile of his, Agnes thanks him and accepts the orders. Then he heads to the port city of Akkord in Avalon. When they arrive, one of his men says this is unfair. They've been sent on another expedition just to keep Agnes away from Avalon. If the Emperor is trying this hard to distract him, he must know about his plans. Agnes cuts him off for talking too much, and the man quickly apologizes. Instead, Agnes tells him to return to the estate and watch over Vanessa. Make sure she doesn't get used. The man asks if he's sure. There have been demon sightings where they're going, and he's worried something might happen to Agnes. Then a chubby red-haired man walks up and asks how long Agnes plans to keep this up and why he won't just kneel to the Emperor already. If this keeps going, even his land will be taken. That man is Cheryl DeFonte. Agnes apologizes and says he doesn't have time to talk at the dock, but Cheryl DeFonte presses him. When exactly will that be? In 1 year or 3? He says this isn't the kind of problem time can fix. He's invested in Agnes's family all this time and gotten nothing back. Agnes tells him he'll be rewarded. Well, if he just waits a little longer, but says now isn't the time for this talk. Cheryl DeFonte finally eases up. He says he isn't asking for money. He's worried the Emperor may try to hurt Agnes, and since he doesn't have Agnes's power, he needs another way to protect himself. That's why he's gathering as much money as he can to make the world better for his daughter Cheryl. But he still can't understand what Agnes really wants. To him, Agnes looks like he's walking straight toward ruin. Agnes admits he's not wrong, then boards the ship. Later, at the expedition site near some ruins, they run into beasts. The group tries to hold formation while fighting them off. Agnes tells them not to break ranks, but his men start dropping one by one. In the end, he has to face a mage holding a crystal ball. He bats away the spells until he stomps the ground, then launches himself straight at the mage in the air. He demands to know if this was the one who brought all those beasts. But the man who will later become the protagonist, Lich, says the beasts only gathered in response to Aemon's call. Their powers collide, and sometime later, Agnes is down on the ground, surrounded by the dead. He watches the crystal-bearing mage die too, and with his last breath, the man congratulates Agnes. It seems fate chose him as the sole survivor, and Aemon will guide the way. Agnes says he has no idea what that heretic is talking about, but the mage admits he's jealous. He wanted to reach the end of that path too. Then he dies, and the crystal ball rolls over to Agnes. It starts to glow, and Agnes wonders what the mage did. Magic pours out of the orb as it rises, and a huge white light swallows the whole place. Then Agnes is teleported somewhere else. A voice tells him he passed Almon's test. Agnes is confused, and Lucia appears before him saying he wants more power. He notices she is a spear and asks how she knows him. He also asks where they are. Lucia says this place exists inside the void, then tells him to choose. Keep walking this path as a slave or take the world and rule it. Agnes starts to understand and realizes this is some kind of contract ritual with a demon. But then he remembers what Cheryl DeFonte told him, that no one could understand him, and that he looks set on destroying himself. Even so, he tells Lucia it's fine and to give him that power. Still, he asks what the price is. With an evil smile, Lucia tells him to bind his lands to her. If he does, she'll lend him a piece of her true power. Then he closes the box again, saying he's still desperate for power to escape that hell. Lucia says they're finally nearing the last stage, and if he fully binds those lands to her, he'll gain unimaginable power. She adds that even though they lost Kaiser, they now have a new pawn to replace him, one who will help them. Then from inside that portal, once again, the former king steps out. He says he never expected this, and wonders if that cursed spear was protecting the Order of Shadows. He's shocked that the great sword god chose to honor a spear, and asks if that's why he was kept alive. He wonders if this counts as success, because he never thought he'd feel such joy from a surprise like this while standing so close to death. Then Ardeen says he'll show him something even better. He wants to see how he'll feel when everything he built is destroyed by his own hands. But Marcus van Britten asks if he really thinks he'll do whatever he wants. Loker starts giving off a demonic aura, and Agnes warns him not to forget that his life is in their hands. That's when he realizes how deep the mess is, and says that with a noble soul, Marcus Van Britten still has the eyes of a beast even after losing everything. If he wants, they can help him get rid of Ardeen. Loker tells him to accept them as his new weapon, and they'll help him achieve whatever he wants. Marcus starts to laugh, asking if the spear really wants him to betray Ardeen so openly. He already knows they are demons, and demons can't be trusted. Loker says that may be true, but they can also restore the power he once had, and even give him more than that. Marcus Van Britten replies that if they have that kind of power, they could have picked anyone off the street. So what do they want from the Middle Kingdoms, and why choose him? Loker asks if that even matters, then grabs the chains and shatters them, setting Marcus Van Britten free. He says that instead of dying by Ardeen's hand, it would be smarter to sign a contract with him. Marcus says they do seem to understand human desire well. Even if he doesn't trust their kind, he has no other option, and says he won't ask the price as long as he can kill Ardeen. In return, he'll give them his soul. Loker says he is vengeance itself, restores his power, and sincerely welcomes him to the end of the world. Marcus Van Britten rises to glory once more, with Loker telling him to reclaim what is rightfully his. After that, they'll take Ardeen's head. Back in the present, he stands before everyone and asks his children if this is truly all that's left. He says he never imagined some street rat could ruin his nation. He swears he won't allow it. Now they must bring him the head of the Empire's great traitor, Joshua Sanders. Meanwhile, back at the Detoko estate, everyone is rushing around. Cheryl DeFonte says the whole banquet has to be ready, and all the maids move at her command. At the same time, his mother is making his steak. A maid tells her to leave it to them, but she refuses. She wants to help cook for her son herself. She's excited just to do something for Joshua. Elsewhere, Icarus says something feels off. Even with help from Duke Tremblay and Duke Cheryl DeFonte, they only have support from exactly half the nobles. Someone asks if that isn't enough, and Kane says even with only half, they could still beat the majority after the public vote, but that still doesn't mean their lord will truly secure the throne. Then Kane says they also need to think about what comes after. They can't ignore noble influence, and the opposition will keep denying Joshua's legitimacy, which means his rule won't be stable. One of them asks if they can't just solve it by getting rid of them all like Marcus Broly, but another asks Cadiz if he's trying to start a civil war. They can't let their lord become a tyrant like Emperor Marcus Van Britten, and Cadiz says he may have a point, but he should never compare their lord to that madman. He's only saying the situation is serious. Then the protagonist tells them not to rush. First they'll hear what Icarus has to say. She says there are ways to solve this. Iselin asks why they are worried if there's a fix. Icarus says the problem is winning the princes over and that won't be easy. They explain that the second prince is probably terrified, so he'd likely grab any chance to stay alive. But there's also a real chance he could turn on them the moment it helps him. So she says their best option is Prince Caesar, the first prince. Meanwhile, someone stands outside the kitchen thinking this is her chance. She wants to get close to Lucia and win her trust. If that works, she might be able to take Joshua away from Icarus and Iselin. In her mind, love is all about timing. She reaches out to open the door, but the second she touches it, she feels a barrier. Then the assassin queen appears and warns her not to aim such evil intent this way. If she values her life, she should turn back. She declares in the Hero King's name that she'll kill anyone who tries to harm Lady Lucia. Then Cheryl asks who's there, and the assassin queen realizes Cheryl wasn't the one giving off that murderous intent. It's coming from above. Cheryl asks what could be up there, when someone suddenly drops down, crashing hard into Joshua's mansion. Everyone starts shouting that there's an intruder, telling the guards to hold their posts and seal the exits. As they get ready, the table lies wrecked. Kane says he never thought the princes would strike first, but the half-dead man tells them to wait. It wasn't the princes. He asks where MC is, saying he has to speak to him. Then he reveals that the father has returned, and they realize it's Babel. He says it's fine and tells him to explain what happened. Babel says it's hard to retell everything that happened in full, but Kane is stunned by what he hears. Everyone else thinks it makes no sense. How can a dead man return to the throne? They wonder if he somehow escaped hell, but Babel says that's not all. Marcus Van Britten also told him to come to his estate if he wants to save the princess. That hits Joshua where it hurts, and he gets furious. He tells Babel to wait and storms off. Icarus asks where he's going. The protagonist says he's heading to Agris's place and tells Icarus to handle things for him. Then Lucia asks if MC is leaving again and begs him to come back safe. He tells his mother not to worry, he'll be back soon, then vanishes in a flash of lightning. After that, they ask why they aren't heading to the Imperial Palace. Icarus hesitates, then reminds them, Joshua just told her to take charge if anything happened. That's why they decide to stop any more bloodshed. Sometime later, soldiers line up in formation while someone calls for attention and announces the Emperor's direct order to stop anti-state forces from spreading. They will launch a surprise attack on him and the nobles backing him. He adds that anyone who resists will be executed on the spot. The troops agree and keep marching as he orders them forward in the name of Emperor Marcus Van Britten. Then one of the princes rushes over and asks Caesar to wait, saying they need to talk, but Caesar says there's no time. Caesar warns that if he goes after Joshua, people will find out. There's no reason for him to take the lead and bear the fallout himself, but Kaysen asks what exactly he's doing wrong. He's only obeying the Emperor's command. Then he asks if Caesar knows what happens when someone defies an imperial order. Caesar answers that this is exactly why he's stopping him, asking if he really plans to cause even more death after all the blood already spilled. Kaysen snaps back that whether it's by their father's hand or the protagonist's, he'll die either way. He asks if Caesar thinks it's easy for him to choose the one path that lets him keep his honor, saying that must be nice for Caesar. He was born first and their father always had a soft spot for him. He never had to worry because he stood first in line for the throne. Kaysen says he and the other brothers lived in constant rivalry, and unlike Caesar, they had to do whatever it took to survive. But Caesar says the same is true for him. Their father created this mess by forcing them to compete against one another, and the only way to live is to step out of it. He tells Kaysen to end all involvement in the Emperor's game. Kaysen has no answer. Still, he says there's only hell waiting outside the palace. If Caesar wants to leave, then he should just go. He almost says more to his brother, but instead walks off with the soldiers. Meanwhile, Joshua's group watches everything from the roof of a house. Cain says this is worse than he expected, and Icarus says that if it's all true, then Emperor Marcus Van Britten really has returned. The Paladin says he refuses to believe Marcus came back on his own and suggests the princes may have planned all of this. Icarus says that may be unlikely, especially based on Prince Kaysen's past actions, but they should return to the estate now. They have no troops ready to stop this advance, so evacuating everyone comes first. But while they're talking, a huge golden slash flies straight at them, nearly destroying the entire building they're on. After the blast, one of them orders the intruders captured and the others charge in with Rod. The Paladin throws up a shield to protect the other two, and Cain asks how they found them. As the soldiers rush him, he says they have no choice and tells the others to run while he buys time. The Paladin and Icarus retreat, using the opening Cain gives them. The enemy orders one group not to let them escape, but Cain charges in, using his aura and clearly going beyond simple stalling. He asks if they really think he'll let anyone get past him, then swings at an ordinary knight who tries to block the strike. The knight gets blasted away, taking several others with him. Then Rod launches his own attack at the two who are fleeing. He stayed behind, so while they run, the strike comes from behind. Seeing they can't outrun it, the Paladin stops and blocks, causing a massive explosion. Through the smoke, he spots someone behind him, ready to attack. He cuts through the smoke, exposing where that man was hiding, but Rod appears behind him again with a surprise strike. It nearly lands, but the Paladin raises a barrier between them and blocks the slash that might have taken his arm. Then several chains of holy power appear behind Rod, wrapping around all his limbs and locking him in place. Cain tells the Paladin to hold him, and Rod starts to realize he's in trouble. Seeing Cain come at him with true aura, Cain thinks he doesn't need to kill Rod, just put him down. Then he unleashes a crushing blow. Rod tries to defend himself with his holy shield, but the shield shatters and the explosion throws him away. He lands shaking badly, humiliated that he was beaten like this. Then Marcus Van Britten appears before him and calls him a fool, saying he's supposed to be a captain of the Imperial Knights. Rod apologizes and begs to be punished for his failure, but Marcus tells him not to worry. He can answer for it later, after this situation is dealt with. Marcus lifts his sword and says he has no use for the weak, because with one swing, a gigantic slash tears toward Cain and the others. Cain tells Christian to cover him, and Christian quickly prays for Hermes' blessing. More aura pours into Cain's sword and forms armor around him. Cain realizes this is his chance. He has to deal with Emperor Marcus Van Britten while his opening is there, so he attacks head-on, trying to stop the Emperor's strike with his own. A huge explosion erupts from the clash. Icarus nearly gets caught in it, but Christian jumps in front of her and takes the hit himself. Even badly wounded, he still asks if she's okay. She says yes, then sees how badly he was hurt. He collapses after his back is burned terribly, and in the middle of it all, the only thing Icarus can hear is Emperor Marcus Van Britten, asking if they know why rats are seen as pests. He says it's because they breed without end, and if people let their guard down, rats can overrun the world and spread disease, ruining everything. Then Marcus asks what the right answer is, while Cain is barely conscious on the ground. Marcus Van Britten says it's simple. Burn the whole city, just like he plans to burn everyone who supports Joshua. Meanwhile, MC is somewhere else, while a man holds a crystal ball, saying he never thought he would witness the fall of the great hero king. He looks like he's in serious trouble, coughing up his buffs. As he spits blood, Blackstar says he wasn't sure at first, but the crystal clearly worked. Its power is amazing. He adds that even if he wants to get rid of Joshua now, Arda ordered them to capture him, alive. Realizing he has no choice, he watches two assassins sneak up behind the protagonist. He says he'll settle for taking just one arm and one leg, and they rush the hero. Of course, that fails right away. One of them gets blown apart through the middle. MC's spear pierces straight through his abdomen. The other one tries to react, but he easily slips aside and kills him too. Then the last one left dies as well, pinned to the ground with his stomach torn open. Blood sprays everywhere, and Joshua tells them to stop barking at him. Then he tells them to go ahead and try taking his arm and leg. He asks what they're waiting for. Are they scared? Honestly, with that look on his face, anyone not scared would be crazy. Then a dark figure says Handel told him the ritual will begin soon, so he declares that he'll be the one to wipe them all out, and says it's an order. But the first irregular is challenged. Why should they follow his orders? They tell him to play leader with his own people. He answers that if they disagree, they can challenge him. In the apostles' ranks, only the strongest survive, and he's standing above them for a reason. If they hate his methods, they just need to beat him. One of them says he's been waiting to hear that and starts to rise, but his ally stops Jobel, asking if he didn't hear what was just said. Handel is already carrying out the ritual. That's why they can't risk doing anything that might interfere. Another agrees and says they should hear the irregular out first. So he explains the plan: lure the protagonist away from the imperial throne and bring him to the Agnes estate. All they need is to capture him alive. Since he defeated the Blood Monarch and the Martial Combat King, they ask if bringing him there could disrupt the ritual. Black Sphere says they have a magic tool that can limit the protagonist's abilities, and Handel personally ordered his capture. Even so, they say nobody has ever measured MC's true combat power. Black Star argues that putting every resource on him would be wasteful, while another says they'd be better off splitting their forces and helping Marcus take the throne. Black Star starts laughing and releases a terrifying aura, asking how long he plans to wave his weapon around and run. Angry now, he says it may be time for everyone to learn who the real leader is, and even the candles change color. Then someone tells the irregular to stop, as all of them release crushing auras at once. They warn him that unless he plans to fight every one of them, he needs to end this pointless clash. Like it or not, they're all on the same side, and he'd better learn how to compromise. He questions that idea, saying he gave an order. Still furious, he stands and says he has no use for anyone who dares defy him. Still, once this is over, he'll visit each of them personally, and make them pay. Even the villains are falling apart right now. One of them tells him to do whatever he wants, finally calling the irregular by name, the Shadow Monarch. That Shadow Monarch is now facing Joshua, trying to strike him, but his attacks keep getting stopped by the hero's spear. He then knocks him back while he still holds that sphere, but starts using the shackles of darkness. Dark magic forms under the protagonist's feet, trying to lock him in place, but Joshua quickly jumps clear and charges the monarch instead. Even while the circle is still in his hand, MC slams him with the spear and nearly sends him flying. The Shadow Monarch realizes he moved before the shackles of darkness even activated, like he already knew where the spell would appear. He wonders if the protagonist knows his abilities and how that's possible, so he decides he needs more information on MC, and until then he should avoid needless direct contact. The fight starts to slow down a bit, while the ones who argued with the Shadow Monarch watch from afar, saying they knew he was all talk. Without the Aemon Crystal, he would have died a long time ago. Still, they say that doesn't mean they can let him walk away. They ask why he's helping him. Why not just leave the Shadow Monarch to die? He answers that he isn't helping the Shadow Monarch at all. He's only using this chance to get rid of him, saying it's better to put out the flames of rebellion fast, even if he is Randall's son. Then he grabs that spear and throws it at the protagonist, who is caught off guard while focusing on the Shadow Monarch. The hit blasts Joshua away, though it doesn't land cleanly, and the Monarch says those idiots clearly underestimated him. He unleashes another wave of attacks at MC, who's still airborne from Ultimum, and says an arm and a leg won't be the only things he takes. But for all his bragging, he still can't hit him. Even in midair, he dodges every attack. He plants his spear into the ground and uses it to pull himself down while avoiding everything he can. As Joshua nears the ground, the Shadow Monarch sends another rain of attacks at him. But now the protagonist has his spear back and can block them all one by one as he pushes toward the Monarch until he gets close enough to take a small cut on the cheek. MC just stares at it coldly. The Monarch says that's perfect. One drop of blood is enough. With the Silos of Death, he can open a dimensional breach inside Joshua's body and end everything instantly. Just as he's celebrating, one of his allies tells the Shadow Monarch it's time to fall back, while summoning a Senju of 1,000 hands and bringing a giant aura-filled construct onto the battlefield. While the Monarch keeps trading blows with him, his ally tells him to leave the rest to him. Then he brings the Susanoo strike down on the protagonist, nearly landing it, but Joshua quickly spins his spear with true aura and slices through the attack with ease. That man realizes MC shouldn't be able to use his aura under the Aemon Crystal. The only answer left is one he doesn't want to believe. MC reflected his sword skill through pure force alone. He can't help asking if that's even humanly possible. Even in a 4-on-1, he still looks calm. Then that green spear attacks again, and someone tells Jabel to stop hesitating. Apparently, the spear user doesn't care at all that the Shadow Monarch is standing right in front of him. The strike nearly hits both of them, forcing them to move or die. When the Shadow Monarch sees that they dared attack him too, he demands to know how they could be so bold, saying he should have killed them when he had the chance. Then the one controlling the Senju of 1,000 hands says he already told them to stay out of this, while aiming another attack at Joshua. Even so, he warns the Shadow Monarch not to blame him if he gets caught in the crossfire. He fires again and the Shadow Monarch vanishes from the battlefield at once, slipping into a portal so he doesn't lose his head to that sword. The moment he's inside, the blade passes through and keeps flying toward the protagonist, who once again shows who's in control. He stops the sword with ridiculous ease using only part of his spear. Then, despite the power behind that blow, he simply puts his foot on the spear and twists, breaking the 1,000-hand Senju's sword. The Monarch realizes he can't capture Joshua like this, so he decides he has no other choice. He finally uses the move he should have used from the start, opening a portal in the middle of MC's chest. He thrusts his hand through it, pulls out a dagger, and gets ready to kill him with an ability made for an assassin. Still, it's a terrible move from the front. Reaching for Joshua's neck where he can see it, gives him plenty of time to react. The protagonist spins his spear and tears the arm off before he can be killed. And on the other side of the portal, the Shadow Monarch instantly regrets that idea as he ends up one arm short. Even after blocking that cheap sneak attack, MC still stops the Susanoo coming at him. He catches one hand, but the other still lands a hit. That sends him crashing through the forest, flying a long way, but he still lands like a hero, driving his spear into the ground. They say the only way to kill Joshua is to keep him surrounded, and they tell Jabel not to let up. Jabel agrees and has Susanoo keep pressuring him, firing beams of light straight at him, while he raises his spear ready to throw it. His muscles tense to their limit, and he hurls the spear right through the barrage. It flies straight to the heart of the problem, heading for the monarch. The spear pierces him clean through and kills him on the spot. It also shatters the crystal that had been blocking Joshua's power. As he falls, Susanoo stares at the monarch, and Jabel realizes he never even saw the spear move. He can't understand how the protagonist aimed at the Dark Monarch in that chaos. Then someone orders Jabel to keep attacking and finish off MC. Jabel throws his spear, but MC uses Bronto and turns into lightning, closing the distance even faster. While that spear tears through everything, his own weapon returns to his hand. They can't believe it broke through the attack and came back to him, and they wonder if the protagonist got his full strength back. He did. MC is already glowing blue. Now he's ready to wreck those idiots. Bronto pushes him to another level, and he starts using the fifth form of the magic spear arts, Lightning Flame Spear. Things turn bad for Susanoo as a massive bolt of lightning gathers above it. The strike drops into Joshua's spear, and he channels that power into Susanoo. It gets slammed by a huge flood of electricity, and starts breaking apart along with Jabel, who takes terrible damage too. Both of them are nearly fried. One of them collapses to the ground in shock, thinking this power is unbelievable, and asks the Hero King if he's truly impossible to defeat. Joshua walks up calmly, and the man asks why he's being kept alive. He says he wants one answer: where is Princess Zirim? The man laughs that out of everything the protagonist could ask, that's what he chose, adding that a lady like her could never handle a monster like him. MC unleashes Bronto and yells at him to stop spouting nonsense and talk. That impact strikes him right in the soul, and he blurts out that Princess Zirim is supposedly near the site of the spear ritual. He says it like he's about to burst from the inside, and Joshua finally puts him to rest by taking off his head with the spear. That swing was total overkill. He used enough force to split the world just to remove one head. Then he thinks about Lucia and realizes for sure Agnes or Handel is an enemy he has to kill. He says he can't lose Princess Zirim again, and his anger rises as he remembers her smile from his past life. Back then, he told her he was honored just to stand before Princess Zirim, and she reminded him he didn't need to be so formal around her. He apologized, saying that as someone beneath her station, he didn't know any other way to speak to her, and she said she understood. She guessed he was used to treating everyone like they were above him, unless they were close friends, and said that's exactly why she needed someone like him. She told him he was a friend she wanted to keep for the rest of her life. Hearing that, he gets flustered and happy, but she pouts and says he's still acting like she's a stranger, then asks what he was doing there. He says he was only training alone. Lifting his spear, he says there are still many trials he has to overcome. She tells him she heard her brother Caesar praise him as an unbeatable spearman, then asks what could still be left for him to conquer, and whether that's why he chose the spear, because it still has endless heights he can reach. Joshua says he has other reasons too, but he believes Lucia was his destiny. It saved him from a miserable childhood, because every day felt like hell. He remembers how the Ignos people abused him, beating him, mocking him, and even throwing the boy into a pigsty. They said he smelled awful, that he wouldn't be suffering if he'd listened, and that everything was his fault, telling him not to hate them for his own mistakes while he kept getting chased and beaten. They order the boy to shut up as they get a wooden stick ready to hit Joshua again. He says that during those cruel days, the one thing that kept him going was his mother. But because she was so weak she died early, her body was thrown away like trash. The protagonist says he couldn't even give her a proper funeral, and whenever he missed her, he would climb to a high place and look out over everything around him. From there, he watched his wicked stepmother and his brother, and that's when he found a hidden passage. That was where he found Lucia, when he had already lost all hope. As he walked, he was suddenly surrounded by Itachi's crows, probably sent to keep the boy from getting lost, and they guided him to a magic circle. Inside that circle, something appeared before him. Then Princess Zirim, whether in the present or the past, apologizes to Joshua and says she's sorry. He doesn't understand why, so she explains that sometimes she accidentally sees a person's past and future. She apologizes for witnessing his without permission, saying she could never fully understand all he went through. Even so, she says she felt what he felt back then. MC is stunned by her words, and Princess Zirim says she's sure his mother would be proud. Crying in front of him, she says that wherever his mother is, she's watching him and would be proud of how strong he's become. After remembering that touching moment, he opens a magic circle on the ground and lets his blood fall into it. He thinks about how she was the first friend who ever cried for him, and swears he'll do anything to stop anyone from hurting her. Then, using instant movement like teleportation, Joshua appears in the middle of a badly ruined castle, and inside he finds Randall, his former father, standing in front of Princess Zearim, who is crucified there and clearly in terrible shape. Seeing that fills Joshua with rage. Randall asks what happened to the Dark Monarch, and he flatly says he killed him. Randall realizes that not even the Amon crystal can stop the protagonist anymore, so MC cuts him off and tells him to release Princess Zearim and leave Avalon. As long as MC is there, Randall will never become emperor. But then someone else appears, laughing, saying he is still as arrogant as ever. When he turns around, he's shocked, and the newcomer asks if he really thinks the world revolves around him. The protagonist says he was wondering where he had gone, then asks if he made a copy of himself in such a short time. He's talking to Loke, who is in the hand of that other MC, a near-perfect copy. MC asks if that's supposed to surprise him. The copy says he is wrong and still hasn't learned the true name of that weapon from the demon realm. The other he keeps laughing while holding Loke, who says this is his old friend Lucifer. The protagonist demands to know what he wants and why he did all this. Loke keeps laughing and asks if MC still doesn't get it after all their time together. He says he's only carrying out the contract they made years ago. He says Joshua should already know that, and asks if he really thinks their meeting when he was young happened by chance. Then he says the reason he survived until now was because of his father. The protagonist asks Loke if he really expects him to believe that. He says Randall abandoned them, let his mother die, and in the end managed to kill him too. Isn't that right? Joshua calls him the darkness that killed him, but then Randall steps down from where he was standing and says it wasn't him. He says this world is different, that MC is finally here with him, and so just like Loke said, he was brought here for a reason. All of this was for the Avalon Empire, which will soon meet its end. He is stunned and asks if Randall plans to destroy the Avalon Empire. Wasn't all this supposed to make him emperor? But Randall says he doesn't want the title of emperor. He wants to wipe the Britain family from that land completely, and to do that he needs the power of the princess's mind's eye. Once Avalon is wiped out, they can rebuild the Kunir kingdom that was stolen from them. Then the two of them will rule this land. But Joshua says he wants no title, won by sacrificing a friend, and asks if Randall plans to kill every innocent person in Avalon too. If he only wants the Britons gone, the two siblings here are enough. The girl has nothing to do with it. Marcus Van Britten was almost dead and Randall set him free. The protagonist says his mother and friends are still there. He thinks of Cain and Icarus, Cheryl and Iselin too, along with all his subordinates, his mother and so many others. Joshua points his spear at Agares and says his methods are wrong. He orders him to release Sajlan, warning that things will get much worse if he refuses. But Agares says it's already too late. Sajlan keeps suffering where she hangs, and even worse, someone is standing right behind her. Joshua wonders if that person was there all along and figures it must be a skilled follower of Duke, and Agares tells him there's no time to hesitate. Selin has to be saved now. MC calls on Bronto's power to rush in at top speed, but Agares is already reaching for his greatsword to stop him. As he gets ready to unleash an attack so powerful it drains even the color from Monroe, he summons that black sun, but he blocks it with his spear, setting off a massive explosion. Agares' eyes begin to change color, and Joshua realizes he's finally showing his true nature. While the two clash head-on, the protagonist changes Bronto's nature, and everything around him turns red. He says that just like he changed his own fate, he'll change Selen's too, then draws out his demonic power. Handoff asks if that is mana, saying the amount is so huge he can't even move. Even the final enemy seems shaken by MC's power and wonders if he'd been hiding it this whole time. Nothing like this was mentioned in the report from his fight with Azazel. Then it clicks. Joshua must have hidden his ability to use mana from the public so people would see him as a great hero who beat a demon. Lucifer starts laughing, saying this place is completely cut off from the human world, so he must be ready to show his true self. He recognizes these as the memories and powers the protagonist gained after falling into the demon realm 3 years ago, and the demonic crest on the protagonist's chest begins to shine. Lucifer realizes MC is a primordial being that belongs nowhere. The shining darkness, Lucifer. Joshua seems to be changing again, growing 2 horns and forming an even stronger version of his armor. Randall is nearly terrified out of his mind at the sight. He charges him, driving the black sun forward with full force, and Randall feels the impact and thinks that even with his awakened power, handling this won't be easy. Then Joshua blasts him away. With his biggest obstacle gone, the protagonist tells Selin to hold on, because he's coming to save her, and rushes forward. But Lucifer, using MC's copied body, cuts him off, saying he wanted to test this new vessel, while using Bronto's power that he apparently copied too. He wonders if this body is better than the original. He attacks, but he has no patience left and tells Lucifer to move, striking with his spear against his old spear. Their powers collide and Lucifer's weapon undergoes a kind of transformation too. Joshua can't believe it, and Lucifer notices how shocked he looks. He says that even in the demon realm, only a few beings could ever deflect his spear. But this is the protagonist's own body, and it can even use the protagonist's old demon realm form. With that copy, he says, he can fully reproduce those abilities. On top of that, he can still use his own powers. He asks if MC can believe it. A near-perfect demon. This is the demon god's power, now in his hands. Joshua snaps and tells him to shut up, then lunges at him again. He tries to break through, spear against spear, but Lucifer only laughs and says he will never defeat him. The protagonist is desperate to reach Selen, and Lucifer mocks him to his face. He says MC will never surpass him and should just accept it, then let him finish extracting the eye of the mind from her. The person beside Selen lifts her chin and says he'll use the power of the angels to awaken her true potential. He raises a dagger made of black stone, making him panic even more, and that person is Asmodeus, the highest-ranking demon. As he moves to kill the girl, Joshua grows more and more desperate until the stone is driven straight into her forehead. The moment it pierces her, sacred power bursts from her head and interferes with the protagonist's mind, so he tells himself he has to stay calm even as Randall's black sun strikes him from behind. He gets hit by that wave of power along with Lucifer and the fake body, and in the middle of it all, Asmodeus keeps pushing the stone into the girl's head. Then the black crystal that was once totally dull turns yellow with golden power. Asmodeus says the eye of the mind extraction went faster than expected. He pulls it from her head and says that in that case he'll be seeing the Hero King very soon. He looks at Joshua and leaves. MC burns with rage at Asmodeus, but he can't do anything because Lucifer is still holding him back. And Asmodeus opens a tear in time and space and escapes. Leaving the other two behind, Lucifer tells him it's over. Joshua looks back and rushes ahead, and in that moment he finds an opening to knock Lucifer out of his way. He races to Selen, but when he gets close, he sees how bad it really is. His heart sinks, her head is already hanging limp like she's dead, and he takes her hand. Lucifer tells him to let her go because she's already dead, but Joshua refuses to leave her. He asks why they had to do this to the girl, when there were plenty of other ways to destroy Avalon without the Eye of the Mind. As he says that, he uses sacred power to heal the hole left in her forehead. Then the protagonist asks why. If Lucifer had this power all along, he didn't destroy Avalon before the protagonist regressed. He asks what changed him so much since then. He also asks if Lucifer, Duke, and Agaris really believe these demons can give them what they want. Agaris says what happened to the princess is unfortunate, and that cold answer pushes Joshua even closer to becoming a monster. He rises filled with hate, and asks Randall what deal he made with Lucifer. Does he even understand what will happen if Lucifer gets what he wants? Randall says he'll pay the price, because Lucifer's true body will come to this realm to collect the debt. MC is stunned and asks about that true body. Does he mean the demon god? That should be impossible, since the only remnants left by the demon gods are inside Lucifer. Joshua says that 3 years ago, after he obtained the primordial stone Gaia, he learned the truth through the full moon mirror. When he looked into that mirror of truth, he says he fell into the demon realm. Soon after that, the mana he had been suppressing inside his body went out of control and the pain became unbearable. Then an enormous amount of mana, unlike anything he'd ever felt, awakened in the demon realm. The transcendent being he saw inside Lucifer's memory fragments was Lucifer's power. That's when he realized they weren't Lucifer's memories at all, but memories from a past life, and to his shock he understood that he himself was Lucifer. His power shook the demon realm, and countless creatures began coming after Joshua. He says the forces of the 8 demon kings hunted him to seize Lucifer's power, the power of control. During that time he had to fight and defeat countless demons without rest. The battles only ended after he defeated 3 of the 8 demon kings, and while he was bringing down that giant creature, something spoke to him. It said he had finally upset the balance of power in the demon realm. Addressing the one called Lucifer, that demon said that whether in the demon realm or the heavenly realm, all he ever does is destroy. No matter where he goes, he shouldn't exist. It says that now it understands why the demon god gave up on keeping him trapped inside the Wheel of Fate. Then Joshua asks what that demon means. So it asks how many regressions he has already gone through, saying it with a smile. Then it vanishes, and he is deeply shaken by those words. He demands an explanation, but there's no time left. The answer he's looking for isn't there, and Joshua is left behind. After hearing those awful words, the protagonist says he set out on a journey to find the demon god. Using Gaia to look through his old memories, he searched across the demon realm but found nothing. All he ever saw were traces of the person he used to be, a trail left behind by Lucifer before he regressed. That proves he really was the protagonist back then. Even his face was the same. He also starts wondering if Gaia has a limit, since he couldn't look any further into the past. Then he came back through the mirror, but still found no clue about the demon god. Back in the present, he tells Handel that's impossible. How can he bring to this realm a being that doesn't even exist? Then Lucifer cuts in and says no. He mocks Joshua for thinking he'd be that stupid and asks if he really still doesn't get it. MC asks if he means the boy missed something important. Lucifer reminds him of what he said before, that the demon god would take him to the heavens. That's when the boy starts to understand what he means. Lucifer reveals the demon god is in the celestial realm, and they finally succeeded. They brought down the celestial realm. Everything starts falling from above, and the demon god sits on a throne in the sky. Then Lucifer says they killed the celestial god. Things are getting out of control now, because that demon god is Lucifer himself, and he's wearing a smug little smile. The real question is how Joshua is supposed to face something like that. Then the story goes back. Long ago, there was an angel who carried a spear, and his name was Lucifer. Even though he was born an angel, he was cursed with something human. Because of that, he was cast out of the celestial realm and condemned by the 4 archangels he once saw as brothers. And as he fell, the rumors turned out to be true. He landed in the demon realm and the demon god came to meet him, surprised that an archangel had fallen so deep into hell. This younger Lucifer tells the demon god to stop talking and get to the point, but the demon god asks if he even knows who he's speaking to. Lucifer says that judging by his mana, he must be either a demon king or the god of that realm. Then he asks if he still wants to fight. Lucifer says he's already lost everything, so what is left to fear? If the demon god won't make the first move, he will. The demon god stops him and says he isn't there to fight, he only wants to meet him. Since Lucifer uses a spear, the demon god says he has a small gift for him and summons one. He says that spear is Lucia. Then he tells him to take it. He hands it straight to Lucifer, and the moment he grabs it, he asks what the demon god really wants. The answer stays the same. He just wants to know him. And if Lucifer ever needs help, he can ask. For someone who came from heaven, trusting a demon this easily seems risky. Even so, Lucifer keeps the spear, and the demon god leaves him with one last promise. They'll meet again soon. Sometime later, Asabel is fighting a demon, but he gets launched away by a single punch. The demon mocks his slow attack and sends him crashing down. He lands badly on the ground. Then the demon brags that there's a reason he's called a demon god. He's just that strong. That's why Lucifer told Asabel to stay out of this. Now he steps in himself to face the demon beating the kid, saying he won't just stand by and watch. Lucifer summons Lucia, but the demon says the boy only looks like he's pushing himself for no reason, and warns him that no one will always be there to save him. Then the demon calls Lucifer trash and says someone like him won't matter, while charging up a huge blast. He fires a massive beam at Lucifer, who responds with magical spear rods stage 5, 4th form, true lightning, the same move Joshua used earlier to kill that enemy. The attack pierces straight through the demon and kills him. Asabel is amazed that Lucifer took down such a powerful demon king in one hit and says he hopes to be that strong someday. He just stares as Lucifer flies off from below. But then the demon god appears and notices he's using magical spear rods, asking where he learned a skill like that. Asabel quickly asks who this guy is and whether he's with the demon king. Lucifer explains he created magical spear rods to push his power and skills to the limit. Then he asks if the demon god has seen a similar spear style before. The demon god says he must have been mistaken, then adds that it looks like Lucifer is learning how to use Lucia. Lucifer says that's exactly how he adapted to the demon realm, and thanks him. To mark that progress, the demon god offers him good news. He found a way back to the celestial realm, and Lucifer was the first person he wanted to tell. That leaves both of them shocked. Asabel says that's impossible. Falling into hell or rising to paradise both require the power of the celestial gods, and that power shouldn't exist in the demon realm. The demon god says Asabel can doubt him, but he found a gate linking the two realms. When Asabel asks him to prove it by using it, he says he can't. A pure demon like him isn't able to pass through. Lucifer immediately asks where the gate is, and Asabel is stunned that he's trusting this guy. Lucifer says the demon god isn't the type to lie. Asabel argues that even if they return to the celestial realm, the 4 archangels still won't leave him alone, so why does he want to go back so badly? Lucifer says he has a good reason. While staring at Lucia, Asabel can tell something is off. He asks if Lucifer is planning to get revenge on the archangels. The demon god jumps in and says revenge is pure. In Lucifer's current state, even the 4 archangels couldn't stop him, and he says it with a huge grin. Then he opens the gate. Lucifer steps through it. As soon as he enters, he arrives in a bright place where angels are peacefully gathering fruit. They notice his horn and wonder if he's a demon, but then they see his wings too. After looking closer, they ask if he could really be the archangel Lucifer. Lucifer starts to smile. Looks like nothing here has changed. Then he takes off and flies away. Elsewhere, in the temple of the archangels, they report that they already checked everything. No other angel has been born with human traits. They say that's good since the last one was Lucifer, and one of them gets ready to leave. Then Raphael asks how long Mikhail plans to keep this up. Mikhail says he'll keep doing it for as long as he can. Gabriel asks if he really believes this is the right choice, and Uriel pushes back, asking why he's questioning a decision all the archangels already agreed on. Raphael says it may be too late to mourn a lost brother, but asks if they really plan to do the same thing to any child born with human traits. Mikhail answers that if needed, yes he will, because Mother said no being can stain the image of the king in the celestial realm. Then an angel rushes in with an emergency, and Mikhail asks what happened. The angel says Archangel Lucifer has returned. Mikhail is furious and orders them to stop Lucifer from entering the temple. Outside the temple of the celestial god, the angels charge at Lucifer. He says he doesn't want to fight and tells them to move, then simply raises his hand and slams all the angels to the ground, leaving them unable to move. Then Mikhail appears and tells him not to use such filthy power on sacred ground before rushing in and demanding to know if he came back to defile the celestial realm. Lucifer says the time has come. He moves to attack. Mikhail blocks with his sword, and the two keep flying and clashing. Mikhail calls him a foolish, arrogant idiot, saying Lucifer should be grateful they let him live at all, and now he dares return looking like their mortal enemies. Lucifer fires back, asking if he's supposed to thank them for crushing his wings and throwing him into the demon realm. Then he asks Mikhail if that's what he calls justice. Another archangel appears and tells Lucifer to say what he thinks should have been done instead. Uriel says mana is like poison to them, so they couldn't let the realm be stained. He adds that he doesn't know how Lucifer escaped the demon realm, but to make sure it never happens again, they'll purify him. He orders Lucifer to throw down his weapon and accept his fate. Lucifer says he never defiled them or the celestial realm, so this isn't their call to make. To make it clear, this is his past life. Before he was reborn as him, he was this Lucifer, the one cast out, turned into a demon, got tricked, came back and wanted revenge. So all of this happened long before he was ever born. And while he says this isn't for them to decide, they answer that his very existence is a stain on his mother's legacy. Then one of them, either Uriel or Gabriel, apologizes to his old friend for how this has to end. He attacks the protagonist, but the protagonist blocks with Lucia and stops the strike. He says all he did was be born that way, and that they didn't cast him out because they couldn't accept him. They did it because they were afraid of the power he was born with. He starts drawing out more demonic power from the mark he received and asks if that is why they exiled him from the demon realm, then unleashes mana at the archangels. He orders them to kneel before him. Using the true aura in his voice again, he forces the archangels to bow. Mikhail drops to his knees in front of him, and everyone realizes their bodies are moving on their own, wondering what kind of power this is. The protagonist says this is the power of dominance, an ability he has had since birth, but he only awakened it during his time in the demon realm. He says none of them can beat him, then uses Lucia to nearly kill Mikhail. But before he can finish it, he tells them to leave and stop standing in his way. He says he only came to see his mother, that he is not killing any of them, and that he does not want to hurt anyone. But stubborn Mikhail tries to stand, saying he will never let him meet his mother. Lucifer is shocked that he can resist his power, and Mikhail claims he is not special. It was just luck before charging at Lucifer again. Then a voice filled with holy power tells them to stop, drawing both of their attention, and Mikhail realizes it is his mother. She appears and says she is glad Lucifer returned. She is the goddess of the heavenly realm, and says it is tragic that things came to this. She says he did nothing wrong. Lucifer nearly breaks down from all the pain he has carried, and the heavenly goddess asks if he can forgive the cruel fate she gave him. Mikhail tells his mother not to ask for forgiveness, insisting they only did what was right. But then Lucia's voice starts echoing nearby, telling him he is truly not wrong. Mikhail is startled, and Lucia tells him to listen closely as pure demonic power gathers around her. She urges him to wield her and act out his idea of justice. She reminds him that he wanted to make the heavenly realm perfect, then slips into his mind and says the one before him, Lucifer, will bring ruin to that world. She is already twisting the weak-minded archangel. Lucifer says he always wanted to hear those words from his mother, and now needs to return to the demon realm. But Mikhail says he is not going anywhere, he will die here. As he raises Lucia and prepares to strike, a huge attack flies at Lucifer, and he barely blocks it. But the blow misses Lucifer and hits the heavenly goddess. Mikhail asks his mother why she did that, taking the hit for him. Pierced by Lucia, she says it is done now, and he does not need to keep going. Speaking to Mikhail, she says this is why he and Lucifer had to do something. But with a spear through her stomach, she can barely get the words out. Then she starts to fall. She completely loses her composure as Mikhail screams for his mother, and she realizes the spear carries the demon god's power, which is suppressing her own. They ask why her wounds are not healing and say they need to save her. Mikhail starts asking what he has done. He hurt his own mother. He says he defiled that perfect place and almost tears off his own head, but he really does kill himself. His head flies off in one clean cut, and his body drops to the ground. Lucifer cries out to Mikhail while his mother says it is all because of that spear, which apparently killed him on its own after falling to the ground. The protagonist notices Lucia there, and his mother says it seems the demon god Lovecern gave that spear to Lucifer, so he could reach this place himself. But Lucifer says that is impossible, because unless someone has power equal to the 7 archangels, opening a path to the heavenly realm should be impossible. He asks how. Then Lucia says there are many ways to do it as she rises again with demonic power and looks at both of them. The protagonist realizes it is the demon god. He thanks his friend, saying he did a lot for him. He planned to use him to get access to the 7 archangels, but was surprised he accomplished even more than that. Then he starts using Mikhail's dead body, placing a demonic magic circle beneath it, and using Lucia as the catalyst. The spear says brainwashing him was easy, and Raphael realizes he plans to use a sacrifice to gain entry, telling him to stop the summoning ritual. But the demonic power in that place, in the spear and in the body, keeps growing as the archangels rush forward with little they can do, and the demon god says it is too late. He brings his body into the heavenly realm. That demonic mana nearly wipes out all the soldiers, and Raphael realizes the monster is far too strong. Even the 7 archangels and the battle angels are not enough. But Lucifer finally steps in and pulls out his old spear. He asks the demon god if this was why he guided him there. The demon god, still only partly there, answers the protagonist and says yes, he needed a puppet to carry out his plans. With a cruel smile, he says Lucifer is useless now and attacks the boy. Then the protagonist's spear, which should have been strong enough, shatters the moment it touches the demon god's weapon, and he is skewered straight through in a single strike, blood pouring out everywhere. The demon god tells him not to forget that his enemy is a god. Then he says he will use this chance to steal Lucifer's powers too, pulling everything out of the boy and making Lucifer scream in pain. But then his mother's holy power fills the area, shielding the protagonist and removing the demon god's influence from him. She apologizes to Lucifer, saying this seems to be the only way to stop the demon god. She explains that his birth with both mana and divine power was no accident, and his powers are necessary. Then she tells him he must perfect his skill with the magic spear, and he starts calling out for his mother. But the demon god asks where she plans to send Lucifer, attacks him, and says he will not let him escape. He says it does not matter where Lucifer goes, his curse will follow him forever, then throws the curse into the boy's body and says he will find him someday. The protagonist is pulled in by that power and loses consciousness, only to come back to life again, reborn as a child. He is born with deep dark blue hair, and Lucifer is happy to see it, saying it is obvious he is the son of Duke Agnes. She says the Duke always wanted a son and will surely be happy, though she also thinks that alone will not satisfy him. Then in the present, Heimdall says he brought the demon god into the heavenly realm, and the protagonist cannot believe it. Lucifer says his god gave him another chance at life. After the long war, the demon god secured victory, and the heavenly goddess was badly wounded. It took a long time for her to recover her power. Even so, the demon god will soon come to this world. Still, the protagonist says it is strange, and asks why now instead of some other time. Would it not have been easier to wait until the demon god recovered before returning? But he says Joshua is right. He only needed the heavenly goddess's power to get there. That is why they needed the princess's eye of the mind, a small part of the goddess's power. In his past life, the princess had already died when they needed her, so they had to find another way. Of all the choices they considered, sending him to the past and keeping the princess alive was the best one. Since his soul was already cursed to move back through time, they barely had to do anything to make their plan work. So they kept the princess alive all this time for this one moment, and Joshua feels more and more like both of them were just using him. Then he understands and says that is why they made Cain betray the throne. He starts apologizing to Caesar, saying it was all his fault. Then Heimdall tells him to choose whether he will work with them or die there, warning him to choose his fate wisely. The protagonist does not need much time to think, because he is furious, and demonic energy starts pouring from his spear. He remembers talking with Caesar in the past, asking if she could see the future and what she was seeing. She said his wheel of fate was badly twisted. Along with pain, he had no choice but to accept. Thinking of Caesar, he wonders if this is the future she saw as he gets ready to attack them. He says that even if his future holds nothing but despair, that does not mean he can give up. Then he asks what the point is of building a nation without humanity. Loki says he has chosen death, exactly what he wanted. He charges at the protagonist again, and the two clash head-on. Heimdall jumps between them, saying the last remnants of humanity will become the final kingdom, as he tries to strike Joshua Sanders in the middle of it. He says it's for a paradise where everyone can live as equals without pain, and that's why he's doing this. As he moves in to strike the boy, a bright light from the white sun floods the whole area. Outside, Marcus Van Britten is causing chaos, calling on his subjects to watch. He declares that today they'll punish the forces that rose against them, and MC's group is next. Then he adds that anyone who knows or used to deal with MC Sanders will be punished the same way. So if anyone knows someone tied to them, they need to report it to his troops at once, and he promises a big reward. The crowd starts whispering, and Cain speaks up. He asks Balmung for help, but Balmung tells him to be quiet. Cain won't let it go. Even from far away, he says Balmung had to notice how much he had grown. Balmung hesitates, unsure what he can even do, while Marcus Van Britten orders the execution to begin. That's when Balmung finally agrees, and Icarus starts breaking down, thinking this is her last day. Even so, she says she's glad Clem is doing well before she dies. Then she notices something and wonders what it is. Suddenly, Asmodeus appears in the middle of it all and addresses Marcus Van Britten, saying it looks like he's enjoying quite a festival. Then he asks if Marcus likes his new power. Marcus Van Britten demands to know who he is, and the newcomer says Marcus can call him the Collector. He asks if Marcus forgot his contract with the demon god, because he's here to collect the payment. Then he charges straight at the Emperor. Marcus apologizes, but says he doesn't remember any such contract. He tells him not to stand in his way, and attacks Asmodeus head-on. Everyone nearby gets ready to run once the fight spills toward them. At first, Asmodeus seems to lose ground and gets thrown back. Then the people notice his horn and realize he's a demon. Panic breaks out. In the middle of the chaos, Icarus shouts for everyone in the Empire to look. Emperor Marcus made a deal with a demon. She says he spent the last 3 years plotting in secret, working with the Sulo Empire and spreading demonic magic across the continent. Then she reveals that the hero King Joshua Sanders knew the truth and confronted the Emperor, and as everyone knows, he defeated the demons. The crowd starts asking if it's true. If so, were the undead experiments by the 4th Prince Kaizen also done on the Emperor's orders? Marcus yells at them not to believe the lies. He claims they're only buying time and orders the Imperial Knights to kill that cursed demon. The Knights rush Asmodeus together, trying to bring him down. For a moment he thinks maybe he underestimated them. Then he unleashes his power, tearing through the soldiers and killing many of them with ease. The Emperor grows more desperate, asking how Asmodeus dares lay hands on his people. Asmodeus says he can't let Marcus keep going, and moves to strike him. Using demonic power, he freezes Marcus in place, and Marcus realizes his body won't move. Asmodeus appears behind him and asks if the Emperor has calmed down enough. If so, he should accept his fate. Then he strikes Marcus in the neck and says he'll become part of the sacrifice for his demon god. When he drives that glowing stone in, even more holy light bursts from the Emperor's body. A demonic circle appears, and dark energy starts pouring out. The crowd prepares to flee. A demon has wounded the Emperor, and that energy is terrifying. They know they'll get caught in the middle if they stay. Some think about protecting the Emperor, and Balmung does too. But Cain stops him, saying he saw the demon's power himself, and there's no way Balmung can beat it alone. He asks if this isn't their chance. He says they'll help if Balmung lets them out. Balmung freezes, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, Asmodeus bursts out laughing at the mortals, and tells them to watch as his god calmly steps into the middle realm. The demon god is arriving. He orders everyone to fear and worship him, because true chaos is about to fall on this world, and the horns appear before the rest of him. He tells them to witness their fate change before a true god. Then he commands everyone to pray to the demon god Love Cernan. Right after his lord reaches the world, Asmodeus kneels like a loyal servant, saying it's a great honor to finally meet him, and that he waited his whole life for this moment. The demon god praises Asmodeus for his work. Thanks to him, he's finally returned and stands on the earth once more. Now he says, they can begin. With that, Love Cernan starts laughing and says they'll finally begin the unification of all worlds. He raises a hand and a beam of light drops from the sky onto him. He orders the gates of the demon realm opened so the demons can enter this world. The light in the sky grows stronger and stronger, until the sky itself starts cracking like shattered glass, and the light only keeps getting brighter. Krishna panics as he looks up and sees the sky collapsing. The cracks spread, and the hole grows wider as everything around it breaks apart. Cain yells at Krishna that there's no time to stare. Grab the gear now, they have to get out. Everyone starts moving fast because things are getting way too dangerous and no one wants to find out what's coming through that hole. The demon god keeps laughing in delight, declaring that across the demon realm, the celestial realm, and the middle realm, he alone is god and all three are now in the palm of his hand. The hole in the sky grows even stronger and now it looks like a volcano full of magma hanging over the world. A red beam keeps pouring down from it straight into the demon god as he calls to his people. Countless demons in their realm notice the chance and look up to see what's happening. They spot the earth above them and the demon god calls them forward. He tells them to enter the heavenly paradise made by God and they fly toward the opening as he orders them to bring hatred, fury, fear, and pain to their new home. He commands them to spread their wings and a swarm of demons pours from the hole in the sky. A few minutes before the demon god appeared, the second prince was making a scene, ordering the imperial force to capture them all. If they were part of the resistance, he said, none of them could be allowed to escape. The imperial force agrees and rushes Joshua's men. Their leader says they need to buy time and tells the two women there to run. So Cheryl and Lucia take off, trying to survive while the others prepare to hold the whole force back alone. One of them says he thought they had finally escaped, but things turned out very differently. The battle begins and he says they have no choice. At least they'll die with honor, protecting their lady and their leader's mother. They keep fighting the imperial force head on, but then as usual, another problem appears right in front of the girls. That person says he'll probably have to apologize to the protagonist. He blocks their path and attacks, saying he hopes Joshua won't hold it against him, but he doesn't have a choice. He's just following imperial orders. Before he can kill them, the assassin queen appears in front of him and stops the strike. Cheryl and Lucia are stunned by how fast she moved. While holding him off, she tells Cheryl DeFonte to take Lucia and get out of there. Then she starts trading blows with the madman and orders them to run. Cheryl DeFonte reacts at once and pulls Lucia away to keep her safe. The lunatic asks if she really thinks he'll let them leave, then lunges after the girls, but the assassin queen proves why she has that title and nearly kills him in one move. He has to twist around and block it, or that would have been the end of him. Now that he's taking her seriously and trying to stop her, she circles around looking for a hit from behind. Then she uses the exagium of dark fashions and attacks. Her slash tears through part of reality right in front of the madman. She follows with both blades, cutting through everything ahead of him with such a fierce strike that even the two behind her turn back to look. Even so, the madman blocks it calmly. Then he says he understands. Now she was the one giving off that death energy at the secret estate. He remembers clearly the time she showed her power in front of him. Then he admits he's always wanted to fight her, slipping fully back into his crazed self as the battle excites him. Grinning, he charges her with everything he has and says he's been wondering what kind of joy she'd bring him. The more they fight, the more thrilled he gets. She notices it right away. He's using true aura, but since it hasn't taken form, he must be using it to strengthen his body. When he rushes her with his blade, she blocks it with her dagger. At the same time, Caddis gets hit in the forearm. That leaves him in a bad spot. Their side is outnumbered and getting overwhelmed. They realize there are too many enemies, and breaking through looks impossible. Just when it seems like the end, ice spears appear above the Imperial soldiers. The fight stops at once. Nobody dares move with that threat hanging over them. Then Iselin rains ice spears down, nearly hitting the Imperial troops. She arrives holding a crystal ball, fully set on ending this, and says she needs the Magic Tower's leader. But Teta is confused and asks where Joshua is. She says it's a long story, sounding worn out as she answers. Before she can explain more, Teta shouts that something is behind her. He tells her to look up. She turns and finally notices the sky split open above them, with a red beam shooting from the heavens to the ground, leaving her stunned. Then she sees demons entering their world too. In no time, the whole area is swarmed. Seeing that, the second prince starts cursing the 7 mages. He orders his men to kill the mage first, but they're all frozen, staring at the sky. Angry, he demands to know what they're doing, and one soldier tells him to look up. Right then, one of the demons appears in front of them, perched on top of a few houses and watching them closely. The soldiers panic even more. The second prince asks what those things are, and the demons roar and charge, ready to kill, loot, and destroy in their god's name. The soldiers finally scream that they're demons, and rush to protect the prince, but the men who attack can't do much. The demons knock their swords aside with ease. Joshua's men realize this is their best chance to run, and Kadir agrees at once. They call for Iselin and say they need to leave, but she stays behind, staring at the chaos. Kadir says a path to the demon realm has opened, and he can barely believe it. Then that madman realizes Aiden von Agnes finally pulled it off and wonders if this is the world he wanted. As demons spread havoc and people cry for help, the soldiers are ordered to form ranks and call for backup. The assassin queen asks the psychopath if he's really going to just watch his men die. He says this has to happen, then asks if she'll be fine. After all, she left Princess Lucia alone. That makes her realize she really did abandon the two of them. When she looks back, she sees a demon nearly reaching them. She instantly rushes over to save them both, but that psycho takes the chance to strike, reminding her he never said he'd let her go. She has to turn and block him, or that single hit would have killed her. Furious, now she tells him to get out of her way. He just laughs and says it's already too late. She should stop fighting it and enjoy herself with him. The demon finally attacks the two girls, and drops of blood spray near them. Seeing that, the assassin queen cries out in panic. But then she realizes it isn't their blood, it's the demons. The first prince arrived just in time and cut off its arm. He tells Cheryl to finish it. She does, starting a long chant just to summon a simple fireball, and when she throws it, the blast hits the demon and seems to kill it in one shot. Her fireball was actually very effective, because the demon can't do anything after that. The first prince moves fast to pull Lucia away. They need to escape this chaos, so they try to run through the flames, but another demon bursts out of the fire, nearly hitting the prince and grabbing Lucia too. Before it can do anything, it's sliced into countless pieces in midair. The one who killed it was that same psychopath. He doesn't seem to be on anyone's side. He just wants chaos. After saving them, he asks the assassin queen if she really thinks she can escape while moving that slowly. She snaps at him to shut up, then pours out even more mana to deal with the demons around them. With only a few strikes, she cuts down a huge number of them. A trail of destruction follows, and many demons die in midair before they can get near her. The first prince is stunned. He can hardly believe she wiped them all out in moments. Then the other madman says it's a shame, but they'll have to settle things another time. The assassin queen says she thought he was just a blood-crazed lunatic. Now she starts to think he's even more unpredictable than she first believed. He asks what her point is. She's no amateur, so she should know better. He says that, whether it looks like it or not, he swore loyalty to the Avalon Empire and has a duty to protect the prince. Cheryl tells them to forget that for now. They need to leave before more demons show up. She says they prepared a shelter for emergencies like this and they should head there. She leads them toward the Pontia house, thinking Icarus will probably go there too. Then she calls everyone to follow her, and Lucia and the others get ready to move. While they head back to safety, Christian is giving blessings to everyone across the battlefield. He uses Punishment of Evil to coat Cain in a small set of armor, and Cain boosts his own magic with True Aura as well. Then he charges the demons, cutting down many of them in a single rush. The other fighter joins in too, activating his True Aura and using Swift Star. Countless swords appear above him, ready to fall on the demons below. When he launches them, many demons are skewered in midair and drop before they can get close. But there are just too many. The front line dies, while the ones behind slip through and keep closing in. Christian sees the numbers and worries things may soon get out of control. He says that if they only had a holy artifact, he might be able to do something. Then Icarus asks if that would really be enough for all those demons, and Christian says yes, those relics were made to deal with demon hordes. So Icarus says they have something even better than a holy artifact, the Holy Grail of Havold. That shocks him, and he asks if they really have it. She says it's stored in the Avalon Empire warehouse. She remembers seeing it there, kept in case they ever needed to negotiate with Moongate. The red-haired man backs her up, saying he's heard of the Holy Grail too, but he wonders if they can even use its true power without being Havold knights, then says they need to go get it anyway. Cain tells them to wait and asks about their allies at the Imperial Estate, since he's almost sure demons attack there too. But Icarus says that with Iselin and the Assassin King together, she's sure they found a way out. Right now, finding a weapon that can help later matters more. The red-haired man says that if they're going, they need to leave now. If they keep wasting time, they'll have nowhere left to run, and the demon horde still won't stop pouring from the hole in the sky. Icarus tells them not to worry. He'll open a path for everyone. Then he charges ahead in his light armor with sword in hand. His attack is far stronger than expected, tearing through demon after demon and carving out a huge opening. That strike wipes out many of them at once. The red-haired man is left speechless. He thought they were on the same level, so he asks how the gap between them got so huge. Kane's strength is on another level now. His attack tears open a massive crater, almost like a ravine, and the sight is incredible. Then he asks Balmung to lead the way, and the red-haired man remembers what he needs to do. At the same time, the second prince orders everyone to push forward and kill the demons. Totally lost, the soldiers have no choice but to obey and charge the monsters, even though they're struggling badly. When one of them finally lands a hit on a demon's chest and cuts it, he thinks he won. But the wound heals right away, and a normal blade still can't get through. The demon strikes back, slashing his chest with its claws and leaving a likely fatal wound. Even so, they're told not to give up. Then another soldier steps in. He can use aura a little better, and this time his cut goes deep enough to kill the demon and tear off its arm. That's when they realize someone finally broke through the demon's tough hide and turned things around a bit. One soldier shouts that their attacks will work if they coat their blades with mana, and tells the rank C knights to focus on defense. Then he quickly sets them into a formation that actually makes sense. He orders every rank B knight or higher who can control mana to follow him and attack. Even the foolish prince has to join in, channeling mana into his sword. He tells them to hold formation and stay focused as they line up in front of the demons with glowing weapons. When the demons rush in, the front line manages to stop them. The fighters in the rear finish them off, killing several demons and cutting their numbers down. Now they see the formation is working, so they keep it going. But above them, one demon watches everything. It notices this kind of teamwork would never happen in the human kingdom. This is a high-ranked demoness, and she looks very different from the others. Huge horns, strong wings, and 4 eyes. Curious now, she wants to see how strong they really are, so she hurls a fireball down at the knights, and one of them spots the projectile coming. Another uses mana to stop it in midair, gets ready to counterattack, and tells the others not to fear them, just fight back with aura blades. He cuts through the fireball and moves in with a threat, but another attack was hidden behind it, with Misori rushing in right after her own blast. She lunges with her claws, forcing him to block with only his sword, and even then he gets pushed back hard. She keeps attacking with her other hand too, praising his strength while pressing him even more. Then, with one swing, she blasts away all the nearby knights. She wonders if that's really all they've got. The prince is stunned, almost going down from one attack is too much. He orders the 3rd battalion to get back into formation, but right behind him a demon is eating a man's heart, and the sight terrifies him. Cries for help break out as the demons begin slaughtering everyone. The screams of soldiers begging not to die make the cowardly prince panic even more. He turns and runs, thinking he can't die here. But while fleeing, a demon catches him and drives its claws into his chest. Pinned in its grip, he can do almost nothing as he's seized like prey. Blood spills from his mouth and he wonders if this is the end. But then a bolt of lightning crashes down onto the demon and kills it. The prince drops free, sees the lightning, and immediately calls out Joshua's name. Elsewhere, the other soldiers are still struggling. Then someone asks if they still think they deserve to be part of the Imperial Knights and orders them back up to keep fighting. The prince realizes it's the 11th and 12th Auxiliary Battalions. He sees they came back to save him, but can't understand why. After all, they had tried to capture them, so why help now? Then Izumi arrives and says that even if someone is an enemy, they can't ignore cries for help. He also notices there are 7 mages with her. She adds that if Joshua were here, he would save people first too. Then even more lightning falls onto the demons, wiping out many of them at once. As the lightning keeps striking, Misori throws a punch straight at one of the bolts below and stops it with raw strength alone, while other demons around her are torn apart. Everyone is shocked that one spell killed so many demons at once. Kodzix warns the Imperial Order that they surely don't want that happening to them, so they'd better not mess with his group. The man being carried with him tells him to stop bumping him with that armor, while someone else says it's not time to celebrate. The rest of the demons are still coming. Misori looks up at the human flying in the sky and thinks that power seems fun. She notices the lightning actually hurt her. Punching it left her injured and decides it still may not be entertaining enough for her. Then someone appears behind Misori and tells her to move, leaving the demoness startled. It turns out to be another high-ranked demon, rank 29 Pastel. He says leaving the demon realm to come here was the right call, because he found exactly what he wanted and tells her he'll handle this so she can go somewhere else. Joshua's group is immediately shaken by his presence. They can barely breathe because his killing intent is so strong. He sounds calm, but it's obvious he could take their heads off in one strike. Misori snaps back that they're her prey, and since she found them first, he should be the one to leave. Pastel asks if she still hasn't learned her lesson. He says that's why she needs manners, then suddenly attacks Misori right in front of everyone, making her scream. That's when they realize he beat the demon who had deflected a 7th class spell with a single hit. They suspected it already, but now it's clear he's on a completely different level. Even so, they think they might still have a chance if they fight together. Then a telepathic message reaches them. She says she'll stop him and orders them to get away. Their captain realizes it came through a spell and argues they can't leave her alone. They should fight together, but she asks if their goal isn't to rescue their target. More than that, they could get caught in the crossfire of her spells, and unless they're superhuman, they won't be able to help. She launches a massive fireball at Pastel, who calmly waits in a fighting stance. At the same time, the prince starts running, asking what is wrong with her for casting spells without warning. He tells everyone else to leave this to the 7 mages and flee if they want to live. As the huge blast erupts, everyone runs to avoid getting burned. They urge the soldiers to trust the mage and get out because this is not a fight they can handle. Besides, how could a 7th class mage lose? Pastel tells her she's bolder than he expected, as he walks through the flames like they're nothing. He says that must mean she's very confident, and asks Izelin if she agrees. Then he attacks with a kick. Izelin throws up a shield and blocks it, but the impact puts enormous pressure on it. Pastel doesn't stop there. He pulls back for a punch and says blocking that first hit won't matter. When the blow lands, her shield starts to crack under the pressure. Iselin is pushed backward as Pastel roars and drives his claw into the shield, trying to rip it open by force. He says he's finally facing Iselin in person, and is about to grab her. Then he literally starts biting the shield until it breaks, forcing Iselin farther back. As he devours her magic, Pastel says it tastes even better than he expected, but she suddenly escapes in a flash of lightning and slips away. After gaining some distance, she starts summoning more spells, forming ice triangles with fireballs in their centers. She creates 8 of them and prepares to hit Pastel with everything she has. Pastel gets excited and says this is exactly what he wanted. Iselin doesn't answer. She just fires the icy projectiles at him, while he gets annoyed that he's the only one talking and demands a reply. She keeps attacking and he shatters the first one with just his shin, but there was a fireball hidden inside, and he didn't know that. It explodes on him like a tiny supernova, setting much of the sky ablaze and scorching his face. Pastel complains that it's way too hot and wonders why ice is burning him. Even while taking the hit, he spreads his scorched wings and flies out from the center of the flames. Even with scorched wings, he keeps flying and admits her magic is pretty interesting, already getting annoyed with Iselin. He says those attacks might actually hurt, then rushes at Iselin. She answers with more ice spikes. Now he has to dodge instead of smashing through them, because getting hit would be bad. The shots miss, so they do not explode, and he mocks them for being too slow. Iselin calmly says he is the one who will get hit. Then she summons another circle. The circle opens right in front of one of the ice shots and the spike goes in. It is a teleport spell. The projectile enters one side and comes out beside Pastel's ear. He barely avoids it, jerking his head away at the last second. The attack misses again, but Iselin keeps using portals to redirect it. More and more shots start flying past Pastel from different angles. He has to move like crazy, vanishing and reappearing at absurd speed to avoid getting hit and blown apart. He keeps doing that across the battlefield until he realizes her spells are getting faster. Annoyed, he decides to end it now, so he boosts his body with demonic energy. The symbol on his chest spreads into dark markings, and he figures his strength and speed have increased at least tenfold, enough to finish the fight before the ice can reach him. He stops running and starts taking on the ice spells directly, careful not to let them explode close to him. Then he starts smashing through them one after another. He keeps going until every one of Iselin's spells is destroyed. But the blasts are so huge that the sky fills with fire. Seeing that, Iselin grows worried and tired from controlling so much magic, but the demon still broke through everything. A moment later, he appears right next to her and asks if she did not see him. He is already at her neck and she turns in shock. As he attacks, she spins around and throws up her shield. That barrier stops a blow that would have killed her. He tells her that trick will not work anymore. Even though she blocks it, the force of his attack still drives her downward. She slams into the city's ground hard enough to kick up a massive cloud of dust. Basto thinks it is over. Since that power is not very efficient, he drops the demonic markings and says he had been curious how many humans could really challenge him. Then he notices something strange and is caught off guard. Below him, a giant rose of ice begins to form. Iselin stands at its center as the frozen flower finishes taking shape. She looks up and the demon calls her incredible. He did not expect her to keep entertaining him to the very end. He calls her a fascinating prey, and says he could never call himself an honorable demon if he ran from this fight. Iselin activates the flower spell and it starts to shake. Pascal charges at her, saying he will end everything in one strike. Inside, Iselin apologizes to MC. She wanted to stay with him and help, but it looks like this is where her path ends. Thinking of MC, she says she will wait until they meet again on the other side. She begs him to come find her. The rose starts breaking apart above Pascal, and he asks what that powder is. But the powder gathers over him and he realizes anything it touches freezes instantly. His body starts turning into an ice statue in midair, and he understands she is sacrificing herself to seal him. At the same time, Iselin begins freezing in front of him. He refuses to let her do it and lunges at her, trying to land one last punch. But the closer he gets, the more he freezes. By the time he reaches her, both of them have turned into blocks of ice, frozen face to face like statues. No way. There is no way she is really going out like this. Through Iselin's attack, the whole area is frozen over. Demons and all turned into nothing but ice statues. Even so, she saves the humans from dying in it. Watching from afar, Azazel says it is beautiful and impressive. Everything near that flower freezes. Then he notices something behind him. When he turns, he sees a castle window high above explode outward. He realizes that is where they went. Balmung is already inside with the others, saying they only need to push through and reach the Imperial Records room. Kane says it is fine, he will clear the path. He tells everyone to get down, then unleashes a slash that tears through part of the palace, kills the demons there, and opens a route forward. Balmung snaps at Kane, saying if someone is going to handle that, it should be him. He complains Cain is damaging Imperial property more than the demons are, but Cain says he was not thinking straight because the situation is so serious. Then Icarus crouches down to grab that spear. She suddenly feels something strange. The ground just moved. Christian asks if she is serious, and then they look over and see the fallen walls, still filled with demonic power. The outer walls are repairing themselves. They ask if this is Christian's power, but he says it is not, and he has no idea what is happening. Then they notice something else and start running. If they stay there, the walls might trap them, so they hurry deeper inside. Christian says the walls are recovering way too fast and wonders if the building is alive, or if this is some trap the Imperial estate set for intruders. Balmung says he has no clue. They are pushed through a corridor that grows redder and redder until they are thrown outside, where one of those rank 13 Delicana demons smiles and addresses his demon god Luvacern, offering him the center of that human city. He raises something like a Tower of Babel into the sky and asks Luvacern to kindly accept the gift of a lesser being. Luvacern starts walking toward him. The demon offers thanks and says he hopes his effort earns many blessings. Now he asks for orders, calling himself the one who will serve as Luvacern's hands and feet. Then something starts shining in the sky, drawing the demon god's attention. An intense flash suddenly tears through all three of them. It does not seriously hurt them, and Azazel says he nearly lost his head. He asks why their enemy stands so opposed to them. He tells the last survivor of the heavens to answer him, asking why he cares so much about someone like him. But Luvacern asks when they ever became divided. Demons, he says, should be demons and fight to the death. Then the newly arrived demon calls him inferior, and asks if he really thought this was enough for revenge. So he questions that word. The heavens betrayed him, along with Archduke Yahello, so why would he seek revenge for heaven's sake? He says he is only using this chance to face the god himself. Then he attacks Luvacern directly, but a mandala shield appears and blocks it before it can even come close. The attacker rushes forward and Azazel admits he can barely follow his movements, though he still says such weak skills will never scratch his god. Azazel says that as long as the gates to the demon realm stay open, that man's demonic energy will never match theirs. In a drawn-out fight, he cannot win. More than that, while the demon god fought the heavenly realm, he kept growing stronger, far beyond the level of an ordinary demon god. Even so, the attacker charges Luvacern, but Azazel uses gravity to stop him, leaving the demon stunned. Azazel says he finally has the right ability for dealing with a rat like him. Then he asks how he got access to powers like these. The demon says his god granted them to him, and with that power he easily defeated Emperor Marcus van Britten. Luvacern starts laughing at the whole situation. Azazel says he will handle this personally, then slams the demon's face into the ground with crushing gravity. He wonders how a low-ranked demon became so strong just by gaining one new ability. That power should be beyond normal magic, and Azazel says that is one reason they worship a god. He adds that it is a shame he has to be the one to kill the last survivor of the heavens, and says he will try to make it hurt as little as possible. The other demon only watches and draws his sword, saying he will make sure Azazel's heart burns with demonic energy. Azazel barely reacts, just pulling out his dagger and saying he has heard enough of this useless talk. Now he is going to rip out his heart. That catches him off guard. He realizes the demon lord gave him resistance to the curse, then asks what he means. The horned demon mocks him. He claims to serve his god, yet knows nothing about a god's authority. He explains that gods can change the world's fate, and the demon god cursed the world through weapons he scattered across it. Anyone who uses deadly weapons ends up filled with pain and hatred. As a demon, he's even more vulnerable to that curse. That's why almost no demons fight with weapons. Angels and humans are different. Since they were blessed by the heavenly god, they aren't affected nearly as much. Azazel asks what that has to do with this fight, and tells him to look around. It's obvious who's in control. To him, only the strong survive. Demons prove their worth through strength, so they keep spreading fear across the world. He says the curse never stopped them from destroying everything. They kill, loot, and ruin whatever stands in front of them. If anything, the curse just makes them even more demonic. The other demon calls him a fool. The demon god didn't curse the world to stop demons. He did it because even small things can change fate. Like a butterfly starting a storm, one tiny shift created fear of one very specific weapon. And just like the ancient prophecy said, only one being can defeat his god. He says all of this was meant to stop the birth of the Spear Knight, and Luvacern knows that well. Azazel is stunned that the other demon knows too. Thinking about the Spear Knight, he wonders if he's talking about Lucifer, and Joshua is there at that very moment. Then Luvacern dismisses it as a baseless rumor, saying no one from any world can wound him. Still, they keep watching as Luvacern asks if he forgot who gave Lucifer that spear in the first place. Then he fires a huge attack at the horned demon, and says he only gave Lucifer the spear to use him as a pawn in his bigger plan. He knocks Luvacern's attack away. Azazel is shocked. He never imagined demonic power could withstand a god's strike, and the idea that a pure angel could create power like that makes no sense. He wonders if this is the reward for giving up holy energy, but then he realizes there's more to it. Another one of Luvacern's attacks slams straight into him. The fallen angel takes heavy damage. Luvacern says holy and demonic energy can't exist together. Even if abandoning holy power to follow the demons was a smart choice, he's still nowhere near his level, and Luvacern attacks again. This time he kicks him away, sending the wounded fallen angel flying even farther. As he falls, the fallen angel realizes this is what true power feels like. It almost seems like he has nowhere left to go. Then he opens his eyes, a hole starts forming in the sky. More rifts open around it, and the three demons are visibly shaken by the portal. From it, a storm begins pouring out. Lightning crashes down and floods the whole area. The first prince thanks everyone, especially for arriving in time to help Avalon. Then Joshua's whole group shows up together in a full team entrance. At that moment, the hype explodes. The mercenary says the magic tower may be here to protect the world, but he would never turn down a job that could bring new rewards. So he calls the mercenaries forward to charge in and earn their pay. The demons rush at them too, but the mercenary drops one with a single punch. After that, both sides clash. Some demons are killed right away, while others put up a brutal fight. One high-ranked demon sneers that some flies are trying to ruin their plans. He tells the first demon to leave them to him, promising to wipe them all out, and Luvassern lets him do as he wants. Glad to have permission, the demon gets excited to start killing. Meanwhile, Azazel asks one question. What happened to Lucifer? Luvassern says he shouldn't be able to return anymore, and soon his soul will be erased from the world. Elsewhere, the mercenary keeps cutting through demons, punching them aside and sending bodies flying everywhere. He's fired up now, saying these demons are nothing special, and asks Theta if he was worried for no reason. But then one of the mercenaries runs up behind him and warns that the ground is moving and the cliff is collapsing like a wave. From above, that demon is controlling the earth, so the mercenaries have to run before they're buried alive. The mercenary is stunned that magic like this exists and calls it a disaster. The demon just mocks them, calling them boring little bugs and ordering them to be buried by the earth. He sends a massive mud wave rushing at all of them, but Theta steps in and raises a giant shield to protect the mercenaries. He uses it to block the mud wave. The wave passes over them, and no one gets hit. When the dust settles, Cheryl lifts her head. They spot Theta above them looking completely fine, while some adventurers emerge and ask if everyone else was buried. Then a voice comes through magic, telling them not to lose faith. When Theta turns around, a bolt shoots out of the portal and lands in front of Cheryl. The newcomer declares that the Hobolt Empire will join the battle against evil, and Chrysler arrives full of energy, wishing Hermes' blessings on everyone. He comes with many paladins, and they start healing everyone on the battlefield. Wounds are completely restored. Cheryl looks at her own body, sees holy armor covering her, and asks if everyone is getting the same boost. The buried demon complains that these pests are annoying, and tells them to shut up while he crushes them all. Then he forms a huge mass above himself, and swears this time none of them will leave alive. He hurls that giant rock down at all the soldiers. Lily panics and tells them to raise a barrier, calling on Hermes for power. The barrier goes up and actually stops the boulder. Theta smiles. He says he always knew it, because Hobolt's defenses really are the best on the continent. Then he tells them to hold the demon off while they finish him. He uses triple twin cyclone and fires 6 giant ice blasts at the demon. The attack hits hard and the demon is badly affected, as he watches his stone get completely shattered. Enraged, he asks if this cursed trash really dares resist him to the end. Theta says he can sense survivors still trapped underground. Marcus says he'll make sure to get them out and tells Sebastian to heal everyone. One by one, the survivors are pulled free. The prince and Axel are brought out too. They're healed right away, and many soldiers get the same treatment. They thought it was over for them, but somehow they survived. Theta says if they had arrived on time, nobody would have needed saving. They came too late. Marcus fires back that not everyone can teleport instantly. He tells Theta to think about how much time and how many mages it takes to move all of Hobolt's imperial forces, and says he'll understand why they were delayed. Then he looks behind him and sees a group of demons coming in. He questions it, and Marcus explains it took time to bring in reinforcements. Those aren't enemies, they're basically dragons. They are fleet dragons, and they unleash their power at Luvassern. But then Azazel jumps in front of him. He declares that this is where it begins, the start of the end of this long story. With that massive attack coming in, he steps forward to meet it. Azazel takes the front line, then charges at the dragons, trying to kill them with his bare fists. He lands a huge punch on one of them. But another dragon appears at his side, ready to fire a point-blank blast. The demon raises his hand and uses gravity, saying it's all useless. But then the dragon he punched swings back with its tail. That hit sends him flying, and while he's still being thrown back, the other dragon with the blast gets ready to attack too. As Azazel hits the ground, another strike crashes into him from the front. For a moment, as Azazel thinks this might be too much even for him. He uses the power in his palm to stop the blow, but he's still forced to endure it while the demons charge the people on the ground. They decide to push forward, but the jester-dressed demon says he won't let anyone stay in that sacred place anymore, and orders the demons to stop them. Then Chrysler appears and uses Holy Life Power, a sacred force that cuts down demons with ease. Another demon orders him to rot and uses petrification. He throws mud at Chrysler while he's empowered by divine magic. Theta tells him not to move and says he'll handle it, but Chrysler warns him to wait because that thing looks dangerous. Then a blast of mana is fired at Chrysler, blowing the mud off him and also striking the demon below. The explosion is enormous. It spreads across a huge part of the battlefield. When the dust starts to clear, they look on, and that demon is still laughing in the smoke. He fires another attack, and Theta mutters that he knew this wouldn't be easy. The demon orders the weaker demons to wipe out those pests first. They start swarming around everyone up there. Before they can strike, Regressor cuts down a huge number of demons with his sword. Theta blasts magic beams in every direction too. Still, the demons keep coming and crowd in around them, making Theta wonder why there are so many. From below, Marcus Van Britten yells that they have to shut the path linking this place to the demon realm, or endless demons will keep pouring in. Theta agrees but says they first need a way to seal that path. Regressor says that if that's true, beating the demon at the top of the tower might close the portal. Theta asks if he's sure and how he knows. Regressor says he can feel it. The demon at the top has the same demonic energy now surrounding them, but the one above the tower is the demon god himself, floating between heaven and earth. Regressor says that energy is crushing, yet still noble and majestic. Lovio and Cerny watch with smiles as Regressor says they likely rival or even surpass the Demon King. So he was right, though he wishes he wasn't. Marcus Van Britten wonders why a monster like that is in an intermediate realm. The first prince says it may have something to do with his father. Marcus Van Britten asks if he means emperor. Marcus Van Britten, since he thought he was fading away, but the prince says that wasn't how it started. He thought the emperor had been killed because of Duke Agnes's plans. He has no idea how the man came back alive, but he'd do anything to take back the imperial throne. That's the father he knows. Then he remembers Marcus Van Britten in the past, calling him disappointing. His father demands to know what he's doing and orders him to raise his sword again. And little by little, the boy's spirit returns. He apologizes and lifts the sword, but he's trembling in front of his father. Marcus Van Britten hates seeing that. He says it's absurd that his oldest son can't even hold a simple sword, and asks if he isn't ashamed to be seen like this. And that happened in front of the second, third, and fourth princes. Marcus Van Britten walks over and tells the boy to brace his leg, keep his balance, and grip the blade with all his strength. He tells him to hold the sword steady. That's the foundation of swordsmanship. Then he squeezes the boy's hand so hard that the first prince cries out as pain shoots through his hand, begging his father to stop. But Marcus Van Britten tells him to endure it. The more weakness he shows, the more his brothers will surpass him. If he wants to protect his place, he can't hesitate to use any method to grow stronger. To gain overwhelming power, he must be ready to do anything. The first prince realizes that in the end, this mindset is what made him lose everything. More than anything, his obsession with the imperial throne pushed him towards self-destruction. He looks up at the tower, where chaos, explosions, and death are spreading everywhere in front of him. Then Cain asks Christian if they can move forward with their plan. Now, Balmung says he can just charge in and force it through. Icarus asks if, with the palace in this condition, they'll really be able to find the Holy Grail. Christian says yes. The Grail is made from a metal carrying a strange energy that's rare on that continent, the same metal as his sword, Durlandana. When he draws it, the two seem to pull toward each other, and Falong adds that rumors say pieces of that metal can sense one another. So he says that sacred sword should be easy to track, but then demonic power starts taking over it. Caught off guard, he starts screaming. A vision flashes before his eyes. He sees him fighting another him, and fighting his own father. Then Cain doubles over in pain, and drops the sword. Icarus asks Christian what's wrong, and if he's okay. Christian says the sacred sword was tainted by demonic energy because of the spear hero king. When asked what he means, he explains that the spear he gave that hero king is made from the same material, so it's linked to Durlandana. That makes him remember what happened when the two resonated, and also when he touched it. He says the hero king's demonic energy is now flowing through his sacred sword, but they can worry about that later, because the hero king is in danger. Cain says that's impossible. Upset that Christian is claiming his lord is in danger, Christian says he saw it when the demonic energy flowed through the sword. Joshua is trapped in darkness under attack by demons, and he's struggling to keep them back. The protagonist is fighting two enemies in that dimension, and one of them, his own father, tells him this is the end, alongside that other demon MC. The others start shouting that the hero king is in danger, trapped in darkness, attacked by demons, barely holding them off. While Joshua faces one head-on, his father's double strikes from the side like a coward, trying to finish him off. Then he throws his sword right into the middle of the clash, and the protagonist has to pull back his spear to block that madman's attack. Meanwhile, Icarus realizes they have no time to waste, they need to help their lord. He says the Holy Grail should be able to help, and Christian says he has a rough idea where it might be, so they keep moving down that path. At the same time, the dragon breathes purple fire at the demon, but it doesn't do much. The demon stops attacks from several dragons at once, and takes down many of them, along with his own forces. He looks toward the demon god, and wonders how much longer he plans to stay like that, unable to believe Lucifer is still alive. He wonders how that's possible, because even just a fraction of it means that spear still holds the demon god's power. The copy doesn't stay still after his father joins the fight. It attacks Joshua from the other side again, distracting him and forcing him to turn his spear toward another enemy. The demon god controlling the spear says surviving his attacks changes nothing. It only means he'll take a little longer to deal with him. Then he starts glowing gold like he's transforming, and asks if that's really true. After that burst of light, he starts fading away in front of the spear, and suddenly many more versions of him appear all around, clones made of light. The spear looks up and wonders if this is an ability tied to Gaia, the primordial stone, realizing that's why Joshua brought Gaia with him. So the protagonist really did come with a plan. Even so, the spear tears through the clones, striking each one down. It says that thanks to them, they managed to seize the primordial stone that sustains that king of the intermediate realm, and now 5 of them are under his control. Then he says MC shouldn't have put all his eggs in one basket and charges the real body again, but that one wasn't the real him either, and he appears right behind him. He attacks again, but the spear's avatar turns fast enough to strike both the one behind him and the one in front. Joshua appears once more and says his wishes will only come true if he wins. For the first time, that avatar is shaken by the boy behind him, but then his father appears again, stopping the attack and keeping the protagonist from skewering the spear. The spear says that was a bold move, but it's a shame, and turns to strike him. MC tenses up as that attack comes in. Once again, spear meets spear, and the two enter a raw power struggle. The spear talks about sacred energy, saying it can't stop him. The only thing that can defeat him is demonic energy above his level. Then he starts overpowering Joshua in that clash. His force is so great that he knocks his spear aside and breaks through his guard, firing a blast that hits the side of his stomach. Pain hits instantly and blood sprays everywhere. But then someone calls out to Lucifer. That distraction catches his attention, and in that instant Joshua is almost struck by his father. Even while taking that blow to the abdomen, he reacts fast, slips aside and blocks Agnes's sword with his spear. Hurt or not, he still manages it. The spear curses him as an annoying bastard, saying he'd have had a better chance if he stayed still. Then it attacks the boy from behind again, turning this into a brutal 2-on-1. The attacks don't stop, and the protagonist has to keep turning to block them again and again. He's getting more tired and more shaken. Then the blows start landing, and the wound in his abdomen begins draining his stamina. Joshua grows more and more desperate. The spear asks what happened, why his sacred energy isn't healing him. Then it answers its own question. That's exactly the point. Agnes comes in again and attacks from behind with his sword. This time Joshua takes the hit in the wings, somehow stopping the blade and holding back Agnes's power. But from the front, the spear comes at him again, and this time it truly pierces his abdomen. With that, the protagonist starts losing all hope of winning and sinks deeper into despair. The spear tells him a harsh truth. Every time he regresses, his soul gets weaker and one day it will fade away completely. In other words, he will truly die. Then Agnes attacks from behind again, aiming for Joshua's head. Right then, someone apologizes to MC. It seems to be his real father, still under the control of that black sun. He realizes time is frozen. Then he figures out that time did not stop. Everything just became extremely slow. It feels just like the moment before his death. It is the same feeling he had during the battle with the 7 mages. Since this is not Lucifer's power, he wonders what it really is. The voice speaks again, saying this is the only way to stop the demon god. A light starts shining beside Joshua. He realizes this is the voice he has been hearing, coming from far away, and asks who it is and what it means. The speaker tells him it is no accident that he was born with both demonic and sacred energy. That balance is key to his power. The protagonist starts to understand. This is the one who shaped his fate and led him here. The voice inside the light, it is the celestial goddess, finally speaking to him directly because her light has at last reached him. He remembers when he was dying before the demon god, right in front of the celestial goddess, and how she smiled at him. She says he has finally grown strong enough to hear her voice, and that in his current state it may be possible. She tells him to complete his magic spear arts and use their highest form, show them he can cut down even gods, and go beyond them. This time she is speaking to Lucifer, or rather MC Sanders, and MC receives that power. He starts giving off sacred energy while thinking of both powers as one, and the wounds in his abdomen and chest begin to close. Then he blasts away both enemies pressing him, his father and the spear. The spear is shocked that he just deflected its attack with sacred energy, but it senses this power is different now. Joshua says the celestial goddess could have stopped the curse of regression, yet she let him keep returning. The spear answers that it was the only way to get rid of him, then charges the protagonist again in pure rage. But MC catches the spear and tells it no, it is wrong. He gathers both energies in his hand and through his spear, then uses a new technique to knock the weapon back with ease, overpowering it completely. The spear is stunned, asking what this energy is and why it is suppressing demonic power. He says it was all to teach him one thing. This world was not born from simple chance. What makes up gods and what makes up humans are too closely linked to call it coincidence. The noble ones, the ones cursed by the gods, and even a child born into misery are all part of this world. Everything exists together in balance. All of it belongs to something greater. Joshua begins pulling together every kind of energy inside him, and for the first time they spin in harmony. He says this is what creates the world, and the 3 powers start turning above him until they merge into one. He speaks of the Trinity, and Joshua truly evolves. His whole body turns white, and a halo appears above his head. The spear mocks him, asking if he really thinks sacred and demonic power can be fused. A mere human should never do what even gods cannot. It declares that no one can surpass the gods and unleashes all its power at the protagonist. But MC, glowing calmly with a halo marked by 3 stars, looks back without fear. He declares that what exists where nothing should remain must return to nothing, and that all forms should be cast aside, so only the concept remains, his intent focused at the tip of the spear. Then he uses null annihilation. With a single motion of his arm, he stops the full attack the spear launched at him and sends it back in recoil. The blast tears through the spear completely, wounding both it and the demon god outside. As blood pours from him, the demon helping him is thrown off by what just happened. Then the place where the demon god stands starts collapsing, and Asmodeus notices the portal in the sky is closing. The demon god demands to know how Joshua managed to wound him across different dimensions, saying that should be impossible for an ordinary human. One of the dragons then charges at him and nearly reaches him, but in his fury, he splits the dragon in half with a single blow. He says that after all this, the wound still means nothing to him. Joshua should not think he has surpassed him just because he combines sacred and demonic energy. He says he is only imitating a god, not becoming a real one, but he remains floating before him. The protagonist questions that word, imitating. From the view of someone at such a low level, he guesses that is all he can see. As the spear starts melting, it asks what MC is talking about. He asks how long it plans to keep pretending. Even the seal of domination it received for its sins belongs to Lucifer, not to it. It stole that power, and the magic spear arts were not its creation either. They are part of the primordial story it falsely claimed as its own. Joshua points his spear at Lucia and says even the fragment inside that spear belongs to its true owner. Its real name is not Lucia, it is the Spear of Longinus. The spear changes color before Lucia and slips from that thing's hand on its own. The protagonist realizes the spear is rejecting the fragment, and the sleeping ego inside it has awakened. That awakened will is far too strong for a doppelganger to control, so it abandons the weapon and flees from Joshua's spear. MC finally gets his spear back and closes in. Lucia asks how he knows about the Spear of Longinus, saying everyone who knew that identity should already be dead. The protagonist says that after endless patience, the god of light finally showed him the truth. The real name of God's spear is the Spear of Longinus. Lucia cannot believe it, and asks if he means the celestial goddess, cursing her and saying she should have stayed silent. Then, not willing to let it go, the spear's doppelganger rushes toward Agnes in the back. It pierces his chest and tells its followers it will show them the true power of a god. Agnes begins changing completely in front of everyone. He grows horns and a warped wing, and the space around him starts changing too, while Joshua watches calmly. The transformed Agnes smiles at MC and says he did not think MC could really do this. He answers that it is a shame. Both their ends came from such ugly revenge. Agnes stares at him, then asks if Joshua does not understand that better than anyone. Raising his sword, he says humans only adapt to the world around them, and his grandfather was like that, so was he. Everyone lived with endless hatred for the Breton family, all desperate to reclaim the honor stolen from them as he charges again. Their powers clash once more. Agnes insists his methods were not wrong. Even so, the protagonist calmly knocks his sword aside. He says Agnes can never reach him in his current state, then levels his spear at him. Joshua throws the spear as Agnes tries to block it with his sword, but the attack pierces straight through him, tearing a hole in Agnes's chest. Agnes screams. MC tells him that in the end, his broken ways led him to this. Agnes says he understands. He lost, so he has to accept it. As he fades away, he admits it is a shame, because if he had chosen differently, their fates might have changed. Their paths drifted farther apart than he ever expected. As Agnes disappears, Joshua looks on with sadness. He thinks it is too late for regret. Agnes always had the chance to choose another path. But then someone asks if he is really sure of that, as his transformation ends and he returns to normal, with the goddess of light glowing in his hand. He senses the Holy Grail inside that portal and sees Icarus and Cain on the other side. Joshua says he understands now. He can see them through his spear, though this still seems to be a different dimension, so he wonders how the two are connected. Then the demon god tells him not to get arrogant after defeating only a tiny fragment of him, and his power appears among the stars as he speaks. He says no one from the protagonist's side can enter or leave that domain. The protagonist moves toward the glow and finds a graveyard, with the goddess of light lying there. The demon god says that without his permission, MC will rot there. He will be forced to watch his world destroyed while the demon god slaughters dragons and people alike. But Joshua tells the little deer not to worry. No matter what, he will take her home and he will not let their home be destroyed. From there, he can feel the energy of sacred light. He realizes he could not sense it before. Then the spear tells him that this is that child's lifeline. She is the chosen one, filled with the celestial goddess's power. Joshua realizes Longcolate is speaking to him. It says that with the heavenly kingdom gone, it has nowhere to return to, so it can only wander this world now. He must wield it. Then he'll be able to see that child's tangled soul. Longcolate tells him to untangle it and guide it back to her body. He needs to trust it before it's too late. The protagonist steps over and takes the spear. Then the holy glow starts to fade. He realizes what he's seeing must be Cerezarim's tangled soul, hanging above them on a cross. Joshua says that if he can free it, he can bring her back. But just as he tries, something changes. The threads come apart, then they return to the girl's heart, entering her soul once again. That makes the real Cerezarim wake up, and Joshua rushes in to hug her. He apologizes for everything she had to go through again and thanks her for coming back. She's shocked to see MC there. Then she realizes he made it, and happily says she can finally hold him like this. Meanwhile, in the fifth hell, Icarus asks if this is really the place, and Christian says yes, he can feel the Holy Grail's energy inside that portal. Cain says that means Joshua is in there, so they need to move fast. Icarus tells him to wait since they don't know what's inside and should check the area first. Cain says he knows this place, he came here with his lord 3 years ago. He says he doesn't know who reopened the portal, but he doubts anything here is worse than what happened back then. Once they enter the place, he's shocked by how many bodies are scattered around. Christian asks if it looked like this 3 years ago. Cain says no, they weren't here then, and it looks like a battle happened recently. Then someone arrives and says, so they all ran here in the end. He adds that Joshua must have failed after all, and it's Duke trembling. They ask why the Duke is there and what happened. He says he came to handle the incident, but after spotting the same people who ambushed the palace, he followed them here. He watched them from a distance. They were trying to perform a ritual, but he stopped it before it finished, took the Holy Grail, and also got Evergrande's 8th-class grimoire. Everyone is stunned that he actually has the Holy Grail. Then they hear a voice asking if anyone is there. Joshua calls out to Icarus and Cain, asking if they can hear him. They recognize their lord's voice and ask where he is. They ask if he's safe, and the protagonist says yes, he's fine, and he finished everything there. But Desdemona trapped him in another dimension, so they need a way to get him out. Trembling finally understands. That dimension was made to imprison MC, and Icarus asks if he knows anything useful. He says that if Joshua is really trapped, then the Holy Grail can free him. Just like the book explains, he tells them to check the grimoire. Icarus points out she isn't a mage and wonders if she can even read it. Then she remembers helping Princess Cheryl Fonte while she was learning magic, so maybe she can figure it out. She finally finds something useful, and realizes that's why they need the Holy Grail. When they ask if she found a method, she says she thinks so. The book says the material used to make the Holy Grail lets tiny particles resonate and share information with each other. So if you use something made from the same material, magic can pull out the information stored inside it. That means they can open a portal to any dimension as long as they have the same material used in the Holy Grail. Since he already has that, they think they can save him. She also notes that the book is surprisingly interesting, even if Evergrande could be nasty. He was honest about his field. Cain says they need to bring Joshua back right now because they're out of time. She tells him to wait a second because she's still working out the plan. She admits it's harder than she expected and isn't sure anyone can handle it. But she bets the master of the magic tower can. And then Theta hears that. Christian's master tells him to pull himself together since this is still a battlefield, and Theta agrees. Then Rui asks if they want to cross the outer wall and the warp gate to reach the magic tower master. They say yes. Balmung will break the wall, and then Cain and Rui will jump into the air to draw the demons away. Meanwhile, Christian and Icarus's soldiers will run straight for the warp gate without looking back. But Cain tells him to wait, surprised that he plans to support them from the sky. Without Christian, they can't stay airborne. He says not to worry, he'll teach them a way. Since the boy can control his aura after beating Ima, he just needs to focus that aura into the soles of his feet and kick it out. He throws an absurd kick to the side, and Cain is stunned by the trick. The redhead says they're starting now and tells everyone to get ready. Balmung slices through everything in front of them. Cain keeps thinking about what he needs to do, gathering aura in his foot and kicking off. He launches himself with trembling, almost like using chakra to run on water. The two of them leap into the warp gate and land near the master of the tower, leaving everyone surprised. Theta asks Cain why he's coming this way. Cain shoots back, asking why Theta is there. Then he loses focus and starts to fall. He calls out as he drops in free fall toward the ground. One of the demons asks what these devotees are doing at his tower, and attacks both Christian's master and Theta behind him. But Trembling cuts in and blocks the strike before it can hit the tower master. He tells him to help Icarus's army because they need to bring the protagonist back. Theta asks if the protagonist is trapped somewhere. Meanwhile, Cain keeps falling, and Trembling tells him he needs to fix his posture. So Cain twists in midair, thinking he needs to push aura into his foot again and make it burst as he steps. Then he realizes he needs a stable point to launch from, so he forms a ball under his foot. He says he'll keep making those footholds so he doesn't fall, then shoots back upward. The demon says that if he had stayed hidden in the tower, he could have died peacefully, but instead he chose the hard way. Cain fires back that he wasn't hiding at all. Then he, Trembling, and Christian's master all charge the demon together. Meanwhile, Theta asks what in the world Joshua did to end up imprisoned. He explains that if they use the Holy Grail the way the grimoire says, they should be able to free him, telling the three in front of him. He admits he's surprised Evergrande was researching something this interesting, but something about the sequence feels off. Icarus says this setup would work better with a vertical parallel connection instead of a horizontal one, and he thinks it over. Then he praises her analysis and says he finally gets why she's called a genius. Having that much knowledge of advanced circles in your head is unreal. But then Balmung warns that if they need anything, they need to do it now because the dragon is coming, and sure enough, a dead dragon is falling right on top of them. In the middle of the chaos, he realizes there's no time left, and tells Joshua he's getting him out now as he calls on his power, but something suddenly happens to his body. He asks what's going on. A red aura covers him, he can't move, and everyone around him is stuck the same way. Then Asmodeus appears and says he lasted a long time for a human, but now it's time for him to fall. That demonic energy makes all 4 of their bodies move on their own. They're hurled downward, thrown from the tower by the demon's interference. But another man says dropping a superhuman from one of the 9 stars like that is too dangerous, so he'll help by spreading out the impact as much as possible to make them all land on it. Theta falls with the others and survives. He says the ground feels soft. They lived thanks to Marcus. Then the demon god speaks to Lucifer, telling him to watch from where he is. He says their world is about to be destroyed and starts crushing everyone outside with pressure. He swears he'll cover the middle realm in the same darkness that trapped him, full of rage over what Joshua did to him. Icarus tells the Tower Master to get her lord out of there now. He starts the spell again, calling for the King of Heroes to come out. But the Demon King mocks him as pathetic and asks if he still doesn't understand that magic from the middle realms won't work on him, then launches an attack at Theta. That's when Cain appears, asking how about this attack, as he swings and sends an aura slash up at the monster. But the Demon King says it changes nothing. Even if a fruit fly tries to fight back, he fires his magic at Cain and slices open his abdomen. As Cain cries out in pain, he sees a golden light. Holy magic is healing him. They say they can't fully heal a wound like that with their power, but since it isn't fatal, he'll be fine. That holy light below is Joshua. He arrives, apologizes for putting everyone through this, and tells them to leave the rest to him. A little earlier, while the dragons were still falling, everyone below was trapped and about to be crushed. The wreckage kept dropping on people as they tried to run. The prince just froze. He looked up, saw 4 people falling, and realized one of them was the Tower Master. But the saint snaps at him to focus and wake up. Then he strikes down the demons rushing him. That twisted creep shows up and tells him to leave the fighting to them and focus on giving orders. Shaking with fear, the prince agrees. He starts wondering what being royalty is even good for. In a moment like this, only real strength matters. He thinks that even if he takes the imperial throne, others will just push him around. Fear keeps eating at him. Then he spots Joshua's light in the distance and wonders what it is. Mem-C keeps apologizing for arriving late. The demon god hates seeing him there and asks how Broomhead showed up again, and what cheap trick he's hiding now. He says he'll probably never understand. As long as he has comrades who faced life and death with him, no obstacle is impossible. And this war, they'll win it together. Then he charges straight at the demon god without hesitation. But before he reaches him, Asmodeus steps in, saying this isn't an enemy you beat with friendship. Still, that kind of bond has changed impossible battles before. Never count it out. As Joshua closes in, Asmodeus says he won't let just anyone face the true god directly. He rushes the protagonist with swagger, trying to stop the boy from reaching the true god. MC answers with one thrust straight through his chest. The demon dies on the spot, left behind like he never mattered. Seeing Joshua get closer, the demon god finally loses patience and attacks him himself. He pours all his power into the tip of his spear, but as he moves in, he overpowers the demon god's attack, pierces through it, and stops it cold. He even cuts the creature's cheek. The demon god demands to know how a filthy mutt like him dares do that. Joshua replies that even a god can bleed. Then he adds that now he's wondering whether this god would survive with his throat cut. One of the lesser demons nearby cries out that this is blasphemy. Cain rises through the air and warns him to stop interfering with his lord before diving in with his aura. He blows the demon apart, and Theta says he'll handle the trash. Joshua should focus on the demon god. Another demon brat tells Cain to stop getting in the way and asks if he really thinks he can win. Then Theta forms a magic circle in the sky and says the whole situation has changed. He calls down his power and traps the demon inside it. The creature laughs it off as a cheap trick, but when it tries to break through, its wing and arm get hit. Cain says holding him still so they can beat him down is easy enough. The 3 of them attack together, striking from different sides at the trapped demon. Meanwhile, Joshua keeps hammering the demon god. Even while taking hits, the demon god laughs and asks if the protagonist really thinks he surpassed the realm of the gods. MC says that even now, the demon god still can't do anything to him. The demon god calls him a proud fool and says maybe that's true. But because desire still lives, so does he. He is the wish buried in every living thing. He says even clerics preach justice. Yet Joshua and his father did terrible things to chase their own version of it. Humans have always sought him through their desires. They dream of a perfect world and always chase power to rise above each other. They envy those with greater talent, use others for their own gain, and pretend they're righteous. That's humanity's true nature. He says those noble ideals are just a mask over endless shallow desire. So as long as even one greedy life remains in this world, he will exist forever. Then pieces of his power burst out in every direction, and Joshua throws up a barrier to stop it. But some of that power still slips through and hits the fighters below. Cain asks what that thing is as they begin to be corrupted by the sludge. It spreads over their bodies. Even the saint realizes holy power can't block it, and he starts losing control. Soon everyone is overtaken while the demon god keeps raining that sludge across the battlefield. Even the prince and Cheryl get hit and start changing. Cheryl feels her body stop responding, and the prince runs to help her. But then he gets fully consumed too. His sword falls from his hand. All of them begin to transform, taking on that red and black form created by the demon god. After the change, they turn unsettlingly still, then break into creepy laughter. The demon god asks Joshua how it feels to watch everyone around him become one with him, and whether he wants humanity destroyed. No matter what future he chooses, nothing will remain in this world. Then he asks what he can possibly do, and the corrupted crowd fires that same sludge up at him. The protagonist lowers his spear and prepares to stop it. He flashes through the barrage with lightning speed, dodging every beam as he cuts between them. He heads straight for the demon god, who says Joshua is still helpless before an instinct born from divine authority. Then he hurls all that sludge right at Meb. He pierces through it with his spear and drives straight for the demon god's abdomen. But when he lands the hit, the demon grabs the protagonist's hand. He says struggling is useless, holding the boy fast even with the spear through his stomach. Face to face, the demon god says Joshua's dream world holds nothing but emptiness and chaos, and that he will be the one who wins this war. Still clutching MC with that crazed grin, he repeats that this is the world he wants, and he'll be the victor. He says he doesn't need to hear the same thing over and over. Then he activates his power in the demon god's chest, and declares he'll seal him there forever. The demon god mocks him, asking if that pathetic authority of domination could ever destroy him. The protagonist can't even cross dimensions alone, yet he acts like an equal. MC, furious, says that's just his opinion and blasts him away. He starts glowing like a living star and declares that he has surpassed godhood and come to grant him an eternal death. At once, everyone below starts being purified, including the demons. Joshua calls all that miasma into himself, absorbing the evil power and freeing his friends. The demon god calls it blasphemy, saying nothing can stand above a god. He demands to know how someone unworthy of existing could become a god, then attacks him again. Joshua takes the strike head-on, and the blast tears past him into the castle behind. The demon god is stunned. The protagonist barely seems touched. He's glowing in many colors and not even a scratch was left on him. Then MC raises his spear and points it at the demon god. He starts draining him and the demon god actually turns to run. Pretty shameful for someone who acted so unbeatable. As Joshua pulls him in, he uses Soul Eater, the mark that fills the demon god with fear. There is nothing he can do. His form starts breaking apart. The demon god's essence peels away, leaving only a human shell behind. That shell is the former emperor, Marcus von Britain, while the demon god's core is sucked into his spear. The prince realizes the man falling there is his father. After finishing the battle, Joshua starts losing his holiness. The halo that also looked like a crown begins to crumble, and he can no longer control what's happening. Then he realizes it's finally over. He loses consciousness and starts to fall from high above, along with Marcus. The portal to the demon world closes above him too. Down below, Icarus sees Joshua falling and calls for Marcus to save his lord. But he says his body feels strange, and he has no strength left. The protagonist crashes to the ground, and Icarus cries out in fear. Then Cain shows up and tells her not to worry. MC is safe because he slowed the fall. Seeing Joshua still unconscious, he asks if he's okay. Then he starts calling out to him. But Marcus von Britain rises again and calls for him. Cain is shocked, and Marcus says that if not for him and his father, he would have gotten what he wanted. Everyone is stunned that Emperor Marcus is still alive. That madman says the country would never have ended up like this if not for them, and that the protagonist and his father took everything from him. He says even if he has to burn his soul to ashes, he'll still kill him. Raising his sword at the boy, Cain calls for his lord to wake up. He has no strength left to stop that aura blade, so he desperately calls Joshua again, but the boy only trembles in his sleep. Then he opens his eyes and the first person he sees is Kisser. That makes Marcus turn around and spot his son ready to strike. He remembers his own father teaching him to press the flat of the blade to his chest, like an embrace. He said this was the most basic form of Britain fencing, the first form of the solar sword art, and because it's the foundation, it had to be mastered perfectly. The blade rests against his chest. He was told to put all his weight into the step and imagine sending that force to the tip of his sword, then drive it through the enemy's heart, and he learned it well enough to use it on his own father. He kills Emperor Marcus, who looks shocked at first, but then he smiles at the boy and says he's learned a lot. At last, he falls dead to the ground. Everyone is stunned that Kisser killed his own father. Then he shouts that he has executed Emperor Marcus, the one who summoned the undead and the demons, and ruined Avalon. With the Emperor gone, he, Kisser von Britain, the rightful heir, declares as Avalon's representative that the greatest hero of this war, MC Sanders, should become the next emperor. And then, he and everyone there are left speechless. Joshua asks why he's doing this, saying that isn't something to decide so easily. But Kisser says Avalon needs a proper leader now, and this disaster happened because of the failures of him, his brothers, and his father. None of them deserve the throne. No matter how many nobles remain, they'll accept the protagonist, the one who ended this crisis. Then he walks over to MC and places a hand on his chest, begging the martial god him as Sanders to become Avalon's emperor. But Joshua says he still isn't ready. Icarus asks him to accept the throne, reminding him that he already said he would become emperor. She says now it's time to collect the debt owed by a true son of the House of Cal to the emperor, and asks if this isn't the best investment in history. Cain agrees too. As the protagonist's first knight, he salutes His Majesty Emperor. The protagonist Sanders. Everyone joins in, even Ari and Trembling. Cheryl de Fonte and Balmung do the same. Soon everyone around them is honoring him, and even the Magic Tower offers its blessing to Avalon's new emperor. They say that in the name of the Axelay Mercenary Guild, They also congratulate Joshua. Everyone cheers for a new age in Avalon and wishes long life to the Emperor, and the boy smiles. But somewhere else, in another place, time, or maybe another timeline, someone shouts not to let her escape. Then Iseling's father tells her to run. As he says it, that superhuman kills him, splitting him in half. The girl watches that brutal scene at a terribly young age. Then she hears someone say he's over there, and she looks up in shock. A bolt of lightning crashes down on the axe-wielding man who killed her father. Joshua appears and says he's been searching everywhere for her. She asks who he is, and he tells her he's her best friend. The nightmare is over, and now they're going back. Then the girl wakes up from the ice where she had been trapped. She's shocked to see Joshua. He asks if she can stand and says he can help if it's too hard, but she thinks it can't be real, and rushes forward to kiss him, dropping the pendant. MC just accepts it. Later, during the Emperor's funeral, they say things must be chaotic. The prince thanks him for allowing him to lead his father's funeral, saying that in a way he's a rebel who wounded the king. Krista tells the protagonist that he even forgave his crimes, and he owes him a great deal. But Joshua says that's only natural, and asks what he plans to do next. He says he's leaving Avalon to travel the world, and MC says that's a great idea and wishes him well. Then Icarus comes over and says the coronation is ready, but hearing her call him Emperor still feels strange. He thanks her for organizing everything and says that once Kaiser handles this, things should settle down. But then he hears a laugh. A voice asks how long he thinks this childish game will last. She appears from the other side and asks if he really thought a human could seal her forever. Joshua says she was just sealed, so why is she so confident? Then asks her something. He asks what the demon lord Lumisern can even do now. Tiny and trapped at the foot of the spear, she answers that over time the piece of her inside him will slowly take over his body. He'll suffer and waste away in pain, because he's nothing but a human racing against time. That thought stays stuck in the protagonist's head. Then someone calls to him asking if he's okay during the coronation. Icarus says they've gathered for the ceremony and asks him to unite their swords under the name of MC. He says they all know he hates formality, so he'll only say what matters. Joshua Sanders declares in the year 728 that he will inherit the throne as the 52nd Emperor of Avalon. Everyone congratulates him, his friends and followers do too. In the imperial year 728, the protagonist Sanders became Emperor of Avalon, and from then on the empire worked hard to stabilize its lands. The Swallow and Hubalt empires, which started the wars, kept their promises of reparations, and to stop anything like this from happening again. With MC as Emperor of Avalon, the hero king who ended the wars and defeated the demons, a peace treaty was made between the Empire and the Alliance of Kingdoms. MC united the lands not by force but through peace, and so in Avalon's capital at the Imperial Palace of Akkord, he learns that demons are descending to attack humans, and he's asked to help the common people. He says of course he will, and that he'll send his most trusted knight. That knight is Cain, now much older. Joshua tells him to aid those who are suffering in his name, and Cain says he'll gladly do it. The protagonist moves on to the next matter, but then a demonic vein appears on his neck that startles him. Icarus says she'll stay in His Majesty's place, since he has other matters after this, and then she notices something. She says people will get scared if they see him acting strangely, so he should go rest for a while. Joshua tells her to handle things well. Then he goes to his mother who heard from Icarus that he was going to rest. Since he looked unwell, she prepared a feast for him. He thanks her, starving, and Caesar is there too, saying her cooking is as good as ever and looks delicious. Then she tells them to make themselves at home. But then Iselin walks over to MC and asks if he's okay. He says it's true he hasn't spoken with her, and then Iselin formally introduces herself to Emperor Him Sanders, saying she greets the Emperor's mother, the princess, and he asks if she didn't come back a little too quickly. But she says she actually asked for time off to bring him this, handing something to Joshua while using magic. She says she finally found the last Genesis Aqua Stone and brought it for him. He asks if she's really giving him that, saying it feels like too much, and she says if he thinks it's too much, then he should give her a better job next time. He asks if there's a position even higher than Royal Mage, and she seems to think so. Empress right at Emperor Joshua Sanders' side. She says it shyly. It's honestly wild that this idiot still hasn't noticed they both like him, and the two behind them look shocked. He asks if that's what she means, and she gets all flustered. She says he promised, so he can't take it back now, then runs off red-faced. The others say she was really direct, and they had no idea. The protagonist keeps staring at that stone. Then he tells his mother he thinks it's time. She asks if this is it, then tells him to take all the time he needs. She'll wait until the end, and he should come back whenever he wants to rest. He simply tells his mother that he loves her. Then, with Cheryl, she asks what that is supposed to mean to her uncle, saying he brought tens of thousands of men to her doorstep. She asks if he wants her to give up the Cheryl DeFonte Merchant Association she built. But he says he'll take charge of House Cheryl DeFonte from now on. It's too much for a young woman like her. Then tells the princess to leave, but she brings up the Duchess. She says her name is Duchess Cheryl. He snaps, calling her a rude bitch and blaming her for everything, then orders his men to draw their swords. Then Joshua shows up in a flash and asks if they already forgot what he said. He warns that if this turns into a conflict, he'll personally handle the beheadings. That man immediately calms down and asks why MC came to a place like this. He asks if he needs permission to visit his fiancée. Baldur is stunned to find out she's the crown princess, but she reminds him that he was the one who rejected her, so what is he saying now? He says he only did that to shut Baldur up, which just makes her even more upset. Still, Joshua says he knows she can handle this without him. He only came to check on them, and now he'll see her later. She gets annoyed that he came all this way just because he was curious, and tells him to wait. Deep down, she admits she really can't understand him. Then she tells Baldur to keep doing what he was doing and come with her. Baldur wonders if there's any coming back from this and starts trying to slip away. After that, Joshua returns to Perdicaris. She asks if things are really that bad, and he says yes, so for now he's leaving it in her hands. But she says the Emperor's throne was never meant for her. He explains that the advance is stable, but if the demon god tries to return again, there's no way to stop him anymore. So to stop him, the protagonist has to do something drastic. But then she gets up and moves close to him, trying to charm him. She asks him to promise he'll come back alive. If he does, she'll protect everything he built until the day he returns. He gives her his word. Then she tells him he better keep that promise as she falls onto him. My friend is really winning here. Icarus was always the best. After that, Joshua heads to a remote place in the world to a frozen mountain, along with that ice stone, bringing together all 5 stones he has. The demon god asks if he really thinks anything will change just because he put those Genesis stones into a block of ice. But MC barely reacts. As the demon god says his efforts are pointless, he nearly takes over the boy's mind with hallucinations. While he looks at that spear, the demon god says his insides are already stained with his blood. And the stronger the protagonist gets, the more power he feeds him. Every bit of effort he puts into his body will belong to the demon god. MC thinks that's a funny way to say he's only surviving by stealing his power. But that parasite-host bond ends here, because he found a way to get rid of the demon god, just like removing any other parasite. He's going to freeze his body with water and drain all life from inside it, so the demon god will dry up and die with no power left to absorb. And it'll be a slow, painful death. The demon god asks if he really thinks that can work, saying that if he fails, he'll die for nothing, and only end up setting him free. But he says that's why he's using all the stones, because with their power, he can exist without any life. This is the long battle he wanted all along, and Joshua pulls all that power into his body, forming a crystal around himself. The demon god tells him to stop, saying he hasn't thought this through and that they need each other, that they can coexist. He begs the protagonist again, saying they are gods and were made to rule over everyone else, but the protagonist keeps freezing himself. Then the demon god says MC has no reason to sacrifice himself and asks why he's going this far. With only his head left uncovered, the boy smiles at him as he remembers all his friends and the people he loves, along with the love he feels for that kingdom. And then he remembers every one of them, their smiles, and says he's doing this for everyone's happiness. Then he freezes solid in the middle of that icy mountain.